Introduction. With a swift punch, I shattered the noble young lord's skull and seized the golden Gnobeis from his waist. My father is on the brink of starvation, lying among the refugees, gnawing on his own fingers. On my way back to the city, I noticed a royal proclamation on the tavern wall. The princess seeks her kin, an impostor shall face execution. But my father mentioned that his sister had cut a lock of hair and tucked it into a cloth bag. What the princess lamented last night was precisely this sentiment. Now, my hands are stained with blood, and I clutch gold in my arms, standing before the palace gates. If they recognize me, I am a royal. If not, I am a condemned prisoner. Chapter 1. Crown City. In the northern part of the kingdom of Veranria, 2 years of relentless drought have ensued. The scorched earth spreads, turning wheat fields into dust, while villages extinguish one after another under famine and plague. As the royal disaster relief order lingers in delay, desperate farmers finally rise in rebellion, shearing wool to dye their hair white, donning coarse white garments, and calling themselves the White Robe Brotherhood, vowing bread and justice, or we shall burn the city. The insurrection spreads like wildfire across the parched land, swiftly engulfing 3 provinces on the plateau's frontier. Millions of refugees, like a flood breaking through a dam, abandon their devastated homes, dragging their weary bodies towards the heart of the kingdom, Crown City. Among their ranks are the elderly leaning on canes, women cradling infants, and barefoot children running. Each face bears the marks of hunger and fear, yet their eyes burn with a flicker of hope for survival. Crown City, the capital that has witnessed a millennium of Veranrian history, now resembles a fortified bastion. On the open ground outside the city walls, over 500,000 refugees have gathered, their makeshift straw huts clustering together like a chaotic patch of mushrooms. Though the royal family, pressed by circumstance, has opened a few granaries to distribute limited amounts of rye flour and moldy bread, they have ordered the red uniformed guards to staunchly defend the 9 city gates, prohibiting any refugee from stepping foot into the city. The reasoning provided is grandiose: to prevent the spread of plague and ensure the sanctity of the holy city. Amidst the throng of desperate souls, a boy of 13 or 14 lies on the muddy ground, his tattered woolen cloak caked with dirt and grass. His name is Edgar Ash, hailing from the border town of Ash. Since childhood, he has toiled alongside his father, Thomas, as a serf in the local lord's estate, rising before dawn to work the fields, only to return to their humble wooden dwelling at dusk. At least then, they could rely on meager rations to survive. But now, even this humble sustenance has become an unattainable luxury. Not long ago, a wealthy merchant from the south, Lorenzo de Valerius, suddenly squandered his fortune, erecting a platform in the marketplace and proclaiming himself the prophet of the holy light, preaching the doctrines of equality and sustenance, urging people to rebel against the oppression of the nobility. Wherever the white robe army passed, the lord's granaries were breached and the nefarious tax collectors were executed in public. Overburdened commoners rallied in response, their numbers swelling like an avalanche. The rebellion soon spread to the plateau regions. The lords across the land, terrified, retreated into their fortified castles, bolting their gates, allowing the rural populace to fend for themselves amid famine and war. In this dire predicament, Edgar, alongside his father Thomas, embarked on a perilous journey southward in search of refuge. They trekked for 20 days and nights, quenching their thirst with the murky waters from roadside rivers and foraging for roots to stave off hunger, enduring countless hardships until they finally reached Crown City. Although they were still barred from entering, at least here, they were temporarily free from the ravages of war. Alas, Edgar let out a long sigh, slowly closing his eyes. Memories surged forth like a tide, the galloping iron steeds of the urban landscape, soaring stone towers, the unquenchable lights of the night. Those images were so vivid they seemed to have occurred just yesterday. He has inhabited this body named Edgar for 5 whole years now. In his past life, he was named Tai, having grown up in an orphanage. After much effort, he finally secured a respectable job, only to be abruptly taken from that world of stability by a sudden accident, finding himself reborn in this medieval European kingdom. 5 years of servitude, laboring from dawn till dusk, have nearly erased all remnants of his modern existence. He had contemplated escape, yet in this chaotic medieval world, an orphan without support is like a wild weed by the roadside. Even if he managed to flee, it would only delay his demise. He had even entertained thoughts of death, yearning to bid farewell to this life of suffering. However, Thomas, the father he often referred to as old man, repeatedly dissuaded him from such thoughts. He recalled a time when the estate suffered a poor harvest, and the Lord provided their family with only a small bag of rye flour. Thomas had taken the last half of the rye bread made from that flour and stuffed it into Edgar's mouth, while he himself subsisted on a nearly flavorless gruel. In 5 years, Edgar had never truly experienced hunger. This heavy yet warm paternal love was something he had never encountered in his previous life. Yet even so, in a world where nobility is hereditary and the church monopolizes knowledge, the son of a serf is deemed a transgressor for merely learning to read. Aspiring to rise above his station and alter his fate seems like a fool's dream. Cough, cough, cough. A gut-wrenching cough suddenly interrupted Edgar's reverie. Following the sound, he noticed Thomas curled up beneath a tattered wool blanket a few meters away. Once robust, his frame now resembled little more than a collection of bones, his complexion ashen, as if covered by a layer of dust. Though merely 37, he appeared as frail as a candle flickering in the wind, as though he might extinguish at any moment. "Old man, are you all right?" Edgar quickly scrambled to his feet and rushed to his father's side, gently patting his back in an attempt to ease the coughing fit. Thomas struggled to open his murky eyes, his voice fragile like a whisper. "Edgar, I fear I may not last much longer. I do not fear death, but I dread leaving you alone. In this harsh world, how can a child like you survive?" Tears, murky and glistening, streamed down his cracked cheeks, leaving clear trails upon his dust-streaked face. He trembled as he lifted his withered hand to caress Edgar's cheek, his eyes filled with reluctance and concern. Edgar's throat tightened, rendering him speechless. He grasped his father's bony hand tightly, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. "Don't say such things. If you die, I will truly become an orphan. What's the point of my existence then?" Thomas seemed poised to say more, but was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, his face turning crimson, his breaths quickening. "Edgar, we're back." At that moment, a clear young voice rang out. Edgar looked up to see a girl of about 10, running towards him with a worn wooden bowl in her hands. The thin porridge within was as clear as water, almost revealing the bottom of the bowl. "What kind of relief food is this? How is it any different from dishwater?" Edgar seethed, unable to contain his anger as he glared at the bowl of watery porridge. "Don't be upset," the little girl urged, lowering her voice slightly as she extended the wooden bowl towards Edgar. "This is what Brother Ted saved from his own share. Many people don't even get this." Edgar bit his lip, suppressing his fury. He carefully propped his father up, scooping the thin porridge with a spoon and feeding it to Thomas bit by bit. Thomas struggled to swallow, soon drifting off into a daze. Edgar gazed at his father's hollow eyes and pale lips, his hands clenching into fists. If he did not find a way to procure food and medicine soon, the old man might not last another 3 days. At that moment, 3 boys approached from the distance. They are companions that Edgar met during his flight. Lime Vite, the youngest at merely 10 years of age, separated from his family amid the chaos of war, left with only his ailing mother. Colin Hack, a burly man with a fiery temperament, now all alone. And Ted Lynch, 19, once the son of a militiaman from a noble family, forced to flee after his father perished when the White Robes breached their hometown. The 4 shared an immediate bond, supporting one another throughout their arduous journey, barely surviving to this day. "Edgar," Lime's voice trembled noticeably, his eyes reddened. "I didn't receive any relief rations today. My mother hasn't eaten for 2 days and just fainted again." Colin, agitated, kicked a stone that skidded far away, striking the post of a thatched hut with a dull thud. "At this rate, we will all die here." His voice was thick with despair and anger. "We might as well, Rob. We're going to die anyway. Can a living person suffocate to death from hunger?" Ted's gaze sharpened, and he snapped, "Silence. If you utter such nonsense again, I will sever your tongue myself." He bore the aura of a former militiaman, instilling fear. Colin fell silent, though he clenched his fists in defiance. Ted turned his attention to Edgar, his tone softening slightly. "Edgar, you're the most resourceful among us. What do you suggest we do now?" Edgar's gaze fell upon his slumbering father, memories of Thomas's kindness flooding his mind. The old man had once been robust. Had it not been for the relentless hunger and exhaustion of this journey, he would not have withered to this state. If only he could have a few hearty meals and some herbal remedy for his cough, he would surely recover. The boy rose slowly, his eyes piercing through the swirling dust toward the majestic crowned city in the distance. The gates were firmly shut, the royal guards patrolling the walls, golden iris flags fluttering in the wind, glaringly ostentatious. He inhaled deeply, his voice low yet resolute. Crown City. Chapter 2. Copper Coins for Passage. Ted and Edgar made their way toward the Crown City, several miles ahead. Along the overgrown path, remnants of faded military banners occasionally came into view, leftovers from last year's battle between the Royal Army and the White Robes. Ted rubbed his fingers along the chipped edge of the long sword at his waist, suddenly halting. He dug through his pack and pulled out a set of worn chainmail. The rust had been largely ground away, and sunlight glinted off the silver-gray plates, still hinting at the former dignity of the militia. He had deftly donned the chainmail over his coarse shirt, fastening his belt, the plates clinking together with a crisp clatter, momentarily transporting him back to the militia camp in Stone Valley. "Edgar, do you truly believe we can blend in?" Ted furrowed his brow, adjusting the straps of his armor while surveying the towering spires of the city in the distance. The golden iris flag, fluttering atop, was a symbol of royal authority. Edgar grinned, patting Ted's chainmail. "Brother Ted, have you forgotten? You were once a militiaman. Didn't you tell me about the virtues of the gate guards while training at the Stone Valley camp?" Ted playfully shoved him. "You rascal, are you implying I once took bribes too?" "All soldiers are the same." Edgar laughed heartily, instinctively quickening his pace. "Brother Ted, relax. When your camp deployed, wasn't it customary to slip a few copper coins to let the gate officer look the other way regarding some contraband smoked meat?" Ted paused, memories of the Stone Valley militia camp flooding his mind. Soldiers gathered around campfires cleaning their weapons, the aroma of rye bread wafting from the kitchen, while the commanders meticulously counted supplies in their tents. Though times had been tough, they were not as desperate as they were now. Shaking his head, he pushed the memories aside and continued onward with Edgar. Upon reaching the city gates, they encountered 100 guards clad in red uniforms, spears pointed to the ground, forming an impenetrable barrier. Yet Edgar soon observed. Nobles riding in ornate carriages with attendants bearing silver food boxes passed through without scrutiny, the guards barely lifting their eyes, even bowing in deference. Well-dressed citizens, such as merchants carrying textiles and doctors with medical kits, were granted passage with only a cursory glance, while the ragged refugees, be they starving farmers or displaced artisans, were roughly shoved, questioned, and searched, often shackled for any sign of suspicion. Of course, if one were clever enough to discreetly slip a few coins to a guard amidst the chaos, passage could be secured. Edgar and Ted exchanged knowing glances, understanding one another implicitly. "It seems not too difficult," Edgar whispered, gesturing toward a nearby refugee, stealthily handing money to a soldier. The man had just been allowed through and was hastily making his way into the city with his head down. Ted nodded, inhaling deeply, and strode forward confidently. He straightened his back, approaching a 30-something officer and executing a proper military salute. It was the royal salute repeatedly emphasized by his commanders during militia training, right fist pressed to his left breast, bending slightly at the waist. "Sir, the inspections today are quite rigorous." Ted spoke in a familiar tone, as if merely exchanging pleasantries with an old acquaintance. The officer, pleased by the address, set down his silver flask and scrutinized Ted's chainmail. "Where did you acquire this? It seems rather aged." Ted clasped his hands together. "I hail from the militia of Stone Valley, at the frontier. Last winter, when the White Robes breached our town, our camp was ordered to deploy, but we were outnumbered and lost the town. With all gates closed, I had no choice but to bring my brother to Crown City to seek refuge." He then produced a copper military badge, the identification issued by the camp, its edges worn smooth. The officer took the badge, tracing the engravings with his fingertips, his expression turning cold. At the founding of the Kingdom of Veranria, the militia land system was established, mirroring ancient Roman practices. During wartime, citizens served as soldiers. In peacetime, they farmed, with the camp responsible for training and supplying provisions. However, rampant land consolidation had occurred, with nobles usurping militia lands and taxes growing heavier each year. Many militiamen, unable to bear the burden, fled or joined the White Robes. The Stone Valley militia, originally comprised of 350 members, had dwindled to fewer than 100 last year, and after the town's fall, the camp was annihilated by the White Robes. The badge bore Ted's name on one side, with Stone Valley Militia, Private inscribed on the reverse. The officer tossed the badge back to Ted, his tone icy. "The palace has decreed that refugees are strictly prohibited from entering the city. Your actions classify you as a deserter, and by law, I cannot permit your passage." Ted inwardly scoffed. If they truly considered him a deserter, they would simply have him bound instead of prattling on. They were clearly dissatisfied with the lack of a bribe. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a handful of copper coins. Over 20 pieces, his entire fortune. "Sir, we are all comrades who partake in military provisions. I beseech you to exercise some leniency." Ted lowered his voice, deftly pressing his fingers into the officer's palm while handing over the coins. "In the past, our camp often received favors from the gate officers. Should we cross paths again, I would ensure you are generously rewarded." The officer weighed the copper coins in the palm of his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Though meager, the amount was sufficient to procure a jug of ale and a platter of smoked sausage at the tavern by the city gate. He had little regard for the fleeing militia. If the court could not withstand the white-robed army, what concern was there for a handful of deserters? He cast a cursory glance at the two men, feigned a cough, and waved his hand, signaling, "Let them pass. Should you encounter any more vagrants, remember to report them promptly." The wooden barrier was drawn aside by the soldiers, and the two men, heads bowed, hurried through the city gates. In an instant, the splendor of the city enveloped them. Edgar had never beheld such a magnificent spectacle. The cobblestone streets teemed with life, the wooden signs of the shops bore gilded inscriptions, the banners of ale fluttered in the breeze, and the aromas of cinnamon from the spice shop mingled with the sheen of silk from the fabric store. The rhythmic clang of the blacksmith's hammer echoed, accompanied by the calls of vendors hawking their wares. Fresh sardines, just arrived from the harbor. Handcrafted leather boots, durable and warm. He stood transfixed by the vibrant scene before him, then shook his head and sighed. The city is a tapestry of beauty, yet outside its walls, people perish from hunger daily. Last year, when you and your camp ventured to Stone Valley, the townsfolk there could scarcely afford rye bread. In such a kingdom, it is no wonder some would seek to rise in rebellion. Tad quickly tugged at his sleeve, his eyes scanning the passers-by, which included well-dressed noble servants. He whispered, "Speak cautiously. If overheard, it could lead to dire consequences. Prison food is hardly a feast." Edgar chuckled softly, but lowered his voice. "Indeed, at least in prison, one is assured meals and shelter, far better than starving outside the city." Tad could only manage a resigned smile, steering him toward a quieter alley. After wandering the market for a while, they found themselves in front of a bakery, where they suddenly spotted a disheveled old beggar. Draped in a tattered woolen cloak, his hair tangled like dry grass, a wooden bowl before him brimmed with dozens of copper coins. Can a beggar truly earn so much? Edgar's eyes sparkled as he pulled Tad into a corner. This amount could purchase several loaves of rye bread, and it was still before noon. This was merely half a day's earnings. Indeed, Crown City is prosperous, he mused, absent-mindedly rubbing the few remaining coins in his pocket. Yet, curiously, throughout their journey, aside from this old beggar, they had encountered scarcely any others seeking alms. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to find a corner of his own to change professions, a patrol of soldiers emerged around the corner. Clad in the same red uniforms as the city gate guards, with short swords at their waists and wooden clubs in hand, their synchronized march revealed their rigorous training. Upon sighting the soldiers, the old beggar trembled, hastily grasping his money bowl in an attempt to flee down the alley. "Seize that old wretch!" barked the patrol leader, his voice laced with impatience. Since the issuance of the cleansing city order, the king had mandated that no vagrant shall be seen, nor beggars present within the city. Daily, they were tasked with driving away such individuals, and their weariness was palpable. Two soldiers rushed forward. One kicked the old man to the ground, while the other raised his club to strike his back. The beggar rolled on the ground, clutching his head, crying out for mercy. "Spare me, military sirs. I shall not dare again. I promise never to beg here again." When the soldiers ceased their assault, the beggar's cloak lay shredded, revealing his gaunt back, adorned with weeping droplets of blood. The patrol leader stepped forward, snatching the money bowl and weighing the coins in his palm with a derisive smirk. "By royal decree, begging is prohibited in Crown City. Are you so eager for a death sentence? Do you wish to be cast into the pit of vagrants outside the city?" The old man struggled to rise, pressing his forehead to the ground in a series of bows. "I beseech you, military sirs, I am merely starving, hoping to gather a few coins for a loaf of bread." Just as the leader was about to command the soldiers to drag the old man away, a soldier behind him leaned in, lowering his voice. "Chief, we've secured the coins. Let's disregard this old fool." "That cannot be. Lawbreakers must be apprehended." The leader frowned, though his tones softened somewhat. He was reluctant to complicate matters. "But the cells are already full." The soldier insisted urgently. "Just yesterday, a dozen refugees sneaked into the city and stole from a bakery. The prison refuses more, saying it is overcrowded. Capturing them would be futile, and we would be left to oversee them." The leader pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of this claim. He kicked the old man with force, smashing the empty bowl before him, and barked, "Begone! If I see you begging here again, I shall break your legs." With that, he strode off, soldiers in tow, displaying their authority. Once they had departed, Edgar hurried to assist the old man, brushing the dirt from his clothing. "Are you all right, elder? Would you like to find a place to rest? It is but a surface wound." "No matter," the old man sighed, his gaze falling upon the empty bowl, his eyes dimmed. "Yet the money has been taken, and I shall face hunger again today." A pang of sympathy surged within Edgar as he instinctively touched his pocket. Only 3 copper coins remained, insufficient even for half a loaf of rye bread, rendering him powerless to assist. He could only silently help the old man retrieve his bowl. "Old man, I heard that soldier say, begging in the city is against the law?" Edgar could not refrain from asking, his voice laden with confusion. The old man offered a wry smile, wiping the dust from his face with his sleeve. "The previous king established the cleansing city order, declaring the crown city is the visage of the kingdom, and beggars must not tarnish its dignity. Yet, they remain oblivious. The pit of vagrants outside claims lives daily. For those of us who have fled here, if we do not beg, must we await starvation?" Edgar gazed at the dust kicked up by the noble carriages in the distance, recalling Tad's account of the dilapidated militia camp in Stone Valley, and he could not help but shake his head. This king was akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Outside, the dead lay strewn across the land, and the vagrants had nearly stripped the earth bare. Could he truly be so blind? Chapter 3. The Heist. Edgar and Ted sought refuge in a secluded alleyway. Ted removed his tattered, yet still adorned with worn silver studs, chainmail, and concealed it, along with his long sword fitted with a copper guard, within a pile of dry grass nestled against the wall. This armor, once belonging to the city-state's militia, was far too conspicuous amidst the throngs of common folk. "Ted, have you truly contemplated this?" Edgar whispered, his fingertips trembling slightly with anxiety. "If we are caught by the city guards, according to the City Security Act, we shall face the gallows." His intentions were simple: to acquire some money, not for any extravagant purpose, but merely to purchase a few rye loaves and half a pound of smoked pork, to ensure that Father Thomas could have a hearty meal. If he could sustain this breath of life, perhaps the old man might endure this fever. Edgar had once been perplexed as to why the self-proclaimed prophet of the Holy Light, Lorenzo de Valerius, could amass an army of destitute refugees clad in white robes with his flawed prophecies. Now he understood entirely. People did not follow a prophet. They followed the hope of survival. Whether living or dead, one fate was inevitable. Thus, it was better to take a chance. For at least one could perish with a full belly. And here he stood, teetering on the precipice of despair himself. Ted stretched his limbs, shaking the stiffness from his arms that had resulted from prolonged hunger, and spoke in a low tone. "I, too, have not tasted a crumb of bread for 2 days. This endeavor is not solely for your sake." Edgar shook his head with a bitter smile. "You are a former Florentine militiaman. By enlisting in a mercenary camp on the outskirts of the city, you could easily find a warm meal and stave off starvation. It is not worth risking your life for me." As soon as the words left his lips, he hesitated. Ted had a means of retreat. While he was dragging him into a perilous situation, how unjust that was. Ted gazed intently at Edgar, his eyes as resolute as tempered steel. "I am young and strong. Enlisting will ensure my survival. But what of you and your father? A man of integrity must live without regret. Had you not pulled me from the tide of refugees a fortnight ago, I would have perished as carrion for the wild dogs. I must repay this kindness. This is my own choice, and I would not regret it, even if it leads to my demise." Edgar nodded gravely, refraining from further words. This bond of loyalty had already been etched into their very souls. The two quietly infiltrated the northern part of the city, an area predominantly inhabited by weavers and blacksmiths, with few nobles in sight and city patrols considerably sparser. The twilight hues were gradually engulfed by the night, and the foot traffic in the streets dwindled further. They set their sights on a middle-aged silk merchant, whose bulging leather pouch at his waist swayed gently with each step, clearly laden with coins. Just as they were about to strike in the seclusion of the alleyway, 3 individuals approached from ahead. The leader, a youth of perhaps 20 years, donned a garish crimson velvet bodysuit, cinched at the waist with a leather belt adorned with pearls. He toyed with a half-foot-long ivory scepter, striding with an air of arrogance and entitlement. Flanking him were 2 acolytes, clad in fine linen shirts and woolen cloaks, their demeanor replete with disdain for the surrounding commoners. "Young master, I have not deceived you, have I?" A sycophantic attendant stepped forward with a fawning smile, though the widow was nearing 30. Her figure and features were more alluring than those of the tavern dancers in the city. Indeed, she was somewhat older. Yet the ripe charm she exuded was the most captivating aspect. Moreover, in this northern town, where the common folk resided, no one would recognize you, my young master. It was utterly safe, and surely, your father would remain oblivious. Another attendant hastily concurred. Why mention that old man? The young man's expression darkened as he struck the first attendant on the head with his cane. He may take 3 wives and indulge in feasting at the estate every night, but what is it to me if I play with a few women? The chastised attendant clutched his head, forcing a smile, while the other one smirked from the side, as though he himself had not been struck. As they passed a roadside vegetable stall, a young woman in a coarse linen dress bent down to select some turnips. The young man's gaze suddenly fixed upon her, and he strode forward, grabbing her firmly by the rear. "Ah!" she yelped, turning to glare at him. Yet upon recognizing his opulent attire and the menacing attendants behind him, she could only bite her lip, muttering a curse under her breath before hastily retreating, her face flushed with indignation. Rather than being angered, the young man erupted into laughter, his 2 attendants joining in with malicious grins. Clearly, such bullying of commoners had become second nature to them. Edgar and Ted exchanged a glance, their eyes ablaze with anger. Outside the city, in the encampments of the destitute, people were dying from hunger and illness daily, their bodies piling up like small hills. While these debauched scions degraded virtuous women, the injustice of the world had reached such a nadir. "I will detain one of them," Edgar declared, his fists clenched, knuckles turning white. "No need," Ted sneered, his expression dripping with disdain. "These 3 useless brutes who only know how to bully others? I can take them down with a single punch each. Just watch." Edgar nodded, his tone resolute. "Then let it be them." The intersection leading from the north city to the west city was under repair, strewn with rubble, and the night had fully descended, leaving even the last few passers-by nowhere to be seen. "Young master, shall we return here tomorrow?" one attendant asked, idly kicking a stone on the ground. "No. My father is hosting a banquet at the estate tomorrow to entertain distinguished guests, so we cannot come," the young man replied, his voice tinged with impatience. Just as another attendant was about to speak, a rough hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Brother, clear the way." Before he could finish his sentence, a massive fist came crashing toward him. The blow was swift and heavy, causing the attendant to grunt in pain, his eyes rolling back as he crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud. "Ah!" The young scion and the remaining attendant turned in shock, but only managed to emit half a scream before Ted spun around, delivering a flying kick that sent the other attendant tumbling to the ground, clutching his stomach as blood streamed from his nose through his fingers. "What do you want from us?" The young scion's face turned pale, and he stumbled back, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Edgar approached slowly, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Are you foolish or simply dim-witted? Can you not deduce this?" The young master let out a shriek and turned to flee. Ted swiftly pursued, grasping him by the collar. "My father is. I don't care who your father is." Ted interrupted, delivering 2 powerful punches to his face, causing the dandy to immediately lose consciousness. Ted quickly began to search the 3 individuals. Moments later, Edgar approached, clutching a few worn Solida silver coins, perhaps 2 or 3 in number. "Did you find anything?" he asked softly as he crouched down. Ted opened his palm, revealing the spoils. Aside from an ivory scepter and a bronze jade pendant bearing a family crest, there were dozens of round coins. Edgar picked one up for a closer inspection and gasped in astonishment. This was no ordinary copper coin. It was a ducat gold coin of considerable value. Each weighed about an ounce, and together they could amount to hundreds of silver marks. In the 5 years since his arrival in this era, he had never encountered such immense wealth. "Quickly stash it away. Let us leave this place at once," Ted urged in a hushed tone, tugging at Edgar's arm. As for the ivory scepter and the bronze pendant, despite their greater worth, they bore distinct family insignias. Their origins were far too evident, and even if they attempted to sell them on the black market, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The 2 resolutely discarded them on the ground and swiftly vanished into the thick night. Chapter 4. The Princess Edgar's palm was sore from the weight of the ducat gold coins, and his mind had already conjured a lengthy shopping list: succulent smoked pork, hearty rye bread, thick wool blankets to ward off the night chill, and chamomile and thyme herbs to cure Thomas's cough. However, before he could take a step towards the market stalls, Ted suddenly grasped his arm. "If we buy too much and the sun sets soon, the city gates will close. How will the guards not inspect 2 beggars laden with packages?" Ted's voice was barely above a whisper, his gaze sweeping over Edgar's bulging garments. "You carry dozens of gold coins. If discovered, what will you say about their origin? That you stole them? Or that you found them?" Edgar froze momentarily, then broke into a cold sweat as he realized this critical oversight. In his eagerness to procure medicine for his father, he had overlooked this glaring flaw. Disgruntled, He retracted his steps, suppressing his purchasing ambitions. Ultimately, the two only managed to buy 3 pounds of smoked pork from a corner butcher, a bushel of rye from a grain merchant, and a couple of packets of the cheapest cough remedies from a herbalist stall before hurrying towards the nearest southern city gate. It had only been an hour since they had robbed the dandy. Turning the final corner, the towering stone walls of Crown City and the firmly shut oak gates loomed ahead. Yet Ted suddenly halted, swiftly pulling Edgar into the shadow of the wall. Piled nearby were several bags of moldy bran, perfectly concealing their figures. He cautiously peeked out towards the city gate, his expression darkening to an ominous degree. What is it? Edgar's heart leapt to his throat as he instinctively clutched the gold coins in his possession. The truth had been unveiled. Ted let out a bitter laugh and gestured towards the city gate. They had already alerted the authorities and sealed the entrance. Impossible. Within just an hour. How could the officials have acted with such swiftness? Edgar could scarcely believe it. In his previous life, even in a modern society, it took quite a while from reporting a crime to the arrival of the police, let alone in a medieval kingdom where communication relied on shouts. Unable to restrain himself, he peeked through a gap in the sack of wheat, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before him. The main gate of the southern city was firmly shut, the heavy oak doors barred with stout iron bars, leaving only the smaller pedestrian gates on either side. Dozens of well-dressed servants armed with wooden clubs stood guard at the small gates, and the one at the forefront, sporting a swollen face with a clear imprint of a slap upon his left cheek, glared menacingly at each person passing through, as if intent on plucking them from the crowd. It was him. Edgar recognized the individual at once. He was the scion of privilege who had been knocked down by Ted in the evening. The person they had robbed surely held a significant status. Edgar lowered his voice, his heart racing. To mobilize so many retainers in such a short span and to coordinate with the gate guards in sealing off the entrance was the act of no ordinary noble. Ted's jaw was set tight, his knuckles white from gripping the hilt of his sword, yet he feigned calmness. Just then, a flurry of urgent hoofbeats echoed from afar, thundering towards the city gate. Edgar peered once more and saw several fine steeds galloping forward, their riders clad in exquisite velvet cloaks, accompanied by dozens of attendants wielding longswords. Leading them was a youth with a white linen bandage wrapped around his head, concealing a bruised forehead, the very same dandy who had been rendered unconscious by Ted's blows earlier that evening. Edgar felt a surge of panic. If they were captured, death was certain. Stay calm. Although Ted's complexion had also paled, years of service in the militia had instilled in him a demeanor unflustered by peril. He swiftly surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on a brightly lit tavern nearby. The wooden sign above the establishment bore the inscription Oak Barrel, with 2 brass oil lamps illuminating the entrance, from which the sounds of merriment emanated. Without hesitation, he grasped Edgar's arm and hurried towards the tavern. Inside, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Despite the dinner hour having passed, the 20 or so oak tables on the ground floor remained fully occupied. Most patrons were craftsmen and merchants clad in coarse garments, raising earthenware cups to drink ale while animatedly discussing the latest happenings in the city-state. A tavern keeper, dressed in a gray apron, approached briskly, but upon noticing the dust-soaked, tattered attire of Edgar and Ted, his expression soured, and his tone turned dismissive. If you two are here to beg for scraps, I kindly suggest you return later. Once we close, any leftover rye bread will be available for you. Edgar suppressed his rising anger and produced a solid silver coin from his pocket. This is the change obtained through the exchange of ducat coins. When gently tossed into the palm, the silver coin glimmers in the air, producing a crisp sound. Are there any available seats on the second floor? The coin instantly captured the attention of the waiter, whose expression shifted from gloomy to bright. A sycophantic smile spreading across his face as he bowed and said, "We have seats." "Certainly. Please, esteemed guest, ascend to the upper floor. Allow me to guide you." He added, "Feel free to order fine wines and exquisite dishes. Should you find your funds insufficient, do not hesitate to ask me for more." Edgar let out a disdainful snort, tossing the silver coin into the waiter's hand, which landed with a heavy clink in his palm. Ignoring the waiter's obsequious demeanor, he strode directly towards the staircase. The two settled in a corner seat on the second floor, perfectly positioned to glimpse the city gate through the corridor's gap. Bathed in the dim glow of the oil lamp, they could clearly see the raucous young noble standing under the city gate, vociferously interrogating his henchmen. Spittle flying as they cowered with heads bowed, none daring to respond. The soldiers of the royal guard, witnessing his abuse of power, merely stood at a distance, intimidated by his prominent lineage, and refrained from intervening. Soon, the waiter returned with a jug of barley wine and 2 ceramic cups, placing the jug on the table before bowing and retreating. Edgar, having never tasted the wines of this era, cautiously raised a cup to his lips, only to be met with a bitter and slightly sour flavor that was hard to swallow. He set down the cup, his gaze fixed on the arrogant young noble beneath the city gate, seething with anger as he muttered, "Who on earth does this scoundrel think he is? Does he believe the crown city belongs to his family? How dare he unilaterally seal the gates and apprehend people without any consequence?" Tade took hold of the jug, poured himself a cup of barley wine, and downed it in one go before slowly shaking his head. The royal capital is indeed a gathering place for the powerful. Young nobles like him, brash and overbearing, are as numerous as the stars. Each is backed by familial influence, and even if they commit minor transgressions, their families will intervene to smooth things over. Is there truly only this one exit from the city? Can't we use another gate to leave? Edgar remained unconvinced, still preoccupied with his ailing foster father in the thatched hut outside the city. The other 3 gates had likely already been closed. Tate, who had served as a militia member at the southern gate for 6 months, was well acquainted with the city's defensive regulations. According to the Crown City's rules, all gates would close promptly at sunset, except for the southern gate, which would remain open for an extra hour to facilitate the transport of tributes. With nightfall upon them, the southern gate would soon be barred as well. Edgar leaned back in his chair, overwhelmed by despair, pondering whether they were destined to sit idly by, awaiting capture. "There's no need for panic," Tade reassured, pouring himself another cup of barley wine. The warmth of the liquid calmed his demeanor. "The Crown City is vast. Even if they intend to hunt us down, they cannot scour the entire city. Let us find a nearby inn to stay the night, and we shall devise a plan to exit at dawn. They may dare to block the gates, but they will not risk a widespread search within the city." The city-state has established regulations prohibiting nobles from privately mobilizing their retainers to hunt down commoners, an act deemed forbidden. Even the members of the council dare not transgress lightly. Upon hearing this, Edgar felt his taut nerves relax just a fraction. He nodded, lifted the clay cup, and, suppressing the bitterness of the ale, took a sip. Before long, the innkeeper approached with a tray, a plate of fragrant roasted smoked pork, a dish of boiled beans, and 2 freshly baked rye loaves. Yet, at that moment, neither of them had much appetite. They merely sipped their ale in silence, their glances occasionally drifting towards the city gate, attentive to the commotion outside. Edgar's gaze wandered over the mottled moss on the stone walls, suddenly captivated by a parchment notice adorned with dark-patterned golden edges. The cream-colored parchment was edged with delicate silver threads, and the ink, inscribed with a quill dipped in walnut ink, exhibited strokes that were vigorous yet precise. He instinctively brushed away the chaff clinging to his garment and stepped forward to read closely. The essence of the notice was as follows: Royal Decree, Princess Catherine, originally from the border town of Ashen, has been favored by the king, and is thus elevated to the status of court lady. However, her family was separated due to the ravages of war, leaving the princess often in tears, yearning for her kin. The king, moved by her profound affection, has issued this decree to be disseminated throughout towns and marketplaces. If there are any descendants of the Catherine family from Ashen, they are urged to come forth for recognition. The king shall reward them with gold coins and land. Edgar stood frozen in place, his fingertips turning pale from gripping the edge of his garment with intensity. As memories of his father's stories about their family history flooded his mind. "We have lived for generations in Ashen, subsisting on 3 acres of wheat fields and a single dairy cow. In your great-grandfather's time, the village was peaceful, and though we were not wealthy, we could feed the children with rye bread. However, by your grandfather's generation, the tax collectors from Veranria came thrice a year, each time demanding more. Then a hailstorm ravaged the fields, and our cattle fell ill. To gather the funds for taxes, your grandfather was forced to sell the wheat fields to the Lord Steward, ultimately mortgaging even our ancestral cottage. Your grandfather had 7 children, and I am the 3rd. I have an elder sister named Catherine, 2 years my senior, with hair as golden as honey and eyes as bright as mountain spring water. When she turned 15, the Lord's son passed through the village and declared she resembled an angel, wanting to take her back to the castle as a maid. Thereafter, she vanished without a trace." Edgar lifted his gaze to the words Princess Catherine of Ashen on the notice, his heart racing, as if it might burst forth from his chest. Could it be that the beloved princess favored by the king was indeed the long-lost elder sister his father, Thomas, had spoken of throughout his life? Chapter 5. Exiting the city, Edgar's gaze remained fixed upon the gilded parchment notice on the tavern wall, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against the contours of a few ducat coins concealed at his waist. The inscription Princess Catherine of Ashen burned in his mind like a searing brand, igniting a tumult of thoughts. A singular notion struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could this favored princess truly be his father Thomas's long-lost sister? He immediately shook his head with a self-deprecating smile, raised the ceramic cup, and took a sip of the bitter ale, its harsh taste extinguishing any fleeting illusions of grandeur. His father once remarked that Ashen Town was a significant settlement on the edge of the plateau, where nearly 9 out of 10 inhabitants bore the surname Ashen. Could the princess truly be his aunt? The probability of such a connection was slimmer than finding a ducat coin amidst a crowd of refugees. What chilled him further was the bold line written in walnut ink at the end of the notice. As if etched with a cold blade, those who dare to falsely claim noble kin shall be summarily executed in the Crown City Square, displayed for 3 days. This menacing warning doused his faint hopes of rekindling familial ties like a bucket of ice water. Clenching his fists, he turned and walked back to his seat in the corner of the second floor. Ted was gazing toward the city gate. Upon seeing him return, he raised an eyebrow and scoffed. This notice is plastered all over the city. Every town and market in the 3 plateau provinces is filled with them. After all, Princess Catherine hails from Ashen Town, and the royal family must seek out her relatives, making it common knowledge. How come I never saw this while I was in the refugee camp outside the city? Edgar took his seat, his gaze still drawn to the window. The household servants at the city gate seemed to have diminished. Your refugee camp is 3 miles from the city. Royal proclamations are only posted where there are guards, not in the places where the destitute gather. Ted's eyes suddenly brightened as he pointed toward the city gate. They are leaving. Edgar immediately leaned out to follow his gaze. The group of servants blocking the south gate had indeed begun to gather their wooden staffs and were departing in small clusters toward the eastern side of the city, clearly intending to withdraw. Why the sudden retreat? He frowned in confusion. Just moments ago, that raucous young noble had been adamant about closing the gates and apprehending people. Yet within a mere quarter of an hour, he had changed his mind. A few riders clad in silver armor had entered the city and exchanged a few words with them at the gate. Ted's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. Recognizing the royal insignia on the cavalry's armor, they must have been officers from the royal guard, commanding them not to unlawfully use the household servants to seal the gates. Moments later, the young noble, his head wrapped in linen, mounted his horse, scolded the servants briefly, and then galloped off toward the eastern noble estates, while the remaining servants retreated like a receding tide, restoring the gate to its usual order. Quick, have the innkeeper pack our meals. We must leave the city now. Edgar suddenly sprang to his feet, the chair screeching against the floor, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. Calm down, let us wait a moment, Ted said, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. Robbing noble youths is a capital offense. We cannot afford to be careless. Everyone has left. What are we waiting for? What if they return? Edgar stamped his foot in frustration, his mind filled with thoughts of his ailing father in the thatch-roofed hut outside the city. Every moment of delay meant greater danger for Thomas. We are guarding against them returning unexpectedly, Ted murmured, indicating the dark alleys on either side of the gate. These noble youths hold grudges. They might be lurking in the shadows, ready to strike as soon as we reveal ourselves. Though Edgar was consumed with anxiety, he acknowledged the validity of Ted's words and managed to suppress his emotions. He watched as Ted summoned the tavern keeper to package the remaining smoked pork and rye bread into a coarse cloth bag. The two sat in silence, their gazes fixed intently on the city gate, their thirst for ale forgotten. As the minutes slowly passed, no unusual commotion arose from the gate, and the guards began to push the heavy oak door, clearly preparing to close it as per regulations. Just then, a group of 7 or 8 merchants clad in coarse coats hurriedly approached the gate, driving 2 carts laden with wool, calling out incessantly, "Wait! We are traders from the outskirts. We have missed our time." Clearly, they were vendors racing to enter the city just before closing. "Come on," Ted suddenly exclaimed, pulling Edgar by the arm and hastening towards the stairs. As they burst out of the tavern, they spotted a burly man standing by the roadside, organizing the ropes of his cart. Ted halted, approached the man with a respectful gesture, and inquired politely, "Good sir, is it still safe outside the city? We need to return to the refugee camp and fear encountering bandits." "You come from the refugee camp?" The man scrutinized them, and seeing their tattered clothing yet noting their bundles, he chuckled and shook his head. "Once outside, just steer clear of the woods on the west side of the camp. There are occasionally bandits lurking there. We just returned from that direction, and aside from a few beggars, we did not see any trouble. Thank you for the warning." Ted expressed his gratitude again and turned to lead Edgar towards the city gate. Suddenly, the man called out to them, pointing at Edgar's empty hands. As night falls and the path grows perilous, wild dogs often roam outside. It would be wise to find a stick or a stone to serve as a weapon. Ted nodded appreciatively, and together they quickened their pace toward the city gate. At that moment, the gate was reduced to a narrow opening, and the guards were impatiently urging the last merchants to enter the city. "My lord, we are from the refugee camp outside. We have come to buy some food. Please, allow us to pass," Ted shouted as he ran. Seeing that the two carried only a small bundle and did not resemble troublemaking refugees, the guards waved them off dismissively. "Hurry, don't delay us from closing the gate." The two squeezed through the narrow opening and, once outside, could not help but burst into laughter. The heavy weight that had pressed upon their hearts finally lifted. "Ted, once we settle father back at the refugee camp, I shall use those ducat coins to buy you a new suit of chainmail and a longsword with brass fittings." Edgar excitedly patted Ted on the shoulder. The old chainmail he had hidden in the pile of dry grass had been too conspicuous, and he had to part with it to enter the city unimpeded. He had not forgotten this matter. Ted laughed heartily, giving him a pat on the back. "With those few ducat coins, we could easily open a small blacksmith shop on the outskirts. Who would still want to serve as militia and fight?" "Exactly. Once father recovers, we shall leave the refugee camp, find a quaint town to establish our blacksmith shop, and no longer endure this life of perpetual wandering," Edgar declared, thumping his chest with determination. The several ducat coins were securely hidden within his coarse linen undergarments, their weight providing him with an unparalleled sense of security. They disregarded the burly man's suggestion to take a detour and instead followed the familiar path directly towards the refugee camp. Thomas awaited their return with food and herbs, and time was of the essence. However, as the two men reached a bend on the hillside 2 miles away, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly erupted from the nearby woods. In an instant, several magnificent steeds burst forth, their riders donned in gleaming silver plate armor, adorned with helmets featuring red plumes, sharp swords at their waists, and spears pointed menacingly towards the ground, effectively blocking their path. Edgar and Ted froze in place, their blood seemingly congealed in their veins. The armor bore the insignia of the royal guard. How could they possibly appear in this desolate wilderness at such an hour? Ted forced himself to remain calm, slowly raising his hands in a gesture of peace, and in as serene a tone as he could muster, he inquired, "Gentlemen, we are merely civilians returning to the refugee camp. We do not understand why our path has been obstructed." "Halt! You shall not take another step," the leading cavalryman commanded coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. At that moment, a dozen more riders emerged from the woods. At the forefront, a youth with skin as pale as snow and features as refined as those of a young nobleman, walking alongside an officer clad in black armor. Beside this officer knelt a bruised and battered young man, his head bowed in subservience, none other than the pampered sycophant whom Ted had bested earlier that evening. Edgar's heart plummeted to the depths, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. They had indeed fallen into a trap. 2 torches were lit by the cavalry, their flickering flames illuminating Edgar and Ted's faces. "It is them," the sycophant shrieked, pointing at the two, his voice brimming with vindictive glee. "General, these 2 scoundrels attacked my young master and robbed him of his purse." The officer in black armor let out a derisive laugh, gesturing for the cavalry to disperse the few detained refugees nearby. These unfortunate souls, who had merely been passing through, were now granted release and, as if liberated from a great burden, scrambled towards the refugee camp. "You wretched scoundrels! How dare you harm my young master and attempt to flee with stolen goods?" The sycophant rushed to Edgar's side, spitting at his feet, his face twisted in triumphant mockery. "Now you know fear, do you? It's too late." Chapter 6. Desperate reunion. At that moment, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from behind, clattering against the gravel path. Moments later, the young dandy Philip d'Orleans, his head wrapped in linen, arrived at a gallop, accompanied by a dozen retainers wielding wooden clubs that glinted ominously in the torchlight. He reined in his horse, his cold gaze sweeping over Edgar and Ted, who lay prostrate on the ground. Dismounting swiftly, he approached the black-armored officer with a bow, smiling as he said, "Captain Marlin, your astuteness is indeed remarkable. A mere ruse of feigned withdrawal has lured these audacious thieves into the open. Today, we owe our success to your assistance. You insolent brat! How dare you lay hands upon my young master? You must be tired of living." Philip turned around, his teeth clenched, glaring at Edgar with a fury that seemed poised to consume him. Raised in the opulence of the Orleans family's castle, surrounded by throngs of servants, he had never endured the humiliation of being knocked unconscious by a mere punch. At that moment, his rage had ignited his eyes to a fiery red. "Strike me, beat me to death. I shall bear the consequences." With a commanding shout, Philip summoned 7 or 8 servants who immediately charged forward, brandishing wooden clubs. Seeing this, Ted quickly shielded his head and chest with his arms, silently enduring the blows as they fell upon him, producing dull thuds. Edgar, too, gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, resolutely biting his lip to stifle any cries for mercy. Yet the more they remained silent, the more vicious the servants became, targeting ribs and knees with deliberate intent to inflict grave injury. Moments later, both Edgar and Ted were bloodied, their tattered garments soaked in crimson, writhing on the ground in agony. Every movement sent sharp pangs through their wounds. The royal guard surrounding them observed coldly, offering no intervention. To them, the lives of commoners were as inconsequential as ants. It was only natural for noble science to discipline a few vagrants. Among the onlookers was a delicate youth of 13 or 14, his skin as pale as snow. He furrowed his brow slightly and spoke softly to Captain Marlin beside him. Even if the populace has transgressed, their fates should be determined by the municipal court. To kill them here will only lead to complications for the royal legal department in the future. The speaker, unaware of the weight of his words, caught the attention of Captain Marlin, who felt a sudden chill. He was acutely aware that Philip's father was the royal legal officer of the kingdom, presiding over local criminal matters. The death of a few commoners within his jurisdiction was indeed a trivial affair, easily dismissed under the guise of resisting arrest. Yet this youth was no ordinary noble. He was Leonardo, the most trusted attendant of Princess Catherine, revered by her and treated with courtesy even by the king. Should this incident reach the palace and stir the ire of Lady Catherine, or worse, alert the king, it would spell disaster. Cursing himself for neglecting to consider the youth's perspective, he hastily rode forward and commanded, "Cease at once. Whoever dares to strike again will face charges of insubordination." Upon hearing the term insubordination, the servants froze in fear, retreating a few steps and glancing at Philip for further instructions. Philip frowned, his dissatisfaction evident as he looked at Captain Marlin. "What is the meaning of this, Captain? Do you intend to defend these two scoundrels?" "Young Master Philip," Captain Marlin dismounted, his expression grave. "Even if they are guilty, they should be escorted to the municipal court, where a judge can pass judgment according to the law. If you were to kill them here, it would give the impression that we, the royal guards, condone noble acts of private punishment. What kind of order would that establish?" Philip narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Though he was brash, he understood the importance of maintaining the royal guard's dignity, and Marlin's reasoning was indeed sound. Ultimately, he suppressed his fury, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes, and remarked, "The captain speaks wisely. It was indeed my momentary impulsiveness. Let us first take them to court, allowing the judge to properly examine their case." He cast a furtive glance at the two individuals on the ground. Ted had succumbed to unconsciousness, his breath faint, while Edgar, bloodied and barely conscious, appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Philip crouched down, nudging Edgar's arm with his toe, and then slapped his face, his voice cold and serpentine. "Do not think that entering the courtroom guarantees your safety. My father is the royal legal officer of the kingdom, wielding authority over the penal system. You shall soon experience the Iron Maiden's embrace, and learn the consequences of provoking the Orleans family." With that, he rose and commanded the servants to bind the two with ropes. He then turned to Captain Marlin. Bowing slightly, "I am grateful for your assistance today, Captain. I shall host a banquet at the finest wine tavern in the city to make amends." Captain Marlin nodded subtly, but his gaze drifted toward Leonardo, and he murmured, "These two lack identification and may pose a threat. It would be prudent for me to escort them to the authorities to prevent any mishaps." Only then did Philip notice Leonardo. The young man was clad in a finely tailored silk coat, adorned with a silver token bearing the royal crest at his waist, immediately signaling his distinguished status. Realization dawned upon Philip, and he quickly bowed, his tone shifting to one of respect. "I did not recognize you as a court noble. I humbly beg your pardon." Captain Marlin quietly interjected, "This is Leonardo, a trusted attendant of Princess Catherine, sent on royal business beyond the city." Leonardo smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively. "Ah, the son of the royal legal officer. No offense taken. It is common for youth to act impulsively." Philip nodded eagerly, though internally relieved. Thankfully, no lives had been lost in the scuffle, had he truly offended someone close to the princess. Even his father's status as the royal legal officer would not guarantee the Orleans family's safety. "Rest assured, Captain, I shall ensure these two are delivered safely to the municipal court, sparing you and the noble any inconvenience," he assured. Edgar lay on the ground, his consciousness fading, the pain coursing through his body nearly overwhelming him. He bit down on his lip, the metallic taste of blood rousing his senses just enough to cling to a semblance of clarity. As he observed the royal guard's cavalry prepare to depart, Philip's venomous words replayed in his mind, sending a chill through him. Once incarcerated in the municipal court, with the Orleans family's influence over the penal system, both he and Ted would undoubtedly be charged with the heinous crime of assaulting a noble and robbery. At that point, survival would be a distant hope, and the prospect of a swift death would be a luxury. as medieval tortures loomed ominously in his imagination. In that moment of despair, a recollection surged forth. He remembered the parchment he had seen on the tavern wall. Princess Catherine was seeking kin from Ashen Town. This was his sole glimmer of hope. My aunt is Princess Catherine of the court. Do you dare to kill me? Edgar, summoning every ounce of his strength, let out a howl that echoed like a broken gong, yet in the stillness of the night, it pierced the silence, shattering the tranquility surrounding him. Upon hearing his words, Philip could not suppress a laugh, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. This lad must have lost his wits. How dare he claim to be a noble relative? It seems you are desperate to cling to life. I speak the truth. I am not lying. Edgar struggled to rise, but the servants held him down firmly. He could only shout, I have come to Crown City to reunite with my aunt, Princess Catherine. Were it not for the need to procure medicine for my gravely ill father, I would not be here. This is absurd. Philip scoffed, interrupting him. If you truly are a noble relative seeking reunion, why would you attempt to rob the Orleans family? This is clearly a fabrication. In his despair, Edgar's mind flashed back to his father's words from the past, and he cried out in a frenzy. My father once told me that when my aunt left home, she asked a neighbor for herbal juice to wash her hair, and she requested a bag of dried fruit from my mother to stave off hunger. Before departing, she cut a lock of her golden hair, hiding it in a cloth pouch, saying it was a keepsake for the family as she tearfully followed the Lord. These details, known only to the princess's kin, left no doubt of their authenticity. Philip regarded him as a madman, letting out a derisive snort and preparing to order the servants to take the two away. Yet the handsome youth, Leonardo, suddenly trembled, halting in his tracks. He had heard those words before. Just months prior, while sorting through old belongings in the palace's dressing room, Princess Catherine had reminisced, speaking tearfully into the mirror. When I left Ashen Town, my younger siblings were still small. They went to great lengths to find herbal juice for my hair. And my mother, fearing I would go hungry, stuffed a bag of dried fruit into my pack. Before I left, I cut a lock of my hair for my mother to keep, saying that when I returned, I would use it to prove my identity. It has been decades since then. Edgar's account, though slightly varied in phrasing, echoed her recollections with striking fidelity, particularly the details of the herbal juice, dried fruit, and the lock of golden hair, intimate memories no outsider could possibly know. Leonardo abruptly tightened the reins of his horse, dismounted, and hurried to Edgar, crouching before him and disregarding the blood on his face. Repeat to me the details you spoke of regarding your aunt's departure. Not a single word must be omitted. Gasping and struggling against excruciating pain, Edgar meticulously recounted every detail his father had shared, including the color of his aunt's coarse dress and the season of her departure. This time, Leonardo listened intently, waves of realization crashing within him. If this youth truly was the long-lost nephew of Princess Catherine, then he would not only fulfill the princess's wishes, but also achieve a monumental feat for the royal family. Captain Marlin, noticing Leonardo's agitation, approached with curiosity. Leonardo, what is the matter? Is it possible that this boy speaks the truth? Leonardo's eyes shimmered with excitement as he rose to his feet and solemnly declared, this individual may indeed be the long-lost relative of Princess Catherine. This matter is of utmost significance. I must personally escort him back to the palace for the princess to identify. Captain Marlin furrowed his brow and shook his head, responding, over the years, countless individuals have falsely claimed to be noble kin, primarily to deceive for wealth and titles. How can we place our trust in mere words? Should we err in this matter and offend the princess, the consequences would be dire. Leonardo's expression darkened, and his tone turned icy, laced with a hint of intimidation. Captain Marlin, do you wish for me to report to Princess Catherine that her long-sought kin perished under our watch, either brutally slain before our eyes or subjected to torturous interrogation? When she inquires, will you be prepared to shoulder that responsibility? Upon hearing this, Captain Marlin inhaled sharply. He was acutely aware of Princess Catherine's esteemed position in the king's heart. If his hesitation were to result in misfortune befalling the princess's kin, he would not only lose his rank as a cavalry captain, but perhaps his very life as well. Resolving to act decisively, he immediately commanded the cavalryman nearby, seize him. Handle him with care as you assist him onto a horse. There must be no mistakes. Are you truly believing his nonsensical claims? Philip stood by, utterly astonished, witnessing the unfolding events. He had not anticipated that a few words from a commoner could compel the royal guards to act against their own will. Ignoring Philip, Captain Marlin directed the cavalry to wrest Edgar and Ted from the hands of the servants, carefully helping them onto the spare horses. Subsequently, he bowed to Leonardo, stating, rest assured, I shall safely escort them to the palace. Leonardo nodded, mounted his horse, and swiftly set off towards Crown City, followed closely by Captain Marlin and his cavalry, who safeguarded the horses carrying Edgar and Ted. Leaning against the shoulder of a cavalryman, Edgar felt the rush of wind beside him, and the excruciating pain that had gripped him seemed to lessen slightly. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. For now, his life was spared. As for what lay ahead, whether Aunt Princess Catherine would recognize him, or if the Orleans family would seek revenge, he had neither the strength nor the will to contemplate. His consciousness began to fade once more, and Edgar succumbed to darkness, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 7. Awakening soft whispers reached Edgar's ears as he slowly opened his eyes. He moved his fingers, and a wave of soreness engulfed him, especially in his head, which felt as if it had been seared by a red-hot iron. The sharp pain made him gasp involuntarily. He recalled the night he was besieged by Philip's servants, and a chill coursed through him. Had it not been for Leonardo's timely intervention, he would likely have become a lifeless body on the roadside. "You are awake." A clear voice broke the silence of the room. Edgar struggled to turn his head and found standing beside his bed the fair-skinned, exquisitely featured youth, Leonardo, Princess Catherine's personal attendant. He struggled to sit up, and Leonardo hurriedly stepped forward to support him, offering a cup of warm water. Edgar accepted the cup and took small sips, finally alleviating his parched throat. His voice, though hoarse, was sincere. "Had it not been for your timely intervention that day, I fear I would have perished. This kindness, I, Edgar, shall forever remember, and if fortune permits, I will surely repay it." Upon hearing this, Leonardo's face lit up with a joyful smile, and he quickly bowed in respect. His manner was even more reverent than before. "Your words are too kind, my lord. It is my duty to assist, and it is an honor to reunite the princess with her long-lost kin. I only regret not recognizing your identity sooner, which allowed those scoundrels to act so brazenly and caused you such distress." Edgar was taken aback, his brow slightly furrowed. "My lord?" Why had Leonardo suddenly adopted such a respectful tone? This was in stark contrast to his previous demeanor outside the city. "You have been in a deep slumber for 3 whole days, and there are many matters you are likely unaware of." Leonardo was about to elaborate when a familiar sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of a cane. Tad limped into the room, his left arm still bound with cloth, and the bruises on his face had yet to fully fade, but his eyes sparkled with joy. Seeing Edgar awake, he quickly approached and exclaimed, "You've finally awakened. If you hadn't, Princess Catherine would have sent someone to carry you directly to the palace." Edgar looked at Tad. Confusion etched on his face. "Brother Tad, what on earth has transpired? I remember we lost consciousness after being rescued by Leonardo. How did we become entangled with the princess? You've truly struck gold this time." Tad grinned, unable to hide his envy, and patted Edgar Ash's shoulder. "Your aunt is none other than Princess Catherine herself." He then sat on the edge of the bed and recounted the events of the past 3 days in detail. After being knocked unconscious outside the city that night, Leonardo had temporarily placed them at the royal guest house and immediately summoned the best physicians in the city for their care. The doctors assessed their injuries and assured him that they were merely superficial and not life-threatening, which relieved Leonardo greatly. Once the physicians had tended to their wounds, Leonardo rushed back to the palace that very night. The next morning, he reported to Princess Catherine all the details Edgar had mentioned regarding the herbal wash, the dried fruits, and the cutting of the golden hair to be concealed in the cloth pouch. For years, Princess Catherine had been searching for kin from Ashentown, only to be deceived by impostors time and again, leaving her disheartened. Eventually, she had entrusted the interrogation of anyone claiming to be her family to her servants and had ceased to confront them herself. However, the particulars mentioned by Leonardo were intimate details from when she had departed Ashentown, bidding farewell to her younger brother, Thomas. Those memories were known only to her and her family, with no outsiders privy to them. Upon hearing these words, Princess Catherine immediately rose from her seat, her eyes filled with excitement and disbelief. She promptly ordered Leonardo, bearing the royal insignia, to go to the royal guest house and bring the individuals to the palace at once. When Leonardo hurried back to the inn, Edgar remained in a state of unconsciousness, unresponsive to any calls. Leonardo was in a state of anxiety, yet it was Ted who awoke first. Upon learning of Leonardo's purpose, Ted exclaimed that Edgar's father, Thomas, was in the refugee camp just outside the city, and he surely held more information regarding the princess. Leonardo seized this revelation with great enthusiasm, immediately instructing his men to assist the less severely injured Ted, accompanied by several royal guards, to venture out of the city in search of Thomas. At that time, though Thomas had become frail from prolonged hunger and illness, his mind was still relatively clear. The guards carried him into the palace on a stretcher. When Princess Catherine first laid eyes on Thomas, she was taken aback by his emaciated form, resembling little more than a skeleton, and for a moment, she struggled to recognize him. However, upon seeing Princess Catherine, Thomas instantly recognized her, bursting into tears. "Sister, do you remember me? I was called Little Potato when I was young. This scar on my back was from that summer we played in the haystack, when you accidentally cut me with the sickle." As he wept, he trembled and pulled aside his coarse garment, revealing an old scar the width of a finger near his shoulder. Though faded, its shape from years past remained discernible. Princess Catherine continued to ask him about shared family memories that only they would know, such as their mother's favorite wildflower being the cornflower, and how their father had gifted her a wooden carved rabbit for her 10th birthday. Thomas answered each question flawlessly, without a hint of error. It was then that Princess Catherine was utterly convinced that this frail man before her was indeed her long-lost brother. Overcome with emotion, she rushed forward to embrace Thomas, tears streaming down her face like pearls on a broken string, her sobs rendering her speechless. Edgar, seated on the bed, listened in astonishment, as if he were hearing a tale from a distant realm. The night he was on the brink of death outside the city, he had merely shouted out desperate memories of his father, hoping to save his own life, never imagining that those memories were indeed true. His aunt, who had existed solely in his father's recollections, was none other than the beloved Princess Catherine of the court. "My lord, now that you have awakened, please accompany me to the palace at once. Princess Catherine has been concerned about you these past few days, sending inquiries about your condition almost daily," Leonardo gently reminded him, his tone still respectful. It was only then that Edgar regained his senses and hurriedly asked, "How is my father? Is he still in the palace?" "Mr. Thomas is receiving treatment in the royal palace. The king has specially dispatched 2 court physicians to attend to him, providing nourishing broths and food. Rest assured, his health has improved significantly," Leonardo promptly replied. Edgar threw aside the covers and rose from the bed. Leonardo had already prepared a brand new linen robe for him, adorned with exquisite embroidered patterns at the collar and cuffs. The fabric was soft and smooth, a stark contrast to the tattered coarse garment he had worn before. Leonardo stepped forward to respectfully fasten his belt and adjust his collar. Edgar turned to Ted and inquired, "Brother Ted, would you care to accompany me to the palace? It would allow the royal physician to examine your injuries once more." Ted offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Do you think the palace is just any place? A tavern where one can enter at will?" As a man of humble origins, having the opportunity to recuperate in the royal guest house is already a tremendous favor. How could I dare to intrude upon the palace? Upon hearing this, Edgar became acutely aware of the shift in his own status, realizing he could no longer act with the same carefree abandon as before. He couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle. The abrupt change in his circumstances left him momentarily disoriented. After changing into proper attire, Edgar exchanged a few words of encouragement with Ted, advising him to focus on his recovery and to communicate any needs to the guest house staff. He then followed Leonardo towards the direction of the palace. Just before departing, Ted suddenly called out to him, a hint of anxiety lacing his voice. "Edgar, once you settle in at the palace, will you still come to find me?" Edgar turned back, meeting Ted's gaze filled with concern, and nodded earnestly. "Of course. You are my elder brother. How could I forget you? Rest assured, I will visit you as soon as I am settled." He then turned to Leonardo, speaking earnestly. "I have a few friends, Lime and Colin, who are currently suffering in the refugee camp outside the city. Could I trouble you to arrange for their safe passage and proper accommodation?" Leonardo promptly nodded, his face devoid of hesitation. "Rest assured, my lord, this is a trivial matter. I shall arrange it immediately." With that, he summoned an official waiting outside the guest house, whispering instructions to him. The official bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly departed. The royal guest house was not far from the palace. After a leisurely 15-minute walk, they beheld the towering stone walls of the palace. Above the walls fluttered the royal banner adorned with golden irises, while several palace guards clad in silver armor stood at the gate, their expressions solemn and their eyes scanning every individual entering and exiting the palace. As Edgar followed Leonardo through the majestic palace gates and entered the palace grounds, he could not help but pause, gazing around in awe. The soaring spires pierced the heavens, intricately carved stone corridors adorned with exquisite vine motifs and saintly reliefs. The stained glass windows reflected a kaleidoscope of colors in the morning light, and the air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of roses and rosemary. All of this left him utterly astonished, making him feel as insignificant as a speck of dust. He looked around in wonder, his eyes filled with curiosity. In his previous life in modern society, he had seen photographs of the Forbidden City but had never had the chance to visit in person. The palace before him, though lacking the opulent glazed tiles of Eastern palaces, possessed a unique Gothic solemnity, with bronze door rings bearing the griffin emblem and rose windows depicting scenes of saintly martyrdom, exuding a sense of sanctity amidst the grandeur. As they walked along the stone path within the palace grounds, they encountered only a few monks in gray robes and attendants wielding brooms, tidying the courtyard, yet they did not catch sight of the princess, the prince, or any other nobles. Edgar, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Leonardo, why does this grand palace appear so deserted?" Leonardo chuckled softly and elucidated, "My lord, it is true that the court of His Majesty is not as lavish as it was during the reign of the former king. Nevertheless, there are still hundreds of noble ladies and courtiers, with attendants numbering over 1,000. It is merely the early dawn. The aristocrats are either resting in their chambers or preparing for their morning meal, thus they are not wandering about." Edgar nodded and gazed up at the sky, where the faint light of dawn was beginning to illuminate the horizon. The palace was indeed vast, and after nearly an hour of walking, Edgar, already injured, appeared pale. With beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his garments dampened by perspiration, and his steps growing unsteady. At last, Leonardo halted and pointed towards an exquisitely ornate palace in the distance, saying, "My lord, ahead lies the Rose Palace, the residence of Princess Catherine." Leonardo instructed Edgar to wait under the colonnade outside the palace while he briskly approached the entrance, softly calling out the name of a maidservant within. According to palace protocol, male attendants were not permitted to enter the princess's private quarters unaccompanied. Moments later, a young maid in a pale blue gown emerged from the hall. Leonardo stepped forward and whispered a few words into her ear. The maid lifted her gaze to Edgar, appraised him briefly, and then hurried back inside to convey the message. Standing beneath the colonnade, Edgar felt a slight sweat on his palms, his heart racing with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. He was uncertain of what kind of person his long-lost aunt would be. Chapter 8. Meeting the princess. As Edgar stood mere steps away from meeting the aunt he had never encountered, perspiration began to bead on his palms. He had never had any interaction with Princess Catherine. The notion of familial ties felt hollow, merely a connection of blood. Moreover, one was the son of a serf, while the other belonged to royal lineage, their statuses worlds apart. He had no idea how to address her, his mind swirling with apprehension. "Leonardo, where is my father now? I wish to see him first." Edgar grasped the sleeve of the attendant beside him, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Faced with the lofty presence of the princess, he felt utterly at a loss. Only the image of his father, Thomas, provided him a semblance of comfort. Leonardo pondered for a moment and replied, "Princess Catherine has just risen. She will require half an hour for her grooming and adornment. Taking you to see Thomas now will both soothe your spirits and not delay your audience." He promptly bowed and added, "Mr. Thomas is awaiting you in the West Wing. I shall escort you there." Thomas had awakened at the break of dawn, a habit formed over 20 years of being a tenant farmer. In the lord's estate of Ashentown, he had to rise early each day to harvest wheat, tend to cattle, and repair barns, with tasks so numerous they were beyond counting. If he did not rise before dawn, he risked not only missing out on that day's sustenance, but also facing the overseer's whip. Although he now resides within the palace, free from the struggles of daily survival, his bodily instincts remain unchanged. In the chamber at this moment, 3 court servants bustle around him. One carefully holds a neatly folded linen shirt and a woolen cloak, gently fastening it with a silver clasp. Another presents a brass tray bearing warm sheep's milk, rye bread sprinkled with sesame, and a small dish of honeyed apple slices. The youngest servant kneels on the floor, dusting off the grime from his leather boots. Such a life was once beyond Thomas's wildest dreams. In the manor, he had not even dared to taste a morsel of honeyed fruit, yet now he partakes of it with ease, as if in a dream. Thomas approached the oak dining table, instinctively reaching for the bread. However, the elderly servant beside him suddenly bent low in alarm, his voice tinged with reverence. "Sir, how could you serve yourself? Merely gesture with your finger, and I shall slice it for you and present it to you." Taken aback, Thomas chuckled ruefully and waved his hand. "Your attentiveness makes me feel quite uncomfortable. I cannot even swallow my food. Allow me to serve myself. It is more agreeable that way." The elderly servant, not daring to oppose, nodded hurriedly and stepped back 2 paces, standing with hands at his sides, his gaze fixed on Thomas, ready to assist at a moment's notice. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open and Edgar strode in. Upon seeing his father seated at the dining table, his eyes instantly reddened. Though the father and son had been apart for merely 3 days, they had endured a harrowing ordeal, making their reunion feel like a span of years. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Edgar rushed forward, grasping Thomas's shoulders, burying his face in the woolen cloak and choking back tears in a hushed voice. The surrounding servants, witnessing this scene for the first time, turned pale with shock. In the strictly governed palace, such behavior had never been witnessed. Only when Leonardo entered and cast a knowing glance at them did the servants realize this youth was none other than the nephew of Princess Catherine, thus exempt from the usual decorum of attendance. Thomas gently stroked his son's head, and once Edgar's emotions had calmed somewhat, he pulled him to sit beside him. His gaze swept over the bandage on Edgar's forehead and the bruises lingering on his cheek, and Thomas's expression darkened immediately. In a low voice, he admonished, "Leonardo has informed me of your actions. What madness possessed you to rob the young master of the Orleans family? Do you not realize that such an act is punishable by death? Were it not for Her Highness the Princess, you would have already been taken to the square for execution." Edgar lifted his head, a bittersweet smile playing on his lips. At that time, you were on the brink of death, having gone 3 days without food or drink. Should I have merely watched you starve? Moreover, if it were not for this incident, how could we have found our aunt? How could we have taken refuge in the palace? Thomas sighed heavily, his fingers lightly tapping the table. You were so obedient as a child. Ever since you fell gravely ill at the age of 8, your disposition changed. You began to speak of fantastical things, like iron steeds racing faster than stone towers reaching the heavens. I had hoped that you had finally returned to normalcy over the past 2 years, yet here you are, embroiled in such a grave misfortune. Edgar remained silent. He could never share with his father that the Edgar of today was no longer the child of yore, but rather the soul from a different realm known as Litai. This secret must remain forever buried deep within his heart. Even if he were to speak of it, his father would merely dismiss it as nonsensical ramblings. After 3 days of slumber, Edgar was so famished that his stomach pressed against his back. Upon seeing the ready breakfast laid out before him, he disregarded all decorum, seizing a wooden spoon to gulp down the sheep's milk, followed by hearty bites of rye bread. Thomas, observing with paternal affection, occasionally used a silver fork to gently transfer honey pear slices and soft cheese from the dish to Edgar's earthen plate. Though modest in quantity, comprising perhaps 7 or 8 items, the fare was unlike anything Edgar had ever encountered. Spiced bread, sweet and tangy preserved fruits, and meltingly soft cheese, delicacies reserved for the lord of the manor, now presented before him, nearly causing him to bite his own tongue. Once sated, Edgar instinctively lifted his sleeve to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth. This scene left the surrounding servants utterly astonished, their mouths agape as they lowered their heads to conceal their smiles. "Why are you all here? I could use your help," came a crisp female voice. A young maid, clad in a light blue linen dress adorned with exquisite white lily embroidery, hurried in, clearly one of the princess's personal attendants. Upon spotting Edgar and his father, she promptly announced, "Her Highness the Princess is ready and awaiting your presence. Please follow me." Edgar rose, instinctively supporting Thomas's arm, concern etched across his face as he inquired, "Father, have you fared better during your time in the palace? Are you still coughing?" "Age does slow the recovery," Thomas replied slowly, rising with some difficulty. "However, the royal physician has assured me that my ailments stem from prolonged hunger and insufficient vitality. With nourishing broth and a few hearty meals, I shall regain my strength in due time." Edgar chuckled softly, patting the back of his father's hand. "Father, you are but 37, not yet 40. Please refrain from speaking as if you were a man of 60 or 70. With his father by his side, Edgar felt much of his anxiety dissipate. Along their journey, he regaled Thomas with tales of the palace, the towering spires, the stained glass windows, the gentle white horses, his enthusiasm palpable. Thomas listened intently, nodding occasionally, his eyes reflecting pride and joy. Following the maid through several corridors, they finally arrived at the entrance to Princess Catherine's chambers. The door was crafted from solid oak, intricately carved with golden iris motifs, and the brass handle was heavy, exuding an air of authority. The maid gently pushed the door open and announced, "Your Highness, Mr. Thomas and young Master Edgar have arrived." Edgar and Thomas exchanged a glance, immediately kneeling on one knee, bowing their heads in respect, a formality taught to them by Leonardo for such occasions. Edgar cautiously raised his gaze slightly, stealing a glance at Princess Catherine, who sat gracefully in a nearby cushioned seat, only to be momentarily struck dumb by her presence. "Father once remarked that Aunt Catherine is 2 years his senior and should be 39 this year. However, the woman before me, clad in a deep red velvet gown that cascades to the ground, embellished with golden floral embroidery, adorned with a pearl necklace, and her raven hair elegantly bound with a silver crown trailing down to her waist, possesses an aura of timeless beauty. Her demeanor is dignified, her complexion as fair as ivory, and her eyes reflect a gentle smile, making her appear no more than in her early 30s. a stark contrast to the women in the refugee camp, whose faces are already etched with the lines of age by their 30s. Being family, there is no need for excessive formality. Thomas, do rise. Aunt Catherine's voice is gentle, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. She gestures slightly, and the two handmaidens beside her promptly step forward to assist in lifting the father and son. Her gaze lingers on Edgar, seemingly transfixed. The boy's features, the shape of his eyes, the contour of his nose, mirror those of Thomas in his youth, and in him, Catherine sees a reflection of her brother playing by the haystacks in Ashentown decades ago. Catherine's thoughts drift back to the Veranria Highlands, where she was but a young girl, her days spent tending cattle by the river with her brother, while their mother awaited their return home. The aroma of fragrant porridge wafting from the kitchen. Thomas, noticing Edgar's rapt attention on the princess, momentarily forgets to express his gratitude. Irritation creeping in as he smacks the back of Edgar's head, admonishing him in a hushed tone, "You little rascal, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and greet her." Startled back to reality, Edgar bows his head, his cheeks flushed, and stammers, "Aunt." After 5 years of servitude as a serf in this world, Edgar has grown accustomed to lowering his gaze and reading the expressions of others. Faced with such a noble princess, the disparity in status and demeanor leaves him momentarily disoriented, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Catherine smiles warmly, her eyes soft as the sunlight of spring. Here stands her dear nephew, one of the few remaining family members she has in this world. Rising gracefully, she approaches Edgar and gently pats his shoulder. "What caused you to zone out just now? Is it the customs here that make you uncomfortable?" Edgar scratches his head, slightly embarrassed, and raises his eyes, sincerity evident in his gaze. "No, Aunt. I had expected you to be a middle-aged woman nearing 40, yet I am taken aback by your youth and beauty. In all my years, I have never encountered anyone as lovely as you." Though his words carry a hint of childish flattery, they ring true. Since arriving in this world, Edgar has encountered only weathered peasant women from the estate or emaciated refugees from the camp. None have possessed the noble grace and enchanting beauty of Catherine. Catherine chuckles at his candidness, a faint crinkle appearing at the corners of her eyes, as she turns to Thomas and remarks, "Look at Edgar, brother. He speaks with the same straightforwardness you did in your youth, without a hint of pretense." Thomas laughs heartily, pride evident in his tone. "Of course. He is my blood. Who else could he resemble?" The words spoken within the rigid confines of the royal palace were indeed rather coarse, as no noble would ever express themselves so bluntly regarding lineage. Edgar immediately furrowed his brow and murmured softly, "Father, please refrain from speaking so directly. Should anyone overhear, they might mock your lack of decorum." Thomas, taken aback, widened his eyes and raised his voice slightly. "You and I are but unlettered peasants, lacking any refinement. Why should we fear ridicule? Have you forgotten who you are after spending a few days in the palace?" "That is not my intention," Edgar retorted, a hint of urgency in his tone. "I merely wish for you to speak more courteously, so that the people around Aunt do not look down upon you." The father and son engaged in a spirited exchange, their voices low yet resonating clearly in the tranquil chamber. The surrounding servants and maidens bowed their heads, stifling laughter. Having spent considerable time in the palace, they had never witnessed anyone daring to be so audacious before the queen. Yet, Catherine displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, a gentle smile graced her face as she observed the lively banter between the two, her eyes even glistening with tears. Had it been anyone else, such rude and disrespectful conduct would have warranted severe reprimand. However, the individuals before her were her long-lost brother and her dear nephew. Watching them bicker, she felt not annoyance but a wave of long-forgotten warmth. This was the essence of family, vibrant and genuine, devoid of pretense. She stepped forward, gently grasping Edgar's hand and patting Thomas's arm, speaking softly, "Enough of this quarrel. Thomas, Edgar means well for you. Edgar, your father is straightforward. Please be more accommodating. It is a rare occasion for our family to be reunited, and we ought to celebrate joyfully." Thomas paused, then sheepishly scratched his head, choosing to remain silent. Edgar lowered his gaze and quietly apologized. "I am sorry, father." Catherine looked at the two, her face illuminated by a smile of contentment. Her family was finally together once more. Chapter 9. The family reunion. Catherine's first meeting with Edgar was akin to opening a treasure trove of memories. As they reminisced about the bygone splendor of the Veranria Highlands, discussing the waves of grain and rivers of Ashentown, with topics flowing seamlessly, Thomas, possessing a sincere disposition, mostly listened quietly, interjecting occasionally with tales of family lore. Edgar, however, was articulate, though his speech bore the roughness of a peasant. His innovative ideas regarding the irrigation of fields and the unique applications of mountain herbs captivated Catherine, deepening her affection for this nephew she had not seen in years. Despite his lack of formal education, he possessed a spark far surpassing that of many noble offspring. "Your Highness, Prince Leon has arrived." A maid entered the hall with a graceful step, kneeling in reverence before quietly delivering the news. Before her words had fully settled, a tall figure strode in briskly. A young man clad in a deep blue velvet coat trimmed with silver, a jeweled short sword at his waist, his face adorned with a bright smile. "Mother, I heard my cousin has entered the palace, so I hurried from the council chamber to meet him." The visitor was none other than Prince Leon, the sole son of Princess Catherine at the tender age of 15. He not only inherited his mother's striking features, but also possessed the refined elegance characteristic of royal lineage. His calm demeanor and gentle tone enveloped those around him in a soothing warmth. During his recent convalescence at the palace, Thomas had encountered Leon several times. Thus, upon the prince's arrival, he instinctively rose to one knee to pay his respects, adhering to the etiquette of the court. Although Leon had previously insisted that such formalities were unnecessary, in Thomas's heart, the chasm between sovereign and commoner remained insurmountable. "Uncle, please rise," Leon exclaimed, swiftly stepping forward to support Thomas's arm, his voice imbued with genuine insistence. "I am your nephew. How can you show me such deference? From now on, in private, let us speak only of kinship, not of sovereign and subject." Thomas, still somewhat awkward, insisted, "You are his royal highness, the future king, and I am but a peasant. I cannot neglect the proper respects. Such words are unwarranted, Uncle," Leon replied with a smile, guiding him back to his seat. He then turned to Edgar, his eyes filled with warmth. "And this must be my cousin?" Edgar rose, mimicking the etiquette he had observed in his past life, extended his right hand, and grinned. "I am Edgar Ash, pleased to meet my cousin." Leon paused, taken aback, glanced down at the outstretched hand, then back at Edgar, confusion evident in his gaze. "Cousin, what is this? You said we needn't kneel, so surely a handshake is permissible for our first meeting?" Edgar chuckled, maintaining his gesture. "In our village, friends greet one another this way to foster closeness." A flicker of surprise crossed Leon's eyes, followed by a dawning comprehension, and he eagerly extended his hand, firmly grasping Edgar's. The roughness of his cousin's palm deepened Leon's sense of connection, making their bond feel even more genuine. Catherine, seated nearby, observed the two boys growing familiar with one another. Her face beaming with joy, she waved at Leon, teasing, "Did not your father instruct you to study governance in the council chamber? How dare you venture out without permission?" Leon settled beside his mother, offering a piece of honeyed fruit to Edgar as he explained with a smile. "I had informed the attendants that as soon as my cousin arrived at the palace, they should notify me immediately. Father is aware of our family gathering today and has specifically mentioned that after attending to the morning's affairs, he would join us for lunch." "Really?" Catherine's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly rose, instructing her attendant, "Hurry and help me prepare. I shall cook in the kitchen myself." With the family gathered, I must prepare a few homely dishes from Valanian cuisine for a splendid reunion feast. What many might not realize is that Catherine's enduring favor with King Alberic III amidst the numerous noblewomen in the palace was not solely due to her beauty. There were many within the court who surpassed her in looks and were more adept in the arts. Her secret weapons were twofold. First, her remarkable culinary skills. Although she primarily prepared rustic fare from the Valanian highlands, dishes such as stewed lamb, baked flatbreads, and herbal soups, these meals never failed to evoke warm memories of the king's past, when he had endured hardship in his youth. Secondly, her simplicity in dealing with others is remarkable. She never flatters the king due to his status. Instead, she often behaves like an ordinary wife, mending his garments, preparing late-night snacks, and conversing about the harvest in the fields and amusing tales from the neighborhood. Devoid of any courtly pretenses, it was only when Leon was 10 and appointed as the crown prince that Catherine gradually began to entrust household duties to the servants, in order to better assist her son. Nevertheless, whenever family gatherings occurred, she would still take to the kitchen herself, as if that were the key to rekindling the essence of home. As Catherine ventured into the kitchen with her maid, only Edgar, Thomas, and Leon remained in the hall. Leon was the first to speak, transitioning the conversation from the palace gardens to the estates beyond the city, displaying both the insight of a royal and the humility of a commoner. He never inquired about Edgar's past. Rather, he listened attentively as Edgar recounted life in the refugee camp, amusing anecdotes from the mountains, and occasionally posed questions regarding Edgar's idea of using clay pots to store rainwater for irrigating wheat fields. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, revealing a remarkable rapport. As Edgar became increasingly engrossed in their conversation, he inadvertently divulged knowledge from his previous life. He spoke of the celestial movements, asserting that the world we inhabit is round. He discussed the combinations of herbs, explaining that different herbs require varying cooking times for their effects. He even mentioned that using coal instead of wood for smelting iron would yield stronger metal. These unprecedented insights sparked a glimmer of excitement in Leon's eyes, prompting him to clap in admiration. "Cousin, you are truly knowledgeable," Leon exclaimed with genuine respect. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he lowered his voice to ask, "From which scholar did you acquire such an array of fascinating knowledge?" Edgar paused, suddenly realizing he had let his enthusiasm lead him astray. Such advanced knowledge could hardly be attributed to mere rural experiences. He quickly masked his embarrassment with a smile, scratching his head. "Cousin, you flatter me. I have no teacher. I merely traveled with caravans a few times, jotting down what I overheard from merchants, monks, and alchemists during their idle chatter. I cannot discern the truth from fiction. I just found it intriguing and thought I would share it with you for a laugh." Leon, observing Edgar's slight fluster, felt a twinge of uncertainty but refrained from probing further, instead smilingly shifting the subject. "Regardless of its authenticity, cousin, your ideas are indeed captivating. We shall discuss them further when the opportunity arises." Meanwhile, Thomas, noticing his son's fanciful ramblings, interjected with a grin, addressing Leon, "Your Highness, do not heed this rascal's nonsense. He has a penchant for wild tales. If he says anything amiss, do not take it to heart. I shall deal with him later." "Father," Edgar protested, "I was having a splendid conversation with cousin. Why do you always bring up punishment? I am your own son. Precisely because you are my son, you must be properly disciplined." Thomas retorted, his temper rising. "What if you were to utter something outrageous and offend his highness?" As the father and son began to bicker once more, Leon couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Their lively exchange felt far warmer than the rigid interactions often found within the court. Just then, a resounding announcement echoed from outside. "His Majesty the King has arrived." As soon as the words fell, all the servants and maidens in the hall instantly knelt in unison, their heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Leon immediately stood up, adjusting his attire, his demeanor respectful yet devoid of obsequiousness. Thomas pulled Edgar along, quickly kneeling as well. The moment their knees touched the ground, a steady voice resonated. "Rise. For today is a family reunion. No need for excessive formalities." Edgar discreetly lifted his gaze, only to behold a middle-aged man clad in a deep purple velvet robe, embroidered with golden crowns, a jade belt adorned with rubies cinched at his waist. His countenance was solemn, his eyes sharp, exuding an undeniable authority in every gesture. This was King Alberic III of Valanian. Leon stepped forward briskly, his right hand resting on his chest, bowing deeply. "Your humble son pays his respects to father." Thomas, helping Edgar rise, trembled slightly, his lips quivering. "Your servant pays homage to your majesty." Edgar followed suit, his voice tinged with nervousness yet relatively clear. "Your servant pays homage to his majesty the king." The current king, known as Alberic III, regarded Edgar, and though his speech was rather blunt, it bore an oddly warm familiarity. A hint of a smile broke through his serious facade as he waved his hand gently, saying, "No need for excessive formalities. Rise." Alberic then took his seat upon the throne. Edgar assisted his father to stand and surreptitiously studied the king. This was a true monarch. Previously seen only in tales and murals, he now stood vividly before him. "Where is your mother?" Inquiring about the queen, the king spoke up. Having not seen her, Leon smiled. "Mother said that for the family gathering, she would personally prepare a feast." The king nodded with a smile. "The last time I savored her braised lamb was half a month ago. Today, I am in for a treat." Thomas, with his head lowered, appeared pale and trembled slightly. The most significant figure he had ever encountered was merely the steward of their town. Before a sovereign, how could he not feel trepidation? Yet, Edgar felt less intimidated, occasionally bowing his head while furtively glancing at the king, filled with curiosity towards this legendary supreme ruler. Chapter 10. The bestowal of a name. King Alberic III sat regally upon an oak-high chair, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the carved edges of the armrest. Known for his taciturn nature, his brow furrowed slightly, clearly still engrossed in matters of state, his entire demeanor akin to a finely sculpted marble statue, exuding an air of unapproachable seriousness and meticulousness. The hall was so quiet that one could hear the crackling of the burning candles. Edgar and his father, alongside Leon, stood with their hands at their sides. To leave would be to defy the king. To remain only intensified the discomfort of the silence. Even whispering amongst themselves seemed too daunting, lest they disturb the king's thoughts. The oppressive atmosphere felt like an invisible net, tightly enveloping everyone. The initial curiosity and excitement Edgar felt upon first seeing the king had long since faded, leaving him with a profound sense of unease. He secretly glanced at Leon. Their eyes meeting fortuitously. Edgar bit his lip, remaining silent, but his questioning gaze unmistakably asked, "Why does the king not speak a word?" Leon, witnessing Edgar's flustered demeanor, could not help but curl his lips into a subtle smile. He then raised his index finger to his lips and gently shook his head. The palace was governed by strict protocols, and should the king observe such frivolous gestures, it would undoubtedly lead to a judgment of impropriety, which would serve Edgar no good. Edgar, feeling disgruntled, lowered his head, his shoulders sagging slightly. In the past, amidst the refugee camp and the estate, despite the gnawing hunger, he could laugh freely and roam unencumbered. Now, ensconced in opulent chambers, even breathing felt like a cautious endeavor, and this stifling restraint was more unbearable than hunger itself. At that moment, the door to the chamber was gently pushed open, and Catherine entered, carrying a gleaming silver tray upon which rested a steaming bowl of lamb stew, its rich aroma instantly permeating the air. Following her was an elderly servant in his 50s, his gray hair meticulously combed, clad in a dark satin servant's attire that was impeccably pressed, also holding a tray laden with bread and fresh produce. "Your Majesty, I have prepared your favorite lamb stew, along with roasted apples. Please, do indulge." Catherine's voice flowed gently like a spring brook, instantly dispelling the gloom in the hall. Alberic III, roused from his reverie, relaxed the tension in his brow and nodded at Catherine, descending from his elevated seat. In her presence, he was always willing to set aside the gravitas of kingship. The dishes and wine were successively arranged upon the long table, and Catherine gestured for the other waiting servants to withdraw, leaving only the elderly attendant. As everyone took their seats, Catherine shed the regal airs of a queen, behaving like a humble housewife as she personally placed silver platters and spoons for each guest. Observing this, Edgar promptly stood to assist, pouring wine for the king, his aunt, and his cousin. Though his movements were somewhat clumsy, they exuded sincerity. The elderly servant stood nearby, hands folded before him, offering no interference. He understood the queen's intentions and recognized the king's appreciation for such domestic warmth. Alberic III cast a sidelong glance at the old servant, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, teasingly remarking, "Edmund, have you developed the gift of foresight? To have known that Catherine would take to the kitchen today and hasten to assist her?" This venerable servant, named Edmund, had been in service since Alberic III's days as a prince, faithfully accompanying him for over 30 years, earning the king's utmost trust. Now, as the chief steward of the palace, he oversaw all matters, from arranging noble audiences to managing the daily lives of the servants. Earning a modicum of respect even from Queen Catherine herself, Edmund inclined slightly, his voice warm with laughter, the moment I stepped into the chamber. The aroma of the lamb stew wafting from the kitchen was unmistakable. It is a seasoning unique to the queen, one I am thoroughly familiar with. Prompting me to assist in the kitchen, Alberic III chuckled lightly. "Your nose is more acute than that of a hound." "Your Majesty flatters me," Edmund humbly replied, his demeanor respectful yet devoid of sycophancy. Alberic III lifted a silver fork, spearing a piece of braised lamb and bringing it to his mouth. After chewing for a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. "Catherine's cooking is still the most to my taste. The palace chefs always lack a certain rustic charm." Catherine smiled as she picked up a piece of roasted apple and placed it on his plate, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "It has been some time since I last cooked. I feared my skills might have dulled and disappointed you." Alberic III set down the silver fork and gently patted her hand. "The flavor remains unchanged. I truly enjoy it." According to court etiquette, no one dared to eat until the king had begun. It was only after Alberic III took a few more bites that Edgar and Thomas dared to lift their silver spoons, cautiously savoring the food on their plates. The braised lamb was tender and flavorful, while the roasted apple offered a sweet and tangy contrast, a delightful experience they had never encountered before. After a few more bites, Alberic III turned his gaze toward Edgar, his tone calm, yet imbued with royal authority. "What is your name?" Edgar hastily set down his silver spoon and rose, his heart racing as he nervously replied, "I am Edgar. Edgar Ash." At the utterance of Ash, a ripple of laughter spread through the hall. This surname, steeped in the essence of a refugee, seemed somewhat out of place in the current setting. A gentle smile appeared on Alberic III's face as he shook his head. "Your aunt is Her Royal Highness the Princess. As her nephew, you are destined to be part of the royal family. How can you not possess a proper noble name?" Leon quickly chimed in, his tone earnest. "What father says is entirely correct. Why not grant our cousin a respectable name that befits his lineage and reflects the royal favor?" Alberic III pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Edgar. Recalling that Catherine had mentioned his origins from the Veranria highlands, he extended his finger, dipped it in the wine from his goblet, and inscribed a word on the oak table, Violin. The term Violin signifies one hailing from the highlands, subtly implying resilience akin to stone. He explained, "You come from the Veranria highlands and have endured hardships in the refugee camp. This resilience aligns with your heritage, making this name fitting. From now on, you shall be called Edgar de Violin." The prefix de is a common marker among European noble surnames, symbolizing status and familial lineage. By incorporating it into Edgar's name, it unequivocally elevates him to the noble class. Leon immediately clapped his hands in delight. Father's choice of name is profoundly meaningful. It is excellent. Cousin, do not forget to express your gratitude. Catherine also turned to Edgar, her gaze warm. Child, this name has been graciously bestowed by His Majesty the King. It is a tremendous honor. Quickly thank His Majesty. Although Edgar did not fully comprehend the weight of a noble name, he understood that it signified the king's favor. He promptly knelt on one knee, hands clasped over his chest, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the name. Edgar de Violin shall not fail to honor Your Majesty's grace. The term uncle was both candid and endearing, instantly bridging the gap between him and Alberic III. The usually stern king could not contain a hearty laugh, his recent burdens of state affairs lifting significantly. He waved his hand. Rise, we are all family here. There is no need for excessive formality. As the guests resumed their seats to dine, the atmosphere grew significantly more lively than before. Albert III was no longer as reticent as upon his arrival. He occasionally shared laughter with Catherine, engaging in discussions about mundane matters. They spoke of the flourishing vegetables in the palace garden and the recent prices at the common market. Edgar, increasingly astonished, quietly leaned closer to Leon and whispered, "Cousin, why would His Majesty concern himself with these trivialities that only the common folk care about?" Leon set down his silver fork and softly explained, "You are unaware that shortly after my father's birth, the royal family faced a coup, resulting in the tragic demise of several of the former king's children. My father was fortuitously rescued by a loyal servant and lived among the common people, growing up in a farmer's household, enduring a humble life for over a decade. Each day, he toiled in the fields, fretting over whether there would be enough firewood for winter, much like our own past lives." He paused before adding, "It was not until he turned 16 that our ancestor was proclaimed king by the noble council, who then sent for my father to return to the palace. A decade later, he was designated as the crown prince, and another 10 years passed before he ascended to the throne after the passing of our ancestor. Having experienced the hardships of common life, he remains acutely aware of the people's suffering and greatly appreciates his mother's unpretentious sincerity, in stark contrast to the ostentatious deference displayed by other nobles and noblewomen." At that moment, Edgar comprehended why, despite the king's authority, he exuded an approachable demeanor rather than an intimidating aloofness. Observing the jovial exchange between the king and queen at the dining table, Edgar felt that perhaps the palace was not as stifling as he had once perceived. After the meal, the servants discreetly cleared the table. The oak logs in the fireplace crackled, casting a warm glow upon the king's slightly relaxed brow. Leaning back in his high-backed chair, he surveyed Thomas's rough hands, Edgar's lingering bruise on his forehead, and finally rested his gaze upon Catherine's gentle smile, as if shedding the burdens of the day. Outside, twilight had descended, and the distant chimes of the crown city's clock resonated softly. That night, devoid of intrigue and rivalry, only the whispers of a family gathered by the hearth and the quietly transformed fate of a peasant boy filled the air. Chapter 11. The Rise and Fall of Rebellion. In September of the year 1435, the autumn winds swept through Crown City, carrying the chill of the Crown Mountains. This capital, inspired by Grey Port, boasted Gothic spires and Romanesque domes, now lay under an invisible shroud of anxiety. Before the oak table of the Royal Privy Council, cardinals clad in red and sword-bearing nobles debated for 3 days. Ultimately, Albert III made a decisive proclamation. He appointed Gant von Brugge, the commander of the left-wing legion from the lowland aristocracy, as the supreme commander of the expeditionary force, tasked with leading a mixed army of 50,000, comprising Swiss mercenary pikemen and Norman heavy cavalry, eastward to quell the White Robes rebels entrenched in the province of Meridian. Gant was no military genius, however. He was renowned for his unwavering adherence to strict military protocols throughout his 30-year career. He never marched at night, never strayed from supply lines, and adhered meticulously to the ancient methods outlined in the Valanian military manual, even when encamping. This caution initially proved effective. He advanced steadily along the Silver Flow River Valley, employing a siege-clearing strategy. First, heavy cavalry would seal off the outskirts of the town, followed by bombardments with catapults targeting vulnerable sections of the walls, awaiting the surrender of the defenders once their supplies ran out. In the span of a mere month, the towns of Bologna, Medina, and Reggio in the province of Meridian fell one after another, with the forces of the White Robes suffering over 10,000 casualties. The news reached the encampment of the rebel leader, Lorenzo. Once the president of the Wool Merchants Guild in Crown City, this insurgent now stood amidst the vineyards of Helios province, his fingers toying with a withered grapevine leaf. Gant's caution served as both his armor and his shackles. Lorenzo smiled at his deputy, Riccardo, instructing the soldiers to exchange their white robes for coarse farmers' tunics, and to retreat with provisions and livestock, relinquishing the 3 villages of Helios to him. As Lorenzo had anticipated, the successive victories had thoroughly intoxicated Gant's mind. He hosted a celebratory banquet in the municipal hall of Medina, sipping Chianti from Tuscany, whilst listening to the praise of the nobleman extolling the heroes of the suppression, brazenly tearing apart the Privy Council's directive to press forward cautiously and refrain from pursuing the fleeing enemy. Does a grand army fear a mere band of deserters? Gant shattered his wine goblet and drew his long sword, pointing eastward. I shall charge straight upon the city of Xingzhou, and personally sever Lorenzo's head, returning to Crown City for my reward before Christmas. In early October, Gant led 30,000 troops, severing their supply line and pursuing the retreating rebels along the Ashen River Valley. Lorenzo, in turn, feigned weakness, sometimes deliberately leaving behind wagons of provisions, at other times allowing the old and infirm to surrender their arms by the roadside, even leaving a camp piled high with white robes at the entrance of the Escher Valley. At dawn on October 12th, as Gant's forces fully entered the valley, barrels of ignited pitch suddenly rolled down the slopes on either side, and Genoese swift ships laden with archers floated down the Ashen River. The ambush by the rebels commenced. The Swiss pikemen were ensnared by the flaming tents, and the Norman heavy cavalry could not form ranks in the narrow valley, becoming easy prey for the rebels' longbowmen. Gant attempted to organize a breakout, only to be pierced in the shoulder by an arrow from Riccardo, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of a rebel soldier wielding a battle axe. Of the 30,000 troops, fewer than 500 escaped the valley, the expeditionary force nearly annihilated. When the news of the defeat in Escher Valley reached the royal capital, the bells of the Crown City Tower tolled 17 times, signaling a grave crisis for the kingdom. Panic erupted in the court. Cardinals prayed in churches, nobles began secretly relocating their assets, and some legislators even proposed moving the capital to Lyon, near the border of Valania. Meanwhile, Lorenzo had led 100,000 rebels to reclaim the province of Meridian and besieged Fortress Alexander on October 20th. This stronghold, guarding the trade routes of the Adriatic Sea, if lost, would leave the royal court without maritime supply. The fortress's commander, Marcus Colonna, a hardened nobleman, stood atop the walls sharpening his double-handed sword when Lorenzo's envoy entered the city bearing a letter of surrender. Marcus fixed his gaze upon the envoy, his voice as cold as steel. The walls of Marcus Colonna shall never yield to rebels. Before he finished speaking, he severed the envoy's head with a single stroke, commanding his soldiers to hang it from an iron hook above the oak beam of the city gate. The severed head's eyes gazed directly at the rebel encampment. Lorenzo, thoroughly incensed, commanded an unrelenting assault from his forces, day and night. The rebels' trebuchets hurled stones weighing hundreds of pounds against the walls, while siege towers advanced under a rain of arrows. Some soldiers even attempted to scale the walls, burdened with drenched woolen blankets. In contrast, Marcus exhibited remarkable strategic acumen. He divided the city as 10,000 regular troops into 3 shifts to guard the fortifications. He summoned 30,000 citizens, including blacksmiths, bakers, and even monks, distributing spears and crossbows to defend the secondary walls. He also ordered the boiling of wine, which was then poured down upon the climbing rebels, scalding them and eliciting their anguished cries. By early November, seeing the futility of his relentless assaults, Lorenzo altered his tactics. He commanded his soldiers to build earthen mounds in the southern part of the city, aiming to bombard the walls from a higher vantage point. Upon learning of this, Marcus convened carpenters overnight, utilizing massive timber and iron sheeting to elevate the towers, and even installed small trebuchets atop them. When the rebels' mounds reached the height of the city walls, the defenders' stones struck with precision, rendering Lorenzo's plans utterly thwarted. 3 days later, Lorenzo conceived yet another stratagem. He dispatched Riccardo with 3,000 men to feign an attack on the southern gate, while he personally led 50,000 troops to launch a nocturnal assault on the northern gate. Simultaneously, He ordered rebel miners to secretly excavate over a dozen tunnels, intending to breach the city defenses from within and without. This scheme, seemingly flawless, did not escape Marcus's keen observation. He deduced from the number of rebel banners at the southern gate that it was merely a feint, and sensed the vibrations of tunnel digging beneath his feet. Marcus swiftly mobilized his forces. He instructed his deputy Pierre to lead 500 soldiers to craft dummies from straw, clad in armor and helmets, to stand on the southern wall, while drummers continuously beat their drums to create the illusion of a formidable defense. Meanwhile, he commanded 5,000 elite troops to defend the northern gate, digging a trench 5 meters deep and 3 meters wide along the inner wall to intercept any potential tunnels the rebels might excavate. On the morning of November 7th, as the rebels' tunnel reached the trench, the defenders suddenly surged forth from concealed doors on either side, capturing the unsuspecting rebel soldiers. Marcus also ordered the stacking of dry wood and sulfur outside the trench, filling the uncompleted tunnels with flames and fanning the fire with leather bellows. The smoke and flames spread through the tunnels, suffocating or burning thousands of rebels, including Ricardo's brother, who could not escape. The acrid stench of charred flesh wafted for miles. Outside the walls, seeing the failure of the tunneling strategy, Lorenzo commanded his soldiers to batter the northern gate with a massive battering ram. This colossal timber, crafted from a century-old oak and capped with iron, was thrust forward by 200 soldiers in shifts. Heeding the advice of engineer Theodosius, Marcus employed heavy linen to create a vast curtain, which he hung at the point of impact on the wall. When the battering ram struck, the curtain billowed with the force of the impact, absorbing the blow and leaving the wall unscathed. On the night of November 10th, Marcus resolved to take the initiative. He selected 2,000 soldiers skilled in close combat and quietly descended from the eastern wall with ropes, stealthily making their way to the rear of the rebel camp, where they ignited the rebel supplies, simultaneously shouting, "The royal reinforcements have arrived. The army of Alberic III is here." The rebels, already weary from days of siege, were thrown into disarray upon hearing the mention of reinforcements, abandoning their armor and retreating in panic, covering 100 miles before halting. Lorenzo did not realize he had fallen into a trap until dawn, and upon witnessing the charred piles of provisions and the scattered tents, a surge of anger caused him to spew blood, fainting upon his steed. Just as Lorenzo found himself ensnared beneath the walls of Alexandria fortress, the tide of battle unexpectedly turned in mid-December. This time, the salvation of the kingdom came from two previously inconspicuous lords. The first was Lord Harwood, who ruled the northeastern region of Tyrol, commanding an army of 20,000, primarily adept at mountain warfare. Upon learning of Gant's demise, he did not await a royal decree but took the initiative to march south, encountering the rebel general Emran's 30,000 troops at the Silverflow River crossing. Harwood skillfully utilized the terrain, positioning his archers on the slopes flanking the crossing. As the rebel forces waded halfway across the river, they were met with a sudden barrage of arrows, sending many soldiers plummeting into the frigid waters. Emran himself fell, struck through the throat by an arrow from William, perishing instantly. Following this, Harwood led his forces northward, sweeping through the province of Meridian. Seeing the dire situation, the rebel commander abandoned the defense of several towns and concentrated 50,000 remnants to hold the Mantua fortress, renowned for its fortifications. Yet William employed a simple stratagem. He ordered his soldiers to stack firewood around the fortress, feigning preparations for an incendiary assault, while secretly dispatching elite troops through the castle's sewers to open the gates. On December 22nd, Mantua fortress fell, and the entire 50,000 rebels were annihilated. The second to rise was Donald, who governed the Ronde border region, nearly 1,000 miles from the royal capital, Crown City, reachable in 2 days on horseback. When he learned of the kingdom's peril, he was met with an unprecedented snowfall. The snow reached the horse's knees, rendering an advance impossible. However, Donald hesitated not. He instructed his soldiers to outfit the horses with anti-slip shoes and enlisted local farmers to transport provisions via sled, leading 1,000 elite troops. He braved the blizzard to march hundreds of miles and launched a surprise attack on the rebel-held Milan fortress. On Christmas morning, December 25th, while the rebel soldiers celebrated within the fortress, consuming inferior wine, Donald's forces had already scaled the walls. After 3 hours of fierce combat, Milan fortress was breached, resulting in either death or surrender for the 40,000 rebels within. Donald showed a degree of clemency to those who surrendered, allowing them to lay down their arms and return to their farms, executing only a few of the chief rebel leaders. In the span of a mere fortnight, the insurrection in the province of Meridian was decisively quelled. With the crisis abated, the panic in Crown City dissipated. as Alberic III proclaimed victory from the palace balcony. The citizens erupted in jubilant cheers, showering the palace with flowers and fruits. The king promptly issued a decree, elevating Donald to the lordship of South Meridian, bestowing upon him the title of count, along with 10,000 ducats and 200,000 solid silver coins, simultaneously appointing Harwood as the governor of the northeastern border, granting him hereditary rights over Tyrol. From that moment, the battlefield became clear. The White Robe rebels were constrained within the Helios province. Having lost the vital supply base of Meridian, their ability to undermine the kingdom's foundation irrevocably weakened. Noble lords, who had previously adopted a wait-and-see stance, hastened to dispatch envoys to the royal capital, signaling their readiness to mobilize troops in response to the royal edict aimed at quelling the rebellion. In March of the year 1436, as the spring breeze caressed the walls of Fortress Alexandria, Lorenzo led a retreat of 50,000 remnants. By this time, his forces had long since run out of provisions, leaving soldiers to subsist on wild fruits and tree bark, with many afflicted by dysentery. Lorenzo intended to withdraw south to the island of Sicily and seek refuge among the local nobility, yet he encountered the army of William Harwood at the border. The outcome of this confrontation was utterly predictable. The morale of the rebels had plummeted, and even with numbers double that of William's forces, they were swiftly routed. Scattering in panic, Lorenzo attempted to organize a resistance, but was struck in the right leg by Harwood's marksman and fell from his horse. As Harwood's soldiers closed in, Lorenzo drew a dagger from his belt and plunged it into his own chest. This once aspiring revolutionary, who had dreamed of overthrowing the rule of the nobility, ultimately met his demise at the hands of the very class he sought to resist. On April 1st, Alberic III hosted a celebratory banquet at the royal palace, inviting Harwood, Donner, and other commanders involved in suppressing the rebellion, along with envoys from various nations. During the feast, the king issued a decree commending all nobles and soldiers who participated in quelling the unrest, announcing a 3-year tax exemption for the province of Meridian. Yet, as the music of the banquet filled the air and the nobles raised their glasses in jubilant celebration, the streets outside the palace were lined with beggars shivering in the cold wind. This fervent rebellion, though lasting merely 6 months, had ravaged a significant portion of the kingdom. Fields were scorched by the fires of war, villages lay in ruins, and countless civilians were displaced, with over 100,000 succumbing to famine and disease. More alarmingly, the very foundation of the kingdom's rule had begun to crack. The nobles, rather than providing aid to the afflicted populace, seized the opportunity to appropriate unclaimed lands, turning the dispossessed into serfs, and even engaged in territorial disputes, sparking multiple minor armed conflicts. Many lords openly flouted the royal edict against the rebellion, passively observing the unfolding events. Had it not been for the steadfast loyalty of Harwood and Donner, who boldly intervened to stem the tide, the kingdom might have already been overthrown by the rebels or partitioned by neighboring powers. The perilous nature of this crisis was known only to a select few high-ranking officials within the Privy Council. On May 18, 1441, the summer solstice, the royal capital of Crown City remained as vibrant as ever. Bustling streets thronged with pedestrians, merchants incessantly peddling their wares, Genoese ships docked at the harbor unloading spices, silks, and ivory. Textile merchants from Bruges hawked woolen blankets at the market. Jewelers from Constantinople showcased gem-encrusted crosses in their shops. It was as if the kingdom basked in a golden age, with the harrowing rebellion that nearly toppled the regime now but a distant memory. In the noble district north of Crown City, a sprawling estate stood quietly. Above the ebony gates, a gilded plaque bore the family crest, an eagle grasping an olive branch, beneath which lay the family name, the de Verlin House. In front of the residence, a pair of imposing stone lions stand majestically, while the courtyard is adorned with cypress trees imported from the east. The walls of the living room are embellished with tapestries of medieval design, depicting scenes of the hunt. However, when compared to the neighboring marquises and dukes' estates, not to mention the royal prince's abode, the Deverland estate appears somewhat diminished, akin to a sparrow lost among peacocks. Out of place, here lies the current dwelling of Edgar Deverland. After 5 years, he has transformed from the once destitute vagabond into a true nobleman. At this moment, he clutches 2 scrolls of parchment, preparing to leave. His father, Thomas, approaches with a furrowed brow and inquires, "Edgar, have you not had breakfast? The kitchen has just baked fresh bread, and there is warm milk." Edgar rolls his eyes and responds languidly, "I am not in the mood. I have no appetite." Thomas's frown deepens, and he sternly admonishes, "Look at yourself. Your hair is a mess, your robe stained with ink. You are young yet lack vitality. Have you wasted your years of study?" Edgar yawns and carelessly replies, "Is our life not good? We have a mansion to live in and servants to attend us. What use is it to read extensively? Knowing a few letters and understanding the estate's accounts is sufficient." Chapter 12. The Court Academy seeing his son's indifferent demeanor. Thomas becomes visibly irritated. Without education, who will respect you? Look around. Who has ever regarded us? If you do not apply yourself to your studies, the nobility will only hold you in greater contempt. Edgar lets out a bitter laugh, reluctant to engage in an argument, yet inwardly contemplates, "We are of peasant origin. Even if I were to read every scholarly text, the disdain, scorn, and ridicule harbored by dukes and earls will not simply vanish." 5 years have slipped by in the blink of an eye. Edgar's life is a paradox of both happiness and discontent. The joy stems from his reunion with his aunt, ensuring he never worries about food and clothing again. Additionally, due to the connection with Princess Catherine, every festive occasion sees King Alberic III bestowing lands and wealth upon Thomas. Over the years, the gold ducats and silver solidi have become countless, with the granted land surpassing 20,000 acres. This action has drawn dissatisfaction from many nobles and privy councillors, who repeatedly counsel the king, arguing that the sudden elevation of a commoner threatens to disrupt the hierarchy and jeopardize the state. Yet, Alberic III coldly retorts, "This is a matter of my household. All gifts stem from the royal treasury and bear no relation to public affairs. You have no authority to interfere." Thomas, already a simple and dull man, becomes increasingly cautious upon hearing this news. He withdraws from public life, conducting himself with utmost discretion. He imposes strict discipline upon Edgar wherever he goes. A servant must accompany him. Numerous rules are established. He is forbidden from entering taverns or brothels, engaging in gambling, uttering coarse language, and must bow in respect to the nobility, refraining from speaking ill of court affairs. Any transgressions would be met with severe family discipline. Initially, Edgar takes little heed. However, after enduring several severe beatings from Thomas, he ultimately learns to comply. After all, in this era, a father's punishment, even to the point of death, does not constitute a serious crime against his children. Thomas's actions were solely intended to convey a clear message. "I am not jesting. You must conduct yourself with decorum." During a family feast, Thomas mentioned to Catherine Edgar's illiteracy and coarse demeanor, expressing a desire for him to pursue education and enlightenment. Catherine wholeheartedly agreed and promptly arranged for him to serve as the companion reader to Prince Leon, allowing him to attend lectures by court scholars and esteemed masters within the palace. Edgar did not object at the time, nor did he possess the authority to do so. He thought to himself, is it not merely reading? Just passing the time. Little did he realize the rigorous educational regimen that awaited him, as Leon, being the heir apparent, would face stringent academic expectations. Thus began the days of torment. Each morning before dawn, he was required to enter the palace, partake in breakfast with Leon, and then proceed to the court academy to await the arrival of his tutor. From morning prayers to evening prayers, he immersed himself in Latin, theology, law, and the art of governance, only leaving the palace at dusk. Catherine further mandated that he must not miss a single lesson unless he was gravely ill. At this moment, Edgar strolled along the cobbled streets of the northern district of Crown City, yawning and trudging toward the palace, accompanied by 2 sturdy servants in their 30s, both of dark complexion. Without turning around, he said, "Big Black, Second Black, today I am in a good mood. Take the day off and enjoy yourselves, don't follow me." Big Black, with a white patch on his face, shook his head, responding, "My lord has instructed that we must ensure your safe entry into the palace and guard the gates until sunset, returning home together. Should anything go awry, 30 lashes await us." The simple-minded Second Black chimed in, "My lord, should those 30 lashes fall upon us, our skin would be torn and our flesh would bleed. Please do not put us in such a predicament." Both Big Black and Second Black, having risen from humble beginnings, felt as though they had entered paradise upon being taken in by Thomas, holding him in utmost reverence and daring not to disobey his wishes. Edgar turned around, pulled out several silver solidus coins, and smiled. "It's fine. I could navigate the palace with my eyes closed. I won't get lost. Take this money and enjoy a drink at the tavern. I can look after myself." They smiled on the outside, but inwardly they felt a bitter chuckle. The esteemed young master was resorting to bribing his servants. Who would believe such a tale? They both shook their heads in unison. "We cannot accept your money, my lord." Edgar's expression darkened, and he feigned anger. "Are you afraid of the old man, yet not of me? I shall have you dismissed upon my return." Before he could finish his sentence, their faces turned pale, and they fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. repeatedly bowing their heads and struggling to articulate their pleas for mercy. They were so earnest that they took his jest to heart. I was merely joking. I would not truly send you away. Edgar sighed, a pang of sorrow welling within him. He helped the two to their feet and turned to continue toward the palace. The earlier exchange reminded him of his own initial trepidation and humility upon entering the palace. Edgar possessed a silver pass granted by Princess Catherine, permitting him free access to the royal residence, while Big Black and Second Black were confined to waiting outside the palace gates. They would remain there for the entire day, dutifully clutching 2 rye loaves, never straying an inch. As the prince's companion reader, Edgar could not venture alone to the court academy, for Leon was to rise slightly later today, currently engaged in his breakfast. According to the customs of the kingdom, princes are required to vacate the palace upon reaching the age of 13 or 14, becoming of age to be bestowed lands and establish their own governance. However, due to the affection that King held for his mother, Catherine, Leon was appointed crown prince at the tender age of 10 and continued to reside within the palace even after his coronation. After Leon finished his breakfast, the two made their way to the Royal Academy. Outside the grand doors stood an elderly man, nearly 80, with a head of white hair and a solemn demeanor. This man was Tommaso de Ferrara, at 78 years of age, the most esteemed scholar of the kingdom, well-versed in Latin, theology, Roman law, and the principles of kingship. Leon had been under his tutelage since he was 10, and now a decade had passed. Edgar caught sight of Tommaso's grim countenance, and a wave of unease washed over him, causing a faint ache in his left hand. Leon approached the stone steps, placing his right hand upon his chest, and bowed deeply. Student greets the master. Edgar, merely a companion reader and not a formal disciple, was not obliged to perform such a gesture and merely inclined his body slightly. Tommaso's gaze was piercing, fixed upon Leon, his voice as cold as iron. Integrity must be the foundation of one's character, and reason the cornerstone of one's studies. His Majesty has entrusted you to my care, and I cannot afford the slightest negligence. Why are you late today? Leon replied, bowing respectfully. I felt a slight chill last night and rose late this morning. I humbly ask for the master's forgiveness. In ancient times, St. Augustine labored through the night transcribing scripture, and today's Milanese scholars are never parted from their tomes. Your Highness, this is not a valid excuse for tardiness. Tommaso was unyielding, showing no regard for Leon's royal status. Leon managed a wry smile. Your words are indeed true, and I acknowledge my error. I shall not repeat it in the future. Tommaso nodded and slowly produced a wooden ruler from behind him. There must be consequences for wrongdoings. I hope you understand. Your Highness. Leon glanced at Edgar, whose face had turned ashen. The crown prince was too exalted to be punished directly, yet the rules could not be disregarded. A mistake had been made, and someone must bear the consequences. Who else could take the blame but the companion reader? Edgar trembled as he extended his left hand, nervously fixated on the ruler. Although Tommaso was aged, he struck without hesitation. Crack! The ruler fell with a resounding thwack, and the corridors of the palace echoed with Edgar's anguished cries. Chapter 13. Alia. The academy was not solely attended by Edgar and Leon. Several younger princes and 5 noble youths connected to the royal family also studied there, all of whom were intensely focused on their lessons and held great respect for Master Tommaso. Time seemed to fly for them. However, for Edgar, each moment was a torment. The morning consisted of 2 lessons, followed by another 2 in the afternoon. Initially, Edgar managed to get by through dozing off, but over time, he realized that if he continued to sleep, he would inevitably turn into a dullard. Thus, he devised a plan to write stories. The legendary tales from his past life, such as Water Margin and Journey to the West, could not be directly copied, but he could transform them into knightly sagas, alchemical fables, and exotic adventures. In this world, no one had heard of these stories, thus no one would uncover the truth. Over the years, Edgar not only mastered the writing of Latin and the common tongue of the kingdom, but also produced over 1 million words of manuscripts, remarkably honing a graceful and fluid Gothic script. With the conclusion of the 2 morning lessons, the session paused for a respite. Edgar stretched his arms languidly, immediately drawing a cold glance from Tommaso. The old scholar had always held a disdain for this uncouth country lad, yet due to his status as the princess's nephew, he could not expel him. Over time, he had come to regard him as an inconsequential presence, allowing him to exist as long as he did not disrupt the class. Edgar noticed that Tommaso's pallor remained unchanged as he departed, pondering to himself. I had thought his ashen complexion was a result of anger over Leon's tardiness, but it seems he may be unwell. Hugo, what are you taking leave for this afternoon? Once Tommaso left, the atmosphere relaxed, and the group gathered, engaging in lively banter. Hugo, of similar age to Leon, was the son of the Minister of Military Affairs and the nephew of Princess Isabel, sister to King Alberic III. His prestigious lineage rendered him a notorious charmer. When he saw their mentor move away, Hugo leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "I have arranged to ride in the countryside with little Golden Gem this afternoon." "Huh, I thought it was something of great importance, but it's just little Golden Gem." Someone scoffed. "I've had drinks with her before." Hugo chuckled. "Your horizons are too narrow. Little Golden Gem shares a deep friendship with Miss Elia. Just the other day, I wagered with her. If she could persuade Elia to join us on an outing, I would offer 10 ducat coins. Last night, she sent word that Elia has agreed." A collective gasp arose from the group. Little Golden Gem was the star singer of the Golden Rose Pavilion, an establishment not easily accessible to ordinary folk. Yet, given their status, mingling with her was not entirely out of reach. Elia, however, was a different story altogether. 3 years prior, she had made her grand debut at the Golden Rose Pavilion at the tender age of 15, her beauty akin to that of a lunar goddess. Her dance as ethereal as a sprite, captivating the entire crown city. Countless noble youths clamored for an audience, yet none could gain entry. This was due to Elia's 3 stipulations. She would only meet the learned, the imaginative, and the heroic. Despite frequent visits to the Golden Rose Pavilion, none of the young nobles present had ever laid eyes upon her. "Hugo, last time at the Golden Rose Pavilion, had I not defended you against Michael's provocation, you would have been thrown out." A youth exclaimed urgently. Hugo laughed heartily. "What are you saying, Brother Todd? Am I not a grateful soul?" Edgar approached Leon and quietly inquired, "Cousin, is Elia truly that renowned?" Leon looked at him in surprise. "Elia's fame echoes throughout the capital. Who hasn't heard of her?" "You've never heard?" Edgar forced a smile. "My uncle is exceedingly strict with me. You know that well, cousin. If I were to venture into such places, he would surely break my legs." "Your uncle only wishes what is best for you," Leon chuckled lightly, then added, "Elia is the foremost beauty of Crown City. Even I have only heard her name, never seen her. Prince Leon, why not join us?" Hugo interjected, stepping forward with an invitation. The two were cousins, sharing a close bond. Leon's interest was piqued. Elia's name circulated like a myth, and he too wished to behold her. However, he soon frowned. "If we all take leave together, how could Mentor Tommaso possibly grant us permission?" "Ah, that is quite simple," spoke Charles, the eldest among them at 22 years of age. His father was a trusted confidant of the king, a prominent minister in the Privy Council. Observing the tutor's pallid complexion, I suggested that we summon the royal physician for an examination. The prince could discreetly imply that the tutor's old ailment had resurfaced, necessitating a period of rest away from intellectual exertion. The tutor, who has always valued his life, would surely grant us the liberty to study independently, retreating to his estate for recuperation. Leon shook his head, declaring such tactics unbefitting a gentleman. Instantly, the group felt disheartened. If the crown prince did not take action, who among them would dare to proceed? Only with Leon's involvement could they feel secure in their endeavors. Charles exchanged a glance with Edgar, silently urging him to persuade Leon. Who does not yearn for beauty? Edgar, having lived over 30 years, was a man in the prime of his youth and surely felt a stirring in his heart. Yet he understood Leon's character well, upright and courteous. He would never engage in such devious schemes. Even if Edgar spoke up, it would be futile. Thus, he merely shrugged at Charles, indicating his inability to assist. The air was thick with disappointment. After half an hour, the group had lunch in the palace, some resting while others engaged in idle chatter. At that moment, a court attendant rushed into the academy, breathless. Tutor Tommaso had unfortunately fallen on his way home, fracturing his left leg, and the royal physician was attending to him. He would be unable to teach today and instructed everyone to study the Psalms and Proverbs independently. After delivering the message and bowing to Leon, the attendant departed. The group was left in stunned silence. Their wishes had come to fruition. Edgar could not suppress his laughter, feeling an urge to shout to the heavens, "The divine has indeed witnessed this." The old man's comeuppance had finally arrived. Upon learning of Tutor Tommaso's misfortune, besides Leon, a flicker of joy passed swiftly through the eyes of the others in the hall. Freed from the watchful gaze of the old scholar, they could finally escape the tedium of Latin texts and theological treatises. Yet they all donned expressions of sorrow, with some even dabbing their eyes as if genuinely mourning the tutor's plight. Edgar observed this hypocrisy with disdain. These individuals had just been hoping for the tutor's illness and now feigned grief, utterly insincere. As the group prepared to disperse with their parchment scrolls, Leon rose from his seat, his demeanor grave, and proclaimed, "The tutor is currently suffering from the pain of his fracture, confined to his bed. As his students, it is our duty to pay him a visit and fulfill our obligations as disciples." Upon hearing this, The expressions of sorrow on the faces of the group froze instantaneously. They exchanged glances filled with reluctance, yet dared not oppose the crown prince's suggestion. With a resigned air, they began to adjust their garments, feigning eagerness. Edgar, however, remained still. The old man had always looked down upon him, perceiving him as the tainted offspring of a peasant. So whether or not he joined the visit made little difference. One more or one less visitor would not alter the situation. It would even spare him the pretense of false sentiment. Noticing Edgar's inaction, Leon said nothing further, merely nodded before leading the group towards the tutor's residence. Once their figures faded from view beyond the academy gates, Edgar finally stretched his weary limbs and stepped outside. He gazed up at the sky above the palace. The clouds were thin, with sunlight filtering through the gaps, casting mottled shadows upon the cobblestone path. Lingering alone within the confines of the academy proved to be rather dull. It would be far more enjoyable to wait at the palace gates for Leon and the others to emerge, thus avoiding the predicament of searching for them later. Although he possessed the silver pass granted by Princess Catherine, embossed with the royal crest on one side and his name on the other, allowing him unrestricted access to the palace, Edgar was acutely aware of the court's etiquette. As an adult male, he was not permitted to wander freely within the palace grounds. After all, the inner court housed the king's numerous wives, princesses, and noblewomen, without the company of Leon or a court attendant. Wandering alone could easily provoke criticism and potentially lead to accusations of offending noble ladies. Catherine had often grasped his hand, earnestly advising him, "Edgar, though you hold a unique status, you must adhere to propriety. If the prince or an attendant is not by your side, do not venture alone within the palace gardens, lest you disrupt the decorum and provide others with cause for reproach. In such a case, even I would struggle to protect you." As he stepped through the gates of the academy and onto the smooth cobblestone path, Edgar soon spotted a group approaching in the distance. Two maidens clad in pale lavender gowns were carefully assisting a young girl of about 14 or 15. The girl wore a moon-white silk gown, the hem adorned with delicate pearl patterns, her skin as luminous as freshly fallen snow, and her frail form seemed as though it could be toppled by a mere breeze. There was a gentle, heart-wrenching softness in her eyes, reminiscent of a fragile glass sculpture that might shatter at a touch. Chapter 14. Princess Bella, where are you headed, Bella? Edgar inquired, quickening his pace towards her, his voice unconsciously softening. The attendants stationed nearby, recognizing him, made no effort to impede his approach. Evidently well acquainted with him and aware of his close relationship with the princess. The young girl's name was Bella von Albrecht, the youngest daughter of King Albrecht III, and she was merely 15 years old. She turned slowly to face Edgar, yet her clear, wide eyes lacked focus, her pupils vacant and devoid of light. Since birth, she had been deprived of the ability to perceive the world's colors and brilliance, living perpetually in darkness. "Is that you, Brother Edgar?" she asked softly, her voice as delicate as a feather. Upon detecting Edgar's presence, her lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a hint of joy. "I was just about to visit the academy to seek you out, eager to hear what new stories you have penned." Having been blind from a young age, Bella's disposition was inherently solitary and quiet, rarely engaging in conversation with others. Due to her noble status, she seldom had the opportunity to interact with those outside the palace. While the attendants treated her with respect, there was an undeniable distance in their demeanor, their deference often stifling any attempt at dialogue. Over time, she had become increasingly reclusive, concealing her thoughts and feelings deep within her heart, until she met Edgar. He would sit beside her, softly narrating enchanting tales of knights vanquishing dragons, the arcane secrets of alchemists in distant lands concocting elixirs of immortality, and the mysteries of stars traversing the night sky. He would even hum folk songs imbued with the essence of the countryside, melodies she had never before encountered. Whenever she was with Edgar, the loneliness within Bella would dissipate, and a rare smile would grace her face, dispelling the heaviness that usually enveloped her. Edgar had initially contemplated declining her invitation, as he was preoccupied with the impending meeting with Leon and didn't he wish to miss this opportunity. Yet, when he met the girl's hollow yet hopeful gaze, the words of refusal lingered on the tip of his tongue before he swallowed them back, finally smiling and nodding. "Very well. I have just completed a new story and was hoping to find an opportunity to share it with you." Upon hearing this, Bella's smile blossomed instantly, akin to a flower unfurling in the darkness, remarkably enchanting. Just then, an older maid dressed in deep green livery approached briskly from a distance. Casting a cold glance at Edgar, her tone resolute and unyielding as she addressed Bella, "Your Highness, your mother requests your immediate presence to try on the newly crafted gown in preparation for next week's noble banquet. There can be no delay. You must depart at once." Bella's smile gradually faded, her head bowing silently, delicate fingers tightly clutching the hem of her dress as she softly replied, "I understand." She had never dared to defy her mother in the slightest. The princess was known for her formidable nature, having never shown her daughter any warmth. Only stern demands and constraints. "Bella, it's all right. I shall visit you again tomorrow to tell you the new story," Edgar remarked upon witnessing her distress. He then retrieved a scroll of parchment tied with twine from his pocket, the tale he had secretly penned that morning at the academy. He handed it to a nearby young maid, instructing her earnestly, "Please ensure this reaches Her Highness." The maid accepted it promptly, bowing in acquiescence. Bella nodded gently, and with the assistance of her two maids, she slowly turned to leave, her fragile silhouette appearing particularly solitary on the cobblestone path. Watching her retreating figure, a pang of sorrow stirred within Edgar. The ancient adage, "Entering the palace is akin to a deep sea," suddenly resurfaced in his mind. She was a princess, raised in opulence, residing in a magnificent palace, yet was she truly happy? Her life had been meticulously orchestrated since birth. When would she be able to take the reins of her own destiny? His thoughts drifted to Bella's mother, the formidable Princess Margot, who ruled the palace with an iron fist. Though she lacked the affection of King Alberic III, her noble lineage from the Valois family endowed her with substantial influence. Entangled in the intricate web of aristocratic power, far surpassing that of Princess Catherine. Even if Alberic III harbored disdain for her, he could only choose to distance himself, wary of the repercussions that might arise from dismissing her as queen, for the consequences could disrupt the delicate balance with the nobility. Edgar shook off his reverie, turning towards the palace gates. Upon exiting the royal palace, he spotted Big Black and Second Black squatting by the stone steps, each holding 2 steaming beef pies, their golden, flaky crusts exuding warmth as they devoured them with gusto, grease smudging the corners of their mouths. "You two seem to be enjoying your meal." Edgar approached with a playful smile. Upon hearing his voice, Big Black immediately stood, sheepishly scratching his head, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. "Before we began working for you, my brother and I could only indulge in beef pies once a year on Christmas. And even then, it was a meager portion. Now, being with you, we can savor such delicacies every day. It's a dream we never dared to imagine." Upon hearing Edgar's words, the smile on his face gradually faded, plunging him into silence. The years spent in the palace, living a life of luxury, had nearly caused him to forget the hardships he endured as a serf. In those days, a mere meat pie could bring him joy for several days, and a full-grain barrel meant he no longer had to worry about hunger. Such was the greatest happiness. Even when he occasionally provoked his father Thomas into a fit of rage, he would merely laugh and run away, never feeling troubled. Yet now, residing in an expansive manor, adorned in splendid silk robes, he found it impossible to recapture that simple joy, often unaware of the reasons behind his happiness or delight. Eric swallowed the last bite of his pie, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and looked up to ask, "Young master, why have you left the palace so early today? Are you returning home?" "I need not study this afternoon. I shall accompany my cousin Prince Leon to the countryside for leisure. You both may return to the manor and inform my father that I shall not be home for dinner tonight, so he need not worry," Edgar replied. Black and Gray exchanged glances, remaining silent and not immediately departing. They were well aware of whom cousin referred to, the crown prince, of immense stature and status. Should the young master be able to venture out with the crown prince, it would not only spare Thomas from reproach, but rather bring him great joy, as such an opportunity was rare for the family. Noticing their immobility, Edgar could not help but roll his eyes at the two fools, rigidly adhering to the old man's commands, utterly lacking in adaptability. Yet they seemed to forget that he was the future master of this household. This was precisely the moment they should be courting his favor, but their lack of insight was truly remarkable. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that it was their steadfast loyalty and straightforward nature, devoid of cunning, that provided a sense of reassurance. Although their rigidity often vexed him, he had never truly harbored animosity towards them. Before long, the palace gates swung open once more, and Leon emerged, followed by 100 guards clad in plain attire. Each guard was tall, armed with short swords, their keen eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. A few unadorned carriages, clearly prepared for discretion, trailed behind. Edgar hurried forward, playfully teasing, "Cousin, is it truly necessary to bring so many for a mere excursion to the countryside? It feels as though we are preparing for battle." Leon, now attired in a deep blue velvet suit and a silver belt, exuded an air of aristocratic elegance as he replied with a smile, "Given that our tutor is unwell, our outing is entirely legitimate, requiring no subterfuge. I have informed my mother, Princess Catherine, who raised no objections. Her only concern was our safety, prompting her to send these guards along for her peace of mind. That is indeed wise. Their presence certainly enhances our security, Edgar concurred. Aware that the capital was rife with unrest and the undercurrents of noble rivalries warranted precaution. Upon witnessing the crown prince personally visiting and engaging in light-hearted conversation with their young master, Dahe and Arii were thoroughly convinced of Edgar's words. They hastily knelt on the ground, paying their respects to Leon. "Young master, please take care of yourself while traveling abroad, and return soon," Dahe urged, his tone imbued with genuine concern. Edgar feigned anger, lifting his foot as if to kick them, and said, I understand. You may return now, and cease your incessant chatter." The two, frightened, quickly scrambled to their feet and fled in haste, fearful of incurring their young master's wrath. Observing this scene, Leon shook his head with a wry smile. "Cousin, you are quite lenient with these two attendants." He then shifted the conversation, proposing, "I have heard of a splendid estate you possess just outside the city, nestled among mountains and waters, a serene haven. Shall we visit it today?" "Indeed. That estate is quite remarkable. I often retreat there during my leisure days." "It would be an excellent opportunity to show you around," Edgar readily agreed. The estate, located beyond the city, sprawled over extensive grounds, featuring vast forests and crystal-clear lakes, alongside meticulously tended gardens, creating an idyllic atmosphere. Whenever he had a day free from studies, he would spend a few days there, escaping the stringent oversight of his father, Thomas, while relishing moments of tranquility, far removed from the intrigues of court and family. Chapter 15. A visit to the estate. After deliberation, the group decided to split into two parties. Leon, accompanied by Edgar and other noble youths, would proceed to the estate to make arrangements for tea and refreshments. Meanwhile, Hugo would drive a lavishly adorned carriage, intricately carved with vine motifs and clad in thick leather to cushion the ride, directly to the Golden Rose Pavilion to fetch Xiao Jinbao and Alia. As Edgar and Leon's carriage traversed the cobblestone roads of the countryside, the wheels crunched over the gravel, producing a subtle sound. Outside the window, fields of wheat undulated in the gentle breeze, resembling waves of gold, while wisps of smoke rose from distant hamlets. The occasional barks of dogs and the crowing of roosters punctuated the serene and harmonious rural scene. After nearly half an hour of waiting in the open space outside the estate, the sun climbed to its zenith before they finally spotted a grand carriage approaching slowly in the distance. The carriage curtains billowed in the wind, and shadows of figures inside could be faintly discerned. It was indeed Hugo returning. "Have you brought them?" One eager noble youth could hardly contain his excitement and rushed forward to greet him, his voice brimming with anticipation. Hugo reined in the horses. Bringing the carriage to a stop, he lifted the curtain with a triumphant smile, as though he had accomplished a remarkable feat. Inside the carriage sat a woman clad in a pink silk gown, covering her mouth with a delicate laugh, adorned with a pearl hairpin and possessing a refined countenance. She exuded an enchanting allure, none other than the star songstress of the Golden Rose Pavilion, Xiao Jinbao. Beside her sat a woman clad in an entirely white gown, devoid of any embellishments, save for a delicate silver thread embroidered around the neckline. Her figure was as slender as the newly sprouted willow branches of spring, and atop her head rested a gauzy veil of azure, its fringes cascading to her shoulders, obscuring most of her visage. Only the gentle contours and dainty jawline could be discerned, adding an air of enigmatic allure that sparked the imagination. While the assembly of nobles maintained a facade of decorum, their glances frequently flitted towards the petite golden-haired beauty, exchanging polite nods and smiles. In truth, their thoughts were already ensnared by the white-clad lady, their eyes brimming with inquisitiveness and intrigue, yet constrained by propriety from gazing too intently. Edgar, however, stole more glances at the golden-haired maiden than his companions. Observing the deliberate seductiveness in her every movement, he leaned closer to Leon, lowering his voice to remark, "Cousin, this golden beauty possesses an exceptional allure, her figure strikingly remarkable. It is no wonder she has become the star of the Golden Rose Pavilion." Leon cast a nonchalant glance at the golden-haired maiden before retracting his gaze, responding softly, "This woman exudes an excess of charm, radiating an aura of calculated flattery. Engaging too closely with her may easily drain one's resolve, leading to an obsession with superficial pleasures. As royal kin, we must prioritize our studies and affairs of state. It is wise to maintain a respectful distance from such women." Edgar, upon hearing this, merely smiled dismissively. To him, among the noble youths present, he was but a mere descendant of serfs, far inferior in lineage to the others. In terms of appearance, he was also of ordinary looks, likely to rank at the bottom. Even if calamity were to arise from beauty, it would hardly befall him. Why should he worry? After half an hour of travel, a dense thicket emerged ahead, and beyond it lay an expansive estate. The grand entrance of the estate, crafted from oak, was adorned with simple carvings, and before it stretched a vast grassy expanse, where a few cows and sheep grazed leisurely. In the distance, one could see sprawling orchards and shimmering lakes, creating a most delightful scene. Since this was an outing, it would be unseemly to drive directly into the estate, as it would detract from the joy of communing with nature. Thus, the group disembarked from their carriage, preparing to walk into the estate. Not far from the estate stood a modest hill, not particularly high, surrounded on all sides by clear waters. Edgar had previously constructed a stone cottage and 2 pavilions atop the hill for his leisurely enjoyment of the view. At this time of early summer, the trees on the hill flourished vibrantly, dappled sunlight filtering through the branches, while the lake sparkled under the sun's rays. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrant scent of foliage, making it an ideal moment for enjoying the scenery from above. Lorraine surveyed the surrounding landscape, his gaze gliding over the humble wooden cottage and the unadorned grassy field, before casually proposing, in my opinion, we might as well divert our course to the North Mountain for our excursion. Its heights offer a broader vista, and the scenery surpasses that of this place. This suggestion, though seemingly casual, was laced with a subtle hint of mockery. Since it was Leon who suggested visiting Edgar's estate, he dared not openly oppose the Crown Prince's decision. Instead, he subtly disparaged the estate's modesty under the pretense of discussing the scenery, implying that it was unworthy of their noble lineage. Valen immediately chimed in with a feigned smile, pretending to offer counsel. Oh, does it really matter where we go? After all, it is merely a way to pass an afternoon. Although this place may seem a bit rustic, it is indeed tranquil. Thomas, you need not be overly critical. While he spoke words of encouragement, he simultaneously echoed Lauren's sentiments, covertly mocking Edgar's estate as shabby and unbefitting of their status. Leon discerned the underlying meanings in their words, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of displeasure stirring within him as he instinctively glanced at Edgar to gauge his reaction. To Leon's surprise, Edgar merely shrugged indifferently, displaying no trace of anger, as if he had not perceived their derision at all. He understood well that, apart from Leon, this assembly of young nobles inherently regarded him, a parvenu of peasant origins, with disdain. Their outward politeness and camaraderie were merely for the Crown Prince's sake. Edgar remained unmoved by their opinions. In his eyes, these individuals, despite their noble blood and resplendent attire, were nothing more than dilettantes, engrossed in poetry and revelry, incapable of wielding a sword for the defense of their realm or managing affairs of state to soothe the populace. Their views were utterly inconsequential. At this moment, little Jean Bao and Elia also disembarked from the carriage. Little Jean Bao continued to beam with a radiant smile, her eyes flitting among the faces present, seeking out potential patrons to elevate her standing. Elia, however, stood quietly in place, her hands clasped in front of her. Although her expression was obscured, the attendees could sense her aloofness and subtle displeasure through her tense shoulders and composed demeanor, as if she held no interest in this excursion. Leon approached with a gentle tone, inquiring, "Miss Elia, you seem to lack enthusiasm. Might it be the weariness of travel, or perhaps dissatisfaction with the surroundings?" Elia lifted her gaze toward the source of the voice, her tone flat and unruffled. "Your Highness, you worry unnecessarily. I merely prefer quieter gatherings devoid of crowds. It is not the environment I find fault with." Leon nodded slightly, understanding her sentiment, and then gestured to the guards behind him. The surrounding plainclothes guards immediately grasped the Crown Prince's intent, dispersing in an orderly fashion to retreat to the edges of the woods, 100 paces away, vigilantly observing their surroundings. They were acutely aware that if any harm befell the Crown Prince here, their entire kin would be at risk of losing their lives, and thus they dared not relax their vigilance. Little Jean Bao noticed the Crown Prince's remarkable bearing, his deep blue velvet attire understated yet undeniably noble, contrasting sharply with the ostentation of other young nobles. A glimmer of surprise crossed her eyes as she discreetly tugged at Hugo's sleeve, whispering, "Master Hugo, who is this extraordinary prince? His demeanor and appearance suggest he is of no ordinary lineage." Hugo smiled mysteriously, refraining from providing a direct answer, and merely stated in ambiguous terms, "This individual is of noble origin. Their identity is beyond our reckoning. What you must comprehend is to not treat them with negligence." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinbao's curiosity intensified, and as she cast another glance at Leon, her eyes sparkled with allure, her smile becoming increasingly solicitous. evidently seeking to ingratiate herself with this esteemed figure. Leon, oblivious to Xiao Jinbao's unusual demeanor, redirected his gaze towards Aaliyah, maintaining his noble composure, and gently remarked, "If Miss Aaliyah truly finds this clamor disagreeable, I shall immediately dispatch someone to escort you back to the city. There is no need for you to endure this discomfort." Aaliyah paused in silence, not responding immediately. However, Xiao Jinbao grew anxious. Should Aaliyah depart, she would be left alone amidst a throng of unfamiliar aristocratic youths, an exceedingly awkward predicament that would thwart her prior intentions. She hastily grasped Aaliyah's hand, her voice laced with a hint of pleading. "Dearest sister, it was my folly to deceive you into believing it would be just the two of us on this outing. I had no inkling Hugo would attract such a crowd. Since we have already arrived, why not linger a while, enjoy the scenery, and not squander this splendid occasion? What do you say?" Aaliyah let out a soft sigh and eventually nodded in acquiescence. Surely, she was aware that this so-called outing was merely a ruse concocted by these young nobles, intended solely for the purpose of beholding her presence. Even if she were to refuse now, escaping would prove difficult. It was wiser to remain, thus avoiding any undue embarrassment. Seeing her consent, Leon stepped aside, gesturing with courtesy, "Please." Aaliyah inclined her head in gratitude and proceeded forward, her steps light and graceful, akin to a fawn in the woods. Xiao Jinbao immediately shed her pleading demeanor, casting a flirtatious glance at the assembly, giggling as she trailed behind, occasionally exchanging playful banter with the surrounding young aristocrats, and gradually, the atmosphere became more vivacious. Edgar and Leon walked at the forefront of the group, side by side, engaged in a hushed conversation about the estate's current affairs. Behind them, Hugo and others clustered around Xiao Jinbao and Aaliyah, vying for their attention, some extolling the beauty of Xiao Jinbao's singing, while others attempted to converse with Aaliyah, eager to glimpse her visage concealed beneath the veil. Xiao Jinbao maintained a demeanor of cheerful engagement, deftly navigating their advances. In contrast, Aaliyah remained resolutely silent. Her gaze fixed ahead, oblivious to the flattery directed her way, enveloped in an invisible barrier that kept everyone at bay. Edgar glanced back at the raucous scene behind them and couldn't suppress a gentle nudge to Leon's shoulder, jesting in a lowered voice. "Cousin, look at Hugo and his entourage. They resemble a pack of tail-wagging hounds, while Miss Aaliyah pays them no mind, yet they shamelessly approach her. It's quite pathetic." Leon chuckled softly at his candid remarks. Yet his gaze drifted beyond the crowd, resting upon the fields in the distance. The farmers were bent over, diligently toiling in the earth, some planting vegetable seedlings, others watering the crops, a bustling tableau of activity. Though the season for sowing wheat has passed, it is indeed the perfect time for planting vegetables and fruits, and the fields are alive with vitality. I recall the last time I accompanied my father on an inspection of this area. At that time, it was sparsely populated, with barren land stretching as far as the eye could see. How could it have transformed so remarkably in just a few short years? Leon inquired with a hint of astonishment. "Cousin, that was 4 years ago, so the changes are only natural," Edgar replied with a chuckle. "Ever since my uncle, the king, bestowed this land upon my father, the estate initially housed only around 30 servants amidst a sea of desolation. It was stark and empty. Later, I observed the plight of numerous wandering refugees nearby, many on the brink of starvation, and I persuaded my father to take them in. In total, we welcomed over 1,000 individuals, granting them the barren land to cultivate for their sustenance. My father scolded me for squandering resources, claiming I was nurturing a horde of idlers, wasting food. I simply retorted that letting the land lie fallow was no better, rather than allowing it to remain idle. We could use it to save lives, thus accumulating virtue through good deeds." After hearing my words, he reluctantly consented. Leon's eyes sparkled with admiration as he quickly inquired, "What rent do you charge them?" Typically, nobles demand at least 50% from tenants, and some even 70%, making their lives exceedingly difficult. Edgar raised a finger and replied with a smile, "I only charge 10%, and that's only in prosperous years. In times of disaster, I waive the rent entirely. Should any family face dire straits and require grain from the estate, I allow the steward to keep a record, enabling them to repay within 5 years without interest, ensuring they bear no excessive burden." Unable to contain his approval, Leon applauded with genuine praise. "Edgar, I must say, your compassion is truly remarkable. How many nobles in our kingdom indulge in extravagance, residing in opulent castles, clad in luxurious silks, while remaining indifferent to the plight of the common folk, burdening them with incessant taxes? Your actions stand out as exceptional, far surpassing many who falsely claim nobility." Edgar waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "Cousin, you flatter me. My uncle the king bestows vast treasures upon us each year, and my aunt frequently sends money and provisions. Over the years, we have accumulated no less than 100,000 solidus coins. Even if my father and I were to do nothing, we would never exhaust our wealth in this lifetime. Such riches serve little purpose. It is far more fulfilling to ensure the livelihood of the people. Seeing them well-fed and warmly clothed brings me peace of mind. Leon gently patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with warmth and approval. Though this cousin often spoke in coarse terms and lacked scholarly refinement, appearing somewhat rough around the edges, he possessed a sincere and kind heart. This was precisely why Leon cherished his bond with Edgar, viewing him as true family. At that moment, one of the farmers working in the fields lifted his head and, spotting Edgar in the distance, excitedly dropped his tools and called out, "The young master has arrived. The young master is coming to the estate." Upon hearing the shout, the other farmers set down their work and turned to gaze at Edgar. Realizing it was indeed him, they eagerly gathered around, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. Several elderly farmers, upon witnessing the scene, instinctively inclined to kneel in reverence. Edgar, noticing their intent, swiftly approached and raised his hand, exclaiming, "Rise at once. How many times must I remind you? No bowing. We need not indulge in such empty formalities among ourselves. Should anyone dare to kneel again, this year's rent shall double." Chapter 16. Arya's invitation. The farmers, caught mid-kneel, abruptly froze, their rough hands awkwardly scratching the back of their heads, their faces adorned with sheepish smiles, as the wrinkles at the corners of their eyes crinkled in discomfort. They had long been accustomed to paying homage to the nobility and momentarily forgot the rules set by Edgar. The laborers on the estate were well aware of Edgar's character. He never assumed an air of superiority typical of the aristocracy, nor did he issue commands from a lofty perch. Instead, he engaged with them as if they were his own kin, ensuring that the provisions and seeds he provided were never withheld, and he treated them with exceptional warmth and approachability. As he approached, the crowd immediately gathered around him, some still clutching soil-stained hose, others with flour-dusted aprons, all chattering amiably, their tones imbued with familiarity and devoid of any formality. "Young master, you haven't visited in 2 months. We've all been thinking of you. The last time you shared that tale of the knight battling the dragon, you left before finishing it, and we are all eager to hear the continuation." An elderly farmer with a face lined with wrinkles stepped forward, his voice booming with anticipation. "Indeed. My little Adam hasn't heard your stories in 2 months and can barely eat. He has grown thin. Every day he pesters me, asking when brother Edgar will return. I'm nearly at my wit's end." Another middle-aged farmer chimed in, chuckling while casting a playful glare at his son amidst the crowd. "Huh, old Peter, don't spin tales. Everyone knows your boy is merely infatuated with the miller's daughter, wandering around the mill daydreaming. It has nothing to do with the young master's stories." Someone from the crowd unveiled the truth, prompting a fit of laughter that echoed all around, even causing little Adam to turn crimson and lower his gaze in embarrassment. Edgar, buoyed by the lively atmosphere, could not suppress his hearty laughter, his joyful sound resonating across the fields. Even Leon, who typically maintained a royal demeanor, found himself unable to resist joining in the merriment, his stern expression softening as the fine lines around his eyes smoothed out. Not far away, Arya observed the raucous scene, her gaze hidden beneath a gauzy veil, seemingly fixated on the boisterous Edgar. Sunlight danced along the hem of her pure white skirt, and a gentle breeze stirred the fringes of her veil as a subtle warmth, akin to the thawing of ice and snow, surfaced on her usually aloof countenance. Hugo stood nearby, watching Edgar surrounded by the farmers, clearly the center of attention. Filled with disdain, he muttered to Lorraine beside him, "A bunch of lowly peasants, squawking like a flock of ducks. It's quite irksome. Edgar truly lowers himself by associating with these common folk. It's utterly beneath his dignity." Other noble youths, feeling overshadowed by Edgar, expressed their discontent through derisive remarks. Some commented on the unpleasant odor of the farmer's sweat, while others lamented the dirt from the fields tarnishing their boots, their tones laced with disdain. Valen, with keen ears, overheard the chatter and quickly admonished, "Lower your voices. His Highness Leon is among us, still laughing merrily. Should he catch wind of your discourse, the consequences could be dire." Suddenly aware of the presence of the crown prince, the group fell silent, their mouths closing tightly, yet their gazes toward Edgar remained steeped in contempt and scorn. They harbored countless venomous thoughts, only daring to release their dissatisfaction in the confines of their minds. "Enough, enough. Everyone disperse, return to your tasks. Do not let my presence hinder your labor in the fields, for it would be unfortunate to jeopardize the harvest," Edgar declared with a wave of his hand, smiling at the farmers. "Tonight, Gather at the square before the Lime household. I shall host a feast. There will be roasted meats, ale, and freshly baked bread." Upon hearing the invitation, the farmers erupted in joyous cheers, expressing their gratitude, and some even pledging to bring their homemade fruit wine. Reluctantly, they departed, tools in hand. Returning to their fields, their smiles now even more radiant than before. The group continued toward the small hill, where they encountered women hastily approaching with bamboo baskets. The baskets, lined with clean linen, held their cherished cheeses, honey bread, dried fruits, and freshly boiled eggs. While their husbands labored in the fields, they tended to the children and household chores. Upon hearing that the young master had arrived, they hurried to present their treasured delicacies, eager to convey their gratitude. Had it not been for Edgar, who 5 years prior had bravely sheltered the displaced and provided them land to cultivate, they might have perished in the wilderness, lacking the stability they now enjoyed. Soon, Edgar's hands were filled with an array of food, and even Leon was warmly presented with numerous treats, clutching several pieces of honey bread and a bag of dried fruits. Observing Edgar surrounded by the women, his face aglow with delight and his eyes brimming with sincere joy, Leon felt an increasing admiration for his cousin. At that moment, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted. 20 or 30 children, clad in rough-spun garments, came rushing from a distant village, some barefoot, others with tousled hair, yet all with bright eyes. They encircled Edgar, hopping and calling, "Brother Edgar! Brother Edgar! You've finally come." Edgar knelt, sharing the pastries and bread with the children, watching as they carefully accepted the food, eagerly stuffing it into their mouths, their faces alight with satisfaction. While these treats were mere trifles to him, for these children, who had subsisted on coarse grains for so long, they were a rare delicacy, savored only once in many months. Yet they are never greedy. After receiving food, they sweetly express their gratitude with a heartfelt "Thank you, Brother Edgar." For they remember well that without Edgar, their families would lack land, be unable to find sufficient sustenance, and would not enjoy the comforts of their current lives. Whenever a farmer's wife brings something, Edgar graciously accepts it with both hands, respectfully addressing her as aunt or grandma, thanking her before distributing the food among the children nearby. Never keeping it for himself, the farmers, seeing his thoughtfulness, grow even fonder of him, taking his hand and engaging in light conversation, reminding him to take care of his health and not to overexert himself. After distributing the food, Leon approaches Edgar and softly remarks, "It is evident that they genuinely welcome you. This bond is not feigned." Edgar, upon hearing this, gently shakes his head with a sigh. "Was I not once like them, relying on the heavens for sustenance, burdened by heavy taxes, and fearful of the Lord's whip? Yet, back then, the Lord showed us serfs no kindness, only relentless exploitation, eager to extract every drop of our sweat and blood." Leon lightly pats his shoulder, his eyes filled with understanding, having personally experienced the hardships of the lower classes. He comprehends the bitterness and struggle, which is precisely why he empathizes so deeply with the farmers. As they reach the lakeside, 5 slender skiffs await at the shore, crafted from sturdy oak and adorned with small canvas sails. The boatmen, who are farmers from the estate, upon seeing Edgar's arrival, set down their oars and wave, their expressions brimming with satisfaction and pride. 5 years have passed since that ragged boy, who fled with his father, has grown into a tall, distinguished young man, now a protector of those in need. 5 years ago, during their flight, Edgar and his family met Ted Lynch, Lime Wit, and Colin Huck. The four, sharing a kindred spirit and compatible temperaments, formed bonds of brotherhood by the campfire, pledging to share both fortune and misfortune. Later, as Edgar rose in prominence, he never forgot his old friends, continuously seeking ways to support them. Ted, originally from the militia, returned to the army and, with Edgar's patronage and introduction, has now become a captain in the Royal Guard, commanding over 100 men, achieving a modest degree of success. Lime and Colin were settled by Edgar in this estate, each granted several hundred acres of fertile land, enabling them to cultivate and sustain themselves. Daily affairs of the estate are jointly managed by the two. Edgar allocates monthly funds from his household to ensure they live stable and prosperous lives. However, Colin, with his fiery spirit, is unwilling to confine himself to farming on the estate. Last year, disregarding his mother's pleas, he insisted on joining the military to serve the kingdom. With Ted's recommendation, he has successfully enlisted in the Royal Army and is currently stationed at the border. Lime, standing at the water's edge, instantly recognizes Leon among the crowd, his deep blue velvet attire and distinguished demeanor unmistakably marking him as a member of the royal aristocracy. As he was about to step forward and bow, Edgar, quick-witted and nimble, signaled him with a glance to refrain from excessive courtesy, lest Leon's identity be revealed. Lime, being remarkably astute, immediately understood and merely clasped his fists in a respectful salute towards the assembly, his tone dignified yet devoid of obsequiousness. "Young master, are you planning to visit the island in the lake today?" Edgar nodded, his gaze sweeping across the tranquil water. "Prepare a delightful feast for the evening. I wish to invite everyone to dine in the square, right on the vacant land in front of your home. Lime, I entrust this task to you. Ensure that all are well-fed and well-watered. Rest assured, young master, I will arrange for the staff to prepare everything. On the island, provisions and seating have already been set. I shall instruct the servants to prevent any unwanted intrusions from disturbing the young gentlemen and ladies." Though still in his early 20s, Lime had grown increasingly composed and capable through years of managing the estate, his considerations remarkably thorough. Leon was the first to board a small skiff, turning to beckon Edgar to join him. Little Gnawing stood at the shore, her peripheral vision fixed on Leon. Upon seeing his gesture, she feigned ignorance of Edgar Ash's presence and hastily lifted her skirts to leap onto the boat, clearly wishing to be alone with Leon. The skiff was already cramped, able to accommodate only two. Adding a third would render it uncomfortable. With a resigned shrug, Edgar turned toward another unoccupied skiff, secretly amused by little Gnawing's eagerness. "Miss Aaliyah, the hour grows late. Please, allow me to assist you aboard," Valen said as he approached Aaliyah, slightly bowing in a manner that hinted at ingratiation. "You are too kind." "Young master, there is no need for such trouble. I have my own arrangements," Aaliyah replied, gracefully curtsying. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, she lifted the hem of her plain white skirt and walked directly towards Edgar's skiff, lightly stepping aboard and taking a seat beside him, her movements elegant and composed. Hugo, Lauren, and the others watched in envy and jealousy, gritting their teeth, yet feeling helpless, begrudgingly boarding other boats while their gazes remained fixated on Edgar, as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. The skiff, propelled by the oarsman, glided slowly towards the small island, several hundred meters away. The lake lay calm and undisturbed, sunlight glimmering on the surface and casting a shimmering glow, while a gentle breeze wafted the coolness of the water, creating a most pleasant atmosphere. Sitting so close to Aaliyah, Edgar could distinctly perceive the subtle fragrance of lavender and roses that enveloped her, a delicate aroma far removed from the heavy scent of cosmetics that clung to little Gnawing. He felt a twinge of discomfort, his hands resting on his knees, opening his mouth several times without knowing what to say, inwardly chastising himself for squandering the opportunity to converse with such beauty. "How should I address you, young master?" Just as Edgar's palms began to sweat from anxiety, Aaliyah's voice, soft as a breeze caressing the strings of a harp, broke the silence, imbued with warmth. Hearing her voice, Edgar found himself unexpectedly calm. He turned to look at her, smiling as he replied, "I am Edgar de Verlin. You may simply call me Edgar, no need for such formality." "Edgar, Edgar," Aaliyah softly repeated his name, the corners of her lips lifting gently beneath the veil, her smile as refreshing as morning dew, imbued with a rare softness. The boatman, evidently intent on prolonging their journey, rowed with a leisurely pace, each stroke of the oar appearing particularly unhurried. Ahead, the boat carrying Leon and little Gnawing had already approached the island's shore, while their vessel had barely reached the center of the lake, not yet halfway to their destination. Hugo and the others stood on the shore, unable to contain their impatience as they called out, urging the boatman to hurry. Edgar shook his head in resignation and addressed the boatman, "Brother Riz, why are you rowing so slowly today? Is there something wrong with the boat?" The boatman paused, scratching his head, a simple smile spreading across his face. "Young master, to be honest, I didn't have enough to eat at noon and lack the strength to row faster. I hope you can bear with me." Edgar was well aware that the boatman was being deliberately slow, yet he chose not to confront him. Instead, he turned to Aaliyah, his tone laced with inquiry. "Miss Aaliyah, the slow pace of our journey does not trouble you, does it? If you are in a hurry, I can urge Brother Riz to row faster." Aaliyah offered a gentle smile but did not respond. Her gaze shifted to the lake's surface on their right. Several hundred meters away, a stone dam, towering over 10 feet, spanned across the lake, with a wooden sluice gate at its center wide open, allowing water to flow gently through, creating a small waterfall. "This water is drawn from the outer lake, isn't it?" Aaliyah inquired softly, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "Indeed," Edgar said, following her gaze. "The water in the heart of the lake is shallow and prone to drying up, so I had this dam constructed to channel water from the outer lake. Beyond the sluice gate lies the vast outer lake, teeming with large fish. I often go there to fish in my leisure time, and always return with a bountiful catch." Upon hearing this, Aaliyah's eyes sparkled with longing as she softly suggested, "Edgar, Could we perhaps forego the heart of the lake and instead visit the outer lake? I have never seen such a large body of water. Edgar immediately rose, intending to call out to Hugo and the others on the shore to join them at the outer lake, but Elia stopped him. No need, she said calmly. There's no need to trouble anyone else. It shall be just the two of us. Chapter 17. A stroll on the lake, just the two of us? Edgar was taken aback, his feet seemingly anchored to the bow of the boat, his hands instinctively gripping the edge, knuckles turning pale. The unexpected happiness overwhelmed him, leaving his mind momentarily blank, unsure of how to respond. He felt his cheeks flush and his breath quicken. My dear master, you are rather slow on the uptake. The boatman Riz chuckled, unable to resist teasing him. A talented youth accompanied by a beautiful maiden, gliding on the lake to admire the scenery. What a rare opportunity. Why hesitate? Are you perhaps shy? Subjected to the teasing of his own servant in public, Edgar's face burned with embarrassment. He quickly feigned anger, exclaiming, What do you mean by talented scholars and beautiful maidens? Enough of your nonsense. You are only in the way, why don't you step aside? The boatman chuckled heartily, setting down his oar and brushing off the droplets of water from his trousers, then retorted, Young master, you previously claimed to know how to row. Is that assertion still valid? Of course. This trivial task cannot possibly challenge me, Edgar replied, stiffening his neck in an attempt to feign composure. In that case, I shall trouble you to take the helm yourself, while I take my leave to avoid ruining your endeavors, the boatman said. Without waiting for Edgar's reaction, he supported himself against the boat's edge, leapt into the lake with a splash, creating a cascade of water. His swimming prowess was remarkable. He moved through the water with the grace of a fish, propelling himself towards the island at the lake's center, leaving behind only a faint trace of ripples. Could it be done this way? Edgar stood in stunned silence, watching the boatman swim away, his mouth agape for a considerable time, while his heart soared with joy, dispelling the earlier tension and leaving only uncontainable delight. Young Master Edgar, did you not claim to know how to row? Why do you remain motionless? Noticing him still standing at the bow, Arya could not suppress a gentle laugh, her voice soft as a feather, laced with playful teasing as she reminded him softly. Snapping back to reality, Edgar laughed heartily, masking his inner turmoil, bent to pick up the long pole at the boat's stern, inhaled deeply, and firmly plunged it into the water. With a vigorous push, he turned the bow towards the dam. Though the pole did not offer the same dexterity as the boatman's, he managed to steer the small vessel, which glided slowly across the lake, leaving a winding trail in its wake. Arya sat sideways in the boat, tilting her head slightly as she gazed at the distant shimmering lake. Though she could not see it, she seemed to sense the vastness of the water and the gentleness of the breeze. Seizing a moment while rowing, Edgar stole glances at her. Up close, he noticed her figure had grown ever more graceful, her waist slender as a willow. The pristine white dress clung elegantly to her curves, particularly accentuating her bosom, which, partially concealed beneath the fabric, formed an alluring silhouette that was difficult to look away from. In high spirits, he rowed with fervor while breaking into a familiar folk tune from a past life. We too row our boat, gathering red water chestnuts. Oh, how delightful it is. Sister, how clever you are. Brother, how sincere. The melody, rich with rustic charm, flowed joyously over the expansive lake, intertwining with the ripples of the water and the soft whispers of the breeze, creating a harmonious symphony. Arya turned to him in surprise, her eyes brimming with curiosity. What melody is this that you sing, young master? I have never encountered such an intriguing ballad. This was not easy to explain. He could hardly disclose that it was a song from another world. Cleverly sidestepping the question, Edgar replied with a counter-inquiry. Do you find this tune pleasing, miss? She nodded gently, her tone infused with sincere admiration. The melody is novel and unique, entirely different from the ballads within the kingdom. It is unlike anything I have ever heard. Though the lyrics are straightforward and colloquial, they are imbued with the essence of life, harmoniously intertwined with the melody, evoking a sense of serenity that dispels all worries. Edgar laughed heartily, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. If my song can bring such joy to Miss Elia, then my efforts have not been in vain. With that, he continued to sing another ballad, his voice growing ever more resonant, filled with youthful exuberance. Reverberating across the lake's surface, gentle ripples danced upon the water, as the evening breeze tousled their hair and the edges of their garments, carrying the coolness of the lake and the fragrance of the flora. The youth sang aloud while the maiden listened quietly, occasionally chiming in softly. The setting sun painted the sky in warm shades of orange and red, its afterglow casting shimmering reflections upon the lake, the scenery enchanting, and a subtle, almost imperceptible feeling of affection flowed quietly between them, creating an atmosphere of exceptional warmth. As dusk approached and the sun dipped behind distant mountains, the two reluctantly returned to shore. Upon docking, Elia declined the suggestion to join others on the island, softly requesting Edgar to escort her back to the Golden Rose Inn in Winchester. When they arrived at the inn's entrance, the night had deepened, and the lanterns outside glowed with a warm yellow light, illuminating the stone steps. Edgar alighted from the carriage first, extending his hand to assist Elia down. He had expected to be rebuffed, yet to his surprise, she did not shy away, gently resting her hand in his palm. Her hand was delicate and cool to the touch, sending a thrilling sensation through Edgar, causing him to momentarily lose his breath. Today, with you as my companion on the lake, listening to your melodious singing, my heart is filled with immense joy, Elia said softly, though her face was partially veiled. Her tone was light and gentle, clearly reflecting her exuberance. Edgar gazed at her, a smile illuminating his face. To be in the company of Miss Elia brings me great delight. Yet, I must express a tinge of regret for not yet having glimpsed your true visage. It is indeed a pity. Elia chuckled lightly. Her laughter like the tinkling of silver bells, leaving a hint of regret only serves to deepen one's longing. Is it not more delightful to possess such tantalizing distance? Despite her words, Edgar feigned a sorrowful expression, furrowing his brow. I fear I may be restless tonight, tormented by this very regret. Elia smiled, then retrieved a small silver token from her voluminous sleeve, intricately engraved with a simple rose pattern, and handed it to Edgar. With this token, you may visit me at the Golden Rose Inn at any time in the future without the need for prior announcement. I eagerly await the new stories and imaginative ideas you will bring next time. After saying this, she gazed at Edgar for a moment, as if to etch his image into her heart, before turning gracefully, lifting her skirts, and gliding into the inn, her figure swiftly disappearing behind the door. Edgar looked down at the small silver token in his hand, tracing the engravings with his fingertips, unable to suppress a smile as he carefully tucked it away before boarding the carriage and embarking on his journey home. As the carriage came to a halt before his family's estate, Edgar lifted the curtain only to be struck dumb by the scene that unfolded before him, the smile on his face vanishing in an instant. There stood his father, Thomas, pacing back and forth in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed and his complexion as ashen as the bottom of a pot, muttering curses under his breath, his tone rife with anger and anxiety. A group of 7 or 8 servants stood dejectedly to the side, silent and disheveled, clearly having just endured a severe reprimand, gazing at the grand entrance of the estate. Edgar was appalled to find the once sturdy oak door now battered and in ruins, its surface marred by deep gashes from blades and axes, with fragments strewn about in some places. The ground before the door was smeared with a foul, putrid substance that exuded a nauseating stench, wafting through the air and inciting revulsion. Without a moment's hesitation, Edgar leapt from the carriage and strode forward, seizing Thomas's arm and urgently inquiring, "Father, what on earth has transpired? Who is responsible for this? How has our home come to such a state?" Thomas halted his pacing, surveying the gathering crowd of curious onlookers that had amassed in the streets, their faces alight with mockery and schadenfreude as they whispered among themselves. Witnessing this spectacle, his expression darkened further, his lips pressed into a thin line. "It is the work of that scoundrel, Laval," Thomas spat through clenched teeth, his voice tinged with barely contained fury. "Laval?" Edgar furrowed his brow, striving to recall the name, yet drawing a blank. "We have no animosity towards him. Why would he target us so viciously?" With a heavy sigh, Thomas rubbed his throbbing temples and recounted the events that had transpired. This afternoon, King Alberic III, accompanied by Princess Catherine, visited the royal gardens for leisure, with 7 prominent members of the Privy Council at his side, including Laval, the chief scholar of the Royal Academy. During their outing, the king suddenly revisited the topic of bestowing an honor upon the princess's brother, namely, my elevation to the rank of honorary baron. This matter has been broached numerous times over the years, yet remains unresolved due to vehement opposition from the House of Lords, which insists that, as a former serf, I am unworthy of noble title. The king, in choosing to revive this issue during a leisurely excursion, aimed to circumvent the procedural debates of the House of Lords, intending for the Privy Council to adjudicate and issue a decree. Initially, the 7 councillors voiced no objections, as an honorary baron is but a nominal title, devoid of tangible lands or power, merely a gesture of goodwill from the king to the princess. Just as it seemed the matter was nearing resolution, Laval abruptly rose, vehemently opposing the proposal. He not only rejected the honor outright, but publicly chastised Princess Catherine for her perceived arrogance and manipulation of the king's affections, accusing her of seeking personal gain for her family and endangering the realm. The king, already incensed by the resistance from the House of Lords, found Laval's remarks infuriating and, in a fit of rage, commanded the royal guards to arrest him and confine him to the royal prison for further examination of his transgressions. Upon receiving the news of his father's imprisonment, Sebastian, son of Laval, was consumed by indignation. He firmly believed that the Thomas family was behind this treachery and, accompanied by several servants, stormed towards the Villa estate in a fit of rage. At that moment, Edgar was away, and Thomas had also stepped out, leaving behind only a handful of elderly servants who dared not intervene. Thus, Sebastian and his entourage wreaked havoc within the estate, hacking at the doors, shattering windows, and defiling the entrance with filth before departing in a huff. The servants, paralyzed by fear of Sebastian's noble power, could only watch helplessly as chaos unfolded. Upon hearing his father's account, Edgar felt a surge of fury rise within him, unable to contain himself as he shouted, "This is outrageous. Laval was imprisoned for offending the king and queen. What business is it of ours? How dare his son come to our home and act with such impunity? Does he think Villa is easy to bully?" He then turned to the household servants in the courtyard and barked, "What are you all standing there for? Arm yourselves and follow me. We shall demand an explanation and seek compensation for our losses today." Seeing this, Thomas rushed forward, gripping Edgar's arm tightly and pleading urgently, "You are mad. Laval is the chief scholar of the Royal Academy, held in high esteem among the nobility and scholars of the kingdom. If you recklessly confront them, not only will you gain no resolution, but you will also be accused of arrogance and oppression. This could lead to dire consequences." Edgar scoffed, shaking off his father's grip with disdain in his eyes. "Chief scholar? Merely a fifth-tier official, afraid to even breathe in the presence of the king. What is he to us? The current king is my uncle, and the queen is my aunt. Why should I fear him? If we do not seek justice today, we will allow others to trample upon us in the future." With that, he disregarded Thomas's warnings and, leading over a dozen household servants armed with swords and clubs, charged towards Laval's residence with formidable determination. "Fool, come back. You will ruin this family," Thomas shouted hoarsely from behind, his voice strained with urgency. Yet he could only watch as Edgar's figure vanished into the night. "Do not worry, old man. I know my limits. I will not cause any fatalities, merely seek justice." Edgar's voice echoed from afar, gradually fading into the darkness. Thomas stood rooted in place, gazing at the desolate street, filled with concern yet powerless, pacing anxiously within the courtyard. Chapter 18. The credibility of a man. Is this Laval's home? Edgar stood at the alley's mouth, staring incredulously at the courtyard before him, his brow furrowed in disbelief. It was but a diminutive courtyard, encircled by low wooden fences overrun with withered vines. Within the yard stood 4 stone cottages, their walls mottled and bearing the scars of repairs, while the thatched roofs were sparse and patchy, revealing wooden beams in several places. The window frame is askew, the glass long gone, replaced only by a tattered layer of burlap that rustles in the wind. Laval, as the chief scholar of the Royal Academy, holds a status equivalent to a 5th-rank civil servant, placing him within the upper echelons of the kingdom's hierarchy, enjoying generous remuneration. Yet, he resides in such meager conditions? This starkly contrasts with his preconceived notions of an official's residence. A passerby clad in coarse garments hurriedly walks by, carrying a bundle. Edgar hastens forward, grasping the man's sleeve with urgency and bewilderment. "Sir, please pause. Might I inquire if this is the residence of Laval, the chief scholar of the Royal Academy?" The passerby halts, following Edgar's gaze towards the small courtyard, and nods in affirmation. "Indeed, young master. What business do you have with Scholar Laval?" Edgar gestures towards the dilapidated stone house. Still incredulous, the salary of a 5th-rank civil servant should afford a comfortable life for his family. How could Laval reside in such a place? The man, dressed in a faded blue woolen robe adorned with a simple municipal emblem, is evidently a low-ranking official of the city hall. He sizes up Edgar, noting his silk robe, silver belt, and the cadre of robust, stern-faced servants trailing behind him, clearly not an ordinary commoner. He immediately adopts a more respectful demeanor. "You may not be aware, young master, but Scholar Laval has lived a life of integrity and modesty, earning immense respect in the capital. Having taught at the Royal Academy for over 30 years, he has educated numerous students who now occupy significant positions in the court, some even becoming governors of border provinces or nobles themselves. When these students prosper, they wish to express their gratitude with gifts of gold, estates, and fine steeds, all of which Scholar Laval sternly declines. He often states that educating the next generation is his duty and should not be a means for personal gain. His household expenses rely solely on his salary, most of which is spent on acquiring books and supporting impoverished students, leading to a naturally frugal lifestyle. Edgar casts a skeptical glance at him, uncertainty still lingering in his mind. Are you well acquainted with Laval? How do you know these details so thoroughly? I would not dare to presume such familiarity. The official quickly shakes his head, his tone growing even more deferential. This is common knowledge in the capital. You could ask any neighbor, and they would provide the same answer. Everything I say is true, without the slightest embellishment. With that, he bows respectfully to Edgar and departs hastily. Fearing to delay his duties, Edgar remains rooted in place, his brow still furrowed. He finds it difficult to accept. The remuneration for civil servants is substantial, with a fifth-rank scholar earning at least 30 solid silver coins monthly. Even with a simple lifestyle, one should not fall into such destitution, unable to afford repairs for their home. With these doubts in mind, he pushes open the slightly ajar courtyard gate and steps inside. The yard is eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. In one corner, a few vegetable plants flourish, likely tended by the lady of the house. Near the entrance, a rickety wooden table and several benches are scattered, the surface marred with scratches. From the leftmost stone house wafts a faint aroma of food, mingled with the scent of porridge, suggesting that the family is partaking in their meal. Edgar approached the door on the far right, gently pushing open the ajar entrance. The scene that unfolded within was striking. A simple wooden bed was positioned against the wall, adorned with a coarse blanket that had yellowed with age. Beside it stood a similarly worn desk, upon which rested an oil lamp and several scrolls of parchment. In the corner loomed a diminutive wooden cabinet, and apart from these, there was naught else. Despite the austere furnishings, everything was impeccably tidy, with the parchment on the desk arranged with care. He proceeded to the adjacent room, opening the door to find a layout strikingly similar to the previous one, save for the greater number of tomes upon the desk, suggesting it was Sebastian's chamber. Upon reaching the third door, Edgar inhaled deeply before pushing it open, only to be momentarily taken aback. He swiftly closed the door again, his earlier doubts gradually dissipating. This room was larger than the others, devoid of a bed or wardrobe. Instead, it was lined with towering bookshelves that rose from the floor to the beams above, filled with scrolls, handwritten texts, and bound volumes. Piles of books were stacked on the windowsill, in the corners, and even beneath the table, while the walls were adorned with a few yellowed ancient paintings and intricately crafted star charts, their frames old yet immaculately clean. Edgar finally comprehended. This scholar of Laval had devoted all his salary and energy to amassing a collection of books and delving into knowledge, resulting in a remarkably modest lifestyle for his family. "Sir, there are guests in the courtyard," announced a woman in her 30s, emerging from the kitchen with a ceramic bowl. Clad in a long, patched dress of coarse fabric, yet freshly laundered, she appeared somewhat surprised to see Edgar and his entourage, assuming they were friends of her husband, Sebastian, and called gently into the house. "Who could be visiting at this hour?" Sebastian's voice emerged from within, shortly followed by his stride into the open. Upon seeing Edgar and the dozen or so imposing figures behind him, his expression darkened abruptly, a flicker of wariness and anger crossing his eyes. He swiftly turned to his wife, instructing, "Return inside and keep an eye on the children. Do not come out." Though she was unaware of the unfolding events, the woman sensed the tension and nodded hastily, retreating with her bowl and closing the door firmly behind her. "What do you seek from me?" Sebastian confronted the group of fierce men wielding clubs, his demeanor unyielding, his posture straight, and his gaze piercing as he coldly inquired. It was this unflinching courage that stirred a sense of respect within Edgar. "Can you not guess who I am?" Edgar replied, arms crossed, regarding him with an air of indifference tinged with sarcasm. Despite having never met Edgar, Sebastian was quick to deduce his identity. Having caused a disturbance at the violent estate the day prior, it was no surprise that someone had come seeking him with a retinue. Who else could it be but someone from the violent family? He remained silent, his gaze locked onto Edgar while occasionally glancing toward the kitchen. His family was inside, and he could not allow them to come to harm. "The events that transpired were solely the doing of me, Sebastian, and have nothing to do with my father or family. I am unafraid of your retaliation, for I have acted with conviction." Taking a deep breath, Sebastian spoke resolutely. "I implore you, should you seek vengeance, direct it at me alone, and spare my family, for they are innocent in this matter." Edgar, upon hearing this, slowly raised his thumb in approval, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Such audacity! To act boldly and accept responsibility. You are indeed a man of worth. Yet, I remain perplexed. The destruction of one's dwelling and the defilement of property are grave offenses under the laws of the kingdom. As the son of a scholar from Laval and a member of the municipal office, How could you possibly violate the law? Sebastian's countenance shifted slightly before returning to calmness, and he replied earnestly, How could I, of all people, be ignorant of the law? After departing your esteemed residence yesterday, I went directly to the city's security office to confess, personally pinning my transgressions and acknowledging my actions. The chief of security, considering this to be my first offense and noting my contrite demeanor, sentenced me to 1 month of imprisonment and permitted me to return home today to gather clothing and personal items. After I dine this evening, I shall promptly return to the security office to serve my sentence, without delay. Edgar stood speechless, his anger dissipating like extinguished embers, as he observed Sebastian. Despite their initial encounter, he could discern from the man's gaze and demeanor that he was as honorable and steadfast as his father, Laval, and not a schemer. He would undoubtedly become a commendable servant of the kingdom in the future. Shall we act now, sir? A household servant whispered, gripping his wooden club tighter, noticing Edgar's hesitation. Enough, Edgar replied slowly, shaking his head. He cast aside the club in his hand, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Such a man, even if subdued by force, cannot be compelled to submit in spirit. Let today's affair conclude here. With that, he turned and walked towards the courtyard exit. The servants exchanged glances. Filled with confusion yet reluctant to defy Edgar's command, they discarded their clubs and followed him in silence. Sebastian stood in the courtyard, watching the retreating figures of Edgar and his entourage, his brow furrowed, filled with perplexity. He had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet was taken aback by how easily they departed. Have they left? Why must you be so impulsive? His wife emerged from the house, accompanied by their 4 children, clad in faded homespun garments, yet each with rosy cheeks and bright eyes. Among the children, the eldest boy was merely 12, while the youngest girl was around 5 or 6. Timidly peering from behind their mother, curiously observing the courtyard, Sebastian did not respond to his wife's inquiry. Instead, he knelt down and gently ruffled his children's hair, his tone serious as he said, Today, I must go to the security office to serve my sentence, and I will be away from home for several days. You must heed your mother's guidance, do not indulge in play, and do not neglect your studies. Your daily Latin readings and arithmetic practice must not falter. Do you understand? Yes, father. The children replied in unison, then bowed respectfully to Sebastian, their actions precise, indicative of their strict upbringing. Please tidy up my clothes, for I must report to the law enforcement agency tonight. It is imperative that I honor my commitments, Sebastian instructed his wife as he rose from his seat. His wife, filled with concern, gently replied, It is already dark outside, and it may not be safe. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until tomorrow morning? You could stay home for one more night. Sebastian, already simmering with anger due to his father's imprisonment, erupted at her suggestion, raising his voice. I have already informed the officer of my intent to report tonight. I cannot go back on my word. My reputation is not a bargaining chip. Hurry and pack my belongings, and cease your pleas. Startled by his stern tone, his wife felt a pang of grievance, yet understanding his temperament, she nodded and retreated to gather his things. When Edgar returned home, he found Thomas seated in a wooden chair in the living room, sipping tea that had long since gone cold, oblivious to the passage of time as he worried over Edgar's safety. Upon seeing his son return unscathed, he sprang to his feet, hastening toward him with anxious inquiries. How did it go? Was there any trouble? Edgar recounted the events in detail, including the simplicity of the Laval household and Sebastian's forthrightness in his confession. After listening, Thomas fell silent for a moment, then nodded slowly, relieved. This is for the best. It is preferable to avoid further complications. The Lavals are not malevolent. It is a stroke of fortune that this matter can be resolved amicably. The following morning, Edgar was spared the usual early rise to the palace. His mentor, Thomas, had not yet recovered from his leg injury. At his age, a fracture required more than a month of recuperation, and with advanced years, his recovery was even slower. The thought brought Edgar secret delight, allowing him to indulge in a rare lion, finally rising leisurely when the sun was high in the sky. However, just before noon, a man clad in the attire of a palace attendant hurried to the Violin residence, bearing a scroll of parchment. Upon encountering Edgar and Thomas, he bowed respectfully, saying, Mr. Thomas, young Master Edgar, Princess Catherine has issued a summons. Please join her for lunch today in the palace, where a feast awaits you in her chambers. The two wasted no time in donning their formal attire and followed the attendant to the palace. Upon arriving at the princess's chambers, they found the table adorned with exquisite dishes, roasted goose, braised beef, fruit pudding, and wine, all laid out in abundance. Leon was already present, engaged in a hushed conversation with Princess Catherine. As everyone took their seats, The attendant poured wine for them. Edgar picked up a silver fork, savoring a few bites of the roasted goose, and then, with a playful smile, remarked to Catherine, "Aunt, while the palace chef's skills are commendable, they cannot compare to your own roasted chicken. That flavor is truly unparalleled." Catherine chuckled at his candidness, her eyes filled with affection. "You sweet-talking child. Is it so easy to desire my cooking? On a day soon, when you come to the palace, I shall have the kitchen prepare the ingredients, and I will make it for you myself." Thomas, however, found no inclination for jest. He set down his silver fork, his expression grave as he recounted the tumultuous events of the previous day when Sebastian had caused a stir at their door and Edgar had gone to negotiate. He then spoke softly, "Sister, the matter of the title is of little concern to me. However, given the uproar it has caused, should it jeopardize your standing in the court, it would be a grave miscalculation. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to speak with His Majesty and let this matter rest. I would rather remain a commoner." Upon hearing this, Catherine slowly placed her silver fork down, her smile fading and her countenance darkening, tinged with dissatisfaction. "Third brother, what do you mean by that? The conferment of a title is not solely your affair. Isabel's rank is still beneath mine, and her brother, who is devoid of talent and virtue, merely oppresses the common folk, has nonetheless been granted the title of Viscount, complete with lands and subjects. You are my only family in this world, my sole brother. Is it too much to ask for a mere barony, the most modest of honors, without any actual territory?" Thomas was daunted by her serious demeanor and lowered his head. Abstaining from further words, he silently raised his goblet, taking a sip of wine to mask his unease. Catherine's gaze shifted to Edgar, her eyes imbued with expectation and determination, her tone calm, yet resolute. "Now, the Villain family consists solely of you and your father. You are my true kin, my only support in this court. I intend not only for you both to attain titles and cease being looked down upon by the nobles, but also to ensure you hold real power. Should you find the burden overwhelming, Edgar may take the reins in the future. I shall petition His Majesty to assign you suitable positions, allowing the Villain family to truly establish itself in the capital." Chapter 19. A plea for mercy. "Mother, your actions may not please father." Leon set down his silver cup, his voice laden with concern. He was acutely aware that, despite his father, Alberic III's affection for his mother, he placed great importance on the balance within the court. Should she overly support the Villain family, it would inevitably incite discontent among the other nobles and ministers, possibly even angering the king. Catherine sighed softly, her gaze resting on her son, her tone imbued with a mix of resignation and gravity. "Leon, do you think I act this way merely for the sake of fame and vanity? You are mistaken. In the race for the throne, you and Felix are evenly matched, indistinguishable from one another. You are well aware of the vast power that lies behind Felix. Even if, in the end, father bequeaths the throne to you, without a reliable force to support you, ascending the throne is easy. Being toppled from it will happen all the sooner." Leon fell silent, his fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the rim of his cup. His mother had previously alluded to the intrigues of court power, yet never had she so candidly elucidated the inherent dangers. He understood her concerns, for Felix's familial influence was deeply entrenched and not easily shaken. Yet he could not help but wonder if Edgar could bear the weight of such a responsibility. Though his cousin possessed a kind heart, his capricious nature and lack of political experience would hardly suffice to contend with the cunning Valois family. Princess Margot, mother of Felix, hailed from the illustrious Valois family of France, a lineage that stood as a paragon of nobility within the kingdom, its influence permeating every corner of the court. The current chief privy councillor and foremost official, Robert de Valois, is the head of this illustrious family, wielding immense authority within the realm. Within the family, there are over 300 civil officials, with their presence felt from the Privy Council to local municipal halls. In military matters, the situation is even more pronounced. Roland de Valois, the governor of the Highlands, commands an army of 50,000 stationed at the southwestern border, holding significant military power. Meanwhile, Edmond de Valois, commander of the Royal Guard's left flank, oversees 30,000 elite soldiers, directly responsible for the security surrounding the palace. Almost half of the kingdom's civil and military power lies within the grasp of the Valois family. On Felix's side, apart from the affection bestowed by his mother, Queen Catherine, and a modicum of favor from his father, what could possibly rival such formidable forces? The kingdom's ministers largely adopt a wait-and-see attitude, while the nobility either align themselves with the Valois or maintain neutrality, leaving few individuals truly available for Felix's cause. Leon, in truth, harbored no intense ambition for the position of crown prince, instead yearning for a life of tranquility and peace. However, Catherine had once gravely admonished him. If he were to ascend to the position of crown prince and eventually inherit the throne, Felix could enjoy a life of opulence as a duke. Yet, should Felix take the throne, it would be perilous for them both, as the Valois family was known for their ruthless nature, leaving no room for potential threats. Catherine regarded her silent son, shaking her head gently in disappointment. He remained too naive, unaware of the brutal realities of the struggle for power. Throughout history, the quest for the throne has been fraught with bloodshed and violence, never truly peaceful. Even his father, Alberic III, had ascended the throne only after treading upon the corpses of several brothers, amidst a tempest of blood and turmoil. The hall fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere oppressive. Thomas hung his head, his fingers tightly gripping the hem of his garment, reluctant to interject. Such internal royal power struggles were far beyond the purview of a commoner on the verge of being ennobled as a baron. At that moment, Edgar suddenly broke into laughter, shattering the somber mood. "And, to be honest, after spending these years in Crown City, where my days are consumed by either studies or the old man's supervision, I find it exceedingly stifling. I long to venture out, to explore other lands of the kingdom, to witness diverse landscapes and sceneries, which would surely be more invigorating than remaining confined to the capital." A glimmer of approval flashed in Catherine's eyes. She understood that Edgar was not merely seeking leisure, but wished to evade the court's intrigues, a rare clarity that was commendable. "There will be opportunities, Edgar. Once this matter settles, your aunt shall secure a favorable position for you, allowing you to gain valuable experience." After the noon meal, as the attendants cleared the table and served tea, Thomas and his son prepared to rise and take their leave to the side hall. Yet just then, the chief attendant of the palace hurried in, bowing to report, "Your Highness, the king has arrived at the palace and is now waiting outside." Upon hearing the words, the assembly promptly rose, adjusting their garments, and knelt on either side of the hall, preparing to receive the king. "Alberic, what brings you back to the palace so early today?" Catherine hastened to the entrance, offering her support to the king's arm, her voice laced with surprise and concern. "Urgent reports have arrived from the borders. There are unusual movements in the southwest, and I fear I shall have little time to visit you in the coming days." The king gestured for the chief attendant to withdraw, and then addressed those in the hall. "Rise. There is no need for excessive formality." His countenance was taut, with a hint of fatigue evident in his brow, clearly burdened by the weight of state affairs. "State matters take precedence. If you are busy, simply send a servant to convey your message. There is no need for you to tire yourself with a personal visit." Catherine gently brushed the dust from his shoulder. Speaking softly, Alberic grasped her hand, remaining silent. After over 20 years of marriage, their hearts were already intertwined, rendering excessive politeness and words unnecessary. He surveyed the assembly, catching a whiff of the lingering aroma of the meal, and casually inquired, "Have you all dined?" Responding to my father, "I, along with mother, uncle, and cousin, have just finished our meal. Have you dined, father? If not, I shall have someone prepare it immediately," Leon answered respectfully. The king did not respond to his son's words, instead directing his gaze toward Edgar, asking in a neutral tone, "I have heard that Laval's son caused a disturbance at your residence yesterday, even damaging your door?" Edgar was taken aback, quickly bowing and responding, "Indeed, your majesty. That is true. However, it was merely a trifling matter, which has been resolved properly. I did not expect such trivialities would reach your ears. The lands of the entire kingdom belong to me. What matters within my realm can escape my notice." The king replied coolly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Edgar dared not speak further, bowing his head and responding respectfully, "Yes, yes," suddenly recalling the impoverished state he had witnessed at Laval's home last night, filled with books. He hesitated before continuing. "Though Laval offended the princess, he is not a malicious man. Sebastian has already voluntarily confessed and accepted punishment. It would be excessively harsh to impose severe penalties upon them." He steeled himself, raising his head with newfound courage, and said, "Your Majesty, I dare to request a matter of great import. Might you consider granting mercy to Laval and his son? Sebastian has destroyed your residence and sullied your name. And yet you not only refrain from seeking retribution, but also plead for them." The king appeared somewhat taken aback, momentarily stunned, before a flicker of intrigue danced in his eyes as he leaned forward, fixating on Edgar. "Are you aware that I intended to exile Laval to the farthest icy north, so that he might spend his remaining days in that frigid desolation?" Edgar's heart quivered at the gravity of the king's words. Laval had merely spoken out of turn before the princess, not deserving such a dire punishment. He hastily recounted his observations from the previous night. "Your Majesty, I cannot ascertain whether Laval is a worthy minister, but he is certainly no corrupt official. His home is bare. Yet he dedicates his entire salary to purchasing books and supporting impoverished students. Should he be subjected to such a severe punishment, it would surely alienate the hearts of the people, causing them to perceive my father and me as tyrants, breeding resentment. The king's expression suddenly turned cold, his tone laced with anger. Is it your place, as a mere youth, to challenge my judgment? Edgar, trembling, fell to his knees and bowed his head. His voice quivering, I acknowledge my mistake. In a moment of rashness, I spoke inappropriately. I beseech your majesty to quell your anger and not to hold me accountable. Thomas, witnessing his son's offense against the king, turned pale and hurriedly knelt, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Your majesty, my son is young and ignorant, lacking in decorum. I implore you to show mercy and spare him this time. Leon, seeing the turmoil, stepped forward, bowing deeply. Father, Edgar is merely impulsive and kind-hearted, not intentionally disrespectful. I humbly request your forgiveness for him this once. Catherine remained calm at the side, choosing not to interject. She understood the temperament of King Alberic III. Though he appeared furious, he was merely testing Edgar. The king waved his hand, his tone softening slightly. In Casey's chambers, do not kneel so readily. All of you, rise. Edgar assisted his father in standing, both keeping their heads bowed, afraid to meet the king's gaze lest they provoke him further. Edgar. The king's gaze fell upon him once more, his tone considerably more serene. Raval publicly rebuked your aunt, causing her great embarrassment. Yet you remain unperturbed and plead on his behalf. That is indeed rare. Edgar cautiously lifted his head and spoke with care. Your majesty, may I be so bold as to inquire whether Raval's candid counsel qualifies him as a loyal subject? Ah, you seem to grasp the essence of loyalty, the king replied, a hint of surprise and approval flickering in his eyes. It appears that your years spent in the palace have not been in vain. Although Raval may be rigid and lacking in adaptability, he is indeed a loyal subject, never having engaged in corruption. I have learned the background of this matter from my cousin. Raval's opposition to rewarding my father is, in fact, without fault, Edgar continued. Thomas, anxious, tugged at his sleeve, hissing in a low voice, silence. Do not speak such nonsense. Edgar shook off his father's grip and persisted. The ancestors of our kingdom established a charter. Those without military merit shall not be granted titles, and those who have not engaged in local governance shall not enter the Privy Council. My father is illiterate and has not achieved any military accomplishments. Raval is merely arguing based on the charter, so what fault lies therein? If he were to be severely punished for this, it might incite discontent among the ministers and the populace, turning my father and me into targets of public scorn. Catherine attempted to interrupt Edgar several times, fearing his words would lead to his undoing. However, upon hearing him draw a parallel between Alberic III and the founding ancestors, resonating with the king's veneration for his predecessors, she could not help but smile faintly and refrained from further interruption. The king fixed his gaze on Edgar for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter, his tone considerably lighter. So, according to your reasoning, the matter of his slander against your aunt should simply be dismissed? Upon hearing this, Edgar immediately retracted his previous gentleness and responded with indignation. How could this possibly be acceptable? My aunt is a royal princess, of noble standing. How dare a mere subject presume to criticize or insult her? At the very least, he should be imprisoned for several months, enduring hardship and contemplation, so that he may learn the distinction between high and low, and refrain from such insolence in the future. Chapter 20. Claire concerning the matter of Laval. King Alberic III never provided a definitive answer until the very end, neither offering clemency nor suggesting severe punishment. Instead, he merely smiled and diverted the conversation to discuss military developments along the borders. Edgar understood that the king's actions were likely weighed with consideration. Or perhaps he had already made a decision he was reluctant to reveal at that moment. He contemplated silently. He had done everything in his power to present the situation of Laval and his son, laying out the pros and cons truthfully. Whether he could save this honorable pair now depended on fate. After all, in this kingdom where royal authority reigns supreme, a single word from the king could determine a person's life or death, their honor or disgrace. After leaving the palace, Leon approached Edgar with a smile, inviting him, Cousin, would you care to visit my place for a moment? Perhaps have a cup of tea before you leave. Leon had a designated residence within the palace for handling daily affairs and resting, and outside, he possessed an expansive estate with elegant scenery, a place for his quiet contemplation. Edgar lowered his head in thought, then shook it gently. No, cousin, I have matters to attend to. I must visit a friend, and I fear I won't have time to come by. Leon, upon hearing this, did not press the issue but nodded lightly. As they parted, He leaned closer and whispered, "Today, before Father, you spoke out for Laval with both discretion and integrity, which is commendable. I used to think you rather impulsive, but after today, I shall regard you with newfound respect." Edgar couldn't help but chuckle at Leon's words, patting his shoulder. "You flatter me, cousin. I merely did what was right." He then proceeded alongside Thomas towards the palace gates. "You were quite audacious today. How could you dare speak so boldly before the king? Did you not fear his majesty's wrath, or the charge of treason?" As soon as they exited the palace corridor, Thomas began to scold him, his tone laden with apprehension. His face still pale. Edgar sighed with a wry smile, slowing his pace. "Father, I was trying to save a life. Laval is not a villain. If he were to be exiled to the far northern tundra for such a trivial matter, it would be a grave injustice. Have I erred? You, a commoner of peasant origin, what concern is it of yours whether Laval lives or dies? Is it worth the risk you took?" Thomas furrowed his brow, admonishing him sternly. He merely wished to live a quiet life, avoiding any entanglements that could bring trouble. Edgar fell silent, choosing not to argue further with his father. He understood that his father's life had been one of hardship, and having finally attained a measure of stability, he had developed a character that preferred the safety of the status quo over the uncertainties of risk, an attitude forged through a lifetime of struggle, which was entirely understandable. Yet just moments ago, within the confines of the palace, the words of Aunt Catherine regarding the contest for the crown struck him like a thunderclap, awakening him to a profound realization. All that he and his father possessed, their stable existence, esteemed status, and inexhaustible wealth, was entirely reliant upon Aunt Catherine. Should Leon falter in this struggle for the throne, and Felix ascend to power, what fate would await Catherine and Leon? Their very lives might hang in the balance. He could not help but recall the court dramas he had watched in a past life. When a new king ascends, the foremost task is to eliminate rivals and solidify power. Even brothers are not spared from the merciless hand of slaughter, let alone them. Should his aunt fall from grace, how long could he continue to enjoy this life of luxury? It would likely dissolve into nothingness in the blink of an eye, possibly culminating in a tragic end of ruin and despair. Upon exiting the palace gates, Edgar paused and addressed Thomas. "Father, please return home. I intend to visit Claire's residence, as he has not graced us with a visit in some time, and I worry something may have befallen him." Thomas pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That lad Claire has spent 4 years in our company, though somewhat indolent. He is fundamentally decent and harbors no ill intentions. It would be wise for you to check on him, if he is indeed in need. Extending a financial hand would not be too extravagant. Rest assured, Father, I shall exercise discretion and ensure he does not suffer," Edgar affirmed, then turned to his companions. Big Black and Second Black, instructing them, "Come with me. We shall visit Claire." Claire, originally a scribe of the 7th rank, was tasked with recording the daily affairs of the crown prince and organizing official documents. With the princess position currently vacant and neither Leon nor Felix formally appointed, many officials of the Eastern Palace found themselves in a state of idleness, subsisting on meager salaries. 5 years prior, in an effort to acclimate Thomas to court etiquette and noble interactions, Princess Catherine had meticulously selected 10 officials of humble origins, yet commendable character, encouraging them to engage with Thomas. However, within a month, 9 of them resigned, citing differences in status and concerns about disturbing the nobility, leaving only Claire behind. He not only frequently conversed with Thomas, but also gradually forged a friendship with Edgar, becoming a confidant. Understanding Edgar's aversion to dry academic texts, yet recognizing his keen interest in history, Claire often sought opportunities to elucidate the rise and fall of kingdoms throughout time, analyzing the roots of turmoil in chaotic eras. His insights into the world were astute and unique, often allowing him to perceive shifts in circumstances ahead of others. Edgar, though aware of Claire's lack of title or power, held him in high esteem as a man of true talent, believing that, despite his idle position, he possessed the capabilities of a national figure. Upon arriving at Claire's abode, Edgar was taken aback by its dilapidation, which surpassed even that of Laval's home. It was a modest courtyard, with walls constructed of rammed earth, many sections having collapsed. Within, a few plots of vegetables were cultivated, their leaves still damp, clearly having been recently watered. In one corner stood a rudimentary chicken coop, housing a dozen chickens and ducks, all clucking loudly. Within the courtyard stood merely 2 diminutive stone cottages, their thatched roofs in a state of disrepair, accompanied by a rudimentary kitchen constructed of wooden planks, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Edgar later learned that even such a meager dwelling was not owned by Claire, but rather rented from a commoner. Despite being a 7th-grade civil servant with a monthly salary of 5 solidus silver coins, Claire's circumstances were dismally dire. This plight stemmed from his wife, Isabel, who had suffered a grave ailment, remaining bedridden for an entire decade, with monthly medical expenses amounting to 10 solidus silver coins, far exceeding his meager income. In his relentless pursuit to secure treatment for his beloved wife, he had exhausted all his savings and accrued substantial debts. Yet he never wavered in his commitment to her care, a testament to his deep affection that left Edgar profoundly admiring. As Edgar surveyed the disordered courtyard, he made his way towards the kitchen. Upon pushing open the door, he discovered the stove covered in dust, with not a single grain of surplus food in the storage jars, prompting a gentle sigh from him. Subsequently, he retrieved 20 solidus silver coins from his pocket and handed them to Black, instructing, "Go to the shops in the street and procure some supplements, such as ginseng and honey, along with wheat, meat, and essential oil and salt. Procure as much as you can and return swiftly." He then turned to Second Black, saying, "You remain here to clear the weeds in the courtyard and tidy both the inside and outside of the house, and do so with haste." With his arrangements made, Edgar proceeded towards the bedroom. The bedroom door was ajar, allowing a crack through which a fitful coughing echoed, interspersed with the weak breaths of a woman. Before entering, a potent aroma of medicinal herbs assaulted his senses, the pungent scent causing him to furrow his brow. Inside, a slender man clad in a white coarse robe sat on the edge of the bed, cradling a ceramic bowl filled with dark medicinal liquid, carefully blowing on it. Lying upon the bed was a lady of approximately 30 years, her complexion waxen, her frame gaunt, reduced to little more than a skeleton. Her sunken cheeks and cracked lips still hinted at the beauty she once possessed. "Mr. Edgar, what brings you here?" The man in white was Claire, who, upon hearing footsteps, turned to see Edgar and expressed mild surprise. The ailing Isabel struggled to open her eyes, offering a faint smile as she whispered to Claire, "Sir, we have a guest. We must not neglect our manners." Claire glanced back at his wife, then turned to Edgar, speaking in a neutral tone, "Please, make yourself comfortable. I shall attend to the medicine before greeting you properly." Isabel gently shook her head, murmuring, "Sir, just place the bowl here. I can manage to drink it myself. It is no trouble to you." Seeing this, Edgar stepped forward, smiling as he remarked, "Madam, what are you saying? I am no stranger. What need is there for such formality? If you do not wish for Claire to feed you, then allow me to take on that task. It will serve as a token of my regard." Isabel offered a bitter smile, refraining from further refusal. Claire brought the spoon to her lips, softly saying, "Edgar is not a stranger. There is no need for formality. Quickly drink the medicine. It will be beneficial for your health." Isabella sipped the bitter concoction slowly. Her brow furrowed tightly, yet she persevered without regurgitating it. After consuming the medicine, she wearily closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. The ailment that plagued her was, in essence, quite straightforward. She could not eat normally, and the food ingested was difficult to digest, leaving her body increasingly frail. Forcing her to eat would result in excruciating stomach pains and even the vomiting of blood. Over the years, Claire had sought the expertise of renowned physicians in Crown City, even going so far as to spend lavishly on several royal doctors, yet they could only express their helplessness, resigned to the notion that each day lived was a day of fate. Nevertheless, Claire had never relinquished hope, dedicating himself to her care for a decade, tirelessly searching for cures. Once his wife had fallen into a deep sleep, Claire rose and invited Edgar to take a seat in the study. He rummaged through every drawer in the study, finding not even a single coffee bean. Ultimately, he could only scoop a cup of clear water from the cistern, offering it to Edgar with a wry smile, saying, "All our funds have gone towards purchasing medicine for my wife. There is simply no money left for coffee. On ordinary days, I can only wait for the grand feast at the palace to sneak a little coffee back home to satisfy my craving." Edgar accepted the cup of water, gazing at Claire's haggard face and rough hands, his heart heavy with sympathy. He had heard Claire recount his past. In the year 1433 of the Holy Calendar, he was the chief scholar at the Royal Academy, full of vigor and brilliance, with many believing his future was limitless. Yet now, he found himself in such a deplorable state, truly a poignant tale. He said little, merely retrieving 500 solidus coins from his breast pocket and placing them on the table, sliding them toward Claire. Claire glanced at the coins but did not reach for them. He simply shook his head slowly, saying, "I already owe you far too much. The money I borrowed previously remains unpaid. I cannot accept any more." Edgar chuckled lightly, looking at him and asking, "Pray tell, just how much do you believe you owe me?" Claire lowered his head and replied in a low voice, "In total, it is 1,025 solidus coins, along with 387 copper coins. I have documented everything in my ledger." Edgar was taken aback and then laughed, saying, "I did not expect you to remember better than I. I have long forgotten those small amounts, yet you have accounted for every single one. Were it not for the need to treat my wife in such dire straits, Claire said softly, his tone tinged with self-mockery and resignation, I, Claire, would never lightly owe anyone a favor, nor would I find myself in such a wretched position. Edgar Ash smile faded, and he spoke earnestly. You can save the grandiose declarations for when you have repaid your debts. Accept the coins, procure medicine and food for your wife, and spare her further suffering. Claire continued to shake his head, his resolve unwavering. Even with such a sum, I lack the means to repay you. What purpose would it serve to accept them? Why bother? Edgar shrugged nonchalantly, saying, regardless, you cannot repay it, so borrowing more makes little difference. To me, this money is merely a number. You need not feel burdened by it. Yet Claire remained obstinate, pressing his lips together and silently staring at the table. Edgar, witnessing his obstinacy, felt his expression darken, and his tone shifted to one of gravity. Claire, do not compel me to lose respect for you. Can pride save your wife's life? Can it restore her health? Let me tell you, the several hundred silver coins that you owe outside have not been pursued out of kindness. Rather, I have secretly settled your debts. I have always regarded you as a friend, which is why I have extended my assistance. If you resolutely refuse to accept this money today, it would signify your denial of our friendship, and from this moment forth, our paths shall part forever. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of emotion crossed Claire's eyes. He lifted his gaze to meet Edgar's earnest expression, remained silent for a considerable time, and eventually extended his hand to accept the silver coins from the table. Clutching them tightly, with a voice tinged with hoarseness, he murmured, "Thank you." Seeing him accept the coins, Edgar's demeanor softened, and he inquired with a smile, "Have you come today with something to discuss?" Edgar shook his head and replied, "There is nothing pressing. I merely recalled your earlier promise to visit my home within a few days, yet it has been nearly half a month without any word from you. I feared something might have befallen you, which is why I took it upon myself to check in." Chapter 21. The Rebellion of Montfort in June of the year 1441. The crown city had shed its spring chill, and the midday sun scorched the stone pathways of the royal palace, rendering the air thick with heat. Amidst this seemingly ordinary season, a piece of news stirred a tremendous uproar throughout the kingdom. Governor Montfort of Dessart had once again intercepted the taxes and provisions due to the crown from the province of Gladen. When this information reached the palace, King Alberic III erupted in fury, striking his gilded scepter forcefully against the armrest of his throne, his roar echoing through the vast throne hall. Montfort, to dare intercept royal taxes is tantamount to treason. In his wrath, he immediately commanded the drafting of a decree to denounce Montfort's disloyal actions and summoned the key members of the Privy Council for urgent discussions on how to address the situation. On the 5th of July, as dawn broke, the palace bells rang urgently, calling all nobles and civil and military ministers to the throne hall for a public discourse on Montfort's tax interception. The morning light streamed through the stained glass windows, illuminating the diverse faces of the ministers, while tension hung thick in the air. The chief minister of the Privy Council and Secretary of Military Affairs, D. Hale, was the first to step forward. His hair and beard were white, yet his spirit remained vigorous. Pointing to the vacant space before the throne, he passionately condemned. As the governor appointed by the crown, Montfort, instead of serving the kingdom, has chosen to intercept taxes, thereby showing contempt for royal authority. Such a heinous act of treachery, if left unpunished, how shall the kingdom maintain its dignity? I propose we mobilize our forces to quell this rebellion and restore the law. Having spoken, he retrieved a scroll from within his robes and presented it with both hands. It was a letter from the vice-governor of Gladen, expressing his inability to tolerate such acts of disloyalty and his willingness to lead his troops in support of the crown to suppress the insurrection. King Alberic III's expression softened slightly as his gaze shifted to the chief privy minister, Robert, who stepped forward with deliberation. I too concur with the necessity of deploying forces against the traitor to serve as a warning to others. However, I resolutely oppose the deployment of the Central Army, for it serves as the last bastion of the royal household, essential for guarding the capital and should not be easily mobilized. I advocate that the king issue an edict, commanding the governors of the border regions to unite in quelling the insurrection, thus preserving the very foundation of the royal lineage while effectively restoring order. Upon hearing these words, the courtiers within the hall began to engage in lively discussion. Those well-versed in the annals of the kingdom are acutely aware that since the demise of Alberic I, the once mighty realm, sprawling across the continent, has fallen into a state of decay, with its power steadily waning. Only with the ascension of Alberic III has the kingdom glimpsed a flicker of hope. This monarch, while not extraordinarily gifted, is distinguished by his diligence and frugality. He rises before dawn each day to attend to state affairs, managing a multitude of tasks and adeptly heeding sound advice. Internally, he suppresses the influence of court favorites, consolidating power within the Privy Council. Externally, he reforms the bureaucracy, alleviates taxes on the common folk, and diligently governs. The kingdom, on the brink of collapse, has gradually begun to rejuvenate, showing signs of revival. Nevertheless, the deep-seated issues within the kingdom render a swift reversal of its decline improbable. Many years prior, during the reign of Alberic II, the king, having been misled by sycophants, sought to diminish the authority of the 5 governors of the northern territories, which ultimately incited widespread chaos. Ignoring the counsel of his court ministers, Alberic II insisted on personally leading an expedition with 30,000 royal guards, only to suffer a catastrophic defeat in the north, resulting in the annihilation of his forces and leaving him grievously wounded upon his return. This debacle severely tarnished the royal reputation, leaving the monarchy unable to maintain control over the north. The northern governors, recognizing the royal family's vulnerability, seized the opportunity to offer apologies and re-establish cordial relations with the crown. However, the loss of 30,000 elite guards left the monarchy bereft of a powerful deterrent against local authorities, who thereafter began to act with impunity, repeatedly engaging in acts of overreach, withholding taxes, and clandestinely expanding their armies, all while the crown could only turn a blind eye. Upon his ascension, Alberic III, fully aware of the royal family's weakened stature, resorted to a strategy of patience and appeasement, bestowing high titles and generous rewards upon the nobles across the regions to avoid exacerbating tensions. Simultaneously, he placed his hopes upon the tax revenues from the province of Gnobeis, relying on its wealth to painstakingly rebuild the royal guard. After more than a decade, the royal guard finally began to take shape, acquiring a modicum of combat readiness. Yet, 5 years ago, the kingdom was engulfed by the White Robe Rebellion, and when 50,000 guards were dispatched to suppress it, they again faced annihilation, suffering significant losses. In the subsequent 5 years, Alberic III led by example, curtailing court expenditures, living with great austerity, and even selling some royal treasures, barely managing to restore the guard to a strength of 150,000. It can be asserted that during Alberic III's 2-decade reign, the kingdom's survival amidst tumultuous times, and even its signs of revival, can be attributed not only to his judicious appointments and wise advisors, but also to the tax revenues from Gnobeis, which serve as the lifeblood of the realm. If the annual fiscal revenue of the entire kingdom were divided into 10 parts, Gnobeis alone would account for 5, with the capital's everyday expenses, the guard salaries, and official stipends all reliant upon Gnobeis' tax contributions. Thus, the king may tolerate minor disturbances in other regions, yet he will not permit any slip-ups in the province of Gnobeis. This year, the taxes from Gnobeis were to be dispatched in 7 batches from April to May to the royal capital, Crown City. The first 2 batches arrived smoothly and were deposited into the royal treasury. However, the 3rd and 4th batches of taxes and provisions were completely intercepted by the governor of Dessa, Montfort, while en route through Dessa. The Privy Council sent multiple inquiries, but the governor remained unresponsive, neither admitting guilt nor offering a defense, and not even a single letter of reply was received, revealing unmistakable signs of treason. Albert III, unable to endure the situation any longer, finally contemplated the use of force to quell the insurrection. The taxes from Gnobeis were vital to the fate of the kingdom, a fact well understood by all. Thus there was a unanimous agreement on the necessity of removing Montfort. However, the specific strategy for military intervention divided the council into 2 factions, leading to heated debates. One faction, led by the Minister of Military Affairs, Dihel, argued that although Montfort wielded considerable power, the Royal Central Guard had been rebuilt over many years and was now combat ready. They proposed appointing Clement to lead an army of 50,000 central troops to swiftly suppress the rebellion and reclaim the intercepted taxes. The opposing faction, led by the Chief Privy Councillor, Robert, firmly opposed dispatching the Central Guard. Robert argued passionately in the court, the Guard is the last bastion of the royal family. Though the vicinity of the capital appears tranquil, various family factions are poised to strike. If the main force of the Guard is removed, any upheaval in the capital could lead to catastrophic consequences. He advocated for utilizing local governors to eliminate Montfort, which would protect the foundation of the royal family while allowing the kingdom's powers to mutually check one another, achieving 2 objectives at once. Surprisingly, even Clement himself nodded in agreement. He stepped forward, bowed slightly, and spoke with a steady tone. Your Majesty, I believe the Privy Councillor speaks the truth. The central army is the last shield of the royal family and must not be risked lightly. Should anything go awry, I, as the commander, could never bear that responsibility. Albert III, already overwhelmed by the rebellion of the governor of Dessa, felt his anger surge upon hearing this. He slammed his palm on the armrest of the throne, rose abruptly, and pointed at Clement, admonishing him sharply. You are the commander of the kingdom, receiving the highest military salary and enjoying the glory of nobility, and now, in the face of national peril, you do not think of how to lead the troops to quell the rebellion, but instead hesitate and make excuses? From this day forth, do not expect to command a single soldier. With that, he cast a fierce glare at the assembled ministers and stormed out, leaving them in stunned silence, their discussions ending in discontent. In the afternoon, the sun in Crown City remained intense. Edgar had just finished his lunch at his residence and was preparing to retreat to his chambers for a brief respite to alleviate the exhaustion from accompanying studies over the past few days. Suddenly, a man dressed in the attire of a court attendant hurriedly entered the courtyard, and upon seeing Edgar, bowed and said, Young Master Edgar, Her Royal Highness, Princess Catherine, has sent a message requesting your immediate presence in the palace for urgent discussions, with no delay permitted. Edgar was enveloped in a shroud of confusion, yet he dared not exhibit any negligence. He promptly donned a pristine silk robe and followed the attendant towards the royal palace. As he traversed the corridors of the palace, he made his way towards the chambers of Princess Catherine. Midway, an official hurried past him, his head bowed, clutching a substantial stack of parchment documents. Edgar's keen eyes quickly recognized the individual, and he hastened forward to grasp the sleeve of his attire. This man was Michel, the clerk of the Ministry of Military Affairs, tasked with organizing military reports and conveying intelligence. Edgar had previously sought his counsel on military strategy due to his interest in military history. Initially, Michel regarded Edgar with a degree of impatience, perceiving him merely as a provincial lad who had gained entry to the palace through the princess's connections. However, when Michel faced personal tribulations, with his father gravely ill and in need of exorbitant medical expenses, Edgar learned of his plight and generously lent him 500 solidus coins, never once pressing for repayment over the years. Grateful for this kindness, Michel's demeanor towards Edgar transformed significantly, and he often shared military information with him. Michel, have you just emerged from the king's council chamber? Edgar inquired with a smile, his gaze falling upon the stack of parchments in Michel's arms. Michel paused, looking up to see Edgar, and a weary yet gentle smile graced his face. Indeed, His Majesty is currently in discussions with the lords of the Privy Council regarding matters pertaining to the province of Gnobeis. I was dispatched to retrieve the tax records of Gnobeis for the past decade, and have just completed my task, on my way to report back to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Michel, Edgar glanced around to ensure no other officials were present, then lowered his voice. In the past month, the king has summoned the ministers of the Privy Council repeatedly, and each meeting lasts several hours. Is there a significant issue plaguing the kingdom? Michel pondered briefly. Though the matter of the intercepted taxes from Gnobeis was of importance, it was not a closely guarded secret, and it had already circulated throughout the court. So he deemed it acceptable to share with Edgar. Leaning closer, he whispered, Indeed, a grave situation has arisen. There have been disturbances in the province of Gnobeis, and the royal family may soon be compelled to take military action. Edgar, who had always held a keen interest in military affairs, became intrigued and pressed further. Which provincial governor has stirred unrest this time? In his recollection, such disturbances from the provincial governors had become a commonplace occurrence, varying only in scale. It is not a rebellion per se, yet it is no different from one. Michel gently shook his head, his tone grave. Governor Montfort of Dessa has intercepted the taxes that Gnobeis was to remit to the royal treasury. His Majesty wishes to dispatch the royal guards southward to quell the situation. Yet he faces opposition from the ministers, and even within the Privy Council, opinions are divided. The king is troubled by this matter, striving to unify the ministers' stance. At this revelation, Edgar could not help but chuckle. With dozens of provincial governors, isn't there always someone rebelling or causing a ruckus? In the past, I have never seen His Majesty so incensed. Why this time has he taken it so seriously? This instance is different. Michel's expression grew serious. What you may not realize is that the province of Gnobeis is the financial lifeblood of the kingdom. The royal expenditures and the military salaries of the royal guard are reliant on the taxes from Gnobeis. The imposition of the tax by Montfort has undoubtedly severed the lifeline of the kingdom. Would your Majesty allow others to meddle with such affairs? Alas, I can no longer tarry. The Ministry of Military Affairs has pressing matters to attend to, and further delay may result in reprimand from my superiors. Lord Michiel, take care. Another day, I shall host you for a drink at the tavern as a token of my gratitude, Edgar remarked, as he watched Mikhail's hurried departure. The smile on Edgar's face gradually faded, giving way to a flicker of doubt. Why has my aunt summoned me to the palace at this moment? Could it be related to the tax imposed by Gladorn? Though he held no official title, he was aware that this matter pertained to the kingdom's security. What role could he possibly play, being unencumbered by official duties? With this uncertainty lingering in his mind, he quickened his pace towards the chambers of Princess Catherine. Chapter 22. Commander Clement Edgar hurried through the palace corridors, the afternoon sun streaming through the ornate lattice windows, casting dappled shadows upon the flagstone floor. Upon reaching the entrance to Princess Catherine's chambers, he found the doors slightly ajar, faint sounds of porcelain clinking within. He pushed the door open to find Catherine seated in an oak chair upholstered with velvet, delicately savoring tea from a silver cup. A maid was attentively pouring more tea, while Leonardo stood beside the table, engaging in soft conversation. Leonardo was adorned in a pristine dark green court attire, a belt embroidered with the royal crest cinching his waist. His complexion glowing with health. He had recently returned to Crown City after an absence of over 2 months, having visited his family due to pressing matters at home. Since the fortuitous reunion of Thomas and Princess Catherine 5 years ago, Leonardo had gained her trust through his acuity and loyalty. No longer the inconspicuous young attendant of yore, he had risen to the esteemed position of chief apothecary, overseeing the procurement, storage, and preparation of all medicinal herbs in the palace. Commanding a team of over 20 pharmacists and apprentices, earning respect even from numerous noble officials. Your Highness, Master Edgar has arrived. Leonardo was the first to notice Edgar's presence, promptly ceasing his conversation to respectfully announce, while stepping aside to make room. Edgar approached with confidence, exclaiming, Leonardo, upon your return home, you appear even more radiant. It seems your family visit has uplifted your spirits immensely. Leonardo's face broke into a sincere smile, his tone laden with emotion as he replied, Thanks to your kindness and that of Her Highness, I have not returned to my hometown in 5 years. This visit brought me great solace as I found my parents and siblings in good health, the harvest abundant, and our family's fortunes improved significantly. He hailed from a humble farming family on the plateau, the youngest of 9 siblings. Initially, he had endured arduous labor in the palace laundry, living a life of hardship. Yet, an unexpected turn of fate had led him to facilitate the reunion of the princess and her brother, transforming his destiny and elevating him to a position of trust by the princess's side, liberating him from his previous struggles. Upon hearing him speak of his family, Edgar smiled and suggested, If you long for your family, why not bring them to reside in Crown City? I shall make arrangements for their accommodation and daily needs, ensuring their comfort. Upon hearing Leonardo's words, he quickly bowed in gratitude, his eyes slightly moist and his heart ablaze with warmth. He was acutely aware that Edgar's kindness was not mere pleasantry. He was merely a servant at the side of the princess, while Edgar was her beloved nephew. Their statuses worlds apart. Conventionally, it should have been he who sought to ingratiate himself with Edgar, rather than the other way around. This bond of friendship rendered him increasingly grateful. Catherine sat nearby, smiling as she quietly observed their conversation without interruption. Over the years, her fondness for this nephew had only deepened. Although he lacked the refined demeanor of noble offspring and the profound knowledge of learned scholars, he possessed a carefree spirit and genuine kindness, unlike the hypocritical and cunning individuals in the court, making him a rare gem in this treacherous environment. Once their pleasantries concluded, Edgar took a seat on the chair beside Catherine, receiving the teacup offered by a handmaiden, and inquired with a smile, Aunt, what urgent matter has prompted your sudden summons to the palace today? Catherine set down her silver cup, her fingers lightly tracing the rim as her expression grew serious. Have you heard about the situation in the Gladorn province? I have heard some whispers, Edgar replied, placing his teacup down and lowering his voice. On my way here, I encountered Lord Mitchell of the Ministry of Military Affairs, who mentioned that His Majesty seems inclined to engage in military action against Fomet. I wonder if this is indeed true. He then briefly recounted his encounter with Mitchell, the discussion of Fomet's tax interception, and the debates in the council regarding military strategy. Catherine nodded gently in affirmation. You are correct. The king has indeed resolved to send troops to confront the governor of Chuzhou. Although there was initially some disagreement among the courtiers regarding the military strategy, the king visited my quarters yesterday and stated that after several days of deliberation, the 7 principal ministers of the Privy Council have largely reached a consensus. The date for mobilization may not be far off. Aunt, Edgar said, scratching his head in confusion. I am but a commoner without title or office. The conflict in Gladorn is a matter of great state. What relevance does it hold for me? You surely did not summon me merely to inform me of this development? Catherine lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip, and gazed deeply at Edgar, her tone earnest. Being without position today does not preclude one from wielding power tomorrow. During our last family feast, I mentioned my intention to secure real authority for the violent family. Your father is honest yet somewhat dull, lacking in social graces, and as he ages, he is best suited to enjoy his affluence rather than shoulder significant responsibilities. However, you are in the prime of your life, possessing both courage and wisdom. Would you consent to a life of mediocrity, relying solely on the royal bounty? A tremor of realization coursed through Edgar's heart, and he suddenly understood Catherine's intentions. She aimed to leverage the opportunity presented by the Gladorn conflict to seek military merit for him, assisting him to ascend within the kingdom and attain real power. He abruptly rose from his seat, striding confidently to Catherine, bowing deeply before her, his voice resolute and clear. "Aunt, to live a life of mere comfort is to squander the bloodline and upbringing I possess. I am willing to march into battle, to earn my accolades with my sword and valor, not for the sake of empty glory, but to live up to the expectations you have always held for me. I beseech you, grant me this opportunity." A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Catherine's eyes. This was precisely the disposition she desired, neither timid nor lacking in ambition. She nodded slightly, signaling Edgar to take a seat. "You are my dear nephew, and with such noble aspirations, it is my duty as your aunt to support you wholeheartedly." She raised her hand to dismiss the maidservants in the hall, casting a sweeping glance around the surroundings. Leonardo quickly grasped the princess's intent and promptly stepped forward to send away the remaining attendants, leaving only the three of them. Once they were alone, Catherine approached Edgar. Her voice lowered to a near whisper, audible only to him. "The king has always disapproved of the women of the palace meddling in affairs of state. If I were to openly advocate for your cause, it would only provoke his disdain. But rest assured, I have discreetly spoken to the palace steward, mentioning your name before the king, asserting your willingness to accompany the army and serve the nation." She paused, her gaze soft yet tinged with concern. "Last night, he sent word that although the king did not give an immediate response, he also did not outright reject the idea. His silence indicates he is seriously contemplating it." She gently grasped Edgar's arm, her tone suddenly tender. "I have summoned you today to ask you directly. If you are fearful, if you deem the battlefield too perilous and do not wish to go, I shall never force you. You are the last scion of the Villain family. Should anything happen to you, your grandfather's spirit would surely hold me accountable for eternity." Edgar, whose earlier fervor had been boiling over, gradually cooled, a sense of tension welling within him. He had only been thinking of achieving glory, but had momentarily forgotten that this was a genuine war, where swords and daggers do not discriminate, and death could come at any moment. It was no trifling matter. "Aunt, is this battle truly dangerous? Is there a risk to life?" He could not help but inquire, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Look at you, displaying such lack of resolve." Catherine feigned anger, shooting him a mock glare before softening her tone to reassure him. "How could I possibly know every detail of military strategy? However, from the king's demeanor yesterday, he seems to believe this battle is nearly certain to succeed. Montfort may possess some strength, but he is by no means a match for the royal guard. Quelling the rebellion should be a straightforward task. It is precisely for this reason that I have entertained the thought of you gaining glory on the battlefield. If the situation were dire and fraught with peril, would I allow you to take such a risk?" Upon hearing this, Edgar's unease evaporated, replaced by a surge of exhilaration. With minimal danger anticipated, the opportunity to witness the chaos of battle firsthand and potentially earn military accolades and a position of authority was an enticing prospect. How could he refuse such an opportunity? The two continued their discussion regarding the Gladorn conflict and the matters of accompanying the army for some time, when suddenly a servant rushed in to report, "Your Highness, the king has concluded his discussions with the council and is likely to arrive shortly." Seeing this, Edgar quickly rose to take his leave, wishing to avoid an encounter with the king that might provoke unnecessary suspicion. Exiting the princess's chamber, he descended the stone steps of the palace slowly. As he neared the palace gates, he caught sight of several officials waiting at the foot of the stairs, seemingly anticipating a summons from the king. One individual, nearing 50, possessed a robust and upright stature, clad in dark armor, with a long sword hanging at his waist. His countenance was stern, marked by deep wrinkles across his forehead, yet it could not conceal his inherent authority. At this moment, he furrowed his brows, pacing anxiously back and forth. Edgar, lowering his voice, inquired of a court page accompanying him, "Do you recognize that esteemed gentleman who is restlessly traversing the chamber?" According to palace protocol, foreign dignitaries entering the royal palace must be escorted by court attendants to prevent any inadvertent trespass into forbidden inner sanctums. Indeed, my lord, the young attendant replied respectfully. Following Edgar's gaze, that is General Clement, a renowned military leader of our kingdom, who has valiantly quelled numerous border insurrections. Edgar's realization dawned upon him. This was indeed the General Leon had mentioned previously, which explained his distinguished demeanor. He recalled Leon's account of Clement's lineage. The Clement family hailed from the prestigious Highland nobility, deeply rooted within the realm of Veranria, with a long lineage of generals renowned throughout the kingdom. Clement's grandfather once held the esteemed position of Minister of War, commanding the nation's military forces. His father ascended to the rank of High Governor of the Highlands and later secured a prominent role within the Privy Council, wielding considerable influence. With the family's reputation reaching its zenith, from a young age, Clement diligently studied military tactics under his father's tutelage, displaying remarkable perseverance in his training, never faltering in his efforts. His martial prowess and strategic acumen were notable, yet his inherent awkwardness and sluggish reactions often drew his father's reproach, leading to doubts about his potential for greatness. Before the age of 25, he participated in several military assessments, failing repeatedly due to inadequate on-the-spot responses. Only later, through the influence of his family, was he granted a minor military rank, barely stepping onto the path of service. During a disastrous campaign in the Northern Territories led by King Alberic II, the then 26-year-old Clement served as the deputy commander of the left flank. In the face of chaos, he remained composed, leading 5,000 soldiers in a valiant rearguard action, fiercely battling the insurgents to safeguard King Alberic II's retreat, ultimately ensuring the monarch's safe return to the capital. For this act of valor, he was bestowed the title of Count and elevated to the commander of the left flank, thus beginning to emerge from the shadows. Upon the ascension of King Alberic III, Clement's loyalty and bravery garnered significant appreciation, and he was entrusted with substantial responsibilities. Over the course of 20 years, he led multiple military campaigns, quelling various border uprisings and achieving notable victories. 2 years prior, he was promoted to the rank of Duke, solidifying his position as a pivotal figure within the kingdom's military hierarchy. Interestingly, throughout Clement's military career, he has never achieved a resounding and earth-shattering victory, nor has he suffered a catastrophic defeat. Each engagement has resulted in either modest triumphs or minor setbacks, stabilizing the situation but lacking in groundbreaking outcomes. Consequently, many within the court privately refer to him as the mediocre commander, believing him to be reliable and loyal yet devoid of the strategic brilliance and audacity characteristic of the kingdom's foremost generals. Chapter 23. Marina. Edgar gazed skyward. The sun still lingered in the heavens, its golden rays filtering through the clouds, casting dappled shadows upon the cobblestone path, with twilight yet a distance away. Suddenly, an uncontrollable vision of Elia surfaced in his mind, the delicate hem of her pure white dress brushing against the surface of the lake, the soft contours barely discernible beneath the azure veil, and her voice, as gentle as a breeze caressing the strings of a lute, ignited an overwhelming desire to see her again. After a brief contemplation, his feet instinctively turned towards the direction of the Golden Rose Tavern. This establishment was a favored haunt for the literati and affluent merchants of White Harbor, and it was also a place where Elia occasionally attended to hear the minstrels perform. Perhaps he might chance upon her there. Yet, as he arrived at the entrance of the Golden Rose Tavern, Edgar was abruptly reminded of his hasty departure. He had forgotten to bring with him the silver token that Elia had gifted him upon their last parting. The token, adorned with an intricate rose motif on one side and inscribed with Elia's delicate handwriting on the other, served as the key to ascend to the tavern's elegant chambers on the 3rd floor. Without the token, ordinary patrons were relegated to the bustling 1st floor, unable to ascend even to the 2nd, let alone encounter Elia in the refined quarters above. The guards stationed at the entrance, robust and clad in black leather armor with sharp daggers at their sides, cast disdainful glances at Edgar as he hesitated to produce the token. Their eyes were filled with contempt, as if they were regarding an ignorant commoner, devoid of any inclination to inquire further. Edgar understood well that to cause a scene in such a gathering of the elite would only invite unnecessary trouble, potentially leading to his expulsion by the guards, thereby tarnishing his reputation. Resigned, he shrugged his shoulders and turned away, making his way back towards his own estate, silently vowing to himself never to forget the silver token again, lest he find himself in such an embarrassing predicament once more. "Young Master Edgar, you have finally returned." As he stepped through the threshold of his home, a familiar and hearty voice greeted him. Edgar looked up to see his friend Colin, resplendent in a new brown linen robe cinched at the waist with a leather belt, striding toward him from the direction of the drawing room. His countenance radiating joy at their reunion, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Edgar's face broke into a smile as he hastened forward. The two embraced warmly, their arms enveloping one another tightly, as if to merge the 2 months of longing into that singular moment. At last, you have returned. I was beginning to think you had eloped with Marina to the southern ports and had no intention of returning. With a teasing grin, Edgar playfully pushed Colin away, lightly tapping his fist against his chest, his tone laced with jest, yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated fondness for his friend. Colin burst into laughter, rubbing the spot where he had been playfully struck, feigning a look of injury as he sighed. I wish I could. But that stubborn girl Marina absolutely refuses to stay in the south. Her heart is set on returning to Crown City. What can I do? I certainly cannot tie her down. That would not only displease her, but I would imagine you, as her brother, would come after me with a vengeance. Do not indulge in such daydreams, Edgar remarked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of arrogance. Marina's heart belongs solely to me as her brother. You would do well to relinquish your hopes and seek another path. The two were engaged in playful banter, the atmosphere lively, when Marina and Thomas emerged from the parlor. Marina donned a light green coarse fabric gown, her hair meticulously braided and cascading over her shoulders, yet her complexion appeared rather pale, and her demeanor slightly haggard. Edgar immediately tempered his playful tone, hastening towards her, only to find Marina's eyes swollen and glistening with unshed tears, clearly having wept recently. A pang of concern gripped his heart as he gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his sleeve, his voice softening. Marina, it is good to have you back, but why the tears? Did you encounter some trouble on your journey, or suffer any injustice? Marina lowered her gaze, her delicate fingers tightly clutching the hem of her gown, her voice scarcely above a whisper. I have been separated from my guardian for over 2 months. Throughout this time, I have been consumed with worry for his health, yet I was unable to return to visit him. Upon entering just now and seeing him, the weight of these 2 months of longing and concern overwhelmed me, and I could not help but cry. Marina had lost her parents to a plague during her childhood. Her father had been a close friend of Thomas, sharing a deep bond. On his deathbed, he entrusted the 5-year-old Marina to Thomas, imploring him to care for her. Over the years, though Thomas never formally adopted Marina, he treated her as his own daughter, providing for her needs without hesitation. Marina had come to regard Thomas as her true father, relying on him immensely. In truth, Marina had an uncle named Hart, but he was a wandering beggar, perpetually roaming from city to city with his wife and children, struggling to survive, let alone provide for Marina. 2 months prior, Marina's long-lost cousin, Thomas, the son of Hart, unexpectedly appeared at their doorstep. At that moment, Thomas was ragged, his clothes tattered and patched, his shoes riddled with holes, revealing mud-caked toes. He appeared gaunt and pallid, bearing the marks of arduous travels. Upon recognizing a family member, Marina burst into tears, grasping Thomas's hand and bombarding him with questions, her heart aching for him. With Thomas's consent, she welcomed Thomas into their home, instructing the kitchen to prepare a steaming meal consisting of toasted bread, stewed beef, and vegetable soup, allowing Thomas to feast heartily. Once he regained his strength, Marina inquired about his visit. It turned out that Hart's family had endured years of wandering, living precariously. Approximately 6 years ago, they had found themselves near the St. Clair Monastery in the Eastern Territories, where a compassionate friar, who shared their hometown, took pity on them. He offered them shelter in exchange for labor, chopping wood, fetching water, and tending to the courtyard, providing them with coarse bread and a modest dwelling. Though life remained austere, often leaving one hungry, a stable refuge had finally been secured, sparing them from incessant wandering. Yet, this semblance of tranquility lasted but a year before the white-clad rebels rose unexpectedly in the south, brandishing the banner of overthrowing noble oppression. Their relentless assaults swiftly engulfed the Eastern Territories in flames of war. Hart, beset by concerns for Marina's safety, dispatched his eldest and second sons to the free city of White Harbor in search of her, hoping to bring her to safety. To their dismay, upon arriving in White Harbor, they discovered that Marina had already been taken to Crown City by Thomas. Not only did they fail to locate her, but they also encountered rebels on their return to the east, narrowly escaping death at the hands of the chaotic forces, eventually managing to return to the monastery. Within days, the rebels breached the main city of the eastern region, unleashing a torrent of violence and looting, sparing no one, including St. Clair Monastery, which was left in tatters as the monks scattered in despair. Once again, the family found themselves on the path of exile. 6 months prior, they had wandered to the northern city of Danville. Years of hunger and hardship had taken a toll on Hart's health, leaving him bedridden. With no means to afford medical care, forced to await death in a dilapidated temple as his condition deteriorated. By chance, Thomasin overheard a fleeing merchant recounting a legendary tale of Princess Catherine reuniting with her commoner relative. It was said that this relative was named Thomas and hailed from the border town of Ashen. The name struck a chord within Thomasin, igniting a flicker of hope. He suddenly remembered that Marina's adoptive father was also named Thomas and originated from Ashen. With renewed determination, he bid farewell to his family, embarking on a solitary journey fraught with trials, ultimately arriving at the crown city of Veranria and reuniting with Marina. After hearing Marina's account, Edgar was filled with emotion and inquired with genuine concern, "Marina, how is your Uncle Hart faring now? Has his condition improved?" Marina lifted her gaze, a glimmer of relief illuminating her eyes. "My uncle's condition has stabilized. When I left Danville, he was able to rise from his bed and walk slowly. He could also consume some thin porridge and soft bread, and his spirits had notably improved." As she spoke, she cast a furtive glance at Thomas, her lips moving slightly as if she wished to convey something, yet hesitated, embodying a reticence that suggested unspoken burdens. Edgar, observing her expression, grasped her sentiments intuitively. Having grown up alongside Marina, their thoughts were deeply intertwined. He could not fail to comprehend her unvoiced concerns. Before departing, Thomas had given Marina a mere 100 solid silver coins for Hart's treatment. However, the William family, comprising 7 or 8 members, faced the dual challenge of hiring a physician and procuring medicinal supplies, while also addressing their daily sustenance needs. After 2 months, that modest sum had likely been exhausted, and now they were probably ensnared in a dire predicament devoid of money or provisions. Marina seemed to wish for assistance, but was hindered by Thomas's stance. Reluctant to voice her needs, "Marina, why not consider this?" Edgar suggested gently after a moment's contemplation. "Let us bring your Uncle Hart's family to reside in Crown City. I shall take care of their accommodations and daily needs, ensuring they face no hardships or become a burden to our household." Upon hearing this, Marina's eyes sparkled with delight, her face illuminated by surprise. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, Thomas abruptly coughed heavily, his loud hacking interrupting her words. Both turned to see Thomas, his expression stern and brows furrowed, addressing Marina with a serious tone. "Marina, you have just returned from a long journey and must be exhausted. It would be wise to rest in your room. Any discussions can wait until tomorrow." With that, he cast a knowing glance towards Edgar and lowered his voice, saying, "You, come with me to the living room. I have matters to discuss with you." Marina bit her lip, the sparkle in her eyes dimming as she bowed her head in silence and turned towards her room. Edgar shook his head in resignation. After so many years in Crown City, his father's petty concerns as a middle-class man had not changed. He remained shackled by his obsession with status and dignity. He gently stroked Marina's hair, reassuring her not to worry, then turned to Colin. "Please summon Ted and the others. Let us gather for dinner tonight and discuss your experiences in the South over the past 2 months." He then followed Thomas into the living room. "Marina, do not fret. Even if Mr. Thomas refuses to assist you, I, Colin, will certainly lend a hand." Colin, noticing Marina's despondent expression, quickly approached her, thumping his chest in assurance. "I have earned some money during my business ventures in the South, enough to support your uncle's family for the time being." Marina shot him a glare and retorted sharply, "This is a matter concerning our family. It has nothing to do with you. There is no need for your interference." With that, she turned and headed toward the living room, leaving Colin standing awkwardly, a wry smile on his face as he rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Impudent boy, what were you thinking in the courtyard? Who gave you the authority to decide on bringing Marina's uncle's family to Crown City?" As soon as they entered the living room, Thomas whirled around, his displeasure evident as he glared at Edgar, his voice thick with suppressed anger. Edgar rolled his eyes, unyielding in his response. "What nonsense have I spoken? I merely wish to assist Marina's uncle's family, providing them with a stable place to stay instead of having them wander aimlessly. What is wrong with that? Would you rather see them starve in the streets?" Thomas's face flushed with fury as he exclaimed, "Hart is no relation to us. He is merely Marina's uncle, with no blood ties to the Willen family. If you bring these vagabonds to Crown City, what will others say? They will accuse us of clinging to impoverished relatives and claim we do not deserve our wealth and status. It is utterly disgraceful. Father, I spoke of bringing them to Crown City, not to our home. I will arrange for them to stay at the manor outside the city, allowing them to work the land alongside the farmers and sustain themselves, thereby causing no trouble for our household. Do not hastily tarnish my reputation." Edgar stood his ground resolutely, refusing to yield. "What difference does it make? As long as they are in Crown City, others will inevitably associate them with us. They will only refer to them as the impoverished relatives of the violent family, disregarding their place of residence. In any case, I will not agree. Absolutely not. Thomas sat angrily in his chair, gripping the armrests tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Observing his father's agitation, Edgar understood the source of his concern. Although the family had become prosperous through their connection with Princess Catherine, possessing vast lands and wealth, they still bore the identity of commoners, often facing disdain and contempt from the hereditary nobility. As a result, Thomas was particularly sensitive about his dignity, fearing that association with his former impoverished relatives would lead to ridicule from the nobility, branding him as someone who had forgotten his roots or who clung to the destitute, thereby jeopardizing the hard-earned reputation he had built. Edgar approached Thomas, pulled up a chair, and softened his tone, patiently reasoning. "Father, Marina is my sister, having grown up alongside me, and you have acknowledged her as your own daughter. Her kin are naturally our kin. Now that our relative is in distress, at a loss for what to do, if we stand by idly, not only will Marina be heartbroken, but others will also label us as cold-hearted and lacking compassion. Would that not be an even greater embarrassment? I have already given Hart 100 solid silver coins. Is that not sufficient? Most ordinary families do not require such a sum for an entire year's living expenses." Thomas could not contain his rising voice, evidently unwilling to relent any further. "That amount is hardly enough to support a family of 7 or 8. Just the cost of a physician and medicine alone would be substantial, let alone the daily expenses for food." Edgar, too, felt his temper flare, abruptly rising from his chair, his voice elevated. "The deed to the estate bears my name. I also bear a significant portion of the expenses for this household. I am, in part, the master of this home. How can I not have a say in such a trivial matter?" Thomas slammed the table, causing the teacups to rattle and spill their contents. And he shouted, "Who are you yelling at? I am your father. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Have you grown wings and think you can defy me?" The argument escalated, reverberating throughout the entire manor. At that moment, Marina, who had been eavesdropping outside the living room, could no longer hold back. She burst through the door, falling to her knees with a thud, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of pearls. And she choked out, "Edgar, dear brother, father, please stop arguing. It is all my fault. I should not have brought up uncle. Nor should I have caused trouble for the family. Please do not fight over me." Seeing Marina kneeling on the ground, her face awash with tears and anguish, both Thomas and Edgar fell silent, their expressions betraying a sense of guilt. Edgar hastily stepped forward, extending his hand to assist Marina to her feet, gently patting her back in a comforting manner. He then turned to Thomas, his tone considerably softened. "Father, it is nothing of great consequence. The estate accommodates thousands of tenants. A few additional hands in the fields would not be a burden and could potentially enhance our yield. Please consent to this, so that Marina may not suffer further distress." Thomas remained silent for a prolonged moment, observing Marina's reddened eyes and weary countenance. Finally, he exhaled a long sigh and waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. I have some acquaintance with Hart, and he is also Marina's uncle. If I were to act too harshly, not only would Marina harbor resentment, but others would also perceive me as unfeeling. Let us proceed as you suggest, bring them to the estate, allow them to cultivate the land, and ensure they cause no trouble." He paused, shifting his gaze toward Marina, his tone gentler, laced with a hint of guilt and hope as he slowly spoke. "Child, do not blame your godfather for his reluctance to assist you. After all these years living with us, I have come to regard you as my own daughter. Throughout this time, I have ensured that you never faced hunger, cold, or any form of hardship, all in the hope of your well-being. To speak candidly, when your father entrusted you to me on his deathbed, he harbored the hope that you would one day wed Edgar, perpetuating the lineage of the violent family, ensuring our prosperity." "What?" Edgar was taken aback by these words, his mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. He furtively glanced at Marina from the corner of his eye. Marina, at that moment, raised her gaze to meet his, and upon their eyes locking, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to ripe cherries. She hastily lowered her head, her hands clutching the corners of her clothing tightly, her ears burning with embarrassment, rendering her speechless. Edgar coughed awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words, standing stiffly in place, his mind a whirl of astonishment and confusion. Chapter 24. Reflection. Watching Marina scurry back to her room, flustered like a startled fawn, her face aglow, Edgar shook his head with a rueful smile and turned to Thomas. "Father, why did you speak so in her presence? She is but a young lady. How could she withstand such forthrightness without feeling humiliated?" Thomas shot him a disapproving glance, his tone implying a sense of inevitability. "Marina is not a stranger. She has grown up in our household, akin to a daughter. What is there that cannot be said? Eventually, she must come to know these matters, whether sooner or later. It remains the same. Edgar stroked his chin, his gaze directed toward the direction Marina had fled, lost in contemplation. At 15, Marina had shed her youthful innocence, blossoming into a graceful figure with skin as fair as snow, her petite stature exuding charm. Her gentle and considerate nature, coupled with her soft-spoken demeanor and meticulous approach to tasks, made her an enchanting companion. To have such a lovely and amiable girl as a wife would captivate anyone, especially someone who had grown up alongside her. Marina's beauty and amiable disposition, if only they had been commoners in the past. Marrying her would truly be a blessing earned through the merits of our past lives. However, Thomas shifted his tone, laced with a hint of hesitation. Noticing the unspoken words in his father's speech, Edgar promptly sat beside him, leaning slightly forward and lowering his voice to inquire, "Father, what do you mean by that? Is there something difficult to articulate?" Thomas sighed deeply, the anger on his face long dissipated, replaced by a palpable weight. "Son, let me speak candidly. Our family now consists solely of you and me. The bloodline is thin. I have always hoped to see you marry soon, to add an heir and perpetuate our violent lineage. Last year, you were 17 and Marina was 14. In the countryside of Ashen Town, young men and women at this age have already begun to establish families. I intended to arrange your marriage after the autumn harvest last year. But when I brought this matter up with your Aunt Catherine, she vehemently opposed it, refusing even to discuss it. But Aunt Catherine has met Marina several times before and praised her for her gentle nature and industriousness. Why would she suddenly oppose this union?" Edgar was bewildered, unable to fathom Catherine's abrupt change in attitude. Thomas gave a wry smile, taking a sip of the cold tea on the table before speaking slowly. "Son, to be frank, your marriage may have long surpassed my authority as your father. Your aunt made it quite clear. She is the king's favored consort, and you are her only nephew in this world, destined for great endeavors and wielding real power. How could your wife be a lowly commoner, an orphan without family ties? She deems Marina's lack of a noble lineage as a disqualifying factor, believing it would hinder your future prospects." He paused, softening his tone slightly. "However, she is not entirely inflexible. She suggested that if you genuinely cherish Marina and do not wish to part with her, you may take her as a secondary wife, which is not entirely unacceptable. I have never cared for her social standing." Edgar spoke softly yet resolutely. "Growing up alongside Marina, our bond transcends mere sibling affection. It is intertwined with profound feelings. Moreover, Marina possesses exceptional beauty and a gentle disposition. To take her as my wife is my heartfelt desire." Yet, he understood well that the term secondary wife, though seemingly equal in status to a primary wife, ultimately referred to a concubine. Even if legally recognized, her standing would still be inferior to that of a primary wife. Should the primary wife ever feel discontent, she could easily find a pretext to cast her out, even stripping her children of their inheritance rights. You may not hold disdain for her, but my words carry little weight, and even your own sentiments may not suffice." Thomas lamented, shaking his head, his gaze filled with resignation. "Ultimately, your marriage must be dictated by your aunt. She is a princess, wielding the power over our family's fortunes and misfortunes, and we cannot afford to offend her." His tone grew heavier. "Yet, this is profoundly unfair to Marina. I have always regarded her as my own daughter, ensuring she has never faced any hardship. Now, to subject her to such indignity, to live as a clandestine concubine, weighs heavily on my conscience." Edgar lowered his gaze, enveloped in silence. He understood better than anyone that in medieval Europe, the social hierarchy was rigidly enforced, with an insurmountable chasm dividing the nobility from the common folk. Marriage demanded compatibility in social standing. Even among the aristocracy, familial influence and rank were paramount. The dictates of parents and the matchmaking of intermediaries were challenging enough to defy, let alone the will of the princess looming behind. Despite the turmoil within his heart, he felt powerless to resist this fate. Was this not a poignant sorrow of being an outsider? "You are still young, merely 18. A few years' delay in marriage is inconsequential." Thomas extended his hand, gently patting Edgar's shoulder in a bid to console him. "As for Marina, I shall find an appropriate moment to clarify matters with her. If she is unwilling to compromise her position as a concubine, given our current status and resources, securing a respectable match for her among the commoners as a legitimate wife, allowing her to lead a stable life, is not an insurmountable task." Edgar nodded slowly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Marina is still young, only 15. Waiting a few more years is not too late. I will seek an opportunity to visit my aunt at the palace and persuade her. Perhaps she can be swayed. However, If it truly cannot be altered, then you must proceed as you see fit. But father, there is one thing you must promise me. If Marina does not wish to become a concubine, you must not force her, nor sacrifice her happiness for the sake of family interests. Though he harbored deep affections for Marina and longed to share his life with her, he would never compel a virtuous woman to accept a subordinate position, subjected to the whims of others and enduring indignities. Little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Thomas chuckled, giving him a playful slap, his tone tinged with warmth and reassurance. I have watched Marina grow. I consider her as my own daughter. How could I ever compel her to do something she does not desire? Rest assured, if she is opposed, I would rather offend your aunt than allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance. With that, Thomas rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he made his way to his chamber. He understood that this matter required time for Edgar to process and for Marina to come to terms with. Haste would serve no purpose. Edgar sat alone in the parlor, gazing up at the rough wooden beams of the ceiling, lost in thought for a moment before shaking his head with a resigned smile. According to his father's wishes, his marriage would have to wait at least a few more years, if not longer. A few years' time is neither long nor short. In these tumultuous times, where the future remains uncertain, why trouble oneself with worries about what lies ahead? Half an hour later, Colin, Ted, and Liam arrived as promised. Master Edgar, we have finally found you. What delightful dishes have you prepared for this evening? We haven't eaten since noon and have come to seek refuge in your hospitality. Colin exclaimed upon entering, his tone brimming with familiar jest. Edgar greeted him with a smile, patting his shoulder. The dishes are few and simple, but there will be ample wine. Tonight, let us indulge until we are inebriated. Ted stepped forward, teasingly remarking, You, my friend, have become quite the wealthy gentleman of Crown City. Why then, are you so stingy? Are you really so stingy that you can't even treat us to a decent meal? Lon chimed in, feigning a frown. I think the richer you are, the more miserly you become. Have you hidden all your money away, preparing to marry off in the future? At these words, laughter erupted among the group, dispelling the previously oppressive atmosphere in the living room. Edgar shot them a playful glare, then turned his gaze to Ted, his expression softening. Brother Ted, congratulations on the birth of your son last month. Is the child healthy? When will you bring your wife and child to Crown City? It's not sustainable for them to stay in the countryside. Last month, Ted's wife had given birth to their first son, and Edgar and Colin had made a special visit to congratulate them. The child was chubby and adorable. Ted's face displayed a helpless smile as he shook his head. I don't even have a decent place to stay in Crown City. The barracks are cramped and small. How can I bring them here? I can't have them live in the barracks with me. It would be unfair to them. As the capital of the kingdom, Crown City boasted exorbitant property prices, especially near the palace, where every inch was invaluable. As a low-ranking knight's attendant, Ted's meager salary barely covered daily expenses, making it impossible to save enough to purchase a house, and even renting a more spacious place proved burdensome. Feigning displeasure, Edgar furrowed his brow. Speaking with a serious tone, we are brothers who have faced life and death together. If you are in trouble, just say so. There is no need for formality between us. Am I the kind of person who would turn a blind eye to a friend in need? Bring your wife and child here. I will arrange their accommodation and daily necessities, ensuring they live comfortably and without grievance. Hearing this, Ted's eyes brimmed with gratitude, and he nodded in agreement. He knew Edgar well. He was loyal and trustworthy, and once he made a promise, he would not go back on his word. Eliminating the need for excessive politeness, Lime, witnessing this, pretended to be angry and playfully punched Edgar. You just called him stingy. And now you're being so generous to Ted. Are you deliberately slapping me in the face? No way. You must find me a good job too. I don't want to be a mere attendant for life. The room erupted into another round of laughter, the atmosphere growing even more vibrant. Come on. Let us walk and talk. There is no need to stand around here. Edgar glanced out the window. Night had completely fallen, and dusk was long gone. He gestured for everyone to follow him outside. Colin, puzzled, asked, What is this? Are we heading to the tavern? Not to the tavern. Edgar shook his head with a mysterious smile. We'll first visit the market to buy some food and drink, then head to Claire's place. It's been a while since I had a drink and a chat with him, and I have some questions regarding the war that I'd like to discuss. The group had no objections and accompanied Edgar to the market, where they purchased glossy smoked bacon, freshly baked rye bread, and fresh vegetables, along with a fine bottle of red wine. They then carried their basket of provisions toward Edmund's home. By the time they arrived at Edmund's residence, the night was deep, with only sporadic lights illuminating the streets. Pushing open the small gate of Claire's courtyard, one finds Claire sitting alone at the stone table, cradling a steaming cup of herbal tea, wrapped in a thick woolen cloak. With a serene expression, she gazes at the night sky, seemingly contemplating profound thoughts. Upon their arrival, Claire promptly sets down her teacup, rises, and greets them with a smile. My right eyelid has been twitching all day. I knew good fortune was on its way. Indeed. You fellows have come bearing wine and food. She gestures towards the baskets in their hands, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief, clearly having anticipated their intentions. Laughter erupts as they step into the courtyard. Claire turns to fetch several ceramic bowls and a wooden spoon from indoors, and together they arrange the purchased delicacies on the stone table, forming a circle around it. Edgar, glancing towards the house where no light flickers through the windows, softly inquires, "Is your wife, Isla, feeling any better? She has taken the new herbal remedy prescribed by the physician and has just fallen asleep. I hope this time it proves effective." Claire replies while pouring herself a drink. Raising her ceramic bowl, she downs it in one swift motion, the spicy liquid coursing down her throat. A look of satisfaction immediately gracing her features. What splendid wine. The last time I savored such exquisite red wine was during my visit to your home last month. Edgar fills each bowl with wine, playfully teasing, "Did I not just grant you 500 silver coins? Surely enough to purchase several bottles of such fine red wine. Why not procure it yourself instead of waiting for our arrival?" Claire promptly wipes the smile from her face, shaking her head with a serious demeanor. That 500 silver coins was meant for Isla's treatment, to save her life. How could I squander it on wine? Even a single copper coin must be spent wisely. Edgar nods silently, raising his ceramic bowl in a toast toward Claire. "To your unwavering loyalty, Claire. Let us drink to that." The group raises their cups and downs their drinks in unison. Setting down his bowl, Edgar turns to Claire, his tone growing earnest. "Claire, I recently overheard palace attendants discussing the royal family's preparations for military action in the Dursa region to quell the rebellious nobility there. Have you heard anything about this?" "A whisper of news has reached me," Claire replies, finishing her drink. Her gaze sharpens as she fixes her eyes on Edgar, and she states calmly, "Given your eagerness to inquire about the conflict, it seems this is not merely idle curiosity. It appears you two are destined for the battlefield." Edgar startles at her words, incredulously asking, "How could you ascertain that I am to join the campaign when even my father is unaware?" "I only learned of this today from the palace attendants." Claire chuckles softly, pointing at him. "The moment we sat down, your immediate concern for the war suggests a deeper connection. If it were not pertinent to you, why would you be so invested? Moreover, your aunt, Princess Catherine, has been seeking opportunities for you, with the royal family engaging in warfare. This is indeed an opportune moment for you to earn distinction. She would not let such an opportunity slip by." Edgar, upon hearing this, feels a surge of admiration within. Claire indeed possesses remarkable insight, capable of discerning the crux of matters with just a single remark. Chapter 25. Preparing for battle, you truly have a keen eye. Perceiving the situation with such clarity, "I am genuinely impressed," Edgar remarked earnestly, his tone brimming with admiration. Having known Claire for several years, he was well aware that although she resided in seclusion, her intellect was profound, her strategies unparalleled, and her understanding of the military dynamics within the kingdom far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. With the impending conflict in Dursa thrust upon him by his aunt, he felt compelled to solicit her unique perspective in preparation for the forthcoming challenges. Claire smiled, but did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Ted, inquiring, "Ted, you serve in the Western Legion. What sentiments prevail among the soldiers regarding this expedition to Dursa? What are their views on the impending battle?" Ted set down the clay bowl in his hand, pondered for a moment, and then articulated his thoughts. "The morale among the troops is exceptionally high. Most soldiers view this as a rare opportunity to achieve great deeds. After all, Fort Mont's forces are limited. While our Western Legion is one of the three primary military factions of the Royal Army, well-equipped and ready for battle, many are eager to distinguish themselves on the battlefield, hoping to earn promotions and rewards." "Oh, even you share this sentiment?" Claire raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with skepticism, and her eyes hinted at deeper implications. Ted paused, somewhat bewildered, and queried, "Is it not so? The Royal Army comprises 3 legions, each with approximately 50,000 men of formidable strength. Once hostilities commence, one of these legions will inevitably be selected as the primary force. Fort Mont's mere 15,000 troops are vastly outnumbered. Surely, victory should be easily within our grasp. The commanders of the Western Legion have already sent multiple letters to the War Council, eager to seize this opportunity to showcase their capabilities." Claire burst into laughter, shaking her head, and replied with unwavering certainty, "What is there to compete over? This battle was destined from the outset to be fought by your Western Legion. No one else can claim it. How can you be so certain? The Central Legion and the Eastern Legion are also formidable. Why would it specifically be our Western Legion?" Ted pressed, increasingly perplexed. Claire lifted her clay bowl, sipping the red wine, and gradually elaborated. Consider this carefully. The Central Legion is ostensibly commanded by General William. However, all military orders emanate from the court's chief steward, Cronel. Cronel is the king's most trusted confidant, and the primary duty of the Central Legion is to safeguard Crown City and the royal family, acting as the king's personal guard. They cannot be easily detached from the capital. Otherwise, the city would be left vulnerable, and any subsequent turmoil could yield catastrophic consequences. As for the Eastern Legion, it was nearly annihilated during the White Robe Rebellion 5 years ago, although it has since replenished its ranks and re-established itself. The majority of the newly recruited soldiers are civilians and refugees, lacking training and equipped with outdated gear, never having faced the rigors of true combat. They are scarcely fit for duty, relegated to guarding minor towns along the eastern border, and are incapable of undertaking the primary offensive role. Thus, apart from your Western Legion, whom else could the royal family dispatch to confront Fort Mont? Upon hearing this, Ted nodded repeatedly, genuinely convinced. Your words resonate profoundly. Previously, I only considered the troop's strength comparison, neglecting the responsibilities and actual circumstances of each legion. Your insight is indeed remarkable. Suddenly, Claire sighed, drained his cup, and the smile on his face gradually faded, his tone growing weighty. The royal family aims to seize this opportunity to eliminate the Thorn of Vermont, restoring royal dignity and consolidating control over the provinces. The intention is noble. However, should this battle result in defeat, not only would the kingdom fail to reclaim Dessa, but it would also suffer significant losses, further undermining royal authority. In such a case, local lords would likely hold the crown in even greater contempt, making future attempts to restrain them exceedingly difficult. He paused briefly and continued his analysis. You may not be aware that Dessa's geographical position is of utmost importance, controlling nearly half of the grain and tax revenues of the Gladoan province, serving as a vital source for the kingdom's finances, essentially its lifeblood. Vermont has repeatedly threatened the crown, demanding greater autonomy, precisely because of this. The king's resolve to deploy troops is born from a point of no return. From this perspective, military action is indeed imperative, with no option for retreat. If the royal family could mobilize 50,000 elite troops as the main force and command several neighboring lords to assist, even if merely to create a facade, it would compel Vermont to divide its forces to defend key routes, significantly increasing the probability of victory. But now, he continued, the Earl of Hart in the north and Baron Frederick of Southport have both proactively petitioned to assist the crown in quelling the rebellion. Yet the royal family has declined under the pretext of maintaining stability and avoiding local unrest. The remaining lords adopt a detached stance, choosing to remain inactive, evidently hoping to observe the conflict from a distance, anticipating mutual destruction between the crown and the sod. The royal family neither understands how to coordinate the various factions nor unite the forces that could be allied, instead opting to charge ahead alone, an utter relinquishment of advantage. A grave misstep. Edgar, discerning the underlying implications in Claire's words, furrowed his brow with concern and inquired, your tone suggests a lack of optimism regarding this expedition. Is it possible that a force of 50,000 could face defeat against merely 15,000? Claire shook his head, his tone grave. The dynamics on the battlefield shift rapidly. There are no guaranteed victories. Although Dessa possesses fewer troops, it is by no means defenseless. Its terrain is treacherous, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Vermont has fortified its defenses over many years and amassed substantial provisions, capable of holding out for a considerable time. I am not a prophet. I cannot assert with certainty the outcome of this battle. However, a careful examination of the internal conditions of the three major legions reveals that their strengths and weaknesses have already become apparent. I would like to hear more. Please, enlighten me, Claire, Edgar earnestly implored, leaning slightly forward, clearly valuing the forthcoming analysis. Claire nodded and continued. Let us first consider the Central Legion. Although its name belies its true nature, lacking real authority, it is nonetheless backed by the king himself. Cronel serves merely as the king's mouthpiece. The generals within the military are acutely aware of this fact, and none dare to voice dissent. They simply adhere to their orders with unwavering obedience, ensuring that internal discord remains absent. In this regard, the Central Army has emerged as the most stable force among the three. Turning to the Eastern Legion. Despite its recent establishment and limited combat capabilities, its commander, Valence, hails from a distinguished lineage. His brother serves as the kingdom's chief justice and a prominent member of the royal council. The Valence family has a vast network of connections across various provinces. Their influence second only to that of the royal family itself, and they possess a deeply entrenched foundation in the court. Valence is not without merit. He has held the positions of governor of the southern frontier and commander of the White Harbor garrison, where he has achieved notable victories against foreign invasions and quelled local rebellions, earning him considerable esteem. His subordinates hold him in high regard, and the morale of the troops remains steadfast, ensuring there will be no issues of defection or disobedience in the face of orders. At this juncture, he squints, gently tapping his fingers against the stone table, falling into a brief silence before his voice drops to a somber tone. However, the situation with your Western Legion is markedly different. Commander Clement, though his ancestors produced 2 court ministers, comes from a family that has long since fallen from grace. Originating from a humble border town, his lineage is sparse, having not produced any notable figures in nearly a century. In his generation, he has merely ascended to his position as the commander of the Western Legion through his marriage to a distant cousin of the king, relying on connections rather than merit. This individual is mediocre and lacks military acumen, failing to earn the genuine loyalty of his troops. More critically, among the 5 commanders under his command, 3, La Roche, Montfort, and Lorraine, hail from ancient noble families with considerable influence, and they have always looked down upon a commander like Clement, who has attained his position through matrimonial ties. They routinely pay lip service to his orders while covertly disregarding them, rendering military directives difficult to enforce. If the discord among the commanders persists on the battlefield, with orders failing to be executed, how can victory ever be anticipated? Edgar listened intently, his mind deep in contemplation. Clement's analysis was astute, dissecting the vulnerabilities of the Western Legion with precision and deepening his concerns regarding the forthcoming campaign. If Clement's assertions hold true, this conflict may prove far more perilous than initially perceived. Tad, seated nearby, cast a glance at Clement, inwardly dismissing his concerns. War relies on strength and valor. Why complicate matters? What if the commander is inept? As long as the soldiers fight valiantly, victory remains within reach. However, being unfamiliar with Clement, he refrained from voicing his disagreement and chose instead to drown his thoughts in drink, suppressing his sentiments. Lame, a commoner by origin who had previously toiled in the fields, had only recently entered the royal palace as a servant through connections and held no interest in military affairs, nor did he grasp the intricacies of such matters. While the others engaged in lively discussions, he busied himself with food, stuffing his mouth with smoked meat and bread, occasionally yawning, appearing somewhat bored. Colin, having spent years in trade, was accustomed to dealings with merchants and vendors, utterly oblivious to the power struggles among the nobility or the internal dynamics of the legions. The noble names and legion numbers mentioned by Clement were lost on him, rendering the discourse dull and tedious. As Clement finally concluded, Colin feigned acknowledgement with a casual "oh." Returning to his black rye bread, his thoughts solely focused on the fresh goods he hoped to peruse at the market the following day. Claire observed the reactions of those around her, her countenance betraying no sign of displeasure, merely offering a faint smile and choosing to remain silent. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Edgar, who was lost in thought. His throat moved slightly, as if he had more concerns regarding the ongoing conflict that he wished to articulate. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed his words. Some matters are best left unspoken. An overabundance of clarity may not necessarily yield favorable outcomes. On the 5th of July in the year 1441 of the Holy Calendar, after several days of deliberation, King Alberic III formally issued a decree in the throne room, stripping Governor Faumont of his autonomy over Dessa and its surrounding territories on the grounds of tax embezzlement and contempt for royal authority. Faumont was commanded to return to Crown City within 10 days to report to the crown and await royal judgment. However, Faumont disregarded the royal edict entirely, showing no inclination to comply and rather accelerating his rebellious efforts. He assembled an army in Dessa, fortified the city's defenses, and stockpiled provisions and arrows, making his insurrectionist intentions abundantly clear, plunging the entire province of Gladorn into a tense atmosphere. On the 15th of July, Faumont took the initiative, ordering his general Raoul to lead 3,000 elite troops in a surprise attack on the nearby town of Pingu, which was strategically located along the main route to Dessa. Faumont commanded the destruction of the bridges outside the town and the reinforcement of its walls, transforming it into a frontline bastion against the royal forces, effectively severing the only route for the royal army to reach Dessa and openly declaring his rebellion by firing the first shot. On the 20th of July, King Alberic III, incensed by the developments, issued another decree, formally declaring a campaign against the rebellion in Dessa. The decree appointed Commander Clement of the Western Legion as the governor of Pingnan, tasked with the overall responsibility for the campaign. It designated Chief Steward Cronel as the military overseer, representing the crown in supervising military affairs. And it appointed Edgar de Villen as the deputy military overseer to assist Cronel in managing military matters, leading 50,000 troops from the Western Legion to commence the expedition against the rebellion in Dessa, with the aim of quelling the insurrection, capturing Falmouth, and restoring the crown's control over the province of Gladorn. Upon hearing the news at the Villen estate, Thomas was deeply concerned, repeatedly urging Edgar to exercise caution on the battlefield and to avoid impulsive actions. Marina silently packed Edgar's belongings, her eyes filled with worry. Yet she refrained from speaking much, merely slipping a handmade talisman of safety into his satchel. Colin, Ted, and Lime also arrived to bid Edgar farewell, promising to gather for a celebration upon his return after quelling the rebellion. Edgar, gazing at the concerned faces of those around him, felt a mix of trepidation regarding the perilous battlefield and anticipation for the opportunity to achieve greatness. Taking a deep breath, he set forth on the path to the camp of the Western Legion, aware that a battle capable of altering his destiny was about to unfold. Chapter 26. The King's South Promise. When the court attendant proclaimed the decree, announcing the appointment of Edgar de Villen as the Royal Special Deputy Military Overseer, tasked with assisting Cronel in managing military affairs for the expedition to Dessa, Edgar felt his heart leap violently. An uncontrollable surge of excitement and exhilaration surged from the depths of his being, racing to the crown of his head. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale, and even his breath quickened. This was not only his first step away from the life of a commoner into the realm of officialdom, but also an exceptional opportunity for him to prove himself and shed the label of the princess's nephew. However, this exhilaration was short-lived. Upon hearing the content of the decree, Thomas's expression shifted from calm to ashen, and he erupted in fury, bellowing, "You impudent brat! Do you know what a battlefield is? It is a perilous place where one risks life for military merit. Do you think it's a mere outing? I will not allow you to go." With that, he seized the broom resting by the door and hurled it towards Edgar. In a society governed by strict hierarchies, it was deemed natural for a father to discipline his son, especially as Thomas genuinely feared for his child's safety. Edgar dared not retaliate. Instead, he shielded his head with his hands, desperately dodging in the living room, causing furniture to topple and a teacup to shatter on the floor. "Father, please don't be rash. It's not as dangerous as you think. I'm going to oversee the troops, not to charge into battle." He attempted to explain while evading, but Thomas would not listen, continuing to swing the broom with fervor. "Overseeing troops is safe, is it? On the battlefield, swords and daggers strike indiscriminately. What if the rebels attack? Do you think you can return alive? I will beat some sense into you, you reckless fool, to prevent you from throwing your life away on the battlefield." Thomas's face flushed with anger, his booming voice shaking the dust from the ceiling. Seeing his father's genuine wrath, Edgar realized that hiding was futile. Seizing the moment, he fled through the side door of the living room, sprinting out of the house and not stopping until he had run a considerable distance. Allowing himself a moment to catch his breath, he touched his arms and back, feeling the sting of pain, and noticed the broom's handle had left several red marks on his face, rendering him a pitiful sight. The older he gets, the more irritable he becomes. And he strikes too hard. I truly wonder if I am even his biological son. As he rubbed his bruises, Edgar wandered aimlessly through the streets of Crown City, muttering to himself in frustration and anger. His earlier anticipation of the expedition now diminished. "Brother Edgar, you are at fault too," Marina said, hastily following him with a gentle tone of persuasion. "Such a significant matter as going to war should have been discussed with your foster father beforehand. He is only angry because he cares for you. Do not blame him." Earlier at home, despite her attempts to calm him, Marina could not quell Thomas's rage and had no choice but to accompany Edgar, fearing for his safety. Edgar touched the bruise on his face, wincing in pain, silently cursing Thomas. "He is my father, and I am his only son. If I had told him in advance, he would never have consented. He would prefer I remain at home forever, a mere spendthrift." Marina looked at him with concern and softly asked, "But our lives are good now, with food and clothing, and we no longer suffer as we once did. The perils of warfare are undeniable, and countless lives are surely at stake. Why must you venture forth?" Edgar halted, casting his gaze toward the distant palace, his expression resolute. "I harbor no aspirations of grandeur, nor do I possess the ambition to ascend to high office. A life of quiet stability is indeed appealing. Yet, can a man simply linger at home, relying on his aunt's connections to squander his days? That would be rather pitiable, would it not? At merely 18, in the prime of my youth, if I do not seize this moment to explore the world and achieve some measure of distinction, I fear that in a few years, once married and burdened with children and household responsibilities, such opportunities may elude me forever. Marina surreptitiously glanced at him, suddenly recalling Thomas's earlier wish for her to marry Edgar. Her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and she quickly averted her gaze, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her garment, falling silent. Passers-by observed Edgar's disheveled appearance and the wounds upon his face, a picture of utter disarray. Pausing to point and whisper, some even stifling laughter. Edgar remained unfazed, proceeding with his own thoughts. He was no longer the timid peasant concerned with the opinions of others. Such derision held no weight for him. As he approached the street corner, he noticed a throng of people ahead, their voices raised in commotion and out of boredom. He tugged Marina along to see what had transpired. Reaching the forefront of the crowd, the scene before him cast a shadow over his heart. A bare-chested man knelt upon the ground, ceaselessly bowing to the onlookers, his forehead battered and bloodied, the crimson staining the earth beneath him. Behind him lay an elderly woman, her hair white as snow, her complexion pallid, eyes closed, and body already cold. It was evident she had passed some time ago. Most spectators wore expressions of indifference, some even displaying impatience, while only a few, moved by compassion, retrieved coins from their pockets to toss before the man. Scattered on the ground before him were but a handful of small coins, far too meager to afford even a modest coffin. Edgar shook his head gently, a sigh escaping him. He had not anticipated such callousness in a bustling city like Crown City, where the misfortunes of others could elicit such apathy. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, only to remember that in his haste to leave, he had no small change, merely a royal credit note worth 100 silver coins. This document, issued by the crown, could be directly exchanged for silver at the royal bank, sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for several years. Gazing at the man's robust form, his forehead bleeding from his supplication, Edgar felt a pang of compassion, a man of stature kneeling in destitution to bury his mother, surrendering all dignity. With a soft sigh, he withdrew the credit note and, bending down, placed it upon the ground before the man. 100 silver coins. My heavens, what a generous act. A gasp rippled through the crowd as someone discerned the denomination on the note, and they turned to scrutinize Edgar, their eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity, eager to uncover the identity of this magnanimous young man. The man kneeling on the ground was momentarily taken aback. Upon lowering his gaze to discern the denomination of the banknote beneath him, he shuddered violently, lifting his head abruptly to fix a fervent stare upon Edgar. It was then that Edgar could clearly perceive his visage, features well-defined, a prominent nose, and an air of gallantry emanating from his brow. Save for a deep scar imprinted on his left cheek, a mark of punishment bestowed by the kingdom upon those who had once transgressed the law. No wonder the throng of onlookers, though numerous, hesitated to extend their assistance. They were evidently disdainful of his origins. Thank you, young master. I shall never forget your life-saving grace, sir. The man's voice trembled as he struggled to rise, only to find his legs numb from prolonged kneeling, nearly toppling over. Edgar hastened to his side, offering a steadying hand and gently urging, "Pray, do not be so formal. Take this money and ensure your mother receives a proper burial. Do not let her suffer in the cold." With that, he turned to depart, intending to take Marina with him. "Please, noble benefactor, do not leave." The man stepped forward, obstructing Edgar's path, and bowed deeply, sincerity lacing his tone. "I am Fliris, and I beseech you to share your address or name. Once I have laid my mother to rest, I pledge to serve you for life in gratitude for your kindness today." Such scenes were familiar to Edgar from both his past and present lives. The destitute, driven to despair, resorting to servitude merely to secure a modest sum to honor their deceased kin. He shook his head gently, responding with a soft smile. "A mere 100 silver coins is trifling to me. It is not worth sacrificing your freedom for a lifetime. There is no need for such devotion. Go now." He grasped Marina's hand once more, preparing to turn away. However, Roland interjected, raising his voice, "A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. You have saved me from peril today, and I, Fliris, shall not forget this kindness. If you do not wish for me to serve you, please at least grant me your name, and should the opportunity arise, I will repay you with my life." Edgar pivoted sharply, locking eyes with him, his expression grave as he spoke in a low tone. "Your parents brought you into this world with hopes that one day you would stand tall, achieve great things, and bring honor to your family, not to surrender your future for a fleeting act of kindness and become a lifelong servant, who would desire their child to live in perpetual subservience, forever denied the chance to rise." Seeing a man of such stature kneeling in desperation stirred his compassion, prompting his assistance without expectation of recompense. He placed a gentle hand on Fleris's shoulder, his tone softening. Take the money, and ensure your mother is properly buried. Use the remaining funds to engage in honorable work, strive to live well, and honor the sacrifices she made for you. This is the best tribute you can offer her spirit. Upon hearing these words, the once proud man, who had just been begging on his knees, felt his eyes well with tears, which cascaded down like rain. He knelt once more, bowing deeply 3 times before Edgar, blood seeping from his forehead. Then, with utmost care, he retrieved the banknotes from the ground, lifted his mother's lifeless form, straightened his back, and strode away with renewed resolve. Marina tightly clutched Edgar's arm, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she softly exclaimed, "Brother Edgar, you are truly remarkable." "It is nothing, merely a trifling task," Edgar gently replied, feeling much of the pent-up frustration from being scolded by his father dissipate in that moment. There are countless souls suffering in this world. What are a few blows and minor injuries in comparison? He tightened his grip on Marina's hand and spoke tenderly, "Let us return. I have come to a realization. Regardless of the circumstances, I must have a serious conversation with the old man, to convey my thoughts and put his mind at ease." With a smile, Marina nodded, her fingers gently clasping his hand as they walked side by side toward the Violent estate, bathed in the warm and radiant sunlight. At noon, King Alberich III entered the palace with a somber expression. Queen Catherine had long awaited his arrival within the hall. Upon seeing him, she hurried forward, her tone gentle as she inquired, "Your Majesty, you appear unwell today. Are you still upset with me?" Alberich III halted, casting a cold gaze upon her, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. "Catherine, we have been married for many years. If you have something to say, do so directly. Why resort to sending messages through Cronel to recommend Edgar for the military? You are well aware that I disapprove of the harem meddling in state affairs. Yet you persist in this manner, believing I would make an exception for you?" Standing nearby, the court steward Cronel immediately lowered his head, fearful of incurring the king's wrath. Tears welled in Catherine's eyes as she lifted her gaze to the king, her voice trembling with a hint of grievance. "Your Majesty, you truly misunderstand me. You established the rule long ago that royal women must not interfere in state matters. How could I dare to knowingly transgress it for my own kin? That day, I was merely conversing with Cronel and casually mentioned that Edgar has reached the age to gain experience. It was a thoughtless remark, one I did not take seriously myself. Yet I never imagined it would reach your ears and provoke your ire." She lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion, growing softer and more sorrowful. "Now, my family has dwindled significantly. My brother Thomas is gentle and ill-suited for military or political affairs. Among the younger generation, only Edgar remains as a male heir. I never hoped for him to become a grand marshal or to be bestowed titles of duke or marquis. I only wished for him to secure a respectable military position, to stand proudly before others without being ridiculed as a mere country bumpkin climbing the ranks through the queen's influence. Is even this modest wish considered overstepping?" Observing her tear-streaked visage, the king's anger gradually subsided. He sighed softly, extending his arms to embrace Catherine, his tone considerably softened. "Enough now, do not weep. As husband and wife, there is no need for such formality. In the future, speak directly to me. I shall not hold it against you." Nestled against the king's chest, Catherine gave a slight nod, though she discreetly cast a glance at Cronel standing nearby, and murmured, "Cronel is also loyal. He feared that my words would not reach your ears, which is why he reported them to you. See, your Majesty, how devoted Cronel is to you. If everyone in the palace were to exhibit his qualities, your future dealings with state affairs would surely be less burdensome." Cronel remained bowed in place. Yet upon hearing Catherine's words, the corners of his eyes narrowed slightly, and a barely perceptible smile of relief graced his lips. He understood that the king's ire had completely dissipated, and he need not fear being unjustly blamed. The king cast a fleeting glance at Cronel, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Cronel has served me for many years. How could I be unaware of his loyalty?" Cronel immediately bowed deeper, his tone respectful and sincere. "Your Majesty's trust is a tremendous honor for me. I shall exert myself to the utmost, ensuring I do not betray your confidence." Though his words were succinct, a weight had finally lifted from his heart. He knew the king's nature all too well, suspicious and profound in thought, but as long as one treated him with honesty, even occasional blunders would not seal one's fate. Major issues could be overlooked, and minor ones would not be scrutinized. Catherine gently caressed the king's chest, speaking with tender grace, "Your Majesty, if you find the recommendation of Edgar burdensome, then let it be. I have come to realize that it is better for him to lead a stable life than to venture into the dangers of battle. As long as he is safe and happy, I shall be content." The king took her hand, his voice calm, as husband and wife. Edgar is also akin to my kin. How could I let you down? Rest assured, I have already decreed his appointment as the royal special deputy commander, accompanying the troops to Dursa. Should he distinguish himself on the battlefield, I shall reward him with the future he deserves. Not only shall he shed his commoner status, but your family, the villains, shall also restore its dignity and shine in the world, no longer looked down upon by the nobility. Upon hearing this, Catherine's eyes sparkled with delight as she lifted her gaze, gratefully regarding the king. Thank you, your majesty. I shall forever remember your generosity towards the villain family. Chapter 27. The Sword of Oath. On July 25th, within the Western Legion's encampment on the outskirts of Crown City, banners fluttered and armor gleamed brightly. Troops, provisions, weapons, and steeds were all fully prepared, with mountainous stacks of grain bags neatly arranged in the corners of the camp, sharp spears and glimmering swords hanging from the weapon racks, and the sounds of neighing steeds echoing throughout the camp, enveloping the atmosphere in a tense and solemn air. The army was set to formally embark for Dursa the following day. In the open fields beyond the city, a figure rode swiftly, the hooves of his horse thundering over the grass, raising clouds of dust. It was Edgar, who had spent nearly every day recently practicing his riding skills in the countryside. For him, horseback riding was not a challenge. During his youth in the countryside, he often helped farmers tend to their horses, and later, as his family's fortunes improved, they kept several gentle mounts at home. However, this expedition was markedly different from his usual leisurely rides. The speed, endurance, and the ability to respond to unexpected situations on the battlefield were incomparable to his everyday experiences, allowing for no margin of error. The steed beneath him was a magnificent creature, its coat a lustrous black, with strong, powerful limbs, a gift especially bestowed upon him by his cousin, Prince Leon. According to Leon, this horse hails from the distant eastern steppes and took several months to traverse through the western trade routes before arriving in Crown City. Upon first sight, he was deeply enamored and purchased it for a substantial sum of 500 silver coins. Later, upon hearing that Edgar would be departing for military service, he unhesitatingly gifted this fine steed, hoping it would lend him considerable assistance. Although the horse was of exceptional breed, it possessed a fiercely spirited temperament. During Edgar's initial attempt to ride it, he nearly found himself unseated, a far cry from the docile mounts he was accustomed to at home. However, after several days of adjustment and training, Edgar became adept at riding, and as he galloped, the synergy between horse and rider grew increasingly harmonious, as if they were one. At midday, Edgar rode back to the Violent estate. During the meal, Thomas sat at the table, his brow furrowed, devoid of appetite, occasionally lifting a morsel of food only to let it linger, clearly preoccupied with worry over his son's imminent expedition. Observing this, Edgar felt compelled to offer comforting words, enumerating the advantages of the Western Battalion, urging him not to fret excessively, assuring him that his role was merely that of a military supervisor, not a frontline soldier, and that his safety was assured. As father and son conversed, an urgent sound of hoofbeats suddenly echoed from outside the estate. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in royal court attire briskly entered the parlor, bowing respectfully and announcing, "Young Master Edgar, His Majesty and the Queen have summoned you to the palace for a discussion. You must not delay." "Father, my aunt has called me to the palace. Would you not accompany me?" Edgar inquired, setting down his cutlery and glancing at Thomas. Thomas slowly shook his head, exhaling a long sigh filled with resignation. "I shall not go. Be cautious and heed the commands of His Majesty and the Queen. Do not act impulsively." He was acutely aware of his lowly status, realizing that an audience with the sovereign would only render him flustered and inadvertently burden his son. Edgar offered a wry smile, thinking his father was overthinking the situation. After all, it was merely a journey to accompany the troops. There was no need for such concern. Upon arriving at the palace, the atmosphere in the council chamber was solemn. Not only was Queen Catherine seated in a position of prominence, but King Alberic III was also present. Flanking the royal couple were two court attendants. The elder, familiar to Edgar as the royal steward, Cronel, had served the king for many years, while the other, a man of about 30, donned an exquisite silk attendant's garb, with a strikingly handsome face and piercing gaze, yet Edgar had never encountered him in the palace before. "Nephew Edgar de Violent, I pay my respects to your majesty and to your highness, wishing you both good health and well-being." Edgar approached swiftly, kneeling on one knee in reverence, bowing deeply 3 times in a display of utmost respect. "Rise, there is no need for excessive formality," the king replied, a gentle smile gracing his features. He had always held a fondness for Edgar, despite the young man's somewhat unrefined demeanor and straightforward manner of speech. Lacking the intricate nuances of court etiquette, he exuded a rare sincerity and candor. After standing, Edgar inquired, "Your Majesty summoned me today. Is there a matter of importance you wish to discuss? The army is set to march tomorrow, and if there are tasks to be prepared, I would like to do so in advance. It is nothing of great consequence, merely some words of advice I wish to impart to you." The king's tone was calm, his gaze fixed on Edgar, imbued with a hint of expectation and caution. "Tomorrow, the army shall set forth. Once you join the ranks, remember to speak judiciously and act with restraint. Observe and learn more, and refrain from voicing your opinions or taking matters into your own hands. Do not presume to act in my name or that of the queen within the military. Should any breach of conduct reach my ears, even if your aunt intercedes on your behalf, I shall show no leniency." Edgar's smile faded, his expression turning grave as he clasped his hands in a bow and replied, "Your Majesty's counsel shall be etched in my heart. I would not dare overstep my bounds." The king nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a courtier hurriedly entered the hall. Bowing as he announced, "Your Majesty, the ministers have gathered in the White Hall, awaiting your deliberation. Catherine, I have matters of state to attend to. Please converse with Edgar a while longer." Rising, the king stood as Catherine promptly stepped forward, gently supporting his arm and escorting him to the threshold of the hall. She watched his figure vanish at the end of the corridor before returning inside. "Edgar, as you prepare to march with the army tomorrow, do you harbor any unease?" Catherine gestured for him to take a seat beside her, concern lacing her tone. Edgar grinned, candidly admitting, "To say I am not anxious would be disingenuous. I do feel somewhat unsettled. Having grown up without ever witnessing a true battlefield, I wonder if complications may arise once I reach the camp." Catherine chuckled softly, lifting her teacup for a sip, and reassured him, "There is no need for excessive worry. The commander of the Western Legion, Clement, is prudent and steady. While he may not be among the finest of generals, his experience is considerable. Following him will at least ensure your safety, which brings me some solace. Aunt, there is something I have long wished to inquire of you." Edgar scratched his head, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "What exactly is the role of the Royal Deputy Military Supervisor? I have heard it said that military supervisors are typically trusted confidants of the king, wielding significant power. Yet I have never encountered the title of Deputy Military Supervisor in any texts or tales, and I am quite at a loss regarding its specific duties." Catherine set down her teacup, patiently elucidating, "The position of military supervisor is not an official rank. It is a temporary appointment made by the royal family in response to wartime exigencies. While it may seem devoid of hierarchy, its authority is substantial. The supervisor can oversee the decisions of the military commander, document the achievements of the soldiers, report on the rewards and punishments within the ranks, and even possess the power to countermand unreasonable orders from the commander under special circumstances. As for your role as deputy military supervisor, officially you are an assistant to the supervisor, aiding in administrative matters, yet in truth, you wield little real power. It is primarily a means to grant you a title as you accompany the troops, allowing you to gain some practical experience." She paused, then earnestly cautioned, "Your primary purpose in accompanying the army is to merely fulfill a formality, to familiarize yourself with military affairs and accumulate some credentials. You need only to maintain your decorum within the ranks, fulfill your responsibilities, and ensure your safe return to Crown City once the conflict concludes. There is no need to meddle in others' affairs, nor should you attempt to interfere in military decisions, lest you invite trouble upon yourself." Edgar nodded silently, a twinge of disappointment settling in his heart. The title of Deputy Supervisor of the Royal Guard, though it sounds imposing, is in reality a mere figurehead lacking any substantial authority, far removed from the active military involvement one might envision. By the way, the attendant who stood alongside Colonel earlier is the newly appointed supervisor, Sorrel, an individual whom His Majesty holds in utmost trust. During this military expedition, he will oversee various matters within the army. Once you arrive, it is imperative that you cultivate a good rapport with him, heed his directives, and avoid any conflicts." Catherine suddenly recalled this and hastily offered her reminder. "Oh," Edgar exclaimed, lifting his head in surprise. "Such an important position as supervisor is typically held by seasoned veterans of the palace. If Sorrel is indeed a confidant of the king, why have I never seen him within the palace?" "There is much you remain unaware of," Catherine retorted, casting him a reproachful glance. "He has been diligently overseeing taxation in the province of Gladoran, having been specifically dispatched by His Majesty to rectify local salt affairs. He was only reassigned to Crown City a fortnight ago, so it is not surprising that you have not encountered him. Uninterested in the movements of court officials." Edgar's gaze shifted mischievously as a sly smile crept across his face. Rubbing his hands together, he chuckled. "Aunt, I am about to embark on a military campaign. Yet I possess not even a proper set of equipment. The palace is brimming with splendid items. Could you possibly bestow upon me a couple to enhance my presence in the army?" Catherine was amused by his antics and shook her head. "Your role as deputy supervisor is a civilian one, not that of a warrior poised for battle. There is no need for armor upon arriving at the camp. Simply wear your everyday attire and bring along a few changes of clothes. No special equipment is required. But even in a civilian capacity, one ought to possess a weapon, no? To wander the military camp empty-handed while others are armed with blades and spears would be rather unbecoming, reflecting poorly on the Villain family." Edgar persisted, unwilling to relent. "What is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly. There is no need for subterfuge," Catherine stated, seeing through his intentions with a resigned tone. Having been uncovered, Edgar no longer concealed his motives, rubbing his hands together with a chuckle. "I have heard that the king's sword of oath has been kept in your possession. Since it lies idle here, why not lend it to me for a time? I shall return it to you in pristine condition once the conflict concludes." The sword of oath was originally crafted by the king as a gift for Prince Leon, its blade adorned with gemstones and renowned for its exceptional sharpness, making it one of the kingdom's rare treasures. However, Prince Leon, having a penchant for literature over warfare, graciously declined the king's offering. Thus, the sword remained stored within the Rose Palace. Upon hearing his request, Catherine pondered briefly, concluding that although the sword was indeed valuable, it was merely a weapon, and allowing Edgar to borrow it would pose no harm. She nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, I shall lend it to you, but do exercise utmost care. Be sure not to lose or damage it." Ecstatic at having secured the sword of oath, Edgar expressed his gratitude profusely before rising to take his leave, eagerly anticipating the chance to test the prowess of this legendary blade. Stepping out of the Rose Palace, Edgar led his horse along the corridors of the royal palace, when suddenly the image of Princess Bella flashed into his mind. A fortnight prior, he had encountered her in the palace gardens. She appeared pale, frail, and racked by a relentless cough, clearly suffering from a severe illness. He pondered whether her condition had improved over this span of time. "Young attendant, could you pause for a moment?" Spotting a young courtier passing nearby, he quickly called out, "Kindly relay a message to Princess Bella's residence, stating that Edgar de Villand wishes to speak with her. Inquire if Her Highness is willing to see me." The royal women's quarters were deemed sacred ground, and men were forbidden from entering without permission. Although Edgar enjoyed the privilege of access to the White Oak Hall and the Rose Palace due to his connection with Catherine, he required an attendant's company to navigate the palace. Without the king's explicit consent, trespassing into these restricted areas was a grave offense, and he dared not venture forth unaccompanied. The servant nodded promptly. "Please wait a moment, my lord. I will convey your message at once." With that, he hurried off into the depths of the palace grounds. Edgar remained in place, holding his horse, as the princess's residence lay at a considerable distance within the palace, and half an hour later, the servant returned in haste, his expression tinged with regret. "My lord, I sincerely apologize. Her Highness's condition has worsened. She has just taken her medication and fallen asleep. I was advised not to disturb her, but I was instructed to inform you that she will meet you once she feels better." Edgar let out a soft sigh, feeling a sense of melancholy. He suddenly found Princess Bella to be quite pitiable, afflicted with poor health since childhood. Her humble maternal lineage left her without status in the palace, lacking the king's favor. She spent her days in solitude, like a shadow silently existing within the royal confines, unnoticed and uncared for. The night passed in silence. The following day, before dawn had fully arrived, with the eastern sky just beginning to blush with the first light of day, Edgar rose early to prepare himself. He donned the sword of oath upon his left side, its jeweled scabbard glimmering faintly in the dim morning glow. With his right hand, he led his sleek black steed, filled with vigor as he strode towards the estate's entrance. Just as he was about to step outside, he felt an inexplicable urge and turned back abruptly. There stood his father, Thomas, at a distance in the courtyard, his gaunt figure silhouetted against the early light, his hair increasingly gray, silently gazing at him, eyes brimming with reluctance and concern, yet not a word escaped his lips. Edgar felt a lump form in his throat, his eyes immediately misting with emotion. He fought back tears, bowing deeply to Thomas as a gesture of gratitude and farewell. Then, resolutely, he turned and strode forth with his horse, not daring to look back again. He understood that this expedition was not solely for his own future, but also to prevent disappointment for his father and aunt. He must return safely, adorned with military accolades and honor, establishing the de Villand name firmly within Crown City. Chapter 28. Internal Conflict. Edgar. Just as Edgar's left foot found the stirrup, and he prepared to mount his horse en route to the military camp. He heard a familiar voice calling from behind. He turned sharply to see Scholar Claire approaching briskly, clad in a faded gray robe, a cloth bag in hand, with traces of dust upon his forehead, evidently having hurried to reach him. "Claire, what brings you here? Did you come specifically to see me off?" Edgar, filled with surprise, leaped down from his horse and quickly approached, his tone imbued with astonishment. He had thought he would not see his dear friend again before his departure for battle. Yet Claire had made a special effort to bid him farewell. The absence of a companion to see him off as he ventured into war would have rendered the moment exceedingly desolate. Claire offered a serene smile, producing a neatly folded parchment from his satchel and extending it to Edgar. "I have penned some thoughts regarding the conflict in Dessa, along with potential military strategies that may prove useful. Peruse it during your moments of leisure in the army. It might serve you well." Edgar received the parchment with both hands, feeling its weight, the surface densely inscribed with words. He cautiously unfurled a corner, revealing meticulously written notes in charcoal, encompassing an analysis of the terrain in Dessa, predictions of enemy tactics, and suggestions for unexpected situations, clearly the result of considerable thought and effort on Claire's part. He solemnly refolded the parchment and tucked it close to his heart, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Claire, for your diligence. I shall remember this gesture of friendship." Claire glanced around to ensure they were unobserved, then lowered his voice, speaking earnestly to Edgar. "You must remain vigilant within the ranks, in my estimation. Clement is far from an ordinary figure. He is a leader of both valor and intellect, yet his noble-born commanders, with their inflated egos, hinder his ambitions. As the royal deputy monitor, although devoid of real power, you possess the means to report directly to the king regarding military affairs. If, at a crucial moment, you could leverage your position to advocate for him, you might emerge from this conflict unscathed, perhaps even achieving distinction." Over the years, Edgar had repeatedly assisted Claire, covering the medical expenses for his wife without a hint of impatience or discontent, and thus had come to be regarded as a true friend. Learning of Edgar's entanglement in the war in Dessa filled Claire with apprehension, fearing for his friend's safety in the military. He had taken the time to visit an old acquaintance within the army, painstakingly gathering extensive intelligence on the Western Legion and Clement, culminating in several days of analysis that led to a startling conclusion. This seemingly lopsided war was fraught with peril beyond its facade, as the internal strife within the Western Legion could pose a fatal risk. Edgar, observing the genuine concern in Claire's eyes, felt a multitude of questions bubble within him. What strategies did Clement possess, and how were the internal conflicts manifesting? However, glancing at the sky, he recognized that the time for the army's assembly was drawing near, and he could not afford to linger, suppressing his inquiries deep within. "Take care, Edgar," Claire stated, bowing in farewell, his eyes glistening with hope. "When you return safely, I shall treat you to the finest red wine, and we shall converse at length." Edgar gazed deeply at him, nodding solemnly, uttering no further words. He mounted his steed, gently squeezing its flanks, and the magnificent black stallion neighed, galloping forth toward the military encampment beyond the city, swiftly vanishing at the end of the street. 50 miles beyond the city, on the expansive plains, the Western Legion's formidable army of 50,000 had long since assembled. Banners fluttered gallantly in the wind, each emblazoned with the distinct crests of various lords and legions. The soldiers, clad in resplendent armor, wielded long spears and shields, forming a dense and orderly phalanx, their armor glinting in the morning light, a sight both awe-inspiring and formidable. The war horses, restless and stamping their hooves, neighed with vigor, enveloping the entire wilderness in an atmosphere of grim determination that commanded respect. Edgar arrived as the last to join the ranks. Leading his horse, he approached the left flank where the civilian officials stood, comprising the military overseer, the record keeper, and the quartermaster, among others. Most of the individuals in the line did not recognize Edgar. His plain attire contrasted sharply with the jeweled sword at his waist and the magnificent black steed he rode. Expressions of confusion crossed their faces. Yet the strict discipline of the military forbade any overt discussions. Instead, they cast furtive glances in his direction. Not far ahead, a lofty platform had been erected where Vice Minister Nicholas of the War Council, adorned in sumptuous red garments, stood resolutely, holding a scroll of parchment. His voice resonated powerfully, carried by the wind across the vast expanse, as he enumerated the treasonous acts of Governor Fermont of Dursa, his interception of taxes and defiance of royal command, culminating in the seizure of Pinga town, urging the soldiers to fight for the kingdom and pledge their loyalty to the king, promising substantial rewards upon the quelling of the rebellion. An hour later, the speech concluded. Nicholas raised his right hand and called out emphatically, "Long live King Alberic III! Long live the kingdom! Long live! Long live! Long live the king! Long live the kingdom!" The 50,000 soldiers simultaneously lifted their swords and shields, erupting into a deafening roar that reverberated like thunder, shaking the ground beneath them. Edgar, standing in the ranks, was profoundly moved by this overwhelming fervor. He could not restrain himself from raising his own arm in unison with the crowd, the tension and unease within him dissipating under the surge of passionate camaraderie. Subsequently, Nicholas produced a beautifully engraved silver military insignia, which was split into two halves, forming a complete lion crest when united. He divided the insignia and presented one half to General Clement of the Western Legion and the other to Overseer Sorrel, declaring, "This is the king's personal military insignia. United it signifies command, divided it serves as proof. I trust you both will work in harmony to swiftly quell the rebellion and return triumphantly. You shall not disappoint the king's trust." Both Clement and Sorrel bowed in acceptance of the insignia and responded in unison, "Let us depart." Clement grasped his half of the insignia firmly, turned to face the assembled troops, his gaze sharp as it swept across the meticulously arranged phalanx. With a sudden, decisive gesture, he issued the command to march. The grand army began its steady advance, the infantry moving in unison, followed closely by the cavalry, with the supply wagons trailing at the rear. The entire procession stretched for miles, resembling a steel dragon gliding forward across the vast plains, heading towards Dursa. The military supervisor, Sorrel, approached Edgar on a magnificent white steed and courteously remarked, "Young Master Edgar, the journey through the military terrain is quite arduous, and riding can indeed be tiring. Why not share my carriage, allowing us to rest along the way?" At that moment, Edgar was enraptured by the thrill of accompanying the troops on their expedition, yearning to ride alongside the army and immerse himself in the collective spirit of camaraderie. With a smile, he politely declined, saying, "I sincerely appreciate your kind offer, Lord Sorrel. But I am accustomed to horseback riding, and this distance is not daunting. I find riding more comfortable." Observing his determination, Sorrel refrained from further insistence, merely nodding before returning to his position and instructing the convoy to keep pace with the army. However, it wasn't long before Edgar began to regret his decision. Although he had ridden frequently before, he had never endured such an extended journey. According to military regulations, the standard marching speed for infantry is approximately 15 miles per hour, and in emergencies, they can push themselves even faster, albeit at a considerable cost to their stamina, should they encounter an enemy ambush. Fatigue could render the soldiers ineffective in battle. Currently, the army was deep within the heart of the kingdom, surrounded by towns under royal jurisdiction, posing little danger. Therefore, Clement ordered that, aside from the sluggish supply units, all infantry and cavalry should increase their pace to reach the front lines sooner. With daily marching times exceeding 8 hours and only 2 brief rests of 1 hour each, Edgar initially found the experience exhilarating. Yet, after 4 hours, he felt a burning pain in his hips as if his skin were chafed, and his legs began to tingle. As noon approached, the army finally halted for a respite. The supply officer began distributing rye bread and boiled oatmeal to the soldiers. The coarse bread was difficult to swallow, and the oatmeal was bland, seasoned only with a sprinkling of salt. Edgar grimaced as he dismounted, rubbing his sore hips, and disregarding any notions of bravado, hurried over to Sorrel's carriage. Knocking on the door with a sheepish expression, "Lord Sorrel, may I hitch a ride? I simply cannot continue riding." Sorrel opened the door, chuckling at his disheveled appearance, and graciously made room for him, saying, "Come aboard. In your state, you might not be able to ride much longer." Edgar expressed his gratitude and climbed into the spacious carriage. Inside, a plush wool carpet adorned the floor, and a small table in the corner was laden with fruits and snacks, presenting a stark contrast to the hardships outside. Once seated, he began to engage in light conversation with Sorrel, ranging from amusing tales from the palace to the customs of various regions, creating a harmonious atmosphere. When the army resumed its march, Edgar remained reluctant to leave the carriage, and Sorrel, without mentioning it, tacitly permitted him to stay inside. As the military supervisor, Sorrel was not only accompanied by 100 elite guards, but had also brought along 2 royal chefs to cater to his culinary needs. While the ordinary soldiers were camped in the wilderness, cooking their meager oatmeal over a fire, the aroma of stewed meat and roasted chicken wafted from Sorrel's carriage, where a table was elegantly set with red wine and herbal tea, all served on exquisite silverware. Edgar sat quietly, gazing at the sumptuous feast before him. Reflecting on the soldiers' meager rations, he couldn't help but smile wryly and remarked, "Lord Sorrel, are we here to wage war or partake in a noblesse picnic?" Sorrel, Ladling a spoonful of stew, leisurely replied, "As the military supervisor, one must maintain a commendable state of mind to manage affairs within the army. We cannot merely muddle through like the common soldiers. But rest assured, the situation will be quite different when we reach the front lines." After dinner, Edgar recalled that Ted and Colin were also in the army and decided to seek them out for a chat to inquire about their circumstances. However, upon reaching the entrance of the cavalry camp, he was halted by the sentry. Clad in heavy iron armor and wielding a spear, the guard spoke with a stern tone. "Young sir, during nighttime encampment, without a direct order from the commanding officer, you cannot enter another's camp. I must ask you to return." Furrowing his brow, Edgar produced his deputy military supervisor's insignia. "I am Edgar de Villen, the royal-appointed deputy military supervisor, wishing only to converse with friends for a brief moment." The guard remained resolute, asserting, "Even as a deputy military supervisor, you are bound by military regulations. Commander Clement has established the 12 Articles of Camp Discipline. The 8th explicitly states that during nighttime encampment, without a direct order from the commanding officer, entry into another's camp is prohibited. Violators shall receive 30 lashes. I cannot defy military orders. I hope for your understanding." Though Edgar felt disheartened, he secretly admired Clement's seemingly mundane demeanor yet strict military governance. It was no wonder he held the command of the Western Legion. He refrained from further insistence and turned back to Sorrel's encampment. On July 26, 1441, Commander Clement of the Western Legion was officially appointed governor of Pingnan, leading an impressive force of 50,000 troops on a grand expedition to subjugate Dessa. Along the march, Clement exhibited a meticulous ability in military deployment. He ordered the vanguard commander, Montefort, to lead 2,000 light cavalry ahead to scout the terrain, repair damaged bridges, and remain vigilant for any potential enemy presence. Meanwhile, he instructed the rear guard commander, Lorraine, to oversee 5,000 infantry and 500 cavalry tasked with escorting supplies. Ensuring the army's logistical support, Clement personally led the main force of 40,000 troops towards the significant outpost on the outskirts of Dessa, Silverstream Fortress, planning to capture it before progressively advancing to strike at Dessa itself. By August 11th, according to the original plan, the army was supposed to reach Silverstream Fortress within 8 days. However, Clement took a full 16 days to arrive merely 100 miles from the fortress. Edgar maintained a low profile within the army, quietly observing the situation, and noted Clement's extreme caution both in character and military strategy. Once the army exited the jurisdiction of Crown City and entered the province of Gladen, he immediately ordered a reduction in marching speed and deployed scouts to patrol the surrounding 100 miles day and night, ensuring the safety of the army's route. Any anomalies discovered were to be reported at once. This decision quickly incited discontent among many of the army's commanders. The Western Legion, unlike the Central Legion and the Eastern Legion, finds its nominal commander, Clement, stationed for years at the northern frontier stronghold of Greystone Pass, tasked with repelling incursions from the Plateau tribes, and seldom returns to Crown City to address matters within the Legion. Consequently, his esteem among the Western Legion is rather low, and his actual command is tenuous. Many leaders hailing from noble families, such as Montefort and Lorraine, openly disregard his orders, deeming his caution as cowardice that jeopardizes their chances in battle. As night enveloped the land, a vast military encampment quietly emerged on the plains 100 miles from Silverstream Fortress. The central tent was ablaze with light, flickering candles casting shadows of the figures within upon the canvas walls. Outside the tent, hundreds of elite guards, armed with long spears, meticulously surrounded the pavilion, vigilant to any sign of disturbance. Not a whisper of movement could escape their keen observation. Inside the central tent, dozens of senior officers from the Western Legion convened. The heated tones and arguments filtering through the fabric indicated that a fierce debate over marching strategies was brewing, one that could potentially sway the course of the impending conflict. Edgar stood outside the large tent, listening to the tumult within, a sense of unease washing over him. The army had yet to reach the front lines. An internal discord had already erupted. This battle, he feared, was indeed as perilous as Claire had suggested. Chapter 29. The Eruption of Conflict Commander. Why do we remain idle here? Silverstream Fortress lies but 100 miles away. We arrived here by noon, yet you order us to camp. What reason is this? Montefort, the vanguard commander of the Western Legion, slammed his palm upon the table, causing the silver goblet to leap and spill its contents. Clad in crimson armor adorned with gold trim and wielding a family heirloom gem-encrusted sword, his face contorted with fury. He fixed an intense gaze upon Clement at the head of the table, his tone aggressive and devoid of the respect due to a superior. Beside him, The cavalry commander Lorraine rose as well, his imposing stature and stern visage complemented by the heavy thud of his whip upon the ground, endorsing Montefort's outburst. Lord Montefort speaks true. Our soldiers have trekked for half a month, thoroughly exhausted. The commander of Silverstream Fortress has prepared accommodations and provisions. Why not allow the army to rest? Is there perhaps a hidden motive behind this delay? Seated at the head of the table, Clement placed his hands upon the military map before him, his gaze sweeping over the assembled officers, yet he remained silent. Deep down, he understood that these noble-born commanders had never held him in high regard. Stationed for years at Greystone Pass, focused solely on defending against the Plateau tribes. He rarely returned to Crown City to engage in Central Legion matters, which had already diminished his authority within the Western Legion. Yet now, with the army outside and conflict imminent, he had to prioritize the greater good. Even as his anger simmered, he could only suppress it, waiting for their tempers to cool before elucidating his strategies. Within the tent, some commanders displayed their discontent, whispering among themselves, while only the light cavalry commander, La Roche, sat in silence in the corner. Clad in black iron armor, his countenance was grim and forbidding. His fingers unconsciously caressed the hilt of his sword, while his gaze, icy and penetrating, fixated on Clement, revealing an unmistakable undercurrent of resentment. Edgar stood near the tent entrance, observing the scene with a heart full of perplexity. He quietly recalled the tales that Sorrel had shared in their previous conversations. During a prior court meeting discussing the deployment to Dessa, Clement had openly opposed the action, asserting that the timing was premature and that a hasty advance could lead to unforeseen complications. This declaration had incited the wrath of King Alberic III, who proclaimed in fury that even if an expedition were to be launched, Clement would never be allowed to lead it. At that time, Lauren was stationed at the palace and was elated upon hearing the news. In terms of noble lineage, his Lauren family was among the kingdom's ancient aristocracy. Deeply rooted in history, regarding experience and military accomplishments, he had long campaigned along the southern borders, quelling 3 peasant rebellions, unmatched by any in the Western Legion. He had believed that after Clement's downfall, the position of commander of the Western Legion would rightfully belong to him. However, his joy was short-lived as disheartening news arrived. Clement had not relinquished his ambitions, repeatedly seeking an audience with the king, only to be rebuffed. Ultimately, it was through the persuasion of the minister William that the king reluctantly agreed to summon him. Before the king, Clement knelt and expressed his contrition, earnestly recounting his years of service at the border and analyzing the pros and cons of the war in Dessa. The king, remembering Clement's long tenure at Greystone Pass and his contributions to the kingdom's border security, softened his heart, pardoning his previous offense and formally appointing him as the governor of Pingnan, commanding an army of 50,000 to subjugate Fumont. Lauren's dreams of command were utterly shattered, and thus, his animosity towards Clement began to fester. Now, the generals within the tent already held Clement in contempt due to his reputation as a mediocre commander. Following the expedition, he had repeatedly ordered a slow march, subjecting his soldiers to unnecessary hardships, which had led to widespread discontent. That very morning, as the army entered the jurisdiction of Silverstream Fortress, the fortress's commanding officer sent an aide to offer greetings, presenting fresh fruits and meats, and announcing that accommodations, provisions, and wine had been prepared outside the fortress, awaiting the army's arrival for rest. After enduring half a month of arduous travel, the weary soldiers rejoiced at the prospect of barracks and hot meals, eagerly anticipating their timely arrival at Silverstream Fortress. However, after exchanging pleasantries with the aide, Clement, citing a need to wait for the supply train, dismissed the aide and immediately ordered the entire army to set camp on the spot, forbidding any unauthorized advance to the fortress. This action ignited the fury of the generals. That evening, as the military council commenced, aside from the rearguard commander Lauren, who was delayed by the reorganization of supplies, the other 3 commanders immediately took the opportunity to vent their frustrations, transforming the meeting into a personal assault on the commander. He quietly leaned closer to Sorrel and whispered, "Brother Sorrel, with such a ruckus, don't you think it's your duty as the military supervisor to intervene? If this continues, we won't be able to deliberate on military affairs." A faint smile graced Sorrel's lips as he took a sip of the red wine before him. His tone relaxed. "As the military supervisor, my primary responsibilities lie in overseeing military discipline, recording achievements, and reporting rewards and punishments. I am not tasked with mediating conflicts among commanders or managing personnel changes. If they wish to quarrel, let them. I see this as an opportunity to discern the true nature of these generals, a rather entertaining spectacle, I must say." For the past fortnight, Edgar had spent most of his time sharing a carriage with Sorrel, engaging in lively discussions that ranged from royal secrets to the customs of various regions, their bond growing ever closer. Edgar never distanced himself from Sorrel due to his position as the king's trusted envoy. Instead, he addressed him as Brother Sorrel with genuine sincerity. Sorrel, in turn, appreciated the young man's straightforwardness and enthusiasm, and under the encouragement of Princess Catherine, he was more than willing to look out for him in the military. Brother Edgar, Sorrel lowered his voice to a volume only they could hear. Do you see that elderly gentleman to the left of Commander Clement? His name is Fokin, an inspector sent by the royal family to oversee military personnel appointments and the conduct of commanders. I manage military discipline, while he handles personnel matters. Our roles are well defined. Should the disputes among the commanders escalate excessively, he will step in to mediate, and there is no need for us to concern ourselves with it. Edgar followed Sorrel's gaze to the old man, who appeared to be nearing 50, thin of stature, clad in a long black robe with a silver belt adorned with the insignia of a royal inspector. He remained seated with a solemn demeanor, his gaze piercing. Even amidst the cacophony of arguments within the tent, he maintained an unflinching composure that exuded an air of authority not to be trifled with, making it difficult for anyone to disregard him. Military campaigns are inherently tedious. Over the past 2 weeks, aside from occasional horseback patrols of the camp or casual chats with friends Ted and Colin, Edgar had spent most of his time within Sorrel's carriage, never truly engaging with the core matters of military leadership. It was only today that he witnessed firsthand the intricate power dynamics and conflicts among the Western Legion, prompting a silent reflection. No wonder Claire deemed this battle perilous, given the disarray within the troops and discord among the commanders. It seemed they had already lost half the battle even before it had begun. Commander Clement Montfort, seeing Clement's continued silence, grew increasingly agitated and stepped forward, pointing at the military map spread across the table. His Majesty has commanded us to quell the rebellion in Dursa and restore peace to the kingdom, yet you dawdle here, hesitating to advance. Does this not grant the enemy ample time to prepare? If this leads to our defeat, who will bear the brunt of the king's wrath? You, or us, the commanders who follow orders? At last, Clement lifted his gaze, scanning Montfort, yet remained silent. Just then, the tent flap was flung open, and Lorraine strode in, followed by a lieutenant clad in brown armor, none other than Reynard. Reynard has always been obedient to Lorraine. Today, observing Lorraine's displeasure towards Claremont, he mustered his courage and stepped forward, pointing at Claremont with an accusatory tone. Commander Claremont, what is your intention? Why do you hesitate to advance? Are you secretly colluding with Vermont, betraying the country? Impudent. A glint of cold light flickered in Claremont's eyes as he cast a chilling glance at Reynard. His gaze then shifted to Lorraine, and his expression darkened, laced with barely contained fury. Commander Lorraine, is this your subordinate? How dare he slander me in a military council? Is this how you maintain discipline among your ranks? The long silent military inspector, Futsong, suddenly furrowed his brow, striking the ground heavily with his staff as he rebuked sharply, Deputy Reynard, mind your place. Whether Commander Claremont is guilty or not will be determined by His Majesty and the military tribunal, not by a mere flag captain like you, who dares to speculate. Do you understand that accusing a commander of treason in a military council is a grave offense? According to military law, it warrants execution by hanging. Reynard's face turned pale in an instant. He had never feared Claremont, knowing the commander's gentle nature would not lead him to easily punish a general. However, he was deeply afraid of Futsong, who was known for his unwavering fairness. In the past, he had directly petitioned against a noble general for falsely claiming military merit, resulting in the noble being stripped of his title and exiled to the far northern tundra. He understood that if Futsong truly lodged a complaint against him today, he would undoubtedly face a military tribunal and a dire fate. Forgive me, Lord Futsong. Reynard fell to one knee with a thud, his voice trembling. I was impulsive and spoke without thinking. I did not intend to slander the commander. I beseech you to spare me this time. I shall never dare again. Reynard. Lorraine's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated such reckless behavior from his deputy, uttering such treasonous words in a military council, rather than assisting him. Reynard had potentially jeopardized their situation. He commanded sternly, "This is the central command tent where matters of state are discussed. You have no place to speak here. Withdraw at once." "Yes, my lord." Reynard felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He hurriedly rose from the ground, lowered his head, and retreated behind Lorraine, no longer daring to utter a word. Futsong surveyed the assembly, his gaze lingering on each general for a moment before he spoke with steady and powerful tones. "Commander Claremont has summoned you all to discuss military affairs concerning the assault on Dessa, not to engage in endless quarrels. I can overlook today's incident, But in future councils, you must remember your positions, discuss matters objectively, and refrain from personal grievances. Do not overstep the bounds of your rank, or I will not hesitate to enforce military law." The generals lowered their heads, none daring to rebut. Futsang's authority far surpassed that of Clermont. Slowly, Lorraine rose from his seat and, with a reluctant bow towards Clermont, spoke coldly. "Since the inspector has spoken, we shall adhere to military regulations. Commander Clermont has summoned us, presumably with a strategy in mind. Please enlighten us so we may prepare accordingly." Clermont nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the generals within the tent, and spoke in a solemn tone. "My decision is straightforward. Once the supply troops arrive tomorrow and join forces with the main army, we shall no longer divide our forces to garrison the Silver Stream Fortress. Instead, we will concentrate our strength and march directly upon Dessa, engaging in a decisive battle with Foment to quell the insurrection swiftly, fulfilling the trust placed in us by His Majesty the King." Sorrel interjected at an opportune moment, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Before our expedition, His Majesty specifically instructed us that this war must be resolved promptly, lest we prolong our efforts unnecessarily and invite further complications. Commander Clermont's strategy aligns perfectly with the King's wishes, and I am in full agreement." The generals within the tent exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Montfort and La Roche shared a look. Although they remained dissatisfied, they recognized that with the Inspector General and the oversight officer supporting Clermont, their dissent would be futile. They could only acquiesce to this decision. Lorraine cast a cold glare at Clermont, acutely aware that both the Inspector General and the oversight officer stood firmly with Clermont. Feeling isolated, he understood that further protest would be pointless and could even lead to accusations of insubordination. Thus, he spoke coldly. "I shall return to the camp to reorganize the troops and supplies, awaiting the commander's orders." With that, he abruptly flung his black cloak behind him and strode towards the tent exit, the flaps falling heavily behind him with a resounding clap, clearly still filled with discontent. Montfort and La Roche also rose to take their leave, and the atmosphere within the tent finally regained a semblance of tranquility. Edgar observed Clermont's weary visage and suddenly recalled Claire's words. Clermont is indeed a man of both valor and strategy, yet he is hampered by the noble commanders around him, rendering him unable to fully realize his potential. At that moment, he truly grasped the meaning of those words and grew increasingly apprehensive about the forthcoming conflict. Chapter 30. Negotiations. On the morning of August 14th, the lingering mist had yet to dissipate, and the air was imbued with a damp chill. Within the encampment of the Western Legion, wisps of smoke began to rise as soldiers busied themselves dismantling tents and organizing their equipment, the aroma of oatmeal mingling with the whinnies of horses. At that moment, a distinct sound of synchronized hoofbeats and the rumble of wheels upon the earth echoed in the distance, heralding the arrival of the supply troops led by Commander Lorraine, who had finally reunited with the main force after days of arduous travel. The black supply carts stretched for miles, laden with provisions, arrows, and medicine. Despite the weariness etched on their faces, the soldiers maintained a disciplined formation, showcasing the exemplary order of the Western Legion. Standing atop a platform, Clermont caught sight of the supply troops in the distance, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. He promptly turned to his aide and commanded, "Relay my orders. The entire army is to break camp and set forth immediately towards Dessa, without delay." "Yes, Commander," the aide responded loudly, swiftly departing to convey the orders to the respective camps. Moments later, the sound of trumpets reverberated throughout the encampment, and the lengthy column of marching troops began to move forward gradually. The infantry marched with a disciplined cadence, followed closely by the cavalry, while the supply wagons brought up the rear. The entire procession resembled a waking steel dragon, advancing steadily through the mist-shrouded wilderness towards the direction of Dessa. Edgar rode upon his jet-black steed, navigating through the ranks of the marching troops. Most soldiers wore solemn expressions, gripping their weapons tightly, and low murmurs occasionally broke the silence. All centered around the impending conflict, creating a grave atmosphere. He spurred his horse forward to the front of the formation, where he found Clement seated firmly on his mount, reins in hand, gaze fixed ahead, his head lowered as if deep in contemplation over military affairs, entirely unaware of Edgar's approach. Edgar recalled that the vanguard commander, Montfort, had already led 2,000 light cavalry ahead, tasked with reaching Pinga town to evacuate the local populace and shield the innocent from the ravages of war. The town lay 300 miles from their current position, and given the light cavalry's pace of 100 miles a day, they were expected to arrive before dusk. He hesitated momentarily, uncertain whether it was appropriate to disturb Clement at this moment, But his curiosity regarding military matters and concern for the situation ultimately overrode his reservations. Edgar gently urged his horse closer to Clement, whispering, "Commander, what occupies your thoughts?" As soon as he spoke, several of Clement's personal guards scowled, their eyes betraying displeasure. The commander was immersed in strategic considerations, and this young deputy's audacity to intrude was seen as quite out of place. Yet, Clement emerged from his reverie upon recognizing Edgar. The tension in his features softened slightly, and he offered a wry smile. "Deputy Edgar, you seem in good spirits today," finding time to roam the ranks amid the looming conflict. At this moment, the entire army was on edge due to the impending battle. The commanders busied themselves with troop preparations, soldiers were filled with apprehension, and yet Edgar appeared somewhat aloof, leisurely surveying the field. Edgar interpreted Clement's words as a veiled criticism of his seeming lack of seriousness, and he scratched his head awkwardly, stammering, I'm well enough. Just felt stifled in the wagon and needed some fresh air." Clement refrained from further teasing, his attention drawn to the sword hanging at Edgar's waist. The scabbard was adorned with intricate gemstones, glinting in the morning light, clearly a rare treasure. Suddenly, his expression shifted, as if recognizing the sword, and he inquired, "Deputy Edgar, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" "Of course," Edgar replied without hesitation, promptly unsheathing the sword and offering it with both hands. Though he couldn't help but wonder why Clement was interested in it. Clement accepted the sword, gently tracing his fingers along the scabbard before slowly drawing the blade. In the morning light, the blade shimmered with a silvery sheen, its chilling radiance sharp enough to slice through the air, dispersing the surrounding mist. His gaze fell upon the hilt, where an inscription in ancient Latin read, "Fides Fulco," meaning faithful Fulco. This is the mark of a renowned artisan from the era of the former king, signifying the sword's quality and honor. Clement gazed intently at the blade, then slowly sheathed it, his fingertips gently caressing the exquisite scabbard. A nostalgic expression gradually surfaced in his eyes, as if through the sword, he glimpsed the passage of time. "Commander, it seems you have a deep connection with this sword?" Edgar inquired softly, unable to suppress his curiosity at Clement's unusual demeanor. Clement nodded, returning the sword to Edgar, and sighed gently. "This sword was once bestowed upon my father by the former king. At that time, my father was entrusted with guarding the southern province against foreign incursions, and this sword represented the king's trust and responsibility placed upon him. In my youth, I would often sneak the sword to practice my skills, and my father would smile and teach me a few moves. It has been over 30 years since then. My father has long since passed away, and I never expected to see this sword again today." Upon hearing this, Edgar felt a sudden understanding and generously offered, "If you cherish this sword, I would be willing to gift it to you. Your father was a senior minister to the former king. This sword rightfully belongs to your family, as it should return to its rightful owner." "A gentleman does not take what others cherish," Clement replied, shaking his head with sincerity. "This sword was granted to you by Her Highness, the princess. It embodies the royal family's expectations of you, and it is not mine to possess. My father, despite being a close minister to the former king, could not hold on to it for long. Ultimately, it was lost due to the misfortunes of war. Now, as merely the commander of the Western Legion, what merit do I possess to reclaim this emblem of honor?" Seeing Clement's resolute stance, Edgar ceased his insistence and laughed, reattaching the sword to his waist. He then shifted the conversation, recalling the parchment that Claire had entrusted to him at their farewell, and his curiosity resurfaced. In a lowered voice, he asked, "Commander, you seem quite wary of Governor Hart of Silver Creek Fortress? When our army approached Silver Creek recently, you were reluctant to take refuge in the fortress. Is this related?" Clement's expression suddenly hardened, the warmth in his demeanor replaced by seriousness. He turned to Edgar and retorted, "What do you mean by that? How do you know I harbor concerns about Hart?" Edgar did not hold back, recounting the analysis from Claire's parchment. "Before we departed, a friend of mine, well-versed in military strategy, mentioned the current situation, specifically referring to Governor Hart of Silver Creek Fortress. According to him, if the army were to proceed along the official road to Dessa, we would inevitably pass through Silver Creek. This Governor Hart, aged 43, had served as the governor of the Eastern Province 7 years ago and was deeply trusted by the king, commanding a significant military force. However, during the White Robe Rebellion, Hart faced repeated defeats against the insurgents in the east, ultimately abandoning the city in flight, leading to the loss of vast territories. In the king's fury, he intended to have Hart executed as a warning to others. Fortunately, his father-in-law, Charles, a prominent minister and the then treasurer, intervened on his behalf, arguing that the complexities of wartime circumstances could not be attributed to one individual, thus saving Hart's life. After the rebellion was quelled, the king, recalling the merits of Charles and safeguarding the borders, did not completely dismiss him but instead appointed him as the governor of Silver Creek Fortress, a lenient sentence. However, it was not long before the Ministry of Finance was embroiled in a corruption scandal involving two officials, one of whom was a student of Charles. The amount in question reached several thousand ducats, yet he was merely dismissed with a reprimand and reinstated within 6 months. The other official, who had accepted only a modest sum of over 100 ducats, faced a far lighter transgression, yet was sentenced to death and publicly executed. This incident was later exposed by the Inspector General, leading the king to discover the truth and erupt in fury, subsequently ordering a thorough investigation. It was ultimately confirmed that Charles had engaged in favoritism and protected his protégé. The king immediately decreed that Charles be exiled to the northern wastelands, never to return to the capital, while his corrupt student was retried and executed by hanging. A year later, Hart's elder brother, who was then the deputy minister of the engineering department, was dismissed by the king for negligence during an inspection of border defense works, which resulted in the collapse of several fortifications. Weakened by his frail constitution, he succumbed to despair shortly thereafter. Throughout Hart's 5 years of service at Silver Creek Fortress, he diligently repaired the city defenses and pacified the populace, achieving notable accomplishments. However, due to the entanglements of his father-in-law and elder brother, he was unable to secure a promotion and was deliberately distanced by the king, with rumors circulating that the king had secretly dispatched agents to monitor his movements. Edgar paused, his tone growing increasingly grave. Most crucially, Hart commands 8,000 fortress guards and controls the supply lines of provisions surrounding Silver Creek. Our army's logistics inevitably traverse his jurisdiction. This man is both greedy and narrow-minded, nursing grievances against the royal family. Should he secretly conspire with the rebels of Dessa to sever our supply lines, the consequences would be dire. A friend of mine suggests that he is, in fact, a significant latent threat lurking behind our forces. In addition to Hart's situation, Edgar also brought to light another critical issue. My friend also mentioned that since the ascension of Alberic III, he has been intent on diminishing the power of local lords to prevent them from wielding military might. Once, there were 6 autonomous earls in the province of Gleedorn. Now, only 2 remain. One is the king's brother-in-law, Robert, the governor of White Harbor, who commands 50,000 troops and remains steadfastly loyal to the crown, serving as the stabilizing force of Gleedorn. The other is Lord Taster, the Black Hawk Lord, who faced defeat in the north against foreign tribes and subsequently rebelled, citing the royals' failure to send reinforcements as justification. Although he eventually withdrew his forces under royal appeasement, the king remains wary of him. It was precisely for this reason that when Governor Valence volunteered to lead an army against the rebels of Dessa, the king firmly declined. As long as Robert remains stationed at White Harbor, Taster will not dare to act rashly, thus ensuring the stability of Gleedorn. However, should Robert depart, the region may face upheaval. Edgar articulated these intricate matters with clarity, and upon hearing them, Clement turned sharply to him, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful and impetuous deputy inspector possessed such profound insight into the situation, even surpassing the understanding of some seasoned veterans within the military. After the initial shock, his eyes gradually transformed into a profound admiration, and the disdain he held for Edgar dissipated significantly. Issuing commands, Clemens suddenly directed his personal guard beside him, his voice clear and resolute. Henceforth, Edgar, the deputy commander, need not announce his presence before meeting me. He may enter the central military tent directly to discuss matters. No one shall obstruct him, and any defiance will be dealt with according to military law. Yes, Commander. The guard responded respectfully, though unable to suppress a skeptical glance at Edgar, wondering how this seemingly bookish young man had suddenly garnered such importance and favor from the commander. Edgar observed that Clement had not directly addressed his analysis of the situation, which left him feeling slightly disheartened, yet he refrained from pressing further. Judging by Clement's demeanor, it was evident that he had tacitly accepted these judgments, and perhaps had long been aware of the lurking dangers, though reluctant to voice them publicly. During the recent military council, several generals had questioned why he lingered near Silver Creek Fortress instead of taking shelter for rest. Why had he not articulated these concerns? Edgar could not help but inquire, asserting that had he expressed his vigilance regarding Hart and concerns for the safety of the supply lines, they would surely comprehend his intentions and cease to question his decisions. Clemens slowly shook his head, his gaze once more cast towards the distant road. His tone somber. Some matters can only be contemplated internally and must not be spoken lightly. Although Hart harbors resentment towards the royal family, he has not displayed any overt signs of rebellion. Should I publicly express my suspicions, it would be unfounded distrust, provoking his vigilance and potentially forcing him into the arms of the rebels. More critically, the generals already harbor discontent towards me. Should they learn of the peril in the rear, it would undoubtedly disrupt the morale of the troops. And some might even seize this opportunity to accuse me of deliberately inciting panic, thereby delaying our military endeavors. Once spoken aloud, the nature of the situation would shift, potentially inciting greater chaos. His words concealed unspoken burdens, embodying both a consideration of the situation and concerns for the balance of power within the military. After listening, Edgar could only manage a wry smile, realizing that he remained on a different level than the commander, unable to fully grasp the delicate interplay between power and military affairs. He bowed respectfully to Clement and murmured, "I understand, I have been short-sighted. If there are no further instructions, I shall return to my post and no longer disturb your deliberations." "Go ahead," Clement nodded, his gaze still fixed on the horizon. Edgar spurred his horse, gradually departing. Clement watched his receding figure in silence for a long while, not uttering another word, his brow still slightly furrowed, unconsciously stroking the reins. Clearly, he remained absorbed in contemplation of the complex military landscape and the impending challenges that awaited. As the thin mist began to dissipate and the morning sun rose, golden rays illuminated the marching troops, yet failed to dispel the gloom that loomed over the army. Chapter 31. A traitor among us the following dusk. The afterglow of the sunset bathed the wilderness in a golden hue. The main force of Clement's Western Legion finally reached the plains, 10 miles beyond Pingu town. At this moment, the town of Pingu was shrouded in twilight. From a distance, the outlines of the city walls appeared indistinct, and the gates were firmly shut, enveloped in an eerie silence devoid of any human presence. Suddenly, a cacophony of urgent hoofbeats shattered the stillness, as a scout, cloaked in dust and wielding a riding whip, galloped forth to the front lines, dismounted, and knelt on one knee. "I report to the commander. An hour ago, the 3,000 defenders stationed at Pingu town abruptly abandoned their posts, leaving the town entirely deserted. Lord Gavin, the vanguard commander, has pursued the retreating enemy with his light cavalry." Upon hearing this, Clement's brow furrowed tightly. The enemy's withdrawal without battle was most unusual. He immediately turned to his trusted general, Colvin, and commanded, "You are to lead 2,000 cavalrymen to support Gavin. Exercise utmost caution to guard against any enemy deception and ambush." "Yes, commander," Colvin replied, bowing in acknowledgement, before swiftly rallying the troops. The 2,000 cavalrymen soon readied themselves and galloped towards the direction of Gavin's pursuit. Clement's ability to maintain stability within the Western Legion stemmed not only from the authority bestowed upon him by the crown, but also from the 5,000 elite border cavalry he had brought back from years of guarding the Greystone Pass. This unit, seasoned from years of combat against northern tribes, was exceptionally formidable and held unwavering loyalty to Clement, serving as his core strength. Coupled with the original 52,000 soldiers of the Western Legion, their total strength had now exceeded 57,000. It was precisely due to this elite force at his flank that commanders of noble lineage, such as Montfort, Lorraine, and La Roche, despite their deep-seated reluctance to submit to a commander of humble origins, dared not openly defy military orders for fear of inciting Clement's ire and facing the wrath of his loyal troops. An hour later, as the night deepened and a waning moon hung in the sky, the wilderness was only illuminated by a faint glow. Gavin returned with the pursuing troops, not pausing for a moment before entering the command tent to meet Clement. "Gavin, what was the outcome of the battle? Why did the enemy abandon the town?" Clement inquired urgently, his eyes filled with anticipation. Reporting to the commander, Gavin knelt on one knee, his armor still stained with dust and blood, his voice weary yet tinged with excitement. "When I arrived at Pingu town with the cavalry, I found the gates wide open, and not a single soul remained within. Only a small contingent of enemy infantry stood outside the gates, seemingly covering the main force's retreat. Observing that they were all infantry, sluggish and far less agile than our cavalry, I decisively ordered a pursuit." He paused briefly, his gaze resolute. "We chased them for 10 miles, cutting down 300 to 400 of their men, and I personally unseated their standard-bearer, the one carrying the Black Eagle flag. Strangely, even with their commander fallen, the remaining soldiers did not falter. Instead, they swiftly formed a square, resisting while retreating in an orderly fashion towards the direction of Dessa. As darkness descended and unfamiliar terrain loomed ahead, fearing an ambush, I commanded a withdrawal and did not dare to pursue further." Having finished his account, he lowered his head, his tone sincere and steady. I understand that acting without your command and launching an attack is a breach of military protocol. However you choose to address this, I harbor no grievances. I only hope my judgment has not caused any trouble for the entire army. Among the 5 commanders of the Western Legion, Montfort, Lorraine, and La Roche hail from illustrious noble families, their vast familial influence leading them to disdain Clement, a border commander who rose to prominence through valor rather than lineage. Only Gavin, of humble origins, whose father was merely an ordinary centurion at Greystone Pass and fell in battle against foreign foes, entered military service as an orphan. With no connections to assist him, he ascended the ranks solely through his achievements on the battlefield. He held no prejudice against Clement. Rather, he admired him due to their shared backgrounds as commoners who stood firm through merit. 5 years prior, Gavin served as a centurion in the Eastern Legion. Following the eruption of the White Robe Rebellion, the Eastern Legion suffered a devastating defeat, with its leader perishing on the battlefield and the troops scattering. In this dire moment, Gavin stepped forward, rallying over 1,000 fleeing soldiers. He fought valiantly amid the encirclement of the rebels, not only slaying several rebel leaders, but also risking his life to recover the body of his fallen commander, thereby preventing it from being desecrated by the enemy. Upon learning of this, King Alberic III was greatly pleased, lauding his unparalleled loyalty and bravery, and exceptionally promoted him 6 ranks within 3 years, elevating him from a common centurion to a vanguard commander, transferring him to the Western Legion, an exceedingly rare exception in a kingdom that places great emphasis on lineage. As for the left guard commander belt, he had worked alongside Clement in the north for many years and had witnessed firsthand Gavin's exceptional command during the defense against foreign invasions. He understood that Gavin's talents far surpassed those of the noble commanders who relied solely on their ancestry, thus choosing to serve loyally in the Western Legion. This also explains Clement's particular reliance on Gavin and Belt following their expedition, as both are steadfast and capable, truly his trusted right and left arms. Though the pursuit lacked formal orders, their actions resulted in the slaying of enemy commanders and diminished the enemy's morale, thus balancing the scales of merit and fault. Clement did not hold it against him. His tone softened as he gestured for Gavin to rise, yet he cautioned, "Remember, should you encounter the enemy again, you must first report to the command and act with prudence. Do not act rashly to avoid falling into the enemy's ambush and losing troops needlessly. Your subordinate will heed your counsel, Commander, and will exercise caution in the future." Gavin promptly nodded, then accepted a silver-inlaid wooden box from his attendant, presenting it with both hands upon the table. "Commander, this is the head of an enemy commander that I acquired during the pursuit, offered to you as a token." "Is this the head of the captain of the Dessa flag?" Clement inquired. "Indeed. This man was the captain of Governor Foment's flag, who resisted stubbornly during the chase and was slain by my own hand," Gavin replied, pride lacing his voice. Clement did not open the box to verify its contents. He had unwavering trust in Gavin's character, knowing he would never exaggerate his feats of valor. A smile graced his lips. General Gavin is indeed a valiant warrior, claiming the enemy's flag captain in his first battle and achieving great merit. Once this conflict concludes, I shall report your achievements to His Majesty the King and request a reward, ensuring he is made aware of your loyalty and bravery." Gavin, filled with joy, bowed deeply. "Thank you, Commander, for your elevation. I shall strive even harder in service to the kingdom, never betraying the trust you and His Majesty have bestowed upon me. This is what you deserve." Clement waved his hand, acknowledging that after the recent battle you must be weary. It is best to take your leave and rest, while ensuring the soldiers are well cared for, as there are military matters to address on the morrow. "Yes, I take my leave," Gavin replied, his face alight with joy as he bowed and exited the main tent, his steps noticeably lighter. Clement approached the military map hanging on the tent wall, his finger resting upon the location between Pingu Town and Dessa, his brow furrowing once more. It was indeed illogical for the enemy to flee before a battle. According to Governor Foment's military style, any commander stationed at Pingu Town who abandoned the city would face severe punishment upon returning to Dessa, potentially even execution. Why then would that flag captain willingly take such a risk, relinquishing control of this strategic stronghold? There must be a deception at play. Clement fell into deep contemplation, his gaze shifting across the map as he endeavored to unravel the enemy's scheme. The Stonebridge Pass, located over 60 miles west of Pingu Town, was a narrow passage between two mountains, a location both perilous to traverse and difficult to assault, serving as a vital route connecting the Silver Stream Fortress to the southern provinces. Clement had already ordered that all military supplies and provisions be stockpiled there. appointing Belter to command 3,000 elite infantry to guard the position and closely monitor the movements of the Silver Stream fortress. Should any unusual activity from heart arise, immediate reports were to be made. This strategy left commanders Montfort and La Roche perplexed. They advocated for relocating supplies to Pinga town after capturing it, considering its proximity to Dessa would facilitate resupply and better support future offensives. In response to their doubts, Clement offered no explanation. As he could not openly voice his concerns, the Stonebridge Pass was not merely a thoroughfare, but a natural bulwark. Should Governor Hard of Silver Stream indeed harbor treachery and collude with the rebel forces in Dessa, and if the frontline conditions turned unfavorable for the army, they could still retreat through the Stonebridge Pass into the southern provinces to preserve their strength. However, relocating supplies to Pinga town would risk entrapment should their route be severed, leaving the army in desperate need of provisions. In the depths of night, 20 miles from the Stonebridge Pass, shadows gathered in the dense forest, a tide of soldiers clad in black, armed and silently assembling. The sound of iron hooves upon the ground produced a faint noise, yet cloaked by the night and the trees, it remained undetected. 2 great warhorses galloped at the forefront of the army, upon which sat 2 figures. To the left was a short, stout man with a cunning and greedy glint in his eyes, the Governor Hard of Silver Stream Fortress. To the right sat a tall, imposing figure, his bald head marred by scars of various depths, his countenance fierce and his gaze menacing, Governor Fomant of Dessa, the mastermind behind this rebellion. Foment's father had been a celebrated general during the reign of the former king, renowned for his military achievements and granted the title of Lord of the Black Eagle, guarding the northern borders. However, due to his rising prominence, he fell victim to the schemes of court spies, who falsely accused him of treason, leading to his forced suicide. From a young age, Fomant harbored resentment towards the royal family, and upon inheriting his title as an adult, he secretly accumulated power. Furthermore, King Alberic III's recent attempts to diminish the power of local lords have only intensified his suspicions towards Dessa. Fairmont's descent has long been resolute. This interception of taxes is merely the first step of his rebellion. Brother Fairmont. Hatter reined in his horse, a gleeful smile illuminating his face, his voice trembling with excitement. With our collaboration alongside the governor of the Southern Mountain Province and the northern nobility, our plans are meticulously crafted. Success is surely within our grasp. Once we seize Crown City and overthrow Alberic III, the entire province of Gladorn will fall into our hands. Then, we shall govern our territories separately. Indulging in the opulence and grandeur, what joy it shall be. Fairmont scoffed, his tone laced with disdain and animosity. Wealth and luxury are secondary. What I yearn to witness is the terror on Alberic III's foolish face when we present him with Clement's severed head. His blatant insult towards the king revealed his utter lack of reverence and unmistakable intent to rebel. Hatter joined in a raucous laugh, his voice dripping with mockery. I dare say, upon seeing Clement's head, Alberic III would be so frightened that he might tumble from his throne. At that moment, the entire kingdom will recognize that his once revered Western Legion is nothing more than a cadre of feeble wretches. They exchanged a knowing glance before erupting into unrestrained laughter, their mirth echoing through the stillness of the night, imbued with a sense of bloodlust and arrogance. At that moment, a scout galloped towards them, dismounting swiftly and kneeling on one knee. My Lord Governor, my Lord Count. The scout reports that 3,000 soldiers of the Western Legion are stationed at the Stonebridge Pass, heavily fortified, with encampments stretching far and lights ablaze, seemingly prepared for our arrival. Hatter halted his horse, his smile gradually fading, though a cold smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth, betraying no hint of panic. Fairmont furrowed his brow, his voice grave. Clement is indeed cautious, having deployed heavy forces at the Stonebridge Pass. Does this not jeopardize our plans? Fear not, Brother Fairmont. Hatter replied, a sinister grin spreading across his face, a glint of triumph in his eyes. I anticipated Clement would be on guard against me. For we share a history of enmity. He would not easily place his trust in me. As early as 3 months ago, I embedded a trusted confidant within the ranks of the pass's garrison. The current vice commander of the guards is none other than one of my former soldiers. This night, we shall act under the cover of darkness. With my insider igniting chaos within the city, we will launch a simultaneous attack from outside. It shall be a simple matter to seize the city gates. He turned to the scout, his tone abruptly stern as he issued a command. Immediately relay my orders to Reynard. He is to lead 2,000 infantry to stealthily approach the base of the Stonebridge Pass and await further instructions. When the fire ignites and chaos ensues, he is to lead the charge to seize the city gates, paving the way for our army. Should he miss the timing, his life shall be forfeit. Yes, I shall convey the orders at once." The scout, not daring to delay, swiftly mounted his horse and galloped into the depths of the forest to deliver Hatter's commands. As night deepens, a conspiracy targeting the stone bridge pass quietly unfolds. Meanwhile, in the distant Pingu town, Clement remains oblivious to the very scenario he most feared, which has already transpired. Chapter 32. Clement's resolution. When the army reached the outskirts of Pingu town, the hues of dusk had begun to fade, and twilight enveloped the vast wilderness like a gray veil. Clement reined in his horse, his gaze sweeping across the desolate town outskirts. The city gates stood wide open, the walls devoid of any sentinel, and even the usual plumes of smoke from the homes had vanished, leaving only the unsettling silence, punctuated by the wind stirring fallen leaves. Rolling across the cobblestone path, he issued orders for the entire army to set up camp for the night and to rest. At dawn, they would advance towards Dessa. Without turning his horse, he commanded his aide-de-camp to dispatch 10 squads of scouts in various directions, particularly to monitor the Silver Stream Fortress and Blackstone Castle, with instructions to report any unusual activity immediately. "Yes, my lord." The aide bowed in compliance, turning his horse to relay the orders to the respective camps. Moments later, the wilderness echoed with the blaring of horns as soldiers commenced erecting tents, kindling fires, and preparing meals. The clattering of armor, the whinnying of steeds, and the murmur of soldiers intermingled, gradually dispelling the eerie stillness of Pingu town. Within the central tent, illuminated by candlelight, for candlesticks cast a glow akin to daylight, Clement stood before a long table, intently studying a parchment map spread before him, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edges of the map, his brow furrowed in concentration. The map bore charcoal markings indicating main roads and towns. The locations of Pingu town, Silver Stream Fortress, and Dessa were clearly marked, yet it lacked detailed topographical features. In this era, such maps of terrain were considered the kingdom's highest secrets, strictly prohibited from dissemination to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. Ordinary travelers relied on guidance from villages along their route, while commanders could only depend on limited maps and reconnaissance to gauge the battlefield situation. The tent flaps were gently lifted as Edgar entered. Having received prior permission to enter without announcement, he was not hindered by the guards. Noticing Clement's deep focus on the map, he chose to stand quietly by, refraining from interruption. After a considerable time, Clement emerged from his reverie and, seeing Edgar standing at the tent's corner, gestured for him to take a seat on the oak chair beside him. "You're here. Please sit." There's no need for formality. Edgar complied and settled into the chair, his gaze resting on the grave countenance of Clement. He softly inquired, "My lord, you seem troubled. Are you perhaps concerned about the impending battle?" Clement did not answer directly. Instead, he countered with a question, "Since our departure from Crown City, what has been your impression of our journey thus far?" Edgar pondered for a moment before responding candidly, "It is far too quiet. Since entering Dessa's territory, aside from the abandoned defenders of Pingu town, we have met with virtually no resistance. Even the villages along the way seem unusually deserted. While I cannot pinpoint exactly what feels amiss, there is an undeniable sense of something being awry, a complete absence of the tension that heralds the approach of war." "You are correct," Clement nodded, his finger resting on the position of Dessa on the map. "Dessa lies a mere 300 miles away. Our light cavalry could reach it in half a day. By the afternoon of the day after tomorrow at the latest, our forces will lay siege to the city of Dessa, completely encircling it. At that point, Vermonti will have no avenue for retreat, a fact he surely cannot overlook. Yet, he remains passive, neither dispatching troops to disrupt our supply lines nor reinforcing his outer defenses, which is rather illogical. Perhaps, my lord, you are overthinking this?" Edgar attempted to analyze the situation, noting that our military strength is 5 times that of Dessa. Vermonti may indeed be intimidated by our might and reluctant to engage in battle. If he chooses to surrender, the king has historically shown leniency towards yielding lords. As long as there is no overt rebellion, he typically merely reduces their lands and military powers while preserving their noble status and some wealth, allowing them to live out their days in peace. Clement offered a bitter smile and shook his head. "You must understand. The efficacy of an army in battle is never solely determined by its numbers. The crucial factor lies in whether the soldiers possess the resolve to fight to the death. If the soldiers are consumed by fear for their lives, even the largest army is merely a disorganized rabble, easily vanquished." A glimmer of sorrow flickered in his eyes as he spoke with gravity. Dessa is situated in a prosperous region and under Montfort's rule for over a decade. He has generously distributed the land's wealth among his subordinates, thus earning their loyalty. He is a valiant warrior who understands the plight of his soldiers. Having quelled the White Robe Rebellion and repelled foreign invasions in his earlier years, his soldiers are seasoned veterans forged in the fires of war. If he is determined to hold fast to Dessa, even if we ultimately achieve victory, our losses will be severe, leaving us gravely weakened. Edgar perceived the underlying implications of his words, a sense of urgency gripping his heart as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that our soldiers lack the combat effectiveness to contend with the army of Dessa? Since the king's ascension, the royal treasury has been depleted, rendering it incapable of recruiting sufficient elite soldiers. To address the shortfall, the king issued a decree. Any noble scion who can provide their own armor and weaponry may be directly granted the honorary title of centurion, with the promise of preferential entry into the court in the future. The outcome? Most of those recruited are pampered noble youths, joining the army solely for titles and credentials, prioritizing their own safety in battle, and thus lacking any true combat prowess." Clement's fingers gently tapped the location of Silverstream Fortress on the map, a flicker of regret passing through his gaze. My original plan was to lead the army directly into Silverstream Fortress, persuading or compelling Hart to surrender his 8,000 garrison troops, coupled with the 5,000 elite cavalry I brought from Greystone Pass. We would form an elite force of 13,000, poised to launch a direct assault on Dessa. The remaining soldiers would serve as support, tasked with blocking vital routes and safeguarding supply lines. Unfortunately, he did not continue, but Edgar understood. Though Clement held the title of commander of the Western Legion, he always felt like an outsider. Montfort, La Roche, and Lorraine hailed from noble families and would not heed his commands, even if Gavin was willing to cooperate. Many well-laid plans faltered due to the opposition of noble commanders. Abundant in strategy yet unable to implement it, he ultimately found himself ensnared in futility. Edgar fell silent. The warning inscribed on the parchment Claire had gifted him resurfacing in his mind. This battle is fraught with peril, far more than it appears, and vigilance is required against the collusion of enemy forces both inside and out. At that moment, he had yet to fully grasp the meaning of those words. In retrospect, it seems Claire may have foreseen the current predicament. Clement fell into contemplation, his gaze gradually drifting into the distance. He recalled King Alberic III, who was both troubled by the inadequacies of his generals in quelling rebellions and fearful that their military would pose a threat to his reign. Between trust and suspicion, he had erected numerous defenses, never truly relinquishing power. Much like Claire's father, who had been a high-ranking official under the former king, he had met a tragic fate for his candid counsel, warning of the perils of eunuchs meddling in politics. This betrayal led to the northern defenses being left vulnerable, allowing foreign invaders to seize vast territories, displacing countless citizens. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside the tent, accompanied by the clashing of weapons and the cries of soldiers, shattering the silence within. With a loud crash, the tent flap was violently thrown aside, and a blood-soaked knight stumbled into the tent, his armor riddled with cuts and punctures, his face smeared with dried blood. He staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground, hoarsely exclaiming, "Commander, we are in grave danger." Upon closer inspection, Edgar realized it was Belt, stationed at the Stonebridge Pass. Clemens sprang to his feet, hastening to assist him, his tone urgent. "Belt, what has transpired? Is there trouble at the Stonebridge Pass?" "It's Hart." Belt seethed through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury and indignation. "He is allied with Montfort and launched a night raid on the Stonebridge Pass. My troops steadfastly defended the gates, but the hundreds of spies hidden within the city suddenly turned against us, seizing the gates and allowing the enemy forces to enter. I fought valiantly, but my soldiers suffered heavy casualties, and I had no choice but to lead the remnants of my forces to break through, risking my life to deliver this news." Two of them joined forces. Clemens' pupils contracted in shock, a tempest rising within him. "Did you see clearly? How many troops do the enemy have?" "Approximately 20,000. Belt struggled to speak, his pallor stark from blood loss. "They include Hart's garrison and Dessar's elite infantry, along with a considerable number of cavalry, advancing with great ferocity." Clemens' complexion turned ashen, staggering back a step until he collided with the long table behind him, causing the candlestick to wobble precariously, its flame flickering wildly. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he clenched his teeth, saying, "What a clever ruse. Montfort has drawn my attention with the 3,000 defenders at Pinga Town, leading me to believe his main forces were in Dessar, while in truth, he concealed his strength at Silver Creek Fortress, joining forces with Hart to ambush our supply lines from behind. They have meticulously plotted this, waiting for my troops to fall into their trap." Suppressing the shock within him, he immediately commanded, "Relay my orders. The entire army must assemble at once. preparing for a decisive confrontation. We cannot allow the enemy to breach our defenses. Before he could finish, the tent flap was once again lifted, and another knight rushed in, panting heavily. It was Marco, Clement's trusted confidant and commander of the 5,000 elite cavalry at Greystone Pass. Commander, we are in dire straits. Marco's countenance turned ashen as he urgently reported the scouts' alarming news. Governor Henry of the Southern Territories was leading an army of 30,000, advancing towards our position. The vanguard of 5,000 cavalry was less than 30 miles away and expected to arrive within the hour. Clement, struck as if by lightning, staggered to the map, his fingers swiftly tracing the positions of Pinga Town, Shirchiao Pass, and the Southern Territories. Edgar and Bert joined him, their eyes fixated on the map, their hearts lodged in their throats. Clement stared at the encircling enemy forces for a long moment before he let out a heavy sigh. Our army is in grave peril. Bert interjected urgently. The enemy is flanking us from both sides, their total strength around 50,000, nearly double ours. The night has fallen, and it will take at least an hour to assemble our troops. The Southern cavalry will be upon us in an instant. We have no time to prepare. Clement's gaze sharpened, dispelling the earlier gravity as he decisively commanded, Marco, you are to immediately lead your 5,000 elite cavalry to establish defenses around the perimeter of the camp, holding the position to buy time for our retreat. If the enemy cavalry breaches our line, you are to break through towards the southern province. Do not engage in a prolonged fight. Bert, you must inform the other commanders at once. There is no need to assemble the troops. Lead your men to retreat towards the free city of Nangon in the south. Protect the supplies and the wounded at all costs. Yes, Marco and Bert responded in unison, turning swiftly to exit the tent, mounting their steeds, and galloping towards their respective troops. Clement quickly rolled up the map and tucked it into his cloak, then turned to Edgar, his tone heavy yet tinged with concern. You must find Lord Supervisor Sorrel immediately and explain the dire situation, urging him to withdraw with the main army. As the Royal Deputy Supervisor, it is imperative that you safeguard yourself and report the situation here accurately to His Majesty the King. Edgar paused, looking at Clement's resolute face, and asked, Commander, will you not retreat with us? Clement let out a tragic laugh, placing a hand on Edgar's shoulder. I am the commander of the Western Legion. My soldiers are fighting valiantly on the front lines. How could I abandon them to flee alone? If I withdraw today, the morale of the Western Legion will shatter, and it will be nearly impossible to rebuild. I must remain here to cover the rear with Reynard's cavalry. With that, he drew his sword, its blade glinting coldly in the candlelight. He strode out of the central tent, his figure quickly disappearing into the night, leaving behind only the sound of resolute footsteps gradually fading away. Inside the tent, Edgar watched Clement's departing silhouette, filled with awe and respect. He took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and turned to run towards Supervisor Sorrel's tent, knowing he must fulfill Clement's charge swiftly, carrying critical military intelligence as he retreated with the main army. In the night, the camp was alive with shouts, the clashing of weapons, and the neighing of war horses, heralding the onset of a fierce breakout battle. Chapter 33. The glory of soldiers' news spread like wildfire across the wilderness, swiftly engulfing the entire night camp. In an instant, chaos erupted. A cacophony of men's roars intertwined with the sharp clatter of metal. The flickering light of torches swayed violently in the gale, casting distorted shadows of fleeing figures. Clad in chainmail, soldiers scattered in panic like startled lambs, some tripping over scattered spears and shields, while others futilely attempted to calm their agitated steeds. The once orderly camp now resembled a desolate ruin besieged by demons, with all semblance of order utterly obliterated. The enemy's iron hooves arrived with a swiftness surpassing any scout's warning. Edgar had just located his chestnut steed in the stable's flickering light, his fingers barely tightening on the leather reins as he prepared to search for Sorrel, the officer in charge of military affairs, when suddenly, the wooden watchtower at the camp's forefront collapsed with a thunderous crash, followed immediately by the deafening battle cries that erupted like thunder in the night sky. In a mere moment, the tents within the camp were ignited by fire arrows, the dry wool and canvas crackling in the flames, thick black smoke billowing upwards, tainting the once pristine moonlight with a murky gray hue. Edgar! Edgar! Amidst the tumult, a familiar shout pierced through the dense smoke. Edgar halted his horse, squinting through the chaos to search for the source, finally spotting Ted by a nearby well, desperately grasping every passing soldier to recognize their faces in the flickering light. While Colin cupped his hands around his mouth, straining to shout Edgar's name, his voice hoarse from anxiety. Ted, I'm here. Edgar squeezed his legs against the horse's flank and galloped towards them, his hooves crunching over scattered straw and firewood, sending sparks flying. "Thank God, I finally found you." Colin exhaled sharply in relief as Edgar approached, stepping forward to deliver a heavy punch to Edgar's shoulder plate, the dull clang of chainmail eliciting grins from both men. "Stop fooling around." Edgar frowned and shot him a glare before turning to Ted, his tone urgent. "How come you are here? Shouldn't you be preparing to evacuate with the main force?" Ted's expression darkened immediately. He grasped Edgar's arm, lowering his voice. "Sorrel has already led hundreds of his loyal knights away, without even informing the other troops in the camp. Colin and I were worried you might still be inside, so we turned back to find you." "What?" Edgar tightened his grip on the reins, his knuckles turning white from the strain, scarcely able to believe his ears. Sorrel had abandoned the camp? The man who often professed his willingness to face life and death alongside him had left without a single word of warning in this dire moment? Rage surged within him like molten lava, and he could not restrain himself from drawing his long sword, striking fiercely at a nearby wooden pillar. The blade embedded itself in the wood with a sharp crack, accompanied by his suppressed curses. "I must have been blind to believe the oaths of such a false-hearted scoundrel." Ted hurriedly stepped forward, grasping his wrist with an expression laden with urgency. "This is not the time for anger. The enemy has breached the eastern defenses. Commander Clement has ordered the remaining forces to retreat to the Freeport in the south. We must leave immediately. Any delay could be catastrophic." Before he finished speaking, a sudden cacophony of battle cries erupted from the left flank of the camp. Countless flaming rockets streaked through the night sky like falling meteors, crashing into the tents within the camp. The flames, fanned by the evening breeze, rapidly spread, filling the air with the searing heat of conflagration and the acrid scent of charred remnants. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the urgent sound of galloping hooves echoed from the main road of the camp. Edgar looked up to see a cadre of armored knights racing down the path. At the forefront was Commander Clement, his silver helm adorned with a black plume, maintaining an air of composure amidst the chaos. Edgar swiftly dismounted and approached with haste. Clement reined in his horse, his brow furrowing slightly upon seeing him, with a hint of barely perceptible surprise in his tone. "Edgar, why did you not retreat with Sorrel? What purpose do you serve remaining in this tumultuous camp?" "Sorrel has long since fled with his guards, my lord," Edgar replied, a wry smile crossing his face as he wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with resignation. "The camp is in disarray. I find myself like a lost child seeking direction. Now, I can only implore you to illuminate my path." Clement's demeanor remained calm, betraying no trace of anger, for he had no time to dwell on Sorrel's betrayal. The survival of the entire camp was paramount. He turned his horse, gesturing towards the rear of the camp, and spoke with concise authority. "I have assembled 5,000 heavy cavalry from Greystone Pass, 3,000 light cavalry led by Gavin, and 5,000 spear infantry under Bert's command, a total of 13,000 elite soldiers, prepared to hold the rear and buy time for the others to retreat. The remaining forces will break through the western flank under the guidance of La Roche and Montfort, making their way to the Freeport in the south." Having delivered his message, he fixed his gaze upon Edgar, his eyes sharp and resolute. "Now, you may choose to follow the main force in their retreat, or you may stay and assist us in holding the rear. Tell me your choice." Edgar instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Not far behind, 13,000 soldiers stood in disciplined formation, the heavy cavalry's armor glinting coldly in the firelight, while the spear infantry raised their weapons like a forest of lances, each face etched with a resolve to face death. The palpable aura of impending battle thickened the air. To the left, however, the retreating crowd was still in disarray, soldiers jostling each other, and some even brawling over mounts. Drawing a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and stated firmly, "Commander, I am willing to stay and assist you in holding the rear." "Very well," Clement replied with satisfaction, nodding as he placed a reassuring hand on Edgar's shoulder. "Stay by my side. My personal guard will ensure your safety." "Edgar, we shall remain by your side." Ted and Colin spoke simultaneously, their eyes devoid of hesitation and filled with unwavering determination to stand shoulder to shoulder. "We are brothers who have faced life and death together. How can we part ways in such dire times?" A warmth enveloped Edgar's heart as he led the two aside, lowering his voice, tinged with concern. The battle of the rear guard would undoubtedly be perilous. If you have an opportunity, do everything in your power to seize a war horse, for on the battlefield, possessing a steed greatly enhances one's odds of survival. Remember, no matter what, you must reach the Freeport alive. The two nodded earnestly, and then turned to swiftly join the infantry ranks of Belt, quickly finding their positions and grasping the nearby spears and shields. Edgar mounted his horse, adjusting his weapons on the saddle, closely following behind Clement's cavalry. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed in his ears as the night wind howled past his face, lifting the strands of hair from his forehead, revealing his sweat-drenched brow. He gripped the reins tightly, his heart racing within his chest, the chaotic scenes from moments ago reverberating in his mind. He could hardly believe that the once stable situation had crumbled to such an extent overnight. At this moment, on the hillside outside the camp, Governor Montfort of the Dursa region sat astride his horse. Though he possessed a formidable stature and bore a fearsome scar across his face, his mind was remarkably astute. He did not order the entire army to advance. Instead, he dispatched 2,000 light cavalry to raid the camp, setting fires to create chaos. Many soldiers remained in their tents, swallowed by the sudden inferno before they could utter a single cry for help. Governor Hard of the Silver Stream region galloped to his side, urgency lacing his tone. "Montfort, brother, the enemy camp is in disarray. This is a divine opportunity. Why do we not command the entire army to advance and obliterate them in one fell swoop? Clement is not to be underestimated. You are being overly complacent." Montfort shook his head with a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as he focused on the camp. The 5,000 heavy cavalry he brought from Greystone Pass were the most elite troops in the kingdom, their combat prowess far surpassing that of ordinary soldiers. Observe the layout of his camp closely. It is backed by mountains and fronted by streams, divided into two sections, with a wide thoroughfare deliberately left open between them. The forward camp is fortified with caltrops and deer traps to deter enemy assaults, while the rear camp is spacious and flat, conducive to cavalry charges. I can assert with certainty that his heavy cavalry must be concealed in the rear camp. Should we recklessly penetrate the camp amidst the flames and chaos, we would risk being caught off guard by his cavalry, leading to a devastating blow. Hart nodded, his impatience gradually subsiding. Though we possess 20,000 troops and Governor Henry from the south leads 30,000 more in a flanking maneuver, the enemy camp is indeed in turmoil. Yet Clement's military acumen is widely recognized. If we cannot exploit their weaknesses, a hasty assault would yield more losses than gains. Amidst the chaos of the enemy camp, the presence of Clement ensured the possibility of an effective counterattack at any moment. If they could not prevent the enemy from breaking free, it would only incite their soldiers to resist fiercely, resulting in greater losses for their own side. Suddenly, a scout knight galloped in, dismounting swiftly and kneeling on one knee, breathlessly reporting, "My lords, the enemy's main cavalry has broken out of the camp and is rapidly advancing towards our forces." "Excellent," Montfort exclaimed, drawing his long sword with a flourish. Its tip pointed towards the night sky. He laughed heartily, commanding, "Relay my orders. Form the ranks. Prepare to engage the enemy." Meanwhile, within the camp, Clement had already issued commands for Bertrand to lead 3,000 infantry to clear the remaining enemy cavalry, gather the scattered soldiers, and then lead them to break out from the left flank, retreating southward along the stream towards the Freeport. With these arrangements made, he then led 13,000 elite soldiers towards Montfort's army. 5 miles away, Montfort's 20,000 troops stood ready, their formations swiftly adjusted. 3,000 pikemen formed a dense phalanx at the front. 3,000 archers, longbows in hand, had their arrows nocked, awaiting the signal to unleash a volley. 6,000 cavalry were positioned on the flanks, concealed behind the infantry, poised to encircle the enemy as they approached, while the central command was held by him and Hart, leading 3,000 heavily armored infantry and 2,000 elite guards, serving as the final line of defense. To everyone's astonishment, Clement took the lead, riding his white war horse at the forefront of the army, a rare sight on the battlefield. For the safety of the commander was paramount to the morale and command of the entire force. Yet, it was precisely this audacity that ignited the soldiers' spirits. If their leader was willing to charge into battle, how could they, the soldiers, cower in fear? 8,000 heavy cavalry followed closely, surging out of the camp like a black tide, their hooves pounding the ground and raising clouds of dust. 5 miles away, Montfort's forces loomed like dark clouds, the battle intent of both armies clashing in the air, palpable as if the very atmosphere had frozen, heavy and oppressive. Clement unsheathed his weapon from behind the saddle, a massive two-handed sword, broad and weighing 60 pounds, intricately engraved with patterns, a treasure crafted over 3 years by royal artisans to honor his valor in protecting the king. Its edge was razor-sharp, capable of cleaving through heavy plate armor. Surprisingly, Clement raised this formidable weapon single-handedly, his voice resonating across the fields, "For the glory of the kingdom! For the glory of the kingdom! For the glory of the kingdom!" 13,000 soldiers roared in unison, their swords and spears raised high, the sound reverberating like thunder towards the night sky. causing nearby trees to tremble slightly in response to the powerful chorus. Listening to this earth-shattering battle cry, Edgar felt the fear in his heart gradually dissipate. A nearby knight, noticing that he wielded only a longsword, dismounted and presented him with a kite-shaped shield emblazoned with the crest of the Claremont family, its edges encased in a thin layer of iron. Edgar accepted the shield with a quiet expression of gratitude, fastening it securely to his left arm, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword, as he cast a resolute gaze toward the enemy formations in the distance. Chapter 34. The successful breakout on the medieval battlefield. The effective range of arrows has always been no more than 200 paces, a truth well known to every seasoned veteran. Montfort, a battle-hardened warrior, bore scars upon his face that testified to countless life-and-death struggles. At this moment, he reined in his horse atop a central hill, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. He slowly raised a small banner adorned with the emblem of a black eagle. The flag billowed against the night wind, its edges cracking audibly as the air surged around it. The wind was against them. This accursed direction would severely diminish the range of their archers, making it difficult even for the most skilled marksmen to reach targets 200 paces away. He refrained from issuing immediate orders, instead resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes fixed intently on the expanse before him. In the distance, Claremont's cavalry surged forth like a black tide, the sound of iron hooves striking the ground growing nearer, causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath them. The enemy cavalry was now within 200 paces, poised to enter the theoretical range of their archers. Yet Montfort remained still, patiently awaiting the optimal moment to maximize their lethality, determined that every arrow would find its mark. However, Claremont required no such delay. Leading his cavalry, he charged forward with the wind at his back, the original 200 paces of range having long since been breached. The night air, laden with the dust kicked up by galloping hooves, propelled the cavalry onward like arrows released from a bow, as if the very atmosphere were being torn apart by this unstoppable force. Attack! Claremont suddenly drew the massive sword from his saddle, its tip aimed directly at the enemy formations, his roar reverberating through the night with undeniable authority. Attack! Attack! Hundreds of loyal knights followed suit, their voices rising in unison, a thunderous crescendo that drowned out the sounds of hooves and wind. Immediately, thousands of cavalrymen swiftly unsheathed their longbows from their backs. These bows, crafted from purple heart wood and reinforced with animal sinew, were designed as portable weaponry for cavalry. The knights held their bows in their left hands and drew the strings with their right, moving in perfect unison, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Release! A cry rang out, and thousands of arrows were unleashed simultaneously, a dark cloud descending upon the enemy formations. The knights served as an ideal cloak, the arrowheads glinting faintly in the moonlight, a harbinger of death sweeping across the open fields. A chorus of anguished cries erupted at the front lines of the enemy. Hundreds of soldiers were caught off guard, pierced by arrows that penetrated their armor, collapsing to the ground, some writhing in agony, others succumbing instantly, blood rapidly soaking the earth beneath them, glistening with a dark crimson hue in the night. Indeed, Claremont's cavalry was the most elite force of the kingdom, unleashing 5 volleys of arrows in mere moments. Nearly 1,000 enemy soldiers lay dead or wounded, their bodies accumulating into small mounds upon the battlefield, while the once orderly formations exhibited several gaping breaches. However, the troops under Montfort's command were no rabble. Most were seasoned veterans who had fought alongside him for many years. Despite suffering heavy casualties, they gritted their teeth and swiftly filled the gaps under the stern commands of their officers, maintaining their formation with unwavering discipline, showing no signs of disintegration. At this moment, Claremont's cavalry had surged to within 100 paces, mere dozens of meters from the enemy line. Montfort's expression was as cold as ice, devoid of any panic. He abruptly swept his arm down, his voice piercing through the cacophony of battle. Loose arrows. The 3,000 archers had already drawn their bows, and at the instant of command, arrows ascended like a swarm of locusts, retaliating against the advancing cavalcade. The rain of arrows fell thick and fast, some aimed at the steeds, others targeting the gaps in the knight's armor, each arrow imbued with lethal intent. Among the 500 elite guards surrounding Claremont were battle-hardened veterans, including Edgar. At that moment, he was filled with regret as Claremont charged forward. He had been swept along by the ranks of the guards, unwittingly finding himself at the forefront of the battle. Faced with the deluge of arrows, his face turned pale as parchment, and he hurriedly raised his broad wooden kite shield above his head, securing it to protect both himself and his steed from harm. Each arrow that struck the shield produced a dull thud, reverberating through his arm and sending tremors through his heart. To his side, knights fell from their mounts. Some struck through the throat, dying instantly. Others were hit in the arms, shrieking as they tumbled from their horses, immediately trampled by the following hooves. Several arrows even grazed the tips of his hair, the chilling wind from their flight sending shivers down his spine. His arm, gripping the shield, trembled uncontrollably, his knuckles turning white from exertion. It was the first time he truly felt the specter of death so close, as if it would drag him into the depths of hell in the next heartbeat. 100 paces was but an instant for the galloping cavalry. The thousands of pikemen in Montfort's front quickly crouched down, angling their long spears towards the ground at a 45-degree angle, forming the standard formation against cavalry charges in the medieval battlefield. The dense tips of the spears resembled a thorny barrier of steel, capable of impaling the approaching steeds and knights. Yet Clermont was undaunted. Leading the charge, he seized the reins, and his heavily armored steed, under his command, leaped high, soaring several feet above the deadly line of pikes, crashing down in the heart of the enemy formation. The moment the horse landed, its hooves crushed the skulls of 2 soldiers, splattering blood across the iron armor. The 500 heavy cavalrymen followed closely behind, crashing into the enemy lines like a torrent breaching a dam, their lances thrusting forward, carving a bloody path through the dense ranks of foes. The clashing of iron, the cries of the wounded, and the sounds of weapons striking melded into a symphony of chaos, transforming the battlefield into a hellish scene. Though Clermont was nearly 50, his hair flecked with gray, he fought with the ferocity of a lion. He gripped the colossal sword firmly in both hands, sweeping it horizontally with a swift motion that instantly severed the arms of 3 soldiers. Blood splattered across his armor, yet it did not hinder his movements in the slightest. The surrounding foes surged forward, thrusting spears and swinging swords at him, but he deftly parried each attack with his mighty blade, creating an impenetrable barrier around him. 500 ironclad cavalry surged into the enemy formation, quickly converging with Clement, forming an unstoppable force that charged fiercely towards the heart of the enemy ranks. Clement's objective was crystal clear: capture the leader to dismantle the foe. Once Montfort fell, the enemy would disintegrate without further resistance. In mere moments, Clement's cavalry had closed the distance to within 100 paces of Montfort. The color drained from Montfort's face, disbelief etched in his eyes. He had never anticipated Clement's ferocity or the unwavering determination of his soldiers. What he had thought was a fortified position was being ruthlessly torn apart. Beside him, Hart was already in a state of panic, gripping the reins tightly, his voice trembling. How can Clement be so fierce? They have arrived at our doorstep in an instant. How shall we defend ourselves? With a furious roar, Montfort drew his long sword, leading 1,000 elite guards into the fray. He understood that if they did not resist with all their might at this moment, the center would collapse, and the entire army would be thrown into disarray. The battlefield was a cacophony of violence. Edgar's armor was drenched in blood, some belonging to the enemy, some his own. He had endured several cuts, with wounds on his left arm and waist burning with pain, yet this agony ignited the beast within him. He roared as he swung his sword, using his shield to block, thrusting and slashing with his blade, and he succeeded in dispatching 3 more foes. Droplets of blood cascading from the sword's tip and splattering on the ground. With their commander still fighting valiantly, the soldiers of Clement dared not falter. They surged forward like wild beasts, each man battling for survival and the glory of the kingdom. Amidst the fervent clash, a thunderous roar erupted from the enemy ranks. "Clement, surrender your life." Montfort galloped forth, his spear aimed directly at Clement's chest, the tip slicing through the air with lightning speed. "Come on," Clement bellowed with laughter. Showing no inclination to evade, he raised his colossal sword high, harnessing the momentum of his charging steed to strike down upon the spear with a tremendous force. "Madman!" Montfort gasped in shock. He had never witnessed such reckless abandon in combat, and dared not engage in a life-or-death struggle. Desperately, he adjusted his stance, gripping the spear tightly in an attempt to block the lethal blow. Clang! The giant sword collided violently with the spear, the resounding clash of metal echoing across the battlefield. In a single exchange, Montfort felt an overwhelming force surge through the spear, his grip faltering as the weapon nearly shattered in his hands, blood trickling down the shaft. His warhorse could not withstand the tremendous force either. Its legs buckled, collapsing under him and throwing Montfort to the ground. He tumbled, trembling hands lifting to gaze fearfully at Clement. This man, whose name was not particularly renowned in the kingdom, possessed such terrifying strength? He could not withstand even a single strike. Clement advanced, swinging his sword once more, intent on severing his foe's head. At that moment, Montfort's loyal knights roared as they charged forward, Some shielded him with their bodies while others seized the opportunity to drag Montfort back to safety, sacrificing their lives to buy him precious time for retreat. Montfort's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, his courage long since evaporated, and he dared not engage Clement any further. Under the protection of his guards, he fled in haste towards the rear. Soon after, a retreat trumpet sounded from the enemy ranks, its prolonged call resonating clearly in the night. The coalition forces, witnessing the collapse of their leader, experienced a drastic decline in morale and lost the will to fight, beginning an orderly retreat. "Commander, shall we pursue?" Gavin, drenched in blood and with several broken arrows embedded in his armor, galloped to Clement's side, his eyes ablaze with martial spirit. Clement gazed towards the retreating enemy, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. He was but a step away from dispatching Montfort and utterly shattering the enemy forces. However, after a moment's contemplation, he slowly shook his head. Governor Henry's army in the southern region remains poised on the flank, and to pursue recklessly could lead to an ambush. It is unwise to chase relentlessly. Though this battle was brief, it was extraordinarily brutal. The 3,000 soldiers under Clement's command lay eternally upon this scorched earth, their bodies intertwined with those of the enemy, blood staining the wilderness, and even the night breeze carried a heavy scent of carnage. While clearing the battlefield, Edgar fortuitously rescued a severely wounded soldier, whose leg had been severed by a lance, blood gushing from the wound. If left unattended, he would surely perish from blood loss within the hour. Edgar tore a strip from his own tunic, hastily bandaging the injury, his fingers trembling with anxiety as he exerted considerable effort to bind the wound tightly, managing to staunch the bleeding. The soldier looked at him weakly, murmured a word of thanks, and then succumbed to unconsciousness. As the night deepened, Clement led the remaining soldiers at a gallop, finally reuniting with the infantry battalion commanded by Belt prior to dawn. Strangely, the 5,000 men of Henry's vanguard, originally tasked with blocking Belt, ordered a retreat upon Clement's arrival, displaying no desire to engage, as if their prior presence had merely been a symbolic obstruction. Edgar rode up alongside Clement, his gaze falling upon several wounds on his commander's body, some deep enough to expose bone, blood thoroughly soaking the crevices of his armor. Recalling Clement's fearless charge, he felt a surge of admiration and could not help but exclaim, "Commander, as the leader of the three armies, bearing the fates of all soldiers, why must you exert yourself so?" Clement lowered his eyes, caressing the hilt of his massive sword, upon which a Latin inscription read, "Fidelis intrepidus," faithful and fearless. The letters, slightly scrawled, bore the marks of time, a gift from the late king himself. His gaze softened, and his voice became deep and resolute. "This sword was bestowed upon me by the late king, who once told me, 'He who wields this sword must fight for the kingdom and for the people.' In these dire times for the nation, if I were to falter, how could I repay the benevolence of the sovereigns who recognized my worth? How could I face the soldiers who placed their trust in me?" Edgar remained speechless, gazing at the resolute profile of Clement, his heart filled with astonishment. How could a man nearing 50 exhibit such fearless tenacity, willing to fight to the death? Such individuals are rare in this world. 2 hours later, the group finally arrived at Stonebridge Town. Nestled beside a stream, this small settlement served as a crucial passage to the southern port. At this moment, the town's residents had long since fled, leaving behind only dilapidated houses. Just as they prepared to take a brief respite, a scout knight galloped in from the front, dismounting swiftly to kneel on one knee, urgently reporting, "Commander, the essential route to the free city of Southport and White Harbor, the Sheep Pass, is being held by 3,000 guards who refuse us passage. They claim they only recognize the king's insignia, disregarding your command." Clement's expression darkened instantly. The Sheep Pass, with its treacherous terrain, was easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Should the guards insist on obstructing their path, a detour would require at least 3 additional days of travel, and the Henry army could pursue at any moment. 3 days could alter everything. Chapter 35. Desperation. The sole passage to the free city of Southport and White Harbor had been severed. Clement stood atop the wooden walls of Stonebridge Town, gazing intently towards the Sheep Pass, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he turned and descended the walls, commanding his attendant, "Relay my orders. The entire army will temporarily halt in Stonebridge Town. Send envoys bearing my insignia to negotiate with the guards at Sheep Pass to ascertain the true reasons for their refusal to allow passage. Meanwhile, let the scouts disperse to gather intelligence on Montfort, Hart, and the movements of the Henry army. No detail must be overlooked." The attendant bowed and swiftly departed. Hugh strolled along the cobblestone path beneath the walls, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the patterns on the hilt of his sword. Montfort and Hart had not launched a night attack. Instead, they had camped 30 miles away. This seemingly prudent maneuver loomed like a sword suspended overhead, casting a pall of tension over the entire camp. Soldiers gathered in small groups by the tents. Some polished their weapons, others inspected their armor, yet the familiar sounds of camaraderie were absent, each face betraying an unmistakable anxiety. Edgar, Ted, and Colin sat together by the campfire, the tension of the previous night not yet fully dissipated, now compounded by fresh worries. He cradled his knees, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames, while visions of the battlefield replayed in his mind. Severed limbs, the anguished cries of dying soldiers, and blood splattering everywhere. These images haunted him like a nightmare, churning his stomach in turmoil. Upon arriving at Stonebridge Town, his taut nerves had momentarily relaxed, but he could not suppress the urge to vomit. He had then spent the entire night awake, his eyes bloodshot. The long night dragged on in a state of extreme tension, and when the first light of dawn broke, the returning scouts gradually trickled back. Hugh, having not slept a wink, remained vigilant in the central tent, where the candle had long burned down, leaving only a small stub of wick. Upon receiving news of the scouts' return, he promptly rose and briskly made his way outside the tent, his gaze sweeping over several weary scout knights. "What have you discovered?" Claremont's voice, though tinged with fatigue, remained steady and powerful. The foremost scout knight dismounted and knelt on one knee, gravely reporting, "My lord, 30 miles to the west. The combined forces of Montfort and Hart, numbering 20,000, have established a well-ordered encampment, evidently poised for action. To the north, 20 miles away, Governor Henry commands an army of 30,000, firmly guarding the vital route to the southern province, their camp fortified with multiple barriers and obstacles, making their defense exceedingly tight. Behind us, the Sheep Path Pass is held by 3,000 troops from the coalition of Southport and Black Hawk, who not only refuse passage but have also strengthened their defenses, deploying archers on the cliffs flanking the pass. In essence, we find ourselves completely besieged in Stonebridge Town, with no avenue for retreat, and our supply lines severed." Claremont's voice remained unwavering, though his eyes sharpened with intensity. "Indeed, my lord," the scout knight replied, lowering his head. "During our reconnaissance, we discovered that Henry's forces have taken control of the villages surrounding Stonebridge Town, seizing all food and water supplies, leaving us unable to procure any external provisions." The atmosphere in the tent plummeted to a frigid silence, and the expressions of the attendants, Gavin and Bert, turned grim. After a brief moment of contemplation, Claremont made a decisive resolution: immediately split our forces. One detachment, led by Bert, will consist of 5,000 infantry and 2,000 archers, who will fortify our defenses using the walls of Stonebridge Town, reinforcing the gates and preparing for a staunch defense. The other detachment, under Gavin's command, will select 200 elite cavalry, carrying my personal letter, to swiftly traverse the mountain paths to seek aid from Count Robert of the North and Governor Taster of Whiteport, ensuring they dispatch reinforcements as quickly as possible. Additionally, send a trusted messenger bearing my confidential letter to hasten back to Crown City to apprise King Alberic III of our dire predicament, requesting his command to mobilize reinforcements. "As you command," Bert and Gavin responded in unison, turning swiftly to execute their orders. In the camp, Edgar ambled alone, his complexion pale and his demeanor dazed. He climbed a nearby hill, gazing at the distant enemy encampment, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Despite the victory of the previous night's battle, it had come at a grievous cost, and now, besieged, his future remained uncertain. He began to doubt whether he would ever return alive to Crown City. After wandering for an indeterminate time, he made his way directly to the central command tent. The moment the tent flap was lifted, he beheld Claremont engaged in a hushed conversation with Montfort. Claremont appeared grave, his fingers tracing the map on the table, evidently analyzing the current situation. Montfort stood nearby, devoid of his former arrogance, his tone imbued with respect. Claremont's valiant actions the previous night, leading the soldiers in a strategic retreat against a formidable foe, had earned him the admiration of all, even commanding respect from Montfort, a noble-born officer. On the other side of the tent, Beltran and Gavin were engaged in a hushed discussion, both wearing expressions of deep gloom, clearly aware that the current situation had reached a dire impasse. Edgar approached and took a seat beside Gavin, softly inquiring, "Why are only you few here? What about Sorrel and Lauren?" Initially, Gavin held a strong disdain for Edgar, viewing him as a mere civil servant who had risen through royal connections, a coward who only spoke of strategies on paper. However, during the battle last night, Edgar had surprisingly charged into the fray alongside Clement. Despite his mediocre combat skills, he had displayed remarkable tenacity, personally slaying several enemies, which earned Gavin's respect and softened his demeanor considerably. Those cowards? Gavin scoffed derisively, his tone dripping with contempt. Where else could they be? Huddled in their homes within the city like turtles, afraid to even step outside the camp. As he mentioned Sorrel and Lauren, an unmistakable disgust crossed Gavin's face. Observing this, Beltran quickly interjected, Gavin, tread carefully. We face a formidable enemy. We must prioritize the greater good and cannot allow petty disputes to incite internal discord. If word of this spreads, it will only undermine the morale of our troops. Do you understand? Having done what we have, are we not allowed to speak? Gavin muttered, but ultimately fell silent. Those familiar with the two knew of their close friendship, and Gavin was willing to heed Beltran's counsel. Beltran shook his head in resignation and turned to Edgar, speaking in a gentler tone. Sorrel fell from his horse during the breakout and fractured his left leg. He is currently receiving treatment at the blacksmith shop in the city. As for Lauren, he feels immense shame for abandoning the camp earlier and is hiding away, too embarrassed to show his face. Regarding LaRoche, he was so frightened last night that he has been in a deep slumber since, having not even partaken in breakfast. Upon hearing this, Edgar couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. He had not anticipated that these high-ranking officials would prove so utterly ineffectual. Had it not been for Beltran's courage in rallying the soldiers for a desperate breakout, they would likely have fallen into the hands of the enemy, with disastrous consequences. Just then, the military inspector, Foucan, strode into the tent, his expression grave, holding a scroll of parchment, evidently having just completed an assessment of the army's losses and supply status. Clement, noticing him, rose to offer a glass of water, calmly asking, "Have the statistics been compiled?" Foucan accepted the cup, took a sip, and then slowly began to speak. "Commander, our current provisions will last at most 5 days. As for the soldiers, following last night's battle and breakout, we now have fewer than 40,000 able fighters." Clement took the parchment and scrutinized it closely, subsequently falling into silence, his fingers gently tapping on the table as he contemplated a course of action. Edgar, on the other hand, was astounded, despite Clement having held back the enemy's main force. The left flank had only 5,000 light cavalry for a raid, and their original strength of 50,000 had suffered nearly 20,000 casualties. Such a combat capacity was alarmingly inadequate. After a moment, Clement looked up at Foucan and said, "Thank you for your efforts. You have been awake all night. Please, go and rest. Tonight, I shall convene all the generals to deliberate on subsequent strategies." With a respectful bow, Foucan complied and turned to exit the central military tent. The other generals gradually departed, leaving only Clement and Edgar within. Clement regarded Edgar and inquired, "Your complexion appears quite pallid. Why do you not take some rest?" With a hint of embarrassment, Edgar managed a bitter smile and shook his head. "After arriving at Stonebridge town last night, I spent the entire night retching. My limbs still tingle with numbness, and sleep eludes me." Upon hearing this, Clement smiled gently. "To display such resilience upon your first foray into battle is commendable. When I embarked on my inaugural campaign, I was in a far worse state. Not only did I suffer from incessant nausea, but I could hardly steady my grip on my weapon. You need not be overly self-critical. With greater experience, one naturally grows accustomed to the rigors of war." Edgar refrained from probing into Clement's past, merely sighing with resignation. "Yet, we have already lost nearly 20,000 soldiers in this single battle. Our troops are too fragile." Clement closed his eyes, reclining in his chair with a tranquil demeanor, neither defending nor lamenting, as if lost in contemplation or momentarily vacating his thoughts. Observing his reluctance to engage further, Edgar stood to take his leave and exited the central military tent. Upon returning to his own tent, Edgar had just lifted the flap in preparation for rest when he was startled to see dozens of soldiers escorting a burly man past him. The man's hands were bound with coarse rope, his garments caked in mud, yet he continued to struggle, shouting incessantly. "Who is this man? Why have you restrained him?" Edgar stepped forward to block the soldier's path, posing his inquiries. The leading soldier sized Edgar up, recognizing his rank, and responded with a fist to his chest, "Sir Deputy Commander. This individual bears a suspicious physique. He infiltrated our camp last night to spy and was apprehended. General Montfort has issued orders for his immediate execution as a public example. I am not a spy. I demand to speak with Commander Clement. I have urgent military intelligence to report." The burly man, upon hearing Edgar's voice, became agitated, straining against his captors. Edgar then scrutinized the man more closely. His visage was grotesque, features distorted, with a long scar slicing through the left side of his face. Yet, his gaze was sharp and resolute, betraying no semblance of a mere spy. Silence. You, traitor, dare to protest. Several soldiers, evidently having suffered in the process of his capture, bore bruises on their faces and, incensed by his continued resistance, raised their fists to strike him. Stop! Edgar interjected urgently, turning to the leading soldier with a grave tone. Since this man has infiltrated our camp, he must possess knowledge of enemy movements. We should take him back to the tent for rigorous interrogation. Perhaps he can divulge valuable intelligence. To hastily execute him would squander a crucial lead. The vice commander, Edgar, observed the leading soldier's troubled expression as he spoke in a stiff tone. General Montfort has issued a clear military order. If we were to alter the command without authorization, it would be difficult to report back to the general. Please, do not put us in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Edgar's fury surged, and he stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the soldier. I am the vice commander appointed by the crown, and with Commander Sorrel injured, I am now acting in his stead. This matter concerns the safety of the entire army. I cannot stand idly by. The soldier, momentarily taken aback by Edgar's commanding presence, faltered, yet still attempted to argue. But how shall we explain this to General Montfort? Edgar, his voice icy, retorted, I am not here to negotiate with you. I issue this order in the capacity of commander. Immediately take this man to the general's tent for interrogation. Should you dare to disobey, it will be deemed a violation of military law, and you shall not find me merciful. With that, Edgar turned away, striding purposefully toward the central command tent. The soldier remained rooted in place, his expression shifting as he weighed the consequences. To defy the commander could lead to execution under military law, while rebelling against Montfort might only result in a reprimand. Choosing the lesser of two evils, he finally sighed and commanded his fellow soldiers, proceed. Take this man to the central command tent. The soldiers escorted the robust man, following closely behind Edgar toward the tent. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a glow upon the ground, yet it failed to dispel the gloom that hung over Stonebridge town, where a more formidable storm seemed to be brewing quietly. Chapter 36. The enemy of my enemy inside the tent, Edgar observed as Clement leaned against an oak chair, deeply asleep. The bloody battle of the previous night had drained his strength, and the subsequent military concerns had robbed him of sleep. At nearly 50 years of age, his body could no longer withstand such exhaustion. Even in slumber, Clement's brow remained slightly furrowed, the dark circles beneath his eyes resembling ink stains, and his breathing bore the weight of profound fatigue, clearly indicating he was utterly spent. A pang of sympathy stirred within Edgar. The words he had intended to report were swallowed back as he tiptoed toward the tent's entrance, hoping to allow Clement a few more moments of rest. However, before he could steady himself, the robust man being escorted suddenly broke free from the soldier's grasp and rushed toward Clement, calling out urgently, Commander Clement! Commander Clement! Startled by the unexpected shout, Clement slowly opened his eyes, initially gazing through a haze as if looking through dust-covered glass. It took a moment for his vision to sharpen. Upon recognizing the man before him, he sprang from his chair in shock, exclaiming, Fleury? How did you come to be here? Edgar, standing nearby, felt a ripple of confusion. He had never heard this name before, yet it was evident from Clement's expression that they shared a past connection. It turned out that many years prior, Clement had led troops to quell a rebellion in the south, during which the Dursa region had sent reinforcements, with Fleury serving as the deputy commander leading the charge. Although the two had only met once on the battlefield years ago and fought side by side for a brief few days, they shared a bond forged through mutual peril. Commander, an officer assigned to escort Freller stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. This man infiltrated our camp last night with suspicious intent. General Montfort has issued orders for his immediate execution to deter other spies. Upon hearing this, Edgar furrowed his brow. The officer spoke only of General Montfort, failing to acknowledge Commander Hugh, showing no trace of reverence for him, as if Montfort were his true superior. Clement merely cast a cursory glance at the officer without reprimanding him, then turned to Freller, stating, as we are old acquaintances, it is only fitting that we treat each other with respect. Release him. However, the officer hesitated, clearly torn over whether to obey Montfort's command. Edgar rolled his eyes, unsheathed his sword, and swiftly severed the ropes binding Freller, offering him a hand to rise. Freller expressed his gratitude with a glance at Edgar, his eyes filled with appreciation. Upon your return, report to Montfort the truth, Clement said, his tone calm, yet undeniably authoritative. The decision regarding this man's fate rests with me. The officer, daunted by Clement's command, could do nothing but glare at Freller in frustration before turning away with his soldiers, leaving the central tent in silence, save for Clement, Edgar, and Freller. Freller, Clement approached him, his gaze piercing as he asked in a serious tone, "Now, we serve different masters. You pledge allegiance to Montfort while I fight for the kingdom. What brings you to infiltrate our camp alone?" Freller bowed deeply to Hugh, his demeanor respectful and sincere. "I have come solely to meet you and discuss a matter of utmost importance regarding the fate of our army." "To meet me? To discuss significant affairs?" Clement's gaze sharpened further. He fell silent, evidently awaiting a more detailed explanation from Freller. Without hesitation, Freller continued, "You must be perplexed, Commander. Edmund, William, and Henry lead an allied force of 50,000, capable of launching an assault on Stonebridge Town, yet they merely encircle it, maintaining a posture of pressure. In truth, they await an opportune moment." Before he could finish, Clement interjected calmly, "Who currently guards the main city of Dessa?" A glimmer of admiration flickered in Freller's eyes. He had not anticipated Clement's keen insight, and he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Commander, you are astute. The one guarding the main city of Dessa is Lord Taster of the Black Eagle." "Taster?" Hugh nodded slightly, seemingly unfazed. "Precisely." Freller continued, "Edmund, William, and Henry have long conspired to divide the lands and power of the Gladorn region. In a bid to gain the trust of the Black Hawk Lord Taster and persuade him to join the alliance, Montfort voluntarily relinquished control of the city of Dessa. Currently, there are a total of 13,000 soldiers stationed in Dessa, of which 3,000 are under my command, while the remaining 10,000 are led by Taster's confidant, the heavily armored knight Captain Reynard. They have devised a treacherous scheme. First, to besiege you at Stonebridge Town, thereby forcing you to seek aid from Governor Robert of White Harbor. Once Robert arrives with his forces, the defenses of White Harbor and the southern territories will inevitably be left vulnerable, providing Taster the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and cut off your retreat. At that juncture, Edmund, William, Henry, and Taster can encircle you, effectively annihilating your Western Legion, after which they will divide the lands and resources of Gladion as previously agreed." Clement's expression grew increasingly grave, yet he did not exhibit any signs of astonishment, clearly having anticipated the enemy's plot and merely awaited concrete evidence. "A few days ago, the troops stationed at Pinga Town were commanded by Montfort's trusted aide, while I served as the deputy." Fleury continued to elucidate his movements. "When your vanguard cavalry arrived at Pinga Town, I deliberately fabricated a false narrative claiming that your main army was approaching. The commander, already timid and cowardly, panicked upon hearing this news and ordered an evacuation of the town. As you pursued him, I took the opportunity to slay the commander and seize control of the garrison at Pinga Town, thereafter quietly departing and making my way to Stonebridge Town solely to meet you." His tone was earnest, devoid of any pretense, as he laid bare his actions, evidently hoping to earn your trust. "Montfort has not treated you poorly. He has not only entrusted you with command of the army, but has also bestowed upon you considerable authority. Why, then, would you betray him and turn to me with this intelligence?" Clement fixed his gaze upon Fleury's eyes, seeking answers within their depths. Fleury clenched his fists tightly, his eyes immediately reddening, his entire body trembling slightly from rage, his voice tinged with emotion. "The mayor of Silverstream Town, Casa, is a man of integrity and compassion, treating me as though I were his own son. I lost my parents at a young age, and it was Mayor Casa who took me in, providing for my martial training and education, never once disparaging me for my appearance. Later, he even promised me his only daughter, granting me a true home." At this juncture, his voice choked with emotion, tears streamed down his cheeks. Yet, merely 2 months ago, in a bid to embezzle taxes allocated by the court, Montfort greedily lined his own pockets. Mayor Casa repeatedly petitioned against his misdeeds, ultimately leading the town's militia to blockade the gates of Silverstream Town, refusing to pay Montfort the misappropriated funds. Upon learning of this, Montfort was furious, personally leading an assault on Silverstream Town, slaughtering Casa's entire family of 9, sparing not even the youngest of children. "Given that you are Casa's son-in-law, why would Montfort allow you to survive?" Edgar interjected, unable to contain himself. He found it incomprehensible that, in accordance with Montfort's character, he would leave such a significant threat unaddressed. Upon hearing the question, Fleury's tears flowed even more profusely, and with a trembling voice, he recounted, "After the massacre of my father-in-law's family, Montfort intended to execute me as well. It was my wife who, to preserve my life, chose to take her own. In her final moments, she implored me to present her severed head to Montfort, deceitfully claiming that I had slain her with my own hands to prove my loyalty. I understood her intentions. She wished to barter her life for mine, allowing me to survive and avenge her and her family. I had initially contemplated joining her in death, but the thought of unavenged retribution prevented me from closing my eyes in eternal rest. I endured the anguish and severed her head, as per her wishes, to face Montfort. Perhaps due to a distant familial connection or my unwavering loyalty, he surprisingly believed my tale, sparing my life and permitting me to continue leading the troops. At this juncture, the valiant warrior, once fearless on the battlefield, could no longer contain his sorrow and wept aloud, his cries filled with grief and resentment, rendering Clement and Edgar within the tent speechless, their hearts heavy with despair. After a prolonged silence, Clement slowly inquired, "What do you wish to do?" "I am willing to act as an insider, opening the city gates to welcome your army into the main city of Dessa during your assault." Fleury abruptly wiped away his tears, a renewed fervor igniting in his eyes as he spoke with conviction. Clement did not immediately acquiesce, his brow furrowed, clearly weighing the pros and cons of this significant matter. Should they fall into the enemy's trap, not only would he be in peril, but the entire Western Legion could face annihilation. Fleury seemed to perceive Clement's apprehension and suddenly knelt before him, bowing repeatedly, his voice choked with emotion as he declared, "After my wife's death, I was left with only 2 sons and a daughter, whom I have hidden 20 miles away in Oak Village under the care of an elderly servant. If you do not trust me, you may send someone to retrieve them as hostages. I, Fleury, fear not death. I only fear that my vengeance remains unfulfilled, and I shall have no face to meet my wife and father-in-law in the afterlife." Clement was profoundly shaken by Fleury's actions. He quickly approached and helped him to his feet, his gaze earnest and penetrating. After a moment of silence, he nodded solemnly. "Montfort has betrayed the kingdom, harmed the loyal, and caused your family's ruin. Such heinous crimes are deserving of retribution. Today, we shall forge a pact to unite against this traitor, avenging your departed loved ones and ridding the kingdom of this scourge." Seeing that Clement finally believed him, Fleury was overwhelmed with joy and wept again, bowing deeply to Clement. "Thank you for your trust, my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations." "There is no need for such formality," Clement replied, assisting him upright with sincerity. "You are willing to risk your children's safety to ally with me. If I were to harbor doubts about you now, I would be the greatest fool in the realm. In a few days, the rainy season will commence, bringing with it incessant downpours and muddy roads, which would hinder the army's march." Fleury steadied his emotions and began to analyze the current situation. Should the commander wish to take action, he need only send word in advance. He would be fully prepared to ensure the army's smooth entry into the city. As he spoke, he produced a neatly folded parchment from his breast pocket and handed it to Clement. The parchment, drawn with charcoal, depicted in meticulous detail the defensive layout of the main city of Dursa, clearly marking the height of the walls, the location of the gates, and the distribution of the guards. Among the markings, 3 red dots stood out prominently. One indicated his residence within the city, another marked Reynard's barracks, and the last denoted the armory and the main troops encampment. After passing the defensive map to Clement, Fleury turned to leave, but paused at the entrance of the tent. Turning back to Clement and whispering, "Should I fall in battle during this operation, I implore you to take care of my unfortunate children, allowing them to grow up in peace." Clement, his expression grave, solemnly nodded at Fleury, stating with unwavering resolve, "If you are indeed unfortunate enough to perish, I, Clement, vow to personally raise your children, teaching them to read and write, imparting the chivalric virtues, ensuring they suffer no indignity, thereby honoring your trust." Upon hearing this, gratitude welled in Fleury's eyes as he bowed deeply to Clement before striding out of the central tent, his figure swiftly vanishing into the morning mist. Inside the tent, Clement held the parchment, his gaze fixed upon the defensive map, though his brow remained furrowed. While he had discovered a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough, the path ahead was still fraught with uncertainty and peril. A misstep could lead to complete ruin. Edgar stood nearby, observing Clement's silhouette, fully aware that a battle poised to determine their fate was about to unfold. Chapter 37. Persuasion. The twilight's afterglow resembled molten gold leaf, spilling over the tents at the border of the province of Gladen, casting the canvas in warm orange hues, yet failing to disperse the pervasive gloom within the camp. The evening breeze whisked away the sparks from distant bonfires, stirring up a cloud of dry grass fragments. Clement stood before the main tent, his fingertips absent-mindedly caressing the brass hilt of his sword, now dulled from days of relentless conflict. He inhaled deeply and instructed his attendant to sound the assembly horn once more. The clear notes pierced through the dusk, drawing forth Sorrel, whose leg was bound in linen bandages and who relied on a cane for support, aided by his guards as he approached slowly. Within the main tent, a rough wooden table bore a yellowed parchment map, its edges frayed from the touch of anxious fingers. Clement recounted the news brought by Fleury. "Fleury, The most trusted knight under the command of Fomet, and also his distant nephew, had arrived with over 10 followers seeking allegiance. Claiming that the defenses of Durso were lax and offering to serve as a guide for a surprise attack on the enemy's rear. Edgar, standing in the corner, watched the flickering candlelight dance upon the faces of those gathered. He had anticipated that such a pivotal opportunity to turn the tide of battle would invigorate everyone. Yet the silence within the tent weighed heavily, like a thick woolen blanket, stifling the air. Gavin was the first to shatter the silence, his rough palms striking the wooden table, causing the candlelight to flicker. This is an opportunity bestowed by God. If we can seize Dessa, we shall sever the supply line to Fairmont. The metallic clashing of his armor produced a sharp resonance, and his eyes gleamed with the fierce light of years spent in battle. Belt stood leaning against the tent pole, fingers twisting his thick beard, remaining uncharacteristically silent. This seasoned captain of infantry was known for his caution, rarely voicing his opinions. However, a dissenting voice erupted immediately as Montfort sprang to his feet, the leather sword belt at his waist slipping down due to the sudden motion, oblivious to the mishap. He pointed at the map marking Dessa's location, bellowing. Fleury is Fairmont's right arm. Their blood is intertwined. How can they genuinely pledge allegiance? This is clearly a trap. My Lord Claremont, how could you allow him to escape? You are risking the lives of the entire army. His voice, hoarse from agitation, sprayed droplets upon the sheepskin map, leaving small wet marks. Lorraine immediately echoed his sentiments. The knight, who always followed Montfort, placing a hand upon his family crest with a tone of feigned respect that could not disguise his dissatisfaction. According to the kingdom's military regulations, significant military decisions must be deliberated in a council of commanders. My lord, you have let Fleury go without consulting us. This is contrary to the code of knightly honor. Claremont's countenance darkened instantly, akin to a dusk sky shrouded by ominous clouds. His bloodshot eyes, already weary from days of combat, now gleamed with sharper intensity as they swept over Montfort and Lorraine. I am the King's appointed commander-in-chief of the South, armed with the Royal Military Commission. On the battlefield, a commander possesses the authority to dictate tactical deployments without interference from others. Should anyone further question my orders, they shall face the consequences of military law. According to the kingdom's code, those who defy their superiors shall be stripped of their knighthood and imprisoned until the conflict concludes. The air within the tent thickened, as Montfort's face flushed a deep shade of purple, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, knuckles whitening. Yet he dared not utter another word under Claremont's imposing presence. He was well aware of the temper of this seasoned general. Years ago, during the pacification of the northern tribes, Claremont had stripped a subordinate of his armor and imprisoned him for disobeying orders. Even though the man was the son of a duke, Claremont's gaze shifted to the side, landing on Condé, the royal secretary clad in a deep blue satin robe, adorned with a silver insignia on his chest, who was diligently recording something on sheepskin parchment with a quill. If Fleury's words were true, a surprise attack on Dessa could indeed alleviate the crisis in Gladorn. However, should this be a ruse, the elite forces of the army might find themselves ensnared. Condé paused, ink dripping onto the paper and spreading into a small black blot. Lifting his head with an unwavering calm, I am solely responsible for documenting military affairs and conveying royal directives, not for interfering with military strategy. If Lord Sorrel endorses Lord Claremont's plan, I have no objections. All eyes turned towards Sorrel, the inspecting officer leaning against a wooden chair padded with wool. Dark red stains seeping through the bandages on his leg. A troubled expression crossed his face, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. The king sent him to the military camp with a clear purpose, to oversee whether the army strayed from its predetermined course and to verify if the generals exhibited any signs of dissent. As for tactical decisions, he neither possessed the knowledge nor wished to intervene. However, given that this matter concerned the survival of the entire army, how could he easily express his stance? My Lord Clement, this matter is of utmost gravity. May I take a moment to ponder it further? Clement regarded him, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes as he let out a heavy sigh. The enemy will not grant us much time. I implore you, Lord Sorrel, to reach a swift decision. The meeting ultimately concluded on an unsatisfactory note, with the generals departing the main tent in small groups, their hushed conversations fading into the twilight. Sorrel was assisted back to his tent by his personal guards. Soon, voices requesting an audience arose outside, as Montfort, Lorraine, and others took turns entering, either persuading or pressuring him to lean towards a more cautious strategy. Edgar lingered by the campfire outside the tent, the sparks flickering at his feet. The evening breeze gently swayed the hem of his cloak, while the inner turmoil within him manifested as two opposing forces. The outcome of this battle bore little significance to him. As a noble scion from Crown City, he had come to the military camp for training due to family arrangements. If they emerged victorious, he could attain a higher title through merit. If they were defeated, his standing would likely protect him from any drastic consequences. At worst, he would return to Crown City and continue his leisurely life of enjoying wine and watching knights joust. Having spent a decade in this world, Edgar had discerned the dynamics between the central royal authority and local lords, should a lord rebel. The royal court first sent envoys to placate them. If that proved ineffective, they would then dispatch forces to quell the insurrection. If the royal forces triumphed, the insurgents would find themselves before the guillotine. If the lords prevailed, they would not seek total annihilation, but would instead petition the king under the guise of remorse, requesting higher titles while retaining control over their territories. The royal court often chose to appease, recognizing that continued warfare would only deplete national resources. Thus, he could have continued to drift through life in the camp, unconcerned about anything. Yet the memories of the last battlefield were still vivid, the cold spear grazing his ribs, the mournful cries of horses as they fell beside him. The very essence of death felt so palpable, instilling in him a profound reverence and fear of mortality. But whenever he thought of Clement, it was as if a heavy weight pressed down on his heart, making it difficult to breathe. The nearly 50-year-old veteran could have enjoyed a peaceful retirement in his estate in Crown City, living off a comfortable salary and noble honors, without enduring the hardships of the border. The king did not fully trust him, and his subordinates were rife with skepticism, yet he still charged forth in life-and-death situations, now seeking to make a desperate bid to turn the tide of battle. Such tenacity, however, was met with disdain and disbelief from the masses. As night deepened, the flames of the campfire dwindled, leaving only the dim red embers. When the final persuader exited Sorrel's tent, Clement slowly approached. His steps bore a certain heaviness, his silver hair glinting coldly in the moonlight, the wrinkles on his face deepened by fatigue, and even his once straight back seemed to bend slightly. As Clement passed by Edgar gazed at his aged silhouette and could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "My Lord Clement." Clement halted, slowly turning around, the moonlight illuminating the weariness in his eyes, yet still reflecting a hint of resolve. Edgar lowered his voice, his tone tinged with hesitation, yet imbued with earnestness. "I shall first speak with Lord Sorrel. Perhaps I can persuade him on your behalf." Clement pressed his dry lips together, his voice hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. "I am aware of their concerns. They fear that I shall break through with the elite alone, leaving them here to await death." He paused, his gaze drifting towards the distant, dark woods. "You tell Lord Sorrel that I shall take neither the 5,000 royal heavy cavalry nor Gavin's 3,000 light cavalry. Not even 5 generals shall accompany me. All will remain in the camp. I require only 5,000 infantry, those newly recruited peasant soldiers, and that will suffice. Should we capture Dessa, the glory belongs to the entire army. Should I fall into an ambush, I, Clement, will accept responsibility with my life, ensuring no one else is implicated." Edgar trembled, as though scalded by these words. He looked into Clement's resolute eyes and suddenly grasped the essence of the chivalric ideal, the courage to sacrifice everything for one's beliefs, the unwavering commitment to duty even in dire circumstances. "My lord, please wait here. I shall do my utmost to persuade Lord Sorrel." He nodded emphatically and turned, striding towards Sorrel's tent, his cloak billowing in the night breeze. Upon lifting the rough burlap door of the tent, he found Sorrel seated at a wooden table, sipping tea. The mint tea in his ceramic cup had long since grown cold. His brow furrowed, his expression grim. It was unclear whether it was the pain in his leg or the earlier counsel from others that troubled him. Noticing Edgar's entrance, he set down the cup and nodded. "Edgar, you've arrived." Edgar approached the table, his gaze falling on the bandages wrapped around Sorrel's leg and then shifting to his tense visage. He asked directly, "With so many seeking your counsel, I presume you have reached a decision?" Sorrel lifted the military command token from the table. Only when joined with Clement's token could it mobilize the entire army. He gently traced the royal emblem upon it and slowly nodded. "Montfort's arguments hold merit. Given the current uncertainty regarding the enemy's intentions, we should fortify our camp and await the royal reinforcements before launching a counteroffensive. This is the most prudent course of action." "Prudent?" Edgar could not suppress a derisive laugh, his voice laced with sarcasm. "If Fleury's words hold true, Robert is hastening to provide support, and the citizens of the Gladorn province are about to suffer. Does this not play directly into Montfort's trap? Montfort is a coward, the first to flee when the enemy last attacked. Lorraine is merely a sycophant, forever trailing behind others. Do you truly believe their words?" Sorrel's face instantly flushed crimson. as if scorched by flames, for Edgar's remarks struck a nerve, the memory of his flight from the camp the previous night lingering painfully in his mind. He furrowed his brow in displeasure, his tone somewhat brusque. Edgar, this is your first campaign. You do not comprehend the perils of the battlefield. Such monumental matters are not for you to meddle in. As the royal-appointed military inspector, I shall undoubtedly make decisions that serve the best interests of the entire army. Your words are unnecessary. Chapter 38. The captive Clement Sorrel's fingers clenched tightly around the bronze military insignia on the table, its royal emblem glistening with the sweat of his palm. He lifted his gaze, unwavering, his tone resolute as forged iron. Edgar, my mind is made up. Given the current uncertainty regarding the enemy's movements, it is our duty to remain steadfast in our camp and await the royal reinforcements. There is no need for further persuasion. Edgar, observing the taut lines of his profile, wished to speak again, but Sorrel had already turned his chair, gazing into the impenetrable darkness beyond the tent, clearly unwilling to pursue the discussion further. He opened his mouth, but ultimately could only let out a resigned sigh before turning to exit the tent. The evening breeze carried the lingering warmth of the campfire against his face, yet it could not dispel the weight upon his heart. Clement's aged yet resolute figure lingered in his mind. Before long, a commotion erupted from the direction of the main tent, the voices escalating in intensity, causing even the distant sentinels to glance in that direction. Edgar hurried over, peering through the tents, seems to find Clement standing before a wooden table, his chest heaving violently, his silver hair trembling slightly with agitation. Sorrel, seated in a chair, appeared flushed, gripping the armrests tightly, the atmosphere between them seeming almost combustible. Sorrel, this is our only chance. Clement's voice, hoarse yet powerful, brimmed with an uncontrollable fury. If we hesitate any longer, once Fairmont establishes a foothold, we will all be trapped here. My Lord Clement, as the royal-appointed military inspector, I bear the responsibility to ensure the army does not engage in reckless ventures. Sorrel suddenly rose, the bandages on his leg pulling at his wound, causing him to wince, yet he remained unyielding. Without royal orders and the complete bronze military insignia, I shall not permit you to mobilize the main forces. You. Clement's fingers trembled with rage as he pointed at Sorrel, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He took a deep breath, attempting to regain composure, yet the disappointment in his eyes was unmistakable. Do you understand how many opportunities we shall miss due to your obstinacy? I only know to abide by royal law and safeguard the lives of all soldiers, Sorrel retorted defiantly. Thus, the argument concluded on an unhappy note. Clement stormed from the tent, his expression as dark as an impending storm. Standing before the tent, he gazed up at the vast expanse of stars, and suddenly released a deep sigh, filled with resignation and fatigue, echoing into the stillness of the night. Edgar stood at a distance beneath the shadows of the trees. Observing Clement's solitary figure, a profound sense of helplessness swelling within him. He recalled the events he had witnessed during his time in the camp. The king required seasoned generals like Clement to wage war for the crown, yet simultaneously harbored distrust, appointing Sorrel, a confidant of the court, to oversee operations, thus hindering their efforts at every turn. He could not help but ponder how many loyal generals in the annals of the Kingdom of Veranria had seen their patriotic fervor gradually extinguished amidst such suspicion and constraint. How many individuals could embody the steadfastness of Claremont, who, even when ensnared in adversity, remained unwavering in his loyalty to the kingdom, prioritizing the safety of both the army and the civilians? Sorrel's refusal to relinquish the other half of the bronze military command token left Claremont unable to mobilize the main forces, forced to watch helplessly as the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Dessa slipped away. Edgar understood that the 5,000 elite heavy cavalry brought by Claremont could be commanded without a complete token, as they were his own private troops. However, such an action would undoubtedly contravene royal military regulations, incurring a grave penalty. Even if the surprise assault succeeded, King Alberic III would not spare him, possibly seizing the chance to strip him of his title and military power. On the 20th of August, in the year of the Holy Calendar 1441, as the dawn broke over the horizon, exhilarating news reverberated through the camp. Lord Robert of the Border had personally led 20,000 private soldiers to offer support, having reached Gician, standing 20 miles distant from Clermont's forces. Upon hearing the news, Montfort and others hurriedly made their way to the main tent, their faces alight with joy. My Lord Claremont, this is splendid. With Lord Robert's reinforcements, we can engage in a decisive battle against Fairmont, Montfort exclaimed, slapping the wooden table with excitement, his eyes gleaming with the desire for glory in battle. Claremont, seated in contemplation, surveyed the densely marked map before him, yet his expression bore no trace of elation, rather a faint grimace. "Do you believe Fumont will grant us the opportunity for a decisive confrontation?" Yet his words fell on deaf ears. The generals eagerly echoed Montfort's proposal, and even the usually reticent Comte spoke up. "My Lord Claremont, our forces have significantly increased. Together with Lord Robert, we have nearly 50,000 troops. This is the perfect moment to vanquish Fumont." Sorrel stood resolutely, asserting, "My Lord Claremont, I concur with the plan to unite with Lord Robert and launch an immediate offensive against Fumont." Faced with the unanimous demands of his comrades, Claremont reluctantly shook his head, realizing he could no longer uphold his own counsel. Thus, he commanded Bert to lead 5,000 infantry to fortify against a potential rear assault from the 3,000 enemy troops, while he personally directed the main forces toward Robert's encampment. Once the two armies converged, the mighty assembly of nearly 50,000 marched forth like a colossal dragon towards Fumont, banners billowing, the gleaming armor reflecting the sun's rays in a dazzling array, exuding an overwhelming presence. However, the progression of the battle unfolded precisely as Claremont had foreseen. Confronted by the formidable coalition, Fumont, along with Hart and Henry, swiftly consolidated their forces and began a gradual retreat, maintaining a distance from the Allied troops and avoiding direct confrontation. Over the ensuing days, the two armies found themselves locked in a stalemate. As Claremont advanced, Fumont's forces systematically withdrew, the battlefield gradually shifting from the vicinity of Valrennes back to the region near Serrai. Until the coalition forces approached Serrai, the army of Vermonti finally came to a halt. Over 50,000 men assembled outside the city, their spears standing like a forest and shields forming an impenetrable wall, evidently prepared for a decisive battle. Clement stood aloft, surveying the enemy's formation, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He had already devised a strategy, with Taster remaining silent. If he could seize this opportunity to first annihilate Vermonti's forces and then advance directly upon Dessa, Taster would dare not mobilize his troops even if he were to take action, for without Vermonti's restraint, he would face the coalition alone, with no chance of victory. Yet, fate seemed to delight in mocking human intentions. Just as Clement was consolidating his troops, preparing to launch an assault at dawn, a messenger arrived, galloping into the camp, drenched in sweat, bearing exceedingly dire news. While Clement confronted Vermonti, the border lord Taster had led 25,000 of his private soldiers to launch a surprise attack on Raiwazane. The 3,000 defenders of Raiwazane were caught completely off guard, outnumbered and overwhelmed. Within half a day, the entirety of Raiwazane had succumbed to Taster's forces. Even worse, Taster did not relent. He advanced rapidly, soon encircling Robert's stronghold at Austerweil. Robert's son Roland commanded 8,000 soldiers to hold the city, simultaneously dispatching a messenger to relay the news to Robert. That night, a torrential rain suddenly poured from the heavens, with large raindrops crashing upon the tents, creating a cacophony of sound, while the temperature plummeted sharply. Inside the central tent, candle flames flickered in the wind as the commanders gathered, the atmosphere stifling and oppressive. Robert paced back and forth within the tent, the clinking of his armor resonating dully with each step. His brow furrowed, his expression shifting restlessly, clearly disturbed by the alarming news regarding his territory. After a considerable time, he halted, turning to Clement, urgency lacing his tone. "Clement, our territory of Ostermark is in peril. What are your thoughts?" Though the two were of similar age and had comparable military experience, Robert, as the adopted son of the late king, held the title of Marquis of Ostermark, governing both Ostermark and Raiwazane, his rank far exceeding that of Clement. Yet at this moment, he set aside his noble stature, earnestly seeking Clement's counsel. Clement stepped forward, unfurling a sheepskin map upon the table, his finger pointing to a marked location labeled Dessa. He intoned gravely, "My Lord Robert, observe this point." Robert leaned in for a closer inspection, his brow slightly furrowing as he queried, "Clement, do you still contemplate a surprise attack on Dessa?" However, his words trailed off, revealing a hint of hesitation. Days prior, during their gathering, Clement had proposed this very strategy, but Montfort and others had dismissed it as a trap laid by the enemy, vehemently opposing the idea. At that time, Clement thought that a direct assault against Vermonti could also be a viable option, and thus refrained from pressing further. Yet now, with Taster having encircled Austerweil and Vermonti avoiding battle, the enemy clearly held the initiative on the battlefield. The circumstances had irrevocably changed. Clement understood his concerns and continued, "Given the current situation, a surprise attack on Dessa is the most prudent course of action. Once we capture Dessa, We can swiftly move north to reinforce Ostermark and eastward to directly penetrate Valmont, encircling it and compelling Taster to retreat. The advantages of this strategy are evident and need not be elaborated upon. I reiterate, he paused, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination. I shall lead only 5,000 soldiers for a nocturnal assault on Dessa without involving the main army. No. Montfort immediately protested vehemently, rising abruptly and pressing his hands against the table, his tone charged with emotion, knowing it could very well be a trap laid by the enemy. Why would you willingly step into it, Lord Clement? What is your true intention? Clement could no longer contain the fury boiling within him, and coldly retorted, Fleury has already sent his children as hostages. What is there to fear? At that moment, Lorraine interjected with a sardonic tone, leaning against the tent's support, a hint of mockery dancing on his lips. Who can be certain those children are truly Fleury's offspring? It would be so simple to snatch a few village children and claim them as one's own. If we were to believe such a ruse, we would be ridiculed by the entire nobility of the kingdom of Valania. The tent was immediately engulfed in a heated argument, with Montfort and Lorraine vehemently opposing Clement, while Gavin sided with Clement, advocating for the audacious plan. Belt remained silent, his fingers stroking his beard, deep in contemplation. Robert stood aside, his brow furrowed even deeper. Yet he refrained from speaking. Edgar observed this scene, and a realization dawned upon him. Despite being the late king's adopted son and fiercely loyal to the royal family, Robert had grown up in poverty. The late king had rescued him, raising him within the palace as one of his own. For the sake of the kingdom of Valania, he would risk everything, even the sacrifice of his own territory. While other border lords, upon hearing of their lands being besieged, would have rushed back with their armies to provide aid, Robert remained indifferent. His true concern lay in the potential repercussions of failure in this conflict, which could deliver a grievous blow to the royal family. As Edgar surveyed the bickering assembly within the tent, another thought crossed his mind. Montfort and his allies opposed Clement's surprise attack not out of fear of a trap, but rather out of dread for Clement's safety. Should Clement fall in the ambush, and the subsequent battle end in defeat, even if they managed to return to Crown City, they could not escape the wrath of King Alberic III. Conversely, as long as Clement remained alive, even in the face of defeat, as the commander of the forces, he would bear all the blame, relieving Montfort and the others of their concerns. He further recognized that Montfort and his companions likely cared little for the fate of the province of Gladion. The allied forces numbered 50,000, matching the strength of Foment. Should they choose to retreat, Foment might not pursue, for their objective was the control of Gladion, not necessarily a deadly confrontation with Clement. I stand in support of Commander Clement's strategy. Just as the tent was embroiled in chaos, Edgar's voice rang out, cutting through the tumult. Instantly, silence enveloped the room, and all eyes turned toward him. Montfort and the others immediately exhibited disdain, their expressions seemingly conveying, how dare a mere noble novice, fresh to the military, presume to speak here? Chapter 39. Edgar's resolution. Sorrel's brow furrowed, his gaze icy as it fell upon Edgar, his tone laden with impatience and ire. Lord Edgar, this is a venue for military deliberation, and it is not your place as an uncommissioned noble to interject. I beseech you to silence your tongue, lest you sow discord among the ranks. Edgar's fingers clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale, as he met Sorrel's gaze with a voice as frigid as the rain outside the tent. Though I hold no formal military title, I am the royal inspector appointed by the king himself. Why should I not voice my thoughts on military matters? Inspector? Sorrel scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. His expression darkened, and his tone became sharp as a blade. Your title of inspector is but an empty honor bestowed by the crown, devoid of any power to command troops or supervise military affairs. Are you truly unaware of your standing within the army? Must I publicly expose it, thereby stripping you of your noble dignity? Suddenly, Edgar erupted into laughter, the sound reverberating oddly within the oppressive confines of the tent. He stepped forth from behind Sorrel, raising his hand to pat the sword that hung at his side, its scabbard adorned with delicate gemstones that shimmered softly in the candlelight. Lord Sorrel, do take note of this sword at my waist, a gift from His Majesty. Before my departure, His Majesty, my uncle, personally entrusted it to me and instructed me to discreetly observe military affairs, and to act accordingly should the moment demand. Sorrel's gaze fixated on the sword, scrutinizing it for a moment, yet he had never encountered its design before, prompting a surge of suspicion within him as he coolly retorted, I have never seen this sword in the royal treasury's inventory. Do not fabricate lies to deceive the assembly. This sword is named Oath, and indeed, it is the king's personal weapon. I once beheld it in the royal armory. Claremont interjected suddenly, his tone assertive. his eyes betraying a hint of surprise at Edgar's unexpected stature. Robert stepped forward as well, his gaze drawn to the sword at Edgar's waist. Curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Lord Edgar, might I borrow your sword for a closer examination? In my earlier service to the late king at the palace, I encountered numerous royal treasures. Perhaps I could identify it." Of course. Edgar readily unfastened the sword, presenting it with both hands to Robert. Robert accepted the sword, his fingers gliding gently over the intricate patterns on the scabbard before slowly drawing the blade. The cold light flared within the tent, revealing meticulously engraved designs along the blade. The pommel adorned with a deep blue gemstone, an emblematic feature of royal weaponry. After scrutinizing the sword for a moment, Robert flicked his fingers against the blade. Listening to its clear, ringing tone, and a look of confirmation spread across his face. Indeed, this is the Sword of Oath. It is a rare gem presented by the Eastern envoy during the reign of the late king, forged from high-grade steel and remarkably sharp. During my tenure in the palace, I had the rare privilege of personally handling this sword, and I would never mistake it. He returned the sword to Edgar and scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly chuckling. "The current king is my brother-in-law, and since you are his nephew, by relation, you ought to address me as uncle." Edgar immediately cradled the sword with both hands, bowing deeply in reverence and responding, "Nephew Edgar greets you, uncle." Upon hearing this, Robert could not help but burst into hearty laughter, clapping Edgar robustly on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with warmth. The atmosphere within the tent softened considerably due to this unexpected familial recognition. It was at this moment that the other commanders realized that although Edgar held no formal position in the military, his lineage was far more esteemed than they had previously surmised. His aunt was none other than the king's favored, Princess Catherine, and he had the freedom to enter the royal palace at will, often accompanying the king. He was indeed a person of considerable trust. Previously, they had regarded him merely as a noble youth honing his skills in the military. However, it now appeared they had misjudged his significance. Edgar turned his gaze back to Sorrel, his tone growing grave. "Lord Sorrel, before my departure, the king's uncle informed me that should the military supervisor fail in his duties, I may take his place. He bestowed upon me this oath sword as a testament to grant me such authority." Everyone present understood that the royal sword was not easily conferred upon others. Even when occasionally awarded, it was typically for temporary authority. Much like when Claremont's father received a royal sword while commanding the southern borders, granting him the power of preemptive action. Now that Edgar possessed the oath sword, did it not imply that he truly held the power to intervene in military affairs? Only Edgar knew that his statement was, in fact, a bluff. The king had indeed granted him the sword, yet he had never bestowed upon him the authority to replace the supervisor. However, he calculated that even upon returning to the capital, Sorrel would not dare to seek verification from the king, for Sorrel's own actions in the army were already questionable. If this matter were to reach the king's ears, it would be Sorrel who would suffer the consequences. Sorrel gazed at the oath sword in Edgar's hand. Recalling his protector in the palace, Chief Steward Ronel, who had repeatedly cautioned him against offending Edgar. Suddenly, he felt a surge of panic, regretting that he had spoken too harshly to Edgar. Yet, in front of so many commanders, if he were to concede too easily, he would never regain his standing in the army. Gritting his teeth, he maintained his defiance, asserting, "I have dutifully fulfilled my responsibilities in the military and have committed no dereliction. Even with the king's sword, what can you do to me?" Edgar fixed his gaze upon Sorrel, his tone laden with significance. "Lord Sorrel, have you forgotten? That night, Montfort led a surprise assault on the enemy camp, and it was someone who, without a word, abandoned the camp with his personal guards, leaving the soldiers behind. Should the king's uncle inquire about this incident, I truly would not know how to report it. Should I say you fled in the face of danger, or that you had unavoidable reasons?" Sorrel's complexion instantly turned pale, and his body began to tremble slightly. He harbored no fear that Clement or other generals would report this matter to the king. Even if the king were to learn of it, with Ronel by his side navigating the complexities, the royal court has always been at odds with external ministers, and the king might not necessarily trust their words. Edgar, however, was different. As the king's nephew, with the queen's backing, should he personally convey this matter to the king, even Ronel would likely refrain from defending him. Montfort's expression shifted, and he hastened a step forward, urgently explaining, "My lord Edgar, you misinterpret our intentions. We did not abandon our post in flight. At that time, there were still thousands of troops stationed in Pingatown. Lord Sorrel and I were merely concerned that they might not retreat in time, so we took the initiative to inform them, not to flee the battlefield." A playful smile graced Edgar's lips as he replied leisurely, "Lord Montfort, some matters are peculiarly intricate. The same action can be interpreted in myriad ways. Ultimately, the The meaning that prevails rests upon how it is articulated before the king. With this declaration, it became clear to everyone present what Edgar intended, regardless of their defenses. The version of events that reached the king would hinge entirely upon Edgar's narration, should he choose to target them. Even their genuine intent to notify the troops could be reframed as an act of cowardice. Montfort, attuned to the profound implications in Edgar's gaze, opened his mouth but fell silent. Realizing that this young man he had consistently underestimated possessed a depth of thought far beyond his imagination and a ruthlessness that made him a formidable adversary. Edgar shifted his focus back to Sorrel, his tone turning grave. General Clement willingly risks his life to lead a surprise assault on Dessa. Such valor and loyalty deserve our unwavering support. What say you, Lord Sorrel? He had already formulated a plan. Should Sorrel remain obstinate and refuse to relinquish command, he would not hesitate to accuse Sorrel of cowardice and even draw his sword against him. After all, with the oath blade in hand and the identity of the king's nephew, even if he were to slay Sorrel, upon returning to the capital, his aunt, Queen Catherine, could intercede, and the king might not delve deeply into his transgressions. Sorrel discerned the murderous intent in Edgar's eyes. Though he held the position of inspector in the army, presenting an air of superiority before Clement and other generals, he was, at his core, merely a low-ranking court attendant who had risen through Ronel's patronage. Edgar, as the king's nephew, bore noble blood, should he truly fall victim to Edgar's blade. Even Sir Murin could not guarantee his safety. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately chose to capitulate. Producing the half of the command token from his pocket and presenting it to Edgar with a reluctant tone, "Your words ring true, my Lord Edgar." I was momentarily blinded, failing to recognize the commander-in-chief's loyal heart, nearly jeopardizing matters of state. I shall now surrender this half-token. Edgar accepted the token and turned, striding purposefully toward Clement, extending the token with both hands and speaking solemnly. "Commander-in-chief, with the military authority now consolidated, you may issue your orders." Clement gazed intently at the half-token in his hand, then glanced at the other half he held, his expression a tapestry of emotions. This seemingly insignificant token had constrained him, the commander of the three armies, for so long, rendering him powerless and nearly causing him to miss a critical opportunity in battle. Drawing a deep breath, he pressed the two halves together to form the lion emblem, gripping it tightly as a renewed determination ignited in his eyes. "Commander, how do you intend to proceed?" Edgar softly prompted from the side. At this moment, the dissenters had been quelled, and everyone awaited his decision. After a moment of contemplation, Clement's gaze swept across the generals within the tent, finally resting on Sir Montfort and Sir Lorraine. "I plan to select 5,000 infantry from the forces of Sir Montfort and Sir Lorraine to accompany me to Dessa. You two shall remain at the camp to assist Lord Robert in securing our position against a potential assault from the forces of Fomit." Upon hearing this, Montfort and Lorraine's ashen faces softened slightly. They had initially feared that Edgar would seize the opportunity to retaliate, compelling them to join the perilous venture to Dessa. However, it appeared that Clement had ultimately bestowed upon them a measure of dignity, sparing them from undue embarrassment. They promptly bowed in acknowledgement. "As you command, Commander. I wish to accompany you to Dessa." Gavin interjected, stepping forward with his hands clasped firmly, his tone resolute. "My 3,000 light cavalry possess great mobility. Should we encounter an enemy ambush, they can swiftly provide cover for the retreat of our main force, thereby lending invaluable support to the general." Clement had intended to decline. Considering the extreme peril of the surprise assault on Dessa, he was reluctant to place Gavin in harm's way. Yet Edgar quickly urged from the sidelines, "Commander, with Sir Gavin's 3,000 cavalry accompanying us, our chances of seizing Dessa will undoubtedly increase. Do not hesitate. Now is the moment to gather strength, and every additional hand bolsters our odds of victory." Clement turned to Edgar, noting the sincerity in his eyes, then glanced at Gavin's unwavering determination. Ultimately, he nodded, gently patting Edgar's shoulder, and murmured, "Thank you, Edgar. If we succeed in capturing Dessa, the credit shall be yours." That night, the rain continued to pour relentlessly, the darkness as thick as ink, providing the perfect cover for their incursion. Clement personally led 5,000 infantry alongside Gavin's 3,000 light cavalry, stealthily departing the camp and marching swiftly toward Dessa. At the camp's entrance, Edgar stood alone in the rain, gazing in the direction the army had vanished. The rain soaked his cloak, yet it did not diminish the intensity of his gaze. He understood that the outcome of tonight's battle would determine the trajectory of the entire campaign. Should they capture Dessa, the tide of war would irrevocably turn. Conversely, should they fail, Clement and Gavin's forces would likely be annihilated, leaving the remaining soldiers in an even more precarious position. Edgar gently shook his head, releasing a soft sigh. A sudden thought struck him. If Clement were to fail to return, could this army, bereft of its commander, withstand the onslaught from both Fomant and Taster? Montfort and his companions evidently lacked the capability to command a grand army. Although Robert was a renowned general, his thoughts were entirely consumed by his own battles, and he might not dedicate himself wholeheartedly to leading this force. The only person he could trust was Clement, the seasoned warrior who displayed fierce courage in the face of the enemy, charging forward unflinchingly, undeterred even by the specter of death. How could a man who fears not even death be a treacherous schemer? The rain continued to pour ceaselessly as Edgar stood rooted in place, lingering with silent prayers for Clement's safe return, hoping for the success of the surprise assault. Chapter 40. The counterattack begins. The military tent was crafted from heavy canvas, its edges weighted down with lead, ensuring stability even as winds howled outside. A brass chandelier hung in the center, illuminating the interior as dozens of candles burned brightly, casting a daylight glow within. Numerous generals gathered here, clad in a variety of armors, some still stained with rust and blood from the battlefield. Gripping leather whips or iron sword hilts, they stood around a massive oak table, the air thick with the mingled scents of leather, metal, and sweat. Their discussions of military strategy rising and falling, tinged with a deliberate restraint. At the prominent position to the left of the oak table sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, comfortably ensconced in a chair upholstered with deep blue velvet. With a neatly trimmed long beard and meticulously styled hair, he embodied an elegance that set him apart from mere warriors, even clad in practical leather armor. This man was Henry. His fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, his gaze fixed on the parchment map at its center, his eyes deep in contemplation, lost in thought. Henry hailed from a once prominent noble family in the Wallonia region, known for its reverence for scholarship. From a young age, he exhibited exceptional intelligence, mastering the classical 7 arts: grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy, particularly displaying insights in military strategy that surpassed his peers. His great-grandfather had served as governor of a province, wielding significant military and political power, while his grandfather had risen to the rank of deputy commander, earning considerable respect within the military. Unfortunately, by the time it reached his father's generation, the family had fallen from grace, their fortunes dwindling until, upon Henry's coming of age, all that remained was a dilapidated estate and a handful of elderly servants. Despite his impoverished circumstances, Henry never relinquished his pursuit of ideals. Gifted beyond measure, he passed the examinations of the Royal Academy at the age of 15, earning the title of bachelor. By 16, his exceptional swordsmanship and unique understanding of military theory had secured him the status of a squire, an achievement rare throughout Wallonia. At that time, he harbored grand ambitions, often daydreaming over the ancient military treatises treasured by his family, envisioning a day when he would emulate the great generals of old, leading armies into battle to quell rebellions, and subsequently entering the court to assist in governance, dedicating himself to the stability of the realm and the restoration of his family's former glory. Yet, the chasm between dreams and reality often proved insurmountable. Since obtaining the qualification of a candidate knight at the tender age of 16, Henry began to participate in the royal examinations at Crown City, which served as a significant pathway for noble youths to gain positions within the royal military or government. However, it seemed that fate delighted in mocking him, as he repeatedly entered the examinations, yet consistently fell short of success. 2 decades slipped away amidst cycles of hope and disappointment. The once fiery aspirations of his youth were gradually dulled by the passage of time. The scorn of neighbors, the peculiar glances of friends and family, and an increasingly dire existence weighed heavily upon his heart, like insurmountable mountains. Eventually, despair consumed Henry entirely. He secluded himself in his dilapidated estate, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, numbing himself to the mundanity of life. It was not until the outbreak of the White Robe Rebellion, a revolt that swept across half the kingdom, that he unexpectedly found a chance for rebirth. The leader of the White Robe Society, Lorenzo, was supported by 8 formidable generals, each renowned for their valor and prowess in battle. Among them was a warrior named Thibaut, a fellow townsman of Henry's, who shared a similar age and had once studied alongside him at the Royal Academy, fostering a camaraderie between them. Thibaut, having always admired Henry's intellect and character, recognized his untapped potential and repeatedly advocated for him to Lorenzo. Upon hearing of Henry, Lorenzo summoned him for an audience. The two engaged in an extensive conversation throughout the night, discussing military tactics and the state of the world. Henry articulated his unique insights and profound strategies with such eloquence that Lorenzo was profoundly impressed, promptly deciding to recruit Henry as a trusted advisor, bestowing him with significant responsibilities. However, as the White Robe Society's influence grew, fundamental disagreements began to surface between Henry and Lorenzo regarding their strategic objectives. Lorenzo harbored grand and radical aspirations, intent on overthrowing the rule of the Kingdom of Veranria to establish a new dynasty where wealth would be equitably distributed, order restored, and the common people liberated from the oppression of the nobility. Conversely, Henry held an entirely opposing view. In his estimation, the Kingdom of Veranria had existed for over a century, with deep-rooted foundations. Even though the White Robe Society had garnered substantial support from the common folk, it lacked the endorsement of the nobility and gentry. This imbalance, he believed, rendered the prospect of establishing an empire exceedingly unlikely. He contended that the most prudent strategy for the White Robe Society would be to emulate the various border lords, ostensibly yielding to the crown and accepting royal titles while covertly establishing an independent power base within their controlled territories, thus safeguarding their strength in a state of relative autonomy. Their disagreements escalated into fervent disputes, with neither able to sway the other. Ultimately, Lorenzo, losing patience with Henry, reassigned him away from the core of the White Robe Society to a remote border town. Although Henry felt discontent, he found himself powerless to alter his fate. It was only later that royal envoys secretly approached Henry, offering him high office and substantial rewards. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Henry chose to align himself with the crown. Utilizing his insights into the inner workings of the White Robe Society, he devised a cunning trap that culminated in the abrupt end of Lorenzo's short yet illustrious life, thereby securing the trust of the royal court for himself. In truth, Henry's ambitions were not grand. He harbored little interest in the proposal for the joint governance of the province of Glyden put forth by Fomant and others. What he sought was merely a tranquil domain where he could reign as a local sovereign, living out his days in peace while simultaneously restoring his family's former glory. Regrettably, after yielding to the royal court, he found himself confined to the region of Cordy. Though expansive, the land was sparsely populated and barren, consisting largely of desolate grasslands and arid plains, utterly incapable of sustaining the 50,000 troops under his command. Over 5 years, despite implementing the most stringent measures to control movement and restrict his soldiers, a significant number still fled due to hunger and despair. Once a formidable army of 50,000, only a little over 30,000 remained. Consequently, when Fomant and others dispatched envoys to forge an alliance against the royal forces, Henry, after much hesitation and at the urging of his trusted advisors, ultimately chose to join this coalition. Yet, as he sat in the grand tent, listening to the conversation between Fomant and Hart, a flicker of regret stirred within him. At the apex of the tent, 2 chairs were positioned side by side, where Fomant and Hart engaged in lively discourse. Fomant, a robust figure sporting a long scar across his face, spoke with a booming voice that exuded a sense of brazen authority. Hart, in contrast, was slender, his gaze shifty, and a faint, inscrutable smirk lingered at the corners of his lips, rendering his intentions opaque. Henry cast a swift, disdainful glance at the two. To him, the night a few days prior at Lake Bale was a golden opportunity to annihilate the Clermont forces. They had just endured a fierce battle, their troops weary and defenses lax. A night raid could have easily decimated them. Subsequently, leading his army swiftly through Dessa to rendezvous with Taster, concentrating their forces for a vigorous assault on Ostermark while the royal reinforcements were yet to arrive, would have been the most prudent course of action. But what of Fomant and Hart? These individuals, engrossed in their lofty ambitions, were mired in superficiality and indecisiveness. An issue that could have been resolved expeditiously was instead subjected to endless deliberation, as they sought to ensure every detail was flawless. They seemed to overlook a fundamental truth. While one may plan, the outcome ultimately lies beyond human control. There exists no infallible strategy in this world. Excessive caution often leads to missed opportunities. Currently, the situation appeared highly advantageous for them. Clermont's forces were ensnared, unable to advance or retreat, with their supplies dwindling and the circumstances dire. Yet Henry understood well that the two armies were in a stalemate, evenly matched, with neither possessing absolute assurance of victory over the other. Should this deadlock persist too long, unforeseen variables would inevitably arise. Henry perceived their intentions clearly. They had successfully lured Robert's forces out of Ostermark and now intended to avoid direct confrontation, employing a strategy of reciprocal retreat and advance. Effectively pinning Clermont's 50,000 troops in place, rendering them immobile. Meanwhile, they awaited Tasker's assault on Osterville, planning to devise subsequent strategies based on the evolving battlefield situation. However, they failed to consider that Clement was no ordinary adversary, and he would not idly accept his fate. "Henry, what occupies your thoughts? You seem lost in reverie," remarked Fairmont, noticing Henry's unusual demeanor. He paused his conversation with Hart, his tone casual, yet laced with the subtle scrutiny of a superior. Henry snapped back to reality, lifting his gaze to meet Fairmont's, his voice steady and untroubled. "I ponder the matter of our grand army of 50,000 assembled here, engaging in a war of attrition against the enemy. This cannot be a sustainable strategy. If our sole purpose is to restrain Clement's forces, such a multitude is unnecessary. Instead, I propose to lead 20,000 troops to reinforce Tasker in a swift assault on Osterville, thereby expediting the conflict. What are your thoughts?" Fairmont chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "My dear Henry, why complicate matters? Osterville is defended by a mere 8,000 soldiers, while Tasker commands nearly 30,000. Our numerical superiority guarantees the city's fall is merely a matter of time. There is no need for your concern. You may remain here with us to effectively hold Clement at bay." Hart chimed in with a light laugh, affirming, "Fairmont speaks wisely. Our current strategy is the most prudent. We must not act recklessly. If you depart with your forces and Clement discerns our troop movements, he may seize the opportunity to strike, and we would likely find ourselves unable to withstand his assault. A defeat would jeopardize our entire plan, yielding more losses than gains." Henry glanced at Fairmont and then at Hart, both wearing confident smiles that clearly conveyed their disinterest in his proposal. He opened his mouth to voice further thoughts, but ultimately nodded silently and closed his lips. Within this alliance, he found himself in a position of weakness, and further discourse would serve no purpose. Initially, upon uniting forces with Fairmont and his companions, Henry had felt a surge of hope, believing he had finally discovered a platform to fulfill his ambitions. Yet, as days passed, his enthusiasm waned. Fairmont and Hart remained perpetually guarded against him, often discussing critical military matters privately and excluding him entirely from their deliberations. Even when he was occasionally summoned to partake in discussions, their exchanges were orchestrated, tightly controlling the decision-making process while his suggestions were routinely dismissed. Despite his dissatisfaction, Henry could only suppress his frustrations, for he understood that he had no path of retreat. Should he instigate discord with Fairmont and Hart, leading to a schism within the alliance, he would only find himself in dire straits. They were akin to grasshoppers tethered to a single rope. United they thrived, but divided they would perish. After the meeting concluded, Henry returned to his tent, his mood somewhat sullen. The interior was starkly furnished, a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a wooden chair, with a few books and an oil lamp adorning the table. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s sat at the table, reading by the flickering light of the lamp. The man, though of unremarkable appearance and clad in a plain gray robe, exuded an air of elegance reminiscent of Henry. Upon Henry's entrance, he displayed no surprise, merely setting down his scroll and raising his gaze to meet Henry's. This individual was named Valen, hailing from the same region of Wallonia as Henry, and they shared a distant familial bond, having known each other since childhood. Valen's experiences mirrored Henry's closely. He too was an unsuccessful scholar, brimming with knowledge yet unable to secure a position due to his impoverished background and lack of recommendations, relegating him to a life of destitution. After rising to prominence, Henry, recognizing Valen's talents, brought him into his fold, appointing him as a trusted advisor, consulting him on all matters. "Henry, you appear troubled. Have you encountered some vexing issue during discussions?" Valen inquired gently, his tone laced with concern. Henry approached the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down with a heavy sigh, his expression darkening. "Our forces have lingered here, engaged in a stalemate with Clermont's army for several days, and I find myself increasingly uneasy. Fairmont and Hart are obstinately dismissing my suggestions. If this continues, unforeseen complications may arise." Valen chuckled softly, adopting a more relaxed demeanor. "Henry, you are overly apprehensive. The current circumstances are, in fact, highly advantageous for us. We hold complete control of the battlefield. Clermont's army finds itself in a precarious position, having suffered significant losses in their supplies during the initial engagement, and their provisions are rapidly depleting. They cannot fight nor retreat. The longer we prolong this standoff, the more detrimental it becomes for them and the more favorable for us. Why should you worry?" Henry shook his head, his brow furrowed in concern. "You do not comprehend. Clermont is no mere pretender. He is seasoned in battle and possesses considerable experience. He would not simply wait idly. I cannot shake the feeling that he is plotting something in the shadows. Valen's smile gradually faded, his expression turning serious as he furrowed his brow. Have you sensed any irregularities? Henry shook his head once more, his voice lowered. I have not identified any specific anomalies. Yet I have felt a pervasive sense of foreboding these past few days, an overwhelming intuition that calamity is imminent. As Henry and Valen conversed in hushed tones, several dozen miles away from their encampment, a ragtag band of soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, fled in a panic under the cover of night. They retreated along a muddy path towards Sarai, their armor tattered and their bodies bearing wounds, faces etched with fear and exhaustion, as though they had just endured a devastating defeat. They dared not pause, running desperately as if pursued by some dreadful force, with only the occasional pained groan breaking the night's stillness. Chapter 41. A traitor within. When the mud-streaked soldier stumbled into Fairmont's grand tent, stammering out the words. The city of Dursa was successfully ambushed by Claremont last night. The tent was instantly engulfed in a profound silence. Fairmont stood frozen in place. The smile that had graced his face transformed into a mask of shock, his eyes wide as he fixed his gaze upon the soldier, as if struggling to comprehend the gravity of his words. His chin, adorned with a slight quiver of stubble, finally released a whisper of disbelief. How can this be possible? Inside the grand tent, the generals erupted into a fervent murmur, their faces etched with shock. Fairmont, suddenly regaining his composure, strode purposefully to the panicked soldier. Seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground, his voice tinged with madness. I have consistently dispatched individuals to meticulously monitor Clement's encampment. Recently, they have scarcely sent out scouts, and there are no signs of any large-scale troop movements. The city of Dessa is guarded by tens of thousands of soldiers. Its walls fortified. How could it possibly fall overnight? Speak again. This is utterly impossible. The soldier, struggling for breath and turning crimson, could only shake his head frantically. My lord. It is true. Dessa was breached last night. Clement's cavalry has already seized the lord's manor. Fairmont released his grip, and the soldier collapsed to the ground with a thud. He murmured to himself, his gaze unfocused as he grappled with the devastating news. Yet, moments later, the confusion in his eyes was supplanted by an inferno of rage, his emotions surging uncontrollably, culminating in a thunderous roar. Explain yourself. How did we lose Dessa? Were those guarding the city utterly worthless? Before the echoes of his words faded, he drew his long sword with a swift motion, the sharp blade aimed menacingly at the kneeling soldier, trembling slightly with fury. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, Speak. Was it your cowardice that allowed Clement to prevail so easily? If you utter a single falsehood, I shall execute you on the spot. The soldier, trembling and cowering, sank back to the ground, his voice quavering with a hint of tears as he recounted the events in disjointed fragments. My lord, it was not for lack of effort. Lord Taster besieged Osterweil, while Roland, the eldest son of Robert, valiantly defended the city, rallying all the townsfolk to resist. Lord Taster, after suffering heavy casualties from prolonged assaults, was compelled to withdraw 7,000 troops from Dessa to aid Ostermark. He swallowed hard and continued. Unfortunately, it coincided with the rainy season. Relentless downpours for several days caused the temperatures to plummet, rendering the grounds outside the city so muddy that they swallowed our ankles. Our scouts and sentries faced significant hindrances, forcing the cancellation of many patrols. Clement seized this opportunity, personally leading 3,000 cavalrymen, marching hundreds of miles under the cover of night, circumventing our defenses, and launching a direct assault on the city of Dessa. Absurd. Hart interjected, his brow furrowed in confusion. Even if Taster withdrew 7,000 men, there should still have been at least 6,000 or 7,000 defenders within the city. Clement has only 3,000 cavalry. Attacking a city with cavalry is inherently disadvantageous. How could he capture Dessa so swiftly? The soldier offered a bitter smile, shaking his head in despair, his voice barely audible. My lord, there is a traitor among us. The cavalry squadron leader, Fleury, rallied his 500 soldiers to revolt, opening the western city gates for Clement to coordinate his assault from within. We were caught between enemies on both fronts and could only flee in panic. Fleury? Fairmont's grip on the sword hilt tightened, his knuckles turning white as anger surged through him, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. So it was this treacherous scoundrel. In the beginning, he pledged his allegiance to me, and I believed him without a doubt, not anticipating that he had already defected to Clement. Had I known this day would come, I should have slain him with a single stroke to eliminate future troubles. Yet, lamenting now serves no purpose. Hart's countenance was as dark as a stormy sky, and stepping forward, he spoke urgently. Once Dursa falls, Clement will be able to launch a direct assault on Ostermark from behind. Lord Taster is now besieged on all sides and may be in grave danger. We must establish a strategy immediately. Should Taster face defeat, Ostermark would fall into Robert's hands, and we would find ourselves caught in the middle, with disastrous consequences for us all. The loss of Dursa left Hart utterly distraught. He understood better than anyone that Taster was the linchpin of this conflict. If Taster could capture Osterville, he would be able to restrain Robert's main forces, granting them a chance to seize the province of Gladorn. However, with Dursa compromised, Taster could soon be attacked from both Clement and Robert. Should Taster be routed, the situation would shift dramatically, leaving them trapped at Sarai with no way out. Retreat? Would that mean leading the army directly to Crown City? That would undoubtedly be a path to destruction, a notion Hart could scarcely entertain. In the midst of the chaos, Henry entered the main tent with Valen. Upon learning of Dursa's fall, Henry's expression shifted rapidly from shock to gravity, and then to calmness, all within a matter of moments. Unlike Foment, who erupted in fury, or Hart, who was consumed by panic, he turned to Valen beside him and asked quietly, "Valen, given the circumstances, do you have a plan?" Valen paced back and forth, his brow furrowed and his demeanor serious. Just moments ago, he had been reassuring Henry not to worry about the battle, yet in a mere few hours, the situation had transformed dramatically. He halted, surveying the commanders within the tent, and spoke solemnly. "There are two strategies we can pursue. First, we must immediately assemble the entire army and launch a full-scale assault on Robert's camp after vanquishing his forces. We can then march north to aid Dursa and reclaim the city. Second, we could maintain our main force to continue restraining Robert, while General Henry leads 20,000 troops to Dursa, adopting a strategy of encirclement without direct assault, trapping Clement within the city and preventing him from aiding Ostermark. As long as Lord Taster can capture Osterville during this period, the tide of the war will still be in our favor." Henry nodded and turned to Foment and Hart, his tone steady. "I believe the second strategy is more prudent, as it avoids the significant casualties that a direct confrontation with Robert would entail, while simultaneously restraining Clement. What are your thoughts, esteemed generals?" Foment pondered for a moment before raising his head to speak. "This plan is indeed sound. However, while General Henry heads to Dursa alone with his 20,000 troops, he will face Clement's garrison and potential reinforcements. His strength may prove insufficient. It would be wise to have General Hart accompany you for support." Hart immediately smiled in agreement. "It is my honor to fight alongside you, Brother Henry. With my assistance, we shall surely confine Clement within the walls of Dursa." Henry cast an impassive glance at the two individuals, a flicker of displeasure swelling within him. At such a critical juncture, they still harbored suspicion towards him, insisting on sending Hart to monitor his actions. Yet, he acutely understood that this was not the moment for disputes. Any internal discord could jeopardize their chances of victory, exacerbating an already dire situation. Suppressing his simmering anger, he nodded slightly, conceding, "If that is the case, let General Hart accompany us." Meanwhile, in Robert's grand encampment, news of the fall of Dessa had arrived a full 4 hours early. The messenger, a light cavalryman dispatched by Clement, braved the torrential rain to deliver the tidings, igniting fervor throughout the camp. Soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, the oppressive atmosphere of recent days dissipating in an instant. Montfort promptly proposed, "My Lord Robert, with Dessa now captured by Lord Clement, we must march forth immediately to join him. United, our forces can surely vanquish the army of Foment." "Absolutely not." Robert emphatically rejected the notion, pointing at the map where the two armies stood poised against one another, his tone resolute. "Foment's 50,000 troops lie directly across from us, merely a few dozen miles away. Should we retreat recklessly, they will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly. The torrential downpour has rendered the roads nearly impassable, significantly slowing our march. If they catch up to us, engaging in combat amidst the muck would be perilous, with the outcome uncertain and the potential for total annihilation looming." Robert, the adopted son of the late king and invested as the Marquis of Ostermark, had long defended the southern borders, his reputation and military authority far surpassing that of Clement. Montfort, who often dared to challenge Clement, found himself at a loss for words before Robert, unable to muster a single retort, and resignedly fell silent. Ultimately, after deliberation, the assembly resolved that General La Roche would lead 8,000 infantry to reinforce Dessa, assisting Clement in fortifying defenses. The remaining troops would remain in the camp to hold Foment's forces at bay and prevent any opportunistic assaults. Edgar, standing to the side, felt the atmosphere of the standoff oppressive, compounded by Clement's absence from the camp, which left him with an unsettling lack of security. Thus, he sought Robert's permission to accompany La Roche to Dessa, both to witness the evolving conflict and to offer Clement any assistance he could. Recognizing Edgar's determination and mindful of his status as the king's nephew, Robert did not impede his decision, granting him the freedom to act. That very night, Edgar followed La Roche and the 8,000 infantry, braving the downpour along the treacherous path to make their way to Dessa. On the other side, Fomit, having concluded discussions with Henry and Hart, swiftly mobilized his forces, preparing for action. Henry, leading 20,000 troops, along with Hart, took a circuitous route towards Dessa, unaware that their movements had already been detected by scouts dispatched by Robert. The scouts, not daring to delay, hastened back to the encampment to relay the news to Robert. Upon receiving the report, Robert acted decisively. We cannot allow Henry to catch up to La Roche. He immediately commanded the entire army to launch a fierce assault towards Fomit's encampment. At this moment, the camp of Fairmont was thrown into chaos due to troop movements. Catching Robert off guard, multiple defenses of the fortifications were breached, nearly leading to the camp's downfall. The army led by Henry had not yet moved far when word of the attack reached them, compelling their forced return to launch a fierce counterattack against Robert's forces from the flanks. A brutal melee erupted on the muddy battlefield, where the clash of weapons, cries of battle, and the sound of rain intertwined, while blood flowed along the sodden paths, staining vast stretches of land. After several hours of intense fighting, Henry, in conjunction with Fairmont, finally managed to repel Robert's army. Though Robert's decision to initiate the assault seemed reckless, it was, in fact, a strategic ploy to buy time. He was acutely aware that Henry's objective was Dessart. If Henry were to catch up with Edgar and La Roche, the 8,000 infantry would struggle to withstand the advance of 20,000 troops. By adopting an offensive stance as a means of defense, he compelled Henry to divert his forces for reinforcement. Although ultimately repelled and suffering considerable losses, he successfully delayed Henry's march towards Dessart, thereby granting Edgar and La Roche precious time. When Henry reorganized his troops and set forth on the path to Dessart, Edgar and La Roche's contingent of 8,000 infantry had already arrived safely in Dessart, where they united with the Clement forces. Upon the walls of Dessart, the banner that had once belonged to Fairmont was lowered, replaced by the emblem of the Clement family, fluttering in the stormy winds. Just as Clement found a glimmer of hope amidst dire circumstances, and the tide of battle began to shift. News from the province of Gladoin had reached King Albert III via swift couriers. The messenger had departed from the border 2 days prior, racing back to Crown City. However, the king was not in the capital. He had traveled south to the Esperance Palace with Queen Catherine for leisure. At that moment, King Albert III was strolling in the palace gardens with Queen Catherine, delighting in the beauty of the rain-soaked landscape. His spirits lifted. Yet, upon receiving the dispatch and reading the grim tidings detailing the rebellion of Fairmont, Hart, Henry, and the Taster forces against the retreating Clement army, which was besieged by tens of thousands of Taster troops at Verena Ostville, his smile vanished instantly, and his countenance turned ashen. In a fit of rage, he hurled the report to the ground, his composure shattered, and immediately commanded, "Prepare the horses. Return to Crown City. Convey my orders to summon all ministers to the palace for a council." The palace guards, not daring to delay, sprang into action, and the previously tranquil palace was suddenly engulfed in commotion. A crisis, one that would determine the fate of the kingdom of Valanian, was stealthily encroaching upon Crown City. Chapter 42. The assassin. The fading light of dusk pierced through the clouds, casting an eerie golden hue over the stone walls of Dessart, illuminating the mottled bloodstains. The city gates creaked open slowly, the heavy hinges groaning, as Gavin, clad in blood-stained armor, stood inside the gates, a barely concealed smile gracing his face. Upon the appearance of La Roche's 8,000 infantry on the horizon, he immediately signaled for the soldiers to lower the drawbridge and called out loudly, "General La Roche, Lord Edgar, please enter the city." Edgar sat astride his horse, enveloped in an unshakable chill. The rain-soaked cloak clung to his frame, and with each gust of wind, he shivered involuntarily. He lifted his gaze toward the city, where the ground was strewn with the fallen bodies of enemies, some sprawled in the center of the street, others curled in the corners of buildings. A few soldiers clad in gray linen were wielding spears, dragging the corpses to an open area outside the city for a collective cremation. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and the dampness of the earth, inciting nausea. Rock dismounted swiftly and approached Gavin, urgency lacing his voice. "General Gavin, what is the situation within the city? Is Lord Clement safe?" Gavin patted his shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. "All is well. Thanks to General Fleury acting as our informant, we launched a nighttime assault and successfully breached the city gates. The commander of the garrison was reveling in the Lord's mansion at the time and was caught off guard and slain on the spot. upon witnessing their leader's demise. The enemy's morale shattered. They had no heart left to resist. Ultimately, under the guidance of the deputy commander, over 1,000 remnants fled through the northern gate. In this battle, we vanquished more than 2,000 foes and took over 3,000 captive, while our own casualties were fewer than 300, a resounding victory. Upon hearing this, Rock let out a long sigh of relief, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. Excellent. With Desha as our stronghold, our subsequent maneuvers will be considerably more manageable. Edgar, assisted by his loyal guards, dismounted, his arms crossed tightly over his chest, his complexion pale as parchment, lips tinged with a bluish hue, and his body trembling slightly. They had marched hastily through the rain for hours to reach Desha ahead of Henry's advancing army. Soaked to the bone and beset by a sudden drop in temperature, he felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet. Gavin quickly noticed his condition and stepped forward with concern. Lord Edgar, what ails you? Have you caught a chill from the rain? I have ordered hot ginger soup and warm water to be prepared at the Lord's mansion. Please, drink the soup first and take a warm bath. Do not let yourself fall ill. Edgar shook his head, his voice weak yet resolute. I can manage for now. First, take me to see Lord Clement. It is imperative we discuss the subsequent military strategies. He understood that the situation remained dire. With Henry's 20,000 troops potentially arriving at any moment, they must devise a plan without delay. Seeing Edgar's determination, Gavin refrained from further urging him and nodded. Very well. Lord Clement is currently in the Lord's mansion deliberating. I shall escort you there at once. The group traversed the chaotic streets and arrived at the Lord's mansion, centrally located within the city. This residence, once belonging to a subordinate of Fairmont, had now been commandeered by Clement's soldiers, who stood at attention and saluted upon seeing Gavin and his companions. Upon entering the mansion, Clement stood before a map in the center of the grand hall, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Lord Clement, Generals Rock, and Edgar have arrived, Gavin announced loudly. Clement turned, and upon seeing Edgar's pallid complexion, a flicker of concern crossed his features. He then gestured for everyone to take a seat. La Roche meticulously reported the circumstances encountered during their departure from the camp, detailing how Robert proactively attacked the Fort Mont encampment, thereby delaying Henry's march. Clement listened intently, nodding repeatedly with an expression of approval on his face. Robert is indeed a cunning strategist, demonstrating remarkable foresight. I had previously harbored concerns that your retreat could provide Fort Mont an opportunity to pursue you, but it appears my worries were unfounded. With Robert commanding the main camp, Fort Mont and his men are not only unable to launch a surprise attack, but are instead firmly held at bay in Serrières, unable to move. Edgar, seated and sipping warm water offered by a trusted aide, felt a slight warmth return to his body. He looked up at Clement and gravely inquired, My Lord Clement, with Henry leading an army of 20,000, should we take the initiative to strike or fortify our defenses? Clement approached the map, gently tapping his finger on the location of the city of Dessa. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, Our forces have just endured a fierce battle, and our soldiers are utterly fatigued and in dire need of rest. Furthermore, Henry's army outnumbers us 2-1. If we were to strike first, our chances of victory are slim. In my view, we should fortify our position and observe the situation, awaiting the optimal moment to act. Upon hearing this, La Roche's face betrayed his concern. However, the situation in Ostermark is exceedingly dire, and Taster's forces are still besieging Osterweiler. If we do not send reinforcements, I fear, Gavin interjected with a smile. General La Roche need not worry. Lord Clement has already made arrangements. We have dispatched 500 cavalrymen, each equipped with extra mounts and carrying a substantial number of military banners, disguising themselves as a contingent of several thousand riders, and they are hastening towards Ostermark. Once Taster receives this news, he will undoubtedly believe that Lord Clement himself is leading the reinforcements, and at that point, he will likely retreat temporarily, granting Osterweiler a much-needed respite. Clement surveyed the assembled company, his tone resolute. I have arranged accommodations for all of you at my estate. Please take this time to rest and recuperate. Once Henry's forces arrive, we shall seek an opportunity to confront him. If we can defeat Henry, Taster will surely think twice about continuing his assault on Osterweiler and will be compelled to retreat to Valmont. At that juncture, the tide of the battle can be completely turned. Indeed, the assembly responded in unison, rising to take their leave. Now, with Clement commanding an army of 10,000. Although only half the size of Henry's forces, the stout walls of Dessa and ample supplies have leveled the disparity in strength, and the initiative on the battlefield has returned to their grasp. Both Clement and his fellow commanders possess the confidence to engage Henry in a fierce confrontation. In the deep of night, Outside the city of Dessa, Henry's 20,000 soldiers finally arrived. The troops busily erected tents, kindled bonfires, and patrolled the perimeter, brandishing torches as they vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Simultaneously, Henry dispatched numerous scouts to eliminate patrols around Dessa, ensuring that their movements remained undetected by Clement. Within the grand tent, the atmosphere was illuminated brilliantly. Clad in a flowing black robe, Henry wielded a gleaming long sword, its tip pointed downwards, as his keen gaze swept across the surroundings. Beside him stood Valen, his expression grave and silent. 10 meters from the tent, a dozen figures donned in dark cloaks knelt on one knee, their heads bowed, obscuring their features, revealing only the glint of daggers fastened at their waists in the flickering light. Henry gestured discreetly to a soldier at his side, who promptly approached and opened a large wooden chest nestled in the corner. As the lid was lifted, a dazzling array of gold, silver, and jewels spilled forth, sparkling enticingly in the light. "Gentlemen," Henry's voice resonated low and magnetic within the tent, "should we succeed tonight in infiltrating the city of Dessa and assassinating Clement, all the treasures within this chest shall belong to you. I assure you, not only will you gain this wealth, but you will also receive positions under my command, leading to a life of luxury and endless enjoyment." Upon hearing the words of riches and prosperity, a glimmer of greed ignited in the eyes of the cloaked figures. They lifted their heads abruptly, their gazes fervently fixed upon the chest, and in unison, they declared, "We are willing to die for the general, seeking only wealth and honor." Henry nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "Excellent. There is no time to waste. You must depart immediately and ensure the successful assassination of Clement. Remember, do not alert the guards within the city." The cloaked figures rose, slipping out of the tent like phantoms, vanishing into the enveloping darkness of the night. Meanwhile, within the lord's residence of Dessa, Edgar lay in bed, drowsily drifting off. Having consumed hot ginger soup and indulged in a warm bath, the chill within him gradually dissipated. Following this, he savored a glass of wine and some roasted meat. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and he soon succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, Edgar was jolted awake by a swelling sensation in his abdomen. The urgent need to relieve himself compelled him to rise from his cozy nest. He donned a thin outer garment, his bare feet padding softly as he exited his chamber. Bathed in moonlight, he made his way to a secluded corner of the estate, unfastening his belt to relieve himself with a sense of ease. The relentless downpour of recent days had finally subsided, revealing a night sky speckled with a few scattered stars, while moonlight painted the ground with silvery patches. Just as Edgar prepared to return to his room, a faint rustling sound caught his attention, akin to the whisper of fabric. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. In the darkness, several shadowy figures moved with the stealth of specters, leaping between rooftops. Their agility was astounding, each bound covering 3 to 4 meters, landing almost silently, unmistakably trained assassins. Assassins? This thought flashed through Edgar's mind. He quickly regained his composure, crouching low to hide in the corner. Fortunately, a boulder, taller than a man, stood directly against the wall before him, completely concealing his form from the watchful eyes of the cloaked figures. Edgar held his breath, peering through the crevice of the rock, intently watching the dark silhouettes. He observed that the direction in which the cloaked figures advanced was none other than the room where Clement resided. In an instant, he comprehended that these individuals had infiltrated the Lord's manor with the intent to assassinate Clement. Once the shadows vanished towards Clement's chamber, Edgar could no longer concern himself with anything else and hastily sprinted to his own quarters. He burst into the room, seized the oath blade resting on his bedside, and turned to dash outside. However, after only a few steps, he abruptly halted. Those cloaked figures possessed agility far surpassing that of ordinary soldiers, and he himself was utterly untrained in martial arts. Should he recklessly charge forth, he would not only fail to save Clement, but would also likely forfeit his own life in the process. Drawing a deep breath, he compelled himself to regain his composure and decisively turned to sprint towards the manor's entrance. He understood that there were dozens of soldiers stationed outside. Only by alerting them could he hope to thwart this assassination. Outside the manor, a few soldiers leaned against the wall, dozing off, while an officer, appearing weary, leaned against the doorframe, his head nodding in and out of slumber. Edgar rushed toward him, placing a heavy arm upon the officer's shoulder. Startled awake, the officer turned sharply, his displeasure evident upon recognizing Edgar, and brusquely inquired, "Lord Edgar, in the middle of the night, why are you here to mock me instead of resting in your chambers?" This officer, having marched with La Roche for half a day and engaged in battlefield cleanup, was already exhausted. Now, having been assigned to guard duty. His mood was particularly foul, seeing Edgar disheveled, clad only in his undergarments, and wielding a long sword. He assumed Edgar was intentionally toying with him and immediately reprimanded him in an angry tone. Edgar's countenance darkened to the point where one could almost imagine water dripping from it. Grasping the officer's arm, he urgently exclaimed, "I am not mocking you. Someone intends to assassinate Lord Clement. Quickly gather the soldiers and follow me to provide aid." The officer paused momentarily, then shook his head, disbelief etched across his face. "How can that be? Only Lord Clement resides within the manor, and you along with the other commanders have had no outsiders enter or exit. I have been stationed here throughout the night and have seen not a single soul. How could there be an assassin?" Just as the two were entangled in their dispute, a squad of patrolling soldiers brandishing torches approached. The centurion at the forefront, upon noticing Edgar barefoot, draped in an outer garment, and clutching a long sword with an anxious demeanor at the manor's entrance, raised his hand to signal the squad to halt, striding forward with curiosity. "Lord Edgar, what has transpired? Why are you in such a flurry?" "Centurion, you have arrived at the perfect moment." The officer interjected, a hint of complaint in his tone. "Lord Edgar claims that someone seeks to assassinate Lord Clement, yet the manor has always been under guard, and there have been no outsiders entering. I believe he is simply confused from lack of sleep." The centurion's gaze shifted to Edgar, awaiting his explanation. Edgar, exasperated, began to stomp his feet in frustration and shouted, "I am not confused. There truly is an assassin who has infiltrated the Lord's manor, targeting none other than Lord Clement. If you do not believe me and fail to act, should anything happen, none of you will be able to bear the consequences. I have no time for idle conversation. If you will not go, I shall go alone." Having spoken, he clenched his teeth and dashed into the manor. Observing Edgar's agitated demeanor, the centurion's expression changed instantaneously. He was acutely aware of Edgar's noble lineage, being the king's nephew, and it was inconceivable that he would fabricate such a dire lie. Could it be true that an assassin had infiltrated the Lord's residence? "Leon," the centurion bellowed, drawing his sword with urgency, "you must immediately ride to the barracks and inform the general to bring troops swiftly to the Lord's manor for assistance. The rest of you, follow me inside to protect Lord Clement." "Yes," the soldiers responded in unison, drawing their blades as they followed the centurion into the manor. At that moment, the atmosphere within the Lord's residence grew exceedingly tense, as a life-and-death struggle was about to unfold. Chapter 43. Luring the enemy, Edgar gripped the oath sword tightly, his fingers whitening from the strain as he followed a throng of soldiers, striding purposefully towards Clement's quarters. The cobblestone path beneath his feet remained slick from the rain, and he nearly stumbled several times, forcing himself to fixate on the back of the soldier ahead and desperately keep pace with the group. They traversed several corridors and arrived at a modest square. Surrounding the square were rugged artificial mountains and jagged stones, with moonlight filtering through the branches, casting mottled shadows on the stone surface, creating an eerie ambience. At the front of the square lay a narrow corridor, at the end of which stood a small circular door. Passing through it would lead to Clement's courtyard. At that moment, a series of urgent shouts erupted from behind the door, resonating clearly through the night air. It was the voice of La Roche. Edgar's heart tightened. La Roche lived next door to Clement and had evidently detected the assassin, fighting valiantly while calling for aid. There truly was an assassin. One soldier beside him couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The previously skeptical soldiers now tensed, gripping their swords with renewed determination. "Follow me." The centurion's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and charged toward the archway, with the soldiers closely trailing behind, their footsteps echoing through the corridor, shattering the midnight stillness. Whoosh! Just as they were about to reach the entrance, several sharp whistling sounds pierced the darkness, and a flurry of arrows, glimmering with a ghostly blue sheen, shot forth like venomous serpents. The centurion, seasoned from countless battles, was intimately familiar with the sound of arrows slicing through the air. He reacted swiftly, his wrist twisting as his sword traced a semicircular arc of cold light before he leaned backward sharply. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp metallic clashes rang out as the arrows aimed at him were deftly deflected, clattering onto the cobblestones with a soft thud. However, the soldiers behind him were not so fortunate. Screams erupted as 3 soldiers collapsed, arrows deeply embedded in their chests or throats. They writhed in agony on the ground, their faces turning a deep purple at an alarming rate, their lips turning blue, evidently poisoned by the arrows. Edgar trembled in fear, instinctively collapsing onto the ground, rolling and crawling to hide behind a rock formation. In a hurried motion, he dragged a fallen soldier's corpse to shield himself. revealing only his eyes as he anxiously surveyed the unfolding situation ahead. Though the arrows in the darkness were few, each was shot with remarkable precision, targeting the soldiers' defensive gaps. After several volleys, another 7 or 8 soldiers fell into pools of blood. The once numerous squad had now suffered significant losses. Edgar cautiously peeked through the gaps in the corpse, spotting 3 or 4 figures in dark attire standing in the shadows beside the archway, bows drawn tightly. Vigilantly watching the corridor, poised to shoot again at any moment. General La Roche. Hold on. We are coming. The centurion shouted urgently from within, his voice laced with desperation. Meanwhile, La Roche's cries grew increasingly frantic yet faded, clearly nearing the end of his strength, perilously close to disaster. The centurion, burning with anxiety, abruptly lifted a soldier's corpse beside him to use as protection, advancing step by step into the fray beneath the impending rain of arrows. Follow me. Use the corpses as cover. The remaining surviving soldiers quickly emulated him. Some clutched the bodies with both hands, while others propped them in front of themselves. Though they lacked the centurion's strength and could only partially shield their upper bodies, it afforded them some protection from critical hits. In the darkness, the assailants' visibility was compromised, significantly reducing their accuracy, allowing the soldiers' casualties to finally stabilize. At last, the centurion was the first to charge through the door. Upon seeing this, one of the dark figures swiftly discarded his bow and drew a blade, leaping into the air, his curved knife slicing through the air towards the centurion's head. Another rolled close to the ground, aiming to trip the centurion up. Come on, the centurion roared, hurling the corpse into the air to deflect the overhead strike, while simultaneously pushing off the ground to evade the low attack. As he landed, his dagger flashed ominously, plunging towards the chest of the rolling assailant. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through the dark figure's chest, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, the other soldiers surged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the remaining 2 assailants. The cacophony of clashing blades, soldiers' roars, and the muffled grunts of the attackers intertwined, creating a scene of utter chaos and brutality. In mere moments, the 2 dark figures were overwhelmed and slain by the soldiers, while the remaining pair, sensing their dire predicament, fought and retreated step by step into the courtyard behind. Brothers, charge with me. Rescue Lord Clement. After repelling the attackers at the door, the centurion shouted fiercely, leading the scant 20 remaining soldiers into the courtyard. Edgar quickly scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire, gripping his oath sword tightly as he jogged to keep up. As he passed through the small gate, a tightness gripped his heart at the sight before him. The cobblestone path of the courtyard was smeared with blood, and La Roche leaned against the wall, his armor tattered and torn, with several gaping wounds on his chest and arms, exposing bone. At that moment, his eyes were tightly shut, his complexion a ghastly shade of purple, clearly succumbing to poison. A handful of surviving guards shielded him with their shields, desperately battling the assassins. Not far away, Clement lay on the ground, his robes soaked in blood, long gashes stretching from his shoulder to his waist, motionless, teetering on the brink of life and death. Upon witnessing this, the centurion promptly led his soldiers forward, encircling Clement for protection. 7 or 8 black-clad assassins continued their relentless assault, their blades wielded with deadly precision, each strike aimed at the soldier's vital points. From the 20 or so men the centurion had brought, nearly half had already fallen, leaving just a dozen to endure the onslaught. In this dire moment, one of the black-clad sentinels, stationed outside, suddenly leaped onto the courtyard wall and shouted, "Not good. A large force from Dessa City is approaching. Retreat." The assailants surrounding Clement momentarily hesitated. One black-clad man, his head wrapped in a white cloth, clearly the leader, dispatched a soldier with a swift strike and let out a defiant roar, "Retreat." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, several assassins sprang into action, nimbly leaping over the courtyard wall and fleeing towards the city outskirts. The centurion, eager to pursue, found himself hindered by the heavy casualties among his men and the pressing concern for Clement's safety, forced to watch them vanish into the night. At that moment, the sound of urgent hoofbeats and footsteps approached swiftly. Gavin, leading hundreds of soldiers, brandishing torches, rushed into the scene. The flickering light illuminated the entire courtyard, and as the last black-clad figure scaled the wall, Gavin caught sight of him, unleashing a furious shout as he swiftly notched an arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow flew like a shooting star, piercing through the chest of the fleeing assassin. The assassin let out a piercing scream before plummeting to the ground, lifeless. After them, pursue in the direction they fled. Not a single one shall escape, Gavin commanded, dismounting and drawing his long sword. "Do not pursue," came a weak yet clear voice, Clement's, struggling to rise from the ground. The centurion hurried to assist him. Gavin quickly approached Clement, his expression fraught with concern as he examined the wounds on his back. "Commander, these assassins are so audacious as to infiltrate the Lord's manor for an assassination. If we do not eradicate them completely, they will pose a future threat. Why not chase them down?" Clement's face was as pale as parchment, his forehead slicked with cold sweat, clearly in excruciating pain. Yet he slowly raised his hand, tearing open his outer robe. To the astonishment of those present, it was revealed that beneath, he wore a fitted suit of soft steel armor, its surface marred with countless knife marks, some areas even dented inwards. Had it not been for this armor, he likely would have been pierced by the assassin's blades. His life extinguished. He inhaled deeply, and despite the pain in his back causing him to grimace, a glimmer of wisdom flickered in his eyes, mingled with a hint of delight. "Gavin," he declared, "you are unaware that this is a fortuitous opportunity. I had been laboring over the strategies of Henry's army. Yet I did not anticipate that an opportunity would present itself so swiftly." Edgar, standing beside him, felt his eyes brighten at Claremont's words, and he exclaimed, "Commander, do you intend to turn the tables and exploit this assassination to deceive Henry?" Claremont turned his head, casting a commendatory glance at Edgar, nodding gently before lifting his gaze to the night sky, murmuring to himself, "O Henry, do you believe that sending assassins can extinguish my life? This time, I shall ensure you reap what you sow." Meanwhile, in the wilderness outside the city of Dessa, 7 or 8 cloaked figures hastened under the cover of night. One slender figure could not restrain himself and inquired of the leader, whose head was wrapped in a white cloth, "Boss, do you think Claremont is dead? I saw him lying motionless on the ground, as if he had lost his breath." The leader's expression darkened instantly, his tone laced with displeasure as he replied, "Our blades are coated with deadly poison, even if one were to be struck dozens of times. A mere scratch would suffice to ensure they do not survive beyond half an hour. With so many wounds, how could Claremont possibly remain alive? Do not indulge in such unfounded suspicions." The inquiring figure, intimidated by the leader's tone, shrank back, quickly retorting, Yes, you are right, boss. Claremont is undoubtedly beyond salvation. It was my folly to question." The leader surveyed the group, speaking in a measured tone. "When we meet General Henry, you all know what to say, correct?" "Understood. We shall assert that Claremont was struck down by numerous blows, poisoned, and is utterly dead, with no chance of survival," they replied in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for the reward. The leader nodded in satisfaction. Yet, within his heart, uncertainty lingered amidst the chaos. He had not clearly discerned whether Claremont had indeed perished. However, he was unconcerned, for his priority lay in ensuring that Henry's promised chest of gold and jewels would be delivered. Claremont's fate was of no consequence to him. That night, the cloaked figures returned to Henry's camp, where they unanimously recounted the assassination attempt with vivid detail, repeatedly assuring him that Claremont was dead, with no possibility of revival. Henry sat in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, squinting as he scrutinized them, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You have all worked hard. Your reward is prepared. You may retire for the night, for there are further arrangements for tomorrow." "Thank you, General Henry," the cloaked figures replied, bowing in gratitude, exuberantly following the attendants to claim their reward. Once they departed, however, Henry's smile vanished, his countenance turning frigid. He turned to his deputy, whispering, "Send someone to keep a close watch on them, not allowing them to stray. If they exhibit any signs of unrest or attempt to flee the military camp." He raised his hand and lightly traced his neck, conveying an unmistakable message: "Kill without mercy." The subordinate understood. The vice commander bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly departed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. In the following days, the city of Dessa fell into an eerie silence, as if the harrowing assassination of that night had never transpired. The city gates remained tightly shut, and soldiers patrolled and drilled in a routine manner. But the guards at the Lord's Manor were more formidable than ever. Anyone wishing to enter had to undergo rigorous scrutiny. Amidst the chaos, Henry's spies in Dessa managed to send out a secret report. Claremont had not been seen for several days, and troop movements within the city were frequent, with most forces gathering at the north gate, indicating a probable intention to abandon the city. Upon receiving the report, Henry's spirits soared, and he sprang from his chair, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Valen, standing nearby, stepped forward and respectfully advised, "General, it appears that Claremont is indeed in dire straits. With the city of Dessa lacking a leader and the generals at a loss, their gathering of troops at the north gate must surely be a preparation for flight. This presents us with a golden opportunity to seize the city of Dessa. We must not let it slip away." Henry nodded, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Valen, you speak truly. With Clement's demise, Dessa will be as good as ours. Relay my orders. The entire army must prepare for battle, and by dawn tomorrow, we shall lay siege to the city of Dessa and capture it in one fell swoop. Chapter 44. Victory within the council chamber of the Lord's manor in Dessa. Candle flames flickered, casting the shadows of those present upon the walls, now bright, now dim. Clement, clad in the fine steel armor that had once saved his life, with a long sword hanging at his waist, sat firmly in the principal seat. His keen gaze sweeping over the likes of LaRoche and Gavin, his tone somber yet resolute. The decisive battle is to be fought tonight. An immediate hush fell over the hall as the commanders straightened their postures, awaiting orders with solemn expressions. Clement's gaze first landed on LaRoche, and he spoke in a deep voice. LaRoche, you shall lead 3,000 soldiers to guard the north gate. Henry will undoubtedly assume that I have fallen to the assassin's blade. The morale within the city will wane, and the generals will be disheartened, likely attempting a breakout from the north gate. He will most likely conceal his main forces outside the north gate, and should he launch a strong assault, hold your ground if you can. If it becomes insurmountable, retreat into the city and engage him in street fighting, endeavoring to delay as much as possible to buy us time. LaRoche rose, clasping his fists, his voice resolute. Understood. I shall not fail in my mission to secure the north gate. With that, he turned and strode away to assemble his troops. Clement then turned his attention to Gavin. Continuing, Henry will likely have his main forces ambushed at the north gate, leaving the defenses at the south gate vulnerable. I shall personally lead 8,000 soldiers to strike under the cover of night from the south gate, first to vanquish the enemy forces outside the city, and then the entire army will circle back to the north gate, launching a surprise attack on Henry's main contingent. This battle is pivotal. Our fate hinges upon it. Should we triumph, the entire course of the conflict will be reversed. Should we fail, we may never have another chance to rise again. Hearing this, Gavin, filled with excitement, struck his fists heavily upon the wooden table before him, causing the candlelight to flicker. The commander speaks wisely. These past few days, witnessing Henry flaunting his might outside the city has been unbearable. This night, we must ensure that Henry comprehends our prowess and recognizes who truly reigns as the master of the battlefield. Clement nodded solemnly, his tone grave. You too. Proceed immediately to muster our troops. In 1 hour, the entire army shall commence its operation. Remember, silence is paramount during our actions. We must not alert the enemy. Understood. Both LaRoche and Gavin replied in unison, clasping their fists in salute before retreating, leaving only Clement and Edgar in the council hall. Clement turned to Edgar, his gaze laced with inquiry. Edgar, in tonight's decisive battle, do you wish to remain in the city or accompany me to the front lines? Edgar bowed his head in contemplation. He understood well that Clement, leading 8,000 men out of the city, would be facing Henry's 20,000 troops. This was undeniably a desperate gamble. Once the battle commenced, it would surely be a bloody clash, fraught with peril. Although he possessed the king's gift of the oath sword, he was unskilled in martial arts and would be of little assistance on the battlefield. Remaining in the city was evidently the safer choice. He lifted his head, his voice resolute. Commander, I wish to stay in the city to assist General LaRoche in its defense. Though I lack combat skills, I can at least rally the soldiers on the walls, bolstering their morale. A flicker of approval crossed Clement's eyes as he nodded. Very well. You shall remain in the city. Remember, regardless of what transpires outside, maintain your composure and do not panic. Edgar nodded earnestly. Rest assured, General, I understand. It would later prove that Clement's judgment was impeccable. Henry indeed personally led 15,000 elite soldiers, lying in ambush 10 miles from the northern city gate, leaving only 5,000 to guard the southern approach, anticipating that the forces within the city would not dare to launch an offensive in Clement's presumed absence. In his view, with Clement out of the picture, the city would be leaderless, rendering any initiative from within utterly implausible. Thus, 5,000 soldiers stationed at the southern gate would be more than sufficient. As the late hours of night descended, a shroud of clouds obscured the moonlight, plunging the entirety of the city of Dessa into darkness. It was a time when soldiers ought to have been peacefully slumbering. Yet neither Clement's forces nor Henry's could find rest. The air was thick with tension, the silence before the storm more suffocating than any cacophony. The rain intensified once more, cold droplets pouring down as the temperature plummeted, and the breath of the soldiers turned to mist. Soldiers under Henry each received 2 steaming beef patties, a bowl of rich meat broth, and a small flask of strong liquor. This was their final meal before battle, lavish to the point of indulgence. Gathered around the campfire, the soldiers consumed their food heartily and drank the spirits, attempting to dispel the chill from their bodies and the fear from their hearts. At 3:15 in the morning, outside the southern gate of Dessa, 8,000 soldiers stood in a dense formation, armed and clad in armor. They stood silently in the rain, resembling cold statues. Clement, mounted upon his steed, stood at the forefront of the ranks. He cast a glance over his shoulder at the soldiers behind him, their faces, some anxious, some resolute, others bewildered, flickering in the rain-soaked night. A thought stirred within him. How many would survive this night to witness the dawn? Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed his swirling emotions, pressed his lips together, and abruptly swung his raised arm. Open the gates. With a resounding call, the southern gate slowly creaked open, the heavy hinges emitting a distinct groan that echoed through the tranquil darkness. Clement charged forth, his horse galloping through the gate, with Gavin leading the cavalry closely behind. 8,000 soldiers surged forth like a dark tide, racing towards the enemy camp to the south. Edgar stood upon the northern wall, gazing down at the torrent of troops bursting forth below. The palpable aura of impending violence seemed to pierce through the curtain of rain, soaring into the heavens. He gripped the oath sword at his waist tightly, his palms damp with sweat, his nerves taut to the utmost, yet a flicker of excitement coursed through him. This battle would determine the course of the entire conflict. In silent prayer, he beseeched, Clement, you must lead us to victory. Meanwhile, outside the northern gate at the ambush site, Henry had also given the order to advance. He intended to seize the opportunity of night to storm the city of Dessa, aiming to annihilate Clement's forces and eliminate any concerns for Taster far away in Ostermark. This battle was equally crucial for him. A victory would solidify his position within the alliance, while defeat would shatter all he had painstakingly built. Henry, astride his warhorse, surveyed the soldiers cascading towards Dessa like a tidal wave, yet he felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, an undercurrent of unease. He turned to his companion, Valen, and quietly inquired, Valen, do you truly believe those rogues can slay Clement? Are we being too reckless in our night assault on the city? Valen furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding, General, regardless of whether those assassins succeed, the opportunity presented by a night assault is exceptional for us. Should we breach the city successfully, it would be a resounding triumph. Even if we fail to conquer it, the loss of some soldiers will not undermine our foundations. You need not worry excessively. Focus on commanding the battle. Henry nodded silently, yet the shadows of doubt lingered in his mind. He sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared, though he could not pinpoint exactly what felt amiss. On the battlements, Edgar and the forces led by La Roche stood ready. As Henry's army approached within 100 meters of the wall, La Roche commanded, loose arrows. 500 archers simultaneously released their bows, a torrent of arrows raining down like a dark storm upon the enemy. In the night, screams erupted suddenly as dozens of soldiers fell, blood staining the earth beneath them. Yet Henry's troops did not waver. They trampled over the bodies of their fallen comrades, surging towards the wall as a fierce melee ensued. The soldiers' war cries, the clashing of weapons, the whistling arrows, and the pattering rain intertwined, composing a poignant battle hymn. To the south, the 8,000 elite troops led by Clermont descended like divine warriors, suddenly appearing outside the encampment of Henry's garrison troops. Most of the soldiers stationed there were still asleep in their tents, utterly unprepared. Clermont's forces launched a surprise attack, catching them off guard, and chaos erupted within the camp. In a mere half hour, Henry's 5,000 soldiers were thrown into disarray. Over 3,000 were slain, while the remaining soldiers scattered in panic, unable to mount any effective resistance. Without pausing, Clermont swiftly redirected his troops, heading north towards Henry's main force. An hour later, Henry finally sensed something amiss at the northern gate. His army had been besieging the walls without success, suffering significant losses, while the defenders on the walls remained resolute. Showing no signs of faltering morale, his unease intensified, and he pondered, something is wrong. The enemy is evidently well prepared. Our ongoing assault yields no results, and if this continues, we may face unforeseen consequences. What should we do? Wallen also recognized the gravity of the situation, his expression changing as he exclaimed, could it be that Clermont is indeed alive and has anticipated our moves? Since he has clearly set defenses, continuing our relentless assault would only lead to further casualties. It would be unwise to linger in battle. General, we must immediately order a retreat and reassess our strategy. Henry nodded in agreement, ready to issue the retreat order, when suddenly a thunderous sound of hooves echoed from afar. He looked up to see a dark mass of cavalry charging towards them, the rising dust mingling with the rain, resembling a surging black dragon. What is that? The faces of Henry and Wallen turned pale, a foreboding sense rising within them. On the night of August 20th, 1441, Clermont launched an unexpected assault from behind, targeting Henry's main force. Henry's troops found themselves besieged from both sides, immediately descending into chaos as soldiers scrambled to flee, unable to maintain order. Ultimately, Clermont decisively defeated Henry's 20,000 troops, leaving Henry to lead a mere 5,000 remnants in a hasty retreat towards Serral. Far away in Serral, Robert, upon learning of Clermont's resounding victory, promptly commanded his 40,000 troops to retreat to Dessa. Fomant, shocked by the news of Henry's defeat, repeatedly launched fierce attacks against Robert's forces, attempting to crush them before Robert could reunite with Clermont. Yet, Clermont had anticipated Foment's actions and personally led 5,000 cavalry to provide timely support, ensuring Robert's army reached Dessa safely. On August 22, 1441, as Robert's 40,000 troops successfully entered the city of Dessa, Clermont ordered Gavin and La Roche to remain in Dessa to guard against any counterattacks from Henry and Fomant. He then combined his forces with Robert's 25,000 troops and hastened to Ostermark to relieve the siege of Osterville. Although Henry suffered a crushing defeat at Dessa, Vermont and Hart still commanded an army of 30,000, and the strength of the rebel alliance had not been completely shattered. Within the alliance, fierce disputes erupted regarding how to respond to the current situation. Vermont and Hart advocated for a retreat to Sambre, proposing to send a missive to the royal court, openly confessing their transgressions and beseeching the king for clemency to ensure their own survival. In stark opposition, Henry insisted that they disregard Clermont's forces at Dessa and instead launch a direct assault through Blackstone Pass into Ostermark, where they could unite with Taster and concentrate their might to confront Clermont in a decisive battle. Each faction remained steadfast in their beliefs, leading to a near outbreak of internal strife, further widening the rifts within the alliance. On August 23, 1441, Clermont and Robert marched into Annaville at the helm of 25,000 troops. Upon receiving this alarming news, Taster was filled with dread, acutely aware that he was no match for Clermont and Robert. He urgently summoned Vermont and the others to converge while leading his forces to retreat outside Osterville, seeking to evade Clermont's onslaught. As Taster anxiously awaited Vermont's reinforcements, Wallen burst into Henry's tent, visibly agitated. "General Henry, it's dire news. Vermont and Hart have already led their 15,000 troops to Sambre. They have no intention of joining us." Chapter 45. A glimmer of hope when the messenger stumbled into the camp, bearing the news of Vermont and Hart's retreat with their 15,000 soldiers to Sambre. Without even a word of notification, Henry abruptly rose from his oak chair, his crimson eyes fixed intensely upon the overcast sky beyond the tent. The fierce wind whipped up sand and debris, battering against the linen drapes of the tent, producing a sound akin to ghostly wails, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. Unable to contain the fury that surged within him, he unleashed a roar that reverberated through the tent, causing the flames of the candles to flicker violently. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, came crashing down upon the wooden table cluttered with sheepskin scrolls. The bronze candlestick toppled, molten wax splattering across the battle maps, leaving murky stains in its wake. "Two treacherous knaves." His voice brimmed with rage and resentment, as if he sought to vent all the grievances that had accumulated over the past few days. Wallen, clad in heavy chainmail still stained with the dark red remnants of previous battles, stood quietly beside him. His brow furrowed as he spoke in a serious tone. "With Vermont and Hart retreating to Sambre, Taster is left to fight alone. Without support, defeat is inevitable. We can no longer remain idle. We must plan ahead, or we shall ultimately become prisoners to Clermont." His gaze swept over Henry's flushed visage, revealing a hint of urgency in his tone. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, Henry shouted defiantly, "We still possess an army of 30,000. These soldiers are seasoned warriors. If we can break through Blackstone Pass into the Ostermark Plains and unite with Taster, there remains a chance for victory. If we can vanquish Clermont's well-equipped forces, the tide of battle may yet turn." A glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes, as if he could already envision leading his army to triumph over Clement. "We have no opportunities left." Vallen's tone was exceptionally resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Henry. "Henry, you must consider the broader scope of the entire battlefield, rather than fixating solely on Clement's position. The current situation is far more intricate than you can imagine. Any misstep could lead us to irrevocable ruin." Henry looked at Vallen with confusion, his eyes filled with uncertainty. He had always held Vallen's intellect in high regard, for in numerous past battles, Vallen had navigated perilous situations with his astute judgment and clever strategies. The recent defeat had never been attributed to Valen. After all, it was Clement who had discerned their scheme and employed an assassin to misreport military intelligence, leading to Henry's erroneous conclusions. Yet, Valen's unwavering certainty now stirred an unease within him. With a gentle sigh, Valen approached a wooden chest in the corner of the tent, bending down to retrieve a roll of leather-wrapped material. As he unfurled the leather, it revealed a beautifully illustrated map, an extensive depiction of the territories of Gladorn and Dalanen. The parchment, crafted from sheepskin, was meticulously annotated with various castles, rivers, and strategic routes in charcoal. With our current military strength, we could indeed engage Clement once more, Valen stated, his fingers gliding slowly over the map. But Henry, have you considered? The castle of Dessa has already fallen into Clement's hands, allowing him the option to divide his forces and directly target Valmont town. Even if Taster were to stake everything, forsaking his own stronghold to assault Osterville Castle, Clement's main forces would remain unscathed. He paused, his gaze growing ever more profound. At the onset of the conflict, those lords on the fringes merely watched from the sidelines, biding their time for an advantageous moment. Valen's fingers traced over regions marked as the territories of lords, but what of now? With Clement seizing the castle of Dessa and delivering a resounding defeat to our forces. Morale is high and the situation has become clear. Those who were once observers will soon make their choices. His finger finally rested at the top of the map as he continued. Count Harwood, even at the onset of hostilities, petitioned the crown, expressing his willingness to send troops to aid the cause, gathering an army of 20,000. On the surface, he seemed incredibly proactive, yet in reality, his marching speed has been astonishingly sluggish. A journey that should take 3 days has stretched into over 10, and he has yet to enter the domain of Sandbur. He is merely watching. If Clement is defeated, he will move into Sandbur to stabilize the situation, awaiting the crown's orders. If Clement prevails, he will also march into Sandbur, surrounding the likes of Fomant, claiming credit for quelling the rebels and seeking favor with the crown. Upon hearing this, Henry nodded repeatedly, his confusion gradually dissipating, and a newfound clarity emerged within him. He finally understood that Valen had traversed this extensive route merely to convey one truth. The initiative in the Gladorn region's conflict was firmly in Clement's grasp. The lords of the realm have come to a resolute conclusion, to march forth and assist the royal family in quelling the insurrection that threatens their dominion. Even if they were to lead a grand army through the Blackstone Pass and unite with Taster to seize Ostwer Castle. Should they fail to swiftly vanquish the main force of Clement, they would ultimately fall prey to the encirclement of numerous armies, overwhelmed by an undeniable superiority in numbers that would crush both their forces and Tasters. Henry slowly approached the entrance of the tent, lifting the fabric curtain to gaze upon the desolate scene outside. The withered, yellowing grass swayed wildly in the fierce wind, and the distant woods echoed with the mournful cries of birds, amplifying the sense of desolation. He sighed deeply, despair evident in his voice. Fomant and Hart must have already discerned the gravity of the situation, which is why they have abandoned their posts to retreat to Samble, seeking refuge behind sturdy walls, hoping the royal family might grant them clemency for their transgressions. A cold smirk twisted the corner of Valen's mouth as he scoffed. They may have devised an astute plan, but alas, the ultimate outcome will lead them to utter despair. Henry turned, confusion etched upon his face. What do you mean by that? Fomant still commands 15,000 elite soldiers, and the walls of Samble are high and formidable. If they resolutely defend their castle, those lords, who cherish their men, may be reluctant to launch an assault. If the royal family fears excessive casualties, they might ultimately compromise. Valen stepped closer to Henry, lowering his voice to a grave whisper. The province of Gladorn is regarded as a cornerstone of the royal family by King Alberic III. Taster, Fomant, and Hart have long been thorns in the king's side. Over the years, the royal family has sought to eliminate them. Now, with such a splendid opportunity at hand to eradicate the dissenting forces in Gladorn once and for all, how could Alberic III possibly let it slip away? Henry nodded slowly, understanding dawning upon him, but soon his expression clouded with concern as he anxiously inquired, given the dire nature of our predicament, what course should we take? Are we truly to await our doom passively? Valen cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no eavesdroppers lurked beyond the tent, before hastening to Henry's side. Leaning in, he spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to them. Fomant and the others are doomed without question, yet we still possess a slender thread of hope. Where lies this hope? Henry's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of optimism as he grasped Valen's arm tightly, pressing for answers. Valen's gaze hardened, a cold smile gracing his lips. We can feign a pursuit of Fomant, ostensibly to join forces and retreat to Samble while secretly seeking the opportunity to eliminate Fomant and Hart. We could then present their heads as a tribute to the royal family in atonement for our sins. Following that, we would lead our troops back to the Corti territory, and you could send your heir to Crown City as a hostage. In this manner, we might yet escape our fate. Henry furrowed his brow, doubt shadowing his features. We hail from the White Robe Brotherhood, perpetually regarded with suspicion by Alberic III. This is precisely his opportune moment to eradicate us. How could he possibly allow us to slip through his fingers? Valen revealed a sinister smile and slowly remarked, everything possesses duality. It is precisely because of our humble origins and tarnished reputations, looked down upon by the aristocracy, that the royal family does not perceive us as a significant threat. Consider this. Hawud has governed his territory for over 8 years, commanding a formidable army and growing increasingly lax in response to royal decrees. Undoubtedly, Alberic III harbors suspicions regarding him. Our Corti territory lies not far from his, and our presence here serves to restrain Hawud's influence. Should the king comprehend the intricacies of this situation, he would certainly refrain from eliminating us and instead retain us to remove obstacles for Hawud. Henry narrowed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously drumming against his armor as he weighed the pros and cons of Valen's plan in his mind. The flickering candlelight within the tent cast shadows across his face, obscuring his expression. After a prolonged silence, he finally nodded slowly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he coldly declared, since Fomant and Hart have shown treachery by abandoning me, they shall not blame me for my merciless actions. Valen's judgment proved to be astute. Upon learning of Clement's capture of the Dessar castle and his defeat of Henry, Hawud immediately summoned his commanders, ordering the army to hasten their march towards Samber. The once sluggish troops transformed into a disciplined force, marching in unison towards their objective. The situation in the Graydon region had decisively shifted in favor of Clement. Clement and Robert, leading an army of 25,000 well-equipped soldiers, fortified the critical passage from the Ostermark plain to the Ewan castle. They remained steadfast in their strong defensive positions, effectively trapping Taster's forces within the Ostermark plain. Although Taster controlled Whiteport, his supply lines and wealth were anchored in Ewan castle. With the road back to the castle now blocked, he was left with but one option: retreat to Volmont town. However, the majority of his soldiers and their families resided in Ewan castle. Once news of its fall reached them, the morale of his troops would inevitably shatter, leaving no one willing to follow him into a desperate fight against the royal family. Chapter 46. Merits in the year 1441 of the Holy Calendar, on the 24th of August. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, yet the square of Samber Castle was thick with the stench of blood. Henry, clad in blood-stained chainmail, gripped a long sword still dripping with fresh blood, its tip pointed downward. As his cold gaze rested upon the lifeless bodies of Fomant and Hart sprawled upon the ground, under the pretense of discussing a united front against the enemy, he had lured the two into the castle's secret chamber last night, catching them off guard and personally executing his former comrades who had once fought alongside him but had fled in battle. Subsequently, Henry ordered the gates of Samber Castle to be opened, allowing the royal forces, already poised outside, to enter, while he led the remnants of his forces to retreat to Quietwater town. He was acutely aware that merely slaying Fomant and Hart would not suffice to quell the royal wrath. Thus, he immediately convened his trusted confidants and instructed them to carefully wrap the severed heads of the two men in leather treated with preservatives, accompanied by a handwritten letter of apology, and dispatched them post-haste to Crown City. In the letter, he lamented his prior folly, vehemently disassociating himself from the rebels, and earnestly beseeched King Alberic III for clemency, imploring him to forgive his transgressions. On August 25th, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its rays upon the land of the Gladorn province, yet it failed to dispel the lingering shadows of war. Governor William of the Black Marsh region, leading an army of 10,000 well-equipped soldiers, advanced along the winding path toward Stonebridge Fort. Once a crucial stronghold for the rebels, the fort now stood vulnerable, its defenses weakened by the reassignment of its garrison. Upon William's arrival at the fortress, he found the gates unguarded, allowing his troops to seize the castle without a single skirmish. Standing atop the fort's watchtower, William gazed into the distance, a smug smile gracing his lips. This victory without battle undoubtedly enhanced his stature before the king. Simultaneously, Governor Lucian of the Visceral region, at the helm of 8,000 elite soldiers, raced towards Claremont's encampment. With synchronized steps, the soldiers marched, their armor glinting coldly in the sunlight. Upon reaching the camp, Claremont himself emerged to greet them. Lucian dismounted with alacrity, striding forward to embrace Claremont warmly, showering him with praise for his valor on the battlefield, as they exchanged laughter and banter, as if they had been longtime acquaintances. Meanwhile, La Roche and Gavin, commanding an elite force of 15,000 soldiers, stealthily advanced towards Iron Pass, seizing the moment while Taster hesitated on the Ostermark plain. The strategic significance of Iron Pass was paramount, being the sole route for Taster's retreat to Ewan Castle. La Roche and Gavin understood the critical nature of their mission, ordering their troops to travel light and march day and night, ultimately arriving at Iron Pass before Taster could make a decision. The unsuspecting rebel guards were swiftly overwhelmed, and Iron Pass fell into the hands of the royal army, effectively severing Taster's escape route. Desperate, Taster stood atop a rise on the Ostermark plain, gazing at Iron Pass, now occupied by the royal forces, his heart heavy with despair. His soldiers, upon learning that their retreat was cut off and hearing of Ewan Castle's fall, had already begun to lose morale, with many secretly contemplating surrender. Aware that the tide had turned against him, Taster drew his sword and, staring at his haggard reflection in the blade, recalled his once ambitious aspirations, now reduced to this tragic fate. Overcome with sorrow, he ultimately closed his eyes and plunged the sword into his chest, collapsing into a pool of blood. Following Taster's demise, his lieutenant, observing the despondent morale of the remaining 20,000 troops, recognized the futility of continued resistance. He then led the soldiers to lay down their arms and surrender to Claremont. Edgar, clad in a pristine robe, strolled through the bustling encampment. The soldiers surrounding him moved swiftly, their faces adorned with varying shades of joy. Some were polishing their weapons, while others sat together, discussing the rewards that awaited them after their victory in battle. The air within the camp was saturated with the elation of triumph. With the demise of Fairmont and Hart, the suicide of Tast, and the complete surrender of the remaining rebel forces, the war that had transpired in the province of Gladoan had lasted nearly a month and had finally drawn to a close. As Edgar walked, he reflected on the myriad experiences of the past month, feeling as though he had traversed a different world. In the early stages of the conflict, the circumstances for the royal army had been exceedingly dire, with several reversals and moments where defeat seemed imminent. Yet, in times of peril, Clement consistently demonstrated his astute judgment and strategic acumen, uncovering pathways to survival for the army and ultimately leading them from defeat to victory, successfully quelling the rebellion in Gladoan. Edgar could not help but ponder. The man whom many had derided as an inept commander, Clement, possessed such remarkable military prowess. Had he not been present, what would have been the outcome of this war? It was likely that the royal forces would have succumbed to ruin, and Gladoan would have completely fallen into the hands of the insurgents. Lost in thought, Edgar arrived before Clement's tent. The guards outside recognized him and promptly approached to salute him respectfully, drawing back the tent flap to invite him inside. Upon entering, Edgar discovered a number of generals already gathered within. Sorrel, Canda, and Lorraine had just arrived from Dissar Castle, still bearing the weariness of their journey. Robert, Bert, and Gavin were already seated on wooden chairs, engaged in hushed conversation. Robert, clad in resplendent armor, occupied the foremost position in the tent, with Clement to his left and an unfamiliar man in his 40s to his right. This man bore a stern countenance and sharp eyes, adorned in exquisite noble attire, with a jeweled long sword at his waist. Edgar had never seen him before, and a flicker of curiosity stirred within him. Edgar quietly took a seat beside Sorrel, and during a lull in the conversation, he leaned in to inquire softly, "Brother Sorrel, who is the gentleman seated to Lord Robert's right? I have never encountered him before." Following Edgar's gaze, Sorrel replied in a low voice, "That is Lucian, the governor of the Wiser Border. He has just arrived with his troops to lend support, presumably to partake in the spoils of victory." Support? Edgar scoffed internally, suspecting he had arrived too late and was merely attempting to seize the fruits of their labor. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, opting instead to listen attentively to the ongoing dialogue within the tent. At that moment, Lucian spoke up, directing his gaze toward Clement with an air of urgency. "Lord Clement, with Fairmont and Hart deceased, and Tast having taken his own life, only Henry remains, stubbornly resisting at Quietwater Town. Should we not lead our forces to Sombre immediately, compelling Henry to surrender and thoroughly eradicate the remnants of the insurgency?" Clement, upon hearing this, displayed a tranquil smile and replied slowly, "There is no need for haste, Lord Lucian. Henry had already sent the severed heads of Fairmont and Hart to Crown City, along with a letter of apology, beseeching His Majesty to pardon his transgressions. We ought to await the royal decree before making any decisions, as it would be unwise to act independently." Robert nodded in agreement, affirming, "Lord Clement makes a valid point. Henry's execution of Fairmont and Hart coupled with Hawood's effortless capture of Sandburg Castle, sufficiently demonstrates his sincerity and surrender. Indeed, we should refrain from rash actions and wait for the king's command, which is the most prudent course. Lucian narrowed his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features, though he quickly masked it with a forced chuckle, stating, "Since both of you gentlemen have expressed such sentiments, I shall raise no objections. However, this arrangement seems to favor that scoundrel Henry." Clement and Robert exchanged knowing smiles. Falling into silence, the other generals in the tent remained taciturn, fully aware that Hawood now commanded a significant military force, consolidating power in the Eastern Duchy, which had begun to incite the royal family's apprehension. Allowing Henry to lead the remnants would effectively restrain Hawood's influence, a strategy far more advantageous for the crown than the outright elimination of Henry. Lucian, understanding that he was a later arrival and thus somewhat of an outsider in the tent, decided it best not to interfere heavily in military affairs. He rose to bid farewell to the assembly and departed the main tent with his retinue. Once Lucian had left, Clement cleared his throat and surveyed the gathered generals. Articulating slowly, "The conflict in the province of Glidorn has now concluded. Our next paramount task is to meticulously document the events of this campaign and present them to the royal court, particularly the matter of commendations, which must be handled with utmost care. This report requires the joint signatures of Lord Canda and Lord Sorrel. Otherwise, my solitary endorsement may not suffice for Minister Ronell's approval." Upon hearing this, Sorrel retrieved a scroll of parchment, wrapped in silk, which was the official writing material of the royal court, soft and easy to preserve. Casting a glance at Edgar, a smile graced his lips as he handed the parchment over, saying, "Brother Edgar, my handwriting has always been rather crude and unfit for such an important document. You should take up the pen." Edgar accepted the parchment, feeling a twinge of hesitation, replying, "Brother Sorrel, as the court-appointed military supervisor, it is customary for you to pen this report. It would seem inappropriate for me to do so." Sorrel waved his hand dismissively, courteously responding, "We are both military supervisors appointed by the court. It matters not who wields the pen. Moreover, you have experienced this war firsthand and are more familiar with the merits and demerits of the commanders. Your authorship will ensure the report's fairness." Edgar could not help but recall their previous altercation, in the past, to aid Clement in obtaining the authority to deploy troops. He and Sorrel had engaged in a fierce dispute, nearly severing their ties. In the aftermath, Edgar did not exploit his position to create difficulties for Sorrel. Rather, he extended an olive branch, hoping to mend their relationship. Sorrel, unwilling to remain in a state of stalemate, graciously accepted his apology. In the present day, the rapport between the two individuals has unexpectedly flourished, much to the astonishment of the other generals within the tent. Edgar pondered briefly and conceded that Sorrel had a valid point. Having participated thoroughly in the war, he possessed an intimate understanding of each general's performance on the battlefield. Thus, he deemed it might indeed be more equitable for him to compose this record of merit. Nodding in agreement, he ceased to defer further. Edgar approached the wooden table at the center of the tent, grasping a meticulously crafted quill, its shaft fashioned from precious walnut wood, and its nib composed of swan feather, allowing for an exceptionally smooth writing experience. He laid the parchment flat upon the table, dipped the quill into black ink, and prepared to commence his writing. The generals gathered closely, their expressions tense as they observed the quill in his hand. This record of merit held the key to each of their futures. Any name inscribed within would surely earn royal favor upon their return to Crown City. Power and wealth. These were aspirations coveted by all, and who could resist such a lure? Edgar lifted his gaze to Clement, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. Clement, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, simply remarked, "Lord Edgar, you possess the discernment to make your own decisions. There is no need to solicit the opinions of others." Reassured by Clement's affirmation, Edgar hesitated no longer. At the top of the parchment, in the position designated for the foremost merit, he solemnly inscribed the names of Clement and Robert. In the subsequent position, he recorded the names of La Roche, Montfort, Lorraine, Belt, and several others. However, he refrained from continuing to the third tier of merit. Instead, he returned the parchment to Clement, a relaxed smile gracing his face as he said, "The entire campaign was orchestrated under your esteemed command, General. You possess a clearer understanding of the accomplishments and shortcomings of each general than I do. While I can verify the merits of La Roche and a few others on the battlefield, I fear my knowledge of the performances of the remaining generals is insufficient. Should I record them hastily, it may lead to oversights and invite criticism. It would be more prudent for you to adjudicate personally, ensuring the satisfaction of all." With that, Edgar turned to Sorrel and Canda, inquiring with a smile, "What do you gentlemen think of my proposal?" Kanda regarded Edgar intently, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. He nodded slightly, refraining from dissent. In truth, Kanda possessed another list, specifically cataloging the generals who had faltered during the war, which included the names of Lorraine and Montefort. He had not anticipated that Edgar would place these two on the list of commendable figures, which prompted Kanda to silently commend Edgar's magnanimity, while realizing that his own list of failures would likely require revision. Sorrel chuckled lightly and stated, "I have no objections. Let us proceed as young Edgar suggests." Clement accepted the parchment, bowing his head in contemplation for a moment, seemingly weighing the merits of each general. Edgar surveyed the assembly of generals surrounding him and cheerfully inquired, "Do any of you have objections to the preliminary record of merit I have drafted?" Gavin cast a glance at Lauren and the others, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with Edgar's decision to include Lauren and Montfort among the second-tier commendations. However, he was aware that it was not the right moment to voice his dissent publicly, so he refrained from speaking out against it. Meanwhile, Montfort and Lauren, along with their companions, were visibly elated. They had initially feared that their missteps during the war might jeopardize their rewards. Now, seeing their names listed among the commendations, a heavy weight was lifted from their hearts. They collectively bowed to Edgar, respectfully proclaiming, "My Lord Edgar, your judgment is fair, and we harbor no objections." Though the war had concluded, Clement still needed to remain in the province of Gladen to address various post-war matters, such as soothing the local populace, rebuilding towns ravaged by conflict, and reorganizing the surrendered rebel soldiers. The tasks were numerous and complex. Edgar, on the other hand, found himself with little to occupy his time. The following day, Clement completed the detailed war report and instructed Gavin to personally deliver it to Crown City for the king's review. After obtaining Clement's consent, Edgar set off alongside Gavin, embarking on their journey back to Crown City. Chapter 47. Returned to Crown City. Having departed from Crown City for over a month, they finally set foot on this familiar land once more. The city remained as vibrant as ever, with the broad stone-paved streets meticulously cleaned, flanked by shops displaying a multitude of banners embroidered with family crests. The enticing aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from the bakeries, while the rhythmic clang of the blacksmith's hammer resonated from the forge. Merchants vocally promoted their wares, and pedestrians traversed the streets, most wearing relaxed smiles, embodying a scene of national peace and prosperity. Edgar rode a magnificent chestnut warhorse, progressing slowly through the streets. He gently closed his eyes, lifted his head, and savored the warm sunlight on his face, inhaling the refreshing air infused with floral and grain fragrances. Instantly, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease. The taut nerves and the oppressive tension that had plagued him during his days at the front line seemed to dissipate, leaving no trace behind. "Edgar, judging by your demeanor, it appears you hold a deep affection for Crown City," Gavin remarked, riding alongside him. Gavin's steed was a striking black horse, adorned with spoils from the battlefield, including a short sword embellished with copper inlays, which he had seized from a rebel commander. Edgar slowly opened his eyes, turned his head to Gavin, and offered a genuine smile, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, this is my home. Every street and building here is intimately familiar to me." He paused, then curiously inquired, "What about you? Do you not enjoy Crown City?" Gavin gently shook his head, his smile waning slightly, his tone tinged with resignation. "I do not particularly care for Crown City. The air here is thick with political intrigue, rife with schemes and calculations that weigh heavily on the spirit. Being here feels like my hands and feet are bound. Every action must be taken with utmost caution, leaving no room to pursue one's ambitions. I still prefer the days spent on the battlefield. Despite the inherent dangers, I can express myself through the sword in my hand and live with fervor." In the past, Gavin held Edgar in deep contempt. He believed that Edgar, born of nobility and relying on his family's connections, could easily obtain titles and positions without the need to fight valiantly on the battlefield. Meanwhile, he, who had risked his life and shed blood in combat, had earned numerous military achievements, yet the rewards he received were meager and utterly unfair. However, as the conflict in the province of Glydorn reached its critical juncture, it was this noble scion, whom he had long looked down upon, who played a decisive role. Edgar, with his connections and wisdom within the royal court, repeatedly cleared obstacles for Clement, casting aside the shackles that bound him, thus allowing Clement to unleash his military prowess without hesitation, ultimately turning the tide of the entire battle. During these past few days of traveling alongside Edgar, Gavin gradually discovered that Edgar was remarkably affable, devoid of the airs typically associated with nobility. He possessed a humble demeanor, often behaving with a casualness that bordered on the unrefined, occasionally uttering a few coarse words. Yet, it was precisely this down-to-earth character that endeared Edgar to Gavin. Through their daily interactions and exchanges, the barriers between them slowly dissipated, and their relationship grew significantly closer. Consequently, Gavin felt increasingly at ease speaking freely in Edgar's presence. Were it anyone else, he would not have dared to express his disdain for Crown City, knowing full well that it was the seat of the royal family. Such words, if they fell into the ears of those with ill intentions, could lead to accusations of disrespect towards the crown, a grave matter that could result in the loss of office or even one's life. Edgar cast a glance at Gavin, understanding his thoughts without further elaboration. He was acutely aware that in this era, as royal authority waned, lords and military leaders who commanded significant forces often harbored swelling ambitions. History had frequently recorded the chaos instigated by military uprisings. King Alberic III, whether motivated by the desire to maintain control or to solidify the royal family's stature, would undoubtedly impose strict regulations on those wielding military power, a rationale that was entirely reasonable. As the two rode toward the gates of the royal city, they encountered a guard presence far more formidable than in other areas. Soldiers clad in heavy armor, brandishing long spears, scanned each individual entering and exiting the royal city with piercing gazes. Dismounting swiftly, Gavin approached the guards and respectfully stated that he had been sent by General Clement to deliver documents regarding the military situation. After scrutinizing Gavin's identification token, the guard, not daring to be negligent, promptly turned and hurried through the city gate. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a man dressed in resplendent court attire. This attendant, responsible for delivering documents to the king, though lacking high rank, often interacted with royal members and held a certain stature within the royal city. You need not enter. Hand the military documents to me, and I shall present them to His Majesty, the court attendant said, casting a disdainful glance at Gavin, his tone imbued with arrogance. Upon encountering Gavin, clad in travel-worn armor adorned with the marks of battle, it was evident that he had just returned from the front lines. This sight kindled a sense of disdain within him. In the eyes of these court attendants, military commanders were merely brutish men skilled in wielding swords and spears, hardly deserving of respect. Gavin clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening with the exertion, and a wave of irritation surged within him. He longed to unleash a punch upon that arrogant attendant's face. Yet he understood that offending this court servant in a moment of impulsive rage could jeopardize the vital military documents entrusted to him by General Clermont, which needed to be presented to the king that very day. Should he incur the monarch's displeasure over such a trivial matter? How could he ever justify the trust and expectations placed upon him by General Clermont? Edgar dismounted as well, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the court attendant. Having frequented the royal city for years, he was acquainted with most of the attendants responsible for guarding the gates and delivering messages. However, the individual before him was unfamiliar, clearly a newcomer or recently assigned to the royal gates from another location to handle document deliveries. Just as Gavin gritted his teeth, preparing to retrieve the military documents from his bosom to hand over to the attendant, Edgar swiftly stepped forward and snatched the papers from Gavin's grasp. Raising his chin and casting a disdainful glance at the court servant, he spoke with a haughty tone that surpassed the attendant's arrogance. You insolent knave. Are you new to the royal city? You do not even recognize me, yet you dare to flaunt your authority here? The court attendant, incensed by these words, pointed a finger at Edgar, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. You insolent fool. How dare you address me so disrespectfully? Do you not realize, before he could finish, Edgar delivered a resounding slap across the attendant's face, the force of which sent the attendant staggering to the ground, his cheek instantly swelling with pain. As the attendant clutched his reddened face, fury ignited in his eyes. However, when he observed the surrounding guards, who not only refrained from intervening but also bowed their heads, avoiding eye contact with Edgar, a chilling realization dawned upon him. This man's domineering demeanor, coupled with the guard's apparent fear of confrontation, indicated one undeniable truth. He was of a distinguished lineage, far from an ordinary noble, and he had undoubtedly offended someone of considerable consequence. Edgar, towering over the fallen attendant, barked, I have just returned from the battlefield today, and my spirits are relatively high. Otherwise, for your insolence, I would have had no qualms about ending your life. No one would dare to speak against it. At that moment, several attendants dressed in similar garb hurriedly emerged from within the city gates, led by a man in his 30s. Upon seeing Edgar, the attendant's face instantly transformed into a mask of obsequious smiles as he approached, bowing respectfully. Lord Edgar, what brings you here? I thought you were engaged in battle in the Greatorn province. What a surprise to see you back in the city. Edgar cast him a disgruntled glance and retorted, What of it? This is the royal city. Am I not permitted to be here? The attendant hastily waved his hands, maintaining a sycophantic smile as he replied, Of course not. The diminutive figure did not intend to convey that meaning. Rather, he was taken aback by your swift return. After a brief pause, his gaze fell upon the servant on the ground, still covering his face, and he hurriedly offered a conciliatory smile to Edgar, saying, My lord Edgar, this individual has just been assigned to the city gate to handle the delivery of documents and is yet unfamiliar with your esteemed visage. If he has caused any offense, I implore you to show mercy and pardon him this once. The servant, named Vic, had recently been promoted to the position of gate supervisor, tasked with overseeing the attendants and guards at the royal city gate, thereby gaining a measure of status within the palace. He was acutely aware of Edgar's background. Even His Majesty held Edgar in high regard, and such a figure was not one that mere attendants could afford to offend. Observing Vic's obsequious demeanor, Edgar understood the underlying dynamics, though his expression remained impassive, merely gracing Vic with a faint smile. He recognized that Vic must have some personal connection with the individual, for it was unlikely that a sycophantic court attendant would plead for a newcomer otherwise. Nevertheless, unwilling to linger on such trivial matters, he acquiesced to Wang Changgong's remarks, stating, Very well, today I am in a good mood, so I shall pardon him this time. He paused, directing his cold gaze toward the servant on the ground, and spoke with an icy tone, Listen well, from this point forward, when serving in the royal city, you must speak politely to others and keep your eyes wide open. Do not offend those you should not, lest you find yourself unaware of how your demise may come, ending up a foolish wretch. The fallen servant promptly nodded vigorously, struggling to rise while covering his face, and repeatedly bowed in apology to Edgar, saying, Thank you, my lord Edgar, for your mercy. I shall never dare to offend again. Enough, do not linger here. Edgar waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Vic promptly signaled to the attendants behind him, and two hurried forward to assist the chastised servant, swiftly escorting him away. Edgar raised the military dispatch in his hand, addressing Vic. This is the detailed document regarding the military affairs of the Gleedorn province, which I must personally present to His Majesty. Vic quickly nodded and bowed, stepping aside to create a path, while gesturing for Edgar to proceed, respectfully stating, My lord Edgar, please follow me. I shall guide you. Edgar turned to Gavin, smiling as he said, Brother Gavin, please wait here for a moment. Once this military dispatch reaches His Majesty, he will undoubtedly inquire about various details of the conflict. You are far more knowledgeable about the intricacies than I am. His Majesty will certainly summon you shortly. Upon hearing this, Gavin's face lit up with gratitude as he clasped his hands toward Edgar and sincerely replied, Thank you, my lord Edgar. He understood that Edgar was deliberately creating an opportunity for him to meet with the royal family. Even a simple chance to answer a few questions would serve to enhance his visibility within the court, a significant opportunity for his future career. We have fought side by side as brothers. There is no need for such formalities. Edgar laughed heartily, giving Gavin a friendly pat on the shoulder, before turning to follow Wang Changgong, striding purposefully into the royal city. In the depths of the imperial city, within the majestic Mingzheng Hall, King Alberic III sat upon a grand oak chair, diligently reviewing official documents. Adorned in a purple robe embroidered with the golden insignia of a lion, and crowned with a jewel-encrusted diadem, he bore a hint of weariness upon his visage, his mind taut with the ongoing military affairs in Gleedorn. However, 3 days prior, news of victory from Gleedorn had reached Crown City. The traitorous Fomant and Hart had been executed, while Taster had taken his own life, leading to the surrender of the remaining rebel forces. At last, the insurrection in the Gleedorn province had been quelled. Yet, uncertainty lingered in the king's heart regarding the fate of Henry. Although he had participated in the rebellion, Henry ultimately vanquished Fomant and Hart, surrendering the city with utmost sincerity. An improper handling of his case could incite discontent among the other lords. Conversely, a hasty act of mercy might undermine the royal authority. Setting aside his feathered quill, Alberic III reached for a document presented by the chief privy minister, Robert, which recommended a lenient approach towards Henry. Robert argued that a mere reprimand would suffice, after which Henry could be permitted to return to Kaelberg. He believed that retaining Henry could provide a counterbalance to the governor of Tyrol, Harwood, thereby maintaining the equilibrium of power in the Eastern Duchy and preventing Harwood from harboring ambitions due to his growing influence. Next, Alberic III picked up another document submitted by the chief minister, Dehale, and to his surprise, found that their views aligned. Henry should not be executed, but rather utilized to restrain Harwood, ensuring stability in the Eastern Territories. Placing both documents on the table, the king closed his eyes slowly, his fingers gently tapping against the surface as he fell into contemplation. The unusual consensus between the typically discordant chief ministers swayed him further toward retaining Henry. At that moment, the court minister, Ronel, quietly entered the hall. Clad in black court attire and holding a scroll, he noticed the king deep in thought and refrained from interrupting, instead waiting patiently by the table. After a brief interval, Alberic III opened his eyes, a decision forming in his mind. He lifted a silver teacup from the table, savoring a sip of warm tea, and caught sight of Ronel standing nearby, casually inquiring, "What brings you here?" Ronel promptly bowed and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty. Lord Edgar has returned from the Gladorn province and is presently seeking an audience outside the hall." At this, a subtle smile graced Alberic III's lips, a flicker of delight dancing in his eyes. His tone lightened as he remarked, "Ah, the lad has finally returned. Let him in." Chapter 48. Bruno Edgar pushed open the sturdy oak doors, and the scene within the hall unfolded before him. Sunlight streamed through the grand stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the crimson carpet beneath, while a delicate fragrance of incense filled the air, a stark contrast to the acrid scent of gunpowder from the front lines. He immediately spotted Alberic III, who sat firmly upon the elevated throne in the hall. The king was adorned in a purple royal robe, intricately embroidered with the golden emblem of a lion. The gemstones on his crown sparkled brilliantly under the play of light, and his expression was serene, as if indifferent to Edgar's absence over the past month. However, Edgar had known the king for many years and was intimately familiar with his subtle expressions. He keenly detected a trace of concern and joy concealed within the depths of his Majesty's eyes, an affection that, hidden beneath the facade of authority, was revealed only to those close to him. This barely perceptible emotion shattered all of Edgar's restraint in an instant. He recalled the harrowing experiences on the battlefield of Gladorn, the days and nights spent fighting alongside his comrades, and the trust and responsibilities entrusted to him by the king. At this moment, all his grievances, exhaustion, and longing surged forth as a torrent of fervent emotion. He hastened into the hall, knelt heavily upon the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold floor, and bowed deeply several times, his voice choked with uncontainable emotion. "Edgar Devlin pays his respects to your Majesty. I bow to the Emperor Uncle. Rise, rise." Alberic III leaned slightly forward from his throne, his tone imbued with a barely perceptible warmth. "There are no outsiders here. Such formalities are unnecessary." In truth, when he first heard of the sudden turn of events in the Gladorn campaign, and that Clement was besieged, Alberic III had briefly thought of Edgar. Though it was but a fleeting concern, for one who had long occupied a high position and was accustomed to concealing his emotions, it was indeed a rare moment. He understood well that while Edgar was of noble birth, he bore no airs of pampering. His participation in the military expedition would undoubtedly expose him to numerous dangers, which inevitably stirred a degree of worry within the king. As a monarch who had wielded imperial power for many years, Alberic III maintained an outward calm when faced with the most troublesome matters. He had to uphold absolute authority and composure before his ministers. Only thus could he command respect from his officials and earn the loyalty of the populace, ensuring the stability of the kingdom. However, he was ultimately human, not an unburdened deity. Edgar's aunt, Princess Catherine, had once confided in him that during the time when the Grand General Marcus led the army into battle and was silent for over a month, his fate uncertain, Alberic III appeared outwardly composed while inwardly grieving profoundly. He had wept for a long time in Catherine's embrace, pouring out all his anxieties and concerns, one of the few instances of emotional outburst in his life. Edgar rose as instructed, standing with hands at his sides in the hall. Alberic III scrutinized him intently, from his travel-worn attire to his somewhat haggard visage, before slowly speaking. "You have grown darker and lost quite a bit of weight. It seems this journey to Gladorn has indeed been arduous for you." Edgar wiped away the remaining tears from the corners of his eyes, straightened his back, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "A man, a true man, endures any hardship for the stability of the kingdom. To quell a rebellion and fulfill your Majesty's trust brings me only joy." Alberic III nodded slightly, his tone growing increasingly gentle. "It is good that you have returned safely. Your Aunt Catherine has been deeply worried about you ever since she learned of the changes in the situation in Gladorn, unable to eat or sleep well. Now that you are unharmed, it would be wise to visit her palace and alleviate her concerns." "Thank you for your concern, your imperial uncle," Edgar replied, bowing respectfully. He then swiftly changed the subject. "However, I humbly request that your Majesty attend to matters of state first. Once the official business has been concluded, I shall visit my aunt." Upon hearing this, Alberic III's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes glinting with playful sarcasm. "Oh? What urgent matter could possibly be more pressing than visiting your aunt? Edgar promptly retrieved the carefully wrapped report from his chest, presenting it with both hands. Your Majesty. This is the military report personally drafted by General Clement, detailing the entire course of the war in the province of Gladorn, from the initial setbacks to the remarkable counterattack. With every critical juncture clearly delineated, Alberic III's eyes brightened at the mention of Clement and the military report, leaning forward eagerly and extending his hand. Quickly, present it to me. I have been awaiting this. When news of Clement's defeat and encirclement reached Crown City, Alberic III was consumed with anxiety. He urgently summoned his ministers to the council chamber to strategize, issuing orders for the governors of neighboring provinces to dispatch troops for support, even mobilizing 30,000 imperial guards to prepare for a southern advance. Just as the troops were gathering and about to depart, a report of victory arrived. Clement had launched a surprise attack on Castle Dessa, decisively defeating Henry's rebels, thus turning the tide of the conflict and successfully quelling the insurrection in Gladorn. In just a few short days, the situation had fluctuated dramatically, and Alberic III was filled with questions, eager to uncover the details. Noting the king's urgency, Edgar did not wait for the courtier Ronel to step forward to receive the report. He boldly ascended the royal steps, presenting the document high above. Please, your imperial uncle. Peruse this. According to court etiquette, a subject should not ascend the royal steps without permission, and this action could be deemed presumptuous. Yet, Alberic III was entirely absorbed in the military report, paying no heed to Edgar's breach of protocol. He took the document, carefully unwrapped the leather casing, and began to read intently. The hall fell into silence, the only sound being the rustle of parchment as the king turned the pages, while Edgar stood quietly to the side, awaiting his response. After a significant pause, Alberic III finally closed the report, letting out a long sigh filled with emotion. Without Clement, the province of Gladorn would surely have been in dire peril. His ability to find hope in despair, to triumph against overwhelming odds, is indeed a rare gift. Seizing the moment, Edgar quickly concurred, his voice imbued with admiration. Your Majesty speaks truly. General Clement leads from the front in every battle, not only exhibiting extraordinary strategy, but also remarkable courage. It is precisely because of such a leader that the soldiers are imbued with high morale, fiercely battling their foes. Alberic III gently traced the edges of the document with his fingers, lost in contemplation as the chamber fell silent once more. He pondered how to reward Clement and address the myriad of post-war matters, particularly ensuring that those commanders who had distinguished themselves in battle received appropriate honors to stabilize the morale of the troops. After a moment, he lifted his gaze and began inquiring of Edgar regarding various military affairs. How was the fighting capability of the soldiers during this campaign? Were there any grievances among the ranks due to shortages of provisions or equipment? And how did the generals perform on the battlefield? Were there any who hesitated or were overly ambitious? Edgar, well prepared, smiled and replied, Your Majesty, regarding the specifics of the soldiers and generals, General Gavin of the Imperial Guard is far more knowledgeable than I. He has also returned with me to Crown City and is currently awaiting outside the palace. It would be prudent to summon him to inquire directly, thus obtaining the most comprehensive information. Upon hearing this, Alberic III nodded in agreement and commanded loudly to those outside the chamber, Convey my will and summon General Gavin. The attendant stationed at the door promptly bowed and hurried off to deliver the message. With the matter resolved, Edgar respectfully took his leave from the king and turned to depart the Mingjing Hall, making his way to the residence of Princess Catherine. As he stepped through the palace gates, Princess Catherine swiftly approached, grasping his hand and scrutinizing him with concern, continuously inquiring about his well-being. My dear child, how I have longed for your return. Were you injured while away? Did you eat well? Were you able to sleep comfortably? Edgar answered each question in turn, his heart warmed by her affection. Princess Catherine urged him to sit and teasingly remarked, Since you marched off to war, your father, Thomas, has been in a state of constant unrest. He frequented the Military Affairs Bureau daily, seeking updates on the situation in the province of Gladon. Upon hearing of unfavorable news, he became consumed with worry, neglecting his meals and losing sleep. It was only a few days ago, when the victorious tidings arrived in Crown City, that I immediately sent word to him. He finally smiled, and even indulged in an extra 2 bowls of soup that evening. Listening to his aunt's words, Edgar felt an even deeper longing for his father. After bidding farewell to Princess Catherine, he hurried back to his own residence. Upon entering the gate, he found his father, Thomas, anxiously awaiting him in the courtyard. The moment Thomas saw his son return safely, he was overcome with joy, rushing forward to embrace him, examining him closely while repeatedly asking, "My son, you have finally returned. Were you wounded on the battlefield? Was life in the army difficult? Did you suffer any grievances?" As Edgar observed the new streaks of white in his father's hair and felt the warmth of his touch, he was profoundly moved. Unable to contain himself any longer, he threw himself into his father's arms, weeping openly. All his fatigue, grievances, and longing poured forth in that moment. Thomas gently patted his back, his eyes brimming with compassion, continuously offering comfort. When Prince Lyon learned of Edgar's return, he was equally delighted and personally visited that afternoon. The two cousins, having not seen each other for a long time and having experienced the trials of war, had much to discuss. They set up a feast in the pavilion of the courtyard, drinking heartily while engaging in lively conversation. Edgar, who typically boasted a remarkable tolerance for alcohol and was seldom intoxicated, found himself utterly inebriated this time. Perhaps due to overwhelming emotions, or perhaps as a result of the relaxation following days of relentless fatigue. To his astonishment, the seemingly frail Prince Leon, who devoted himself to scholarly pursuits, exhibited an unfathomable capacity for drink, maintaining a clear demeanor throughout the evening and even assisting Edgar with a cheerful smile back to his quarters for rest, truly embodying the adage that one should not judge by appearances. With the conclusion of his military endeavors, Edgar felt an immediate release of tension, as the accumulated weariness surged over him like a tide. For the ensuing days, he languished in a state of deep slumber, awakening only to consume a modest meal before returning to sleep, as if attempting to recuperate the sleep he had missed over the past month. It was not until 3 days later that the profound fatigue finally dissipated, and he gradually regained his former vigor. On September 1st, 1441, the royal court finalized the plan for addressing the rebellion in the province of Gladorn. Following the battle, Henry's insurgent forces had suffered significant losses, dwindling from over 30,000 to merely 15,000. To demonstrate his sincerity in surrendering, he sent his eldest son to Crown City as a hostage. Considering the stability of the eastern territories, Alberic III ultimately decided to spare Henry's life, issuing a decree for him to lead the remnants back to Castle Cale while still serving as its governor, thus balancing the power against Governor Harwood of Tyrol. On the same day, Alberic III also issued commendations to the provincial governors who had aided in the conflict, lauding their loyalty and dedication to the crown, before commanding them to return to their respective territories with their troops, exempting them from remaining in Crown City. It was also on this day that Clement, acting on the king's orders, bid farewell to Robert, who remained in Gladorn province to oversee post-conflict matters, and led his grand army towards Crown City. The banners flew high, and the soldiers marched in unison, their formidable presence causing the onlooking populace to pause in admiration and awe. In the early morning, Edgar leisurely enjoyed his breakfast at home, his table laden with bread, smoked meats, cheese, and warm ale, his favorite fare. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered, bowing to report, "My lord, a man named Finn seeks an audience at the gate, claiming to have met you on the battlefield." Finn. Edgar set down his silver knife and pondered, a vague figure beginning to materialize in his mind. It was on a fateful night in Gladorn province when their camp was ambushed by rebels amidst the chaos. He had rescued a soldier grievously wounded in the leg, who seemed to bear the name Finn. With curiosity piqued, he rose and instructed, "Bring him in." He then took the remaining half-cup of ale and moved to await at the door. Before long, he saw the servant leading 2 figures towards him. At the forefront was a slender man, noticeably limping on his left leg, supported by a wooden crutch. Indeed, it was Finn, the very person from his recollections. Beside Finn stood a young man, approximately 20 years of age, towering over 2 meters in height, his physique as formidable as an iron tower. With broad shoulders and robust arms, he exuded immense strength. Yet, in stark contrast to his brawny build, the young man perpetually kept his head bowed, his gaze evasive, and his demeanor wooden, exuding an air of awkwardness and discomfort. Lord Edgar. Upon seeing Edgar, Finn immediately discarded his cane, collapsing to the ground in a fervent display of reverence, repeatedly bowing his head against the earth with a muffled thud. "Rise, please rise." Edgar hurriedly approached to assist him, exclaiming, "I have always expressed my disfavor for such gestures. What are you doing?" At that moment, the burly young man beside Finn reached out and, as if lifting a small chick, effortlessly hoisted Finn from the ground. His movements, though seemingly rough, were executed with precision, ensuring Finn felt no pain. Observing Finn's pallid complexion and the slight tremor in his injured leg, Edgar frowned and inquired, "Finn, your wounds remain unhealed. Why have you come here instead of resting at home?" Steadying himself, Finn's eyes brimmed with gratitude, his voice slightly choked as he replied, "My lord, If it were not for your timely intervention that night, I would have surely perished at the hands of the rebels, with no chance to return to my homeland. Now, my leg is incapacitated, rendering me unable to return to the battlefield or repay your life-saving grace. After much contemplation, I have brought my younger brother, Bruno. He is strong and diligent. I humbly beseech you to take him into your service, whether to fetch tea or perform menial tasks, so that we may, in some small way, repay your immense kindness. Having spoken, Finn bent to retrieve his cane, and once steady, turned to the burly youth, commanding, Bruno, kneel and show your respect to our lord, pleading for his acceptance. At this, Bruno promptly knelt, vigorously bowing his head before Edgar, his voice resonating like thunder. I am Bruno, and I bow before Lord Edgar. I implore your mercy, please take me in. I am capable of enduring any hardship and performing any task. Bruno slowly raised his head, his gaze first fixed upon Edgar's face, only to uncontrollably drift downward, fixated on the oak platter containing smoked meat and bread in Edgar's hands. Sunlight glinted off the edges of the platter, illuminating the yearning in his eyes. Unconsciously, he swallowed hard, and shortly thereafter, a pronounced growl emanated from his stomach. Echoing conspicuously in the serene morning courtyard, Edgar glanced at the platter in his hands, and then at Bruno's earnest expression, a wry smile escaping his lips as he remarked, My act of saving you was merely a matter of convenience. I sought no recompense, and you need not dwell on it. Furthermore, he is your own brother. How could you bear to send him to my household to serve as a subordinate? Bound by such constraints? As Finn was about to defend himself, Bruno interjected with a deep, resonant voice, stating, My brother claims his legs are crippled, rendering him unable to remain in the army to receive his rations. Our meager plot of barren land cannot sustain me. He suggested I come to your estate for work, ensuring at least a daily meal to stave off hunger. His gaze remained fixed on the plate of food in Edgar's hands, an unmistakable yearning for sustenance evident in his tone. Finn's cheeks flushed crimson at Bruno's bluntness. He shot a fierce glare at his brother and turned away, awkwardly smiling at Edgar. My lord, please do not take offense. My brother speaks too frankly, lacking the finesse to temper his words. Internally, he lamented the fact that Bruno had uttered such a candid statement, making him appear as though he were bartering his brother for mere survival. Edgar, observing Bruno's unabashed desire for food, could not help but smile. This fellow named Bruno was indeed amusing, possessing a charmingly simple nature, albeit somewhat lacking in wit and subtlety. He turned his gaze to Finn, contemplating. Having numerous attendants in his household, an additional mouth to feed was hardly a significant matter, especially since Bruno was robust and might prove useful. Thus, taking him in seemed reasonable. Seeing the smile on Edgar's face but sensing a delay in his response, Finn's heart raced with anxiety, mistakenly believing he was on the verge of rejection. He stepped forward urgently, exclaiming, My lord, do not let my brother's simple-mindedness deceive you. He is quite skilled and possesses exceptional martial prowess. Even General Gavin and General Belt would likely find him a formidable opponent. In his desperation, he exaggerated Bruno's abilities, hoping to sway Edgar's decision. Utterly shameless. A sharp voice suddenly interrupted from the side. Edgar turned to see Gavin and Belt strolling along the cobblestone path. Gavin was clad in his usual lightweight leather armor, a sword sheathed at his side, while Belt wore a comfortable linen robe, idly toying with a bronze ring in his hand. Belt, when did you return to Crown City? Edgar approached with a smile, surprised by their presence. Belt beamed back. I just arrived last night. The journey was exhausting, and I only rested this morning. With nothing pressing today, I invited Gavin to join me in seeking you out for a drink at the tavern, to indulge our cravings. In truth, Belt and Edgar did not share a deep bond. However, during the campaigns in the province of Gladorn, Edgar's performance in the military, be it in mediating between commanders or offering strategies to Clement at critical junctures, had earned him considerable admiration from Belt. Clement's discipline was notoriously strict, prohibiting soldiers from drinking during wartime, and after over a month, Belt could no longer suppress his longing for ale. Upon waking that morning, he had seized Gavin, who had also just returned to the city, with the intent of finding a fine tavern to revel and drink. Gavin, filled with gratitude towards Edgar for having spoken favorably of him before the king, which allowed him to meet the monarch and receive his verbal commendation, insisted on bringing Edgar along to express his appreciation. His gaze fell upon Bruno, assessing him from head to toe, recalling the brazen words that had just escaped his lips. Although Bruno possessed a robust physique, his demeanor appeared rather dull, which led Gavin to harbor a sense of disdain. Upon hearing Finn claim that Bruno could surpass him, Gavin's contempt only deepened. While Bruno's stature resembled that of a powerful bull, Gavin suspected he might be nothing more than a mere show of strength, lacking true capability. With a mocking sneer, Gavin tilted his head, casting a provocative glance at Bruno, and declared, "Big guy, since your brother claims you possess remarkable martial skills, why not engage in a contest? Let me gauge your true abilities." Finn, witnessing this, became alarmed and hurriedly interjected with a forced smile, "General Gavin, please do not take it to heart. I was merely speaking nonsense. How could you take me seriously? My brother is just a country farmer, hardly your equal. Consider my earlier words as mere folly, and do not stoop to our level." He felt an overwhelming disappointment, not only having failed to secure Edgar's favor for Bruno, but also having provoked General Gavin. If word of this spread, it might jeopardize their standing in Crown City. As Finn prepared to pull Bruno away, Gavin's voice rang out sharply. "Only through trial can one know if he is a worthy opponent. Your words carry no weight." Before the last syllable had left his lips, Gavin advanced swiftly, bending his right leg slightly as he clenched his fist, unleashing a punch aimed directly at Bruno's abdomen. The force behind his blow was tremendous. Had it struck an ordinary person, they would likely crumple in pain. However, Bruno, seeing this, pushed Finn aside to shield him from the impact. Standing resolutely, he neither flinched nor blocked Gavin's incoming fist. Just as the blow was about to connect with his midsection, Bruno inhaled deeply, contracting his abdomen to deftly absorb much of the force. Following this, he let out a fierce roar, his abdominal muscles swelling, releasing a powerful counterforce from within. Gavin felt as though he had struck a solid block of rubber. Not only did he fail to harm his opponent, but he was also met with a tremendous backlash. His expression shifted slightly as he was forced to retreat several steps before he could regain his balance. Intrigued, Gavin shook his slightly tingling right arm, astonished that this seemingly simple-minded brute possessed such sophisticated techniques for deflecting and counterattacking. It appeared he indeed had some genuine skill. Again, Gavin's competitive spirit ignited, and with a furious shout, he propelled himself towards Bruno once more. The two soon became entangled in a fierce struggle, the sounds of fists colliding and the whoosh of limbs slicing through the air echoing throughout the courtyard. Edgar stood by, his blood boiling with excitement. Gavin's moves were bold and powerful, each punch and kick imbued with strength, exuding an aura of someone seasoned by years of brutal combat on the battlefield. In contrast, Bruno appeared awkward and slow, yet his reactions were remarkably swift, always managing to strike first, accurately exploiting the flaws in Gavin's techniques to neutralize his attacks. Belt was also captivated, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes shining with admiration. Suddenly, he saw Gavin push off the ground, soaring into the air. His right leg extended for a fierce horizontal kick aimed at Bruno's neck. This move was executed with astonishing speed and formidable force. The consequences of a hit would be dire. However, Bruno did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, arms outstretched, seemingly welcoming the impending blow. Belt's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Not good." Indeed, at the moment Gavin's leg was about to strike Bruno's neck, Bruno seized the opportunity, his hands clamping down on Gavin's thigh like iron pincers. With Gavin suspended in midair, he had no leverage to evade. Remaining composed, he swiftly twisted his waist, raising his other leg to kick Bruno in the chest, hoping to force him back and break free. Yet, Bruno was already prepared. He deftly deflected Gavin's foot with his left hand, dissipating the force of the kick. Seeing this, Gavin could only lean back momentarily, striving to extricate himself from Bruno's grip. "Come back here," Bruno grunted, his left arm shooting out like a vice, firmly gripping Gavin's other thigh before yanking him upward, lifting Gavin above his head. He roared, his arm muscles taut, ready to slam Gavin down onto the hard stone ground. "Brother, stop. Do not harm him." Finn's face turned pale as he urgently intervened. Belt, realizing the gravity of the situation, sprang forward to rescue him. Hearing his brother's shout, Bruno hesitated momentarily, glancing at the anxious Finn and then at Gavin, whom he held aloft. Muttering a few words, he suddenly flung Gavin gently towards the rushing Belt. Belt hastily reached out to catch Gavin. The latter's weight combined with the force of his descent caused Belt to stagger back several steps before he managed to steady himself. He set Gavin down, his face a mask of astonishment as he looked at Bruno. He knew Gavin's prowess well, under normal circumstances. Not even a dozen strong men could approach him. Yet today, this seemingly simple-minded giant had rendered Gavin utterly defenseless, far beyond his expectations. Gavin steadied himself, his complexion still somewhat pale. Reflecting on the moment he had been lifted over Bruno's head, a wave of dread washed over him. Had Bruno not shown mercy, he would have likely faced severe injury or worse. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his shock and fear, and with a respectful bow, he proclaimed, I concede. My earlier bravado was uncalled for, and I ask that you do not take offense. I offer my sincere apologies. Bruno regarded him with a glance, remaining silent, scratching his head as if uncertain of how to respond. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Finn stormed in front of Bruno, his voice brimming with ire. Do you know who he is? He is General Gavin. If he gets harmed, our entire family will face dire consequences. Bruno lowered his head, resembling a contrite child, and replied with a hint of grievance. But he struck me first. Should I merely stand there and let him hit me? How dare you talk back? Finn, consumed by rage, raised his fist and began to pound on Bruno's chest. Yet, his strength was minimal and compounded by his injured leg. These blows merely grazed Bruno's sturdy frame, perhaps only serving to tickle him. Rather than retaliate, Bruno looked at Finn with concern and said, Brother, your injury has yet to heal. Do not exert yourself too much. You might hurt your leg again. Perhaps you could find a stick to hit me with? That way, you can vent your frustration without risking your own well-being. The onlookers in the courtyard, witnessing Bruno's earnest and considerate demeanor, could not suppress their laughter. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated, transforming into one of levity. Finn, observing the smiles around him, let out a wry chuckle, shaking his head. He addressed Edgar and Gavin, saying, Gentlemen, I have failed in my duties as an elder brother, allowing my brother to offend you. I shall take him home and give him a proper reprimand, ensuring he does not cause trouble again. However, Gavin suddenly turned to Edgar, a smile gracing his face as he chuckled. Brother Edgar, if you do not wish to keep this fellow, why not let him come to me? I shall take him back to the army and train him well. He will undoubtedly become a formidable warrior and earn many accolades on the battlefield. Though Bruno had just lost to him, Gavin recognized the immense potential within Bruno and was eager to recruit him. One does not covet another's treasure, dear brother Gavin. Do not engage in such thievery, Edgar retorted. He had already taken a liking to Bruno and was not inclined to part with him easily. With a hearty laugh, he set his plate down on a nearby stone table, stepped forward, and patted Bruno's robust chest with vigor, declaring, Bruno, from this day forth, you shall accompany me. I will not treat you poorly. Now speak, what is your greatest wish? As your elder brother, I shall fulfill it if within my power. Yet, Bruno's gaze was drawn to the stone table, where a plate still bore a generous portion of food, particularly a glistening roasted chicken leg, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. He felt a tinge of discontent towards Edgar. The opportunity to fulfill his immediate desire was right before him, yet he was prompted to articulate something else. Lord Edgar is addressing you. Why are you lost in thought? Finn noticed Bruno's distraction and gently nudged him with his elbow as a reminder. Bruno snapped back to reality, looking up at Edgar and solemnly murmuring, I just wish to have enough food at every meal, so that I need not go hungry anymore. Edgar was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this wish. He had anticipated that Bruno would desire wealth, land, or weapons and armor. But he was unprepared for the simplicity of Bruno's greatest longing, merely to be well fed. He looked at Finn with a puzzled expression, seeking confirmation of Bruno's claims. Finn sighed with a wry smile and said, Sir, please do not take offense. My younger brother has an enormous appetite, capable of consuming as much as 5 or 6 ordinary men combined. In my days in the military, I managed to secretly save some rations for him to ensure he could occasionally eat his fill. Now that I have injured my leg and can no longer serve, our household's provisions are scarcely sufficient for him, and he often goes hungry. Upon hearing this, Edgar nodded solemnly and, placing a reassuring hand on Bruno's shoulder, declared, Rest assured. From this day forth, in my household, you may eat as much as you desire. You shall never again suffer from hunger. He then turned to Finn and continued, The grain merchant in the southern part of the city is part of my family's estate. You may collect 10 silver coins there each month, which shall serve as Bruno's wages for his work in my household. This sum should suffice for your sustenance. Finn was instantly overwhelmed with joy, bowing repeatedly in gratitude towards Edgar. 10 silver coins at that time represented a significant amount, enough for him to lead a comfortable life, and by the year's end, he could even save enough to acquire a few acres of land to improve his family's circumstances. Brother, do not forget to thank Lord Edgar. Finn urged Bruno excitedly. I hold no formal title. Edgar waved his hand dismissively, smiling. If others were to hear you call me general, it would only invite ridicule. He paused, looking at Bruno with a twinkle in his eye, and said, Since you are now following me, there is no need for such formality. Just call me boss, and I shall call you Bruno. Do you understand how to address me now? After a moment of contemplation, Bruno slowly lifted his head and, with a simple sincerity, mumbled, Be boss. Upon hearing this title, Edgar erupted into hearty laughter, his joyous sound soaring high into the morning air above Crown City. resonating for quite some time. The others in the courtyard were also caught up in the cheerful atmosphere, their faces lighting up with smiles. Chapter 50. Claire in Peril. Edgar, along with Gavin and Bert, made plans to visit a tavern for drinks, with their newly recruited companion Bruno following closely behind, resembling a tall shadow trailing the three. Bruno's towering stature of over 2 meters made him stand out in the crowd, drawing the attention of passers-by, many of whom instinctively stepped aside to clear a path for him. Instead of opting for the opulent taverns in Crown City, frequented by nobility, the group turned into a secluded alley and sought out a modest establishment. The tavern's wooden door frame bore a faded sign inscribed with the words Oak Barrel Tavern in charcoal, and a few sealed barrels of ale were displayed at the entrance. The air thick with the rich aroma of malt. As the four entered, the raucous sounds of the tavern enveloped them. Several rough-hewn oak tables were filled with patrons, primarily local craftsmen, apprentices, and occasional soldiers on leave, who were drinking ale and engaged in lively conversation, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. The tavern's proprietor, a middle-aged man adorned with a scruffy beard, stood behind the bar, diligently polishing ceramic mugs. Upon noticing the arrival of 4 patrons, he promptly greeted them with warmth. Inviting them inside, the quartet settled at a relatively quiet table in the corner. Bert surveyed his surroundings, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes, as he remarked with a smile, "Though this place may appear ordinary and its decor modest, I have visited here on several occasions, and the ale served here ranks among the finest in Crown City, rich and robust." Edgar, reclining against the back of his chair, burst into hearty laughter and said, "When it comes to drinking, what truly matters is the company one keeps. Even in a resplendent palace, with the most exquisite wines and rarest dishes, the experience would be utterly insipid if one were surrounded by the wrong companions." Gavin placed a hand on Bert's shoulder, chuckling in agreement. "Do you not know Edgar? He is ever so carefree, disinterested in pomp and circumstance. As long as the ale is good and the company right, the venue is of little consequence." Bert nodded in affirmation, expressing, "Indeed, the joy of our camaraderie in sharing a drink is what counts. There is no need to concern ourselves with trivialities." At that moment, a bartender clad in a coarse apron approached briskly, holding a tattered menu. He respectfully bowed and inquired, "Esteemed guests, what would you like to order? We have fine ale, roasted pork, and freshly baked bread, all made to order." The group had come with the singular intent of enjoying some ale, and Bert, unable to contain his thirst, eagerly exclaimed, "Bring forth 10 pounds of your finest ale, in ceramic jugs, the sooner, the better." Gavin, observing his friend's eagerness, couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Bert, my friend, you are far too impatient. Ale without food is rather dull, is it not? Why not order some appetizers to enjoy alongside?" Bert waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "I shall focus solely on the ale. You all can decide on the food. I am not picky." Edgar then turned his gaze to Bruno, who had remained silent, his eyes wandering around the tavern. With a smile, he asked, "Bruno, what would you like to eat? Do not hesitate to speak." Bruno, upon being addressed, quickly diverted his gaze from the tavern's decorations, feeling somewhat shy as he replied, I would like some bread, as much as possible. You mentioned before that you would ensure I would not go hungry." As he spoke, he instinctively clenched the hem of his clothing, clearly still feeling a bit reserved. Edgar, hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle and then called out to the server, "In addition to the 10 pounds of ale previously ordered, please bring 5 pounds of roasted beef, 5 pounds of roasted pork, and whatever specialty dishes you have. Also, prepare bread for 10 people." The bartender paused momentarily at the mention of 10 portions of bread, hesitatingly asking, "Sir, there are only 4 of you. Will you truly require so much bread? It would be wasteful if not consumed." Edgar waved his hand dismissively and said, "Just do as I say and collect your payment. You need not concern yourself with anything else." The bartender, seeing Edgar's resolute demeanor, ceased to inquire further, bowing in acknowledgement and swiftly retreating to the kitchen to relay the order. Before long, he returned, bearing 5 jars of malt liquor, each weighing approximately 2 pounds, encased in a layer of burlap to preserve their warmth. He set the jars upon the table and presented 4 ceramic cups, arranging them neatly. Bert, having grown impatient, could no longer wait for the others to begin. He eagerly uncorked one of the jars, releasing a rich aroma of malt that filled the air. Grabbing a cup, he filled it generously and raised it in toast, tilting his head back to gulp it down. After consuming half the cup, he set it down, wiped the remnants from the corners of his mouth, and exclaimed, "What a delight! Truly exhilarating. After being cooped up in the army for over a month, I can finally enjoy a good drink." Edgar and Gavin each opened a jar of malt liquor, savoring its flavor slowly. Only Bruno sat aside, gazing at the liquor on the table without partaking. Noticing his inactivity, Edgar curiously inquired, "Bruno, why aren't you drinking? Is it not to your liking?" Bruno shook his head and replied candidly, "I seldom drink alcohol, and I find the taste of malt liquor less appealing than water." The group erupted in laughter, finding Bruno's perspective quite amusing. After a while, the bartender returned, balancing 2 large platters of roasted meat and a stack of warm flatbreads. The meat glistened golden, sprinkled with salt and herbs, emanating an irresistible aroma, while the flatbreads, steaming hot, were crisp and golden on the outside. Bruno's eyes sparkled at the sight of the food. Yet he timidly asked Edgar, "Boss, can I truly eat as much as I wish? There will be enough, right?" Edgar rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, "Am I your boss to deceive you? Eat your fill. If this is insufficient, we can always order more." With Edgar's reassuring response, Bruno's face lit up with joy, and he wasted no time in digging in. He grabbed a hefty piece of roasted beef and a flatbread, devouring them voraciously. His pace of eating was astonishing. As if he had been starving for ages, his mouth stuffed with food, occasionally punctuated by satisfied munching sounds. The stack of flatbreads, ample enough for 10, quickly vanished as Bruno continued to shove them into his mouth. Not content yet, he polished off the 2 large platters of roasted meat until he could eat no more, patting his round belly, wiping the grease from his lips, and sighing contentedly, "At last, I am full. It has been ages since I indulged so heartily." Edgar, Gavin, and Bert sat nearby, utterly astonished. Gavin shook his head with a wry smile and remarked, "No wonder your brother sent you to Edgar's house, with an appetite like yours. No ordinary household could afford to keep you." Bruno, upon hearing the moniker glutton, displayed no anger. Instead, he scratched his head, revealing a hearty grin tinged with a hint of embarrassment, clearly aware of his prodigious appetite. Edgar, observing Bruno's demeanor, could not suppress a chuckle. He slid over an unopened barrel of ale, suggesting, "Once you've satisfied your hunger, indulge in a bit of this brew. You may find its flavor to your liking." After a moment's hesitation, Bruno nodded. He seized the barrel, uncorked it with a flourish, and tilted it to his lips. The ale within was quickly consumed, leaving him smacking his lips, seemingly unimpressed by the taste. Undeterred, he reached for another barrel and drained it in one go. Bert, witnessing Bruno's insatiable drinking as if it were mere water, was astonished by his capacity and felt a twinge of concern for the cost of the ale. He remarked, "Your manner of drinking is exceedingly wasteful, akin to quenching thirst. Can you truly appreciate the flavor of the ale? This is fine brew, worth a considerable sum." Bruno curled his lip in disdain and retorted, "What do you consider good ale? In my youth, living among the tribes of the northern plains, I drank spirits far stronger than this ale. Now that was true liquor, potent enough to invigorate." Edgar, upon hearing the mention of the northern plains tribes, felt a stir of curiosity and gazed intently at Bruno. This seemingly simple-minded giant harbored a past richer than he had imagined, indicating his experiences were far more intricate. However, Edgar refrained from probing further, recognizing that everyone possesses their own secrets, and when Bruno was ready to share, he would do so in due time. Once they had dined and imbibed to their fill, Edgar summoned the tavern keeper to settle the bill. The keeper approached with the invoice, respectfully stating, "Gentlemen, the total comes to 20 silver coins." Bert, initially confident that his funds would suffice, was taken aback by the amount. A wry smile crept across his face as he awkwardly rummaged through his pockets, confessing, "I hadn't anticipated such a steep cost. I do not carry that much on me." He had merely intended to enjoy some drinks, unaware that Bruno would order so much food and consume a considerable amount of ale, naturally inflating the expenses. Seeing this, Edgar chuckled softly, retrieving a coin pouch from his cloak and producing 20 silver coins for the tavern keeper, stating, "No need for change." Bert's face flushed with embarrassment as he said, "I had intended to treat you, and yet it seems you have covered the bill. I feel quite uneasy about this." "We are brothers. There is no need to dwell on such matters," Edgar replied, patting Bert on the shoulder with a smile. "This time I shall pay. Next time, you can reciprocate." Bert nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Bruno, silently resolving that if he were to dine with Bruno again, he would bring a substantial amount of gold coins, lest he find himself in a similar predicament once more. As the four emerged from the tavern, Belter recalled that he was due to report to the military office later that afternoon, briefing the commander on the recent campaign. Gavin also needed to return to the barracks to attend to military affairs. Thus, the three bid farewell to Edgar and departed in different directions. Edgar, meanwhile, accompanied Bruno as they prepared to return to his estate. He had to join his father, Thomas, for a visit to their aunt, Princess Catherine, at the palace. Still reeking of alcohol, He needed to bathe and change into clean attire to avoid any embarrassment while in the royal presence. On the way, Bruno's robust physique drew the attention of passers-by. Many halted in their tracks, casting curious glances and murmuring amongst themselves. After all, such towering figures were indeed a rarity in Crown City. As they traversed the street, Edgar suddenly halted, having caught a faint mention of a familiar name, Claire. The name stirred something within him. Claire was the Crown Prince's secretary, with whom he had shared several previous encounters. A man of integrity, they had developed a modicum of camaraderie. Following the sound, Edgar glanced towards a nearby tea house, where a group of young men clad in silk robes emerged. Engaging in light-hearted banter, their voices neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to Edgar. One of the young men laughed and remarked, "Have you heard? That secretary named Claire has quite the audacity. He dared to intrude upon the residence of the Prince Consort, Balthazar. Now he finds himself not only beaten by the Prince Consort's servants, but also stripped of his office. Truly, he has brought this upon himself." Another youth chimed in, laced with scorn. "I also heard that he has been begging for loans from everyone, seeking to cover medical expenses for his wife. Yet no one is willing to lend him a coin. This truly reflects his poor character. He lacks even a single friend willing to assist him." Upon hearing this, Edgar's heart constricted, and he swiftly approached the group, blocking their path as he demanded, "Are you speaking of Claire, the secretary to His Royal Highness?" The youths, taken aback by Edgar's noble attire and distinguished demeanor, felt a sudden apprehension. One among them quickly nodded. "Indeed, that is the person in question. By your appearance, do you know him?" Edgar's expression darkened, urgency lacing his tone as he pressed, "What has transpired? Why did he intrude upon the Prince Consort's residence, leading to his dismissal? Relate the events in detail." Seeing Edgar's serious countenance, the youths hesitated, then began to recount the unfolding of events. Approximately 5 or 6 days prior, Claire's wife fell gravely ill, bedridden and plagued by persistent vomiting of blood. Claire sought the aid of numerous renowned physicians within Crown City, yet they were at a loss, powerless to halt the deterioration of her condition. Eventually, Claire learned that Prince Consort Balthazar possessed a secret remedy for this affliction, and with a flicker of hope, he ventured to the Prince Consort's estate to plead for assistance. Unexpectedly, the Prince Balthazar not only refused to meet him, but also instructed his servants to keep him at bay. Claire, desperate to save his wife, impulsively attempted to force his way into the residence, only to be met with a brutal beating from the prince's attendants, who expelled him from the premises. This incident swiftly reached the ears of the censor, who reported it to the personnel office. The head of the personnel office deemed Claire's intrusion into a noble's abode a blatant disregard for royal law and an affront to the court's dignity, thus immediately revoking his position as a secretary. Alas, one might feel pity for Claire. His wife had been bedridden for over a decade, and in the years spent seeking her treatment, he had amassed crippling debts and lived in dire straits. Now, with her life nearing its end, one might wonder if her passing would serve as a release for him. Why, then, was he so obstinately seeking the prince's favor, only to find himself in such a predicament? A young man feigned sympathy as he spoke. Another youth chuckled, his tone light and mocking. "In my view, life has 3 great fortunes: ascending to nobility, acquiring wealth, and having a wife who passes away. Claire's wife is on the brink of death. Though he has lost his position, he should feel relieved to shed a burden. Why wear such a sorrowful countenance?" With that, several young men erupted into laughter, their voices laced with disdain and ridicule towards Claire. Edgar, standing aside, furrowed his brow tightly, a wave of guilt washing over him. Having returned to Crown City for 3 or 4 days, he had been preoccupied with rest and personal matters, neglecting to visit Claire or inquire about his situation. Had he not chanced upon these youths today and overheard their conversation, he would remain oblivious to Claire's misfortune. Seeing the sneering remarks and utter lack of compassion directed at Claire ignited a fire of anger within Edgar. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he swung a fist, landing a solid blow on the face of the young man who had uttered the words about a fortunate wife's death. "Ouch! How dare you strike me?" The youth staggered back, clutching his nose, blood seeping through his fingers as he shouted in shock and fury. "I strike those who lack decorum and exhibit such base behavior." Edgar roared, stepping forward again, unleashing a flurry of fists and kicks upon the group of youths. Having survived countless battles on the battlefield of Gladorn Province, his agility had sharpened, and dealing with these ineffectual scribes was a mere trifle. In no time, the youths lay sprawled on the ground, groaning and begging for mercy. "Boss, do you need my assistance? I could take them down with a single punch." Bruno, watching Edgar in action, felt a surge of eagerness and quietly inquired. Edgar brushed off the dust from his hands, casting a disapproving glare at Bruno, and replied, "Did you not see that I have already handled the situation? No need for your help. Remember, the next time I engage, you are to follow immediately. Do not just stand there as a spectator, understood?" "Understood, boss." Bruno nodded eagerly. Though he did not comprehend why Edgar had declined his assistance, nonetheless, he obediently acquiesced. Edgar paid no further heed to the groans of the youths sprawled on the ground, and, without uttering another word, strode purposefully towards Claire's residence. His heart was aflame with urgency, yearning to see Claire, to ascertain his condition, and to offer whatever aid he could. Bruno trailed closely behind Edgar, hastening to keep pace with him. Chapter 51. All finished. Edgar, accompanied by Bruno, hurried along, his heart brimming with anxiety. Claire's abode was situated in the impoverished district of Crown City, where the dwellings were predominantly modest wooden structures, and the streets were narrow and congested, starkly contrasting the opulence of the noble quarter. After traversing several winding alleyways, they finally arrived before a somewhat dilapidated wooden house, which was Claire's home. The courtyard bore no semblance of decor, with only a few wilting plants haphazardly planted in the corners and scattered leaves strewn across the ground, lending an air of desolation. As Edgar stepped through the gate, he caught sight of Claire engaged in a hushed conversation with an elderly man clad in a gray robe, who bore a medical kit on his back. The old man's hair and beard were completely white, and his countenance was weary, undoubtedly the physician tending to Mrs. Claire. "How is Mrs. Claire?" Edgar inquired, hastening forward with urgency. His gaze fell upon Claire's pale, gaunt face, amplifying his concern. Claire slowly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, his complexion as dull as a piece of soiled cloth. He gently shook his head and, in a hoarse voice, replied, "You should go in and see for yourself." A simple statement, yet it echoed with boundless despair. Edgar refrained from probing further and swiftly entered the bedroom. The room was dimly lit, suffused with a heavy scent of herbs intermingled with a faint whiff of decay. Isabella lay quietly on the bed, covered by a faded coarse blanket. Her eyes were tightly shut, ensnared in a deep coma. Her once full cheeks had now withered to mere skin clinging to bone, rendering her a mere specter of her former self. Strangely, however, her complexion exhibited an eerie flush, incongruous with her frail state. Edgar approached the bedside and softly called out, "Mrs. Claire," but the figure on the bed remained unresponsive, devoid of even the slightest movement. He reached out, gently touching Isabella's hand, only to find it icy cold, sending a chill through his heart. Silently, Edgar exited the room and approached Claire and the physician, fixing his gaze upon the latter as he gravely inquired, "Sir, is Mrs. Claire's condition dire? Is there any hope for her recovery?" The physician cast a cursory glance at Edgar, his gaze imbued with scrutiny. Before retracting his eyes and responding in a detached tone, "Her condition is extremely grave. The coldness within her has long since stagnated, penetrating her very marrow. I can only employ herbs to temporarily stave off the deterioration. A cure is beyond my reach." Claire abruptly shut his eyes, his body quivering slightly, his voice laced with an unbearable quaver. "How much time does she have left?" The utterance seemed to drain him of all vitality, each word imbued with excruciating anguish. "No more than half a month." The physician sighed and shook his head, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. If fortune favored them, perhaps she could endure until the end of the month. Yet, should her condition deteriorate suddenly, he did not finish his thought, but those present grasped the implication. Claire's eyes were tightly shut, the agony etched upon his face was unmistakable. Large tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes, splattering onto the ground and creating small, damp patches. He stood there, his form wavering, as if he might collapse at any moment. Edgar furrowed his brow, filled with confusion, and could not refrain from asking, "I have heard that Prince Balthasar possesses a secret remedy for such maladies. Why do you not seek his assistance?" Upon hearing the name Balthasar, the physician let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Balthasar washed his hands of medicine 30 years ago, completely withdrawing from the healing arts, no longer treating anyone. A few years back, when his closest friend lay critically ill, even after being beseeched, he did not show himself, let alone offer aid. His resolve to abandon the practice is evident. Do you truly believe that Claire's status could persuade him to make an exception? Claire slowly opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary. He bowed deeply to the physician, his voice hoarse as he expressed, "Thank you, sir, for your diligent care these past days. I am grateful for your efforts." With that, he turned, lost in despair, and began to walk slowly towards his wife's chamber, each step laden with the weight of 1,000 stones. His silhouette was one of solitude and desolation, stirring a pang of sorrow within Edgar's heart. "Such a devoted soul," the physician remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. What a pity for such profound affection. I shall return in 3 days to bring some herbs to alleviate her suffering. Rest assured, though I cannot save her life, I will do my utmost to ensure she departs peacefully, suffering less. Edgar stepped forward, grasping the physician who was about to leave, and urgently inquired, Sir, please consider again. Is there truly no hope for Mrs. Clare? No other means? The physician paused, exhaling a long breath before responding. Lady Isabella endured a miscarriage many years ago, an event that left her troubled and unable to find solace. The coldness seeped into her being, accumulating over time, and she has long succumbed to the illness. By my medical knowledge, I am indeed powerless, only able to strive to ease her pain. And what of Balthasar, whom you mentioned earlier? Does he truly possess the ability to save Mrs. Clare? Edgar pressed on, unwilling to relent. The physician contemplated for a moment before finally nodding, his tone resolute. The Balthasar family has practiced medicine for generations, esteemed in the medical community for their exceptional skills and wide renown. Balthasar is a paragon among them. Having earned the title of the world's finest physician in his youth, his expertise far surpasses my own. If there exists anyone in this world capable of saving Lady Isabella's life, it must be he. The physician, having spoken, turned away with his medicine chest, shaking his head as he departed slowly. Edgar remained rooted to the spot, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Boss, if that fellow Balthasar can save Lady Clare, then we must bring him here by force. If he refuses to help, I shall beat him until he agrees. Bruno interjected, unable to contain himself. His approach was always straightforward. When faced with a problem, he instinctively resorted to brute force. Edgar shook his head in resignation, explaining, Balthasar is the king's son-in-law, a man of noble lineage, belonging to the royal family. How could we dare to act against him? If we were to truly abduct him, not only would we fail to save Lady Clare, but we might also bring about our own demise. Princess Catherine would be unable to protect us. He gazed towards the bedroom. Through the window, he could see Clare kneeling by the bedside, holding his wife's hand tightly. His shoulders trembled slightly, silent tears falling onto the bedcovers. With his beloved on the brink of death and his own title stripped away, Clare was left with nothing. What profound despair must he be feeling at this moment? Recalling the vivacious Clare he had once encountered in the royal palace, full of laughter, sharp wit, and vibrant eyes, Edgar felt a pang of sorrow. The contrast between that spirited man and the desolate figure before him was stark. He understood that in such a moment, no words of comfort would suffice. Only by finding a genuine way to assist Clare in saving his wife could hope be rekindled. Bruno, come with me, Edgar declared, no longer hesitating, and turned towards the door. He had resolved to attempt this endeavor, determined to persuade Balthasar to extend his hand in salvation, even if there was but a minuscule chance of success. Seeing his resolve, Bruno hastily followed Edgar's lead, and together they hurried towards Balthasar's estate. As anticipated, the situation proved as difficult as the young men had forewarned. Upon arriving at the gates of Balthasar's residence, Edgar introduced himself to the guard as the nephew of Princess Catherine. The guard, recognizing his status, did not dare to delay and promptly went inside to inform his superiors. Shortly thereafter, Balthasar's son, Cashin, personally emerged to greet Edgar. Clad in a splendid silk robe, Cashin bore a resemblance to Balthasar, and his demeanor was exceedingly respectful as he warmly ushered Edgar to the reception area at the entrance. However, when Edgar articulated his purpose, imploring for Balthasar to intervene and treat Lady Clare, Cashin's expression shifted dramatically. The warmth fled from his face, replaced by an evident wariness and impatience. He gestured coldly for the guards to escort Edgar away, stating, Lord Edgar, it is not a matter of disrespect. My father has sworn an oath to cease practicing medicine, and under no circumstances will he make an exception. I kindly ask you to leave and refrain from wasting further time on this matter. Yet, Edgar did not yield. For the next few days, he returned to the estate daily, employing gentle words and earnest pleas, striving to persuade Cashin to convince Balthasar to reconsider his decision. Cashin's resolve was unwavering. Regardless of Edgar's entreaties, he remained obstinate. Ultimately, Cashin ordered the gates of the estate to be shut tight, refusing to grant Edgar another audience. Cashin's indifference and sternness ignited a furious blaze within Edgar. Yet, he was acutely aware that Balthasar was no ordinary family, being of royal lineage, and the estate was heavily guarded. An attempt to force entry would not only prove futile, but could exacerbate the situation further. Faced with the unyielding stance of his adversary, Edgar deliberated extensively before arriving at a bold decision. He, along with Bruno, positioned themselves resolutely before the gates of Balthasar's estate, unyielding to the guards' attempts to persuade or expel them. As dusk approached and mealtime drew near, the light before the estate began to wane. Edgar stood, dusted off his clothing, and approached the grand door, gently rapping upon it. After a brief moment, a crack in the door opened, revealing the butler, who, upon recognizing Edgar, wore a pained smile of resignation. "My lord Edgar, what brings you here again? My master has made it clear that he will not see you. I must ask you to leave." With arms crossed and a composed demeanor, Edgar replied, "I am hungry. Kindly instruct the kitchen to prepare some food to be brought forth." The butler hesitated, then stammered, "You aren't returning home? Do you intend to remain here indefinitely?" Edgar rolled his eyes, his tone laced with irritation. "What business is it of yours, mere servant? Go inform your master that the esteemed nephew of Princess Catherine has graced their doorstep, yet they cannot even offer a meal. Should word of this spread, it would surely render you a subject of ridicule for your lack of hospitality." Upon hearing this, the butler's forced smile deepened. Aware of Edgar Ash's significant status and the potential repercussions of offending him, he reluctantly closed the door and turned to relay the message. Inside the estate, Cashin sat in the drawing room, his expression dark and brooding. After receiving the butler's report, he scoffed. Does he truly believe that such brazen tactics will compel me to acquiesce? What folly! If he wishes to disgrace his aunt, I shall relish the spectacle. If he seeks a meal, let him have one, plenty of it. I am curious to see just how long he intends to linger here. Moments later, the butler returned, accompanied by 2 servants who carried several platters of food, placing them upon the stone table before Edgar. Without hesitation, Edgar seized his utensils and began to eat heartily. Bruno's eyes sparkled at the sight of the feast, and as he devoured his meal, he excitedly exclaimed to Edgar, "Boss, you are incredible. I never realized it could be this simple to enjoy a hearty meal. Why didn't I think of this before?" Setting down his utensils and wiping his mouth, Edgar chuckled. "Have you forgotten who your leader is? Would they dare disregard my presence? Had it been anyone else, they would have been chased away with sticks long ago. You understand the implications of this, do you not?" "Indeed. Following you, I shall never go hungry." Bruno eagerly nodded, his face alight with admiration as he continued to feast. Not long after, the meal on the table was devoured entirely by the 2 men. Bruno, patting his stomach, said with a hint of embarrassment, "Boss, I am still not full." Edgar clapped his hands, rose from his seat, and approached the front door once more, rapping forcefully on the door. "It's all right. If we're still hungry, have them bring more, plenty more. Today, we shall let them know what true appetites are." Bruno scratched his head, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face as he murmured, "Isn't this a bit excessive? We are, after all, at someone else's doorstep, and demanding food like this seems rather inappropriate." Edgar smiled faintly, his tone calm as he replied, "Sometimes, engaging in questionable conduct can yield beneficial results. If we do not act this way, how will they take our requests seriously? How will they be willing to assist us?" Bruno nodded somewhat understandingly. Although the deeper meaning of Edgar's words eluded him, he chose to trust his leader. The appetite of an ordinary household could hardly satisfy Bruno's needs. Edgar knocked once more on the grand door of the Balthazar estate. The butler opened the door, and upon seeing Edgar again, an expression of exasperation nearly overflowed from his visage. "Lord Edgar, we have already sent your meal. What more could you possibly desire?" Edgar tilted his head back slightly, his tone laced with discontent. "This meager portion, and you dare to serve it to a beggar? Prepare 10 portions of food immediately and send it out." The butler was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Edgar and Bruno. "Are you 2 certain you can consume such an enormous quantity? This is enough for 10 people. Edgar's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "Just have the food brought here. If we cannot finish it, I shall leave at once and never trouble you again. What do you say?" The butler, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes as he hurriedly asked, "Is that truly your word? Enough chatter. Hurry and prepare it." Edgar leaned against the doorframe, waving his hand in impatience. The butler, not daring to delay, swiftly turned and hurried back inside the estate. Before long, he returned, accompanied by 2 servants bearing 2 large bowls brimming with food, which they placed upon the stone table. Edgar gestured to the food on the ground, instructing Bruno, "Eat. Finish every last morsel, leave nothing behind." Bruno's face lit up with joy at the sight of the mountain of food before him, and without hesitation, he grabbed a bowl and began to eat voraciously. His pace was astonishing, as if he had been starved for days. In no time, a considerable portion of the meal had vanished from his bowl. The butler stood nearby, intently watching Bruno with anticipation, convinced that these 2 could not possibly finish 10 portions. He believed Edgar was merely seeking an opportunity to extricate himself from the situation. Should they fail to consume everything, it would provide a valid reason to dismiss them. To the butler's astonishment, as Bruno consumed a substantial portion of the meal, He unexpectedly set down his bowl, patted his round belly, and contentedly declared, "Boss, I am full." Truly unable to eat another bite. Edgar shot him a fierce glare and sternly insisted, "No, you must finish everything. We cannot waste a single grain. We had an agreement with the butler that if we couldn't finish, we would leave. Do you wish to depart now?" Bruno gazed at the remaining food, a look of distress crossing his face. It was the first time in his life that he felt no desire for food. However, he understood that he must heed the boss's words, and with a heavy heart, he picked up the spoon and slowly fed himself the remnants of the meal. "Be boss, hick. It's all gone, not a morsel left." After swallowing the last bite, Bruno let out a long, satisfied belch, clutching his belly, no longer wishing to move. Edgar nodded with satisfaction, turned to the astonished butler, and with a smirk of pride said, "See, I did not deceive you, did I? We have finished all the food. Prepare this quantity from now on. If it is insufficient, do not blame us for knocking again. By the way, it's cold at night. Send out 2 more blankets, or we might catch a chill, and you would not want to bear the consequences." The butler cast a terrified glance at Bruno, then looked at the empty bowl, his face a mask of disbelief. He hurriedly began to clear the tableware, escaping into the mansion as if pursued by a flood or a beast, slamming the door behind him with a reverberating thud. Chapter 52. The old fisherman 3 days slipped away like grains of sand through fingers, quietly eluding Edgar and Bruno's steadfast vigil. At this moment, Edgar and Bruno had been stationed outside the gates of the Balthazar residence for a full 10 days. During this time, they had not left their post. Sitting on the cold stone steps by day and wrapping themselves in the 2 blankets they had procured from the mansion to huddle in a corner at night. Such stubborn and somewhat shameless behavior far exceeded Cashin's expectations. In his view, any respectable noble would never stoop to such a loss of dignity, disregarding their own face. Now, the situation had spiraled beyond control. Not only had Edgar lost face due to his vigil at the noble estate, but the Balthazar residence had also become the subject of ridicule among the citizens of Crown City. Curious passers-by gathered daily around the estate, pointing and gossiping about Edgar. And some even made a special detour just to catch a glimpse of this noble youth daring to challenge the prince's mansion. Edgar was acutely aware that Balthazar, being a royal relative, maintained a heavily guarded estate. Forcing entry would not only fail to rescue Lady Claire, but would also plunge him into irretrievable peril. Thus, he refrained from any rash actions. Meanwhile, Cashin, wary of Edgar being the nephew of Princess Catherine, hesitated to take any drastic measures against him for fear of offending a member of the royal family. This stalemate left Cashin in a state of utter frustration. In a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to send someone to Edgar's residence, conveying the matter to Edgar's father, Thomas, in the hope that he might intervene and bring his son back, thus putting an end to this farce. "You rascal. I wondered why you haven't returned home these past few days. Turns out you are here, bringing shame upon yourself, dressed in a pristine noble robe." Thomas hurriedly approached the Balthazar estate, accompanied by 2 of his servants. He immediately spotted Edgar, disheveled and seated on the stone steps, and felt a surge of anger. Striding forward, he pointed at his son and scolded him sternly, "Get home at once. Do not disgrace me here." Edgar lifted his gaze, casting a glance at his furious father, and slowly shook his head, his tone calm as he replied, "I shall not leave. Father, do not concern yourself with this matter. I have my own plans. I am your father. How can I not care about your affairs? Come with me," Thomas asserted as he reached out to grasp Edgar's arm, attempting to pull him to his feet. Edgar clasped his father's arm tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible quaver. "Father, Claire's wife is on the brink of death. The doctor has said she has at most 2 weeks left." Thomas halted abruptly, momentarily taken aback, and questioned with confusion, "What does her impending death have to do with you? Is it worth degrading yourself for someone else?" "Claire's my friend. One of the few with whom I can converse at the palace," Edgar whispered, wiping his nose. "Seeing him in anguish over his wife's condition weighs heavily on my heart. A few years ago, Lady Isabella's health was relatively stable. She could still occasionally get out of bed. During those times, Claire would often invite me over, and Lady Isabella would personally prepare meals for us. Her roasted bread and stewed meat were truly exquisite. Now, she is nearing her end, and I shall never again have the opportunity to savor such flavors." Thomas gradually released his grip on his son's hand, letting out a long sigh. His voice tinged with resignation. "Son, one cannot defy fate. That is her destiny, and what can you possibly change? Balthazar can save her." Edgar raised his head, his gaze resolute as he recounted Claire's wife's illness, Balthazar's medical expertise, and the circumstances that led him to seek help. After hearing him out, Thomas shook his head with a bitter smile. Balthazar is the king's son-in-law, a man of high standing. His family is not one of common folk. If they are unwilling to intervene, how can you compel them? In the end, not only will you fail to save her, but you might also bring trouble upon yourself. Where there is a will, there is a way. If I do not try, how can I know it will not work? Edgar clenched his teeth, his tone resolute. I refuse to believe that the Balthazar family is devoid of compassion, able to stand by and watch a life extinguish before their eyes without offering aid. If they are truly so heartless, then I shall cast aside all pretenses. I care not for my own reputation, and shall make the Balthazar estate the laughingstock of the entire crown city, bringing them disgrace. Thomas gazed at his son, recognizing an unprecedented resolve and determination etched upon his youthful visage. He understood well that while the boy typically appeared frivolous and indifferent, once he set his mind on something, not even a herd of 9 oxen could sway him. After a prolonged silence, Thomas finally spoke again, his voice tinged with a hint of concession. It seems I cannot dissuade you today. Edgar looked at his father and softly said, Father, let me be willful just this once, shall you? Thomas turned his gaze toward the tightly shut door of the Balthazar estate, suddenly breaking into a smile. He patted his son's shoulder and said, Do as you wish. We, father and son, have not shied away from begging for food in the streets. Why should we fear a little embarrassment? Having said that, his gaze fell upon Bruno, who lay sprawled on the ground, wrapped in a blanket and sound asleep. Curiously, he inquired, Who is he? Why is he with you? He is my new little brother, named Bruno, and he possesses quite a bit of skill, Edgar replied. Thomas nodded, muttering under his breath, He certainly looks sturdy and seems capable, before turning to lead Dahe and Arai away. What has gotten into this old man today? He is unusually accommodating. Watching his father's retreating figure, Edgar scratched his head and muttered to himself. He then turned to the still, slumbering Bruno, observing the drool at the corner of his mouth and his carefree demeanor, and couldn't help but smirk and jest. You lazy dog. You can sleep even more than I can. I'll give you that. With that, he leaned against the cold wall, slowly closing his eyes to catch up on sleep, as he was thoroughly exhausted from standing guard at the estate's entrance day and night. Days passed, and news of Edgar's steadfast vigil at the Balthazar estate spread throughout the crown city. Both nobles and commoners engaged in discussions about it. Upon learning of the situation, Prince Leon personally arrived to persuade Edgar, hoping he would consider his status and refrain from such undignified actions. However, Edgar seized the opportunity to engage him in a lengthy discussion about family business matters, ranging from grain harvests to fabric prices, completely ignoring the prince's attempts to steer the conversation back. Prince Leon, left with no choice, could only shake his head with a wry smile before taking his leave. Gavin and Bird also came to pay him a visit. Gavin, impressed by Edgar's unwavering loyalty to his friend, gave a thumbs up and sincerely remarked, Claire is truly fortunate to have a friend as devoted as you. Others would have likely abandoned the matter long ago. Bert, carrying several jars of fine wheat beer, clapped Edgar on the shoulder and boisterously declared, Brother, I support you. Once this matter is settled, I shall treat you to the finest tavern in Crown City, and we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. One day, Cashin returned from his errands, initially in good spirits due to having secured a business deal. As he approached the entrance of the estate, the sight of Edgar seated upon the stone steps darkened his countenance to a shade as grim as iron. The whispers and laughter of passers-by ignited his fury, and he felt an overwhelming urge to dispatch someone to expel Edgar immediately. Suppressing his rage, he advanced to the grand door. The accompanying servants hastened to knock and announce their master's return. As the door creaked open, the noise roused Edgar from his slumber, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He lazily gazed up at Cashin and inquired, Old Cass, what time is it? Surely the sun is about to set? The servants surrounding Cashin stifled their laughter at the informal address, covering their mouths to conceal their amusement. Cashin's face flushed crimson in indignation, trembling with rage. He pointed at Edgar and bellowed, You, a man of noble birth and status, dare to beg like a common vagrant at my doorstep. What a disgrace. Do you not care for your own dignity? I have no concern for dignity, so what of it? Edgar rose slowly, brushing the dust from his attire. At this juncture, he was impervious to the harsh words of others. A few unkind remarks would not diminish him. After all, if it meant saving Lady Claire, what was a little humiliation? Cashin, I will ask you one final time. Will the esteemed Lord Balthazar see me? Is he willing to intervene for Lady Claire? Edgar's tone turned serious, his gaze betraying a flicker of desperate hope. Not a chance. Cashin scoffed, abruptly shaking off his sleeves and dismissing Edgar with an abrupt turn, striding back into the estate. Watching Cashin's retreating figure, Edgar muttered under his breath, What a stubborn old fool. devoid of reason. Days passed, and Edgar had steadfastly maintained his vigil before Balthazar's estate for a full 10 days, his patience dwindling. Bruno, listen closely. Edgar turned to his companion, who was nibbling on a flatbread. If there is no response from Balthazar's estate today, if he refuses to meet with me or lend a hand to save her, we shall storm in at dawn tomorrow and seize her. I care not for the rules. It is better to face the king's wrath than to watch Lady Claire perish. Bruno's face fell at the thought of storming in, and he murmured, "But we've only waited 10 days. There are still 5 more to go. Shall we not wait a while longer?" The past days had afforded him ample sustenance, with meat and wine, a stark contrast to the hunger he had known, making him reluctant to let such blissful moments slip away. Edgar shot him an exasperated glare and retorted, "Stop thinking solely of food. We have a mission at hand. Saving her is of utmost importance." "Understood, boss," Bruno quickly nodded, refraining from further dissent. After enduring 10 days of hardship, Edgar had long lost the appearance of a noble scion. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were filthy, and his face was smudged with dust, rendering him indistinguishable from the beggars on the street. In the afternoon, the sun gradually softened its glare. Leaning against a wall, Edgar contemplated returning home for a refreshing bath and a change of clothes, followed by a rejuvenating slumber, so that he could, at dawn, force his way into the Balthazar estate alongside Bruno, determined to see Balthazar even if it meant alarming the guards. At that moment, the door of the Balthazar estate, which had remained shut for 10 days, suddenly creaked open. An elderly man, clad in a coarse gray robe, emerged, carrying a bamboo fish basket on his back and a wooden fishing rod in hand. Though his beard and hair were white, and his face was lined with wrinkles, indicating he was in his 70s or 80s, his steps remained steady. Edgar and Bruno had been stationed at the gate for 10 days, attending to their needs right there, leaving the ground littered with food scraps and remnants of ale. As the old man stepped out, he inadvertently trod upon an oily fragment of bread, slipping slightly and nearly losing his balance. Edgar, quick to react, hurried forward and steadied the old man's arm, saying, "Be careful, sir, the ground is slippery." The elderly gentleman regained his balance and turned to Edgar, gratitude lighting up his face as a gentle smile graced his lips. "Young man, I truly thank you. Without your assistance, I might have fallen here today." "It was but a trifling matter, merely a gesture," Edgar replied, waving his hand dismissively. His gaze fell upon the fishing rod and basket, prompting his curiosity. "Are you heading to the river outside the city to fish, sir?" The old man nodded, chuckling softly. "Indeed, after being cooped up at home for so long, I feel rather restless. Fishing is a fine way to stretch my limbs." He scrutinized Edgar, noting his tattered attire yet clear gaze, and then smiled again. "I am quite aged and lack the strength to carry these fishing tools over such a distance. Would you be so kind as to assist me in transporting them to the river? I would be immensely grateful." Edgar hesitated, torn between his desire to assist and his concern for leaving Bruno alone at the gate. If there were any stirrings at the Balthazar estate, or if Cashin sent someone to drive them away, Bruno might struggle to manage on his own. The old man seemed to sense his apprehension, stepping closer and lowering his voice. "Haven't you been seeking Balthazar? I have known him for many years. We are old friends. If you help me with this small task, I shall speak well of you to him, perhaps facilitating an audience." "Really?" Edgar's heart quickened, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. He hastily took the fishing rod from the elder's hands, gently adjusted the fish basket on the elder's back, and supported the elder's arm, saying, "No problem, dear sir. Let us set off now. I shall escort you to the riverbank." He had been waiting here for 10 days, finally catching a glimmer of hope, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. Chapter 53. All the family wealth. Edgar carefully assisted the elder as they traversed the winding stone path. The two of them passed through the bustling urban area and arrived at a serene monastery several miles away. The outer walls of the monastery were constructed of light gray stone, with a roof adorned in deep brown tiles. In front stood 2 roughly carved stone lions, exuding an air of ancient solemnity. Behind the monastery lay a vast pond, its waters crystal clear, bordered by dense reeds that swayed gently in the breeze, creating ripples upon the surface. The elder approached a flat stone slab at the pond's edge, slowly seated himself, removed the fish basket from his back, and deftly unfolded the fishing rod. With practiced ease, he attached the bait and then cast it with a flourish, the hook and line tracing a graceful arc through the air before splashing into the water. Once he completed this, he sat quietly on the stone slab, his gaze intently fixed on the bobber floating on the surface, as if the world around him had faded into oblivion. Edgar squatted on the grass beside the elder, idly picking up a dry twig and tracing circles in the soil, breaking the silence. "Dear sir, how old are you this year?" You seem so spirited. Your health must be quite robust. The elder kept his eyes on the water, his tone calm as he replied, I am 83 this year. 83? Edgar looked up in surprise, studying the elder anew. Though his face was lined with wrinkles, his hair remained dark, his complexion rosy, and there were no signs of sagging skin. He appeared no older than someone in their 50s, making it hard to believe he was indeed 83. You look far younger than your actual age. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought you were only in your 50s, Edgar remarked sincerely. The elder's lips curled slightly into a faint smile, and then he closed his eyes, entering a state of serene concentration, no longer speaking. Seemingly immersed in the world of fishing, Edgar was filled with curiosity, several times wanting to inquire about the elder's connection to Balthazar and whether he could truly help him meet Balthazar, but seeing the elder's focused demeanor, he refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to patiently wait by his side. The pond teemed with fish, and the elder was able to catch a lively fish every few moments. However, instead of placing the caught fish into the basket, he would glance at each one before gently returning it to the water. Thus, for hours passed, with the sun gradually dipping in the west, and the elder's basket contained only 3 snow-white fish. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Edgar pointed to the basket and asked, Dear sir, why do you only keep the white fish and release the others? These fish appear quite fresh. It seems a pity to return them to the water. The white fish possesses a fierce temperament, reveling in the pursuit of smaller fish. If left unchecked, their population in the pond would soon decimate the other fish species, ultimately disrupting the ecological equilibrium of the entire pond. The elder patiently elucidated this, his tone imbued with a touch of reverence for nature. Edgar, struck by this revelation, eagerly nodded in admiration. Your considerations are indeed thorough, and your compassion is remarkable. Yet, after such a long afternoon of toil, is it not a pity that you have only caught 3 fish? The elder chuckled softly, his demeanor calm as he replied, Some fish for the sake of satiating their appetites, while others do so to sell for profit. I harbor no such intentions. The fish I catch hold no value for me. Returning them allows them to continue thriving in the pond. But why then do you fish at all? Edgar inquired, his confusion deepening. Simply because I have lingered at home for too long and found it tedious. I come out to fish, to stretch my limbs, and to pass the time, the elder responded, erupting into hearty laughter as he rose to gather his fishing gear, preparing to depart. Edgar quickly stepped forward to assist, grasping the fish basket and closely trailing behind the elder. Good sir, you mentioned your close acquaintance with Balthazar. Is that truly the case? Edgar could not restrain himself from asking again, fearing the elder might have been speaking lightly. Indeed, I have known him for many years, and our bond is profound. I am well acquainted with his character, the elder affirmed with conviction. You promised to speak on my behalf to him. You must not go back on your word, Edgar urged, anxious that the elder might reconsider. The elder turned his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Edgar, and gently inquired, I have some knowledge regarding Claire's situation. He has been dismissed from his position, left destitute and without resources. He holds no utility for anyone now. Why do you continue to exert yourself so diligently to assist him? At this, Edgar's expression soured slightly, his brows furrowing as he resolutely replied, in the realm of friendship, one cannot merely consider gains and losses. Claire is a true friend to me, and now, in his hour of need, I cannot stand idly by and ignore his plight. The elder refrained from debating, a slight smile gracing his lips as he jested. Your method of aiding a friend is indeed unique. Daring to linger 10 days before the prince's gate, such courage and determination are rare. Edgar's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head and confessed, desperation drove me to such a course of action. I am aware that it lacks dignity. My humility is not that profound. The elder lifted his gaze to the setting sun on the horizon, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. His tone tinged with reflection. I deeply resonate with your sentiments. In my youth, I too undertook similar endeavors in pursuit of a goal, and that reckless determination, when I reminisce, now strikes me as somewhat amusing. Edgar regarded the elder with a hint of skepticism, astonished that this seemingly stern and dignified man had once engaged in the audacious act of lingering at another's doorstep. Their casual conversation soon led them back to the front of the Balthazar estate. From a distance, Edgar spotted Bruno practicing his punches in the open space before the gates. Bruno, bare-chested, exhibited a bronzed complexion that shimmered under the setting sun, each strike accompanied by a whistling wind, exuding an imposing energy that stirred the dust beneath him. The elder halted, his gaze fixated on Bruno, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes as he remarked to Edgar, this man possesses exceptional martial prowess. His strength and skill are remarkable. Should he force his way into the estate, The guards within would stand no chance against him. Edgar offered an awkward smile, remaining silent as he realized that the elder seemed to have discerned his intentions of breaching the estate. The elder's words felt like a subtle admonition. At that moment, Cashin returned on horseback after attending to his duties. Upon seeing the elder standing by the gates, he paused momentarily before hastily dismounting and approaching with respect. Eager to assist the elder, "Father, why did you not bring a servant along for your fishing trip? Should anything unforeseen occur while you are alone, it would be most concerning." The elder gently pushed aside Cashin's hand, his tone frosty as he replied, "I am not so frail as to require assistance for mere travel." "Yes, Father," Cashin acquiesced, not daring to retort, bowing his head with a respectful demeanor, tinged with a barely perceptible fear. "Are you Balthazar?" Edgar inquired, glancing between the elder and the respectfully standing Cashin, finally coming to a realization that escaped his lips. "Impudent!" Cashin exclaimed, his fury igniting at Edgar's direct address of his father. "How dare you, a mere youth, utter my father's name so casually? Such audacity is utterly disgraceful." Edgar paid no heed to Cashin's outburst, fixating his cold gaze on the elder, his voice laced with a hint of accusation. "Old Balthazar, you have known my identity and purpose from the very beginning, yet you chose to conceal it from me. What is your intent? Are you toying with me?" Balthazar remained impassive, his demeanor calm as he responded, "I have already mentioned that in my youth, I too pursued my ambitions with unwavering determination. Had I not sensed your sincerity and tenacity, you could have sat at my gates for a century, and I would have spared you but a glance, let alone a word." Edgar clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain as anger surged within him. He felt akin to a jester, manipulated by Balthazar's whims. "Bruno, let us depart." Edgar abruptly turned away, no longer casting a glance at Balthazar, having resolutely made up his mind. At dawn the following day, he would lead a forceful incursion into Balthazar's estate, even if it meant binding the obstinate old man, compelling him to attend to Lady Claire's ailment. "Young man, do you not wish to save Claire's wife?" Just as Edgar was about to take a step forward, Balthazar suddenly called out, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible mockery. Edgar's body froze in place, and he slowly turned back, his eyes brimming with surprise and uncertainty as he eagerly inquired, "Are you willing to assist me in treating Lady Claire?" Balthazar chuckled, a glint of cunning in his gaze. "Did you not already resolve to force your way into my abode and compel me to act?" Edgar's cheeks flushed crimson. It was evident that Balthazar had seen through his intentions without any veil. Since the old man had discerned his thoughts, he probably wouldn't be intimidated by Edgar's tactics. Gathering his courage, Edgar attempted to salvage some dignity. Balthazar merely smiled without reply, turning to walk into the estate. Edgar hurried forward, calling out loudly, "Old man, when do you intend to visit the Clare household to treat his wife?" Without turning back, Balthazar laughed heartily. "If you wish for me to intervene, it is not such a simple matter. Are you not a man of deep affection, willing to sacrifice everything for a friend? Very well. I require you to relinquish all your wealth. Once you have gathered it, I shall proceed to save Lady Claire." Edgar stood rooted to the spot, unable to utter a word. He never anticipated that Balthazar would propose such stringent terms. Bruno, seething with rage at the side, could not contain himself, exclaiming, "This old man is exceedingly greedy. For merely treating an illness, he demands your entire fortune. It is utterly outrageous. Boss, let us disregard him. I shall seize him and deliver a few blows, ensuring he complies and dutifully attends to the treatment." Edgar shook his head, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Since Balthazar has expressed willingness to render assistance, albeit under harsh conditions, it at least offers us a glimmer of hope. If it means saving Lady Claire, such sacrifices are worthwhile." He pondered deeply for a long while, ultimately solidifying his resolve. He lifted his gaze towards the grand entrance of Balthazar's estate and murmured, "Matters that can be resolved with money are not true challenges. Let us return home." With a decisive wave of his hand, Edgar turned with Bruno and departed, their steps firm and unwavering. Upon returning home, Edgar first indulged in a refreshing bath and changed his attire, washing away the fatigue and dust of the past 10 days, before collapsing onto his bed in a deep slumber. After enduring the rigors of the journey, he was utterly exhausted, and this sleep was particularly sweet. The next morning, as dawn broke, Thomas set out to the estate on the outskirts of the city with a few servants to attend to affairs, leaving only a handful of servants behind to manage cleaning and cooking. Edgar seized the opportunity to stealthily infiltrate his father's bedroom, rummaging through the room. He recalled his father's words about valuable possessions being stored in a secret location. After a meticulous search, Edgar finally discovered a heavy iron box hidden inconspicuously in the corner. Upon opening it, he found a neatly stacked pile of thick gold vouchers, each capable of being exchanged for a certain quantity of gold coins. A cursory count revealed that the total value of these vouchers amounted to nearly 200,000 gold coins. Edgar carefully secured the vouchers and, accompanied by Bruno, hastened once more to the Balthazar residence. This time, the butler seemed to have received prior instructions from Balthazar. Upon seeing Edgar, he adopted a markedly respectful demeanor, ushering him into the reception room to wait briefly before hastily reporting inside. Moments later, Balthazar emerged from the house, carrying a small wooden chest. Clad in an exquisite silk robe, in stark contrast to the coarse linen garment he wore the previous day, he appeared exceptionally dignified and elegant. Edgar promptly produced the stack of gold vouchers from his cloak and presented them with both hands. Balthazar merely cast a cursory glance, seemingly indifferent, and carelessly tossed the vouchers to the butler behind him, addressing Edgar in a flat tone. "Lead the way, lad. We are heading to the Clare residence." Elated, Edgar exclaimed to Bruno, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and help the old man. We mustn't delay the treatment." Bruno quickly complied, carefully hoisting Balthazar onto his back. Edgar took the lead, with Bruno following closely behind, as the trio briskly made their way toward the Clare household. Balthazar did not reject Edgar's goodwill. With squinted eyes and a faint smile gracing his lips, he appeared surprisingly gentle, a stark contrast to the cold and harsh demeanor he exhibited the day before. The sunlight bathed his face, imbuing him with an air of benevolence. Chapter 54. Loyalty and Valor. Clare stood vigil by his wife Isabella's bedside, clasping her icy hand, his heart laden with despair. He had never anticipated that Balthazar, the reclusive, world-renowned physician, would unexpectedly arrive, and to his astonishment, Balthazar explicitly expressed his willingness to treat Isabella without charge. "Old Clare, there is hope for your sister," Edgar exclaimed excitedly, grasping Clare's hand tightly, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. The steadfastness and sacrifices of recent days had finally borne fruit, and he felt a joy surpassing that of anyone else. Clare slowly lifted his head, gazing into Edgar's sincere eyes, a surge of indescribable emotion flooding his heart. He understood Balthazar's temperament well. Years ago, he had refused to intervene even for his closest friend in critical condition, yet now he was willing to make an exception for his wife. Edgar must have endured unimaginable sacrifices to secure this favor, perhaps relinquishing noble dignity, expending vast wealth, or enduring countless setbacks and humiliations. He uttered not a single word of gratitude, merely offering a gentle pat on Edgar's shoulder, his gaze brimming with appreciation and emotion. True affection has never required verbal expression. A gesture or a glance suffices to convey the entirety of one's feelings. The physician who had previously treated Isabella was also present. Upon seeing Balthazar, he was taken aback and hurriedly approached, respectfully performing a bow of a junior, his tone laden with reverence. "I am honored to meet Master Balthazar. It is truly a privilege to encounter you here." In the realm of medicine, Balthazar's stature is akin to that of a deity, and receiving his guidance is an immense fortune for any healer. Balthazar nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Without engaging in further pleasantries, he made his way directly to Isabella's bedside, meticulously checking her pulse and leaning in to observe her complexion. Subsequently, he retrieved an exquisite set of silver acupuncture needles from his wooden box, traditional tools of medieval physicians rather than the Eastern gold needles. With deft precision, he inserted the silver needles into the acupoints on Isabella's body, his technique impeccable and force perfectly measured. After a brief moment, he produced a piece of parchment and, using charcoal, inscribed a prescription before handing it to the physician beside him, instructing, "Prepare the medicine according to this prescription, hasten to my residence to procure the ingredients, and ensure you return within the hour without delay." The physician took the prescription, unfolding it for a closer inspection. Upon recognizing the rare primary ingredients listed, his expression shifted to one of astonishment, disbelief evident in his eyes. Edgar leaned closer, catching sight of the unfamiliar names inscribed on the parchment, curiosity peaking within him as he asked, "Doctor, are these medicines exceedingly precious? Are they difficult to obtain?" "Not merely precious." The physician swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. "The initial ingredients on this prescription are exceptionally rare, having been extinct from the market for many years. In my years of practice, I have only encountered them documented in ancient texts. It is truly astonishing that Master Balthazar still possesses these materials." Edgar's heart stirred as he recalled the 200,000 gold coins he had entrusted to Balthazar, cautiously inquiring, what might these ingredients be valued at? Would it require 200,000 gold coins? He worried that Balthazar might later demand more wealth under the pretext of the materials, and if so, Even liquidating his entire estate would not suffice to amass such a sum. The physician stared at Edgar in disbelief. You actually gave Balthazar 200,000 gold coins? To him, it seemed that Balthazar had long since ceased to regard wealth. His willingness to part with anything must transcend monetary value. Edgar offered a resigned smile, succinctly recounting the circumstances that led him to wait 10 days at Balthazar's doorstep, ultimately persuading him with his entire fortune. The physician, upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim, "One must act urgently when lives are at stake." To some, the lives of others are worth little, yet in the eyes of a truly compassionate individual, a single life is priceless. Master Balthazar's willingness to make an exception must surely be a testament to the depth of your sincerity, rather than a mere consideration of your wealth. Edgar nodded silently, acknowledging the truth of the situation. He cast a glance towards Balthazar, who was intently administering acupuncture to Isabella, stroking his chin in contemplation. This old man is indeed extraordinary. I hope he won't demand payment for the medicine afterward, or I shall find myself utterly at a loss. The process of healing was protracted and fraught with tension. Balthazar remained steadfastly focused, occasionally adjusting the silver needles or observing Isabella's reactions, while Edgar and Claire silently assisted by handing over tools and wiping sweat. The room enveloped in a heavy silence, broken only by Balthazar's occasional instructions and the soft sounds of their breathing. After an indeterminate time, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Edgar looked up to see Philip striding towards him. Filled with curiosity, he promptly rose to greet him, pulling Philip aside into the courtyard and whispering, "Leonardo, how did you find me here? I don't recall mentioning that I was at Claire's residence." Leonardo forced a wry smile, wiping the sweat from his brow as he replied, "My lord, had it not been for someone from Balthazar's household informing me of your whereabouts, returning to the palace empty-handed would have resulted in the king's ire, and I would surely face punishment." Realization dawned on Edgar, and he hastily inquired, "Did the king summon me for something urgent? Is it regarding the conflict in Jiangnan?" Leonardo nodded, lowering his voice as he said, "It is likely concerning the reports on the Gladen conflict. You should prepare yourself. The king may inquire about specific details of the war." In recent years, Leonardo had garnered the trust of King Alberic III. Although he had not risen to a prominent position, he had been appointed to serve directly at court, responsible for conveying messages and arranging audiences. Having known Edgar since childhood and possessing a close friendship with him, he felt compelled to offer this warning. The royal command was not to be defied, and Edgar dared not delay. He returned to the room to inform Claire and Balthazar of the situation before hurriedly following Leonardo to the royal city. Inside the council chamber, the atmosphere was solemn. Only King Alberic III sat at the head of the table, with the courtier Ronel respectfully standing by, holding a stack of documents. Edgar bowed deeply to his imperial uncle as he entered the hall, quickly kneeling to perform the customary gesture of reverence. "Rise," commanded King Alberic III, his voice calm yet authoritative. He scanned Edgar with a steady gaze and remarked, "You have caused quite a stir outside Balthazar's residence for several days. Has there been any resolution?" Edgar understood that his vigil at Balthazar's door had already become common knowledge throughout Crown City, and thus could not escape the king's awareness. Rising respectfully, he cautiously replied, "Your Majesty, I have successfully persuaded the esteemed Balthazar. When I departed from Claire's residence, he was in the process of administering aid to Claire's wife, so I believe her condition should stabilize." King Alberic III spoke softly. "In recent years, numerous nobles have sought Balthazar's assistance in times of illness, only to be turned away at his door. That you have managed to persuade him to make an exception is indeed a testament to your abilities." Upon realizing that the king bore no displeasure regarding his vigil outside the duke's residence, Edgar quietly exhaled in relief and, with a smile, remarked, "In truth, I possess no remarkable abilities. I merely stood guard at his gates for a full 10 days, and I believe it was my sincerity that ultimately swayed him." Sincerity? Alberic III's lips curled slightly, a flicker of complexity dancing in his eyes. He refrained from commenting on the term and instead gestured towards a memorial on the imperial desk, saying, "Ronel, present that document to Edgar for his perusal." Ronel promptly stepped forward, retrieving a leather-bound memorial from the desk and offering it to Edgar with both hands. Edgar accepted the document and opened it for a meticulous examination. This memorial was penned by Kant, with Clement's signature affixed at the conclusion. It meticulously chronicled the events of the Gledorn campaign, yet contained disparaging remarks about Clement, portraying him as obstinate and dismissive of the counsel offered by his generals. While it acknowledged the fortunate capture of the Dursa fortress, it characterized the act as reckless rather than a display of valor and strategy. The evaluations of generals like Bert, Gavin, and La Roche were relatively fair, recognizing their achievements while noting minor missteps. However, the serious blunders of Lorraine and Montfort during the conflict were merely glossed over, with no mention of the damages incurred by the army due to their negligence. Edgar's brow furrowed in puzzlement. Why would Kant, who participated in the Glyndorn campaign alongside Clement, pin such discrepancies? Alberic III observed the changing expressions on Edgar Ash's face and, noting his confusion, pointed to a second memorial on the desk, saying, "Examine this one as well." Ronel approached once more, presenting another memorial. This document was authored directly by Clement, the very report Edgar had submitted to the king recently. It accurately detailed the merits and faults of Montfort, Lorraine, and others, neither exaggerating their accomplishments nor concealing their errors, radiating a sense of fairness and candor throughout. Edgar closed the memorial, momentarily at a loss for words. Kant's account was evidently flawed and biased, while Clement's report was strikingly honest and impartial. Both men were participants in the campaign, yet their submissions were worlds apart. Alberic III spoke calmly. The reports presented by Kant and Clement differ vastly in content. Yet they share one commonality. Both extol your performance during the conflict, commending your bravery in times of peril and your significant role in turning the tide of battle. Edgar, unsure of the king's intent, lowered his head and respectfully replied, "I heed your majesty's past teachings, to observe more, listen attentively, speak less, and act with caution. I dare not forget, and I merely did what was expected of me. I truly do not deserve such accolades. It brings me great comfort to see you remember my teachings so well," Alberic III acknowledged with a slight nod, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his features before he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Edgar, what are your thoughts on these two memorials?" In an instant, Edgar comprehended that the sovereign harbored doubts regarding the two reports. Clement, a military commander wielding significant power, was someone the king could utilize but not wholly trust, whereas Kant, a close confidant of the king, had been by his side for many years, earning the king's trust far beyond that of Clement. However, Kant and Clement had always harbored conflicting political views and deep-seated animosities. Now, with their reports starkly contrasting, the king must have found himself in a quandary, unable to discern truth from falsehood, which was likely the reason for summoning Edgar to the palace for questioning. After all, Edgar had witnessed the entirety of the Glyndorn campaign and might be able to shed light on the truth. Edgar opened his mouth, intending to assert the inaccuracies of Kant's report and defend Clement. Yet, at that moment, he caught a glimpse of Ronel standing nearby, subtly shaking his head, his gaze imbued with a hint of caution. A chill ran through Edgar, and he promptly closed his mouth, silently grateful for his restraint. Ronel was the king's most trusted minister, and his subtle gesture undoubtedly bore profound significance. Perhaps the king merely sought to test him. Or perhaps he was concerned about Edgar becoming embroiled in the disputes among the ministers. After careful reconsideration, Edgar spoke cautiously, "Your Majesty, although I accompanied the army throughout the campaign, I primarily remained in the rear to coordinate supplies and information, and did not personally oversee the frontline operations. Therefore, I am not well acquainted with the specific performances of the generals on the battlefield and would not presume to pass judgment." At this juncture, the image of Clement valiantly charging into battle surged in Edgar's mind. During the initial night raid, Clement had personally led his elite soldiers, braving a hail of arrows to engage the rebels, embodying the spirit of a leader, selflessly risking his life. Had it not been for his adept command, that battle might not have concluded so favorably. Unable to contain himself, Edgar added, "However, from what I observed during the initial night raid, Commander Clement indeed led from the front, disregarding his personal safety as he urged his soldiers into combat. In my eyes, he is a paragon of loyalty and bravery." King Alberic III remained silent, lightly tapping his fingers against the royal desk, his eyes narrowing as he murmured to himself, "Clement, loyalty, bravery." The chamber fell into a profound silence, save for the sound of the king's fingers gently drumming against the desk, resonating throughout the vast hall. Chapter 55. The method of recompense. After exiting the council chamber, Edgar did not hasten to leave the royal city. He understood that Ronel, as a minister in attendance, must be privy to many undisclosed matters, so he lingered briefly in the corridor outside the hall. The pillars were adorned with exquisite carvings, and sunlight streamed through the ornate window lattice, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was infused with the unique incense of the court, yet it did little to dispel the doubts that clouded his mind. Before long, Ronel emerged from the hall, holding a scroll of documents. Noticing Edgar still waiting, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes, and he smiled lightly, saying, "Edgar, the king has permitted your departure. Why do you linger? Do you have further matters to report to his majesty?" Edgar stepped forward, lowering his voice as he inquired, "Lord Ronel, when Balthazar was mentioned in the hall, I perceived a fleeting cold smile at the corner of the king's mouth. Is there any significance to this?" He was perpetually perplexed by the king's demeanor. If His Majesty held no grudge against Balthazar, why would he avoid discussing him and even exhibit unusual expressions? "This matter is no secret, and I see no harm in divulging it to you." Ronel paused momentarily, his gaze drifting toward the distant palace rooftops, and began to speak slowly. In his youth, the king wandered among the common folk, enduring great hardships, suffering from hunger and cold, until he was discovered by the late emperor at the age of 14 and reclaimed his heritage. Upon entering Crown City, the king had no suitable residence and temporarily took shelter in Balthazar's estate, where he was personally fostered by Princess Elena. The princess treated him as her own child, imparting not only court etiquette but also knowledge and the principles of governance. The two shared a bond akin to that of mother and son for nearly 2 years. Ronel hesitated, his tone growing heavier. 30 years ago, Princess Elena fell gravely ill, and the palace physicians were at a loss. The king personally implored Balthazar to intervene. Although Balthazar exerted every effort in his treatment, he ultimately could not save the princess's life. Since that day, the king harbored resentment toward Balthazar, believing his medical prowess to be overrated. 7 years ago, when Princess Catherine fell ill, the king summoned Balthazar to the palace once more, but he declined, citing ill health as his reason for refusal. In a fit of rage, the king immediately stripped him of his position as head of the imperial medical office and issued a stern decree. Balthazar was forbidden from stepping foot in the palace unless specifically summoned by the king. Edgar stood in stunned silence. The mystery within him finally unraveled. It became evident that there existed a profound enmity between Balthazar and the king. He also comprehended why Balthazar had declared 30 years ago that he would wash his hands of royal medical affairs. If even the princess, whom he regarded as a mother, could not be saved, what use was the title of the world's foremost physician? This sense of impotence might well be the true reason for his reluctance to engage with royal healthcare. Ronel cast a sidelong glance at Edgar, noting the gravity etched upon his face, and lowered his voice once more, laced with a note of caution. The political landscape is intricate and fraught with entangled interests. You are still young, and it would be wise to refrain from becoming embroiled in such matters, lest you attract danger to yourself. Edgar appeared puzzled. While he understood that factions existed within the court, he could not discern the connection to the reports concerning the southern military campaigns. Are you aware that Montfort's father, Edmund, is a core member of the Dihil faction? Meanwhile, General Clement maintains a close rapport with Robert, and their friendship is quite profound. Ronel gradually elucidated the connections involved. Edgar's eyes widened with realization as he quickly inquired, "So, Lord Kant is also affiliated with Dihil? Is that why he undermined Clement in the reports to shield Montfort's transgressions?" Ronel gently patted Edgar on the shoulder, his gaze imbued with significance. In the eyes of His Majesty, everyone in the court is an extension of his will. What I have just shared, keep it in your heart. Do not speak of it to outsiders, nor should you attempt to align yourself with any faction. Edgar nodded in understanding, refraining from further questions. He recognized Ronel's good intentions, serving as a reminder to tread carefully and avoid becoming a casualty of factional strife. As he departed from the palace, Edgar remained silent, his mind racing with contemplation of Ronel's words. In recent years, Alberic III has aged considerably, and his suspicion towards his courtiers has deepened, particularly regarding the military leaders who wield significant power. His trust in them has diminished, and his control has become increasingly stringent. Although Claremont is valiant and skilled in battle, his close ties with Robert have led to his marginalization by the Dihil faction, with even his military achievements being deliberately downplayed. In this light, Claremont's predicament is indeed a sorrowful one, perhaps emblematic of the shared fate of countless loyal warriors within the kingdom. After leaving the royal city, Edgar did not return home, but instead made his way directly to the residence of Claire. His mind was preoccupied with Isabella's illness, eager to learn the results of her treatment. Upon arriving at Claire's abode, he found Balthazar had been diligently occupied for most of the day, and the day's medical endeavors had reached a temporary conclusion. Edgar hastened into the bedroom, where he found Isabella still lying in bed. The strange flush on her face had faded, replaced by a pallor typical of a healthy individual, and her breathing had noticeably steadied, becoming strong and resolute. Unlike the previous feeble gasps. Indeed, he is growing old. After such a brief period of exertion, he appears utterly exhausted. Balthazar meticulously withdrew the silver instruments from Isabella, then slowly approached the table and seated himself on a chair. His chest heaved slightly, his forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and his garments were thoroughly soaked, revealing his profound fatigue. Claire promptly handed him a clean linen towel, her voice brimming with gratitude. Balthazar, you have worked hard today. Your efforts are deeply appreciated. Balthazar waved his hand dismissively, accepting the towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, and replied in a calm tone. Healing the sick is the duty of a physician. No thanks are necessary. Edgar poured a cup of warm ale and handed it to Balthazar, smiling as he said, Old man, after 30 years away from treating such complex ailments, your skills remain remarkably sharp, showing no signs of decline. It is truly admirable. Skill is honed through daily practice. If left and used for too long, it will inevitably wither, Balthazar replied, taking a gentle sip from the ale, his tone tinged with reflection. Edgar exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise, and he quickly inquired, Did you not declare 30 years ago that you would wash your hands of the profession and cease practicing medicine? How is it that you still engage in daily practice? You are quite amusing, showing such interest in my affairs. Balthazar laughed heartily, his laughter carrying a sense of openness. The phrase washing one's hands merely signifies my withdrawal from the Imperial Medical Bureau, no longer serving the royal family, not a rejection of the art of healing. Over the years, I have been studying ancient medical texts at home and occasionally treating minor ailments of the servants. Were it not for the concern of family reputation and the fear of becoming entangled in royal disputes, I would indeed wish to establish a clinic to aid the suffering and elevate our medical practice. After finishing the remaining ale in his cup, he rose to organize his medical kit. Edgar, with a wry smile, recalled the rumors he had heard previously and could not help but ask, But I have heard that even when your close friend fell gravely ill, you did not extend your hand to save him. I had thought that you would no longer practice medicine for anyone thereafter. Balthazar slowly shook his head, a hint of weariness glimmering in his eyes. Old friends may not necessarily remain friends for a lifetime. I have lived for 83 years, and throughout my life, I have made countless acquaintances. Yet, as time passes, many have altered their original intentions. Some yearn for wealth and power, while others have become entirely different from who they once were. Now, in my eyes, how many remain worthy of my aid? Edgar silently nodded. The fickleness of human hearts is evident, and as the years roll on, those who can steadfastly uphold their true selves throughout the passage of time are indeed few and far between. Though Balthazar's words may seem cold, they unveil the stark truth of human relationships. Balthazar packed his medical kit and addressed Claire. Today, I have unblocked the meridians for your esteemed lady, and for the time being, she need not take any medication. I have left the necessary herbs in the kitchen. You must have them brewed over a gentle fire for a full 20 hours to fully unleash their medicinal potency. Starting tomorrow, administer the medicine every 4 hours without fail. In half a month, I shall return to administer acupuncture once more. With this regimen, she shall be healed within 3 months. Edgar stared at Balthazar. Disbelief etched on his face. Healed? So simply? Isabella had been bedridden for over a decade, with countless physicians at a loss. And here was Balthazar, asserting that merely half a day of acupuncture and a fortnight of herbal decoction could lead to her recovery? This was beyond his comprehension. At Edgar's words, Balthazar let out a cold laugh, his eyes betraying a flicker of annoyance. What? Are you questioning my medical skills? Edgar quickly waved his hands, bowing in apology. Please, esteemed elder, do not take offense. I harbor no doubts about your expertise. I am simply astounded and momentarily misspoke. I hope you will forgive me. Balthazar chose not to pursue the matter further and turned to leave. Claire and Edgar quickly rose to see him off. Old Claire, I shall take my leave now. Shortly, I will send servants from my residence to assist in caring for your sister-in-law. When I find the time, I shall visit her again. After bidding farewell to Claire, Edgar hurriedly caught up with Balthazar, for he had another matter to inquire about. Claire watched Edgar's retreating figure, her lips pressed tightly together, lost in contemplation. She understood well that had it not been for Edgar's unwavering support, her wife would likely have long since perished. This debt of gratitude must be repaid. Upon reaching the entrance of Balthazar's residence, the elder was about to push open the door when he suddenly halted. Turning to Edgar with a half-smile, those gold coin vouchers you previously provided me, I presume they were pilfered from your father's secret chamber? Should your father discover this, how do you intend to respond? Edgar recalled his father Thomas's stern visage, instinctively retracting his neck and forcing a wry smile. If my father finds out, I fear I shall be subjected to a fate worse than death, torn to shreds, without even a chance to plead for mercy. Balthazar couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, his mirth resonating, before he turned and entered the residence, leaving Edgar standing alone at the door, his heart brimming with anxiety. 3 days later, while reviewing the household accounts, Thomas discovered the iron box containing the gold vouchers was utterly empty, and he erupted in a furious rage. Without a moment's hesitation, He instinctively knew that his son Edgar was responsible for the mischief. Thomas seized a sturdy oak stick, filled with fury, and stormed towards Edgar's bedroom. Upon entering, he raised the stick and swung it down towards Edgar with unrestrained wrath. Seeing this, Edgar quickly shielded his head and fled, shouting, "Father, if money has gone missing, we ought to report it to the authorities and have the guards investigate. What purpose does beating me serve? I haven't stolen anything. I hadn't even mentioned the missing money. How could you possibly know? It must be your reckless spending that has caused this trouble. Today, I shall make you pay for your irresponsibility." Thomas, consumed by rage, swung the stick even more violently. Edgar found himself cornered against the wall, and in desperation, he grasped the stick tightly, shouting, "If you continue this, someone might truly get hurt. If anything were to happen to me, you would be left without a son." Taken aback by his son's words, Thomas instinctively lessened his grip. He recalled that Edgar was his only son. If he were to inadvertently harm him, how would he face the future? How could he honor his ancestors? A pang of regret washed over him. With a huff, he released the stick and, pointing a finger at Edgar's nose, he angrily demanded, "You tell me, what have you done with the money? Return it at once, or I swear I shall not spare you." Seeing that his father's fury had somewhat abated, Edgar wryly recounted how he had spent 10 days waiting outside Balthazar's estate to save his wife, and how he had taken the family's gold certificates to pay Balthazar for her treatment. Upon hearing this, Thomas stood in stunned silence, speechless for a long while. He had not anticipated that his son would act so impulsively for the sake of a friend. Anger mixed with a touch of gratitude surged within him. Though Edgar was unruly, he was also loyal and compassionate, a trait that reminded Thomas of his own youth. Seizing the opportunity, Edgar quietly picked up the stick from the ground and set it aside, then stealthily slipped past his father, eager to escape this tumultuous scene. As he reached the courtyard, he was about to call for Bruno to leave together and evade the storm when he spotted Claire approaching slowly from the main gate. "Old Claire, what brings you here? Is there any change in my sister-in-law's condition?" Edgar rushed forward, his heart filled with concern. "Not quite," Claire replied, a gentle smile gracing his features as he produced a thick stack of gold certificates from his cloak, extending them towards Edgar. "Balthazar has instructed me to return this money to you. He said you have already sacrificed too much to save my wife, and he cannot accept this." Edgar stood bewildered, accepting the gold certificates and meticulously verifying them, realizing they were indeed the same 200,000 gold coins he had given to Balthazar, none missing. Confusion enveloped him as he inquired, "Why has Balthazar suddenly changed his mind and refuses to accept the money? What does this mean?" The elder replied, "A healer's heart is one of compassion. Medicine exists to save lives, not for profit. He also mentioned that your loyalty to your friend is worth more than any sum of money." Claire conveyed Balthazar's original words to Edgar. Edgar sighed deeply, filled with admiration. Balthazar is truly noble, and his medical ethics are genuinely commendable. He immediately summoned a servant, instructing him to return the gold coins to his father's chamber and to ensure that his father understood the situation to prevent any further anger. Subsequently, Edgar led Claire into the parlor, preparing to discuss matters in detail. "How is your sister-in-law's condition now? Has there been any improvement?" Edgar inquired with genuine concern. Claire's face lit up with unmistakable joy as he excitedly replied, "Balthazar is indeed the world's foremost physician. The treatment has been remarkably effective. After taking the herbal concoction, my wife's spirits have greatly improved. Just before I arrived, she could even manage to sit up with some effort. The doctor said that if this continues, she will recover within 3 months and be able to walk like a normal person again. That is truly wonderful." Edgar exclaimed sincerely, feeling happiness for Claire. "Once your sister-in-law is fully recovered, we shall once again savor her homemade bread and stewed meat. Just the thought brings me joy." Claire gazed at Edgar's genuine smile, feeling a surge of emotion within him. After a moment of silence, he solemnly said, "Edgar, I have a request. Now that I have been dismissed from my position and possess little in terms of resources, my family requires funds for my wife's treatment. I wish to seek employment by your side, whether managing family affairs or handling domestic matters. I am willing to do anything. As long as I have a stable income to support my household, I will be content." Edgar, upon hearing this, looked at Claire in surprise and then smiled, saying, "Old Claire, I would be delighted to have you by my side. Your vast knowledge and familiarity with court affairs will certainly alleviate my burdens. Rest assured, I will provide you with a generous salary. You shall not suffer any loss." Seeing Edgar readily agree, Claire felt a weight lift from his heart, and a relieved smile spread across his face. He realized he had finally found a way to repay Edgar's kindness and had also discovered a new path for himself and his family. Chapter 56. The bestowal of honors. His Majesty the King has arrived. The court herald ascended the marble steps draped in crimson velvet, his silver scepter tapping the ground. The resounding announcement resonating throughout the assembly hall, newly renovated from St. Michael's Cathedral. He then retreated into the shadows of the columns. Folding his hands before him and bowing deeply, the hem of his fur-lined ceremonial robe brushing against the cold stone crevices. The assembly hall fell silent. The crackling of candle flames distinctly audible. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass, casting flickering patterns upon the bronze candelabra, illuminating the tense profiles of the officials. The armored military nobles gripped their sword hilts, and the bureaucrats in silk robes adjusted their sleeves, all turning in unison towards the gilded throne at the center of the dais. Gnobeis, Lugia, and other senior officials of the Privy Council were the first to rise, their embroidered insignias gently swaying on their chests. A deep tolling echoed from the bronze bell in the dome, and 36 spear-wielding guards marched in formation, the tips of their golden lances gleaming in the morning light. Clad in cloaks adorned with the majestic lion emblem, they fanned out along the sides of the steps, resembling outstretched wings. Following closely behind were 12 court maidens, bearing a grand canopy adorned with peacock feathers and a silver censer, the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh wafting in their wake. Ultimately escorting King Alberic III of Veranria into the hall. The day's council pertained to military accolades, and the king's attire was resplendently solemn, a deep crimson velvet robe embroidered with a double-headed eagle emblem in gold thread, a necklace of the Holy Cross hanging at his chest, and a golden crown embellished with sapphires, with cascading pearl tassels forming a hazy veil before his eyes. The Grand Chamberlain Ronel held aloft a gilded decree, the hem of his dark fur cloak sweeping across the polished floor, each step perfectly synchronized with that of the king. As Alberic III settled into his throne, the jewel-encrusted armrests emitted a faint sound. Ronel promptly stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Let the council commence. May your majesty be ever with Veranria." The courtiers bowed in unison, the noblemen's swords clashing against the stone floor, producing a crisp resonance that echoed through the vaulted ceiling. Alberic III raised his hand, the satin sleeves sliding back to reveal a ruby bracelet upon his wrist. "All rise. The king has spoken. Return to your places." Ronel's voice rang out once more, as decreed by the crown. The courtiers resumed their seats according to their rank, with Gnobeis and others returning to their oak chairs adorned with their family crests. Alberic III's gaze traversed the assembly, landing upon Prince Orion in the corner, deliberately softening his tone. "Uncle, how fares your health of late?" The old prince did not rise, but merely raised a hand to his chest and inclined slightly, his grizzled beard swaying gently. "I thank your majesty for your concern. This old servant is still able to serve the kingdom." Alberic III nodded slowly, unconsciously stroking the armrest of the throne, recalling that had it not been for this uncle, who held military power and spoke decisively at the noble assembly, he would have never claimed the crown as the eighth in line. Over the past 20 years of his reign, he had bestowed 3 estates and several silver mines upon this uncle, yet still felt it insufficient to repay the support he had received. "Your Majesty, it is time to commence the conferral of rewards," Ronel whispered near the king's ear, his warm breath seeping through the gaps of the pearl tassels. Alberic III composed himself, straightened his back, and his voice resonated throughout the hall. "You all must be aware of today's agenda." Clement led the army to quell the rebellions in Fairmont, Hart, and Taster, restoring order in Gladowin, and allowing the kingdom's banner to once again wave over those lands. Such merit must be richly rewarded. Long live the king. Kant, now promoted to the Privy Council as an advisor, stepped forth from the ranks, the gold embroidery on his deep blue robe particularly striking in the candlelight. "It is your wise decision, your majesty, that has instilled dread in the hearts of the rebels." A chorus of agreement surged forth like a tide, mingled with accents from various regions. Alberic III scanned the Privy Council's seats with an impassive expression, noting that Gnobeis and Lugia remained silent, and waited for the clamor to subside before continuing. The Royal Right Army's expedition to Gladowin, traversing marshes and snow-capped mountains, ultimately vanquished the rebels, a victory hard won by the blood of all soldiers. "Today, I shall personally commend them. Summon the warriors into the hall," announced the Royal Right Army's soldiers to the throne. The call reverberated down the steps, echoing through the heavy oak doors. The hinges of the side hall creaked as Claremont led 21 officers out in succession, the unclean dark red stains of blood on their armor glaring in the morning light. He, clad in a worn leather cloak, walked at the forefront, followed closely by Montfort, Lorraine, and others, their boots leaving varying imprints on the floor. Alberic III finally allowed a smile to grace his lips, a surge of uncontainable exhilaration swelling within him. This battle not only eradicated 3 rebellious lords, but also crushed Count Henry's ambitions for the throne, compelling the unruly nobles of Gleedorn to present their oaths of allegiance. Since his ascension, he had truly felt the weight of the title king for the first time. Those frontier lords who had once paid him lip service now deemed it insufficient to call themselves merely your humble servant in their letters. "We pay our respects to your majesty, wishing you long life and prosperity." Claremont and the others knelt on one knee, their right hands pressed to their left chests. The clinking of their armor harmonious and orderly. "You may rise." Alberic III spoke with an unusual gentleness, gesturing for them to stand. "Thank you, your majesty. Let us commence." The king whispered to Ronel. The Grand Chamberlain unfurled the creased decree, his deep voice resonating throughout the hall, in accordance with the kingdom's code. "The Royal Right Army's valiant soldiers, who fought bravely to defend the crown, shall be rewarded." The reading lasted nearly an hour, and as the list of honors was recited, everyone held their breath. Sir Claremont, with strategic prowess, vanquished Governor Fomant of Dessa, subdued Commander Hart of Samble, quelled the rebel leader Taster, and restored order in Gleedorn, earning the highest accolades. He is elevated to Duke of Anjou, with hereditary title, awarded 1,000 gold coins and 2 manors. "I would lay down my life for your majesty." Claremont suddenly knelt, bowing deeply, his forehead striking the stone floor with a muffled thud. According to the customs of Valania, nobles need only perform a hand-over-heart gesture when greeting the king, without the requirement to kneel. Yet at this moment, he disregarded such protocols entirely. His grandfather had earned accolades during the Crusades, but had only attained the rank of baron. His father had defended the frontier for 20 years, yet remained merely an earl. And now, he had risen to fame in a single battle, ascending from a mere viscount to a duke, able to pass on his title to his son, a glory that would make his family crest shine brightly in the annals of nobility. He could even envision how his kin would conduct a Thanksgiving ceremony in their family chapel upon hearing the news. In Valania, official salaries were meager, yet the profits from noble titles were immensely lucrative. A duke could amass astonishing wealth through land taxes within just 10 years. Therefore, hereditary titles were seldom granted and required the king's special approval, with fewer than 10 nobles in the court holding such titles. Previously, Alberic III had sought to elevate his confidant Thomas to an earl, but had to abandon the idea due to opposition from the noble council. Underscoring the significance of this reward, "Rise." Alberic III nodded in satisfaction, expressing his hope that Claremont would continue to serve the kingdom diligently. Clement rose to his feet, his voice choked with emotion. "Your Majesty's kindness shall be etched in my heart for eternity. I vow to serve with utmost dedication." Ronel continued to announce. "Belt and others have been appointed as commanders of knights or lords of castles. Gavin, due to his valiant combat, leading every charge, has been elevated to the rank of Viscount and granted 3,000 silver coins." Among Gavin, Belt, La Roche, and Montfort in Lorraine, the most astonishing is Montfort, who, despite being merely granted the title of baron, has been appointed governor of Fengzhou, wielding significant military and administrative power. Gavin cast an irritable glance at Montfort, his fingers gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Having slain hundreds of enemies on the battlefield, how could Montfort, a mere bureaucrat, deserve such a position of influence? Yet, with the king's rewards already proclaimed, voicing dissent now would be tantamount to courting disaster. He could only suppress his fury within. Montfort's face flushed crimson as he bowed deeply, his voice trembling with excitement. "I shall not betray your majesty's trust." Chapter 57. The peace talks. The court session did not adjourn until the midday prayer bell chimed. Nobles and officials alike adjusted their attire and departed, the sound of silk and leather rustling gradually fading. Only the 7 ministers of the Privy Council and 4 high-ranking officials remained in the assembly hall, as Alberic III had urgent matters to discuss. They proceeded to the oak hall beside St. Michael's Church, a small chamber constructed of stone, perpetually infused with the aroma of pine and ink from the sheepskin scrolls that adorned it. The crackling flames in the fireplace provided a comforting warmth, and the map of the kingdom, hanging on the wall, had begun to yellow at the edges, marking the place where the king routinely reviewed official documents. Edgar had stood on the cold stone floor for the entirety of the morning, his stomach growling like a drum, his legs aching to the point of near immobility. Yet he maintained a stiff posture. As the king's personal guard, he must remain ever vigilant as long as Alberic III was awake. His undershirt already soaked with sweat beneath his chainmail. He and 3 other guards entered the oak hall first, standing at the corners, their hands resting on the hilt of their swords, their movements stiffened by fatigue. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting dappled hues upon their armor. Moments later, Alberic III, supported by the chief steward Ronel, entered with the gathered ministers. The king's pace was considerably slower than in the morning, and as the hem of his deep crimson robe brushed against the ground, a faint sound of fabric rubbing could be heard. Two maidens entered, carrying oak trays laden with ceramic dishes and food, roasted wild boar legs, barley cakes, pickled vegetables, and honeyed wine, as the king intended to dine while discussing state affairs. "Your presence here is undoubtedly for a reason," Alberic III stated, picking up a dining knife. His gaze shifted as he inquired. "There have been unusual movements from the Turan tribe. What are your insights?" 5 days prior, the governor of the Stone Pass had sent an urgent report. The Turan tribe had been mobilizing forces frequently, amassing over 30,000 cavalry on the grasslands 500 miles west of Stone Pass, their intentions still unclear. Having once served as the border governor and possessing experience in military command, the king valued his opinion on such matters even more. Setting aside the flatbread in his hand, he pondered. The Turan tribe, after years of recuperation, has gradually regained its strength. The current young Khan, Dusong Longjia, though still in his youth, harbors considerable ambition. His recent gathering of forces near Shurguan suggests he intends to wage war against us. The Veranria advisor Kant of the Privy Council furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is the Prime Minister's assertion not overly hasty?" Rising from his seat, the Right Deputy Minister of the War Department, Leonard, bowed before the king and proclaimed, "The current Khan of Turan, Dusong Longjia, is merely 20 years old. Following the death of the old Khan 3 years ago, he seized power through a coup. Since his ascension, the tribe has faced continuous internal strife, with many nobles opposing his rule. This mobilization of troops is undoubtedly aimed at establishing his authority through external conflict, whether from the western Turan tribe, the northern tribes of the wasteland, or the southern barbarians. It is a common pattern for newly instated leaders to provoke Veranria to enhance their prestige and stabilize their governance when faced with internal instability, a frequent occurrence in border regions." Seeing no support for his argument and being countered by Leonard, Kant's cheeks flushed crimson, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes, yet he dared not voice further opposition. King Alberic III gestured for Leonard to take his seat, falling into contemplation. After a moment, he slowly nodded in agreement with Leonard's assessment. "Leonard, what strategies do you propose?" Leonard, hailing from a military lineage and having served as the governor of the western border, stationed at the Cold Crow Fortress for many years to defend against the Turan tribe, was actually a former superior of Claremont. 3 years ago, he was recalled to the capital to serve as Right Deputy Minister of the War Department. Had it not been for his proud demeanor that alienated many nobles, the king had intended to promote him to the Privy Council. "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the army to Shurguan to guard against the Turan tribe's aggression." As a senior official of the War Department, he could bask in the comforts of the capital. Yet now, at the age of 52, he remained unwilling to fade into obscurity, his heart ever tethered to the battlefield. Yearning to lay down his life for the nation and fulfill his long-held desire for a glorious death in combat. A glimmer of approval appeared in King Alberic III's eyes. He had always admired such forthright and unambitious generals. If war were indeed unavoidable, it would be prudent to allow Leonard to take the initiative and strike first. With a somewhat aggressive stance, he suggested. Alberic III did not immediately render a decision, but instead inquired, "What are your thoughts?" After a period of meditation with his eyes closed, he finally opened them in response to the king's question and calmly stated, "Given the current frigid weather and the Earth's frozen state, it is ill-advised to commence warfare. Even if war becomes inevitable, we should wait until spring next year to deliberate further. I propose dispatching envoys to the Turan tribe to broach the idea of a marriage alliance, thereby uncovering their true intentions. Should they agree to the alliance, it would yield the best outcome. If they refuse, we will have ample time to prepare for war, augmenting our forces at Shurguan without haste." Softly, he added, "Is this approach not excessively passive? When two nations are at war, one cannot act recklessly. Caution must take precedence." Without casting a glance at Wang Ringao, he closed his eyes once more after speaking. After much contemplation, King Alberic III deemed the strategy to be the most prudent. Noting the absence of dissent among the assembly, he nodded and declared, "Let us proceed with the proposal. We must swiftly select an appropriate envoy to negotiate the matters of marriage with the Turan tribe." Once the state affairs were deliberated and the meal concluded, the attendees took their leave. King Alberic III furrowed his brow and ambled slowly through the hall, flanked by dozens of guards. Edgar observed the king's slightly hunched silhouette and felt a pang of sympathy. This monarch was undeniably weary. The recent military triumph was overshadowed by the burdens of post-war rewards. The royal treasury lay in disarray, yet he was compelled to honor the valiant. Those opportunistic border governors, who had merely sent a token force, were also to be rewarded, lest their spirits be dampened. Soldiers who fought bravely received a paltry 2 silver coins each. Those injured and crippled were granted 5, while the families of the fallen were bestowed with a mere 10 coins. Such meager recompense had already incited discontent among the troops. With the western borders now shrouded in the ominous clouds of impending conflict, how could the king not be troubled? Your Majesty, you have not dined properly and have been engaged in state matters until now. Your health is paramount. Perhaps you should return to the palace of 10,000 blessings for a brief respite, Ronel softly urged from the side. King Alberic III shook his head in silence. Making his way to a stone pavilion in the courtyard where he took a seat, Ronel quickly approached, draping a thick woolen cloak over him. The king tightened the cloak around his shoulders, gazing at the distant palace towers, lost in thought. A sudden, resonant growl from his stomach shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Regaining his composure, King Alberic III turned to Edgar, standing nearby, and said nonchalantly, "Young man, if you are hungry, you may retire to dine." Edgar scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Your Majesty, with my uncle present, how could I dare to leave?" King Alberic III could not help but chuckle lightly before suddenly inquiring, "Young man, during the Battle of Gladen, you achieved noteworthy accomplishments. Yet I have only granted you the modest rank of lieutenant. Are you not dissatisfied?" Edgar clasped his hands in a formal salute, his expression earnest as he replied, "Your Majesty, I am immensely grateful for the appointment as a lieutenant in the Imperial Guard. I harbor no other aspirations." Alberic III nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, though he felt a lingering sense of indebtedness towards Edgar. The reports from Clement, Sorrel, and Kant lauded Edgar's contributions, asserting that without him, the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. Yet, during the court's award ceremony, the king had made no mention of his achievements. Edgar, being the nephew of Princess Catherine, could have easily been granted a high-ranking position, regardless of his accomplishments. The king's suppression of his merits is, in fact, rooted in his youth, humble origins, and lack of profound knowledge. Granting him excessive power too early may ultimately lead to his detriment. Chapter 58. A new planned time passes quietly, like fine grains of sand slipping through an hourglass. 2 months have swiftly elapsed. On the 3rd day of December in the year 1441 of the Holy Calendar, the biting cold wind howls through the stone corridors of the estate like a drawn sword, causing the frost flowers on the window panes to tremble and rattle. Edgar lies swathed in a woolen blanket on his oak bed, the heavy velvet coverlet enveloping him snugly. Even as the morning prayer bells toll for the 3rd time outside, he remains resolute in his unwillingness to stir. The fire in the hearth has long been extinguished, and a lingering chill clings to the corners of the room. To rise would mean confronting the harshness of winter. Outside the oak door, heavy footsteps approach, followed by Thomas, who enters holding a brass soup bowl. The steam rising from the bowl forms a white mist in the cold air, obscuring his wrinkled visage. "You reckless lad, did you imbibe so much ale last night that you seek to incinerate your stomach?" he chid softly, as he assists Edgar in sitting up and offers him the warm meat stew. "Drink it while it's hot. It will warm your insides. You were so ill last night that you sullied even your tanned leather boots. If this continues, your health will surely collapse." Edgar accepts the bowl, his fingertips brushing against the cool brass, and sips the broth containing turnips and lamb, mumbling indistinctly, "That fellow Kyle is wed. I was so pleased that I couldn't help but indulge a bit too much." Indeed, yesterday was a day worthy of celebration, for Kyle, who is slightly younger than Edgar, finally married the daughter of the blacksmith from the neighboring village. The girl, with her flaxen hair and gentle demeanor, had captured Kyle's heart for 3 years. When he recently sought the priest of the estate to propose, the girl's parents readily consented upon learning that Kyle was Edgar's close friend. As a testament to their friendship, Edgar generously gifted Kyle 300 acres of rye fields from his own estate, along with an additional 500 silver pennies. This sum would suffice for them to acquire 2 dairy cows and a wooden house with an attic, thus providing a stable foundation for their future. Apart from Kyle, several of Edgar's other close friends have also found success. During the battle against the barbarians at Gladen, Oliver wielded his iron sword valiantly, taking down 3 barbarian soldiers and earning considerable accolades. Later, when the military convened to discuss accomplishments, Edgar casually mentioned Oliver's bravery before Baron Clement. Though he received no explicit response, Oliver's name was nonetheless inscribed in the military record, ultimately leading to his promotion to cavalry captain, commanding 20 soldiers armed with spears. As for Darian, blessed with extraordinary strength, he single-handedly overturned a barbarian wooden shield and beheaded an enemy lieutenant. earning him a promotion to ensign and the right to wear a silver badge. Reflecting on how his dear friends have either settled down or risen in ranks within the military, each taking steady steps towards stability, a wave of satisfaction surged within Edgar. At last night's wedding banquet, he accompanied Kyle and a group of friends, indulging in libations until the early hours. By the end, he was so inebriated that he could barely hold on to his wine glass, ultimately being carried back to the estate by others. As he savored the last spoonful of meat broth, Edgar recalled Kyle's disheveled state from the previous night. That fellow had drunk so much that he could hardly grasp the bride's hand, his tongue twisted in incoherent babble. A chuckle escaped Edgar's lips. That lad was more intoxicated than I, and likely couldn't even find the door to the bridal chamber. Thankfully, his new wife bore no grudge against us, the enablers of his drunkenness. Given his awareness of the inappropriateness, why did he join in the revelry? Thomas shot him a glare, taking the empty bowl from him, his knuckles whitening from exertion. As noon approached, he urged Edgar to don his tan leather armor and woolen cloak quickly, for the bread and stew downstairs were on the verge of cooling. With that, he turned on his heel, the oak door creaking softly behind him. Edgar shook his head with a smile and threw off the covers to rise. The frigid air enveloped him instantly, prompting an involuntary shiver as he reached for the garments draped over the chair. "Edgar, brother, have you dressed yet?" came the melodious voice of Xiao Lian from outside, accompanied by the rustle of her skirt brushing against the floor. "Yes, come in," Edgar replied while fastening the belt of his armor. Xiao Lian entered, carrying a copper basin filled with warm water, a linen cloth floating atop the surface. As Edgar picked up the cloth to wash his face, fragments of the previous night's drunken return flooded his mind. In that haze, it seemed Xiao Lian had been there, tending to him, wiping away the grime from his face, while he had uttered some indiscreet remarks and reached out to take her hand. Stealing a glance at her, he found her standing there, her blue eyes fixed upon him, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, even the tips of her ears tinged with pink. "What are you staring at me for, Xiao Lian?" Edgar felt his ears burn, hastily averting his gaze and managing an awkward smile. "I wasn't looking at you," she stammered, resembling a caught thief, quickly lowering her head, clutching the basin, and darting out, nearly tripping over her skirt as she crossed the threshold. Watching her flustered retreat, Edgar let out a resigned chuckle and sighed. "I am nearly 20. Despite her charming demeanor, she remained a tantalizing distance away. His father was exceedingly strict, forbidding even visits to the tavern in town. How long would these days of confinement continue? In his past life, he had navigated the bustling streets, having tasted the sweetness of love early on. Yet in this existence, though born into a life of privilege within the Lord's estate, he found himself shackled by myriad rules, devoid of even a modicum of freedom. Shaking his head, he stepped out of the bedroom, and as he re-entered the corridor, the biting cold wind struck his face like a blade, causing him to huddle his neck and mutter under his breath. This cursed weather is cold enough to freeze one solid. Upon reaching the threshold of the living room, he noticed that the dining table had yet to be set with dishes, though 2 large clay pots of white rice had already been placed, prepared especially for Bruno. Bruno, a figure of considerable stature, possessed an appetite that surpassed that of an average individual by threefold. Thomas held a long-standing affection for him, believing that having such a formidable presence beside Edgar would ensure his son's safety. Thus, whenever Edgar extended an invitation to Bruno for a meal, Thomas never voiced any objections. "Awake at last, are you?" Edgar turned upon hearing a voice, and there stood Bruno, shouldering an oak broom that towered over him, its bristles dusted with the snow that had accumulated in the yard. Bruno's imposing frame, with shoulders broad enough to rival 2 ordinary men, was encased in a coarse linen coat that strained against his robust muscles. "Did you carry me back to my room last night, Big Bear?" Edgar inquired. He recalled being so inebriated that he could barely stand, eventually being supported by a sturdy arm. In hindsight, only Bruno possessed the strength to manage such a feat. Bruno nodded, leaning the broom against the wall and wiping his rough palm on his garment, while the others at the wedding feast raised their glasses in celebration. He had opted to retire early to Edgar's estate, not due to an inability to drink, but rather because he found the taste of ale too insipid, preferring the comfort of a warm bed over indulgence in drink. Before long, a maid from the estate entered the parlor, bearing a platter of dishes, tender lamb stew, toasted bread, and boiled turnips, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Thomas took his place at the head of the table, with Edgar and Bruno following suit, and the 3 of them picked up wooden spoons to commence their meal. "Old man, why hasn't little Lotus come?" Edgar asked casually as he ladled a spoonful of stew. Thomas, engrossed in serving himself rice, replied without looking up, "I do not know. Perhaps she is not hungry yet. When the hunger strikes, she will surely venture to the kitchen for some bread and jam." Edgar nodded, refraining from pressing further. Having suffered an upset stomach from last night's revelry, he found his appetite lacking, consuming only warm meat broth and thin porridge, leaving the toasted bread untouched. Old man, my head still feels heavy. I shall return to my room for a while longer, he announced, setting down his spoon and rising to depart. As he approached the door of the parlor, he encountered Raynar, a guard of the estate clad in chainmail and armed with a short sword, standing respectfully to the side. Young master, Mr. Clare has arrived and is presently awaiting you in the parlor. Old Clare? What brings him here? Edgar queried, somewhat taken aback. As one would expect Clare to be dining with his wife at this hour. Turning back into the parlor, he indeed found Clare seated in an oak chair, delicately sipping hot mulled wine from a ceramic cup, dressed in a deep blue woolen coat adorned with intricate silk stitching at the collar. It was evident that such finery was beyond the means of an ordinary peasant. Edgar took a seat opposite him, curiosity piqued. At this hour? Instead of dining with your sister-in-law, what prompts your visit here? I am but a commoner. Missing one meal is hardly a matter of great concern. Clare replied with a smile, reaching down to unfasten a linen bundle at his feet. From within, he produced 2 white porcelain jars, placing them upon the table. These are pickled cucumbers and olives, hand-preserved by Isabella. I thought you might enjoy them, so I brought a few for you to taste. Since it was made by my sister-in-law, it must be exquisite. I am indeed fortunate. Edgar chuckled as he picked up a porcelain bottle, uncorked it, and inhaled its fragrant aroma, which instantly heightened his appetite. He also lifted a ceramic cup from the table and took a sip of warm mulled wine. Clare set down her cup and, after a moment of contemplation on Edgar's face, spoke softly. Edgar, you have been with the Feathered Guard for over 2 months now. Haven to you? Currently, you hold merely a minor position responsible for patrolling. Do you intend to remain in such a role for the rest of your life? The size of the office does not concern me. Edgar shrugged, his expression one of indifference. After all, there is little to do most days, and idleness is merely idleness. However, Clare shook her head, her smile fading and replaced by a hint of concern. How can you lack any sense of urgency? If this continues, calamity may be imminent. And you remain oblivious to your peril. Edgar's expression faltered, and he set the porcelain bottle down, sitting up straight. Old Clare, what do you mean by that? I am living well. What danger could there be? Consider what your circumstances may be in 3 to 5 years, Clare retorted, not directly answering, but posing a question in return. What could possibly change? I have lands to rent from the estate and ample coin to spend. Life will undoubtedly improve. Edgar replied without hesitation. You have a rather optimistic view. Clare rose and approached Edgar, gazing earnestly into his eyes. The current monarch is 56 years old. In 3 to 5 years, he will be over 60. Reflect on this. How many rulers have survived past 60 since the founding of the Kingdom of Valania? If, by that time, Prince Sebastian ascends to the throne, do you truly believe your carefree existence can persist? Edgar's brow furrowed at her words. His aunt, Princess Catherine, had previously expressed similar sentiments, and Clare's reiteration compelled him to ponder the matter deeply. He had always felt that the question of succession bore no relevance to him, yet it seemed the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. Clare remained silent, standing by to allow Edgar the necessary time for contemplation. The only sounds in the living room were the crackling of the fire in the hearth and the howling wind outside. After a lengthy pause, Edgar finally stood up slowly. Looking at Clare as he murmured, Prince Sebastian and Prince Leon are brothers. Regardless of who ascends as king, does it not amount to the same? Clare could not suppress a derisive laugh at this remark. No matter how many brothers there may be, the throne is singular. Historically, true kinship has never existed within royal families. The struggle for succession is a battle to the death. Should one fail, the consequence is eternal ruin. Chapter 59. A new beginning. I am merely a minor figure. What can I change? Edgar spread his hands, the knuckles pale from exertion, a smile on his face tinged with a hint of self-deprecation and resignation. He cast his gaze down at the thin calluses on his palms, remnants of past swordplay and horseback riding. Yet in the face of the convoluted political landscape of Valanian, this paltry strength seemed insignificant, like mere dust. One need only take the first step. Even the most ordinary individuals can carve out a space for themselves in tumultuous times. The crux lies in whether one possesses the courage to attempt it. Clare leaned forward, lowering his voice, a flicker of urgency igniting in his eyes. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the oak door, and soon after, Bruno's towering figure pushed it open. Snowflakes from the courtyard clung to him, and a thin layer of frost coated his coarse burlap coat. Upon seeing this, Clare promptly fell silent, lifting the ceramic cup from the table, feigning to sip the warm, spiced wine, while his gaze inadvertently darted toward Bruno. Boss. The Lord wishes to inspect the rye fields at the estate to assess this year's harvest and inquired if you would join him. Bruno's voice, as steady as his stature, resonated with a metallic timbre. His deep-set eyes scanned the living room before finally resting on Edgar. I won't go. I have no time. Edgar waved his hand dismissively, irritation lacing his tone. At that moment, he was engrossed in a significant discussion with Claire regarding their future. He had no inclination to concern himself with the harvest of rye. He lifted his gaze to Bruno, his expression turning grave. Big Bear, you stand guard at the door. No one is allowed to enter without my command. Understood, boss. Bruno nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and moved to the entrance, crossing his arms over his chest, standing as immovable as an iron tower. His broad shoulders nearly obscured the entire doorframe, the biting cold wind seeping through the crack. Yet it did nothing to disturb his stance. Edgar observed Bruno's silhouette, confirming that no one would interrupt them outside, before pulling Claire back down to sit. Leaning closer and lowering his voice. Old Claire, you didn't finish your earlier thought. What exactly do you wish to convey? There are no outsiders now, so speak freely. Claire remained silent for a moment, his fingers absently tracing the rim of the ceramic cup. After a considerable pause, he suddenly spoke. Edgar, I once told you that had it not been for Isabella's long illness requiring medicinal herbs to sustain her, I would have long since resigned from my post and retreated to the countryside for a tranquil life with her. Do you know why I harbor such thoughts? Why? Edgar pressed, genuinely puzzled. He had long struggled to comprehend this. In Edgar's eyes, Claire, born into poverty, had barely managed to eat his fill as a child, relying on the charity of neighbors to pursue his education. After a decade of diligent study, he had passed the kingdom's civil service examination and secured an official position. This role should have served as a ladder to change his fate, yet he spoke of relinquishing it so readily, suggesting hidden complexities beneath the surface. Though he had hesitated to inquire before, he now finally had the opportunity to unravel this mystery. Claire sighed softly, his gaze growing distant. It is often said that a gentleman values righteousness while a petty man values profit. I am neither a gentleman nor a petty man, merely a mundane individual seeking a stable life. Yet, in the present-day Veranria, a facade of tranquility belies a tumultuous undercurrent, rife with both internal strife and external threats, heralding the imminent arrival of chaos. Lacking the capacity to alter this course, I can only endeavor to safeguard myself and my family, striving for personal integrity amidst the turmoil. Upon hearing this, Edgar's previously relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant, his eyes widening in astonishment. Isn't your rhetoric rather alarmist? Though His Majesty may not be exceptionally wise or valiant, he is by no means a tyrant, bolstered by the presence of virtuous ministers like Gnobeis. Our resounding victory in the Battle of Gladen has deterred neighboring tribes from daring to invade. Domestically, tax burdens remain manageable, and the nobility generally remain loyal to the crown. Given this scenario, it is improbable that turmoil will arise, even in 30 years, let alone 50. What you perceive is merely the surface, while beneath the water, currents swirl unnoticed. Claire retorted with a cold laugh, her tone tinged with disappointment. The current sovereign, though not a paragon of brilliance, manages to uphold the legacy of his ancestors, just barely qualifying as a sage ruler. With talents like Gnobeis and Liu Jie amidst the civil officials, and military stalwarts such as Prince Marcus and General Robert safeguarding the borders, even if the ministers harbor ulterior motives, they dare not act recklessly. She took a sip from her ceramic cup to moisten her throat before continuing. Gnobeis is prudent and measured, while Liu Jie possesses an eye for talent and the ability to appoint the capable. Both hail from esteemed families and enjoy considerable prestige within the court. They oversee different departments, each commanding a loyal following, thus forming distinct factions. Although rivalries exist, they generally exercise restraint, avoiding outright conflict. However, as His Majesty ages, the competition for succession intensifies. While Gnobeis and Liu Jie may still retain their composure, their followers harbor diverse ambitions. After His Majesty's passing, these factions will inevitably clash, vying for dominance with lethal fervor. Currently, His Majesty can maintain order through his stature, but what will transpire once he is no longer present? Both Gnobeis and Liu Jie have surpassed 70. How many more years can they endure? Once they depart from the court, who will reconcile the myriad factions and govern the assembly of officials and generals? Edgar listened intently, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. Claire cast him a sidelong glance, recognizing the impact of her words, and continued, and this is merely a glimpse of the domestic peril. The situation abroad is even more precarious. During the reign of the late emperor, to preserve tranquility in the southern territories, The princess was wed to the chieftain of a southern nomadic tribe, temporarily stabilizing the border through this union. Yet, the southern nomadic tribes have since waned, lacking the strength to constrain the Valen tribe any longer. Prince Marcus leads an army of 150,000 to secure the northern front, having engaged in a stalemate with the Valen tribe for many years, with both sides achieving victories yet failing to vanquish the other. As long as domestic stability persists, this delicate balance may endure. In the west, the kingdom of Turan has, after years of recuperation, grown increasingly powerful. The newly ascended Zampu harbors ambitious designs, casting a covetous gaze upon our beloved Veranria. To the south, the tribes of the southern wilderness, emboldened by the internal strife within the kingdom of Funan, have begun to expand their influence, displaying an ever greater arrogance towards us. Should Veranria descend into chaos, these forces would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade. Only the city-states of the South Sea, plagued by their own political turmoil in recent years, pose little threat for the time being. You have mentioned so much, yet what of the governors of the border regions? Edgar suddenly raised his head, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes, though he felt that Claire had omitted crucial information. These governors wield considerable military power and control over local military and political affairs. Their stance would be paramount should domestic turmoil arise. Claire, upon hearing this, wore a faintly serene smile. Though the governors command great armies, they are, in name, subjects of Veranria and have historically regarded the royal house as the legitimate authority. As long as the court remains unchaotic and retains its moral foundation, even if they harbor ulterior motives, they will find no justification for rebellion. Thus, for the moment, they do not pose a significant threat. Edgar nodded, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with confusion. Old Claire, you have shared so much with me. What does it all mean? Even if, as you say, external foes invade and the nation faces peril, I could simply take my wealth and family and seek refuge elsewhere. What difference would it make? Claire regarded him with a bittersweet smile. How can you still not understand? The struggle for succession has reached a fever pitch. Lugia fully supports Prince Leon, while behind Prince Sebastian stands Yang Daosi and the entire Yang family. Lugia's ability to rival the Yang family relies entirely on His Majesty's covert support. Should His Majesty pass away, this delicate balance would be irrevocably shattered. Even if the throne is ultimately bequeathed to Prince Leon, he would find it exceedingly difficult to secure his position. At that time, the ministers in the court will be completely divided, foreign powers will seize the opportunity to invade, and the governors of the border regions will rise in arms under the pretext of clearing the usurper. Veranria will plunge into an irretrievable abyss. He leaned forward, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Edgar's, and questioned emphatically. In the contest for the throne between Prince Leon and Prince Sebastian, if Sebastian prevails, how could he possibly spare Leon's life? If Prince Leon were to perish, how could Princess Catherine, his birth mother, escape unscathed? You are the nephew of Princess Catherine. When that time comes, where could you possibly flee? Edgar fell silent, leaning against the oak chair, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. Claire's words struck him like a heavy hammer, echoing painfully in his heart. He had always believed he could remain an outsider, yet now realized that no one could truly escape the impending storm. After a long pause, he finally lifted his head, his voice hoarse. What then can I do? I am but a mere member of the Feather Guard, devoid of military power and lacking sufficient connections. Even if I wished to effect change, what could I possibly alter? Upon witnessing the wavering expression on his face, Claire felt a surge of optimism. He realized that his words had finally taken root. Princess Catherine enjoys the Emperor's favor, and as her close nephew, the Emperor harbors a certain fondness for you as well. This is a golden opportunity bestowed upon you by fate. How could you let it slip away? Edgar let out a wry smile and shook his head. Even if the Emperor holds a favorable view of me, if I were to directly request a higher office, it would likely provoke his aversion, even leading him to perceive me as overly ambitious. Such matters cannot be articulated so plainly. Claire could not suppress a chuckle, a glint of cunning sparkling in his eyes. Have you not noticed? The security in the southern district is deteriorating. Noble scions roam freely, oppressing the common folk, who dare not voice their anger, leaving no one to intervene. You could petition the Emperor to establish a patrol unit specifically tasked with restoring order in the southern district. In doing so, you would not only cultivate respect among the populace, but also avoid appearing excessively ambitious. This is indeed a strategy that yields dual benefits. Chapter 60. Disturbance. The commoner district in the southern part of Crown City is the heart of the city's vibrant life. Cobblestone streets meander and intertwine, flanked by low wooden houses that huddle closely together, their thatched roofs swaying gently in the breeze. The southern market serves as the epicenter of trade, with canvas stalls stretching from one end of the street to the other, piled high with Flanders wool, Venetian spices, and Byzantine silk. The melodic chatter of Frankish merchants conversing in French, the dialect of Lombard artisans, and the whispers of Arab traders create a rich tapestry of sound, while the air is infused with the mingled aromas of malt, beer, roasted bread, and leather. The alehouse is renowned in this quarter, its oak sign etched with a faded coat of arms. Legend has it that 3 centuries ago, the original proprietor was a royal chef in the Holy Roman Empire, forced into exile here after offending a bishop, and he left behind several secret recipes: slow-roasted wild boar with applesauce, herb-stewed lamb shank, and saffron pudding. Each evening, the enticing scents waft through the streets, reaching even the city councilors, who often send servants to procure takeout. At a window-side oak table on the second floor of the tavern, candlelight flickers in the brass candlestick, casting shadows over 3 diners. Edgar, clad in a woolen coat embroidered with his family crest, lightly taps his clay cup, the amber-hued malt beer frothing at the rim. Gavin, I hear you have been promoted to the position of municipal inspector? I raise this cup to you. May St. Michael safeguard your authority. Gavin's fingers unconsciously caressed the copper badge at his waist, the emblem of the municipal inspector, inscribed with the city's shield. He had specifically invited Edgar to the tavern today, harboring a measure of gratitude. Both he and his father, Leon, were notorious for their stubbornness, intolerant of any injustice. Last month, Leon had nearly been thrown into the city dungeon due to his impeachment of the treasurer for embezzlement. Thanks to Edgar, who leveraged his connection through the Duke to intercede on Leon's behalf, Duke Alberic III had shown leniency, merely ordering Leon to resign from his position as a city councillor, while promoting Gavin from constable to municipal inspector, elevating him to the 6th rank of nobility. It is noteworthy that the former municipal inspector was merely a minor official of the 9th rank, lacking even the privilege to enter the main hall of the city hall, only permitted to pass through the side entrance, and barred from stepping into the parliamentary chamber except during discussions. It was not until the year 1439 of the saintly calendar that the Duke decreed a reformation of the official system, elevating the municipal inspector to the 6th rank, thereby granting authority over all officials within the city-state. This included oversight of market vendors' scales to ensure their accuracy, as well as compliance of taxation on noble estates, rendering the position one that commanded considerable respect and caution. I extend my gratitude for your assistance regarding my father's matter, Gavin said, lifting his ceramic cup, his voice slightly subdued. The candlelight flickered in his eyes, revealing a hint of anxiety. He had never been one to solicit help, let alone host a banquet of thanks. Had it not been for his father's repeated exhortations, he might have remained silent to this day. Edgar waved his hand with a smile, his gaze drifting to the neighboring seat, where he suddenly appeared somewhat embarrassed. Bruno, seated beside him, was engrossed in his meal, his elbows propped on the table, one hand grasping half a roasted chicken while the other stuffed bread into his mouth. The ceramic platter before him was piled high, and 2 large bowls of stew were nearly emptied, yet he had not even touched a drop of the malt wine. Do not mind Bruno. He is a guard I hired from the north, born with an enormous appetite, and he always orders double portions at every meal. Gavin stared for a moment, then offered a wry smile as he reached into his pouch and placed several silver pennies on the table. This represented his salary for half a month. Had I known you would order so much, I would have brought more money. This meal should have been my treat. You're being too formal, Edgar replied, pushing the silver pennies back towards him. He tapped the table with his fingertips. I have already instructed the tavern owner to charge it to my account. This sum is inconsequential to me, yet it represents half a month's household expenses for you. Why should I impose such a burden? Gavin's brow furrowed instantly, his fingers tightening around the silver pennies, knuckles turning white. Edgar, a gentleman stands by his word. Having stated my intention to treat you, I cannot go back on it. If I lack the funds today, I shall surely deliver the payment to your residence tomorrow. His voice carried a hint of stubbornness, for his father had instilled in him the importance of keeping promises, even one as simple as a meal. Edgar sighed in resignation, about to say something further when a commotion suddenly erupted outside the window. Leaning out, he spotted a group of servants clad in deep red uniforms surrounding 3 burly men, raining down blows and kicks, the dull thuds of leather boots striking flesh audible even across the street. A youth in a cerulean velvet coat stood nearby, a jeweled short sword hanging at his waist, while a hound at his feet barked incessantly. He hopped up and down, shouting, "Strike them! Anyone who dares obstruct my path will learn the might of the Roderick family." If this violence continued, it seemed the 3 men might not survive. Edgar withdrew his gaze and shook his head. He recognized the uniforms of those servants as belonging to the city-state's councilman Roderick. It was said that this councilman's son had always been a bully, but he had not anticipated such brazen actions in broad daylight. Gavin's expression darkened instantly as he leapt to his feet, hand resting on the short sword at his side. Assaulting others in broad daylight. What has become of the laws of our city-state? I must intervene. Wait a moment. Edgar hastily seized his arm, lowering his voice. There are more than 20 of them. If you go down there alone, what if they harm you? It would be wiser to wait for the sheriff to arrive with his guards. I have already sent a tavern worker to deliver the message. By the time the sheriff arrives, those 3 will be long gone. Gavin retorted, shaking off Edgar's grip. His voice laced with fury. I am the municipal inspector, endowed with authority by the Duke himself. How can I stand idly by while the populace is being oppressed? He strode down the stairs with determination, the oak steps resounding beneath his feet. Edgar watched his retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. Gavin's obstinacy remained as unyielding as ever, yet he understood that the identity of the municipal inspector could indeed intimidate many, so he refrained from further obstruction, merely clutching a ceramic cup as he continued to peer downstairs. Before long, a commotion erupted below. Gavin's voice erupted in anger. As a noble, how dare you allow your servants to assault a commoner? I command you to cease this at once in the name of the municipal inspector. The municipal inspector? The young man in the azure coat scoffed, his voice sharp. You are but a minor official of the 6th rank, who dares meddle in my affairs. I believe you have a death wish. Immediately following, a dull thud echoed, succeeded by Gavin's anguished cry. Edgar, choked on his ale, slammed his cup down, the liquid splattering across the tablecloth. These lunatics. They dare to strike a municipal inspector. This is utter lawlessness. He turned to Bruno, voice aflame. Bruno, come with me. Bruno promptly set down the bread he had been eating, gulped from the pewter jug on the table, wiped his mouth, and followed Edgar down the stairs. The patrons of the tavern had already retreated to the corners in fright, and there lay Gavin on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, while the young man in the azure coat stood over him, pummeling his face with his fists. Stop this at once. Edgar thundered as he charged forward, delivering a swift kick to the youth's side, sending him staggering to the ground. He then mounted the youth, fists clenched and crackling, raining blows upon the young man's face. His voice trembling with rage. Do you know who he is? To strike a municipal inspector? Is your family seeking exile from the city? How dare you strike our young master? Over 20 servants snapped back to their senses, roaring as they rushed forward, wielding clubs and daggers. Bruno immediately positioned himself behind Edgar, his towering figure resembling an iron fortress. He landed a punch on the chest of the foremost servant, who let out a muffled groan and flew backward like a broken kite, crashing into the tavern's wooden wall, unconscious. The remaining servants, witnessing this, charged with their clubs. But Bruno's fists moved as swiftly as the wind. Anyone struck by him either had their arms broken or legs shattered, and soon the ground was littered with moaning bodies. Bruno, do not kill them. Edgar called back, aware that should they slay Roderick's men, the situation would spiral out of control. Bruno responded with a grunt, seizing the collar of a servant and lifting him high, flinging him out of the tavern like a sack of grain. He then grasped another servant's arm, giving it a sharp twist that elicited a crisp crack, followed by the servant's anguished scream echoing through the street. In mere moments, over 20 servants lay sprawled on the ground, none able to rise. The youth in the azure coat, bruised and battered by Edgar's blows, still maintained a defiant tone. How dare you strike me? My father is a city councillor, and my mother is the Duke's niece. Just wait. I will ensure your entire family descends into hell. Edgar's fist, poised midair, hesitated momentarily. The youth, seizing the opportunity, flashed a sinister grin. Are you afraid? Kneel and apologize at once, or I shall see to it that you can no longer stay in the city. Edgar rolled his eyes and brought his fist down hard upon the youth's face, loosening his teeth. What did the Duke's niece matter? The current Duke is my uncle by marriage. He shouted as he struck. So what if I hit you? If you have the means, summon your father to apprehend me. The youth finally panicked, his earlier bravado evaporating as he curled up, crying out, No more. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please, stop hitting me. Chapter 61, Power Stop. A cacophony of clanking metal reverberated through the streets as 100 royal guards, clad in chainmail and wielding spears, rushed toward the commotion. The captain of the guards, upon seeing Edgar pummeling a well-dressed noble, swiftly drew his sword, shouting in fury as he advanced. Help! Someone's going to kill me. The noble, pinned beneath Edgar, wailed in terror, his previously fair complexion swollen and discolored, blood mixed with tears streaming down his face. His once elegant satin coat now lay wrinkled and disheveled, stripped of all its former grandeur. Edgar ceased his assault, dusting off his hands as he leisurely stood up. He adjusted his disheveled wool cloak, his gaze icy as it swept over the encroaching guards. The captain forcefully pushed Edgar aside, and, upon recognizing the noble's identity, his face drained of color. In a flurry, he discarded his sword and cautiously assisted the young man, his voice trembling slightly. "Your Highness, are you uninjured? Have you suffered any harm? Arrest this scoundrel. I want him dead." The noble, Lucian, pointed at Edgar, his voice cracking with rage. Utterly devoid of the dignity expected of a prince's son. "Bruno, help Lord Adrian to his feet," Edgar commanded coolly, crossing his arms and allowing a cold smirk to play at the corners of his mouth, showing no sign of fear before the 100 guards. He understood that today's events could not end easily. Perhaps this was merely the first step into a larger game. The captain scrutinized Edgar, noting his embroidered wool coat adorned with silver thread and the silver-buckled belt at his waist. Even after a brawl, Edgar remained composed and unflustered, clearly not an ordinary commoner. The captain felt a twinge of trepidation and cautiously inquired, "Do you know who it is you have assaulted?" "Feel free to enlighten me," Edgar replied, arching an eyebrow with a hint of disdain in his tone. "This is His Highness Prince Lucian, the legitimate son of Duke Marcus." The captain of the guard emphasized the title of prince in an attempt to intimidate the opposing party with the authority of duke, and Edgar rolled his eyes and scoffed. "I thought he was someone of great significance, but he is merely the son of a prince. A mere beating is inconsequential." The captain, sensing Edgar's demeanor, became increasingly convinced of his distinguished background, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He quietly inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name and current position?" "My name is Edgar, and I am presently serving in the Imperial Palace's feathered guard," Edgar replied in a calm tone, imbued with undeniable confidence. The captain furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Edgar? The Imperial Palace's feathered guard?" Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind. Last year, the widely publicized incident in Crown City concerning the recognition of kin by Princess Catherine, where her long-lost nephew bore the name Edgar. At that time, a theatrical troupe had adapted the tale into a play, performed in various squares, rendering it nearly universally known. "Is Lord Thomas of Zhaoyang your father?" the captain cautiously asked, his heart racing. Edgar nodded, maintaining his tranquil demeanor. "Indeed, he is my father. Last month, Thomas had been conferred the title of Lord of Zhaoyang by His Majesty, rewarded with 10,000 silver pennies, 500 acres of fertile land, 3 sets of embroidered official robes, and numerous valuable items. Many ministers opposed this elevation, arguing that Thomas, being of common birth, was unworthy of such a title. However, His Majesty, undeterred by dissent, insisted upon the decree. Subsequently, to quell public outcry, Edgar, following Claire's strategy, donated the entire sum of 10,000 silver pennies to the families of the fallen soldiers from the Battle of Gladion, gradually calming the tumult. Upon hearing this, the captain revealed a wry smile. On one side stood the heir of Dukin, and on the other, the favored nephew of the Empress. Both were influential figures he could not afford to offend. He regretted his impulsive approach moments ago, now caught in a dilemma. Edgar discerned his hesitation and, uninterested in further entanglement, turned towards the street where 3 civilians lay. 2 were unconscious, while 1 was bleeding profusely, his face a grim tableau of suffering. "Captain, these individuals are gravely injured and must be transported immediately to the church's medical facility for treatment. What do you think?" Edgar's tone brooked no refusal. The captain, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, quickly gestured to the soldiers behind him. "Hurry. Lift these gentlemen and take them to the infirmary at St. Michael's Church. Let the monks attend to them at once. What are you waiting for? Seize him." Seeing this, Lucian struggled to push his way to the captain's front, pointing an accusing finger at Edgar, still unwilling to concede. Edgar cast a cold glance at him, the chill in his gaze causing Lucian to instinctively retreat behind the captain, though he stubbornly shouted, "The guards are right here. Do you dare to act violently?" The captain, feeling helpless, clasped his hands in a gesture of apology towards Edgar, his countenance laden with distress. "Young Master Edgar, my position is humble, and I truly dare not intervene in matters between 2 noble gentlemen. Let today be regarded as if nothing has transpired. You and the young prince shall return to your respective homes, shall we?" He spoke while pulling Lucian aside, lowering his voice to swiftly divulge Edgar's true identity. Upon hearing this, Lucian gazed at Edgar in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief, ultimately resorting to a clenched silence. Despite his arrogance, he was acutely aware of the value that Princess Catherine held in the Emperor's eyes. Should this escalate to the Emperor's attention, it would be he who suffered the consequences. And thus he dared not persist in his entanglement. Edgar, however, let out a cold laugh. Since his profound discussion with Claire, he had resolved to engage in this political intrigue, long yearning for an opportunity to present his counsel to the emperor. Today's events were a fortuitous chance that he could not afford to squander. Madam Innkeeper, what truly transpired just now? Pray, speak the truth to me. Edgar turned towards the young woman behind the street stall. She was a striking beauty with flaxen hair tied back with a cloth, visibly trembling in fright. Hearing his words, she dared to steal a furtive glance at Lucian before lowering her head, biting her lip tightly, remaining utterly silent. Edgar did not press her further, but instead faced the gathering crowd, raising his hands in a gesture of appeal to those present. I trust some among you witnessed the incident. I implore you to step forward and speak, that we might render justice to these injured civilians. Yet the crowd remained silent, all too fearful of Lucian's influence. The Duke of N, having held the northern borders for many years, wielded considerable power in Crown City, and none wished to invite trouble by meddling in affairs that did not concern them. Lucian surveyed the crowd with a sense of triumph, his gaze brimming with menace. A few timid souls, upon sensing the tension, began to retreat, some even quietly turning to leave. At that moment, a frail voice broke through the stillness. I am aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter. The crowd turned to see an elderly man, hunched and white-haired, leaning on an oak cane, slowly emerging from the throng. He donned a faded dark blue coat, and despite his stooped posture, he exuded an air of authority. Old man, if you dare to speak recklessly, I shall not spare you. Lucian barked, attempting to intimidate the elder with his imposing presence. The old man, however, paid him no heed and approached Edgar directly, lifting his murky yet piercing eyes, softly inquiring, "Young man, are you truly intent on pursuing this matter to the end?" Edgar's expression grew solemn, his tone resolute. Regardless of the opponent's standing, anyone who violates the laws of the kingdom must be held accountable. As a minister of the court, how could I stand idly by while the common folk suffer indignities? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the emblematic leather pouch hanging from the elder's waist, adorned with a golden eagle motif. According to the dress code of Veranria, officials of the 5th rank and above would wear such pouches, which originally contained a metal insignia symbolizing their rank. Following the year 1430 of the Holy Calendar, it was amended to embroider respective patterns on the pouch's surface. Officials of the 3rd rank and above bore the golden eagle, known as golden insignia officials. Those of the 5th rank and above bore the silver falcon, known as silver insignia officials. Princes or nobles with special merits were bestowed with pouches embroidered with lions, a mark of high honor. The elderly gentleman before us, adorned with a satchel emblazoned with the golden emblem of a majestic eagle, must have once held a prestigious position, ranking no lower than 3rd class in the realm of governance. Now, he may very well be enjoying a tranquil retirement in Crown City. Upon hearing Edgar's words, a glimmer of approval shone in the elder's eyes as he slowly nodded and began to recount the events that transpired. It is hardly a significant matter. Just moments ago, young Prince Lucian passed by and, noticing the beauty of the vendor's wife, approached her with lewd remarks and unwelcome advances. A few commoners happened to be at the stall, purchasing bread and vegetables, and obstructed his path. In his impatience, Prince Lucian shoved one of them aside and uttered a plethora of vile insults. One of the commoners, unable to tolerate such behavior, retorted slightly, only to be met with violence from him and his entourage, leading to the subsequent events. Chapter 62. A Call for Justice. Edgar cast a glance at Adrian, who had just been struck on the nose by Lucian's fist. Tears streamed down his face. Though he had regained his composure, his nose was swollen and bruised, creating a rather comical visage paired with his taut expression. "My lord Adrian, in your esteemed opinion, who is in the right in this matter?" Edgar inquired gravely, his gaze sweeping over the silent guards and onlookers. Adrian glared at Lucian, his chest heaving with indignation as he proclaimed, "Even if it were merely a verbal dispute, resorting to violence is utterly unacceptable. The one who strikes first is undeniably in the wrong." Lucian, clutching his still aching cheek, scoffed derisively. "They are but a handful of worthless commoners. What does it matter if I strike them? I can simply toss them a few silver pennies later, enough to keep them quiet for half a year. What is the fuss about? In the eyes of the law, all are equal. One cannot simply buy their way out of culpability with gold and silver." Adrian retorted sharply, his hand resting upon the leather badge at his waist, the insignia of a royal inspector. "What are you, a mere inspector, to meddle in the affairs of this royal prince?" Lucian bellowed, stepping forward, only to be instinctively halted by the captain of the guard. Adrian paid no heed to Lucian's outburst and turned to the captain with a serious demeanor as the captain of the Southern Patrol Guard. "You hold the authority to maintain order in the district and apprehend wrongdoers. You have heard the entire account. Why do you linger in hesitation? The captain's heart raced with trepidation as he feigned composure and asked, Who exactly are you to issue commands to me? I am Adrian, Inspector of the Royal Inspection Bureau, tasked with overseeing local litigation and the malfeasance of officials. Adrian displayed his badge, the metallic eagle emblem glinting coldly in the sunlight. The captain's expression fell, and he rubbed his throbbing temples. Though the rank of a royal inspector may not be the highest, the authority to present matters directly to the king is a formidable power. Even a noble could face repercussions for a slight misstep. It was evident that Lucian was abusing his position, should he choose to turn a blind eye and allow Lucian to depart. Adrian could simply present a report to the king, and the captain would risk losing his position or worse, imprisonment. Edgar, standing to the side, chuckled softly and raised his voice intentionally. Lord Adrian is known for his unwavering sense of justice. He will undoubtedly report today's events in detail to His Majesty the King on the morrow. If you choose to release Lucian at this moment, the burden of the crime of deceiving the sovereign will rest solely upon your shoulders. I beseech you to weigh the gravity of this decision carefully. Does that mean he is without fault for striking me? Lucian, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusing finger at Edgar, attempting to divert attention. Edgar paused momentarily, cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, and with a forced steadiness replied, My actions were indeed improper. I shall proceed to the town hall shortly to confess voluntarily. No need for you, my young prince, to urge me further. He took Adrian by the arm and swiftly moved away from the crowd. Reaching a secluded area where he whispered, Brother Tingxian, in my moment of desperation, I falsely claimed you would petition the king tomorrow. I sincerely apologize for that. Lucian is the son of Duke Marcus of the Kingdom, who has held dominion over the northern borders for many years and wields immense power. You need not feel compelled to confront him directly. Adrian furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Edgar, what do you mean by this? Even if you remain silent, I shall certainly write to the king regarding today's events, condemning General Marcus for his failure to discipline his offspring and allowing them to oppress the common folk. Edgar's guilt lessened slightly. He had intended to leverage Adrian's position as an inspector to escalate the matter, seeking an audience with the sovereign, while fearing that Adrian might waver in the face of Duke Marcus's authority. It seems he had underestimated this upright official. The captain of the guard, observing the departing figures of the two, found himself in a predicament. He turned to the still struggling Lucian and said, Young prince, given the current situation, I must request that you accompany me to the town hall for an investigation. You, a mere captain of the guard, dare to apprehend a prince? My father will never forgive you. Lucian seethed, staring daggers at the captain. The captain, caught in a dilemma, recalled Edgar's earlier words which clearly intended to escalate the situation. If he were to release Lucian, the royal inspector would surely bring charges, and all blame would fall upon him. Yet if he enforced the law, he might only lose his position, while his life would ultimately be spared. Resolute, he declared, take all parties involved to the town hall, without fail. The guards, obeying orders, disregarded Lucian's status and forcibly dragged him towards the town hall. Despite his protests, after returning Adrian to his residence, Edgar wasted no time and headed directly to the town hall to confess. The presiding officer, Lu Zhongyuan, known for his unwavering integrity, listened to both parties' accounts and witness testimonies before decreeing. Lucian, as a noble, has used his strength to oppress the weak, causing severe injury. He shall receive 30 lashes and be imprisoned pending the king's final decision. Although Edgar acted out of righteousness, his actions were excessive. Thus, he shall receive 10 lashes, but will be released thereafter due to his voluntary confession. The next morning, the royal court convened as scheduled. Adrian indeed stepped forward to present a detailed account of Lucian's tyranny over the common people and his assault on civilians, directly accusing Duke Marcus of negligence in raising his son, fostering unrest. King Alberic III, who had forged a bond of brotherhood with Marcus in their youth and shared a deep camaraderie over the years, acknowledged Adrian's courage in standing against authority, yet merely waved his hand dismissively, stating, This matter has already been addressed by the town hall. Let Lu Zhongyuan handle it autonomously. Throughout, he refrained from uttering a single word of reproach towards Marcus. In the northern frontier, General Wang valiantly defends against the Walloon tribes, enduring years of bloodshed as the kingdom's bastion. Would he truly chastise his loyal subjects over such trifles? After the court session, Marcus's mother, the king's adoptive mother, Lady Wang, entered the palace bearing generous gifts to plead for leniency. The king, who held deep respect for her, offered soothing words for a considerable time and promised to immediately order Lu Zhongyuan to release Lucian. Lady Wang's sorrow turned to joy, but before departing, She shifted her tone and exclaimed with indignation, "Your Majesty, Princess Catherine's nephew Edgar brazenly assaulted my grandson in public yesterday, inflicting severe harm. You must impose strict punishment." Upon hearing this, the king promptly summoned Edgar. At that moment, Edgar, clad in the uniform of the Imperial Guard, stood among the king's attendants. Upon hearing his name, he stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and with a rueful smile said, "Your Imperial Excellency, at the time of the altercation, I was unaware that he was the son of General Marcus. What concern does this matter hold for you? You seem to have taken an interest in affairs that do not pertain to you." King Albert III let out a cold snort, his tone laced with reproach. Yet his gaze held no anger. Edgar, undeterred, straightened his expression and replied, "Had it merely been a quarrel among commoners, I would not have intervened. However, Lucian, accompanied by his entourage, brutally assaulted 3 civilians, leaving one gravely injured and on the brink of death. As an officer of the Imperial Guard, I found it impossible to stand idly by." The king closed his eyes, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest of his throne, remaining silent for a long while. Edgar cautiously observed the king's expression, well aware that the lives of a few commoners would likely not stir the heart of one who governs the kingdom's fate. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to stoke the flames further. "What infuriates me even more, Your Majesty, is that Lucian boasted that the laws of the kingdom could restrain the emperor, yet could not touch the heir of Gnawing." King Albert III's eyes suddenly widened, his sharp gaze piercing through Edgar, his brow furrowed tightly. Edgar felt a surge of triumph. He had wagered correctly. The king was already acutely aware of the lurking dangers posed by the deteriorating order in the capital. The newly appointed mayor, Lu Zhongyuan, had repeatedly submitted petitions, candidly stating that the discipline among the imperial soldiers had faltered, even alleging collusion with the scions of the nobility to extort the common folk, leading to rampant misconduct among the aristocracy. Yet, the court found itself in dire financial straits. The war in Gladen had drained the treasury. The costs of maintaining the northern garrison escalated, and the kingdom of Turan frequently stirred at the borders, leaving the coffers nearly empty. Several ministers in the Council of State were deliberating on the reduction of the Imperial Guard to curtail expenses, a dilemma that left the king at a loss. "Your Imperial Excellency, Your Imperial Excellency." Seeing the king lost in thought, Edgar softly called out twice. The king shot him a glare, his tone tinged with resignation. "Lucian is the sole son of my adoptive brother. Even if he spoke recklessly, would I then be compelled to execute him? You have already left him in a pitiful state. You should consider yourself fortunate that I did not hold you accountable." Edgar moved forward on his knees, raising his voice. "Regarding Lucian, I dare not interject further. However, the scions of the nobility in the capital now act with utter disregard for the law, treating the lives of commoners as mere fodder. Such scenes are all too common in the southern part of the city, and I am filled with righteous indignation. I earnestly beseech Your Majesty to grant me 1,000 soldiers to be under my command, specifically to restore order in the southern district. Are you not aware of your own worth? A mere young lad who cannot even govern himself is deemed fit for such a weighty responsibility?" The king sneered, his tone laced with a hint of skepticism. "How can one ascertain the capabilities of a nephew, if not through trial?" Edgar stood tall, his eyes brimming with determination. Duke Ronel, positioned among the court officials, cast a glance at Edgar before stepping forward. In a hushed voice, he addressed the king, "Your Majesty." Though Edgar is youthful and exuberant, he possesses both valor and intellect. He demonstrated commendable prowess in the Battle of Gladen. Allowing him to try might unveil a new path for maintaining order in the capital. The king shook his head with a wry smile. "Duke, you are well aware of the treasury's emptiness. Where shall we procure the additional military funds and supplies for him to indulge in such endeavors?" Edgar interjected, clasping his hands respectfully. "There is no need for Your Majesty to concern yourself. Last month, you graciously granted my father 500 acres of land. I am willing to offer this land entirely to recruit soldiers from among the homeless outside the city. These displaced individuals, provided with ample food and warmth, shall serve with utmost dedication." Alberic III's gaze sharpened. Each winter, countless destitute souls congregated outside the capital, draining the royal coffers through necessary aid. This perennial dilemma had long plagued the monarchy. If Edgar were to enlist these homeless individuals as peacekeepers using his private estate, it would address their resettlement issues while bolstering the southern security forces, aligning perfectly with Lu Zhongyuan's request for reinforcements, a truly advantageous strategy. After a moment of contemplation, he regarded the kneeling Edgar, his tone softening considerably. "Is it so dull to remain by my side as a member of the Imperial Guard? Must you venture into the chaos of the southern districts?" Edgar bowed deeply, his voice resonant. "Regardless of my location, my loyalty to your majesty remains unwavering. You shall always be the emperor I hold in the highest regard, my esteemed uncle. Alberic III nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "Granted, I bestow upon you the command token for the Southern Patrol, allowing you to establish military regulations as you see fit. I am curious to witness the commotion you can stir up." Chapter 63. Recruiting the dispossessed. On December 15th of the year of the Saint, 1441, with only half a month remaining until the new year, Crown City was adorned in festive splendor. The streets lined with stone were embellished with evergreens and colorful drapes, while the aroma of cinnamon and baked bread wafted from the bakeries. The blacksmiths busily crafted festive iron decorations, and merchants returning from distant lands led horses laden with goods, while nearby knights and gentry submitted leave requests to reunite with their families. The entire capital was suffused with a warm, celebratory atmosphere, as if the harshness of winter had been somewhat dulled by the prevailing joy. However, upon the desolate plains a few dozen miles outside Crown City, a different reality unfolded, a veritable purgatory for the human spirit. The biting wind and snow raged like a ferocious beast, as tens of thousands of homeless individuals huddled beneath decrepit thatch shelters or lay directly upon the frozen ground. Most were clad in tattered garments, with children wandering barefoot, their frostbitten feet reddened and covered in sores. These souls had lost their once fertile lands and now relied solely on begging for survival, enduring the tempestuous elements, their lives as fragile as mere blades of grass. Downy snowflakes danced through the air, enveloping the world in a shroud of desolation. In the midst of this harsh winter, dozens of oak wagons laden with provisions, accompanied by hundreds of soldiers clad in chain mail, departed from Crown City, traversing the snow-covered roads towards the refugee camp. Although officials from the kingdom had been dispatched to provide relief, the meager rations of rye bread and thin gruel amounted to little more than a drop in the bucket. Under the relentless torment of hunger and cold, each day saw individuals succumbing to the snow, never to awaken again. Those tasked with burying the dead had long since grown numb, merely digging shallow graves in the snow to hastily cover the bodies, which would soon be blanketed by fresh snowfall. Edgar reined in his horse, gazing at the grim scene before him. Memories from 5 years past surged back, when he first traversed into this world and struggled to survive in a winter much like this one. Watching helplessly as those around him breathed their last in despair. The biting cold wind stung his face, yet it paled in comparison to the chill that gripped his heart. The nobility's relentless appropriation of estates had reached an unconscionable level, serving as a precursor to the impending chaos. Claire, beside him, also halted his horse, casting a sorrowful glance at the shivering refugees in the storm. He shook his head with a sigh, tightening his woolen cloak around him, yet still feeling the penetrating chill. Do the authorities truly turn a blind eye as the powerful seize the farmers' lands and drive them into destitution? Edgar's voice trembled with suppressed anger. He, having risen from the lower echelons, understood the suffering of these displaced souls all too well. The wealthy gentry took advantage of the disasters, purchasing the farmers' lands at paltry prices, while local officials, desperate to meet tax quotas, placed the burdens squarely on the remaining smallholders. Even those who once owned land found the weight unbearable and were compelled to abandon their homes. Meanwhile, the privileged aristocrats occupied vast, fertile estates, enjoying tax exemptions and living lives of opulence. The more turbulent the realm became, the more their fortunes flourished, the more the common folk endured hardship, the more wealth consolidated in the hands of the elite. Claire lowered his voice and leaned closer to Edgar, saying, His Majesty once intended to introduce a new land reform bill to curtail the size of noble estates. But the opposition from nearly all noble families in the court was overwhelming, and ultimately, the matter fell by the wayside. Edgar fell silent. He was merely a low-ranking official newly authorized to form a patrol unit, and matters of military and state significance were beyond his purview. No amount of anger could be voiced at that moment. It had to remain buried deep within. Oliver rode up to Edgar, his armor dusted with snowflakes. He brushed the snow from his shoulders and said in a low tone, Brother Dog, we are but a few miles from the refugee camp. With so many wagons, our presence is too conspicuous. Entering directly may incite unrest. We must devise a prudent plan. Edgar nodded, surveying the convoy and the soldiers before making a swift decision. Let us unload the provisions here, and I will assign Darian to lead 100 soldiers to remain behind for protection. You shall take the rest with me into the camp to recruit soldiers. We must act quickly. Indeed, Oliver responded, turning to issue commands. The soldiers promptly sprang into action, transferring the grain sacks from the wagons to a nearby clearing, forming a perimeter with their spears to establish a cautionary zone. Previously, Alberic III had officially granted Edgar the authority to establish the Southern Patrol Camp, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Municipal Hall. Upon receiving the news, Edgar was overjoyed and immediately spent his own funds to procure 3,000 loads of rye and oats, inviting Oliver to lead several hundred soldiers for protection. Oliver reported this matter to his superior, General Lauren, who, having received flattering remarks from Edgar in the presence of the king, readily approved the initiative under the guise of winter field training. When they arrived at the refugee camp, it was already past noon. The numerous relief points set up by the authorities had just begun distributing food, and the refugees, resembling famished wolves, surrounded these points, straining their necks in anticipation of the meager rations. Edgar approached one of the relief stations and gestured for the attendant to hand him a wooden spoon. He scooped up a ladle of what was termed porridge, stirring the broth so clear it could reflect a person's image, with scarcely a few grains of wheat visible within. Rather than porridge, it was more akin to hot water with a few grains of wheat added. What difference was there between this and plain water? How could it sustain life? Edgar's voice was cold, laced with barely suppressed fury. 5 years ago, during a famine, the government had distributed only thin wheat gruel and hard rye bread, yet it had at least been sufficient to keep people alive. But now, this so-called relief food was less than half of what had been provided then. The attendant, a gaunt middle-aged man, forced a bitter smile and lowered his voice. You may not know, sir, but our relief supplies have been cut off for over 10 days. The food you see today was generously donated by several wealthy merchants in the city. In a few days, I fear even this gruel will be unavailable. Edgar sighed deeply and could no longer find the words to respond. He waved his hand, signaling the accompanying cooks to take action. Let us begin the recruitment. The cooks swiftly set up several large iron pots, igniting wood to boil the oats and cured meat they had brought. Bruno moved a heavy iron anvil weighing around 120 pounds, arranging several longswords, spears, and wooden staffs beside it. And a makeshift recruitment testing ground was quickly established. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, instantly capturing the attention of the surrounding refugees. Several soldiers stepped into the throng of refugees, calling out loudly, "Recruitment for the Southern Patrol Camp is underway. All young men aged 18 to 45 are welcome to participate. Selected individuals will receive ample food, warm clothing, and accommodations for their families at the estate." The previously despondent crowd of refugees stirred with excitement. The hungry individuals momentarily forgetting the cold as they surged toward the recruitment point, their murky eyes rekindled with life. "Sir, I want to enlist. I wish to register." A robust man was the first to push forward, appearing to be around 30 years of age, tall and sturdy, with a square face etched by the elements. Though his complexion was pale, clearly a result of prolonged hunger, he approached the anvil, his eyes filled with longing. Edgar pointed to the iron anvil and said in a solemn tone, "This anvil weighs 120 pounds. If you can lift it above your head 10 times consecutively, you will pass the preliminary selection." The strong man took a deep breath, bent down to grasp the iron anvil, and with a mighty shout, he managed to lift it steadily above his head. Once, twice, and until the 10th time he descended. Although he breathed heavily and his chest heaved violently, his movements remained steady, clearly indicating that he was famished yet not devoid of strength. "Name?" Edgar nodded with satisfaction, signaling the scribe beside him to take note. The commoner, Lei Fanghai, hailing from the free farmers of Liaozhou in Hudong, replied respectfully, his gaze fixed intently on the bubbling meat porridge. "Passed. Go to the side and register your information," Edgar instructed. As Lei Fanghai was about to turn away, he suddenly pivoted back, clasping his fists in salute towards Edgar. "My lord, I possess some knowledge of martial arts. Should the army require it, I am willing to serve." Edgar's eyes brightened as he stepped forward, inquiring, "Can you ride and shoot?" Upon Lei Fanghai's vigorous nod, Edgar rejoiced. "If your skills are indeed as you claim, I shall appoint you as a squad leader to command 10 soldiers." Energized, Lei Fanghai promptly approached the weapon rack, seizing a long sword. He mounted his horse, wielding the blade with adept precision, and then took up a bow, drawing and releasing 3 arrows, all striking the distant tree trunk. Evidence of a seasoned warrior, not mere bravado. "Excellent. Truly a promising start." Edgar laughed heartily, clapping Lei Fanghai on the shoulder. "Follow my lead, and you shall reap the rewards. First, go eat something to fill your belly." Lei Fanghai accepted the wooden bowl offered by a soldier, filled with thick meat porridge and a piece of wheat cake. His stomach had been growling from hunger, yet he hesitated to eat. "Why do you not partake?" Edgar inquired, puzzled. "I have an elderly mother and 5 younger brothers who have not had a morsel of food in days. How can I indulge alone?" Lei Fanghai's voice trembled, his eyes brimming with guilt. What a filial and righteous man. Edgar inwardly praised, promptly responding, "You may bring your family along. Shortly, I shall arrange for them to be settled in a manor outside the city, ensuring they have food and shelter." Upon hearing this, Lei Fenghai fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground, the sound echoing on the frozen earth. "If so, I would gladly lay down my life for you in battle, without hesitation." With Lei Fenghai as a model, the subsequent recruitment of soldiers proceeded remarkably smoothly. In merely 2 hours, 1,000 robust young men were selected. Those who were not chosen wept and surrounded Edgar, desperately pleading for him to take them in, even if it was just to perform menial tasks. Edgar, gazing at the faces filled with despair, felt a pang of anguish but was helpless. The provisions he brought and the places he could accommodate were limited, rendering him unable to accept all the refugees. Ultimately, he had no choice but to instruct Oliver and the soldiers to disperse the crowd. The newly recruited 1,000 soldiers, along with their families, amounted to 5,000 or 6,000 individuals. Edgar led them to the grain depot, distributing a load of provisions to each person, with heavy sacks slung over their shoulders. The refugees finally displayed long-awaited smiles upon their faces. "Thank you, my lord. You are truly a living bodhisattva." The refugees prostrated themselves before Edgar, expressing their gratitude with tears streaming down their faces. His arrival was akin to that of a savior. Edgar instructed his men to guide the crowd towards Qinghua Mountain, located 30 miles away. At the foot of the mountain lay a royal estate, a vast expanse of 500 acres granted to Thomas by His Majesty, which had remained neglected for over a decade. With minimal repairs, the wooden cabins could serve as a refuge for these people. As Edgar observed the refugees, burdened with sacks of grain and supporting the elderly and young, joyously making their way to Qinghua Mountain, he shook his head in dismay. The nobility would rather let fertile lands lie fallow, overrun with weeds, than rent them to impoverished farmers, extracting the last vestiges of value from the land. Yet, all these common folk sought was a simple meal and a humble dwelling to shield them from the elements. Such modest desires came at the cost of their very lives. Claire approached and gently patted his shoulder. "It is getting late. We should return to the city." Edgar nodded in agreement and turned to Claire with an apologetic tone. "I feel truly regretful for having burdened you with such a long day today." Claire smiled, adjusting her cloak. "I received 10 silver pennies as your monthly stipend. I cannot simply take your money without contributing. It is only right that I assist you, and besides, what I have witnessed today has only strengthened my confidence in you." Chapter 64. The eve of the new year, on the final twilight of December 1441, a biting northern wind swept through the crowned city of Veranria, scattering fine snowflakes that made the bells atop the clock tower chime. As the last rays of sunlight faded beyond the dark forest in the west, the capital succumbed to the embrace of the year-end night. This night marked the 12th night after the winter solstice, the most solemn vigil of the kingdom, symbolizing the end of the old year and the dawn of a new one. Whether serfs in the outskirts or craftsmen within the city, everyone cherished the hope of reuniting with their families on this night. Even the beggars in the slums would receive rye bread distributed by the church, adding warmth to the evening. As night fell, every window in the crowned city glowed with the soft flicker of candlelight, resembling scattered diamonds on a bed of black velvet. Banners displaying family crests hung from the stone walls of noble estates, while the humble wooden homes adorned their doorways with pine branches and berries. In the town square, by the estate's stone mill, and even at the entrance of the churchyard, roaring bonfires blazed, their flickering flames reflecting the joyful faces of the people. The crackling of burning wood mingled with the sharp sounds of children igniting sulfur firecrackers, and the melodies strummed by wandering minstrels on their lutes filled the air, continuing throughout the night. According to ancient tradition, the bonfires were to burn until dawn, believed to ward off evil spirits and usher in good fortune for the coming year. The central ritual of the vigil involved the family gathering to prepare the Christmas bread, a mixture of flour, raisins, and honey, which the matriarch led the family in making. The dough was to be kneaded 99 times, symbolizing devotion to God, and during baking, a cross was to be etched upon the bread, signifying divine protection. Throughout this process, elders shared tales of ancestors, while children secretly hid nuts within the dough. For whoever discovered the nut in their bread would be deemed the most favored by Lady Luck in the year to come. The customs surrounding the New Year's vigil in noble families are particularly intricate. A newlywed noblewoman is required to return to her parental home on this night with her husband, offering hand-stitched woolen gloves and mead to her parents. However, if there are adult male heirs in the husband's family, they must hasten back before sunset, adhering to the ancient tradition that forbids leaving a house empty on Christmas Eve, as it is believed to directly influence the prosperity of the family lineage. In the noble residences, the sound of dough being rolled and the laughter of family members resonate, while warm air seeps through the stone window crevices, blending with the chill outside to create a unique festive atmosphere. Within the heart of Crown City, the royal palace buzzes with a lively spirit. Aside from the guards stationed at the city walls and the clergy tasked with tending to the sacred fire, all other courtiers have been granted leave to reunite with their families. King Alberic III, adhering to the traditions of his predecessors, issued a royal decree 3 days prior, from the night of the vigil until the 10th day of the new year. The city's curfew would be extended to the first hour of the tiger, allowing commoners to celebrate freely at night. This diligent king, though not one to indulge in extravagance, understands the importance of using festivals to soothe the populace. As early as 2 weeks ago, the festive spirit in Crown City had begun to intensify. Craftsmen from the Leather Guild crafted a colorful float adorned with the image of St. George slaying the dragon. Parading through the streets daily, bakers erected temporary ovens in the square, distributing wheat cakes to children for free, and the church choir sang Christmas carols in the afternoons, drawing passers-by to pause and listen. Even the normally guarded gates of the royal palace opened a side entrance each afternoon, allowing commoners to witness the changing of the royal guards, adding a touch of solemnity to the celebrations. As midnight approached, the heavy oak doors of the palace, intricately carved with griffin motifs, slowly parted. Edgar stepped out alongside Sir Thomas, his father. A gust of cold wind swept in, accompanied by snowflakes, prompting Sir Thomas to instinctively shrink his neck. His loyal servant, Reiner, quickly stepped forward, draping a thick woolen cloak trimmed with mink fur over his master's shoulders, carefully fastening the copper clasp at the neck. Outside, on the cobblestone path, a four-wheeled carriage adorned with pine branches awaited, with the driver, Bruno, leaning against the yoke, stamping his feet to keep warm. He had been waiting for nearly 3 hours, his empty stomach protesting loudly, his face displaying impatience. Sir Thomas, young Master Edgar, at last, you have emerged. I am on the verge of starving, Bruno exclaimed, hastening towards them with a voice loud enough to attract the attention of the guards nearby. Edgar rolled his eyes, brushing off the snow from his shoulders with a teasing tone. I warned you before we set off that court banquets are notoriously lengthy. Why didn't you prepare some oat cakes to tide you over? He was dressed in a deep blue linen shirt, covered by a silver-gray fitted cuirass, the family crest hanging at his waist, his youthful face illuminated by the flickering firelight, exuding a sense of relief from the stifling court. Bruno scratched the back of his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face as his rough fingers brushed against his snow-dusted beard. I was too busy grooming and oiling the horses to remember, he admitted. Being the son of a longtime servant of the Thomas family, he had followed Edgar since childhood, their relationship having long transcended the boundaries of master and servant. Edgar shook his head in resignation, yet a flicker of resonance stirred within him. This evening's court banquet was equally unpalatable to him. By tradition, on the eve of the new year, Princess Catherine, Edgar's aunt, would summon them to the palace for a feast. This should have been a moment of familial reunion, but the intricacies of courtly relationships rendered it a torment. Although King Alberic III was diligent and unselfish, his harem consisted of over 30 concubines, and he had more than 20 offspring, with each prince and princess entwined in the interests of various noble families. Every polite exchange during the banquet was laced with subtle intrigue, and each toast was a test of loyalties. Even the roasted swan and braised venison served by the attendants lost their flavor in Edgar's mouth. Throughout the evening, he merely offered 2 symbolic toasts of wine to the king and his aunt, using the opportunity to engage in idle chatter with Prince Leon, thus evading the insincere social niceties. Prince Leon, the king's 7th son, had lost his mother at an early age and held a precarious position in the court. He had always maintained a friendly rapport with Edgar. The carriage rolled over the snow-covered cobblestones, heading towards the Thomas estate in the east of the city. Through the frost-laden windows, Edgar beheld the sights along the way. The raucous laughter emanating from a roadside tavern, where a minstrel strummed a lute, singing heroic ballads. Several children, bundled in thick cloaks, ran about with torches, their rosy faces illuminated by the flickering flames. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the carriage halted before the estate. The stone walls of the Thomas estate were adorned with more than 10 brass lanterns shaped like beast heads, their bright light casting a silvery sheen on the snow before the entrance, radiating warmth from afar. Within the estate, there were 28 servants, all of whom had been taken in by the Thomas family over the years, refugees and orphans alike. Prior to their arrival at the palace, the steward, Old Shung, had already arranged for the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast of roasted wild boar, stewed peas, cheese pudding, and ample ale for everyone to celebrate in advance. Upon hearing the carriage, Old Shung promptly emerged with a host of servants. Master, young master, you have returned. The joy in Old Shung's voice was unmistakable as the silver-haired steward hurried forward, bowing respectfully. The other servants followed suit, bowing in unison and exclaiming, "May God bless master and young master, and grant you health and glory in the new year." Sir Thomas, who had remained taciturn in the palace, finally revealed a genuine smile in the presence of his familiar servants. He raised his hand, signaling them to rise, and proclaimed, "Happy New Year to all. Please stand up." As he reached for the pouch at his waist to distribute New Year gifts, he found it empty. Having rushed to the palace, he had forgotten to bring it along. A hint of regret crossed his face as he sincerely remarked, "Today as haste has left me unprepared for the New Year's rewards. I ask for your understanding." "Master, you jest. We are not those who covet rewards." Old Shung lifted his head, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Were it not for your kindness all those years ago, I would have perished in the snow on the streets. Had it not been for the young master's compassion, my grandson would not have survived last winter's chill. Such a favor cannot be repaid with mere coin. We can only serve you both with utmost dedication, willing to toil like beasts, to toil like oxen and horses, in gratitude for the kindness bestowed by the master and the young lord." The other servants also knelt down, their foreheads touching the cold stone floor. Yet their devotion was undeniable. Sir Thomas hurried forward, personally assisting Old Shung and several elder servants to their feet, his voice imbued with emotion. "Rise at once. Within this estate, we are all one family. There is no need for such formality." This was not mere rhetoric. The Thomas family had always been generous to their servants, never resorting to arbitrary punishment for their mistakes, and even arranging apprenticeships for the children of their staff. Edgar, too, never considered himself above others. Addressing the elder servants as Uncle Shung, Uncle Chin, and Aunt Marcia, during festive seasons, he would personally select gifts for their families. It was precisely for these reasons that the servants truly regarded this place as their home, viewing the Thomas family as their kin. Sir Thomas grasped Old Shung's hand and quietly instructed, "Tomorrow morning, you shall go to the treasury to withdraw silver coins, distributing 2 to each servant as a New Year's bonus, with an additional coin for the children." He then curiously inquired, "It is nearly midnight. Why have you not yet retired?" Old Shung replied with a smile, "With the master and the young lord absent, how can we peacefully keep vigil for the new year? We have all agreed to wait, no matter how late it gets, for both of you to return, so we can share a warm Christmas pie and a toast with ale. Only then does it feel like a true reunion." Upon hearing this, a warmth flickered in Sir Thomas's eyes, and he nodded with approval. Old Shung immediately turned and called out loudly towards the kitchen, "Hurry to the kitchen. Reheat the pies and warm several jugs of ale. Midnight is approaching. Let us not miss the auspicious moment for the vigil." Edgar, too, felt his spirits lift within this warm atmosphere, the fatigue from the recent enlistment efforts dissipating significantly. He called towards the kitchen, "Aunt Marcia, I shall assist you in the kitchen." A hearty laugh echoed from the kitchen, and Aunt Marcia's head appeared, her face dusted with flour. She playfully poked Edgar's forehead. "If you step into the kitchen, you might extinguish the very fire. No one will have hot pies tonight." Edgar burst into a hearty laugh, his mirth resonating with everyone present. The servants dispersed with smiles, busily attending to their tasks, some aiding in the kitchen, while others set the dining table, filling the estate with a long-missed, lively atmosphere. As Edgar was about to return to his room to don his comfortable home robe, Old Shung arrived, leading 2 individuals, the guard Oliver and the young girl Xiao Lian following closely behind. Xiao Lian was the orphan whom Edgar had rescued from slave traders last year. He had arranged for her uncle's family to settle in the family estate on the outskirts of the city. Although not affluent, they possessed their own land and home, ensuring their basic needs were met. According to the original plan, Xiao Lian was supposed to spend the New Year's Eve at her uncle's house and had not intended to return to the estate. Oliver, whose parents had passed away, had his wife and children living on a distant farm, unable to return home. Thus, he had arranged with his colleague Darian to alternate spending the New Year's Eve vigil at Edgar's and Baron Kyle's estates. This year, it was Oliver's turn to keep watch at Edgar's, unexpectedly bringing Xiao Lian along. "Lian, did you not mention this morning that you would be staying at your uncle's house to welcome the new year and would not be returning?" Edgar stepped forward, observing Lian's cheeks, reddened from the cold. He deftly removed his scarf and wrapped it around her neck. Lian gently shook her head, tightly clutching a corner of the scarf, and softly confessed, "I have never spent a night in an unfamiliar place. Lying in bed at night, I always feel uneasy. So I asked Brother Oliver to bring me back." Her voice carried a hint of shyness, yet her gaze was resolute. In her heart, the Thomas estate was her true home. Your return is quite timely. Edgar chuckled, patting her shoulder. We are just about to eat the Christmas Eve cakes and keep vigil. And we could use someone to help Aunt Martha distribute them. But I heard you already dined at the palace? Lien inquired, puzzled, aware that palace dinners were typically lavish. And it seemed Edgar should not be hungry. Edgar recounted the dreariness and pretense of the palace banquet with a tone tinged with resignation. After listening, Lien nodded in understanding and said thoughtfully, Then I shall check the kitchen to see if Aunt Martha needs any assistance. With that, she headed towards the kitchen. Once Lien had departed, Edgar's expression gradually turned serious as he turned to Oliver and asked, How is the training of the new recruits? Have there been any irregularities in the past fortnight? 2 weeks prior, Edgar had responded to the king's recruitment decree, enlisting 1,000 destitute individuals as new soldiers. He had specifically appointed Oliver as the training officer, responsible for their drills. In addition to training, Oliver had another vital task, monitoring these new recruits. After all, the court provided each soldier with a substantial food allowance as a settling-in grant. If anyone absconded with the provisions, it would render the court's efforts futile. Oliver straightened his posture and replied respectfully, Rest assured, young master, the recruits are extremely enthusiastic about their training. Even some of my veteran soldiers have expressed curiosity about transferring to your command. His tone reflected admiration, clearly pleased with the recruit's performance. A knowing smile crept onto Edgar's lips. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. To incentivize the new soldiers, he had devised a land distribution policy. 500 acres of fertile land owned by the family would be evenly allocated among the 1,000 recruits, granting each household 50 acres. However, this policy came with 2 stipulations. First, they must serve for a full decade. Second, if they were to perish in the line of duty, their families could inherit the land. Only upon fulfilling these 2 conditions would the ownership of the land truly belong to the recruits. Until then, the deeds would be personally safeguarded by Edgar. Should anyone abandon their post or defect, the land would be reclaimed. Even with such restrictions, for those displaced individuals, the promise of 50 acres of land was an irresistible temptation. It signified a stable livelihood, freedom from hunger, and a foundation for future generations. Even if it was merely a promise, it was enough to spur them to exert their utmost efforts. It represented their singular hope for survival. Edgar observed the admiration in Oliver's eyes, fully aware that this fervor stemmed from the myriad desires of the destitute for survival. Chapter 65. The establishment of the inspection office. The year of the Holy Calendar 1442, January 10th. The snow in Crown City has yet to fully dissipate, and the icicles hanging from the eaves refract fragmented rays of sunlight. The air still lingers with the scent of pine and cinnamon, and the festive atmosphere in the homes of the common folk has not yet faded. The bakery's window displays the holiday special honey cakes. However, the cobblestone streets of the royal city and the town hall are already bustling with officials and attendants in uniforms, signaling the end of the New Year's respite as the wheels of governance begin to turn once more. On the morning of January 11th, the great griffin clock of the royal city chimed 7 times, heralding the inaugural royal council meeting of the year in the assembly hall. At the oak long table, on one end sat King Alberic III in his purple velvet royal robe, while on the other were the attending ministers and noble representatives. The parchment scrolls spread across the table documented reports from various regions, relief for the snow disaster at the northern border, tariff disputes along the eastern trade routes, and the complex appointments and dismissals of clergy in the southern parishes, all culminating in a session that lasted until noon. The king did not dismiss the assembly immediately. Instead, he hosted a banquet in a side hall of the palace. Roasted venison, stuffed goose, a platter of cheeses, and amber-hued ale were presented in succession. Beneath the surface of merriment, however, negotiations simmered. The feast extended from midday until dusk, with candlelight casting the shadows of the attendees upon the stone walls, flickering in and out. Ultimately, 3 resolutions were formalized, solemnly inscribed on sheepskin parchment by the scribe using a quill. Firstly, the chief priest of the Ministry of Rites, Elias, was appointed as an envoy, tasked with carrying royal jewels and silks to the Turan Khanate to negotiate a marriage alliance. The delegation's stature was elevated beyond the original plan, now including 20 additional royal guards and a royal decree, penned by the king himself, sealed with the griffin royal insignia, intended to demonstrate Veranria's sincerity and sovereignty. Secondly, the Minister of Rites, Marcus, having surpassed 80 years, with a stooped back that almost prevented him from standing upright, had submitted his resignation thrice due to waning vitality. Fearing that his decline would jeopardize state affairs, Alberic III ultimately acquiesced, granting him a country estate and a lifetime stipend as a reward. This left a significant vacancy among the 6 key ministerial positions, a matter of great sensitivity. Marcus had traditionally aligned himself with the conservative faction led by the Earl of York, while the reformist faction, headed by the Baron of Lancaster, had long been poised to seize the opportunity. A misstep could easily disrupt the fragile balance between the two factions. Thirdly, the island city-state of Saracen in the southern sea had erupted in internal strife. The power broker Khalid had overthrown the original lord and sent envoys bearing pearls and spices to seek a legitimate charter from the king of Valania, ostensibly to solidify his rule under royal authority. During a lull in discussions, Alberic III and the Earl of York addressed the security issues plaguing Crown City during the festivities. The slums had experienced a surge in thefts and brawls, with even the servants of nobles attacked by vagrants in taverns. The Earl expressed his strong agreement and subsequently proposed the establishment of an inspection bureau, appointing an inspector at the 5th rank, directly subordinate to the town hall, tasked solely with maintaining order in the capital. The king pondered for a moment before nodding in approval. On the first day of February, the air remained chill with the lingering touch of winter. In the square before the town hall, flags fluttered, and Edgar de Valen donned his gleaming armor, the edges intricately engraved with his family's iris emblem, while the hilt of his sword, sheathed at his waist, was adorned with a pale blue gemstone. He stood tall like a pine, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers standing in formation, brimming with vigor. The 1,013th soldiers of the Inspection Bureau are assembled and await your inspection, my lord. The squadron leader knelt on one knee, his voice resonating across the square. Baron Hugo, the municipal officer, stood beside Edgar, clad in a deep navy official uniform, his fingers stroking his grizzled beard as his eyes slowly surveyed the ranks. These soldiers were newly recruited refugees, their gaunt faces still bearing the remnants of hardship. Yet their eyes sparkled with a yearning for a stable life. More significantly, they lacked any noble affiliations, like blank slates, perfectly suited to become effective instruments in his endeavor to restore order to the capital. Baron Hugo nodded in satisfaction and turned to Edgar, saying, Sir Edgar, with this force at your disposal, the turmoil in Crown City shall surely be quelled. Bring it forth. Baron Hugo waved his hand, and his attendants promptly relayed the command. A dozen ox-drawn carts slowly entered the square, laden with gleaming chainmail, spears, and round shields, the sunlight dancing upon the armor, reflecting a cold metallic sheen. Sir Edgar, these are the armaments for the Inspection Bureau, to be distributed at once. Tomorrow morning, I will provide you with the specific patrol areas and detailed responsibilities. The Baron's tone carried an undeniable authority. At your command, my lord, Edgar replied, his fist pressed to his chest as he performed a standard knightly salute, intoning his acceptance gravely. The following morning, Edgar duly visited the municipal hall to meet Baron Hugo. They sat in oak chairs in the reception room. As a servant brought forth steaming mint tea, which area of Crown City do you believe suffers the most from disorder? Baron Hugo asked, getting straight to the point after sipping his tea. Without a doubt, the southern slums, Edgar replied without hesitation. The western district, where the nobility reside, has its own guards patrolling, while the eastern district, bustling with merchants, boasts the protection of trade associations. Only in the southern area, with its lowly wooden houses stacked haphazardly, where sewage flows freely, do the refugees, beggars, and idlers intermingle. Even the minor officials of the municipal hall dare to flaunt their authority there, and bandits abound. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Baron Hugo's eyes as he chuckled. Great minds think alike. In that case, you shall have full responsibility for the southern region, while the remaining areas will be overseen by the existing guard until you organize affairs in the south. The two deliberated for nearly an hour on patrol schedules, checkpoint placements, and collaboration with local parishes before Edgar rose to take his leave. The municipal hall sprawled across a vast expanse, with a spacious courtyard in the rear, ample enough for soldiers to train and encamp, prompting Edgar to decide to establish the camp there. As he stepped out of the municipal hall, he heard a commotion at the entrance. Two uniformed municipal guards were restraining a short man, who, clad in a patched coarse coat and with hair in disarray, was gesticulating and arguing loudly. What is this uproar? Edgar cleared his throat, deliberately lowering his voice to infuse it with authority, as he sought to establish his credibility in his new role as inspector. One guard, upon recognizing Edgar, immediately bowed and explained, Sir Edgar, this man wishes to enlist in the Inspection Bureau, and we are currently detaining him. Edgar's gaze swept across the parchment recruitment notice affixed to the adjacent wall, which, inscribed in charcoal, proclaimed that all individuals aged 16 and above, regardless of their origins and unencumbered by disabilities, were eligible to enlist. A frown creased his brow. Why, then, was he being obstructed? The guard managed a wry smile and shrugged his shoulders, explaining, "What you may not know, my lord, is that this individual is named Lucia, a notorious rogue in these parts. He has previously attempted to enlist 3 times, each time personally rejected by Baron Hugo. Today, he returns once more to pester us. A true case of stubbornness." Upon hearing this, Lucia immediately thrust his neck forward, defiantly retorting, "The recruitment notice clearly states that origin does not matter. I am over 16 and free of disabilities. Why am I not allowed to enlist? This is nothing but deliberate harassment." His voice, though raised, lacked the resonance due to his diminutive stature. "What is your name?" Edgar sidestepped his inquiry and asked directly. "I am Lucia," he replied, his neck instinctively retracting. Yet he straightened his posture. Edgar approached him, scrutinizing his frame, barely 5 feet tall, with narrow shoulders and slender arms, a stark contrast to the brawny soldiers of the patrol. Unable to suppress a smirk, Edgar remarked, "The patrol recruits only those valiant enough to don armor and charge into battle. What purpose could you serve in such a guise? Will you fetch tea for the soldiers?" Laughter erupted among the surrounding guards, but Lucia's cheeks flushed with indignation. However, he did not waver. Instead, he raised his chin and solemnly declared, "Though my stature is modest and my martial skills merely rudimentary, I possess a sharp mind. Well acquainted with every alley in the southern part of the city, I can discern thieves from informants and even deduce a person's background from their attire and demeanor. The patrol requires the maintenance of order, not merely brute strength, does it not?" At this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Edgar's eyes, followed by a hearty laugh. "Splendid. Well said. A person of intellect can be of use anywhere. I grant you permission to join the patrol." He valued practicality above all, and Lucia's strengths were precisely those lacking in the brutish soldiers. Lucia paused, seemingly in disbelief. But soon his face lit up with unrestrained joy as he knelt before Edgar, bowing deeply multiple times. "Thank you for your gracious favor, my lord. I shall serve with utmost diligence." Edgar stepped forward, assisting him to his feet and patting his shoulder. "You have 3 days of leave. Return home to settle your affairs, and report to the camp in the rear courtyard of the town hall at dawn in 3 days." "Understood," Lucia replied, elated, before swiftly turning and running off. Fearful that Edgar might change his mind. Watching his retreating figure, a guard hurriedly approached and cautioned, "My lord, you cannot allow him to remain. Lucia has a terrible reputation in the southern district, involved in all manner of vices, and has even associated with bandits. Keeping him in the patrol may corrupt the other soldiers. Every talent has its use. It is merely a matter of how one harnesses it." Edgar smiled dismissively, familiar with the conditions in the southern district and understanding the ways of bandits. If utilized wisely, Lucia could be a valuable asset. Regarding his misdeeds, as long as he remains compliant within the inspection bureau, the past shall be overlooked. Should he dare to cause turmoil, I possess my own means to discipline him. With that, Edgar turned and departed, leaving the guards exchanging glances. Upon returning to the camp, Edgar immediately set about reorganizing the troops. He grouped 1,013 soldiers into 50 small teams, each comprising 20 men, personally selecting 50 with military experience or commendable skills to serve as team leaders. He then publicly proclaimed the military code: no oppression of the populace, no embezzlement of spoils, and no unauthorized absence from duty. Violators would face severe penalties. Subsequently, Edgar led 2 teams of soldiers into their inaugural patrol of the southern city. Although Baron Hugo had equipped his men with armor and weapons, he had not allocated horses to the newly established inspection bureau, as royal funding was scant. Within the entire bureau, only Edgar and his personal attendant Bruno possessed steeds, while the remaining soldiers were required to patrol on foot. Bruno, riding a chestnut warhorse, trotted beside Edgar and could not help but express his discontent, saying, "My lord, these officials are indeed miserly. They cannot even spare a few horses for us, making our patrols considerably more arduous." Edgar reined in his horse, casting his gaze over the low wooden houses and the destitute huddled in the corners, and calmly replied, "Walking is preferable. It allows for a clearer view of the situation in the south." In the following 3 days, the security in the southern region remained unexpectedly tranquil. The patrol captured only 3 thieves stealing bread and a drunken vagrant involved in a brawl, encountering no significant cases. Edgar understood that this was merely a temporary retreat of the brigands, who were covertly observing the capabilities of the inspection bureau. Guanghua Temple is one of the 3 great sanctuaries of Crown City, situated on elevated ground in the south. The temple houses a statue of the Virgin Mary, with incense burning year-round. Recently, a steady stream of worshippers had come to offer their prayers, and the stalls outside the temple were filled with religious trinkets and snacks, creating a bustling atmosphere. Why squander your days in such a manner? Why not enjoy life instead of serving in the inspection bureau? Being constrained by others is far less enjoyable than following my lead. Underneath a large locust tree outside the temple, 7 or 8 rogues clad in short attire, daggers at their waists, surrounded a young man in elegant clothing. The youth, with a blade of grass between his lips, spoke with a hint of disdain. The individual referred to as Housie was Lucia, recently recruited by Edgar, who stood respectfully before the young man, nodding and bowing. This elegantly dressed youth was named Gray, the leader of the rogues in the southern region, backed by distant relatives of the Earl of York. He ruled the southern area with an iron fist, and none dared to provoke him. Lucia had previously associated with him for a few days and held him in great esteem. With a smile, Lucia said, "Lord Gray, I am merely seeking some diversion. I heard the inspection bureau has been newly established and thought I might join in the fun. If it displeases you, I shall withdraw immediately and return to your side." As they bantered, a beautifully adorned 4-wheeled carriage came to a halt at the temple entrance. The driver dismounted respectfully and opened the door, allowing a middle-aged woman in a blue long dress to alight first, followed by a young woman clad in white, who was assisted down. A delicate veil shrouded the woman's face, revealing only her crystalline eyes, clear as a spring. Her graceful figure moved with an ethereal lightness, and when she spoke, her voice flowed like the purest mountain stream, melodious and enchanting. "Aunt Wu, have the incense candles been prepared? Rest assured, miss, all is in order." Aunt Wu replied with utmost respect. The two women linked arms and slowly entered the temple gates. "Master Gu, observe this one. Her appearance and stature are unparalleled. Shall we indulge ourselves?" A burly rogue sidled up to Gulay, lowering his voice and displaying a lewd grin while making an ambiguous gesture. Gulay's gaze remained fixed upon the white-clad woman's retreating figure, desire igniting within his eyes, his throat involuntarily swallowing hard. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly spat out the grass stem from his mouth onto the ground, nodding decisively. "As per our usual custom, I shall go first. The rest of you may follow as you please. Master Gu shall take the lead. How could we dare to vie for precedence?" The other rogues chimed in, their faces betraying sinister smiles. Gulay laughed heartily, waving his hand as he stealthily led the group in pursuit of the white-clad woman, entering Guanghua Temple. As noon approached, the devotees seeking blessings gradually departed, leaving the temple in serene silence. Gulay and his companions concealed themselves behind a corridor adjacent to the main hall, fixated on the sight of the woman kneeling in prayer before the statue of the Holy Mother, while Aunt Wu awaited outside. The moment was ripe. Several rogues exchanged glances and stealthily closed in, poised to seize their opportunity. Lucia hid behind a stone pillar, his expression shifting between shadows and light as he observed the unfolding scene. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. The next day, he was to report to the inspection bureau. If he were to discreetly inform Sir Edgar of this situation, he could not only thwart Gulay and his cohorts, but also secure a significant achievement before his employment began, ensuring Sir Edgar's favor and liberating himself from the life of a rogue to lead a stable existence. Yet, the thought of Gulay's formidable backing caused him to waver. Gulay was connected to the Earl of York, a powerful court official. Offending Gulay could invite retaliation, even with Sir Edgar's protection. Moreover, having navigated the southern part of the city for so many years, Lucia owed his safety to Gulay's patronage, preventing him from being bullied. Torn between the promise of a bright future and the immediate threat before him, Lucia's heart was ensnared by conflicting forces, leaving him unable to reach a decision. Chapter 66. The confidential report from the monastery. Oleg, at the age of 28, bore the vestiges of nobility in his bloodline. His great-grandfather had once been the governor of a principality along the Danube, and his grandfather had served as an administrative officer in a border town, wielding power over coinage and justice. Alas, the glory of the Oleg family had faded over generations, and by the time it reached his father, Vasily, it had dimmed considerably. Vasily was a man ruined by alcohol and dice, squandering the ancestral stone walls, tenant contracts, and even the silverware from his wife's dowry. He showed no concern for Oleg, leaving him to scavenge in the muddy alleys of the town, competing with stray dogs and listening to drunken men curse in tavern corners, succumbing to a life of idleness. Yet, within his soul, God had ultimately left a patch of sanctity, a testament to his filial piety towards his mother, Sophia. At the tender age of 13, Vasily met a tragic fate when he was fatally wounded in a drunken brawl, leaving Oleg to rely solely on his mother, Sophia. They resided in a drafty wooden house on the outskirts of town. On winter nights, as the fire flickered weakly, Sophia would wrap herself in a patched woolen blanket, reminiscing about the grand feasts once held at the governor's mansion. Each time, Oleg's nails would dig painfully into his palms, the shame piercing his heart like an icicle. Though he had never attended a seminary and could not fully comprehend the Latin Bible, he could not ascend through the ranks of the clergy. He aspired to serve as a squire for a nearby lord's army, but his slight stature and unremarkable appearance rendered him unfit even to be a knight's groom. As he was repeatedly dismissed by the guards wielding their spears, a glimmer of hope appeared 3 months prior. To combat the rampant banditry surrounding the town, the county governor ordered the formation of a patrol unit, no longer restricted to those of noble birth. Any lad aged 16 and over could enlist. Oleg viewed this as his sole opportunity for ascent. He visited the recruitment point 5 times, only to be turned away by the captain, Ludovic, a retired knight who scrutinized him with a critical gaze, mocking his inability to wield a sword even, suggesting he was fit only to serve as a target for the bandits. It was not until his 7th visit that he encountered Edgar, the deputy commander of the patrol, a man of lowly noble descent who had risen through valor in battle. Seeing the fire of defiance in Oleg's eyes, he made an exception and assigned him to the lowest infantry squad. Even within the patrol, Oleg remained an ordinary soldier wielding a crude iron axe. He had discerned the ladder of promotion, from sergeant to squad leader, then to squire, and ultimately to knight. Only by achieving the title of knight, equivalent to the lowest rank of nobility, could he escape the identity of a muddy-legged peasant. Gazing into the tavern's brass mirror, he noted the fine lines beginning to etch the corners of his eyes. The iron axe in his hands glimmered from wear, yet he lacked even a respectable piece of leather at his waist. He calculated silently that, given his humble origins and skills, it would take him 10 or 20 years to reach knighthood. But with his mother's cough worsening and firewood for winter still insufficient, he could not afford to wait. Autumn sunlight streamed through the stained glass of St. Mary's monastery, casting mottled hues upon the stone floor. Oleg huddled behind a column, his gaze fixed upon a white-clad woman surrounded by several bandits. His heart raced suddenly. The leader, Gats, was a notorious local thug, commanding a band of desperate men who typically extorted pilgrims for a living. Clearly, they had set their sights on the richly dressed woman. Gats and his men were blinded by her beauty, oblivious to the middle-aged maid behind her, whose sleeves bore the embroidered iris emblem that Oleg recognized. His mother, Sophia, had once belonged to a distant branch of the illustrious Julian family, and though she was merely a bastard daughter, she had served as a maid in the main house for several years. Last Christmas, he had accompanied his ailing mother to the Julian estate to collect the family's relief grain, and from a distance, he had seen the steward with his servants, all adorned with the same iris emblem, the crest of the Julian family. The maid before him was unmistakably one who had trailed behind the steward at that time. Oleg's fingers whitened with tension, the wooden handle of his iron axe digging into his palm. This was a divine opportunity bestowed upon him. If only he could warn Edgar, who was patrolling nearby, in time to save the women of the Julian family from the impending attack by Getz and his cohorts. Such an act would surely merit his immediate promotion to sergeant and possibly earn him the favor of the Julian family. He recalled his mother's cough from the previous night, lamenting her wish for a piece of smoked meat, and the disdainful expression on Ludovic's face whenever they crossed paths. A surge of determination coursed through him. Skinny monkey, daydreaming again? The prey is heading into the woods. Hurry up. A burly bandit shoved him, his rough hand landing heavily on Oleg's shoulder, reeking of cheap ale. Oleg stumbled and regained his focus. The woman in white had already followed her maid down the forest path leading to the chapel. The flourishing oak branches on either side concealing much of the sunlight, an ideal place for an ambush. He trailed behind the bandits, the rustling leaves beneath his feet sounding like whispers, each step akin to treading upon molten iron. Having served as a lookout for Getz on numerous occasions, he had received a few silver coins after each incident, sufficient to purchase bread and herbs. Yet, witnessing the victims' cries compelled him to spend long nights in confession at the church. He had long grown weary of this meager existence. As they reached the midpoint of the path, Getz abruptly halted, turning back with a sinister grin. The usual arrangement. Skinny Monkey will keep watch at the entrance. Anyone who dares approach, blow the whistle. The rest, follow me. Tonight, let this lovely maiden know our strength. The bandits behind him erupted into lewd laughter. Drawing their short blades, Oleg watched their retreating figures disappear into the dense forest, drawing a deep breath. Leaves swirled around his feet, and the distant tolling of the monastery bell echoed solemnly. He suddenly pivoted and sprinted towards the wood's edge, his coarse boots squelching through the muddy ground, splattering muck onto his trousers. He dared not stop or look back, knowing Edgar's patrol would likely be near the town square at this hour. often stopping there for a warm mug of ale. Just as he burst through the stone archway of the monastery, the sound of hooves and the clattering of armor reached his ears. Oleg's eyes lit up. 2 cavalrymen were clearing the way, followed by dozens of infantry clad in chainmail, with Edgar himself riding a chestnut steed at the forefront. The sunlight glinted off Edgar's helmet, casting a dazzling reflection, prompting traders and pilgrims alike to step aside and bow. While he raised his chin slightly, reveling in their awe, Oleg understood that Edgar relished patrolling at this hour to assert the authority of the watch. "Lord Edgar! Lord Edgar!" Oleg shouted, straining his voice as he waved his arms frantically, his legs propelling him faster, his chest aching as if it might burst. "Halt! Do not approach the commander." 2 soldiers immediately crossed their spears, forming a barrier with the sharp tips aimed at Oleg's chest. "I bear urgent military news. It concerns the safety of the Julian family." Oleg's face flushed with urgency, his voice trembling. Edgar recognized him from his mount, furrowing his brow, and gestured, "Let him through." He recalled the exceptional young soldier they had taken in, whose eyes sparkled with a vigor unlike that of his fellow soldiers. Oleg lunged towards the horse, dropping to one knee and gasping for breath. "My lord, in the woods of St. Mary's Monastery, a band of ruffians led by Goths is about to harm a noble woman. The maid beside her bears the iris emblem of the Julian family. She must be one of them." Edgar's expression darkened instantly, the whip in his hand cracking sharply against the horse's flank. The Julian family was a significant force favored by the Count. Should one of their own come to harm in his jurisdiction, it would implicate not only him, the deputy commander, but also the Count himself. Damn those scoundrels! To dare desecrate a noble in broad daylight. He bellowed, drawing his longsword, its blade glinting menacingly in the sunlight. "All of you, follow me to St. Mary's Monastery. Those who defy orders will face military justice." The sound of hooves thundered as the infantry marched in disciplined formation, the rising dust choking Oleg, who hastily scrambled to his feet and rushed to the front of the line, pointing in the direction. "My lord, it's right beside the chapel, in the oak grove. If we delay, it may be too late." Within mere moments, they burst through the edge of the monastery woods. Edgar dismounted, tossing the reins to an attendant behind him, and commanded Oleg, "Lead the way." "Yes, sir." Oleg gritted his teeth and plunged into the dense thicket first. Leaves grazed his cheeks, leaving trails of blood. Yet he paid no heed to the pain. The further they ventured, the more distinctly they could hear the weeping of the woman, interspersed with the vile taunts of the brigands. As they rounded a stout oak, the sight before Oleg made him tremble. A middle-aged maid lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and unconscious, her coarse dress shredded. The veil of the woman in white had fallen aside, revealing a face of exquisite beauty now marred by tears. As she struggled desperately against the grip of Goths, who pressed her down with one hand covering her mouth and the other tearing at her silk gown, his face quivering with excitement. "What a treasure! In all my years on the Flower Street, I've never encountered such a stunning beauty. Come on, boss. We're waiting." Several thugs nearby rubbed their hands together, their eyes glistening with greed, the short knives in their hands flashing menacingly in the light, clearly attempting to intimidate the woman into submission. "Stop this at once." A thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder, causing leaves to rain down. Edgar and the infantry surged in, their long swords aimed directly at Goths, the clinking of chainmail filling the woods with a palpable sense of dread. The brigands, terrified, dropped their weapons and turned to flee deeper into the forest. Goths released his grip and scrambled to his feet, reaching for a short knife on the ground. "Think you can escape? Ask my sword if it permits." Edgar shouted furiously, turning to his trusted subordinate beside him. "Bruno, kill one to show them." Bruno, a robust man hailing from the north, his face adorned with a thick beard, upon receiving the command, did not utter a word. He swiftly retrieved a spear from his back and, with a fierce flourish, sent it soaring through the air, accompanied by a whistling sound. A piercing scream echoed as the foremost bandit was impaled through the back, his body pinned against an oak tree, blood trickling down the trunk, staining the fallen leaves below. The bandit twitched a few times before falling still. "Whoever dares to move again shall meet the same fate," Edgar declared, brandishing his bloodied sword as he advanced toward the remaining bandits, his eyes radiating a murderous intent that seemed to freeze the very air around them. Gats and the remaining outlaws, paralyzed with fear, collapsed onto the ground, their faces ashen. They had previously encountered the patrol and knew that most soldiers merely put on a facade. A few silver coins could easily secure their release. Even if imprisoned, they would likely be freed in a matter of days. However, Edgar's resolve was palpable today. The spear still lodged in the tree and the gradually cooling corpse on the ground conveyed a stark message. They had truly landed themselves in grave peril. Chapter 67. Capturing the bandits, seize these scoundrels. Edgar's commanding voice shattered the tranquility of Guanghua Temple as he galloped towards the young woman in white. His boots struck the slate tiles before the hall, splashing the fine snow melt. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, her flaxen hair disheveled against her cheeks. Her once pristine gown torn to reveal a bare shoulder, dust marring her snow-white skin, tears soaking her veil and clinging to her face, her azure eyes wide with terror. Seeing this, Edgar shook his head and removed his woolen cloak, embroidered with his family's iris emblem at the edges, still warm from his body. He gently draped it around the girl, covering her exposed skin. What audacity! In broad daylight, daring to gather outside the sanctuary to harass a virtuous maiden? Edgar turned, his gaze like a chilling blade sweeping over the cowering rogues, their armor glinting coldly in the sunlight. His knuckles whitened from gripping the sword hilt, his countenance dark as if it could drip with water. Gray, now revealed to be Gray von Hohen, was pinned to the ground by soldiers, yet still struggled to lift his head, his voice laced with frantic denial. My lord, you misunderstand. We were merely jesting with this young lady, harboring no ill intentions. You see, we didn't even touch her hair. Jesting? Edgar's cold scoff rang out as his gaze shifted to the middle-aged woman, just roused by the soldiers. Clad in an elegant silk gown now soiled and disheveled. She opened her eyes to the scene before her, then glanced down at her own disheveled appearance, and immediately covered her face, bursting into tears. The girl in white rushed into her embrace, and the two trembled together, their sobs reverberating at the temple entrance, shattering Gray's lies into pieces. Gray's anxious eyes darted around until they landed on Lucia, standing behind Edgar, intentionally avoiding his gaze, nervously twisting the hem of his clothes. That guilty demeanor instantaneously illuminated Gray's understanding. Lucia, you treacherous wretch, how dare you betray me? If I manage to escape today, I shall ensure you endure unspeakable torment. Wishing for death, his roar was filled with resentment, and his struggles intensified to the point where even the soldier pressing down on his shoulder nearly lost his grip. Lucia's face turned as pale as parchment. He lowered his head, biting his lip, afraid to utter a word. He was acutely aware of Gray's methods and the formidable influence of the Gray family. At this moment, he could only hope that Edgar would safely escort this group to the town hall, providing him with a glimmer of hope for survival. How dare he still speak recklessly at this juncture? A slap, Edgar bellowed, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. A burly soldier beside him immediately stepped forward, gripping Gray's nape with his left hand, while his right hand rose sharply, delivering several resounding slaps across Gray's face. In mere moments, Gray's cheek became swollen and red, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with such venomous hatred that it seemed they might overflow. He shot a furious glare at Edgar, but ultimately chose to lower his head, refraining from further protest. Edgar signaled for the soldiers to bind the rogues securely with rope, preparing to escort them to the town hall. He turned to the girl in white, gently inquiring about her identity and residence, but she merely shook her head, her gaze still brimming with fear, unable to articulate a complete thought. Noticing her distress, Edgar recognized it was not the right time to press her, and instead summoned two attentive soldiers, instructing them to quietly follow the girl's carriage and ascertain her residence, so that they could later inform her of the case's outcome. During the escort, Lucia observed Edgar's serious demeanor and approached him, lowering his voice to report on the gang. My lord, the leader of the bandits, Gray, whose full name is Gray von Hohen, hails from a prominent family in Jinyang County of Huddle. His father serves as the county's administrative chief, a third-rank official overseeing all taxation and judicial matters. His uncle holds a position in the royal capital as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works, responsible for the maintenance of royal palaces and road construction. Lucia swallowed hard and continued. The 7 or 8 rogues under his command are also signs of official families, accustomed to wielding their familial power to dominate the southern part of the city. I was fortunate to be taken in by them due to my sweet tongue and familiarity with the southern streets, merely running errands and acting as a lookout, holding the lowest status among them, not even worthy of the main seat at their gatherings. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with servility, fearing that Edgar might equate him with Gray. As the procession reached its midpoint, the sound of urgent hooves echoed from ahead, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Edgar looked up to see a contingent of cavalry clad in silver armor approaching, numbering around 500, their banners adorned with the Royal Guard's griffin insignia. Gray's previously lowered head suddenly shot up. Upon seeing the banner and the commanding officer at the forefront, his eyes ignited with ecstatic joy. He struggled to twist his body, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Cousin, save me! I am Gray. Halt! commanded the lead cavalry officer, pulling on the reins of his horse. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with golden hair and blue eyes, strikingly handsome. His armor embellished with gilded patterns that unmistakably indicated his noble status. He gestured for the cavalry behind him to come to a standstill and rode forward. Upon recognizing the bound Gray, a look of astonishment crossed his face. "Gray? How did you end up tied up here? Cousin, please save me." Gray's voice trembled with a hint of despair as he exclaimed, "I have been falsely accused by the inspectors of mistreating women, and they intend to take me to the town hall for judgment. You must rescue me." The officer turned to Edgar, who inclined his head slightly, his right fist pressed to his chest in a knightly salute. "I am Jan van Borja, a major of the Royal Guard. Might I inquire if you are Sir Edgar, the newly appointed commander of the inspectors?" "Indeed, that is I," replied Edgar, returning the gesture, his gaze cautiously scanning the 500 cavalrymen behind Jan, elite soldiers of the Royal Guard, well-equipped and far more formidable than his own ragtag militia. A sense of foreboding gripped him. If Jan were to forcibly demand Gray, he would likely find it difficult to resist. What crime had Gray committed to warrant such a display of force from a knight? Yang's tone seemed calm, yet his eyes bore a scrutinizing glint. This scoundrel gathered a crowd outside Guanghua Temple and insulted respectable women. I apprehended him on the spot, with witnesses to testify. He is now being taken to the town hall for Baron Hugo to adjudicate. Edgar's tone remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat. As he spoke, he discreetly concealed his right hand behind his back, signaling a prearranged call for aid to his soldiers. A perceptive soldier quickly understood the signal. While the attention of those present was focused on Edgar and Yang, he stealthily slowed his pace, then suddenly turned and sprinted down a side alley toward the camp of the inspectors to seek assistance. Yang's expression shifted slightly. He was acutely aware that insulting respectable women was a grave offense under the laws of Valania. Moreover, the town hall's chief executive, Baron Hugo, was renowned for his integrity and impartiality. If Gray fell into Baron Hugo's hands, even with the intervention of the Hohen family, Gray would surely face severe punishment, potentially even the loss of his noble status. "Sir Edgar," Yang's tone softened, laced with a persuasive undertone, "Baron Hugo is burdened with numerous state affairs and is extremely busy. Such trivial domestic disputes do not require his personal attention. Why not entrust Gray to me? I shall escort him to the court in Baofeng district, where the judges also possess the authority to render a verdict, yielding the same outcome." Crown City is divided by the central Qinglong Avenue into eastern and western districts. The eastern known as Ruifeng District and the western as Baofeng District. Although both districts fall under the jurisdiction of the town hall, they each have independent courts and law enforcement teams that do not interfere with one another. The court in Baofeng District, as Yang mentioned, is presided over by a judge recommended by the Hohen family, who has consistently turned a blind eye to the misdeeds of Gray and his associates. Lucia, standing nearby, turned pale upon hearing the words Baofeng District Court. Unable to contain himself any longer, he rushed forward, his voice trembling with urgency. "Sir, you must not do this. The judge in Baofeng District is a protege of the Gu family. Whenever Gray and his associates faced charges, they were always sent to the Baofeng District Court, and with a little influence from the Hohen family, they were invariably acquitted. I have already offended Gray today. Should he escape punishment, he will certainly seek revenge, leaving me with no place to hide. Lucia, you traitor, how dare you sow discord here? The Hohen family shall have you ground to dust." Gray trembled with rage, and had he not been restrained by the soldiers, he might have lunged at Lucia to attack him. "You wretched vagabond, who daily follows Gray in his nefarious deeds. I had long intended to deal with you. How dare you, today, slander the judge and frame the nobility? This is nothing short of courting death." Yang Fan recognized Lucia, knowing him to be Gray's lackey. At this moment, seeing his plans thwarted by Lu's public exposure, his fury was uncontainable. He drew his long sword with a swift motion, the blade glimmering ominously as it swung toward Lucia. With a sharp clang, Edgar had already sensed Yang Fan's movement and quickly unsheathed his sword, blocking Yang Fan's strike midair. The force caused his arm to tingle slightly, and he spoke coldly. "General Yang, Lucia is a crucial witness in this case. Do you intend to commit murder to silence him and conceal Gray's crimes?" Yang Fan reluctantly sheathed his sword, leaning closer to Edgar and speaking in a lowered tone, laced with temptation. "Edgar, we are both warriors under the royal banner. Must you be so ruthless? Hand Gray over to me, and I can assure you that the credit for this capture will still belong to you. The Hohen family will also bestow upon you 500 gold coins as a token of gratitude. Should you encounter any troubles in the royal capital in the future, I, Yang Fan, will certainly lend my assistance." A faint, Cold smile crept onto Edgar's lips as he stepped back to create distance, his voice clear. What you propose, General Yang, is beyond my comprehension. As the commander of the Inspection Institute, it is my duty to uphold the peace of Crown City and punish criminals. Today's apprehension of Gray is a matter of law, unrelated to any notions of reputation or reward. Edgar fixed his gaze firmly upon Yang Fan's eyes. Unwavering. General Yang, I must escort the criminal to the town hall. I kindly ask you to clear the path and refrain from impeding my official duties. Yang Fan's expression suddenly turned frigid, the last remnants of calm in his eyes vanishing, replaced by arrogance and menace. Edgar, do not forget that the security of the southern city is under the jurisdiction of my royal guard. You have yet to receive your formal commission from the Inspection Institute. Strictly speaking, you possess no law enforcement authority. Be wise and hand over Gray at once, or do not blame me for being uncivil. And if I refuse? Edgar's voice was equally icy, as the soldiers behind him tightened their grips on their spears, adopting a defensive stance. Despite the disparity in their numbers, there was no trace of fear among them. They understood that Edgar had given them land and hope, and now was the time to repay that debt. Yang Fan let out a sinister laugh, raising his hand and issuing a loud command. Men, surround them. Not one shall escape. Anyone who dares to resist will be treated as a rebel. At your command. 500 royal cavalrymen responded in unison, their voices deafening. They swiftly drew their swords and spears, charging forward to form a semicircular encirclement around Edgar and his handful of soldiers, cold weapons poised at them. The air thick with tension, Edgar surveyed the scene, the glint of blades surrounding him. He took a deep breath and asked sternly, Yang Fan, as an officer of the Royal Guard, how dare you openly obstruct the law and assault the soldiers of the Inspection Institute? What do you intend to achieve? Are you attempting to incite a rebellion? Incite a rebellion? Yang Fan let out a cold sneer, his eyes filled with disdain. I merely seek to enlighten you about your true position. Do not be so arrogant, Edgar. Do not presume that your connection to Princess Catherine grants you the liberty to act recklessly in the capital. While others may fear your status as a relative of the royal family, I, Yang Fan, do not. Yang Fan advanced a step, towering over Edgar. His tone laced with a final threat. I shall ask you once more, Gray, will you comply or not? Should you persist in your defiance? I fear your soldiers will pay the ultimate price today. Yang Fan hailed from the Borgia family, the most esteemed lineage in Veranria, whose members had served in government for generations. More than half of the high-ranking officials in court were connected to the Borgia clan, and his grandfather was none other than the current chancellor, Gnobeis, a name retained from medieval European terminology to signify the family's continuity. Such a prominent heritage provided him with ample confidence to scorn Edgar, a mere upstart reliant on royal connections. Even should a confrontation arise, he was assured of his family's ability to manage any ensuing complications. Chapter 68. Blood-red dawn. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, and the air in the inspection camp of the patrol bureau was thick with the scent of damp earth and the lingering aroma of resinous torches. 500 armored soldiers stood in a disciplined formation, the crimson banners rustling in the morning breeze. 2 centurions, wielding bronze staves, commandingly directed the practice of polearms. The dull thud of oak shafts colliding resonating through the fog for half a mile. Colin and Ted, clad in studded leather armor and grasping walnut staffs, occasionally stepped forward to gently tap the misaligned shoulder guards or bent knees of the soldiers. Just yesterday, they had been reassigned from the Royal Guard in the capital to this border territory, having previously commanded 100 men as flag captains within the royal forces. In the council chamber of the capital, discussions regarding the reduction of the fiefdom's military had been ongoing for half a month. Despite the Royal Guard's right wing having captured enemy banners during the pacification campaign in Gladion County, they could not escape the wave of cuts. The commander of the Guard, Count Lauren, was a narrow-minded and power-hungry official, known for consolidating military authority and ruthlessly suppressing any dissent among his ranks. Colin and Ted had served under him for 8 years, rising from inexperienced squire to centurion, yet they had never been afforded the opportunity for advancement, with their rightful war rewards substantially withheld. Upon hearing that Sir Edgar de Villaine was assembling a patrol bureau under the princess's secret orders to scrutinize the unlawful actions of local nobility and military, both men felt an almost simultaneous inclination to offer their allegiance. Edgar was renowned for his benevolence within the army. During the Battle of Gladion, he had personally knelt to petition the chaplain for the care of the wounded. More importantly, as the nephew of the princess, the royal influence behind him was sufficient to counter Lauren's oppression. Naturally, Edgar was delighted to welcome these 2 seasoned comrades, accompanied by 20 elite attendants. That very day, he prepared 2 swift horses and personally rode to the outskirts of the city to meet with Lauren. In Lauren's eyes, Colin and Ted were merely 2 captains of common birth, lacking noble lineage, neither trusted confidants nor compliant subordinates, making their presence a potential nuisance at military councils. In this present moment, they willingly sought refuge with Edgar, thus rendering a favor to the nephew of the princess, a relationship that may prove advantageous in the future. With a flourish of his gilded scepter, he readily acquiesced. Since they were eager to serve the inspection bureau, it was only fitting that he assist in their endeavor. Captain Tate, we have a situation. A scout, clad in rough burlap garb, tumbled into the camp, the clinking of his short blade at his waist disrupting the rhythm of the drills. His leather boots were caked in mud, evidently having rushed from the marketplace several miles away. Tate furrowed his brow, his eyes, having witnessed countless corpses on the battlefield, betraying no hint of panic. He swiftly approached and steadied the nearly staggering scout, speaking in a low, commanding tone. Steady yourself. There are no phantoms on the Lord's land that warrant alarm. Speak slowly. What has transpired? His left hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword, a long blade etched with his family crest, a reward bestowed upon his father during his tenure as a squire. The scout, leaning on his knee, gasped for breath, his throat rasping. It is Sir Edgar. While escorting a criminal back to the camp, he was intercepted in the marketplace by Captain Yang Fan of the Royal Guard. Yang Fan, accompanied by 500 heavy cavalry, claimed the criminal was his cousin and insisted on taking him away. When I departed, both sides had already raised their lances, poised to clash. It is that rogue knight. Gray, Colin's expression darkened instantaneously. He struck the ground with his staff, splattering mud, for Yang Fan and Gray were cousins baptized in the same parish. Last year, when Gray had unlawfully seized a farmer's land, it was Yang Fan who had intervened to suppress the conflict. Edgar had merely 50 guards at his side, while the opposing force was fully armored cavalry. Should a confrontation ensue, the consequences would be dire. Immediate military action was imperative. His knuckles whitened from the pressure as he recalled Edgar's smile while distributing black bread to the soldiers yesterday. A wave of anxiety surged within him. Tate refrained from issuing commands immediately. He pondered, casting his gaze over the soldiers in the camp, most of whom were landless freemen or scions of bankrupt knightly families. Edgar had provided them with bread and shelter, rekindling their hope for survival. He swiftly devised a plan. I shall lead 100 shield-bearing spearmen as the vanguard, riding ahead to ensure we arrive before the situation escalates. You will command the remaining 400 to form a phalanx in support, bringing along those 2 small catapults. Should the situation ahead grow perilous, use the catapults to intimidate the enemy, and remember to maintain a wedge formation. Do not recklessly charge the cavalry. He paused and added, inform the soldiers that this battle is fought not only for Sir Edgar, but also for our own lands. Retreat is not an option. Understood. Colin nodded vigorously, then turned and sounded the brass horn hanging from his neck. The call pierced the morning mist, sharp and urgent, resonating with clarity. The soldiers, well trained, donned their leather armor and armed themselves in a mere incense-s time. Tate mounted his horse, raising a small banner embroidered with the emblem of the Inspection Bureau, and proclaimed loudly, for the honor of the Wyland family. Forward! 100 cavalrymen thundered across the wooden bridge of the encampment, their hooves pounding towards the marketplace, raising a plume of dust that unfurled like a golden ribbon amidst the morning mist. Meanwhile, at the market square, Yang Fan's rage had clouded his judgment. Mounted upon a magnificent steed and clad in gleaming chain mail, the silver insignia on his chest glimmered blindingly in the sunlight. He had presumed that, with his rank as captain of the Royal Guard and the intimidation of 500 heavy cavalry, Edgar, the nepotistic upstart, would readily surrender Gray. To his astonishment, not only did Edgar refuse to yield, but he also commanded his guards to raise the enforcement banner of the Inspection Bureau, threatening to escort Gray back to the town hall for trial. How foolish! Yang Fan bellowed fiercely, striking the horse's flank with his whip. Charge! Bring down those rabble from the Inspection Bureau and retrieve Gray. The soldiers of the Royal Guard could no longer contain their fury. The southern marketplace had always been their lucrative domain, where they had previously extorted silver coins from merchants under the guise of inspecting for contraband or seized the meager bread of the destitute. However, with the establishment of the Inspection Bureau, which took over the patrolling rights of the market, 2 soldiers had been severely punished for extorting merchants, severing their source of income. At the command, the soldiers surged forward like ravenous wolves, their swords and battle axes glinting ominously. As Yang Fan watched his troops surge forward like a tide, he suddenly recalled Edgar's identity. Despite his disdain for this nobleman lacking battlefield merit, Edgar was the nephew of the princess. Should lives be lost in this conflict? Not only would he jeopardize his position as captain, but he might also risk the forfeiture of his family's fiefdom. He hastily shouted, "Do not use lethal weapons. Only break their legs and retrieve the man." Yet, his cries came too late. The 500 heavy cavalrymen formed a charging formation, the thunder of their hooves causing the ground to tremble, swiftly encircling the 50 guards led by Edgar. One soldier of the royal guard, leveraging the momentum of his steed, struck Edgar's horse forcefully with the shaft of his spear. The stallion neighed in pain, throwing Edgar to the ground. 3 soldiers immediately lunged at him, pinning down his shoulders and legs, their fists raining down upon him like a storm. Edgar's leather armor was torn, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a plea for mercy, instead defiantly proclaiming, "Hold the line. Anyone who falters will be expelled from the inspection bureau and stripped of their allocated land." His guards, upon hearing this, felt a surge of fervor ignite within them. Most were dispossessed vagrants or servants who had lost their masters in the war, had it not been for Edgar's refuge and land allocation. Promising them freedom after 5 years of service, they would have perished in the gutters by the roadside. The inspection bureau represented not merely their duty, but their hope for survival. A guard with a severed arm lifted his sword with one hand, resolutely fending off an assault from a royal guard soldier, roaring, "For the Lord! For the land!" Dozens of guards formed a tight circle around Edgar, and despite their numerous wounds, none retreated even a single step. Yang Fan stood on the stone steps, observing coldly with a smirk of satisfaction playing upon his lips. He watched as Edgar was beaten, his face a canvas of blood, and his resistance waned, filling Yang Fan with disdain. Merely a worthless individual who ascended through the favor of women, daring to challenge me for territory? Yet, as he beheld the guards, who despite their lack of hope, brandished their broken swords and fought valiantly, a flicker of inexplicable astonishment stirred within him. Had these refugees lost their minds? For the sake of a mere job, they were willing to risk their lives? He was unaware that for the guards, that piece of land represented a hope more vital than life itself. At that moment, a rapid clatter of hooves echoed from the end of the street, accompanied by a thunderous shout, "Halt! Who dares to harm our sir?" Ted led 100 vanguard cavalry, and from a distance, he spotted Edgar encircled in the fray. His eyes ablaze, he unsheathed his sword, striking like lightning at the nearest soldier of the Imperial Guard. The soldier barely had time to react before he was struck in the shoulder, collapsing to the ground with a cry. The soldiers of the inspection court, witnessing the disgrace of their sir, were ignited with rage, their spears piercing the enemy lines like the quills of a porcupine, swiftly creating a breach. Yang Fan, lost in the ecstasy of impending victory, was utterly unprepared for the arrival of reinforcements. Ted charged forth, his fury intensifying upon seeing Yang Fan standing mockingly on the steps with his arms crossed. He lunged forward, seizing the collar of Yang Fan's chainmail and yanking him down from the steps, raising his fist to strike. "You coward! Do you only hide behind the scenes to watch the spectacle?" Caught off guard, Yang Fan fell heavily onto the cobblestone path, the chainmail pressing uncomfortably against his chest. Before he could rise, Ted's fists rained down upon his face. Dazed and bleeding from his nose, Yang Fan mustered the strength to shout, "I am Yang Fan, captain of the royal guard. How dare you assault a noble officer? Do you not fear the gallows?" "The gallows? Let us see how you fare against my fists first." Ted, typically composed, was consumed by rage upon witnessing his friend's battered state. He seized Yang Fan by the hair, grinding his face against the stones. "Do you think you are formidable just because you have the support of Count Lorraine? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the priests of the capital." The vanguard's assault struck swiftly, like a sharp dagger, piercing through the formation of the Imperial Guards. Just then, Colin arrived with 400 main soldiers, the banner of the inspection court flying high at the forefront. The soldiers formed a tight wedge, their spears angled toward the sky, resembling a moving forest of steel. The previously dominant Imperial Guards suddenly found themselves besieged, their morale plummeting as they began to scatter in disarray. Several soldiers who attempted to resist were knocked down by the shield bearers at the front of the formation, only to be pierced in the thighs by spears. "Edgar, how are you?" After knocking out Yang Fan, Ted rushed to Edgar's side, carefully assisting him to his feet. At that moment, Edgar bore the marks of battle, bruised and bloodied. His leather armor deformed, he stumbled slightly as he walked, yet his gaze remained resolute. Edgar shook his head, a sharp pain radiating through his body, causing him to gasp involuntarily. Nevertheless, he pushed away Ted's support and staggered towards Yang Fan, who lay collapsed on the ground. He picked up a broken spear shaft and struck it forcefully against Yang Fan's head. With a muffled groan, Yang Fan's eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. This serves as a lesson for obstructing the enforcement of law. Edgar's voice was hoarse yet imbued with undeniable authority. As he surveyed the surroundings, it was evident that the royal guards had disbanded, scattering in disarray along the street. Some panicked soldiers even toppled a nearby bread stall in their haste. He gestured with his hand, his voice raspy as he commanded, "Dispatch orders to cease the pursuit. Let the soldiers clear the battlefield without disturbing the civilians in the market. Make a note of the damaged stalls for compensation by the inspection office later." He understood that the majority of the market's patrons were devout believers, and any disturbance could provoke the ire of the clergy. No sooner had he spoken than a scout on a swift horse galloped in from the end of the street. Reporting loudly, "My lord, a large contingent of the royal guards is approaching, approximately 3,000 strong, led by Captain Gareth under the Earl of Lorraine." Edgar's expression shifted slightly. He was already aware that the establishment of the inspection office had threatened the interests of the royal guards, making conflict inevitable. However, he had not anticipated Lorraine's counterattack would come so swiftly. With an overwhelming force 6 times their own, composed of seasoned warriors, he made an immediate decision: retreat to the town hall. The town hall is fortified with stone walls. They cannot breach it easily. The group wasted no time, hastily escorting Gray and 7 other criminals while assisting their injured comrades toward the town hall. As they stepped through the stone entrance, the sound of thundering hooves and shouts erupted from behind them. The 3,000 royal guards had encircled the town hall, and at the forefront, Captain Gareth, mounted on a white warhorse, brandished the banner of the Earl of Lorraine, proclaiming loudly, "Baron Hugo, surrender the assailant Edgar at once, or we shall storm the town hall." Inside the town hall, Baron Hugo's countenance was grim, as if it could drip with water, clad in a black official robe adorned with his family crest. He gripped his ivory scepter tightly. He strode towards Edgar, his voice low and urgent. "Sir Edgar, what on earth has transpired? Why have we clashed with the royal guards? You must understand that the Earl of Lorraine wields considerable power in the capital." A hint of concern laced his tone. After all, should the town hall be assaulted, his territory would bear the brunt of the damage. Edgar straightened his back, enduring the agony that coursed through him, yet maintaining a dignified posture. He recounted the events in their entirety, from Gray's humiliation of the blacksmith's daughter at the church entrance, to Yang Fan's obstruction of the law in the market square, which prompted their retaliation, leaving no details concealed. Upon finishing, he slightly bowed and tentatively suggested, "My lord, this matter arose from my actions. Perhaps I should personally negotiate with Gareth to clarify the situation." "No need." Baron Hugo interrupted him, his expression solemn. "You are tasked by the princess to establish the inspection bureau and to lawfully apprehend criminals. The opposition obstructed law enforcement first and inflicted harm beforehand. Therefore, your actions are merely acts of justified self-defense. There is no need to explain yourself to them." He paused, moving to the window to observe the tightly encircled soldiers of the Imperial Guard outside. He continued, "The town hall symbolizes the territory granted to me by the king. Their audacious assault is a provocation against the king's authority. Remain here to recuperate, allowing the priest to tend to your wounds. I shall personally handle this matter." With that, Baron Hugo ordered the 8 criminals, including Gray, to be confined in the underground dungeon of the town hall, a cell constructed of granite, with thick walls that posed no threat of escape. He then adjusted his official attire, donned the fur hat emblematic of his baronial status, and strode out of the town hall, flanked by several attendants wielding battle axes, confronting the 3,000 soldiers of the royal guard. In the morning breeze, his black attire billowed, exuding no hint of fear. Chapter 69. The Contest of Law. Lucien de Montfort stepped through the oak doors of the Public Security Bureau, where the morning frost had yet to dissipate from the stone steps. The soldiers of the city guard, brandishing shields emblazoned with the crest of a lion, surrounded the stone building, their cold spears glinting ominously in the morning light. Upon hearing the hushed report from his attendant, Lucien's thick brows furrowed. Edgar had not only captured the rogue knight Dessa, but had also dealt with the provocation posed by the guard's squadron leader, Taster, subsequently bringing the entire group back to the enforcement corps of this crown city. Thousands of guard soldiers had assembled in such formidable numbers to demand the release of their illegally detained commander. At 43 years of age, Lucien, adorned in a navy robe embroidered with silver scales, appeared increasingly composed, his fur collar accentuating his serene demeanor. At the age of 19, he graduated with distinction in both the code and theology from the Royal Academy of Wisdom. After more than a decade serving as a judicial officer in the northern provinces, he was promoted to the position of Chief Justice after solving a nationally renowned noble smuggling case at the age of 32. He had served in this role for 11 years, adjudicating over 3,000 cases, and even in the face of powerful earls. He dared to render verdicts in accordance with the law, rarely resulting in miscarriages of justice. The citizens of the crown city privately referred to him as the just scale of Montfort, his reputation overshadowing that of many ministers in the Council of State. The deputy commander of the guard, upon seeing Lucien, instinctively loosened his grip on the hilt of his sword. He took a couple of steps forward, lowering his voice, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Your Excellency, Squadron Leader Taster was merely acting under orders and did not intend to cause trouble. If you would command the release of Lord Taster, I will immediately withdraw my troops, ensuring that the Public Security Bureau's duties are not disturbed. Though the soldiers behind him maintained their defensive stance, the grip on their spears noticeably softened. None wished to confront this Chief Justice, renowned for his unwavering integrity. Lucien's gaze swept over the encircling soldiers, resting on the shattered stones beneath the hooves of horses at the entrance of the bureau. His voice as cold as the morning frost, surrounding the enforcement agency appointed by the king, regardless of the reasons, has already violated Article 7, Section 3 of the capital's Public Security Ordinance. I shall promptly draft a document to inform His Majesty the King, holding you accountable for your dereliction of duty. Now, I grant you a quarter of an hour to return to the encampment with your troops. Should I still see the colors of the guard after this interval, I shall treat it as treasonous intent, and I will personally dispatch the royal guards to quell the disturbance. With that, he turned away from the pale-faced deputy commander and strode back to the public security office, the heavy hem of his official robe sweeping across the cold stone floor, leaving behind a series of resolute footfalls. Lucien's reputation had long been etched in the hearts of every public servant in the capital, and the deputy commander was acutely aware that this judicial minister was unwavering in his resolve. If the royal guards were indeed summoned, even with his connections, he could hardly escape the consequences of military law. Gritting his teeth, he waved his hand and, with his soldiers in disarray, retreated. Within the courtroom of the public security office, torches cast flickering shadows upon the stone walls. Lucien sat poised upon the crimson velvet-clad bench, with the interrogation records and witness testimonies submitted by Edgar spread before him. He struck the ivory gavel thrice, declaring in a grave tone, "Bring forth for trial Dessa and Taster." 2 armored enforcers stepped forward, escorting the clanking prisoners into the chamber. The facts of the case were already clear. Dessa had been apprehended by patrolling soldiers for harassing the blacksmith's wife in the alley behind the St. Mary's monastery. Upon receiving a distress call from his cousin Dessa, Taster had hastily assembled 500 soldiers to besiege the scene, even ordering his men to assault the patrolling guards. Faced with both eyewitness accounts and physical evidence, Taster attempted to justify his actions under the pretense of executing his duties, but Lucien promptly dismissed his claims, having already summoned the nuns from the monastery and local merchants, whose testimonies corroborated each other. The culprits were to be confined in the dungeon under strict surveillance. Lucien struck the gavel once more, his voice commanding authority. Once the prisoners were led away, Edgar stepped forward and quietly inquired, "My lord, Taster is a scion of Duke Robert, and Dessa hails from a hereditary knighthood. How do you intend to deal with them?" His tone betrayed a subtle concern. Should Lucien seek to deflect blame to save himself, even with the Queen's backing, he could still find himself in a precarious situation. Lucien moved to the window, gazing at the dissipating morning mist, his fingertips lightly tapping the stone sill. He understood Edgar's apprehensions and was acutely aware of the powerful factions at play, for Duke Robert, as the chief minister of the Council of State, wielded considerable influence, one that even the king had to regard with caution. Yet, from the moment he entered the judiciary, he had never contemplated distorting the law for the sake of the powerful. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and stated, "For now, they shall be held in the special cell of the dungeon, with additional guards assigned. I shall draft a memorial tonight and present it personally to His Majesty in tomorrow's court meeting. All will proceed according to His Majesty's holy decree." Only then did Edgar breathe a sigh of relief. To report publicly in the court meeting meant clarifying right from wrong before all the high-ranking officials, ensuring that matters would be handled with due process, leaving no room for evasion or scapegoating. He bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for upholding justice." The following morning, before Duke Robert's residence, a gilded carriage adorned with the Duke's crest was prepared and ready. At the age of 60, Robert, adorned in a purple court robe embroidered with the emblem of a black eagle, was poised to embark upon his carriage when he was abruptly halted by the voice of his youngest son. "Father, please wait." Turning to see Roland hastening towards him, Robert noted that although his son held no official position at court, He managed the family's commercial establishments and estates in the southern part of the city, proving to be a perceptive young man. What is it? Robert inquired in a neutral tone that betrayed no hint of emotion. He had already been apprised of the news regarding Taster's capture through the steward. Roland came to a stop, his hands nervously clutching the hem of his garments. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally spoke with determination. Father, Taster is, after all, your grandson. He is currently imprisoned in the Security Bureau's dungeon. If he is subjected to a public trial, it would tarnish our family's reputation. I am aware of this matter, Robert interjected sharply, his tone suddenly stern. The laws of the kingdom do not serve the common folk. It is imperative that nobles lead by example. Desser has affronted a commoner, breaching civil law. Taster has incited a mob against law enforcement, violating military law. Such actions warrant no interference from me, and you must not bring it up again. But father, Taster was merely momentarily misguided, Roland attempted to defend. Misguided? Robert's gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk. The maid whom Desser harassed has tragically taken her own life in our very home last night. Those who commit such vile acts must be prepared to face the consequences. He paused, observing his son's astonishment, and added, the royal spies are omnipresent in the capital. This news has already spread. To intervene now would only invite disaster upon ourselves. Roland was taken aback by his father's profound awareness, particularly regarding the maid's demise. He lowered his voice and inquired, which family did that girl belong to? Could it be a trap set by another faction? Robert cast a fleeting glance at him, offering no reply as he stepped into the carriage. The coachman cracked the whip, and the carriage rolled towards the palace, leaving Roland standing there, his expression a tumult of emotions. As the carriage departed, a finely dressed noblewoman hurriedly emerged from the intricately carved doors of the estate. It was Taster's mother. She grasped Roland's arm with urgency, her voice laced with desperation. What did the Duke say? He will save Taster, won't he? Roland shook his head, sighing. Mother, father's stance is resolute. He will not intervene in this matter. It involves the law and the dignity of the crown, and I am powerless to assist. You must relinquish any hope. The noblewoman's legs buckled, nearly causing her to collapse had it not been for Roland's timely support. Outside the Hall of Governance, a gathering of over 100 nobles and ministers, clad in their court attire, stood in solemn anticipation. With a mere 15 minutes remaining before the royal meeting commenced, the frost upon the marble floor had yet to fully dissipate, and the breath of the assembled formed fleeting clouds of mist in the crisp air. Robert's carriage glided into the square, prompting the ministers to bow in unison, chanting Your Grace, the Duke. Lucian, among the crowd, acknowledged Robert's arrival with a slight bow. As the Minister of Justice, he was exempt from the elaborate gestures required of other officials. Robert's gaze swept over Lucian, offering only a subtle nod before he proceeded directly towards the palace doors, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. Bert, the Minister of Personnel, stood at the rear of the crowd. Observing Robert's retreating figure with clenched fists, his knuckles whitening as fury simmered within him. His niece was the maid who had taken her own life. Upon receiving the news yesterday, he nearly rushed to the garrison, and had it not been for his family's intervention, a calamity would have ensued. He had expected Robert to intervene, yet witnessing his current demeanor only intensified the fury within him. 3 resounding beats of a heavy drum echoed from within the hall. An court attendant clad in golden uniform swiftly emerged, proclaiming in a loud voice, "The royal council convenes. All ministers, enter the palace." The officials entered the Mingzheng Hall in accordance with their ranks and positions. The hall was illuminated by flickering candles, with 12 dragon-carved stone columns supporting the lofty dome. Hanging from the center of the dome was a grand tapestry depicting the king's coronation ceremony. Alberic III sat regally upon the golden throne, the jewels of his crown sparkling brilliantly in the candlelight. Presenting our king, may your reign be as eternal as the sun. The ministers knelt in unison, their voices resonating throughout the grand hall. Alberic III raised his hand, his tone indifferent. You may rise. Gentlemen, return to your places. Thank you, your majesty. The ministers stood and took their seats in order. Robert and other high-ranking officials from the Council of State occupied the front row of ivory chairs on either side of the hall, while the remaining ministers arranged themselves behind according to their ranks. The chief steward, Ronel, stepped forward and announced loudly, "The royal council begins. If any ministers have matters of state to report, please present them to His Majesty." Lucian did not rush to step forward. He was well aware of the council's protocol, where ministers first reported on routine matters such as taxation and military supplies, reserving significant cases for later discussion. He sat calmly in the seat designated for the Minister of Justice, gently stroking the parchment scroll concealed within his sleeve. his gaze steady as several ministers approached to present their reports. After the final minister had reported on the provisions in the northern territories, Lucian slowly rose, adjusted his official robe, and stepped forward from the ranks, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, I, Lucian de Montfort, have a significant matter to report." With that, he retrieved the rolled parchment from his sleeve, holding it above his head with both hands. President Alberic III nodded. A court attendant hurried forward to take the scroll, carefully delivering it to the royal presence, where Ronel received it and placed it on the jade table before the king. Alberic III unfurled the scroll, meticulously reading each word. Lucian then lifted his head and articulated clearly before the assembly. "Yesterday afternoon, Sir Edgar de Villen, the commander of the inspection camp, legally apprehended the disorderly knight Desar near the St. Maria Monastery. Upon hearing the news, Captain Taster of the capital's garrison, without verifying the situation with the law enforcement agencies, led 500 soldiers to besiege the scene of the arrest, intending to forcibly seize the detainee. During this process, he also commanded his soldiers to assault Sir Edgar and his subordinates. This incident has over a dozen witnesses, including nuns from the monastery and nearby merchants, whose testimonies and physical evidence have all been documented, providing irrefutable proof. According to the laws of the kingdom, such cases can be directly reviewed by the Ministry of Justice before being reported to the king. As the captain of the royal capital's defense force, tasked, belonging to the 5th rank of military positions and a descendant of Duke Robble, was beyond the direct jurisdiction of Lucian, who, despite possessing judicial authority, could not unilaterally dismiss him from his military role. Such action would necessitate either transferring the case to the Grand Court, which oversees military law, or petitioning the king in the Royal Council for dismissal, after which the Ministry of Justice could proceed with interrogation and conviction. Alberic III's brow gradually furrowed as he closed the memorial, his gaze settling on Robble. The audacity of Tast, a descendant of Robble, to gather a mob to assault the newly established inspection camp was not merely a contempt of the law, it was a direct affront to the authority of the crown. The hall fell into silence, all eyes fixated on the king and Robble. "Your Majesty," the head of the Grand Court, Claire, suddenly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "This case involves military personnel and should rightfully be adjudicated by the Grand Court overseeing military law. I am willing to personally oversee this matter to ensure a just resolution, and I humbly beseech your Majesty's approval." Claire was a high-ranking official promoted by Robble, often regarded as a core member of the Duke's faction. Almost instantaneously after Claire's declaration, the Deputy Minister of Justice, Marco, also stepped forward briskly, proclaiming loudly, "Your Majesty, the crux of this case lies in Desar's disturbances and Tast's obstruction of law enforcement, both serious criminal offenses, which ought to be fully examined by the Ministry of Justice. I am prepared to act as the presiding officer to thoroughly investigate this case without leniency." Marco, too, belonged to Robble's faction, and the two were evidently attempting to seize control of the case for their own. Lucian's brow knitted tightly. He had anticipated interference from Robble's faction, but had not expected such brazen audacity. Should Tast and Desar be handed over to Claire or Marco for adjudication, the outcome would inevitably be a trivialization of the matter, at most resulting in Tast's demotion with retention of position, Desar paying a fine, and the death of the maid being merely glossed over. Just as he prepared to voice his objections, a figure suddenly emerged from the ranks. "Your Majesty," the voice of Bert, the Minister of Personnel, resonated loudly, shattering the silence of the hall. Known for his neutrality and rarely embroiled in the factional disputes between Robble and Count Dihir, he was recognized for his cautious and gentle demeanor, often remaining taciturn even in court. Yet, his expression was now one of indignation as he strode forward, bowing and stating, "The facts of this case are clear, with witnesses, testimonies, and physical evidence all present. Why should we evade responsibility? As a military personnel, Tast has violated the law by inciting a crowd to assault law enforcement agencies, thereby forfeiting his eligibility as a public servant. I propose that Tast's position as captain of the Royal Capital's defense force be immediately revoked, and that the Public Security Bureau of Crown City conduct a swift trial to uphold the majesty of the law." His words struck the hall like thunder. Claire and Marco displayed expressions of shock, evidently unprepared for the typically neutral Bert to so boldly intervene with such fervor. Robble's gaze narrowed, his eyes reflecting a newfound scrutiny towards Bert, well aware of the connection between him and the maid, yet taken aback by Bert's willingness to disrupt the factional balance in such a public manner. Lucian, too, was somewhat surprised, but a glimmer of approval flickered in his eyes. Once again, the hall of Mingzheng fell into silence, as all awaited the king's decree. Chapter 70. Shadows of the flickering candlelight within the Mingzheng Hall cast an imposing silhouette of Alberic III against the gilded throne behind him. His fingertips lightly tapped upon the jade desk housing the sheepskin memorials, his gaze sweeping over the assembled courtiers before settling upon Duke Robert. His voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority. "Lord Robert, Taster is but your grandchild. What is your perspective on this matter?" Robert rose slowly, the hem of his purple court robe brushing against the edge of the ivory chair. He inclined his body slightly, his expression as serene as the morning frost outside the hall. "Your Majesty, the laws of the kingdom are not mere adornments for the throne, but rather the bedrock of territorial peace. As the Minister of Justice, Lord Lucien must adjudicate according to the criminal code. I have no objections." Lucien stood among the ranks, his peripheral vision catching the weathered yet unperturbed face of Robert. He secretly lamented the old statesman's patience and clarity. He understood that pleading for his grandchild at this moment would only ignite further troubles. It was wiser to cede authority to the law, preserving the family's honor while demonstrating loyalty to the crown. Lucien silently returned to his position, head bowed in compliance. Belter, Claire, and others also resumed their places, the atmosphere within the hall relaxing considerably. Even the grandfather of the implicated did not wish to intervene, rendering further disputes futile. Robert appeared to have already cast aside concerns for his grandchild. He turned his gaze towards the opposite side, addressing Chancellor de Hell with a steady voice. "Lord de Hell, has the envoy sent to the Altai tribe for the purpose of marriage returned with a report?" De Hell stepped forward, bowing as he responded. "Your Majesty and Duke. The envoy returned 3 days ago. The Khan of Altai has accepted the proposal for marriage and is willing to betroth his eldest daughter to the crown prince, agreeing to send a delegation next month to discuss the wedding details." "And what of the military situation along the Kargad border?" Robert pressed, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the family crest at his waist. "The situation is far from optimistic." De Hell's countenance darkened as he reported. "Scouts from the border have relayed that the Altai tribe continues to reinforce their troops at Kargad, with over 30,000 cavalry now amassed, their encampments stretching for miles, clearly harboring ulterior motives." Robert let out a heavy sigh, his voice reverberating throughout the hall. "It appears that a conflict with Altai is as inevitable as the thawing snow after winter." Indeed, the Duke possesses profound insight. He perceives the true intentions of the Altai people with clarity. De Hell remarked at an opportune moment, then turned towards the throne with urgency. "Your Majesty, while the Altai feign consent to the marriage, they simultaneously amass heavy troops at the border, revealing their predatory ambitions. Currently, Kargad's garrison consists of merely 8,000 men, and the situation at the border is perilous. Hostilities may erupt once the spring warmth melts the snow. It is urgent that we dispatch our forces immediately to fortify our defenses, ensuring the enemy is not afforded any opportunity." "Lord de Hell speaks with great wisdom," Robert quickly concurred. "I beseech your Majesty to issue a decree directing the Ministry of Military Affairs to formulate a battle strategy at once. While the Ministry of Finance allocates gold to prepare provisions, and the Ministry of Construction hastens the production of armor and catapults, ensuring readiness by April." Alberic III nodded slowly, fully aware of the stakes involved. Kargad served as the northern gateway to the royal capital. Should it fall, the cavalry of Altai could advance unimpeded. By the end of April at the latest, as the snow melts away, the advantages of the prairie cavalry will become unmistakably evident. Any preparations made thereafter would be too late. The king's voice, though not loud, resonated with resolute authority, delegating this matter to Lords Robble and Dare to jointly supervise. After the meeting adjourned, the ministers gradually exited the Hall of Governance. Belt hurriedly caught up with Lucien, deliberately lagging a few steps behind the others, and lowered his voice. "Lord Lucien, the miscreant Dessar is guilty of heinous crimes, having caused the death of my servant. I implore you to adjudicate with fairness, ensuring that this villain does not evade justice." His voice trembled slightly, revealing his lingering sorrow over the maid's tragic demise. Lucien turned his head, observing the redness in Belt's eyes, and solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, Lord Belt, the scales of justice will not tip under the weight of nobility." Upon returning to the Public Security Bureau, Edgar had long been awaiting outside the courtroom. His bandages had yet to be removed, and his complexion remained pale. Upon Lucien's return, he promptly stepped forward to report. "My lord, regarding the details of the Dessar case, there is one matter I must bring to your attention." Once they entered the inner chamber, Edgar lowered his voice. The maid who hanged herself, Marta, was not an ordinary commoner, but a servant in the household of Lord Belt, the Minister of Personnel. The ivory gavel in Lucien's hand clattered against the table as he looked up in astonishment. "Surely you are not mistaken." This is indeed Lord Belt's household? There is no error, Edgar confirmed. I personally dispatched scouts to verify near Lord Belt's residence. And the gatekeeper confirmed that Marta had served in the household for 10 years and indeed accompanied the young lady on the day of the incident. He paused to elaborate. I uncovered this yesterday, but refrained from reporting it hastily. If you, my lord, hold any reservations due to the identities of Taster and Dessar, I feared that revealing the truth would only complicate matters for you. However, having witnessed your resolute stance in court today, I felt compelled to inform you. Lucian suddenly comprehended. It was no wonder that the typically neutral Belt had reacted so passionately in court. His kin had suffered this misfortune. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "This matter is of great significance. We must summon individuals from Lord Belt's household to testify. Dispatch someone immediately to Lord Belt's residence to summon the young lady who was with Marta." Half an hour later, however, the visitor was not the young lady herself, but an elderly man of about 50, clad in a gray steward's uniform. He approached the center of the courtroom, bowing deeply. "I am Yulon, the steward of Lord Belt's household. My lady is gravely distressed from the shock of the recent events and the news of Marta's demise. She is currently bedridden and refuses to see anyone. If you have inquiries, I am willing to answer on her behalf, and I assure you, I shall speak nothing but the truth." Lucian furrowed his brow and struck the gavel. Marta was a key witness in this case, with her demise. The accompanying young lady is the sole individual capable of substantiating Dessar's atrocities. Why is she unable to attend? Tears welled in Yulon's eyes as he sighed. "My lord, you may not be aware that my lady has been frail since childhood and has never encountered such harrowing events. Witnessing Marta being dragged and beaten by Dessar and others in the alley behind the convent has left her utterly terrified. Last night, upon learning of Martha's tragic demise, I was overwhelmed with grief, collapsing repeatedly in tears, and now I find myself devoid of the strength to speak, rendering it impossible for me to attend. I humbly swear, in the capacity of the steward, that every word I utter is the truth. Should there be any falsehood, I willingly accept the punishment of hanging." Lucian paused in silence for a moment before nodding. In the feudal society of the Middle Ages, the virtue of an unmarried woman was paramount. To have witnessed such an atrocity was a profound humiliation, and to compel her to recount the incident in court would indeed be excessively cruel. "Very well. Please recount the events of that day in detail." Yulon steadied herself and recounted how the young lady and Martha had gone to the convent to pray, only to be accosted on their way back by Dessa and others. She detailed how Martha had bravely intervened, only to be met with violence and dragged away. The account was vivid, aligning perfectly with prior testimonies. Once the deposition was complete, Lucian ordered the interrogation of the accused. When Taster and the others were brought before the court, Edgar could not suppress a low chuckle. Their appearances were utterly disheveled. Taster had thick white bandages wrapped around his head, clearly injured from a brawl with Ted the previous day, and now lay slumped on a wooden plank, utterly dejected. Dessa and the others bore the marks of bruises and tattered armor, evidently having received no mercy in their confinement. Edgar felt a sense of relief at their misfortune. Having suffered at their hands previously, their current state seemed a fitting retribution. "Is it Dessa, Taster, and the others present?" Lucian inquired loudly. Dessa sat slumped on the floor, rolling his eyes toward the ceiling in silence. Taster remained face down on the plank, not lifting his head. The others buried their faces in their chests, unresponsive. After 3 repeated inquiries, not a single soul replied. Unable to contain herself, Yulon stepped forward, raising her voice. "Your Honor, the evidence is irrefutable. These villains are clearly relying on their noble birth to evade accountability. Why waste further words? Let them be condemned at once. Shut your mouth, you old cur." Dessa suddenly lifted his head, barking furiously at Yulon. "You, a mere lowly steward, dare to speak so brazenly in court? Do you not fear that I will break your bones once I am free? How dare you?" Lucian slammed his hand on the table, his expression as dark as iron. "In this court, you dare to threaten a witness? Guards, take the criminal Dessa away and administer 50 lashes. Let us see if he dares to be so arrogant again." 2 guards clad in chainmail rushed in, seizing the struggling Dessa and dragging him out. "Lucian, you dare to strike me? My father is a hereditary baron. I will never let this go." Dessa screamed, his voice laced with fear and rage. Edgar smirked at the scene. The justice minister held a rank equivalent to that of a baron, and with Lucian backed by the king's trust, even the grandson of Duke Robert could be imprisoned. How could he fear the son of a baron? Indeed, Lucian disregarded Dessa's threats, coldly watching him being pulled from the courtroom. Moments later, anguished wails echoed from outside, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, gradually fading until only faint whimpers remained. The other accused appeared pallid, their earlier bravado completely extinguished. At this moment, although Taster and others remained reticent, the testimonies of Yulon, the convent nun, and the statements of the patrol camp soldiers had already rendered the case exceedingly clear. Lucian once again struck the gavel and pronounced loudly, the principal offender, Dessa, for his harassment of a noble lady and the brutal beating resulting in the death of a servant, is found guilty beyond doubt and sentenced to hang, pending the king's approval for execution. Among the accomplices, the rogue who participated in the assault on Martha also receives the same sentence. The remaining 6 are to be given 80 lashes and exiled to the mining fields at the Valen border for 10 years, never to return to the capital. Taster, as the captain of the capital's garrison, has abused his power, incited a mob against the law enforcement agency, and obstructed the course of justice. I, being none but a humble official, lack the authority to convict him directly and shall detain him in the dungeon, awaiting the king's divine judgment. After the verdict was delivered, the offenders were escorted back to their cells. Edgar approached Lucian, bowing respectfully. Your Honor, your impartial administration of justice, unyielding in the face of the powerful, fills me with profound admiration. He had initially feared that Lucian might show leniency due to Taster's status, but it now appeared that his concerns had been entirely unfounded. Lucian helped him to his feet, his expression earnest. Sir Edgar, the patrol camp is a newly established law enforcement entity tasked with restoring order in the capital. With the nobility running rampant, should we show even the slightest hesitation, the law would be rendered null and void. Henceforth, you shall act decisively, regardless of who is involved. Anyone who violates the kingdom's laws shall be apprehended. I assure you, under the seal of the judicial minister, there shall be no wrongful convictions, nor shall there be any privileges. Edgar's last shred of doubt dissipated entirely, and he patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Your Honor, I shall not betray your trust, nor the king's mandate. Even in the face of a duke's son, I shall show no mercy. Following the conclusion of the Dessa case, Edgar, having sustained injuries the previous day, requested a half-month leave from Lucian to recuperate at home. During this time, aside from changing dressings and resting, he engaged in discussions with his wife regarding further disciplinary reforms within the patrol camp, his eagerness to return to duty already bubbling beneath the surface. On a morning half a month later, Edgar finally returned to the patrol camp. As he stepped through the gates, Ted hurriedly approached, pulling him into a corner of the barracks and lowering his voice. Sir, a major case has arisen. Edgar's spirits lifted, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Quickly, tell me, what is the case? After being cooped up at home for half a month, he was eager to take on new responsibilities. It concerns the Golden Rose Pavilion in the southern part of the city. Ted's voice dropped even lower. There has been a tip-off. On the surface, it appears to be a tavern, but in truth, it operates a clandestine loan sharking scheme with exorbitant interest rates. Debtors unable to repay face severe beatings, and in the worst cases, are silenced permanently. The establishment harbors over 100 thugs who not only oppress the populace, but also abduct virtuous women, coercing them into debauchery within its walls. Many of these women, unable to endure the humiliation, have resorted to taking their own lives. Is this true? When did you receive this information? Edgar furrowed his brow. He had heard of the Golden Rose Pavilion, known for its vibrant clientele. Yet he had not anticipated such sordid activities lurking beneath its facade. The tip-off came 5 days ago, Ted explained. The informant is named Hart, a former lackey of Dessa, who frequently visited the Golden Rose Pavilion for pleasure and knows its inner workings intimately. He feared that the Dursa case would implicate him, so he voluntarily came forward to inform on others, even presenting a list of those involved in lending and coercing individuals into prostitution at the Golden Rose Pavilion. Edgar cast a glance at Ted, instantly grasping his intentions. He had received news 5 days prior, yet hesitated to take action, insisting on waiting for Edgar's recovery. Clearly, the background of the Golden Rose Pavilion was far from simple. Who was the proprietor of the Golden Rose Pavilion? Ted inhaled deeply and named 3 individuals, each name causing Edgar's expression to grow more serious. Leonardo, the son of the Duke of the East; Gavin, the son of the Duke of the South; and Fomet, the son of the Minister of Industry, who was also the king's son-in-law and the brother-in-law of the Crown Prince. A cold smile curled at the corners of Edgar's lips as his fingers unconsciously stroked the hilt of the sword at his waist. Ah, indeed. They are a group of noble heirs. It seems that once again, we must engage in a serious contest with the prominent figures of the capital. Chapter 71. Night investigation at the Golden Rose Pavilion. Edgar did not act recklessly. Instead, he first reported the intelligence regarding the Golden Rose Pavilion to Lucien de Montfort, the head of the capital's public security bureau, who was renowned for his caution. Was the source of the intelligence reliable? Lucian's fingers absently traced the edge of the oak table, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The individuals involved were all scions of nobility and wealthy merchants. Any misstep could not only provoke inquiries from the noble council, but might even alarm the royal family, unleashing a storm capable of overturning the Public Security Bureau. The flames in the fireplace crackled, casting his grave shadow upon the stone wall, flickering in and out of light like his current wavering thoughts. Edgar straightened his back, his tone as solemn as an oath, extremely reliable. One of my soldiers was a frequent patron of the Golden Rose Pavilion and, before being expelled due to substantial gambling debts, had thoroughly familiarized himself with the pathways, secret sentries, and the rules of interaction with the nobility within the establishment. Ted, your most adept investigator at tracing clues, has also disguised himself as a merchant over the past 3 days, gathering information around the Golden Rose Pavilion to confirm all details are accurate. Lucian stood in silence, pacing back and forth on the woolen carpeted hall. The sound of his leather boots rubbing against the carpet resonated distinctly in the silence. After a long while, he halted, his gaze sharp as a sword, fixed directly on Edgar. Your actions must be swift, and you must avoid the patrol routes of the capital's garrison, should they take notice. The connection between the garrison and the Golden Rose Pavilion would undoubtedly hinder our efforts, rendering all our preparations futile. The capital's garrison was stationed at Oak Castle in the southern part of the city, with 3,000 troops. For the past decade, they had been responsible for patrolling the southern region and maintaining order in the markets, while the Golden Rose Pavilion continued its revelry under the curfew, even establishing a private court, an open secret of collusion between the two, though no one dared to shatter that delicate facade. Edgar nodded slowly, a trace of gravity flickering in his eyes. He was well aware of the stakes involved. The captain of the garrison was the brother-in-law of the Earl of York, who was one of the regular patrons of the Golden Rose Pavilion. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, Edgar rode back to the inspection camp. This temporary camp was set up beside an abandoned mill in the southern part of the city, housing 500 elite soldiers he had personally selected, who were now seated by the bonfire, polishing their swords and crossbows while engaging in hushed conversations. As the night completely enveloped Crown City, leaving only the sound of patrolling guards echoing through the streets, Edgar swiftly summoned his soldiers. Under the cover of darkness and the shadows of the buildings, they quietly advanced towards the Golden Rose Pavilion. The Golden Rose Pavilion was not merely a solitary stone structure, but rather an extensive complex comprising 7 towers and 12 wooden chambers, surrounded by intricately wrought iron fences, occupying an area equivalent to 3 marketplaces. Its reputation within Crown City far surpassed that of the royal banquet halls. Even the nobles from the outer districts would ride over specifically to spend a night there. Crown City enforced a stringent curfew, and as night fell, bakeries and blacksmith shops closed their doors early, while the Golden Rose Pavilion remained ablaze with light. Candle flames danced through the stained glass windows, casting vibrant hues upon the streets, accompanied by the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments and laughter, creating an unsettling cacophony in the stillness of the night. This establishment was far from an ordinary tavern or brothel. It featured Roman-style baths, gambling halls adorned with velvet tablecloths, and taverns brimming with barrels of wine. At its heart stood a 7-story stone tower known as the Golden Rose Tower. Rumor had it that within its walls, no coins were accepted, only specially minted golden vouchers from the Golden Rose Pavilion. The entrance fee for the first floor was 10 gold savis, doubling for each subsequent floor, culminating in a staggering 640 gold savis just to enter the 7th floor. Moreover, the 3 leading courtesans on that floor, each a master of the harp and poetry, possessed unparalleled beauty. To spend an evening in their company required not only a payment of over 1,000 gold savis, but also passing the scrutiny of the proprietor. Thus, the Golden Rose Tower was often referred to in hushed tones by the nobles as the Golden Graveyard, where countless individuals squandered their fortunes, ultimately leading to their ruin. In a dim alleyway piled high with hay, Edgar pushed aside the overgrowth before peering out, gazing at the dazzling lights shimmering hundreds of meters away. He had long heard this place referred to as a paradise for men, a graveyard for wealth. Some had won estates in a single game of chance, while many others had lost ancestral lands and castles within a single night. The patrol unit had been established for nearly a month, and though he had led his team to this very spot multiple times, he had always refrained from acting recklessly. The scale of such an enterprise undoubtedly indicated a powerful backing capable of rivaling the royal family. Now, after hearing Ted detail the secrets within, he realized the forces at play were far more formidable than he had imagined. "My Lord Edgar, how shall we proceed?" Ted emerged from the shadows at the alley's mouth, his voice lowered. Clad in a coarse cloth coat typical of merchants and dusted with grime, He appeared no different from an ordinary porter. Colin, the most valiant soldier in the patrol unit, gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist and scoffed. We have 500 elite soldiers and 10 crossbows at our disposal. What is there to fear? Let us break through the iron gates and seize them. Bruno, Colin's compatriot and equally robust, thumped his fists together and grinned. Direct action is the way to go. I've longed to teach those arrogant nobles a lesson. Edgar cast a glance at the two, a flicker of exasperation passing through his eyes. Both Colin and Bruno hailed from farming backgrounds, their natures straightforward, lacking an understanding of the intricate relationships among the nobility. However, after a month of camaraderie, their shared candor had forged a deep friendship. Yet Ted shook his head, whispering, "We must not be reckless. If we recklessly intrude without uncovering evidence of illicit courts or slave trafficking, we shall not only face accusations of abuse of power from the noble council, but we may also alert the culprits, rendering any future investigation impossible." Edgar nodded slowly. Ted's words resonated deeply with him. This opportunity was one he had long sought from Lucian, and if he failed to seize it, not only would he face demotion, but the entire inspection unit could be disbanded. Without irrefutable evidence, the power of those nobles would undoubtedly be wielded against him through the council, a burden he could scarcely bear. After a moment's contemplation, Edgar clenched his fists and resolutely declared, "Here is the plan. Colin will take 5 skilled scouts and accompany me inside to investigate. We will use red signal flares as our signal. Once I set it off, Ted will immediately lead the soldiers to storm the premises, securing all exits to prevent any escape." Ted nodded, retrieving 3 signal flares from his pocket and handing them to Edgar. "This strategy is sound. I will position crossbowmen at the alley's mouth to ensure we can swiftly control the situation once the signal is given." "Let it be so. Colin, follow me." Edgar tucked the signal flares into his boot and, along with Colin and the others, donned the prepared civilian attire of coarse trousers and linen shirts, fastening a pouch filled with coins at his waist before stealthily departing the alley. Upon reaching the iron gate of the Golden Rose Pavilion, 4 guards clad in chainmail immediately obstructed their path. Armed with spears, they scrutinized Edgar and his companions with piercing gazes. Apart from Edgar, who was tall and composed, the others were robust, bearing scars on their arms that revealed their martial prowess, starkly contrasting with the frivolous nobles who frequented such establishments. "What brings you here?" The lead guard furrowed his brow, his tone wary. Edgar rolled his eyes, mimicking the haughty demeanor of the nobility and deliberately slowing his speech. "What else could it be but drinking and revelry? Are your eyes blinded, that you would question the patrons of this establishment?" With that, he produced a gold voucher from his cloak and slapped it against the lead guard's face. The edge of the voucher grazed the guard's skin, its cold metallic feel unmistakable. Edgar disregarded the guard further, striding past the iron gate into the Golden Rose Pavilion. The guard, initially incensed, found his anger swiftly supplanted by greed upon recognizing the voucher's worth of 50 gold sovereigns. He hastily tucked the voucher into his cloak, donning a sycophantic smile as he bowed repeatedly. "Esteemed patron, please proceed. May I guide you?" The other 3 guards quickly gathered around, clamoring for their share of the bounty, their voices rising in a cacophony at the entrance. "Fools blinded by money," Edgar muttered disdainfully under his breath, filled with contempt. He had anticipated that these guards were mere opportunists. With enough coin, entry would be easily granted. The opulence within the pavilion far exceeded Edgar's expectations. Dozens of brass chandeliers adorned the grand hall, each holding 12 candles, illuminating the space as brightly as day. The maid, adorned in a flowing silk gown, glided gracefully among the guests, a silver tray brimming with wine cradled in her hands. The nobles, clad in embroidered jackets, embraced the waists of the courtesans, exchanging laughter and banter amidst the melodious strains of silk and bamboo, a stark contrast to the dark, desolate streets beyond the establishment. A servant in a crimson coat swiftly approached, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed guest, would you prefer to visit the bathhouse first, or proceed directly to the gaming hall?" Edgar pondered for a moment before deciding that the gaming hall, bustling with activity, would be the ideal place to gather information. "Take me to the gaming hall," he instructed. The servant complied with a respectful nod, leading Edgar and his companions through the corridor to their destination. Inside the gaming hall, 20 oak tables were set up, each surrounded by a throng of eager players, the air thick with a cacophony of cheers and lamentations that reverberated painfully in the ears. Some revelers, elated by their winnings, tossed gold coins into the air, while others slumped in despair, their faces ashen, their eyes filled with hopelessness after losing their last silver coin. Edgar's interest piqued. He extracted a gold sovereign from his pouch and exchanged it for 100 silver crowns, approaching one of the gaming tables to partake in a game of dice. He intentionally lost more than he won, all the while discreetly observing the patrons around him. Most were elegantly attired nobles, with a few merchants mingling among them, clearly frequent visitors. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the din of the gaming hall. "I didn't mean to. Please spare me. I promised to bring the money tomorrow." The crowd halted their activities, drawn to the source of the commotion, where a middle-aged man in a woolen coat was being dragged towards the exit by 5 or 6 burly men clad in leather armor. His hair was disheveled, tears streaked his face, and his hands were bound with rope as he struggled against his captors. "Silence!" barked the leader of the thugs, his countenance darkening as he noticed the gaze of the audience upon him. He raised his fist and struck the man violently in the face, silencing his cries, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as his head drooped in defeat. The brute paused, addressing the onlookers with a feigned smile. "Dear guests, please do not be alarmed. This man owes 300 gold sovereigns to the gaming hall and attempted to deceive our esteemed host with forged deeds to his vineyard as collateral. It is merely a minor matter that will not impede your enjoyment." With that, he signaled to his comrades, who continued dragging the man swiftly towards the exit. Edgar exchanged a glance with Colin, who understood the unspoken command and quietly beckoned a small soldier to him, instructing him to follow the thugs and ascertain their destination. The soldier nodded and, taking advantage of the distraction, slipped out of the gaming hall. In less than half an hour, Edgar had feigned losing his 100 silver crowns. He clapped his hands in a show of feigned frustration and turned to leave the gaming hall. At that moment, the soldier returned, his face marked with alarm. "What did you find? Where did they take him?" Edgar asked, pulling the soldier into the shadows of the corridor. They headed north for 2 miles to an abandoned granary. They brought the man inside one of the structures, and there are about 10 guards surrounding it, armed with spears and on high alert. I dared not approach, instead opting to conceal myself within the distant woods, faintly hearing the anguished cries emanating from the barn. It sounded as though it served as their makeshift chamber of torment. The soldiers spoke in hushed tones, their voices tinged with trepidation. Edgar squinted, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, and with a chilling smile remarked, "Indeed. It appears that what Ted uncovered is merely the tip of the iceberg. Let us proceed to the Golden Rose Tower," he declared, adjusting his coarse outer garment. He led Colin and another soldier toward the central Golden Rose Tower, in stark contrast to the clamor of the gambling halls and taverns. The vicinity of the Golden Rose Tower exuded a profound tranquility. Dozens of crimson lanterns hung from the tower, their flickering flames casting an eerie red hue upon its structure. The air was perfumed with a delicate hint of lavender, mingling with the rich aroma of wine, enticing the senses. Surrounding the tower, numerous elegantly attired men and women appeared to meander leisurely, yet they were, in truth, the vigilant sentinels of the Golden Rose Pavilion. Their waistbands bulged suggestively, clearly concealing daggers, as their watchful gazes scanned the crowd, ready to discreetly trail any suspicious individuals. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Edgar chose to enter the Golden Rose Tower accompanied only by Colin and one soldier. "Dear sir, do you happen to have an acquaintance among our courtesans?" Approached a woman clad in a flowing purple silk gown. Her face was heavily adorned with makeup, and gold rings adorned her fingers, her eyes scrutinizing Edgar while a professional smile graced her lips. She was the manager of the Golden Rose Tower, tasked with selecting courtesans for guests and earning a commission in the process. Edgar met her gaze with unflinching composure and replied, "I desire the finest. I wish to meet one of the 3 premier courtesans on the 7th floor." The woman chuckled lightly, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes, yet she maintained her smile. "How forthright of you, sir. However, our premier courtesans do not come cheaply. Even if you offer payment, should the courtesan refuse, you may find your desires unfulfilled." Edgar erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with a feigned arrogance. "Sometimes, merely conversing with a beauty and inhaling her fragrance surpasses the pleasure of embracing her." With that, he produced a stack of gold vouchers, exchanged from half a month's military salary at the patrol camp, amounting to no less than 4,000 or 5,000 gold sovereigns, which he promptly placed into the woman's hands. She took the vouchers, expertly counting them with her fingers, her expression remaining composed. As the pinnacle of indulgence in Crown City, she had encountered many nobles who squandered fortunes in a single night. 5,300 sovereigns barely met the threshold for the 7th floor. And coupled with Edgar's composed demeanor, despite his coarse attire, it was evident that he was a deliberately understated nobleman. With all 3 premier courtesans available that evening and business at hand, how could she refuse? Sliding the gold vouchers into her waist pouch, her smile grew increasingly obsequious. "You are indeed a man of forthrightness, sir. Please follow me." I shall take you to meet the courtesan Lilith, who happens to be free tonight and is particularly skilled in poetry, ensuring a delightful conversation with you. Chapter 72. The Seven-Layered Secret. The Golden Rose Tavern, a magnificent 7-story establishment, stands proudly in the bustling district of Crown City. Its oak structure is adorned with intricate vine carvings, while linen drapes gracefully hang between the window panes. The lower 4 levels are lined with dozens of elegant guest rooms, with brass candle holders suspended above the doorways, signaling the presence of esteemed guests. This evening, the tavern is particularly lively. More than 90% of the doors are aglow with flickering candlelight, accompanied by the distant strumming of a lute and the crystalline clinking of glass, mingling with the warm fragrance of the fireplace and the rich aroma of malted ale, wafting through the night air. Starting from the 5th floor, the prices soar dramatically, without possessing 2,000 or 3,000 gold souls. Even the armed attendants would not permit you to ascend the spiral staircase. The number of guest rooms diminishes sharply. The 5th and 6th floors combined offer fewer than 20 rooms, with only 4 or 5 candle holders swaying in the breeze, clearly indicating that the noble patrons and wealthy merchants capable of affording such expenses are few and far between. The doors on these upper levels are crafted from rare walnut wood, their handles inlaid with delicate pieces of agate, standing in stark contrast to the ordinary pine doors of the lower levels. Upon reaching the 7th floor, the wooden banister has been replaced with one of polished ebony. The tavern's proprietress, a middle-aged woman clad in a velvet gown cinched with a gilded belt, greets him with a warm smile. Esteemed sir, this floor is exclusively reserved for 4 premier courtesans, the true jewels of the Golden Rose Tavern, named after the seasons: spring dawn, summer blaze, autumn dew, and winter frost. Each possesses a unique allure and exceptional talent, renowned throughout Crown City. As she speaks, her fingers absent-mindedly caress the pearl necklace adorning her neck, a symbol of the tavern's prestige. Edgar lifts his hand to touch the family crest hanging at his waist, his fingertips tracing the outline of the eagle emblazoned upon it. After a moment of contemplation, he declares, "Summer Blaze embodies the fervent flames of vitality. I shall choose her." Dressed in a deep navy woolen coat embroidered with silver thread, he may not be clad in full knightly armor, yet his countenance radiates an undeniable air of gallantry. A glimmer of approval flashes in the proprietress's eyes, soon replaced by a mysterious smile. "Indeed, sir, you possess a discerning eye and exquisite taste." "Why is that?" Edgar inquires, curiosity lacing his tone. He had presumed it was merely a standard selection of courtesans, yet the proprietress's reaction seemed particularly noteworthy. "You will discover the reason once you enter the room," she replies cryptically, turning to depart. However, she halts momentarily to add, "Miss Summerblaze is currently only performing her art and does not provide companionship services. Should you find yourself unsatisfied, you may visit the 1st to 5th floors and select any maid to accompany you. This fee is already included in your prepayment, requiring no additional payment." With a sly smile, she bows and departs, her velvet gown sweeping across the floor, leaving a faint trace of fragrance in her wake. Edgar is taken aback for a moment before a wry smile crosses his face. His intentions for visiting today were not for frivolous pleasures. The proprietress's earlier reminder that the gold coins had been paid, yet his desires may not be fulfilled, echoes in his mind. Though he inwardly curses the greedy merchant, he finds himself resigned to the situation, for the gold coins have already been accounted for, with no possibility of a refund. "You shall wait here. No one is permitted to approach." He turned to the 2 attendants clad in chainmail behind him and instructed them. Colin, his most trusted steward, immediately bowed and replied, "At your command, my lord." Edgar pushed open the door, which creaked softly on its hinges, releasing a waft of fragrance that mingled lavender and sandalwood. "How did you get in here?" A young girl, dressed in a linen maid's outfit and with twin braids, suddenly sprang to her feet, nearly dropping the silver wine jug in her hands, her blue eyes wide with surprise and caution. Edgar softened his tone, a gentle smile illuminating his face. "Naturally. I was brought here by the hostess herself. Do you think I could have barged in uninvited?" He noticed the apron tied around the girl's waist, adorned with a rose pattern, the emblem of the chief courtesan of the Golden Rose Tavern. "Lena, what has happened?" A voice, clear and melodious like silver bells, emerged from within, tinged with mild displeasure, yet remaining beautifully resonant. The maid named Lena quickly steadied herself and bowed towards the inner chamber. "Miss, a gentleman has come, claiming to be brought here by the hostess. Did I not instruct that no guests were to be received today?" The voice, now laced with irritation, still maintained its elegant tone. Edgar could envision the speaker as an exceptionally cultured lady. "Miss has commanded, so please ask the gentleman to return another day." Lena turned, her tone apologetic yet resolute. Edgar's brow furrowed. To spend over 5,000 gold souls without even glimpsing the other party was nothing short of blatant deceit. Suppressing his fury, he called out to the inner chamber, "Miss Xiaji, I have paid a handsome fee to see you. Even if I cannot enjoy your artistry, at least grant me the chance to meet you." Lena's face drained of color, her eyes wide with shock. Since the Golden Rose Tavern's inception, no guest had ever dared to address the chief courtesan so directly. This was a flagrant breach of noble decorum. The inner chamber fell into a brief silence, the crackling of the fire in the hearth becoming distinctly audible. After a moment, another familiar voice resonated, imbued with a hint of languid amusement. "Sister, it would be wise to grant him an audience before sending him away, lest the hostess think we are lacking in courtesy and disrupt the tavern's decorum." Edgar's heart jolted. How could that voice be so familiar? It resembled that of Alia, the esteemed courtesan from the Phoenix Noble Tavern. He had caught a fleeting glimpse of her at the celebration, her song still echoing in his ears. He pushed open the intricately carved wooden door to the inner chamber and beheld a girl of 17 or 18 seated on a velvet armchair by the window. Her golden curls shone like sunlight, and her sapphire-like eyes exuded a hint of aloofness. Indeed, it was Xiaji. Beside her, in the armchair, sat Alia, draped in a flowing scarlet silk gown, observing him with an enigmatic smile. No wonder the voice felt familiar. It was indeed Miss Alia. Edgar exhaled in relief. Stepping forward to take a seat in the oak chair opposite them, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Xiaji, who wore a pale green gown embroidered with tiny daisies, her demeanor reminiscent of a clear spring brook amidst the woods. Arya gazed intently at him, her fair fingers gently biting her lip, her tone laced with a hint of grievance and dissatisfaction. "To encounter Lord Edgar at the Golden Rose Tavern is indeed beyond my expectations. I had thought you had long forgotten me." Edgar's cheeks flushed slightly as he let out a dry laugh. "Miss Arya, you flatter me. The Golden Rose Tavern is the most renowned place of leisure in Crown City, and it is quite ordinary for gentlemen to frequent such establishments." He averted his gaze from Arya, lifting the empty wine glass from the table, yet his heart was in disarray. He had indeed promised to visit the Phoenix Tavern after their parting that day, but fate had conspired against him. Arya let out a soft huff, a glimmer of reproach flashing in her eyes. "On the day of the celebration, you mentioned that you would come to the Phoenix Tavern the following day to hear me sing. Yet I waited day after day, and not even a glimpse of you did I see. Am I so insignificant in your eyes?" Her heart brimmed with disappointment. From the sons of dukes to wealthy merchants, all spared no expense for a mere glimpse of her. Yet Edgar, with an opportunity at hand, had delayed his visit, deeply bruising her pride. "I have been exceedingly busy with affairs of the territory lately, and I truly could not find the time," Edgar coughed lightly, hastily explaining. "Once this hectic period subsides, I shall personally visit the Phoenix Tavern to apologize to you, and I hope you will grace me with a song." Yet inwardly, he silently chuckled at his predicament. The first time he intended to visit the Phoenix Tavern, he had forgotten to bring his noble access badge and was halted by the guards at the entrance. Later, upon learning of this from his housekeeper, Lian, she had reprimanded him sternly, asserting that nobles should not indulge in tavern amusements, and promptly hid the badge away. He had searched the estate thoroughly to no avail. Feeling too embarrassed to admit such a humiliating failure, Xiaji lifted her glass of mint tea and took a sip, her gaze drifting between the two. And she inquired softly, "Do you know each other?" Her voice was as gentle as a breeze caressing the surface of a lake, tinged with curiosity. Edgar turned his head, his gaze softening a touch. "I had a brief encounter with Miss Arya during the celebration. Her singing was truly enchanting and remains vivid in my memory." Arya turned her face away, deliberately avoiding his gaze, her tone imbued with a hint of petulance. "I dare say you have forgotten entirely. It's merely a matter of politeness." Edgar chuckled awkwardly, sensing Arya's genuine annoyance and refraining from further conversation. He picked up a mug of malt liquor just delivered by Lena and took a quiet sip. The richness of the malt spread across his palate, yet it could not quell the embarrassment within. "Surely, Lord Edgar did not come today merely to appreciate my talents?" Xiaji set down her teacup, her fingertips lightly tapping against the rim, her gaze searching. She understood well that patrons ascending to the 7th floor were often in pursuit of companionship, with few genuinely seeking to admire the artistry. "I have long heard of the unparalleled beauty and exquisite skills of the seasonal courtesans at the Golden Rose Tavern. I came today solely to behold your grace and enjoy your performance." Edgar uttered the social niceties. Yet internally he felt a sense of helplessness. His true reason for visiting was to investigate potential human trafficking issues lurking behind the tavern, and he had not anticipated encountering Arya. Xiaji offered a faint smile, her eyes tinged with a hint of regret. "I fear I must disappoint you. I am not feeling well today and cannot perform for you. Arya promptly grasped Xiaji's hand, casting an indignant glare at Edgar. Sister, let us converse among ourselves. Paying no heed to this rude fellow. He is merely concocting an excuse. He has no genuine desire to hear your performance. Yet, Xiaji remained unperturbed. She instructed Lena. Please fetch some candied fruits and a warm jug of fruit wine. Once Lena had departed, she leaned closer to Arya, whispering in hushed tones, though a few scattered words still reached Edgar's ears. Sister, the manager is pressuring you to sign the companionship contract again. It is not feasible to continue declining. Why not accompany me to the Phoenix Tavern? There, you would find noble protection, as the manager is a distant relative of mine, and no one would dare to coerce you. Concern laced Arya's voice, for she understood the intricate forces behind the Golden Rose Tavern. A fleeting bitterness flickered in Xiaji's eyes as she gently shook her head. I long to leave this place, but they simply will not allow it. What can I do? Arya raised her voice sharply, her tone brimming with indignation. Your father's debts have long been repaid. On what grounds do they keep you trapped here? This is a violation of royal law. Xiaji quickly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to lower her voice, her gaze cast down at her dress, tinged with despair. Sister, you know well who backs them. If those individuals refuse to relent, I will never regain my freedom. Any act of defiance will only invite more dreadful retribution. Edgar sat nearby, silently sipping the fruit wine, yet his mind was unraveling the story. Xiaji's father had incurred a substantial debt in his youth, unable to repay it, and was subsequently forced by the tavern's thugs into ruin. At that time, Xiaji was merely 12 years old. Her exceptional beauty led to her abduction by the tavern staff under the pretense of repaying her father's debt through her servitude. Over the years, she had repaid the debt through her remarkable lute skills and singing, yet the manager exploited a loophole in her contract, coercing her to sign a more lucrative companionship agreement for his profit. The fruit wine in his hands suddenly turned bitter. The kingdom's laws clearly stated that once a debt was settled, personal freedom could not be further restricted. It seemed the Golden Rose Tavern concealed many underhanded dealings. As he pondered this, another maid, Lena, who had greeted him at the door, suddenly stumbled into the inner chamber, collapsing to her knees. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she choked out, Miss, please save my sister. They are going to sell her into slavery in the East. Chapter 73. Compassionate moon. The stone staircase of the Golden Rose Tower spiraled upward, each step adorned with worn brass strips that bore witness to the passage of countless years. The corridors of the first 4 levels were laid with faded Persian carpets, and dried ivy clung to the columns. Each floor housed dozens of oak chambers. The doorways with scarlet velvet lanterns indicated the presence of guests. The lanterns glowed with an intensity that illuminated more than 90% of the doors, casting a warm yellow halo, while the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments mingled with whispered conversations, weaving together a symphony of opulence. From the 5th floor onward, the air transformed, exchanging the cheap aroma of incense for the exquisite fragrance of precious damask rose essential oil, while the staircase banisters were enveloped in silver foil. The threshold here was suddenly elevated, with servants stationed at the stairway to inspect guests' coin pouches for gold vouchers, without 2,000 or 3,000 gold Soviets in hand. One would not even qualify to ascend the 5th step. The number of elegant rooms had sharply diminished. The 5th and 6th floors combined boasted fewer than 20 chambers, with only 4 or 5 lanterns flickering, accentuating the conspicuous scarcity of high-end clientele. Edgar followed the steward to the 7th floor, and as the heavy velvet drapes parted, a blend of sandalwood and iris wafted toward him. This level lacked a corridor, leading directly to 4 suites adorned with intricately carved wooden doors. The steward, clad in a robe of embroidered golden silk, bowed with a smile and introduced. This floor is the crown of the Golden Rose Tower, dedicated to 4 premier courtesans, each representing a season: vernal equinox, summer solstice, autumn dew, and winter snow. The vernal equinox excels in harp, the summer solstice in dance, the autumn dew in chess, and the winter snow in poetry, each possessing their own charm and seldom receiving guests. With his fingertips grazing the signal firework concealed within the hidden pouch at his waist, Edgar's gaze swept over the gilded nameplates above the 4 doors, feigning contemplation. The summer solstice symbolizes a fiery passion, aligning perfectly with my desires. I shall choose her. A flicker of surprise crossed the steward's eyes, soon replaced by a mysterious smile. Indeed, young master, you possess an eye for quality. Such discernment is commendable. What do you mean by that? Edgar raised an eyebrow, deliberately slowing his tone to mimic the languid demeanor of nobility. You will understand upon entering the room. The steward teased, adding a parting remark laden with significance. However, I must inform you, The summer solstice lady currently performs solely for entertainment, not for companionship. Should you find this unsatisfactory, you may summon a servant to escort you to the 1st through 5th floors to select any maid of your preference. With costs covered by your gold voucher, no additional payment required. With that, she lifted her skirts and departed, the golden bells on her hem tinkling with a hint of mischief. Edgar stood frozen for a moment before letting out a low chuckle. He had not come seeking pleasure. But if he could not even lay eyes on his intended target, then his 5,000 gold Soviets would be in vain. Cursing the mercenary nature of these blood-sucking merchants, he suppressed his rising emotions, knowing that to lose control now would mean forfeiting all his efforts. You remain outside. Should anything unusual occur, signal with 3 short coughs. He instructed Colin and another soldier in a hushed tone, before pushing open the wooden door inscribed with the words Summer Solstice. How did you get in here? In the outer sitting room, a young girl clad in a linen maid's dress was polishing silver tea sets. Startled by his entrance, she nearly dropped the teacup she held, her cerulean eyes wide with surprise. Edgar spread his hands in a gesture of harmlessness. Why, it was the steward who guided me. Do you expect me to flutter in like a nightingale? Phyllis, what is the matter? From behind the silk curtains of the inner chamber came a voice as clear as silver bells, laced with a hint of languorous rasp. The maid named Phyllis hurriedly steadied her teacup and bowed toward the curtain. Miss, there is a young gentleman, claiming he was brought by the steward. Did I not specify that today we are closed to guests? The voice carried a note of irritation, yet remained as melodious as the strings of a harp. Faye immediately turned to Edgar, her tone imbued with both apology and resolute firmness. My lord, please take your leave. My lady is not receiving guests today. Edgar furrowed his brow. The sum of over 5,000 gold sovereigns represented nearly half a month's military pay for the patrol camp. If he could not even meet the principal, not only would his investigation plans be thwarted, but he would also be unable to report back to Lucian. Suppressing his rising agitation, he called out to the inner chamber, Miss Xiaji, I seek an audience with 5,300 gold sovereigns. Even if you are reluctant to perform, at least allow me a glimpse of your beauty. Faye turned pale with fright, covering his mouth and shaking her head vigorously. My lord, be cautious with your words. Never has a guest dared to make such a commotion. If you anger the host, you shall be dragged to the punishment hall. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, with even the crackling of burning candles distinctly audible. Just as Edgar believed he would leave empty-handed, a familiar feminine voice shattered the stillness, laced with a hint of mockery. Sister, it would not be too late to meet him first and then send him away, lest the steward return to say we have neglected a distinguished guest. Edgar's heart jolted. Was that voice truly Alia? How could she be here? He parted the silk curtain and stepped into the inner chamber, where he beheld a young maiden of 17 or 18 seated upon a velvet couch by the intricately carved window. She wore a pomegranate red dance gown, its hem embroidered with golden rose patterns, her raven black hair loosely styled and adorned with a golden hairpin. Beside her on a silver bench sat Alia, now clad in a moon-white gown, her former vivacity replaced with a newfound tranquility. It was no wonder the voice sounded so familiar. Indeed, it was Miss Alia. Edgar sighed in relief and took a seat in the oak chair opposite her, his gaze subtly sweeping across the room adorned with hunting-themed tapestries. A harp standing in the corner, and apples roasting on the iron rack by the fireplace. Everything appeared commonplace, yet an undercurrent of oppressive tension lingered in the air. Alia looked directly at him, her slender fingers twisting the fabric of her skirt, biting her lip as she remarked. To encounter Lord Edgar in the Golden Rose Tower is truly unexpected. She had intended to introduce herself as Shirshir, the pseudonym she used in the pleasure quarters. But the word slipped away. Edgar felt a warmth rise to his cheeks and let out a dry chuckle. The Golden Rose Tower is the most renowned establishment in Crown City. It is commonplace for gentlemen to seek entertainment here. Alia let out a soft huff, a glint of reproach flashing in her eyes. When we parted at the Phoenix Tower, you promised to visit again. Yet, day after day, there has been no word from you. Am I truly so insignificant in your eyes? Her words were not mere rhetoric. From the sons of dukes to wealthy merchants, many would spend lavishly for a single poem from her, yet Edgar, who had been invited by her, had not made an appearance. This disregard had dealt a severe blow to Alia's pride, accustomed as she was to being the center of attention. Recently, the affairs of the patrol camp had been overwhelming. He was tied up with restoring order in the southern part of the city while also investigating smuggling cases, leaving him little room to spare. Edgar cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment, internally lamenting the misfortunes that had befallen him. The first time he had sought to visit the Phoenix Tower, he had forgotten to bring the travel badge issued by Lucian, finding himself barred at the gate by the guards. Later, this incident came to the attention of the head maid, Xiao Lian, who scolded him for half a day with a frosty demeanor, only to subsequently hide the badge away, leaving him unable to locate it throughout the estate. Such an embarrassing affair was not something he could confide in Alia. As the summer solstice raised the delicate green porcelain teacup before her, she took a gentle sip, her gaze flitting between the two individuals. In a soft voice, she inquired, "How do you know each other?" Edgar turned to her, his tone sincere. "Last month, at the poetry gathering in the Phoenix Pavilion, I had the fortune of meeting Miss Elia. Her ode to the nightingale remains unforgettable to this day." Elia averted her gaze, though her ears subtly flushed with color. "I see you've forgotten it entirely. Why bring up poetry?" Edgar chuckled awkwardly, sensing her irritation lacked genuine malice, and chose to observe the expression of the summer solstice instead. Though she sat still, her fingertips unconsciously grazed the edge of her teacup, concealing an enduring worry in her eyes. "Surely, Mr. Edgar has not come here merely to gaze upon my visage?" The summer solstice set down her cup, her tone neutral yet probing. Having spent 6 years in the Golden Rose Pavilion, she had encountered numerous guests with ulterior motives. This man, despite his coarse garments, possessed an upright posture and keen gaze that suggested he was no ordinary reveler. Having long heard of the renowned seasonal courtesans, "I have come today to appreciate Miss Summer Solstice's dance," Edgar stated, tactfully sidestepping the implications of a man entering a courtesan's chamber. A statement that raised no suspicion while allowing him to bide time and assess the situation. The summer solstice offered a bittersweet smile, her lips curling slightly. "I fear I may disappoint you, for I have no inclination to perform today." Suddenly, Elia grasped the summer solstice's hand, casting a glare at Edgar. "Sister, let us converse amongst ourselves. Pay no heed to this impudent man." Then, lowering her voice to a whisper only meant for their ears, she pressed on. "Has the proprietor pressed you again this morning? He threatens to transfer you to Earl York as a mistress if you refuse to entertain guests any longer." The summer solstice's complexion drained of color, her gaze dropping to her skirt as she spoke in a tone so faint it resembled a sigh. "The 300 gold sovereigns my father owed were repaid 3 years ago. Yet they claim my years of accommodation, clothing, and instruments have far exceeded the debt. Should I wish to depart, I must pay an additional 3,000 gold sovereigns. How can I possibly procure such an amount?" Elia clenched her fists in frustration, the silver bangles chiming sharply. "This is blatant extortion. No, you cannot remain here to be slaughtered. Come with me to the Phoenix Pavilion. The owner is a friend of my uncle's, and with my presence, none would dare compel you to entertain." Edgar paused, his hand holding the teacup momentarily stilled as he finally grasped the situation. It became clear that the summer solstice was not here of her own volition, but was being forcibly held by the proprietor under the guise of debt. Just as he contemplated how to extract more information, a sudden commotion outside erupted with Fiore panicked cries. "You cannot enter. The lady is in conference." Following this was the heavy thud of a door being kicked, accompanied by Colin's furious reprimand. "Who dares to intrude?" Chapter 74. The Wrath of the Golden Rose Pavilion. Fiore. "Rise quickly. What has happened?" "My maid. I am here to assist you." Ella tightly supported her collapsed maidservant, the silken fabric of her gown sweeping across the frigid stone floor, stirring up a whisper of dust. Her finely arched brows knit together in concern, her amber eyes filled with urgency, her voice trembling with anxiety. Fiore's left cheek was swollen like a ripe peach, 5 deep purple fingerprints stark against her pale skin, silently accusing the brutality inflicted upon her. Curled up at Ella's feet, the girl's coarse burlap skirt was stained, and her frail shoulders trembled violently. Tears mingled with mucus streaming down her face as she sputtered fragmented sentences. It turned out she had a sister named Annie, who was also an apprentice maid at the Golden Rose Pavilion. Today, the 3 lords of the pavilion were hosting a banquet for guests, many of whom were noble youths from the capital seeking revelry. During the feast, a richly dressed young master took a fancy to the serving girl, Annie, and despite her cries and struggles, he insisted on dragging her into a side chamber to commit unspeakable acts. Annie, possessing a fiery spirit, fought back desperately and scratched the young master's face, provoking his furious wrath. The surrounding noble youths not only failed to intervene, but also egged him on, some even hurling a silver wine jug at Annie, leading to a chaotic scuffle that threatened to escalate into a heinous act. Phil, witnessing the turmoil, recklessly rushed to intervene but was brutally slapped to the ground by the young master, losing half of a front tooth in the process. Enduring excruciating pain, he crawled towards Ella, pleading for help. Just as his lament was unfinished, the heavy oak door creaked open, and Mrs. Martha, the pavilion's matron, entered, her presence enveloped in fragrant incense. Adorned in a velvet gown embroidered with rose patterns, She briefly raised an eyebrow at Phil's swollen face before turning her gaze to Ella, her tone laced with resignation. My child, you must not involve yourself in this matter. Even if you wish to intervene, it is beyond your means. Ella straightened her back, her usually gentle voice now imbued with unyielding resolve. Mrs. Martha, since my arrival as a minstrel in this pavilion, Phil has attended to my every need, warming my bed in the cold winters and fanning me during the sweltering summers. We are as close as sisters. How can I stand idly by while her family suffers such a calamity? I implore you to use the pavilion's influence to save Annie. Mrs. Martha retrieved a handkerchief from her gem-encrusted purse, gently pressing it to her forehead. How I wish to assist them. Yet those young lords possess formidable connections. Even the baron in charge of the city guard must bow before them. They are currently in a rage. Not even I, a mere matron, nor the local constable would dare to offend them lightly. Should you insist on stepping forward, you will only bring calamity upon yourself, jeopardizing your own safety within the pavilion. Before her words could settle, a cacophony erupted from outside, a mix of guard shouts and the clattering of furniture. Then, a brash voice pierced the corridor. Get out of my way. Do these lowly servants dare to obstruct me? I demand to see Miss Ella. With a thunderous crash, the door was forcefully flung open, splintering wood flying. Colin, the guard stationed outside, was shoved into the room by two armored thugs. His short sword clattering against the stone floor, his copper-hued face flushed with fury as he glared at the intruders. Just a bunch of house dogs. And you think you can block my path? If it weren't for Miss Ella, I would ensure you leave here horizontally. Another familiar voice rang out, laced with the scent of alcohol and an air of arrogant superiority. Edgar, seated on the corner bench, rose slowly, clad in a deep gray woolen frock coat. His right hand discreetly rested upon the hilt of the sword at his waist, a cold smirk gracing his lips. I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be young Master Leon. It has been quite some time, and your temper has grown increasingly volatile. The newcomer was none other than Leon, the son of Count Marcus, who presided over bureaucratic affairs in the council chamber. Although devoid of real power, he was nonetheless a figure of considerable standing in the capital. Leon donned a satin coat embroidered with his family crest, his hair bound with a golden ribbon, flanked by 5 or 6 burly henchmen, each brandishing a short axe at their waist. Upon spotting Edgar, Leon instinctively hesitated, taking a half-step back, a fleeting glimmer of fear flickering in his eyes. Their last encounter at a tavern in the capital had escalated when Leon had taunted the daughter of a merchant, leading to a confrontation with Edgar that left him bedridden for over a month. His grandmother, in a fit of rage, had stormed into the palace to plead with the king, yet the matter ultimately faded without consequence. At 20, Leon had never suffered such a humiliating defeat, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Edgar, yet also a measure of trepidation towards one capable of inflicting such injuries upon a scion of the Count's lineage without facing repercussions. Indeed, there was no other in the entire capital who could rival him. What brings you here, Edgar? Leon feigned calmness, clearing his throat as he attempted to mask his inner turmoil with bravado. Steadying himself, he surveyed his henchmen. Today, he had brought ample muscle, and the absence of the formidable Bruno, who usually stood by Edgar's side, emboldened him somewhat. With arms crossed and chin raised, he sneered, I shall go wherever I please. What business is it of yours? This Golden Rose Pavilion is not your family's establishment. Edgar's expression darkened, his fingertips tracing the copper embellishments on the sword's hilt. I extended a cordial greeting, yet you respond with insolence. It seems the lesson from our last encounter has not imparted upon you the virtue of respect for others. A youth clad in a purple velvet coat stepped forward beside Leon, a sapphire brooch adorning his collar, indicating his distinguished status. He leaned in closer to Leon, whispering, Leon, who is this? You seem to recognize him. This is Edgar de Verlin, the nephew of Princess Catherine. Leon spat through gritted teeth, his tone laced with resentment. The youth's eyes sparkled with amusement as realization dawned upon him. Ah, so you are the renowned commander of the inspection corps? I have heard that even Captain Dessa of the guard fell to your prowess recently. Merely trifles, hardly worthy of mention, Edgar replied, inclining slightly in a gesture of aristocratic etiquette, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Might I inquire as to your esteemed name? Given your awareness of my identity, I surmise you are not an ordinary individual. I am Fortmont, son of the Chancellor of State and the Minister of Construction, Fortmont de Vallon, he proclaimed, deliberately raising his voice, his chest puffed out with a sense of pride, as though his father's title was his greatest asset. A flicker of disdain passed swiftly through Edgar's eyes. In the noble circles of this era, a truly cultured gentleman never flaunts his lineage. Rather, he embraces humility as a virtue. To announce his father's official title as bluntly as Fumont does is akin to a merchant boasting about his wealth in the marketplace. Even more absurd is the utter lack of shame on his face, replaced instead by a self-satisfied demeanor, revealing a truly petty character. Edgar feigned surprise, raising a hand to cover his mouth. "Ah, it is Lord Fumont, a name I have long held in regard. I have heard that your father has sought the hand of the princess for you. Soon you shall be the son-in-law of the king? My apologies." Seeing Edgar's dismissive expression, which clearly indicated he held him in little esteem, Fumont's anger flared. He stepped forward, pointing towards the door, and coldly declared, "Edgar, I am aware that you are the commander of the patrol regiment, yet its duty is to maintain order in the capital. This is the Golden Rose Pavilion, a privately operated establishment. Do you intend to overstep your bounds by lingering here?" Edgar rolled his eyes and leaned back against the bench, arms crossed over his chest. "This is a place of leisure for enjoyment. As a grown man, what do you expect me to do here? Am I to transcribe scriptures? Very well. Since you are here for amusement, I insist you leave at once, for you are not welcome." Fumont sputtered, rendered speechless, resorting to a crude expulsion. "Are you mad?" Edgar raised an eyebrow. "I have already paid the proprietor in gold coins to reserve this lounge. If you wish me to leave, what becomes of my coins? Am I to suffer such a loss in vain?" Leon chuckled derisively, patting Fumont on the shoulder. "Brother Fumont, why waste breath on him? Return his money and add a little more to hasten his departure." Fumont nodded, turning to the trembling Mrs. Martha beside him. "How much did he pay?" Mrs. Martha quickly reported the amount, and Fumont retrieved a stack of gold vouchers bearing the royal seal from his pouch, carelessly tossing them to the ground. The vouchers scattered, some landing beside the tear stains left by Phil's earlier weeping, appearing particularly glaring. "Here, you have 100 savis more than you paid. Consider it a reward. Take the money and leave the Golden Rose Pavilion at once." Colin and the other two guards trembled with rage, their hands resting on their weapons at their waists, poised to charge at the slightest command from Edgar. However, Edgar slowly raised a hand, signaling them to refrain from acting impulsively. He understood that the moment for confrontation was not yet ripe. The legitimacy of their claims needed further corroboration, and currently, only Phil's testimony was insufficient to bring down these noble youths entirely. He suppressed his simmering fury and bent down to pick up the scattered gold vouchers, his fingertips turning pale from the exertion. Fumont and Leon exchanged glances, bursting into laughter that echoed with brazen mockery. At that moment, a maid clad in a coarse dress stumbled into the inner chamber, her hair disheveled, her face marked with traces of dried tears. She rushed to Phil and whispered urgently in her ear. Phil's body suddenly stiffened, followed by a piercing wail that echoed through the air, causing him to collapse onto the ground, nearly losing consciousness. "Phil, what is wrong? What has happened?" Ella hurriedly knelt beside him, supporting his trembling form, her voice laced with concern. Phil opened his mouth, and after a lengthy struggle, managed to utter a complete sentence, each word emerging from his throat as if it were blood. "My sister Annie. She could no longer bear the humiliation and has taken her own life by biting her tongue." Elia, seated nearby, sprang to her feet, her silver dress shimmering as it caught the light, the embroidered belt cinched tightly at her waist. The gentle countenance she usually wore was now marred by frost, her hands clenched into fists, nails nearly digging into her palms. These beasts, how could they so cruelly torment a fragile young girl? It is utterly inhumane. Where's the compassion? The laughter of Fomant and Leon abruptly ceased as they abandoned Edgar, striding towards the inner chamber. Upon spotting Elia standing there, both men paused, momentarily taken aback, before their faces transformed into obsequious smiles, quickly bowing in deference. "Miss Elia, what a surprise to see you here." "Madam Martha." Fomant pivoted sharply, glaring at the pale-faced innkeeper, his tone accusatory. "Miss Elia has graced us with her presence. Why were we not informed in advance? If she had been disturbed, would you bear the consequences?" Madam Martha hastily bowed, her voice tinged with trepidation. "The lady arrived only half an hour ago, and due to the urgency of the situation, I had no time to send word to your esteemed selves." She was acutely aware that Elia's adoptive mother was Lady Ziluo, the proprietor of the Phoenix Tower, who had connections with several bishops in the capital, her influence far more profound than it appeared. Though the owners of the Golden Rose Pavilion wielded considerable power, they would not dare to offend Lady Ziluo lightly. Elia's arrival here meant she would do everything in her power to protect. Fomant scoffed, noticing Elia's frigid demeanor, and refrained from pressing further, quickly adopting a conciliatory smile as he addressed her. "What brings you here today, Miss Elia? If you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to command us." In the corridor outside, Colin leaned closer to Edgar, lowering his voice. "My lord Edgar, how can you endure such humiliation? We should strike now. Even if we face repercussions, we must show these scoundrels a taste of their own medicine. Edgar carefully tucked the gold voucher into his money pouch, patting it reassuringly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do you not see their overwhelming numbers? Moreover, Miss Elia is still inside. Should a conflict arise, it would inevitably disturb her. A wise man does not suffer immediate loss. There will be ample opportunities to confront them later. Colin's eyes brightened, and he quickly inquired, Are you suggesting we summon Ted and the patrol to storm in? Edgar nodded slowly, a glimmer of sharpness illuminating his gaze. The time was ripe. The location of the makeshift tribunal had been discerned through earlier observations, and the news of Annie's tragic demise had reached them. Phil could serve as a witness. If they could locate Annie's body as physical evidence, it would be sufficient to ensnare these lawless nobles. This is indeed the opportune moment to ensnare our quarry. You must immediately proceed to the back entrance and instruct the soldiers stationed there to inform Ted, urging him to bring reinforcements and encircle this place, ensuring that no one escapes. Edgar commanded in a tone that brooked no dissent. A soldier, clad in the garb of an ordinary civilian, promptly bowed and accepted the order, stealthily slipping out through a side door while the attention of the others was focused on the inner chamber. Colin, somewhat bewildered, inquired, What about us? Shall we not venture out as well? Remaining here seems perilous. Edgar's gaze shifted to the inner room, where Fomant was fawning over Elia, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you not see Miss Elia ensnared within? This is an ideal opportunity for a gallant rescue. Such a chance cannot be squandered. Besides, our presence here allows us to monitor their actions and prevent any destruction of evidence. Chapter 75. The Red Apple. As Edgar pushed open the intricately carved oak door adorned with vine motifs leading to the upper chamber of the Golden Rose Tavern, an odd amalgamation of malt liquor's acrid scent and the exotic fragrance of rare incense assailed his senses. The chamber's walls were draped with faded tapestries depicting long-forgotten knightly tournaments, and the embers in the fireplace had dwindled to ashes. Yet the heat within the room remained stifling. There stood Fomant, the noble scion who wielded his uncle's influence in the town with impunity, barbarously grasping Elia's silk sleeve and dragging her toward a velvet-cushioned bench, his Latin profanities laced with crude Flemish dialect ringing in the air, utterly offensive to the ear. Leon, positioned beside the fireplace, instinctively rested his hand upon the hilt of his unsheathed short sword, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. His deep brown eyes reflected Elia's struggles, his jawline taut as a drawn bowstring. Being a minor noble from the neighboring village, he was acutely aware of Fomant's power in Bruges. The tavern owner was a distant relative, and the entrance was perpetually guarded by retired mercenaries. To act now would be akin to throwing oneself against a stone wall. The sparks from the fireplace crackled and popped, landing on his leather boots, yet he remained oblivious, daring only to murmur in a lowered voice, My Lord Fomant, this may not be appropriate. Miss Elia is a guest of the Lord. Appropriate? Fomant scoffed, tightening his grip on Elia's hand, causing her to stumble into his embrace. What of it? Here in the Golden Rose Tavern, my word is law. Elia's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe autumn apple, a mixture of shame and terror washing over her. As the niece of the territory's priest, she had been raised under strict discipline in the convent, surrounded only by courteous monks and nobles. Never had any man dared to overstep such bounds. She struggled to push Fomant away, but his iron grip on her delicate wrist was excruciating, and her silver rosary beads slipped from her fingers, clattering onto the stone floor with a clear, ringing sound. My Lord Fomant, I implore you to respect yourself. According to the ecclesiastical code, you are desecrating sacred dignity. Suddenly, Summer stepped forward, her linen skirt swaying with urgency, her eyes ablaze with fury. Fomant, release her at once. Otherwise, I shall bring your wicked deeds to the attention of the esteemed bishop. She is Arya's devoted handmaiden, despite her humble status. Her years of accompanying Arya in and out of the Lord's estate have imbued her with a certain audacity uncommon among typical servants. Oh dear, I almost forgot about you, my loquacious little sparrow. Fortmont threw his head back and let out a raucous laugh, causing dust to tumble down from the beams above. To her astonishment, he actually released one hand and, with lightning speed, seized Xiaji's wrist. His hand, having just brushed against a barrel of malt liquor, was sticky with residue, making Xiaji tremble in disgust. You shameless scoundrel. Arya trembled with rage, tears welling in her eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. She had encountered the idle rakes of the manor and heard the taunts of ruffians at the market, but she had never witnessed such a flagrant display of shamelessness from a nobleman, adorned as he was with his family's coat of arms, yet behaving worse than the most lowly serf. Yet, as a frail maiden, No matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not free herself from that calloused grip. "Dear lady, you must understand, men are only loved when they are wicked." Fortmont leaned closer to Arya's ear, his breath reeking of alcohol, making her feel nauseated. "Since you have stepped into my domain, do not expect to leave unscathed. Tonight, join me for dinner, and let us indulge in the pleasures of nobility." "My lord, perhaps a gentler approach towards a lady might earn you her favor." A cool voice interjected from the doorway, shattering the brazen atmosphere of the room. The crowd turned to see Edgar leaning against the doorframe, clad in dark, fitted chainmail over a faded cloak, the hilt of his long sword polished to a gleam at his waist. He advanced slowly, placing a hand lightly on Fortmont's shoulder, that hand having just grasped the sword's hilt. Carrying a metallic chill, Fortmont abruptly turned, and upon recognizing the newcomer, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by arrogance. He violently shook off Edgar's hand, spitting his words, "Edgar, take the silver I've given you and be gone. If it weren't for the protection once afforded to you by Princess Catherine, I would have had the mercenaries at the door toss you into the moat for the fish. Do not presume upon my goodwill." Edgar's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within them, akin to a river's surface frozen in winter. His right hand quietly formed a fist, the knuckles cracking softly under pressure, while his left hand once again settled firmly on Fortmont's shoulder, this time with considerable force that made Fortmont involuntarily grimace. "Fortmont, I advise you once more, release this lady. Do not presume upon my kindness." Fortmont bellowed as he turned, intending to swing a punch at Edgar, but before he could finish his sentence, a powerful blow landed squarely on his nose. The punch was delivered with such force that a sharp crack echoed, and blood instantly gushed from Fortmont's nostrils and the corner of his mouth. "Ah, my nose." Fortmont howled as he collapsed, knocking over a nearby oak table, the tin goblets clattering to the ground with a jarring sound. Edgar advanced, raining down blows like a torrential storm, each strike landing precisely upon Fortmont's limbs and torso, while he roared, "You son of a dog, do you think I need your respect? To dare act tough in my presence is to court your own demise. Today, I shall ensure your legs are broken." The 7 enforcers brought by Foment were momentarily taken aback. They were all retired mercenaries who had previously accompanied Foment in oppressing numerous merchants and farmers, and never had anyone dared to openly resist them. Seizing the opportunity, Colin charged forward with a furious roar. He was the son of a tenant farmer brought to the city by Edgar. Though lacking formal training, he possessed remarkable strength, taking down 2 sluggish enforcers with just a few swift punches and kicks. Only then did the remaining 5 enforcers regain their senses, drawing their batons and roaring as they lunged toward Edgar and Colin. Leon observed the chaotic battle scene, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Instinctively, he took a step back, his gaze fixated on Edgar's punching movements, instantly recalling the brutal beating he had received from Edgar 3 months prior due to a trivial argument, leaving him with a battered face. Fear coiled around his heart like a vine, and he could almost feel the pain of his fractured ribs from that encounter. He quickly grasped the wrists of Alia and Xiaji, lowering his voice in urgency. "We must leave at once, slip out through the side door. It is too dangerous here." As the 3 of them quietly slipped out through the small door at the back of the private room, the enforcers were preoccupied with Edgar. Outside in the alley of the Golden Rose Tavern, one of the guards left behind by Edgar pulled a brass signal tube from his cloak, a communication tool used by the military, adorned with the royal crest at its tip. Cautiously surveying his surroundings and confirming there were no patrolling guards, he abruptly pulled the fuse. A crimson firework shot into the sky, exploding in the dusk, resembling a blooming blood-red rose, illuminating the heavens above Bruges. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from the alleyway as 6 soldiers clad in standard chainmail, wielding long spears, rushed forth. Leading them was a tall man with a long scar across his face, Reynard, the first veteran to enlist when Edgar was recruiting private soldiers. He had distinguished himself in the Crusades and, after a month of training, had been promoted by Edgar to Centurion. "Centurion Reynard, what brings you here?" the signaling guard inquired, astonished, as he had anticipated waiting for half an hour for reinforcements. Reynard replied solemnly, "General Tade was anxious after noticing that your master had not made any movement after entering the tavern for nearly an hour. So he ordered me to lead a small team to investigate. As we reached the alleyway, we saw the signal and rushed over." "Where is Lord Edgar?" "On the top floor in the private room." The guard pointed towards the 7th floor of the tavern, where the windows had been shattered, with splinters and blood spattering the walls outside. One enforcer had been kicked by Edgar to the window's edge, half of his body hanging out, letting out a piercing scream as he nearly plummeted from the height. The patrolling enforcers surrounding the tavern also noticed the commotion from the top floor and, brandishing their batons and axes, surged toward the Golden Rose Tavern, quickly amassing over 30 individuals. They surrounded the entrance, shouting curses and threats, vowing to shred Edgar and his companions to pieces. Reynard surveyed the thronging enemies with an unfazed expression. Having spent years on the battlefield, he had encountered far more perilous situations than this. He calmly issued orders. Thomas, Marcus, Von N, you three will stay with me to guard the entrance. Utilize the narrow confines of the porch to delay the enemy until General Ted's main forces arrive. The rest of you, head upstairs immediately to support Lord Edgar. The 3 soldiers immediately followed Reinhard to the tavern entrance, while the remaining 3 drew their long swords and swiftly charged inside. Reinhard, holding a round iron shield, stood resolutely in the center of the porch, his gaze fixed with intensity upon the approaching foes. He understood well that as long as he could hold this narrow gateway, even 30 enemies would find it difficult to breach. Meanwhile, the battle upstairs had already descended into a perilous state. Fomin's thugs were seasoned mercenaries. Initially caught off guard by Edgar's sudden assault, they quickly regained their composure and began to mount a coordinated counterattack. They split into 2 groups, one engaged head-on, while the other flanked from the side, their movements synchronized and precise. Edgar and Colin found themselves gradually cornered, suffering multiple wounds as fists and feet rained down upon them. Had it not been for Colin shielding Edgar's vital points with his back, Edgar would have likely already fallen. The guard who had accompanied Edgar upstairs lay on the floor, bloodied and unconscious, with a wound on his forehead bleeding profusely, his fate uncertain. Edgar, you scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Fomin shouted, clutching his bleeding nose. His once handsome face now marred with bruises and contortions of rage. Leaning against the wall, he bellowed at his thugs. What does it matter if Princess Catherine protects you? Today, you shall pay the price. You will learn the consequences of crossing me. Edgar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze still sharp as a blade. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and retorted, Fomin, you despicable wretch. Do you think I fear you? If you have the courage, kill me today. Otherwise, tomorrow I shall lead my private army to raise this Golden Rose Tavern, exposing your crimes of abducting innocent women to the world, and let the bishop bind you to the stake for burning. Very well, very well. Fomin trembled with fury, yet a sinister laugh escaped him, filled with malice. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Even if the bishop seeks retribution, my uncle will shield me at the town hall. You will not have the audacity to speak. He barked orders to his thugs. Beat them to a pulp. If you fail to kill them, I shall sell you all to the slave market of the Saracens. At the mention of the slave market, a chill ran through the thugs. They knew Fomin was a man of his word. There had been a time when one of their own had failed in his duties and had indeed been sold to a slaver, with renewed ruthlessness. 4 of them drew sharp daggers, rust still clinging to the blades, clearly weapons they had carried for years. They exchanged glances and lunged at Edgar and Colin. The glint of the daggers flashing ominously in the dim light, aimed straight for the vital points of their targets. Edgar's complexion turned ashen. He had believed these thugs were merely seeking wealth, expecting a beating at most, never anticipating that Fomin could be so deranged as to commit murder in plain sight. He instinctively pulled Colin behind him, sidestepping to evade the attack as the dagger grazed his chainmail, leaving a deep gash. Just as the dagger threatened again and both men found themselves with nowhere to retreat, a thunderous roar resonated from the staircase. Halt! Who dares to harm my lord? At last, Edgar's 3 reinforcements arrived, descending upon the assailants like fierce tigers among sheep, their longswords flashing with a cold gleam as they swiftly repelled the attackers. In the ensuing chaos, one of the frenzied assailants mistakenly struck Fermont on the back of the head with a blunt weapon, causing Fermont to groan, his eyes rolling back as his body crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Downstairs, Leonard was embroiled in a desperate struggle. Over 30 assailants surged against the door like a relentless tide, their clubs and axes crashing against his shield with resounding thuds. Yet, drawing upon his extensive battlefield experience, Leonard adeptly utilized the narrow confines of the porch, fighting alongside 3 soldiers, skillfully countering the enemy's assaults. The 4 of them were drenched in sweat, their arms aching from the prolonged exertion of holding their shields, yet they steadfastly held their ground, buying precious time for General Ted's main force. Everyone down. Do not move recklessly. Any defiance will be met with lethal force. A thunderous bellow suddenly reverberated throughout the Golden Rose Tavern, akin to a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. General Ted had led 300 elite mercenaries into the fray. Clad in matching black cloaks and wielding spears and longswords, their formation was as solid as an iron wall. Dismounting swiftly, Ted's sword remained sheathed, yet his gaze was as cold as ice. He rapidly issued commands. Divide 200 men to immediately seal off all 6 exits of the tavern. Allow no one to escape. The remaining 100 will follow me inside. Anyone who resists will be subdued and captured. It turned out that General Ted had already dispatched scouts to ascertain the layout of the Golden Rose Tavern, which served not only as a den of indulgence for Formant, but also as a hub for smuggling spices and abducting women. The soldiers moved with alacrity, executing the prearranged plan by splitting into 3 groups. 100 soldiers charged towards the underground chambers where dozens of women abducted from surrounding villages were held, along with ledgers detailing smuggling accounts and abduction lists, as well as instruments of torture used to coerce the women, indisputable evidence. 120 soldiers were tasked with clearing the tavern of thugs, controlling the situation, while 80 elite soldiers, personally led by General Ted, headed straight for the uppermost levels of the tavern, where a signal had been sent from the 7th floor. Edgar had been out of contact for too long, and Ted feared he must be in peril. As General Ted and his soldiers stormed into the Golden Rose Tavern, they ascended the staircase to the 7th floor, only to be met with a gruesome sight. The stone floor was slick with blood, shattered clubs and scattered daggers littered the area. Leonard and the remaining 2 soldiers were backed against the wall, drenched in blood, their chainmail riddled with cuts. One soldier lay lifeless, his abdomen cleaved by an axe, while another's left arm hung limply, clearly broken. Witnessing this scene, General Ted's fury ignited, and he drew his sword with a swift motion, its blade glinting ominously in the light. He bellowed at the soldiers, "Kill for the fallen brothers. Avenge them. Slay." The soldiers, witnessing the horrific fate of their comrades, erupted with fury akin to a volcanic eruption. They raised their long swords and unleashed a deafening roar, charging at the remaining thugs. The clash of blades reverberated through the air, accompanied by the cacophony of anguished cries. The once arrogant assailants crumbled before the elite mercenaries, fleeing in terror and howling in despair. In an instant, the upper level of the Golden Rose Tavern transformed into a brutal battleground, blood staining the tapestries on the walls and soaking into the velvet cushions on the floor. Chapter 76. Encirclement. Edgar gasped for breath in the shadows of the oak staircase, the air on the 3rd floor of the Golden Rose reeking of sour wine and the pungent scent of blood. The situation had deteriorated beyond redemption. Upon entering the notorious tavern, he had not carried his knightly sword, believing it to be merely a clandestine meeting, only to find himself ensnared in an ambush. Now, unarmed and facing 5 desperate foes wielding battle axes and daggers, the disparity in combat prowess rendered every block futile. The fierce battle had raged for nearly an hour when a cold iron dagger pierced through his chainmail at the left shoulder, the taste of rust and blood filling his mouth. His attendant, Colin, though clad in light leather armor, bore several wounds on his shoulders and arms, narrowly avoiding any critical injuries. His hands, accustomed to wielding a spear, remained steady as he brandished a captured hand axe, fiercely guarding Edgar's flank. The 3 city defense infantrymen who had rushed to support them fared even worse. The youngest had his helmet cleaved open by a battle axe, his brain matter splattering against the ornately carved wainscoting. The other 2, their leather armor soaked in blood, trembled as they gripped their long swords, each swing seeming to drain their last vestiges of strength. Indeed, the mercenaries raised by Foment were as formidable as their reputation suggested. They were veterans from the border battlefields, their shoulder armor still marked by the claws of orcs. Colin fought with desperation, bringing down 2 of the assailants. But the remaining 5 held the archway leading to the staircase like rabid dogs. The oak door splintered and rendered impassable, sealing any chance of escape. Leaning against the cold stone wall, Edgar listened to the heavy breaths of the infantrymen behind him, a sense of despair creeping into his heart. Was he, a knight appointed by the king himself, destined to perish in this den of iniquity? Suddenly, chaotic shouts and the sound of splintering bones erupted from outside the archway, followed by 2 piercing screams. As the 5 blocking the door instinctively turned, the oak archway was shattered by a powerful force. Amidst the flying wood splinters, Bruno, a towering figure reminiscent of an iron fortress, burst through. This former champion of the royal arena wore only a coarse tunic, his muscular arms bulging, and a heavy warhammer dripped with fresh blood in his grip. Behind him, Edgar's personal knight, Ted, brandished a glimmering longsword, his blue cloak stained with blood, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. "Lord Edgar, are you unharmed?" Ted's voice cut through the din of battle. In an instant, the tide of combat shifted. One mercenary raised his axe to strike at Bruno, only to have his shins shattered by a single blow, collapsing to the ground with a wail. Another attempted to ambush Edgar but was met with Ted's sword, piercing his throat and spraying warm blood onto Edgar's greaves. Edgar's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and darkness enveloped his vision. Had it not been for Colin's timely support, he would have nearly collapsed to the ground. Ted hastily stepped forward to take Colin's place. While Bruno stood before him like a statue, his war hammer resting on the ground, casting a fearful glance over the remaining mercenaries who recoiled in terror. Edgar took a moment to catch his breath, pressing his hand against the bleeding wound on his left shoulder, where the iron plates of his chainmail had embedded themselves into the flesh, each movement sending sharp pangs of pain through him. He turned to Ted, his voice hoarse from blood loss. Has the blockade outside been lifted? Fear not, my lord. The outer mercenaries have been entirely cleared, and a squad from the city defense is taking control of the district. Ted knelt on one knee, presenting his longsword before him, the scabbard still stained with blood bearing their family crest. Edgar grasped the hilt, struggling to stand upright. His gaze fell upon a mercenary cowering in the corner, a long scar running above the man's left eye, the very rogue who had ambushed his shoulder moments before. Edgar limped closer, the tip of his sword pressing against the man's throat, the cold touch of metal causing the mercenary to shiver uncontrollably. Was it you who pierced my shoulder with a dagger? The scarred mercenary, recognizing the unmasked intent to kill in Edgar Ash's eyes, trembled as he pleaded. Please spare my life, my lord. It was Lord Fairmont's orders. I was merely following commands. To obey commands to commit evil is to deserve punishment. Edgar bellowed, twisting his wrist as the longsword cleanly sliced through the man's neck. Blood sprayed onto the emblem on his chest, a vivid, shocking red. He was no novice to the battlefield. 10 years prior, during the war against the frost giants in the north, he had slain more foes with his own hands than those found in this tavern. Against such an enemy, who had injured him, he would never show mercy. Bring Fairmont up here. We are retreating. Edgar shook the blood from his sword and strode towards the staircase. The descent was far more harrowing than anticipated. The stone steps were littered with the bodies of both mercenaries and city defenders, their dark red blood trickling down the crevices of the stone, making the ground slippery beneath his feet. Ted followed closely behind, quietly explaining that to clear a path for rescue, he had to order the execution of this normally composed knight, whose breastplate still bore a shattered arrow, clearly having endured fierce combat. At the corner of the staircase, Captain Reinhardt leaned against the stone wall, panting. His left arm hung uselessly at his side, his shoulder armor cleaved in two, while a military medic wrapped his wounds in linen, sprinkling the area with coagulant herbs. Ted hurried to the front, whispering a few words into Edgar's ear, revealing that it was Reinhardt who had valiantly held the staircase against the mercenary reinforcements, buying precious time for Ted's rescue. Edgar approached and patted Reinhardt's uninjured right shoulder. The old soldier's face was smeared with blood, yet his eyes remained resolute. Were it not for your steadfast defense here, I would have perished upstairs today. I shall certainly report this merit to the king and seek a medal of valor for you. Reinhardt struggled to rise and offer a salute, but Edgar pressed him down. My lord, protecting you is my duty. I dare not seek rewards. There must be rewards for merit and penalties for faults. This is the principle I, Edgar, uphold as the commander of the Vigilant Knights. Edgar's voice rang with authority. A flicker of excitement crossed Reynard's eyes as he ceased his hesitations and bowed his head, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your graciousness, my lord. The operation to purge the entire establishment lasted an hour. The city defense troops herded all individuals within the tavern into the courtyard, the flickering torchlight illuminating a sea of frightened faces. In a lavish suite on the 5th floor, the soldiers discovered Miss Arya, her maid Summer, and the Duke of the East's son, Leon. Arya, clad in a silk nightgown, her golden hair slightly disheveled, still exuded an air of nobility. She fixed her gaze upon Sir Edgar, her eyes betraying a mixture of ire and confusion. Sir Edgar, do you intend to provoke a conflict between knights and nobles by barging into a gathering of aristocrats in the dead of night? A playful smile danced upon Edgar's lips as he surveyed Leon, the Duke's son, who was cowering behind Arya, his complexion pale and hands clutching at his garments, clearly shaken by the recent skirmish. Were it not to rescue Miss Arya from peril, why would I risk severe punishment by assaulting the Golden Rose Pavilion? He paused, noting Leon's trembling silence, realizing that the young scion was merely a hapless bystander, not complicit in the machinations of Fomit. Bring forth escorts to ensure Miss Arya and her maid returned safely to the Duke's residence. After the soldiers escorted the three away, Edgar turned towards the courtyard. Arya, standing at the staircase's edge, gazed at his retreating figure, instinctively biting her lip. She noticed the blood seeping from the chainmail on his left shoulder, a wound that perhaps bore testament to his efforts to save her. As hundreds of implicated individuals were led to the central square, a cacophony erupted from the crowd. A rotund man clad in a satin robe struggled to shout, I am the Secretary of the Treasury. You have no authority to detain me. I shall appeal to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Another man, sporting a goat-like beard, chimed in, I am a hereditary knight, bestowed by the king. Edgar, you are committing an affront to royal authority. Edgar, mounted upon his steed, scoffed as he waved his hand dismissively, regardless of their status. Take them all back to the dungeons of the Inspector's Order. Upon his arrival at the headquarters of the Inspector's Order with his prisoners, he received a report from a scout. Thousands of soldiers from the royal garrison had surrounded the Golden Rose Pavilion. The deputy leader, Marcus, a confidant of the Duke of the South, stood in the open space outside the pavilion, his expression a blend of complexity as he surveyed the chaos. My lord, why not directly assault the Inspector's Order for their captives? We possess 3,000 troops. They number but 500 and would surely not dare to resist. A subordinate suggested in a hushed tone, having private interests with Foment, naturally wary of the latter falling into the clutches of the Inspector's Order. However, Marcus shook his head, his gaze heavy with concern as he looked towards the fortress of the Inspector's Order, where the king's bestowed flag billowed, a formidable stronghold not to be trifled with. Have you forgotten the fate of Yanghong? The Inspector's Order is under the Royal Security Bureau, and Director Lucian is a trusted confidant of the king. Last year, Yanghong attempted to encircle the bureau, and Lucian directly sought an audience with the king, prompting the Ministry of Military Affairs to issue 3 reprimands, leading to Yanghong's immediate revocation of title. We cannot repeat that mistake. The subordinate's face turned ashen, and he promptly fell silent. Marcus pondered for a moment, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. You are to conduct a search of the tavern and confiscate all suspicious items. Everyone present shall provide a statement. I will personally visit Duke Lucian in the Southern Territories. After all, one cannot afford to offend the Duke. With that, he mounted his steed and galloped away, accompanied by 2 attendants. As Edgar entered the Knights' Council chamber, he was greeted by the rich aroma of Earl Grey tea. Claire sat leisurely in an armchair by the fireplace, savoring his tea. The elderly advisor, with his silver hair, was clad in a woolen coat, and an open legal codex lay on the wooden table before him. Old Claire, what brings you here? Edgar inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Since he had assumed command of the inspection knights, he had hired this former royal legal advisor for a handsome sum. Yet, Claire had always been elusive, having only visited once last month, and now he appeared unexpectedly. Claire set down his teacup, gesturing to the chair across from him with a knowing smile. I anticipated that you would take action tonight, so I came specifically to await your arrival. How did the endeavor unfold? Edgar then recalled their clandestine conversation 3 days prior. At that time, he had been hesitant to confront the Fairmont family, given their connections to the Duke of the South. It was Claire who had urged him on, asserting that the Golden Rose establishment was involved in slave trading and smuggling, drawing the ire of the populace. Seize this opportunity presented by the ambush to eradicate them. Not only will you rid the community of a menace, but you will also bolster the knight's reputation in the capital. The king will surely support you. It was this counsel that solidified his resolve. After sitting down, Edgar recounted the events of the evening succinctly. When Claire heard that both Leonardo and Gavin had been captured, a spark of excitement illuminated his eyes as he slammed his palm on the table. Heaven has favored you. These 2 are royal relatives and the clandestine masters of the Golden Rose. To capture them tonight is truly a stroke of fortune. Edgar felt a surge of luck as well. He had presumed that these noble scions would not easily reveal themselves. Yet they had been discovered reveling in a suite with a group of concubines, so intoxicated that they had no chance to resist when the soldiers barged in. Weary, he leaned back in his chair, snatched the teacup from Claire's hand, and drank deeply. The warmth of the tea provided slight relief to his aching shoulders. Now that we have captured them, we shall leave the matter of judgment to Director Lucian. My old injuries have not yet healed, and now I have new wounds. I must rest for several days. Rest? Claire's smile faded, his expression turning grave. Edgar, you are being naive. If the situation is mishandled tonight, you may find that not only is rest out of the question, but your very life may be in jeopardy. Edgar furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Consider carefully how many nobles and officials are among the captured. Although Director Lucian possesses the authority to detain, he lacks the jurisdiction to try nobles. According to royal law, crimes committed by nobles must be adjudicated by the royal court. Leonardo and Gavin are royal relatives, and tomorrow the Royal Affairs Office will surely send someone to demand their release. On what grounds can Lucian refuse? As for the mercenaries and minor officials, they will merely face exile or hard labor at most. Once Leonardo and the others are freed, their backing will seek vengeance. The Duke of the South wields a formidable army of 30,000. Edgar's heart sank, yet he remained somewhat unconvinced. I have apprehended hundreds, with ample evidence and witnesses, as well as the ledger of slave trade. Can they truly evade justice? The aristocracy's rules have never been dictated by evidence. Claire let out a cold laugh, remarking that the deaths of those petty criminals were inconsequential. The crux lay in capturing Leonardo and his companions. Should they be apprehended, the decaying forces of the royal capital would be quelled. If they were to escape, Edgar would become the enemy of the entire noble faction. The flickering flames of the fireplace cast shadows on Edgar's face, revealing a tumult of emotions. With Claire's insight, he realized he had merely completed the easiest step. The true storm lay ahead. He glanced at Claire, who remained composed, and felt a slight sense of reassurance, breaking into a smile. Old Claire, I know you must have a plan. Do not keep me in suspense. Tell me what to do. Claire lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the steam. His smile enigmatic. It is quite simple. We must escalate the matter. Immediately dispatch the nightly orders heralds with the incriminating evidence from the Golden Rose Manor to announce it throughout the districts of the royal capital. Summarize the slave trade ledger and post it in the church and public squares. Once the populace of the entire capital is made aware of these noble crimes, public opinion will surely align with us. At that point, even the Duke of the South, let alone the king, will think twice before letting them off the hook. Edgar paused, then slammed his hand on the table in approval. Excellent idea. The populace despises the slave trade. If we incite their outrage, even the royal family will have to heed public sentiment. Claire set down his teacup, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. The glory of a knight is indeed significant. But understanding how to wield the rules to protect oneself is what enables one to advance further. Chapter 77. The gay morning mist enveloped Crown City like a delicate veil, the iris flag atop the tower fluttering slightly in the cool breeze. The tumult that swept through the Golden Rose Manor the previous night seemed to linger in the crevices of the cobblestone streets. Claire stood by the window of the Security Bureau's attic, gazing at the distant Royal Affairs Bureau, its bronze dome glimmering faintly. Her fingertips absently traced the lion carvings along the window's sill, reflecting the intricate maneuvers she had meticulously strategized throughout the night. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the fog, Ronel, the chief of the Royal Affairs Bureau, arrived at the Security Bureau's entrance, accompanied by 4 attendants clad in crimson uniforms. His fur cloak glistened with morning dew, and the silver staff he wielded echoed against the stone steps, each sound striking at the heart of Sheriff Lucian. Upon entering the council chamber, Ronel disregarded the warm mulled wine offered by the servants and presented a token engraved with the royal emblem. Sheriff Lucian, Leonardo, and Gavin are signs of the royal bloodline, and according to the Royal Kin Protection Act, they must be immediately handed over to the Bureau for processing. The crackling fire in the council chamber could not dispel the gravity etched upon Lucian's brow. He had verified their lineage the previous day, confirming their descent from a distant prince over a century ago. The jurisdiction of the Royal Affairs Bureau was indisputable. Clenching the hilt of his sheriff's sword, the chill of the metal momentarily calmed him, and he could only gesture to the jailer. Proceed as instructed by the chief. In the shadows of the attic, Claire observed everything unfold. She had long anticipated that these 2 individuals could not retain the royal family's protection over their kin. Their obsessive insistence on forcibly detaining them would only invite disaster. Yet, as the jailer escorted the 2 through the courtyard, her gaze fixated on the side door of the council chamber, which led to the dungeon where Fairmont was imprisoned. Fairmont de Vallon, one of the 3 great lords of the Golden Rose Pavilion, was the sole heir of Lord Vallon, the Minister of Construction. The secrets he held were potent enough to disrupt half of the council. With the loss of Leonardo and Gavin, those 2 smokescreens, he became the only potential breach. He must not fall into the hands of others. Edgar almost collided with the 2 nobles as he burst into the council chamber. His chainmail had not yet been removed, the clanking of the armor still bearing the acrid scent of last night's escapade. Lord Lucian, we cannot release Fairmont. He pressed down on the feather quill poised to sign the release document, his voice lowered to a whisper. He was fully aware of the accounts of the Golden Rose Pavilion and the dealings with the Southern Merchants Guild. Allowing him to escape would be tantamount to handing the Minister of Construction a honey dagger. Lucian lifted his gaze to him, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he scanned the Crown City security regulations hanging on the wall, pondering for a full 3 breaths. I comprehend the stakes involved. However, with Ronel just departed, should we defy orders openly, the royal house would not be able to justify it. Thus, I shall detain him for 5 days on the grounds of unclear evidence. This is the utmost limit the Security Bureau can endure. After 5 days, he must be transferred. Regardless, just as Ronel's carriage rolled away from the Security Bureau square, the sound of hooves echoed once more, this time heralding the arrival of the Judicial Department's honor guard. The black flag bore the emblem of justice, a scale and sword, while the Deputy Minister of Justice, Marco, clad in a dark velvet official robe and wielding a warrant embossed with the golden seal of the council, strode in amidst a throng of attendants. His tone imbued with undeniable authority. Lord Lucian, by order of the council, you are to immediately transfer Fairmont de Vallon to the Judicial Department for interrogation. Lucian accepted the warrant, the rough, heavy texture of the parchment palpable in his hands. His gaze swept over the council's seal at the bottom, suddenly recalling that the officer on duty this week was none other than the Minister of Construction, Fairmont de Vallon's father. A chill crept up his spine as he deliberately slowed his reading pace, pausing his finger on Fairmont's name before raising his head, his expression feigning bewilderment. You are referring to the minister's son? He has also been implicated in this case. I was entirely unaware. He then called out loudly towards the door, "Summon Captain Edgar." Marco's brow furrowed in skepticism as he adjusted the lace collar of his robe, his tone rife with doubt. Edgar is your security captain. Are you not aware of whether he has apprehended anyone? Lucian straightened his back, placing his right hand over the Security Bureau's seal on his chest, his demeanor grave. Deputy Marco, last night's operation was hasty. The Golden Rose Pavilion was host to a diverse crowd, and in order to prevent the suspect's escape, Captain Edgar led a direct raid with his team without prior notification. The specifics indeed require consultation with him directly. He deliberately emphasized the title of deputy, for both were mid-ranking officials of the kingdom, of equal standing, and he was not obliged to report every detail. This is absurd. Marco, incensed, slammed his palm against the table, causing the silver goblet to leap upon the surface and spill a few drops of wine. Acting without the permission of his superior was a flagrant disregard for the authority of the Security Bureau. Lucian coughed discreetly, his expression betraying a sense of helplessness as he raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. You are well aware that Captain Edgar was reassigned from the border, known for his wild temperament and a steadfast focus on results rather than adherence to protocol. I intended to reprimand him thoroughly afterward. No sooner had he finished speaking than Edgar entered, deliberately slowing his pace to create a cacophony of clashing armor, his face bearing the weariness of a sleepless night. Yet his eyes glimmered with a sharpness beneath. He rendered a crisp military salute to the two men. My lords, you summoned me? Lucian leaned slightly forward, adopting a serious tone. Edgar, regarding the raid on the Golden Rose last night, among those you apprehended, was the son of the Minister of Industry, Monsieur de Vallon, present? Edgar furrowed his brow, his right hand stroking the stubble on his chin as he feigned contemplation for a moment before shaking his head. The guests apprehended, alongside the attendants, numbered in the hundreds, all temporarily confined in the dungeon. How could I possibly remember each name? Particularly those noble gentlemen clad in opulence. They all bear a striking resemblance. Marco stepped forward, thrusting the official decree from the Council of State towards Edgar, the parchment nearly poking his nose. Captain Edgar, this is the formal decree from the Council of State. The case of de Vallon has been taken over by the Ministry of Justice, and you are hereby ordered to surrender him immediately. Edgar accepted the decree, his gaze swiftly scanning the seals and signatures, before feigning an epiphany. He called out to his attendant, "Hurry, go to the dungeon and bring Monsieur de Vallon here." Once the attendant departed, he turned back to Marco, a professional smile adorning his face. "Lord Marco, please bear with me. The dungeon is located beneath the western tower. The route may be somewhat circuitous, but he will arrive shortly." Marco's countenance softened slightly, and at Lucian's invitation, he settled into the armchair by the fireplace, accepting a fresh serving of hot wine from the attendant. Edgar, on the other hand, casually leaned against the chair across from him, closing his eyes in a feigned slumber. The previous night's raid on the Golden Rose had seen him in a protracted standoff with the guards for nearly 2 hours, and now his eyelids felt as heavy as if laden with lead. Nevertheless, his ears remained attuned to the sounds beyond the door, his fingertips unconsciously drumming against the armrest as he counted the minutes. However, the wait extended into a full hour. The fire in the hearth had burned low, leaving only glowing embers, and the warmth in the air gradually dissipated. Marco could no longer contain himself. He set down his goblet with a thud and stood. "Lord Lucian, does it truly require this long to locate one individual? I have a hearing to preside over at the Ministry of Justice this afternoon, and cannot afford delays." "Almost there." "Almost there," Lucian replied with a nervous chuckle, his heart racing. He sensed that Edgar was playing tricks, yet he could not discern the exact nature of his ploy. Edgar personally held the key to the dungeon. Where could he possibly be hiding de Vallon? At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the direction of the western tower, and Deputy Chief Colin burst through the door, his uniform still bearing the musty scent of the dungeon. He announced loudly, "Captain Edgar, we have searched the dungeon 3 times meticulously, but there is no sign of Monsieur de Vallon." Edgar abruptly opened his eyes, startled, and stood up, hastening towards Colin. He seized Colin by the collar, his voice laced with fury. What did you say? How could that be possible? I witnessed him last night in the banquet hall of the Golden Rose Pavilion. He certainly did not escape during the raid. Investigate again. Verify the roster for each cell. Colin rolled his eyes dramatically, forcefully pushing Edgar's hand away, his tone tinged with impatience. I have memorized the roster, from nobles to servants. There are a total of 327 individuals, and that name is simply not present. If you don't believe me, go check the dungeon yourself. With that, he turned on his heel, storming off with deliberately thunderous footsteps. Edgar awkwardly rubbed his hands together, offering an apologetic smile to Marco. My apologies, Lord Marco. This fellow is one I brought from the border. His temperament is rather fiery. It appears that Mr. Foment may indeed not be in our custody. Marco's expression darkened instantaneously, his finger jabbing towards Edgar Ash's nose, his voice trembling with rage. Absurd. Last night, the Golden Rose Pavilion was surrounded by you. Foment's attendant witnessed him being taken away by you. If he is not here, has he grown wings to fly away? This is blatant defiance, and I shall certainly report you to the Council of State. Edgar spread his hands, displaying a resigned smile. Lord Marco, you cannot unjustly accuse me. I bear no ill will towards Lord Valen. It would be foolish to offend the entire Works Bureau for the sake of one Foment. Besides, what advantage would detaining a noble youth bring me? Lucian quickly stepped forward to mediate. Lord Marco, Captain Edgar makes a valid point. He has always been straightforward in his dealings and has no reason to lie. Perhaps Mr. Foment escaped through a secret passage during the chaos? There are numerous concealed passages in the noble residences. He could have hidden anywhere overnight. Marco's brows furrowed deeply, his fingers unconsciously stroking the edges of the warrant. He was indeed unclear about the details of last night's raid. Edgar's defense was reasonable, lacking motive, and supported by Colin's testimony, leaving him without any leverage. After a moment of tense silence, he reluctantly shoved the warrant into his sleeve, huffing coldly. I will dispatch men to continue the investigation. Should I discover that you are harboring a fugitive, you will bear the consequences. With that, he stormed out, flanked by his attendants. As soon as the door to the council chamber closed, Lucian swiftly approached Edgar, lowering his voice. Where is he hidden? Speak quickly. We have 5 days to make him talk. Once we obtain evidence of his collusion with the Southern Merchants Guild, the Council of State can take action. A cold smile crept across Edgar's lips as he gestured towards a loose stone on the wall, revealing a secret door leading to the attic chamber. Rest assured. He is in my possession. He won't escape. If he knows what is good for him, he will cooperate. Remember, Lucian grasped his wrist, his expression grave. He is the Prince Consort chosen personally by the king. His status is unique. We absolutely cannot resort to torture, nor can we allow any fatalities. Otherwise, not only will we fail to unseat the works minister, but we will both be sent to the border fortress to guard the walls. I am aware of the gravity of the situation. Edgar snapped his fingers and turned towards the hidden door, where old Colin was entertaining him in the secret chamber. First, he would give him a taste of authority, ensuring his compliance without resorting to violence. After sending Lucian away, Edgar made a beeline for the attic chamber. Colin stood guard at the entrance and, upon seeing Edgar, wore a grim expression as he lamented, "This lad is as stubborn as they come. I even tossed the rats from the dungeon in with him, yet he refuses to speak. Do you really believe that restraint will suffice? Such a dullard." Edgar tapped Colin's head lightly and replied, "What do royal nobles value most? Reputation and dignity. Keep him locked in this cold, damp chamber and let him know that if he remains silent, the news of his confinement alongside the rats will spread throughout Crown City. Let us see if that instills fear in him." He paused momentarily, adding, "First, follow my plan. If that fails, we shall consider other methods." Colin, though skeptical, complied and departed. Edgar leaned against the corridor outside the secret chamber, gazing out at the sun gradually rising in the sky, contemplating his subsequent plans. Just then, the sudden sound of the royal messenger's horn echoed through the courtyard, and a messenger clad in white uniform hurried in. Brandishing the king's gilded decree, His Majesty the King summons an urgent audience. Security Officer Lucian and Captain Edgar are to report to the palace immediately. Edgar felt a chill run down his spine and hastily followed Lucian to the royal palace. As they passed through the bronze gates of the palace, they found the council hall teeming with nobles and officials. Many of them, upon seeing Edgar, immediately approached with smiles plastered on their faces. Some offering bags of spices while others whispered inquiries. "Captain Edgar, we heard something significant occurred at the Golden Rose Pavilion last night. Did you capture a notable figure?" He responded perfunctorily, but his mind was filled with unease. He had explicitly ordered a media blackout on last night's operation, allowing only a discreet dissemination of vague information regarding the Golden Rose Pavilion's peril. How could it possibly have spread throughout Crown City in a single night? Moreover, judging by the nobles' reactions, they seemed to have been well prepared. He instinctively glanced towards the direction of the Council of State, where Lord Valen, the Minister of Construction, stood among the crowd, calmly conversing with other officials, seemingly unconcerned for his son's safety. A wave of dread surged from his feet. Edgar suddenly realized that the turmoil surrounding the Golden Rose Pavilion was not a spontaneous raid, but rather a meticulously orchestrated scheme. He was merely a pawn moved to the forefront, while the true power behind this endeavor had never aimed at Fumont. It was the Minister of Construction and the entire power structure of the Council of State that were the true targets. To survive this game, he must compel Fumont to speak, seizing that pivotal piece capable of determining victory or defeat. Chapter 78. The Royal Council. The autumn morning mist had yet to dissipate entirely, but the White Hall deep within the palace was illuminated by torches as if it were day. Today's Royal Council had gathered nearly 200 nobles and officials. Beneath the stone dome, the air was thick with the scent of oiled leather boots, mingling with the fragrance of nobles' perfumes and the unpleasant odor of coarse fabric worn by lower-ranking officials, creating an atmosphere of indescribable tension. Many lords holding titles of baron and above, though not summoned by the king, hastened on horseback to the opulent establishment known as the Golden Rose Hall, nestled within the red light district of Crown City. This sudden gathering had transformed overnight into a thunderous event that reverberated throughout the kingdom. Beneath the marble columns flanking White Hall, royal guards clad in chainmail stood as statues, their spear points glistening coldly in the flickering light, failing to quell the unrest among the crowd. As Sir Edgar de Villen crossed the threshold, he was immediately encircled by a group of officials draped in satin robes. Having arrived among the first as a constable at the Golden Rose Hall the previous night, his purple cloak still bore the morning dew and dirt. Sir Edgar, is it true that skeletal remains were unearthed within the hall? It is said that 12 noble youths were apprehended. Does this include a scion of the Valen family? The barrage of inquiries struck him like a volley of arrows, yet Edgar merely twirled his neatly trimmed beard, presenting an ambiguous smile. He took a sip from his leather wine pouch, his voice deliberately vague. My lords, until His Majesty speaks, how might I presume to comment? After all, under the law, any rumor must be verified by the ecclesiastical court and the royal tribunal. Internally, he chuckled at the sight of these men, who typically clashed in council, now banding together in pursuit of a scandal. Were it not for the royal edict received last night to suppress the news, even the bakers on the street would be privy to the sordid affairs of the Golden Rose Hall. Yet to extract information from him, the captain of the royal constabulary? That would be as likely as the sun rising in the west. The king has arrived. The sharp voice of the chief chamberlain sliced through the clamor like a sword, his gilded scepter striking the marble floor with 3 resounding echoes. Instantly, the scattered groups realigned. Bishops in crimson robes adjusted their crosses. Nobles grasping land charters smoothed the wrinkles of their cloaks, and secretaries wielding quills quickly knelt. The hall was enveloped in a heavy silence, punctuated only by the sound of breaths. Long live our king! Long live! Long, long live! A chorus of hundreds bowed in unison, the rustle of satin and leather melding into a singular sound. The silhouette of Albert III appeared at the archway at the end of White Hall, adorned in a purple royal robe embroidered with the black eagle crest, a jeweled sword symbolizing his sovereignty at his waist. His silver beard was meticulously groomed, yet the furrowed brow and darkened countenance betrayed his displeasure. He ascended the elevated platform draped in red velvet and took his seat upon the bejeweled throne, his wide sleeves brushing against the gilded armrests as he raised his hand. Be seated. His voice, though not loud, carried the unique authority of kingship, echoing through the stone dome and resonating throughout the hall. Thank you, Your Majesty. As the crowd rose, a figure clad in red swiftly emerged from the ranks of bishops, adorned with the silver insignia of the ecclesiastical court and a black cloak embroidered with the symbol of oversight. It was none other than the powerful Inspector General, Bishop Leonardo de la Roche, a figure of authority under whose command the inquisitorial powers lay. In accordance with the regulations established by His Majesty the Emperor Wu in years past, the Inquisition is nominally led by the Grand Inquisitor appointed by the Pope. However, in truth, the oversight within the kingdom falls directly under the jurisdiction of the king, as exemplified by La Roche today, who, without waiting for others to speak, boldly stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. La Roche's voice resonated like a bell as he held aloft a document sealed with red wax, bearing the emblem of the Inquisition. This was the report from the Knight's joint investigation by the Constabulary and the Inquisition into the Golden Rose Pavilion, which I beseech your majesty to peruse. Alberic III's gaze lingered on the report for a moment before he gestured for a courtier to bring it forth. As his fingertips brushed against the wax seal, they turned pale from the pressure. As the sovereign of the Kingdom of Veranria, even the private disputes among nobles within the crown city could not escape his notice, let alone the scandal of the Golden Rose Pavilion, which was nothing short of earth-shattering. This morning, before dawn, an urgent missive from the royal spies had already reached his chambers. However, the content of the report was 100-fold more gruesome than he had anticipated. He unfurled the parchment, swiftly scanning the Latin records inscribed upon it. While the White Hall remained so silent that the crackling of the torch flames could be distinctly heard, the king's countenance grew increasingly somber, as if ink itself could drip from it. The Saxons along the Altai border had repeatedly crossed into the realm to pillage, and the royal council was deliberating the expansion of the standing army, yet they found themselves at an impasse due to the nobility's opposition to increased taxation. Meanwhile, the province of Gladorn in the south had suffered from drought for 3 consecutive years, leading to a drastic reduction in grain harvests, with tributes now falling to less than 30% of previous years, and the royal treasury no longer bore any semblance of gold coins. Now, the scandal of the Golden Rose Pavilion had erupted. It was not merely a den of vice, but rather a veritable powder keg igniting political strife. With a heavy hand, he slammed the report onto the armrest of the throne, the parchment sliding to the floor, eliciting a collective gasp from those in the hall. Your Majesty. La Roche stepped forward, his voice laced with an exaggerated fury. The Golden Rose Pavilion presents itself as a haven for the nobility's pleasures, yet in truth, it conceals dungeons where innocent women are coerced into prostitution with searing irons. Furthermore, a massive grave pit has been unearthed in the garden behind the pavilion, after clerical prayers. The bones counted over 300, including the 12 missing civilian maidens from last year. Such heinous acts are an affront to God and a direct challenge to royal authority. As his words echoed, a murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. Sir Belter, the Deputy Minister of the Interior, immediately stepped forth, clad in a blue official robe, clutching the bronze seal that symbolized his authority. Your Majesty, the Golden Rose Pavilion has existed for 5 years. The constable from the town hall has conducted monthly checks on the populace, yet has never uncovered any irregularities. There must be noble forces acting as a protective shield behind this scandal. I beseech you to establish a special court, to be jointly presided over by the Inquisition, the Royal Court, and the Noble Council, to unearth the masterminds behind this atrocity. Your Majesty. Earl Marco, the Justice Minister, rose next, his black judicial robe embroidered with the kingdom's coat of arms. As the highest official of the royal court, his words consistently reflected the legal community's stance. This matter has spread throughout Crown City. Hundreds of commoners have gathered outside St. Peter's Church, petitioning for the harshest punishment for the perpetrators. Should we delay further, it may incite civil unrest and undermine the very foundations of the kingdom. I implore you to deliberate carefully. Marco's declaration struck the surface of the lake like a massive stone, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. Not only is he the Minister of Justice, but he also stands as a steadfast ally of Count de Helber, the Left Chancellor, with over a dozen city nobles controlling trade routes behind him. As expected, no sooner had he spoken than more than 30 officials stepped forward, their deep blue robes merging in the firelight. What Lord Marco states is indeed true. We support him. The establishment of a special court is imperative. Your Majesty, among those apprehended are 27 noble offspring. If we do not conduct a public trial, it will be difficult to quell the populace. From the shadows on the left side of the White Hall, the Minister of Construction, Count Fomant de Vallon, slowly rose. His silver hair was meticulously styled, and the fur cloak draped over him exemplified noble luxury, yet his tightly pressed lips and trembling fingertips betrayed his anxiety. For among the detainees was his only son, young Fomant. Marco's actions ostensibly sought to investigate the case, yet in truth, he aimed to exploit the situation to undermine the alliance between himself and Count Robert, the Right Chancellor. Now, with the arrow knocked, he could only brace himself for battle to preserve his family's title and estate. Your Majesty, his voice, deliberately adjusted, resonated with calm authority. The security forces only sealed off the Golden Rose Pavilion in the dead of night. It has not yet been 6 hours. The evidence at the scene has yet to be verified by the Inquisition, and the confessions of the accused remain unrecorded. To hastily establish a special court under such circumstances would be unjust. I humbly request that Your Majesty permit the Ministry of Construction to collaborate with the security forces in examining the scene, and only after gathering sufficient evidence should we discuss the matter of interrogation. As his words faded, Sir Clement, the Deputy Minister of Justice, immediately stepped forward. His family had intermarried with the Fomant lineage for generations, their territories neighboring each other, sharing both prosperity and peril should the Fomant family fall. His own position would undoubtedly be at risk. Lord Fomant speaks with wisdom. Clement's red cloak arched gracefully as he turned. It is stipulated by law that any case must undergo 3 processes. The plaintiff presents evidence, the defendant responds, and the clergy witnesses. To reach a verdict overnight is indistinguishable from the barbaric practices of savages. Marco cast a sidelong glance at Clement. A fleeting glimmer of cold light in his eyes before he lowered his eyelids, as if reciting scripture silently. He understood that now was not the moment for relentless pursuit. Neither Count Robert, the Right Chancellor, nor Count de Hell, the Left Chancellor, had yet declared their positions. These 2 powerful chancellors wielded immense influence. One commanding the military and northern territories, the other overseeing diplomacy and southern trade routes. To offend either side recklessly could plunge him into irretrievable peril. Everyone in the White Hall recognized that the core of the kingdom's power no longer resided solely with the king, but rather within a political alliance centered around 6 ministers. With the position of the Minister of Personnel vacant following the retirement of the elderly former minister, the factions of power were now divided between the 2 chancellors, Count Robert. Also the Minister of Military Affairs, commanded the kingdom's standing army and castle defenses, while Count de Hell held the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs, maintaining deep ties with the 6 neighboring nations. The Minister of Justice, Marco, the Minister of Construction, Fomant, and the Minister of Finance, Hijonkai, each held distinct powers, balancing one another. The de Hell faction once had the Minister of Personnel as an ally. Now, with the minister's retirement, only Marco and he remained, placing them at a disadvantage among the 6 ministers. The eruption of the Golden Rose incident undoubtedly presented a splendid opportunity for them to topple the Robel-Fortmont alliance. Count Darer slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across to where Robel sat opposite him. The chancellor was clad in a deep green robe, an iron sword symbolizing military authority at his waist, seemingly lost in meditation, as if the din of Whitehall bore no relation to him. The firelight cast shadows on Robel's chiseled features, accentuating the scars that marked his face. Medals from a decade of battles against the Saxons, bestowing upon him considerable esteem within the military. Darer cleared his throat gently, masking the dryness that lingered there. Now in his 60s, the prolonged session of the council had left his back aching, yet his hands, intertwined within his sleeves, quietly tightened. The discord between him and Robel was no secret. From the territorial divisions 5 years prior to the military budget disputes 3 years ago, they had never reached an accord. Especially after the resignation of the Minister of State, his nominated successors had been rejected thrice by the noble council led by Robel, and their relationship had become as hostile as fire and water, with Marco now taking the initiative to strike. Although Darer had yet to voice his stance, he had tacitly permitted his officials to echo sentiments that could potentially weaken Robel's influence, thus allowing him to control the selection of the new Minister of State. With both testimonial and material evidence at hand, why linger in hesitation? A resounding voice shattered the brief silence, as Sir Gavin, the Deputy Minister of Construction, stepped forth from the crowd. His leather belt bore the copper tools of his department, indicating he had just rushed from the workshop, still carrying the scent of iron filings. The Madam of the Golden Rose had already confessed on the spot, admitting to trafficking under noble instructions. Would not interrogating based on this lead yield remarkable results? Clement let out a derisive laugh, stepping forward with a gaze as sharp as a blade aimed at Gavin. You sealed the scene only at the stroke of midnight. Yet you seem more informed about the matter than the inquisitors of the Holy Office. Were you perchance stationed outside the Golden Rose last night? This incident had already spread throughout the streets of Crown City. Even my own apprentice was aware of it. What novelty is there in your knowledge? Gavin, scoffing dismissively, adjusted the sash on his chest. Oh, is that so? Clement suddenly raised his voice, his eyes sweeping over the assembly until they settled upon the king, his tone laced with deliberate astonishment. I had almost forgotten that Sir Lucien de Montfort's wife is, in fact, your own sister. I hear Sir Montfort's fief lies adjacent to the Golden Rose. Surely, the 2 of you did not conspire in private, already aware of the sordid affairs within the establishment? Gavin's complexion turned ashen in an instant, his finger trembling with indignation as he pointed at Clement. You slander me. My connection with Lucien is merely by marriage. I have never interfered in his affairs. Your Majesty. Sir Lucien was compelled to step forward, kneeling on one knee, hands clasped over his chest, pleading urgently. I was occupied throughout the night with interrogations regarding the robbery in my jurisdiction. 10 guards can attest to my whereabouts. May your majesty discern the truth." King Alberic III nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling Lucian, his voice imbued with a touch of reassurance. "Lucian has safeguarded the East City for 5 years, reducing the incidence of theft by 30%. I am well aware of his loyalty." Clement, however, did not relent. He turned to the king, bowing slightly. His words laced with an undeniable sharpness. "Your Majesty, while Lord Lucian is indeed loyal and upright, the matter concerning the Golden Rose House only came to light in the dead of night. How is it that by dawn, it has already spread throughout the city? Even the monks in the suburban monastery are aware of it. Clearly, there are forces at play, deliberately disseminating information with the intent to disrupt the court and escalate a trivial matter." This statement fell like a spark into a pot of oil, instantly intensifying the atmosphere within the White Hall. Everyone comprehended that Clement's words pointed directly at Marco's faction. Such a sensitive case could not have circulated so swiftly without someone intentionally pushing it. Amidst the flickering flames, various expressions danced across the faces of the gathered crowd: tension, satisfaction, concern, and hidden calculations. King Alberic III observed the silent ministers below, his fingers lightly drumming against the armrest of his throne, fully aware that the storm ignited by the Golden Rose House had only just begun. Chapter 79. The Golden Hall Proposal within the debating chamber of Westminster Palace. Beneath the oak-beamed ceiling, gilded candelabras flickered with a dim yellow flame, casting the silhouettes of court officials against the cold stone walls, their forms shifting in and out of focus. The air was infused with a blend of beeswax and leather, tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Edgar gripped the hilt of his knightly sword at his waist, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grasp. As King Alberic III's gaze swept across the ranks of the patrols like a hawk, he stepped forward sharply, the clash of iron resonating crisply. "My king, though the news has spread from my patrol, I assure you it was not by my design." His voice echoed through the vast chamber, tinged with a quiver that he attempted to suppress. King Alberic III rubbed his throbbing temples, the gems on his gilded crown glinting coldly in the candlelight. Since Edgar had taken charge of the patrol, the capital had known no peace, especially after last night's raid on the Golden Rose House, which had detonated like a bomb within noble circles. He furrowed his brow, the scepter thudding heavily against the marble floor. "Clarify yourself. If the news leaked from your command, and it was not by your directive, do you suggest that those soldiers dared to speculate on military matters of their own accord?" Edgar knelt on one knee, the contact of his armor against the stone producing a dull sound, and looked up at the king, his blue eyes filled with sincerity. "Your Majesty, you must understand. I am fully aware of the noble interests entangled with the Golden Rose House. Such a covert operation could not have been leaked intentionally. This morning, while training in the camp, I heard rumors circulating at the market. I promptly detained 3 soldiers on night duty for questioning, only to find that 2 young soldiers had been discussing the details of the arrest during their patrol, overheard by a tavern keeper. And the information spread like wildfire through the streets. I acknowledge my failure to restrain my subordinates and accept the consequences, but I assure you, there was no intention to disclose any secrets." The remnants of last winter's snow lingered in the cracks of the stone beneath him, the chill seeping through his armor and into his skin, yet it was nothing compared to the icy scrutiny of the king's gaze. Alberic III fixed his eyes upon him for a prolonged moment, recalling the details from last night's confidential report regarding the Golden Rose House's smuggling of arms and harboring of spies. Ultimately, he exhaled in relief, though Edgar was reckless. He was not foolish enough to jeopardize his own future. The king waved his scepter and, with evident impatience, declared, regardless of intent, as the commander of the patrol camp, "You bear the blame. Your income from the fief shall be confiscated for a year. Should such incidents recur, you will be relegated to the northern frontier." Beside him, the court scribe swiftly grasped his quill, inscribing the words onto the parchment, the ink blooming into small dark spots upon the paper. Edgar's heart sank. The fief along the banks of the Thames provided a crucial source of grain and wool income, essential for the patrol camp's additional expenses. Now, it was utterly lost. "I humbly accept your decree, Your Majesty. Your mercy is most gracious." He rose with a bitter smile, deliberately slowing his pace as he turned to rejoin his unit. Indeed, 3 nobles draped in silk robes positioned themselves in front of him, their gilded belt buckles brushing against his armory, one of them sneering softly. Some truly do not grasp the gravity of their actions, arresting those they ought not to, and now they cannot even retain their stipends. Edgar recognized him as the brother of the Earl of Birmingham, and among those arrested at the Golden Rose last night was the Earl's illegitimate son. A surge of anger flooded Edgar's chest. He pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword, his knuckles whitening from the force. The soles of his boots scraped against the stone floor, producing a faint sound. Just as he was about to erupt, a heavy hand clasped his shoulder. Edgar turned to find Marcus, the Minister of Military Affairs, signaling discreetly to him. This tall nobleman, clad in ceremonial garb embroidered with the black eagle emblem, wore an irreverent smile. You possess quite the audacity. Marcus pulled him behind himself, speaking in a hushed tone that carried the rich scent of wine. The Golden Rose is a stronghold covertly supported by the Duke of York. Your actions have offended half the court. Leaning against the cold column, Edgar sighed with relief, feeling a flicker of warmth in his heart. He had little acquaintance with Marcus, having only met him during last year's nightly tournament. And he was surprised that someone would come to his aid at this moment. Those individuals were smuggling arms and colluding with foreign powers. If left unchecked, they would undoubtedly jeopardize the crown. He quietly responded, his tone tinged with youthful stubbornness. Marcus raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping his armor with his scepter. You have spirit. Nowadays, those in court either squander their fiefs or scramble to curry favor with the Duke. It is indeed rare to find a bold youth like you who dares to take matters seriously. Are you praising me or reprimanding me? Edgar replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Suddenly, Marcus leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Edgar's ear. Let me ask you, did you know who was backing the Golden Rose before last night's operation? Seeing Edgar's bewildered shake of his head, Marcus sighed in exasperation. The Duke of York's crest is emblazoned on the tiles of the hearth within the establishment. You failed to notice? He continued, listen closely from now on. Regardless of who speaks, keep your mouth shut. This murky water is not for you to wade through. Edgar felt a shiver run down his spine. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a stern reprimand rang out from ahead. Lord Marcus, how can you whisper during a royal assembly? Have you forgotten court etiquette? The speaker was the master of ceremonies, a man who had always aligned himself with the Duke of York. Now glaring at them with an air of arrogance, Marcus rolled his eyes and retorted without hesitation, I am merely conferring with my subordinate officer. What concern is it of yours, master of ceremonies? Could it be that even His Majesty the King has not granted me the authority to admonish? The chief officer's cheeks flushed with indignation as he pointed at Marcus, rendered speechless, and ultimately could only turn away in frustration, eliciting discreet laughter from several neutral noblemen nearby. It was then that Edgar noticed the 3 golden lines embroidered on the cuffs of Marcus's ceremonial robe, a symbol of royal kinship. No wonder he dared to be so audacious. Just as this minor incident concluded, the atmosphere in the council chamber grew somber once more. Bishop Claremont of the York Duke faction stepped forward, his purple robes trailing on the ground in an arc. With his hands clasped over his chest and an expression of profound sorrow, he addressed the assembly. Your Majesty, the matter concerning the Golden Rose Pavilion is anything but coincidental. Those rumors conveniently spread just before the interrogation began, clearly indicating that someone is deliberately sowing discord, attempting to obscure the true culprits behind the scenes. I implore your Majesty to thoroughly investigate the leaker and unearth the dark forces at play. As soon as he concluded, 2 officials clad in the attire of earls immediately stepped forward in agreement, asserting that there must be a conspiracy at work. Edgar clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. These individuals were evidently attempting to divert attention and prolong the interrogation. At that moment, Count Gavin of the royal faction stepped forth with sudden decisiveness, his silver armor glinting ominously in the candlelight. Bishop Claremont, your words are misguided. Regardless of how the information has circulated, the evidence of the Golden Rose Pavilion harboring weaponry and fugitives is already irrefutable. The immediate priority is to confirm the interrogating body and swiftly ascertain the truth, rather than getting entangled in trivial matters of leaks. Indeed, Count Gavin speaks true. Another royal faction noble, Sir La Roche, immediately echoed, brandishing a scroll of parchment. I propose the establishment of a triad court, wherein the royal court, ecclesiastical court, and noble assembly jointly adjudicate this case, ensuring justice and assuaging the public's concerns. The 2 men harmoniously pressed the issue of the interrogation, leaving no opportunity for Bishop Claremont to interject. Sweat beaded on Claremont's forehead as he prepared to retort, but suddenly, Alberic III raised his scepter, and silence enveloped the hall. The king's countenance was dark enough to drip with water, as he had evidently seen through the York faction's delaying tactics. To everyone's surprise, however, he did not turn to the disputing parties but instead directed his gaze toward Baron de Hell, who had been meditating quietly in the corner. Baron de Hell, a long-serving advisor to the king and reputedly a former reader to the late king, slowly opened his murky eyes and, leaning on his gem-studded cane, stood upright, his wrinkled face devoid of expression. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, this case does not warrant a grand assembly. It could be presided over by the city constable, with one clerk each from the royal and ecclesiastical courts assisting. Should the constable's proceedings prove unjust, establishing a triad court later would not be too late. Alberic III nodded slightly, his fingertips gently tapping the armrest of the throne. Edgar felt a stir within. He had heard that the constable was a distant relative of Baron de Hell, and this proposal, while appearing moderate, effectively placed the power of interrogation in the hands of the royal faction. Indeed, as Baron de Hell's gaze swept over Sir Marco of the York faction, the latter immediately grasped the implication and stepped forth briskly. Your Majesty, with matters of state being so intricate and the Scots at the border still stirring, if our energies are wholly expended on this single case, we may jeopardize far greater concerns. Oh, what, in your opinion, is the most pressing matter at hand? Inquired Alberic III, a hint of barely perceptible amusement lacing his tone. Sir Marco bowed respectfully, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Duke Robert of York, before he slowly articulated. Last month, Sir Hongji, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, resigned due to illness, leaving the Privy Council without a leader to oversee the treasury, which has already begun to affect military funding. I beseech your Majesty to appoint a new Chancellor post-haste to stabilize the nation's finances. At these words, the council chamber erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Several nobles from the York faction paled visibly, with Sir Hejonkai instinctively taking a step forward to contest the assertion, only to be firmly restrained by Sir Fomment beside him. They glanced towards Duke Robert, who, despite wielding immense influence, remained with his eyes closed, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest of the throne, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama. Alberic III finally allowed himself the first smile of the day. Turning his gaze towards Robert, his tone tinged with a note of inquiry. My Lord Robert, as the foremost member of the Privy Council, what is your perspective on this matter? Robert slowly opened his eyes, clad in a deep red velvet robe adorned with a lion emblem, enjoying royal immunity. He was not required to bow like the other nobles. With an air of nonchalance, he spoke, his voice calm, yet exuding undeniable authority. Your Majesty's judgments are invariably sagacious. The appointments within the Privy Council are entirely at your discretion. I harbor no dissent. With Robert's tacit approval, Alberic III felt a weight lift from his heart. He abruptly struck his scepter against the ground and proclaimed loudly, as for the case of the Golden Rose Manor, let it proceed as Sir Marco has suggested, with the city constable presiding and representatives from the 3 courts assisting. No sooner had he finished than his gaze shifted to the silent figure at the back of the assembly. Sir Kant, dressed in a somewhat worn black court robe, visibly stiffened upon hearing the king's voice, instinctively clenching his sleeves to mask his inner exhilaration. Kant, present. Kant swiftly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his forehead nearly touching the cold stone floor, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. I bestow upon you the title of Royal Advisor, appointing you as a counselor of the Privy Council, effective immediately, to assist in managing financial affairs. I expect you to labor diligently and alleviate my burdens. Alberic III's voice resonated through the hall, imbued with the unique gravitas of royalty. I shall faithfully obey your Majesty's command. I will exert every effort to serve you and be loyal to the kingdom. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! Kant fervently prostrated himself, his forehead striking the stone floor with a resounding echo. Overcome with joy, he reveled in the fact that the Privy Council was the core of the kingdom's power. His entry into this esteemed body signified his ascent from a peripheral noble to the epicenter of authority. Yet, amidst his elation, a twinge of disappointment quietly crept in. The role of counselor was ultimately merely advisory, lacking the substantial authority over the treasury that a chancellor would wield. Falling short of his initial aspirations, Edgar, standing in line, observed Kant kneeling in gratitude, casting a sidelong glance at the inscrutable expression of Duke Robert, and suddenly grasped the meaning behind Marcus's assertion that the court was an abyss. He discreetly touched the cold hilt of the sword at his waist, the chill reminding him that this game of power was only just beginning. Beneath the marble columns flanking Whitehall, the royal guards clad in chainmail stood like statues, their spearheads glinting coldly in the firelight, unable to quell the unrest among the crowd. As Sir Edgar de Ville stepped through the hall's entrance, he was immediately encircled by a throng of officials draped in satin robes, being one of the first constables to arrive at the Golden Rose Pavilion the previous night. His purple cloak still bore the dew and dirt of the morning. Sir Edgar, is it true that skeletal remains have been unearthed within the pavilion? They say 12 noble youths were apprehended on the spot. Does that include a scion of the Walloon family? The relentless barrage of inquiries fell upon him like a swarm of arrows, yet Edgar merely twirled his neatly trimmed beard, offering a noncommittal smile. He took a sip from the leather flask at his waist, his voice deliberately ambiguous. Gentlemen, until His Majesty speaks, how can I presume to comment? After all, under the law, any rumor must be verified by the ecclesiastical tribunal and the royal court. Yet inwardly, he chuckled at the irony. These individuals, who often assailed each other in council, now banded together over a scandal. Had it not been for the royal edict to seal the news the previous night, even the bakers on the street would have been aware of the sordid affairs of the Golden Rose Pavilion. But to extract information from him, the captain of the royal constabulary, that would require the sun to rise in the west. Chapter 80, Aftermath. And Alberic III caressed the pigeon-blood ruby set atop his scepter, his lips curving in a barely contained smile. The light filtering through the stone dome cast dappled shadows upon his crimson velvet cloak, deepening the expression of delight. When the scandal of the Golden Rose Pavilion first surfaced, he had paced before the hearth in his chamber all night, the crackling of the oak logs failing to dispel the gloom that hung over him. After all, it was the most renowned den of iniquity in the Crown City, and the sudden revelation of a homicide was bound to shake public confidence. Yet now, it appeared that this turmoil had become the sharpest dagger in his hand. Since the venerable Hubert had retired due to age, the balance of power within the council had begun to tilt. Count Robert, leveraging his extensive network built over the years, gradually consolidated control over both the treasury and civil administration. Should he succeed in annexing the powers of the military department, the monarchy would surely devolve into a gilded facade. Alberic III recalled how, last month, Count Robert had stalled the implementation of a new tax law under the pretext of opposition from the noble assembly, his fingers unconsciously tightening. At that rate, his decree might not even see the palace drawbridge. Your Majesty, I have not yet recovered from my recent illness. I may struggle to continue our discussions, Count Robert stated, his voice steady as the cobblestones of the palace square, though his fingers, hidden within the fur-lined sleeves, clutched the council badge with a grip that was almost painful, the cold metal digging into his palm. He caught a glimpse of a faint smile at the corner of Baron de Geer's mouth, a surge of resentment bubbling within him. Yet today, in the assembly, Alberic III had implicated 3 of Robert's knights in connection to the Golden Rose Pavilion case. Under such circumstances, retreat was his only option. Adjourned. Alberic III's voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority. He inclined his head slightly, and the pearl tassels of his crown swayed gently, casting intricate patterns of light upon the marble floor. Robert rose silently, the deep purple noble robe trailing behind him with a muffled sound. He did not glance back nor acknowledge his colleagues. Yet his straight back could not conceal a hint of stoop as he swiftly passed through the arched doorway of the assembly hall. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting a long and desolate shadow behind him. Baron de Hale gazed at that retreating figure, a fleeting glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes, which quickly transformed into a mask of humility. He adjusted the sash across his chest and followed with measured steps, exchanging a tacit glance with Sir Marco as he passed by. Sir Marco, stroking his neatly trimmed beard, cast a cheerful smile towards Sir Horace and Commander Fairmont. His gaze lingered momentarily on Fairmont's pallid visage before hastening to catch up with de Hale. The mockery in his eyes stung like a needle, causing Horace to instinctively tighten his grip on the hilt of his sword, his knuckles whitening. Horace and Fairmont stood side by side, their faces as grim as winter's armor. Fairmont's knuckles lost color from the strain, his heart feeling as though crushed by a boulder. For his son Gareth had been missing without a trace, allegedly lost in the incident at the Golden Rose Pavilion. Today in the court, 3 of his clerks had been dismissed on the spot. Since he had allied with Count Robert and entered the council 5 years ago, he had never found himself in such a precarious position. A suppressed cold snort escaped his throat as he swept his sleeve with a flourish, the silk cuff catching a gust of wind, and as he strode away, the hem of his cloak nearly brushed against the bronze candlesticks of the assembly hall. After the noble members had departed, the lower-ranking clerks and court attendants began to disperse. Those sycophantic little officials, who usually knew how to play the winds, immediately flocked around Bishop Kant, their flattering congratulations rising in a cacophony, like a flock of chattering sparrows. Your testimony today was indeed crucial, Your Grace. Your wisdom is undeniable. No wonder His Majesty relies on you as a trusted advisor. The bishop smiled modestly, raising his hand to signal for silence. Yet his gaze darted towards Edgar in the corner of the assembly hall. As Edgar stepped out of the stone archway, the afternoon sun was somewhat blinding. He raised a hand to shield his eyes when a familiar hearty laugh resonated behind him. Marcus quickly caught up, clapping a hand on his shoulder with such force that Edgar staggered slightly. Young man, you must prepare the finest ale for me when I visit your patrol camp next time. Edgar rubbed his shoulder, pretending to be displeased as he raised an eyebrow. "If your lordship's rank is insufficient, you shan't enjoy noble treatment at my camp." His words were half jest, half test. He noted the man before him, clad in a uniform embroidered with a silver lion crest, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, yet he momentarily could not recall such a figure within the council. "You sly rascal." Marcus laughed heartily, the emblem of the Ministry of Military Affairs swaying with his movements. "I am Marcus, the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs. With such a title, surely it suffices for a drink at your place, does it not?" Edgar's heart jolted. The Deputy Minister of Military Affairs was a high-ranking official of the 2nd grade, surpassing his own position as a 5th-grade patrol commander by 3 levels. However, what truly commanded his reverence was the name of Marcus. A decade ago, it was this general who, leading 3,000 light cavalry, vanquished a barbarian army twice their number during the suppression of the Northern Rebellion. His esteem within the military was as towering as a lofty citadel, resonating like thunder. Immediately, he suppressed his jesting demeanor and bowed respectfully, declaring, "Your Excellency's renown precedes you. I have long been aware of your illustrious reputation. To behold your esteemed presence today is indeed a rare fortune. Spare me such formalities." Marcus waved his hand, though his eyes sparkled with approval. "Sir Clement has spoken highly of you, commending your remarkable courage while apprehending thieves at the border. Gavin and Bert also hold you in great esteem, praising your unique interrogation techniques. Today, witnessing your clear and logical presentation of evidence in the council, you have indeed proven worthy of their accolades and are qualified to share a drink with me." With that, he gave Edgar a hearty pat on the shoulder and strode away, his deep crimson cloak billowing in the wind like the wings of a majestic eagle. Edgar gazed at his retreating figure and deliberately raised his voice, calling out, "Lord Marcus, I am the commander of the 5th grade inspection camp. My rank is not insignificant, and your words leave me humbled." Upon hearing this, Marcus turned back with a hearty laugh, waved his hand, and gradually disappeared at the end of the royal palace's tree-lined path. Edgar remained rooted in place, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. To earn Marcus's recognition was far more exhilarating than a mere promotion. When Sheriff Lucien returned to the precinct, the setting sun cast a golden-red hue upon the stone edifice of the office. As he stepped through the door, he issued orders to the captain of the guard waiting inside. "Immediately interrogate the 300 suspects. Each one must be questioned individually. We must secure crucial testimonies before the arrival of the officials from the High Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supervisory Council." His voice bore an undeniable urgency. The current situation was akin to a taut bowstring, where any delay could lead to total loss. It had been 2 days since the Golden Rose Manor incident. That morning, Edgar rode to the inspection camp, where soldiers were engaged in their morning drills, the clashing of metal armor intertwining with the sound of commands. He proceeded directly into the adjutant's office adjacent to the interrogation room, where Colin was irritably whittling a wooden branch with a dagger, with shavings strewn across the floor. "Has Fairmont been summoned?" Edgar inquired as he settled onto a rough wooden chair, his gaze sweeping over the empty confession papers on the table. Colin shrugged, a wry smile crossing his face as he tossed the dagger onto the table. "That old fox plays the fool. No matter my questions, he only replies with ignorance. I've tried threatening him, offered him bread and water, even mentioned his son Gareth's name, yet he remains obstinately unyielding. I'm at my wit's end. It's best if you handle the interrogation yourself." Colin had a straightforward disposition, excelling in the fray of battle, yet found himself somewhat outmatched when faced with such a cunning politician. Edgar furrowed his brow, his knuckles lightly drumming the tabletop. He was acutely aware that officials from the 3 councils would arrive at the inspection camp by tomorrow at the latest, at which point the right to interrogate would be stripped from him, should Fairmont be handed over. The influence of Count Robble would surely find a way to coerce a retraction of testimony, rendering all efforts futile. After a moment of contemplation, Edgar rose from the office, summoning Hart, who was busy organizing the weaponry. Hart, a newly enlisted recruit in the inspection battalion, had joined just last month. It was rumored that he had previously served as a steward in a noble mansion, possessing an exceptional talent for discerning the intricacies of human emotion. "Convince Fomit to speak," Edgar commanded, his gaze piercing and resolute. "Upon the successful completion of this task, I guarantee your promotion to the rank of lieutenant." Hart's eyes sparkled with newfound fervor, his breath quickening. The position of lieutenant was an official military rank, replete with a steady salary and a modest parcel of land, precisely the opportunity he had longed for. Overcome with excitement, he knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed against his chest. "I pledge my utmost service. Grant me 3 days, and I shall ensure he confesses." 3 days is not an option," Edgar replied coldly, his eyes sharp as a blade. "At most, you have 2 days." Should you fail, return to your recruit squad and relinquish any hopes of advancement. Hart's complexion shifted through shades of green and white, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he raised his head with determination. I shall obey. Results will be delivered within 2 days. Such a rare opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. Time slipped away like grains of sand in an hourglass. Edgar was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. Sheriff Lucian had been frequenting the royal palace lately, returning with a grave demeanor that indicated the king's keen interest in the case's progress. Just yesterday, Edgar had ventured to the police department, hoping to discuss interrogation strategies with the 2 deputy sheriffs, only to find them engrossed in frivolous conversation about the upcoming hunting festival, dismissing the case with empty platitudes about awaiting the decisions of the 3 magistrates. Frustrated, Edgar turned to leave when he encountered the legal advisor, Sebastian, by the archway of the corridor. Dressed in a black judicial robe and holding a scroll of parchment, Sebastian smiled as he intercepted Edgar, noticing the latter's troubled expression. Commander Edgar, you seem rather unwell. Have you encountered some vexation? With a sigh, Edgar stepped aside to allow a passing attendant to go by, whispering, Do you recall the maids at the Golden Rose Inn, Sierra and Fear? Fear's sister was brutally murdered, and when I mentioned this to the 2 deputy sheriffs, they seemed utterly indifferent, even neglecting to peruse the case files. Sebastian stroked his short beard thoughtfully, responding with calm composure, to untie a knot. One must be the one who tied it. Both Lady Summer Solstice and Miss Elia were present at the Golden Rose Inn at the time. If Fear were to personally present a petition to the police department, with Lady Summer and Miss Elia as witnesses, would those deputy sheriffs dare to neglect the matter? A spark of realization illuminated Edgar's mind, akin to the dawn breaking through darkness. How could he have overlooked this crucial point? Fear, as the victim's sister, was a direct party of interest. Should she voice her grievances, the law of the kingdom mandated that the police department prioritize her case. Moreover, this incident had attracted the king's attention, drawing national scrutiny. Who would dare to shield the guilty in such a moment? Thank you for your insightful guidance, Advisor Sebastian. Edgar bowed deeply, his spirits lifted as he turned to depart with renewed vigor. Sebastian watched Edgar hastily retreat, shaking his head with a soft sigh. Such fearlessness in youth is indeed remarkable. He opened the parchment in his hand, his gaze lingering on the words Golden Rose Inn, his brow slightly furrowing. Edgar galloped swiftly, soon arriving at Phoenix Manor. The iron gate of the manor was guarded by 2 sentinels wielding long spears. Upon witnessing his dismount, they promptly stepped forward to obstruct his path. Please present the passage token for Miss Arya. Otherwise, entry is forbidden. I am Edgar de Verlin, the commander of the patrol camp, and I have urgent matters to discuss with Miss Arya. I kindly request that you relay my presence. Edgar produced his commander's insignia, the silver wolf emblem gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. The guards, upon recognizing the emblem, were taken aback, swiftly lowering their spears and bowing respectfully. You are the commander Edgar who laid waste to the Golden Rose Pavilion? Last night, the taverns of Crown City were rife with tales of your audacious raid, where it is said that rivers of blood flowed and countless thugs fell amidst the carnage. Your name has become synonymous with valor. Indeed, Edgar nodded. Please wait a moment. I shall inform her immediately. One of the guards hurried into the depths of the manor, while the other stood by respectfully, his gaze filled with awe. Moments later, the returning guard beckoned Edgar to follow. Miss Arya requests your presence. She awaits you in the parlor on the 3rd floor. Edgar followed the guard through the manor's garden, where the air was infused with the fragrance of roses and lavender. The parlor on the 3rd floor was exquisitely adorned, with colorful tapestries adorning the walls and soft Persian carpets covering the floor, while a delicate incense wafted through the air. Miss Arya and Lady Solstice were seated upon a velvet-upholstered bench, with Chia and Fia standing attentively behind them. Fia's complexion remained pale, dark circles under her eyes betraying her recent sorrow and sleepless nights. What brings you here? Miss Arya inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him, her tone laced with evident displeasure as her slender fingers toyed with the pearl bracelet at her waist. The last encounter at the Golden Rose Pavilion, where Edgar had coldly taken her attendance for interrogation, had left her quite displeased. Edgar cleared his throat twice, taking a seat on the wooden chair opposite, striving to soften his tone. Miss Arya, it seems there has been a misunderstanding regarding my intentions. I have come not to settle past grievances, but rather for the sake of Miss Fia's sister and the justice of all Crown City. He paused, shifting his gaze to Fia. The young girl hung her head, her hands tightly twisting the fabric of her dress, knuckles whitening, as if the moment she spoke, tears would burst forth. Fia, Edgar's voice was low yet resolute. Your sister's life should not be a pawn in the games of the powerful. If you are willing to personally submit a petition to the Public Security Bureau, with Lady Solstice and Miss Arya as witnesses, I, in the name of the patrol camp commander, vow that this case shall receive a fair resolution. FIA suddenly looked up, a flicker of alarm crossing her features, soon followed by an overwhelming sense of hope. She glanced at Miss Arya, then at Lady Solstice. Lady Solstice gently nodded, her voice flowing like a clear spring. Child, you are not alone. The shadows of the Golden Rose Pavilion should no longer loom over the graves of the innocent. After a brief silence, Miss Arya sighed, delicately placing the pearl bracelet upon her lap. I will testify. That night, I personally witnessed Gareth Vermont dragging a maid into the secret chamber. As she struggled, her hairpin fell onto the corridor floor, the very one belonging to your sister. Fear trembled all over, and tears finally cascaded down her cheeks. Slowly, she knelt, her voice choked yet distinct. I am willing to present my testimony. I am willing to testify. 3 days later, at the Dolly Court, a joint hearing by the Ministry of Justice and the Supervisory Court commenced. Under Hart's deft psychological maneuvering, Vermont ultimately broke down, revealing the entirety of Count Rober's culpability in orchestrating Gareth's silencing, fabricating accounts, and colluding with black market arms dealers. Gareth's lifeless body was discovered in a desolate well on the outskirts of the city, bearing marks of strangulation. With a silver coin emblazoned with a rose emblem clutched tightly in his hand, an insignia of the highest membership at the Golden Rose Pavilion. Count Rober was stripped of his title and placed under house arrest in the western tower of the royal palace. His cohorts faced dismissal or exile, and the Ministry of Military Affairs fell entirely under the control of the king's trusted allies. King Alberic III did not publicly celebrate this victory. Instead, he summoned Edgar late at night, placing a silver ring bearing the royal crest into his palm. You have not disappointed me. The king's voice was soft, yet weighed heavy as lead. But remember, beneath the scepter, there are neither eternal enemies nor eternal friends. Only the clear-sighted can survive to the end. Edgar bowed and withdrew. As he exited the royal chamber, dawn began to break on the horizon. A month later, the new tax legislation was smoothly implemented, restoring royal power. Baron D. Hale was promoted to Deputy Minister of Finance. Sir Marco took charge of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and Edgar was exceptionally appointed as Deputy Commander of the Capital Inspection Bureau, ascending to the third rank in officialdom. Nevertheless, he did not relocate to a noble estate, but continued to reside in the modest barracks of the inspection camp. One evening at dusk, he ventured alone to the cemetery on the outskirts of the city, laying a bouquet of white chrysanthemums before a newly erected gravestone. The inscription read, "Fine line, born in spring, departed in summer-s night. May light guide you home." Fear stood a short distance away, draped in a plain cloak, gazing at him from afar. She no longer trembled. Her eyes were as tranquil as a deep pool. Edgar did not turn around, but softly spoke. The case of your sister has concluded. Yet the roots of the Golden Rose Pavilion have not been entirely uprooted. Fear nodded gently and turned to leave. The wind swept through the cemetery, stirring a few fallen leaves and carrying away the last remnants of the sanguine scent.